Every late night, women come to the fish pond to buy fish. However, after each transaction is completed, they not only do not take away a fish, but instead they will throw down a few hundred yuan for me, and then walk back home with a satisfied look on their faces. At this moment, a beautiful woman stands at the door. She looks at me with eager eyes and smiles, saying, "Dawei, Auntie has already arrived at your doorstep. Can't you invite me in to sit for a while?" Hearing the woman's voice, I immediately turned around while eating grilled fish, only to find that it was the most beautiful woman in the village chief's wife, Gu Yueru. I quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Auntie, please come in quickly. The house is simple. Please don't mind." Gu Yueru walked into the cabin, sat down on the chair and said, "I heard that you make delicious fish. Can I have a taste?" I enthusiastically handed her the grilled fish. The woman took a bite and exclaimed, "This is definitely the most delicious grilled fish I've ever had. It would be even better with some wine." In my heart, I muttered, "It's getting dark soon. If we drink a little more, wouldn't it be easy to get into trouble?" It seems that Gu Yueru definitely has some ulterior motives for coming. The young women and wives from the 7 families village often come to me. She must have found out. But even if I know that Gu Yueru has ulterior motives, since she has taken the initiative to ask, I can't refuse, so I had to hand her a glass of beer. Gu Yueru took the beer and drank it all in one go. After 2 glasses of wine, her beautiful face immediately flushed with a blush, appearing even more charming and attractive. I sat beside her, watching her, feeling an uncontrollable impulse rising in my heart, as if I wanted to commit a crime. However, I knew deep down that she was the village chief's wife, and if I lost control, my days in Chijia village would probably be difficult. Just as I was contemplating, Gu Yueru lightly tugged at her clothes and coquettishly said, "Dawei, it's really hot today. Do you have an electric fan here?" My heart trembled. This is simply blatant flirting. The fish pond here is the coolest place in Chijia village, and this woman dares to say it's hot here. Faced with such a scene, I tried to restrain myself and stammered in response, "There's no fan here, Aunt." The woman smiled at me and said, "Well, you better come up with a solution quickly. If it stays this hot, my clothes will. Don't you have a bamboo fan over there? Why don't you fan Auntie with it?" She spoke while standing up and walking towards the direction of the bamboo fan. At that moment, I suddenly heard a ouch sound, and saw Gu Yueru falling towards me. I quickly caught her with my own hands. The next moment, my eyes were blocked by 2 things, and a faint fragrance came over. Gudong. I quickly swallowed my saliva, and then I felt a bit at a loss. At this critical moment, a sudden rush of footsteps could be heard outside the door. The tense atmosphere inside the room quickly dissipated. Gu Yueru quickly stood up straight. Next, a woman of similar age to her walked in from the door. Although the woman was not as beautiful as Gu Yueru, she could still be considered a beauty in the making. This scene in front of them surprised both women. However, it was nothing out of the ordinary for me to have 2 or 3 women appear at the same time. San Shinshur is also here. I'm here to buy 2 fish in advance since we have guests coming over tomorrow. I didn't expect to meet San Shinshur here. The woman who came in later was clearly lying, as she spoke while sizing up Gu Yueru. Everyone is a woman. Looking at her blushing little face and the awkward look at this moment, I instantly understood. If this woman starts lying, it's just like the truth. The woman who just came in is like this, and the current Gu Yueru is not much different. It's Yu Ji. I forgot to bring money when I came to buy fish during the day, so I came to give Dawei money now. It's not early now, so as not to delay your fish purchase, Sanshu will leave first. With that, Gu Yueru fled in panic. Whether it was Gu Yueru who arrived first or Lin Yueji who came in later, it was obvious that they could both feel that the other was lying, but neither of them exposed the other's lies. I naturally found these remarks from the 2 women unsurprising, although everyone has their own secrets. Ultimately, there is a common goal. Seeing Gu Yueru walk out of the cabin, Lin Yueji came to my side and whispered, "Dawei, you little rascal, you're getting bolder, daring to provoke even the village chief's wife. Are you asking for trouble?" Just now, I was nervous, but now I am clearly relaxed. I grinned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if you give me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare provoke her. Besides, do you see any shortage of people here?" Lin Yueji gave me a disdainful look, pursed her lips, and said, "As long as you know." As I spoke, I walked towards Lin Yueji and put my arm around her shoulder. She showed no intention of avoiding it, but instead moved closer. However, intentionally or not, she gently pushed away my hand and said, "What are you doing? Gu Yueru just left. What if she comes back and sees this? Besides, she didn't say no." Hearing this, I replied indifferently, "But I really feel uncomfortable." Lin Yueji lightly pushed me and said, "No matter how uncomfortable you feel, you have to endure it. If this matter spreads, it may not matter to you, but I will be in trouble." Can't you consider me for a moment? However, I didn't take her words to heart. Instead, I chuckled and said, what's the big deal? Among the women in our 7-family village, who hasn't come to me under the pretext of buying fish? Just as Lin Yueji was about to say something, she was already unable to speak. However, what I never expected was that Gu Yueru, who had just hurriedly left, was standing quietly outside the window. The reason why a woman would come back after leaving is of course only one. That is, to listen to the movement inside. She did hear it, secretly congratulating herself on her decision, and at the same time, she was full of curiosity about the situation inside. She couldn't help but press her ear against the wooden door in an attempt to hear more clearly what was going on inside. She wanted to confirm a fact, to see how much credibility the women inside the village, who usually talked in secret, had. The end result was that she was completely certain of one fact: the problems that those women in the village talked about in private were definitely not rumors, but were true. This evening, the reason why Gong Yueju came over to this hut to look for Lin Hai, that is, I heard those women in the village say how good Lin Hai was. It made her very curious, if not a little disbelieving. After all, just her own husband inside her home was a completely different thing from the legend, and very, very far away. So in her opinion it's not even possible. She had never even dreamed that these rumors were true, but in this moment, she kinda believed it. Hear about it later. Gong Yuru had no choice but to leave this hut and head in the direction of her own home, but she resolved in her mind to feel the taste, no matter what. Otherwise, I'm afraid this life has been in vain, possibly because her body was becoming really uncomfortable. Gong Yueju, on her way back to the, surprisingly, she went back at a trotting pace, wanting nothing more than to hurry home and take a cool shower. She was of course very aware that she certainly didn't have that chance in the kind of situation she was in tonight. However, if it weren't for the untimely appearance of that Snow Chi, then maybe even now he himself has gotten what he wanted. Gong Yueju is fighting herself. She's the most beautiful woman in the village. And not only in this village, but in the next few villages. She was definitely a one-of-a-kind existence herself, so she couldn't believe that she couldn't have a story with Lin Hai. After Gong Yueju returned to her home, the first thing she did was to go inside the bathroom and take a cool shower. She had been a little distracted in her mind all this way, especially when she recalled that the kind of sound that came out from inside that hut by the fish pond made her feel particularly uncomfortable all over. Over the years, she had fantasized more than once that she too could be proud for once, but the result had been one disappointment after another. After a cool shower, she felt slightly better. Just as she finished her cold shower and lay lazily on her bed, the one in her house returned, and he seemed impatient. But at this moment, after seeing this dignified appearance of the man in front of her, Gong Yuru was directly disgusted. This man, height 1m65 or so, a big beer belly, especially that face, but also some not to praise. On the contrary, Lin Hai, with a height of 1m75, that very healthy wheat-colored skin, looked muscular all over his body, and didn't have any extra flab at all. The two are a heaven and a hell of a lot more than that when you compare them. What was even more infuriating was that this man in her own house teased her to the point of being unbearable every time, but soon there will be nothing more. This made it harder and harder for Gong Yuru, yet she couldn't say anything. No matter how tortured she was inside, she could only endure in silence. Just at that moment just now, how she wished her man would fight for his life. Unfortunately, reality relentlessly told her that there was no such thing, and at this time, the inside of that hut by the fish pond became very calm. Xu Eji, who was lying in Lin Hai's arms, muttered under her breath, Lin Hai, Lin Hai, you're really not a good person. If you continue like this, sooner or later you'll definitely be kicked out of Sanja village, because you've practically become the natural enemy of the men of the entire 3 villages. Chapter 4: The Most Pleasant Life. Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and said, don't you know in your own heart what it is that you come over to me so often for? Or do you not like me like this? At this moment, Shueji's face was red, squinting a wink at Lin Hai and said, like is like, but I'm also a little scared of you because you're such a badass. What kind of logic is that? How can you be unreasonable? If I wasn't bad, would you have wanted to come over to me? What a cheap shot. Shueji, however, said to Lin Hai very seriously at this time, Xiao Hai, it's not that my sister-in-law is saying that you can mess with any woman inside the village, but don't mess with Auntie Yueju. She's the village chief's wife. If the village chief finds out about your relationship with his wife, you'll definitely not be able to make it in this village in the future. Lin Hai was of course very clear about what Jiang Shueji had said. After all, the village head Wu Huiji is not a good person. If someone really dares to have any improper relationship with his wife, I'm afraid that he will do whatever he can to make that person pay the price. Snap! Lin Hai said with some annoyance. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a fool. I still know this kind of thing in my heart, Jiang Shueji said without a trace of anger. You're really a dog that bites Lu Dongbin. I'm not saying this because I can't bear to part with you. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again. Lin Hai hemmed and hawed, revealing a bad smile and said, I understand your feelings, but since you've been so good to me, I'm sure I'll be good to you. Hearing these words and looking at Lin Hai's appearance at the moment, Jiang Shueji instantly understood what was going on. It scared her more than a little. She would have been tempted to refuse. However, with the way the two looked right now, there was no way she could refuse. In the end, Jiang Shueji no longer dared to stay here, because she really wasn't sure if Lin Hai would bully her again if she stayed here a little longer. If that happened, it would be a bit too much for her. She could only hasten to straighten her clothes and leave the hut in a hurry, but she seemed to be limping a bit on her legs as she walked out at the moment. Instead, Lin Hai chanted from his bed, they say that there are only tired oxen and no plowed fields, so it seems that's not true either. It was also almost 10 p.m. Lin Hai, who had been completely relaxed both physically and mentally, lay on this wooden bed, accompanied by the sound of twittering birds outside the window, and the occasional chirping of cicadas, and the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the rice paddies. He soon fell into sleep, but for some reason, this night Lin Hai had a very strange dream. In the dream, he had a very delicate relationship with Gong Yueju, the most beautiful woman inside the village. Her beautiful face, perfect body, charming smile, and the scent emanating from her body were all mesmerizing. The two actually have an intimate relationship in their dreams. However, just as their feelings were slowly heating up and soon about to break through the bottom line, there was a sudden sharp knock on the door. When Lin Hai opened his eyes, he realized that the sky had already dawned, and the sun shone through the window into the room, shedding a golden light. Lin Hai stretched, feeling energized, but when he sat up, he realized that it was early in the day at the moment. Thinking about that beautiful dream last night made Lin Hai's entire body unable to let go for a long time. But how is this possible? It's been a recent period of time, and one usually doesn't have a lot to lose. And also, last night, the only explanation was also that the woman Gong Yu was too attractive to him. Lin Hai stretched out of his room, simply washed up and made himself a cup of hot tea. Taking cigarettes in hand and finding another wooden stool, he went to the big tree outside the hut and drank his tea slowly. For the breakfast issue, Lin Hai never worried. In the past 2 years, he basically didn't have to cook himself, and every day a different person took the initiative to bring him breakfast, and the variety was never the same. Sometimes it's steaming hot buns and thin rice, sometimes it's delicious pancakes, and occasionally there are eggs, noodles, and other treats. Such a life can be cozy. Although he didn't have much money in his pocket, he was at least able to secure food and clothing, and more importantly, he didn't have to go down to the fields to do farm work. As expected, when Lin Hai was nearing the end of one of his cigarettes, someone brought him breakfast. The person who came to deliver the food was Lu Juhua, who was 3 years older than Lin Hai and a native of Sanjia village. But 3 years ago, it was married into the town, and she married a husband who was not only from the town, but had both parents in the family who were still public officials. The family's financial condition exceeds that of almost 99% of the people in the 3 villages. During this recent period, whenever Lu Juhua came back to her mother's house, she would send him some delicious food. Basically, when she buys a gift for her father, she also gives one to Lin Hai at the same time. After seeing Lu Juhua, Lin Hai compensated with a smiling face and stood up from the stool to greet him, saying, "Sister Chrysanthemum, why are you back again today?" Lu Juhua handed Lin Hai all the big bags she was carrying in her hand, then stretched out her slender fingers and poked Lin Hai in the head, saying, "You little heartless thing, I've missed you, haven't I?" Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and didn't reply as he surveyed these large bags Lu Juhua handed him. Inside were 2 red Taschen cigarettes and a couple bags of cookies, plus 2 bottles of Trigger Wells, plus a steaming hot meat bun with a side of soy milk. Lin Hai probably did some calculations in his mind, and with what he had on hand, he would have to spend at least several $100s to buy it. Looking at no one in the 4 corners of the room, Lu Juhua directly hugged Lin Hai's head and nibbled on it, then whispered in his ear, "Have you missed me in the meantime?" Lin Hai certainly coped well with this kind of thing, and not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not, he casually replied, I think about you every day, eating and thinking of you, dreaming of you, in short, thinking of you all the time." Hearing this, Lu Juhua immediately burst into laughter. Cluck, count on your kid's conscience, but you've got to show some real action. Chapter 5, Lu Erwa, the strong man. Hearing this, Lin Hai took a serious look at today's Lu Juhua. She was wearing a black women's suit with a white shirt, her dark hair was coiled up high, and although there was no makeup on her face, this woman had naturally good skin, and even without makeup, her cheeks were still very fair. The tight-fitting suit outlined her chiseled figure perfectly. Looking at Lu Juhua at this moment, the beauty is simply not too beautiful. This simply lit up Lin Hai's dog's eyes. Lin Hai carried the things inside his hand with one hand, and used his other hand to directly wrap his arm around her small waist, whispering in her ear, "And what kind of practical action does Chrysanthemum-san want me to use?" Lu Juhua leaned her body towards Lin Hai and said as she gently blew a breath on Lin Hai's face back, "Don't you know better than that? It's total outright molestation. Little master really doesn't deserve to be a man if he doesn't do anything. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get inside." The two men entered the cabin one after the other. As the day wore on, the loudspeaker inside the village blared. Hearing this trumpet, everyone inside the village knew that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning, because every day at this point in time, inside the loudspeaker will publicize some national policies and laws and regulations, which is also considered to popularize some legal knowledge to the villagers. For so many years, the villagers inside the village usually go out around 7 o'clock to work in the field for a while, and then go home at 9 o'clock for breakfast. So under normal circumstances, the vast majority of villagers would be at home between 9 o'clock and 9:30. The reason why Lu Juhua would come over at this point in time, she had also pinpointed this point in time, knowing that no one would bother them inside this point in time. However, when the honking stopped, it also meant that the time was 9:30. Lin Hai, however, had no intention of stopping, which made Lu Juhua anxious, because with the end of the trumpet sound, it also means that a lot of villagers will go out to work outside. And there will even be people who will come over to buy fish inside the fish pond at this point in time. This kind of thing would definitely not be an honorable thing to do if someone else saw it. So at this moment Lu Juhua was not only very anxious but also very nervous, only to be prodded. "Hi, can you hurry up?" What Lu Juhua was able to think of, Lin Hai naturally thought of as well, but for him to give up at this point in time, there was simply no such possibility. But no one wants to give up at a time like this. To be honest, he was still quite nervous in his heart. After all, because of things like this, he usually didn't have many fights with others in the village. That's without being caught red-handed at the scene, which would have been a very serious consequence. However, that's what gave him an extra thrill instead that he normally didn't have. He was both nervous and excited at this time. "What's the rush? If you're so selfish, don't come to me next time." Hearing him say that, Lu Juhua really didn't dare to rush. She was truly afraid that Lin Hai would never ignore her again. If that were to be the case, her life would lose a lot of joy. Lu Juhua was also very clear in her heart that no one could be so good to her except Lin Hai. That's why she's always been so fond of running to this cabin in Limhae. In the old days, if it wasn't for the opposition of her parents at home, she might have married Lin Hai as her wife. At 10 o'clock, as the two finished packing everything up, someone literally walked up to the cabin. Lu Juhua panicked and straightened her clothes, trying not to leave any traces. However, her expression still betrayed her quickly. Luckily, the people who came over this time were the most honest men within the village. Normally, he doesn't like to chew the cud at all, and can even be described as reticent. There were others inside the village who would refer to this man who came over at this time as a cutie. The man's name was Lu Erwa, and he was the kind of person that one would never forget after one look. Because this man, not only was his height the tallest in the 3 villages, but his weight was likewise the heaviest in the 3 villages, at 6'5" and 180-something pounds, the standard slugger type. Lu Erwa could be heard calling from a big distance. "Hi, did you leave me breakfast today? I'm so hungry I can't even walk." After seeing that it was Lu Erwa, both Lu Juhua and Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Juhua didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, there would definitely be others coming later. "Hi, split what I just brought into 2 parts. One you keep for yourself, and the other I'll send to my dad." If it wasn't for the fact that he was shy, Lin Hai really didn't want anything from a woman. But who asked to be poor? As the saying goes, people are poor. Lin Hai could only obediently do what Lu Juhua wanted. When Lu Juhua walked out of the doorway, she happened to meet Lu Erwa. Lu Erwa said with a heated smile, "Sister Chrysanthemum, you're bringing breakfast to Brother Hai again? You're so nice. You always bring Hai breakfast." Lu Juhua's face turned even redder as she hurriedly answered and left with a quickened pace. Lin Hai looked at her departing back. His heart was happy, and Lu Erwa didn't notice the difference at all. He walked into the house and couldn't wait to ask, "Hi, what's good today?" Lin Hai patted Lu Erwa's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Your parents didn't feed you enough again today?" As the words fell out of his mouth, Lin Hai took the 4 meat buns Lu Juhua had just bought for him and distributed 3 to Lu Erwa, leaving 1 for himself, because he knew that Lu Erwa's meal was fearfully large. Lu Erwa took the bun. Where did he care to answer Lin Hai's words, and wolfed it down and started eating it. While Lin Hai's 1 bun hadn't been finished, Lu Erwa's 3 buns had already been finished. and he was still licking the skin of his mouth there, obviously not full. Chapter 6, How Dare You Green Your Old Man? Lin Hai had also long since become accustomed to it, and didn't feel much surprise at Lu Erwa's actions, just pointing to the cookies on his table. He said, "There are cookies if you're not full. You don't have to be polite when you get to my place, just take whatever you see to eat." Naturally, Lu Erwa was not polite and picked up another pack of sandwich cookies from the table and took a big bite. After finishing the 2 packs of cookies, Lu Erwa was again scooping up half a basin of water from inside the bucket and drinking it all in one go. It was then that he smiled and said to Lin Hai, "Hai is the only one in this world who treats me the best. You're my own brother, and I wouldn't be a man if I frowned at whatever you asked me to do from now on." Lu Erwa must have been the second oldest in the family, and after his mother gave birth to him, she passed away when he was not yet a year old. Then his father got a new wife and gave him another half-brother and sister. Ever since his stepmother entered the house, she hadn't been too nice to Lu Erwa and his brother. In those first 2 years, they were beaten and scolded a lot, but at least they were able to eat. As he grew older, Lu Erwa ate more and more, almost twice or 3 times as much as his peers. In doing so, his stepmother became more and more critical of him, in his father's presence, and let him eat at the table. But, as long as he ate a great deal at a time, when his father was away, his stepmother would beat him and told him that if he dared to eat that much the next time, she would just kick him out of the house. Over time, every time on the table to eat, Lu Erwa his big brother to eat a few bowls of rice, he would only dare to bite a few bowls of rice. Even if you don't have enough to eat, you can only endure. For Lu Erwa, as long as there is any red and white wedding inside the village, that's the happiest day for him. At least he can have enough to eat. Inside his home, even on New Year's Day, he could never expect to have a full meal, especially when his 2 younger siblings grew up. His stepmother went even further, giving all 4 children the same amount of food to share after cooking every day. In this way, Lu Erwa and his brother definitely did not have enough to eat, but his 2 younger siblings, every time there were leftovers, and only if his siblings ate the leftovers did his stepmother let his brother and him eat. It's a given that children who grow up in such an environment will be malnourished, and most will be small and skinny, as if Lu Erwa's brother, that is as thin as a monkey, looks like as long as the wind is a little strong can blow it down. But this Lu Erwa, on the other hand, has always grown faster than his peers, and his body has never been stronger than his peers. After Lu Erwa's brother turned 19, he went to the next village to become a son-in-law. This is also finally out of the misery. However, Lu Erwa's life is getting tougher and tougher. Not only did the family not allow him to go to school, but they also made him do the heaviest work in the fields. Lu Erwa's physical condition is certainly a capable hand at work, but every time I work, I don't have enough food, and I slowly lose my strength. Maybe it was because growing up as a child in such an environment caused Lu Erwa to never like to talk. At a later point, someone even called him a cutie, and he didn't get mad, he just smiled indifferently. But it was because of this act of his that many people inside the village thought of him as a little cutie. Both men and women, young and old, would ask him to help with any heavy work. Lu Erwa was also very happy to do so, as this would at least allow him to have enough to eat. Although Lin Hai grew up without a father or mother, Lin Sanping, who adopted him, treated him as if he were his own. There is simply no such thing as a time when you don't have enough to eat. The two were just a year apart in age, and had sort of grown up playing together. But it was after Lin Sanping's death that the relationship between the two really became so ironic. And during that time Lin Hai, who was 13 years old, didn't even dare to live alone inside the hut. Lu Erwa then took the initiative to come over and live with him. And from that time on, Lin Hai communicated with him a lot and understood his situation. From then on, every time Lu Erwa came over to Lin Hai would give him something to eat. And over time, the relationship between the two became better and better. But whenever anyone inside the village dared to bully Lin Hai, Lu Erwa would definitely be the first to stand out and help. Of course, when someone bullied Lu Erwa, Lin Hai would go over to help. Lin Hai directly brought him a pack of cigarettes and threw them over, pounded his broad shoulders with his fist and said with a smile, "Say what about me? We're the best of brothers. We all take care of each other, that's a must." The two started chatting away as they gulped down the clouds inside the hut. Just as the two were chatting happily, 3 men suddenly came in the direction of their cabin. Lin Hai couldn't help but frown slightly after seeing the 3 people clearly. He was almost certain that the other party had come over to trouble him, because one of these 3 men was none other than Zhang Shueji's husband, and the other 2 men, both brothers of this man. Zhang Shueji's husband is similarly surnamed Wu, and his full name is Wu Hohat. After the 3 brothers walked next to the hut, Wu Hohat said with an aggressive voice, "Lin Hai, you dog, get the hell out of here. If what you've done is called personnel." Lin Hai's heart thumped. Didn't Zhang Shueji say that her husband was working abroad? Why are you here all of a sudden? And it still looked like he was raising an offense. Could it be that his relationship with Jiang Shueji was already known to him? This wasn't the first time Lin Hai had encountered such a thing. He stood up from his stool with feigned calmness and walked to the door and said, "Isn't this brother Hohat? I don't think I've offended you, right? Why are you so agitated?" Wu Hohat pointed at Lin Hai's nose and cursed. You. Lin Hai, you've cuckolded me and that hasn't even offended me. It seems that if I don't give you a little lesson today, you really think that I, Wu Hohat, am easy to bully. Lin Hai said nonchalantly. Look at you. How could I possibly do such a thing? Did you hear someone else chewing on you? Wu Hohat may really be very angry, but this kind of thing, any other man also angry. The whole village has spread the word. Is this still false? As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to make a move on Lin Hai. Just at this time, Lu Erwa, however, stood in front of Lin Hai and said with a grin, "Whoever dares to touch my brother Hai, I'll beat him to death today." When facing Lin Hai, although Wu Hohat was a bit weak, he at least dared to make a move. However, when facing this Lu Erwa, he simply didn't have the courage to strike. Chapter 7, To be green. You're not the only one, but having suffered such a great humiliation, it would be simply impossible to make Wu Hohat compromise just like that. No one else would do it. Wu Hohat angrily said to Lu Erwa, "Erwa-chan, it's none of your business. Get out of the way. I'll buy you roast duck later." Although Lu Erwa could be described as a bit of a glutton, his stance was firm, because he was very clear about one thing: the other people inside the village, no matter what they gave him to eat, were definitely begging for it. Only Lin Hai was the one who was genuinely good to him. Lu Erwa hemmed and hawed and said, "I say, brother Hohat, why are you so excited? There are so many older girls and daughters-in-law who gossiped with my brother Hai. Even if he did green you, it's not just you." Pust. Wu Hohat was almost so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Is that a human thing to say? Usually people in the village say you're a cutie. I can't imagine what you're saying is so damaging. It's not like he's green, so of course you don't care. Besides, can a guy like you find a wife? Lin Hai also said in a serious manner. Brother Hua, let's not talk about the fact that sister-in-law Shueji and I are that clean. Even if I do have something to do with her, you can't blame me for that. Haven't you heard the rumors in the village? Whose daughter-in-law is not close to me? That means whoever's daughter-in-law can't take it out of the house, so you should be honored. Besides, isn't it true that no one else inside the village has come after me? Wu Hohat was half dead with anger at his words. This little brute, simply not a human being. Not only did you green your old man, but you're even here to talk smack. If I don't beat you to the ground today, it's really hard to ease my heart's hatred. He could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and swung his fist around Lu Erwa to smash at Lin Hai. At this time, however, Wu Guihai's elder brother hurriedly pulled him back and said, "Lao San, don't be impulsive." What Lin Hai said has some truth to it. The big girls and little daughters-in-law inside this village are almost all spreading rumors with him. You have no proof of this. If the men in the village, if they all heard gossip like you and came to trouble him, then this Sanja village would have been in chaos long ago. Besides, things may not be as you think. As the saying goes, people are afraid of what they say. Some of the things you hear just fall on deaf ears. There's no need to be so serious. Lin Hai also said with a smile. See, it's still Big Brother who knows what's right. Let's not even talk about the fact that you can't beat me at all. And even if you could beat me up. Not only will people not stop this kind of public opinion tomorrow, but it will spread even further. That won't do you any good at all. Wu Hohat seriously think about it is also this reason. The main thing is that people say that catching an adulterer and catching a double. He really didn't have any proof either. So wouldn't he be even more humiliated if he made a scene like this? He glared fiercely at Lin Hai and said, "I hope there really isn't anything between you and my wife. If I catch evidence of that, I'm going to get you killed. I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from our family's Shueji in the future." Grass, are you talking like a human being? You can only blame your wife for this kind of thing, not me. Instead of telling me to stay away from her, it would be better to just tell her to stay away from me. You make it sound like I don't have any women around, but seeing as your wife is really nice, I won't bother with you. Lin Hai replied tongue-in-cheek. Don't worry. Sure. Wu Hohat could only leave in the end with a gray head. This brother and 3 people just left. Lu Erwa asked very gossipy. I say brother Hai, you wouldn't really have done something unseemly with sister-in-law Shueji, would you? Lin Hai didn't busy himself with answering his question, but instead asked in return. Erwa, I don't think you've touched a woman yet, have you? After pondering for a moment, Lu Erwa scratched his head and said, ever held a woman's hand? Does that count? Lin Hai was directly amused by him. Once he heard this, he was almost certain that the current Lu Erwa was still a virgin, but he was also very curious as to whose hand Lu Erwa had actually held. So said, "Count, who have you been holding hands with?" Lu Erwa said with a heated smile. "I'll tell Hai about this, but you mustn't tell anyone else." Lin Hai nodded. Lu Erwa lowered his voice and said, "I've held hands with both Trisha and I've hugged her." Pust. After hearing this, Lin Hai immediately burst into laughter. This Tsuehua Lin Hai certainly recognized, and was now only an 11-year-old girl. It would be all too normal to have a little sister like that around and walk as a big brother holding someone's hand when you go somewhere. Just a little girl like that. Is that a woman? It seems that this Lu Erwa is really somewhat funny. Hey, but it's sad to say, just a year younger than myself. I don't even know how many women I've been intimate with myself, and it's amazing that he hasn't even held a woman's hand. No, must find a chance to make him a real man. Otherwise, how could one be worthy of being his big brother? Lu Erwa, on the other hand, was slightly unhappy and said, "Hi, I told you my own secret and you laughed at me. You're just too much." Lin Hai patted his shoulder and said, "Erwa, just like Tsuehua, it's not called a woman, it's called a little girl." Lu Erwa asked in a cloudy voice, "And what does it take to be called a woman?" Lin Hai said in a serious tone, "At the very least, you have to have a lot of meat on your chest, and then your ass has to be nice and big to be called a woman." Hearing this, Lu Erwa's face instantly reddened like a ripe apple and stammered a bit. "Aren't those the sisters-in-law and sisters you're talking about? But if I go to take their hands, they'll surely scold me and even beat me up, so let's just forget it." Lin Hai really couldn't explain it clearly to him, so he had to say, "If that woman liked you, not only would she not beat you and scold you, but she would be very happy." Lu Erwa, really? Lin Hai, of course it's true. When has Hai ever lied to you? Lu Erwa looked a little embarrassed again, scratching his head again and said, "But Hai, how do I know a woman likes me?" Lin Hai had never been as speechless as he was now. With an emotional intelligence like Lu Erwa's, it's no wonder the people inside the village call him a little cutie. He pondered for a moment before explaining to Lu Erwa again. "If a woman keeps smiling at you, she likes you." Lu Erwa seemed to understand his words and nodded thoughtfully and said, "Aha, then from now on if I see a woman who keeps smiling at me, I'll go up and hold her hand." Lin Hai had a premonition that as far as Lu Erwa's meaning that this fellow understood right now, he might have to get into trouble one day. Chapter 8, What you fear is what you get. It's true that so many times what you fear comes back to you, just like Lin Hai on this day. Originally, in this recent period of time, the last person he wanted to run into was Gong Yu, but on the contrary, he ran into Gong Yueju again today, because today was the day the village's Wu Daju married his wife. At a time like this, Lin Hai definitely had to go and help, and this Wu Daju's home is next to Wu Huiji's home. Wu Huiji and Wu Daju, strictly speaking, that is still uncle and nephew. Wu Daju to get a wife such a significant matter. Wu Huiji, whether in the capacity of the village chief, or in the capacity of the uncle within the family, must have to go over to help. And in this day and age, the men who usually go to ask for marriage are basically the respected elders within the family. So today's Wu Huiji is the one to go to Wu Daju to ask for a marriage, as Wu Daju's wife's house is far away from Sanja village. Therefore, those who used to ask for marriage had to leave at 9 o'clock in the morning. But even if they left so early, by the time they got back to Sanja village it would be 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This means that from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Huiji was definitely not at home. As for Lin Hai, his usual relationship with Wu Daju was just average, and it wasn't like he had any relatives. So he presses on without having to help with the marriage. He was tasked with helping the kitchen with a little bit of cooking, and after breakfast, he had all the time in the world very free. Just at this time, Gong Yueju came over to find Lin Hai as if she had timed it right. Today's Gong Yuru wore a white dress, beautiful like a princess. It totally has the feel of, well, trying to steal the bride's thunder. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but who asked her to look so beautiful? No matter what the occasion, it will be the center of attention for men. After seeing Lin Hai, Gong Yuru immediately revealed a charming smile and said, "Xiao Hai, can Auntie San ask you for a favor?" People Gong Yuru made such a request in front of so many people. Lin Hai naturally had no reason to refuse. What's more, her husband is the mayor of the village. If you let you help a little help you won't help. Isn't it to make yourself uncomfortable? So Lin Hai replied without any hesitation. "Third aunt, look at what you're saying. It's definitely my honor to be able to help you, and third uncle. Why are you so polite when you can just ask for anything?" Hearing Lin Hai answer so dryly, the smile on Gong Yuru's face became even brighter. "It's really not that big of a deal. It's just that the shower inside the bathroom inside our house is broken. Your Uncle Sam has been busy for the past 2 days. He hasn't had time to get it done, and it's so hot. I'd feel sick if I didn't take a shower for a long time, so I thought I'd ask you to go and help look at it." Gong Yueju's words didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them. After all, in the entire Sanjia village, everyone knew that Lin Hai had some knowledge of water and electricity. After all, he was the youth who had stayed inside the village. Whenever this village of 3 families, any family builds a bungalow, he is sure to go over and help. Plus, he was young and had a better memory. And over time, he learned more or less everything, so he became the only person in the entire village of Sanjia who knew how to do plumbing and electrical repairs. That way, the rest of the world will basically have no extra thoughts. As for Lin Hai himself, although he knew that this Gong Yuru had asked herself to show her family the shower inside the bathroom, it was likely that her intentions were not pure. But since he had already agreed just now, it was always impossible for him to refuse. So, the two of them, Lin Hai and Gong Yuru, walked together in the direction of the only 4-story house inside the village. The sunlight poured down on the two, creating 2 long shadows. Lin Hai, who was walking behind Gong Yueju, looked at her small waist and, in looking at her high hips, and those long, slender legs, one couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His gaze was unconsciously drawn to it, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. But Lin Hai kept telling himself in his mind that he had to remain calm. This was the village chief's woman. There must be absolutely no nonsense. He took a deep breath and tried to dispel the distractions from his mind. However, when he looked up again, he realized that Gong Yueju was glancing back at him. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly in a wry smile before she turned her head back to continue walking. For some reason, Lin Hai felt that there seemed to be a provocative undertone in her eyes. He couldn't help but frown, speculating on what the woman wanted. It's definitely a leprechaun. Don't you know it's easy for people to commit crimes when you're like that? Lin Hai cursed in his heart. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to get his thoughts back on track, but he couldn't help but fantasize anyway. Well, not a moment's effort later, the two arrived inside the village chief's house. When walking into the living room on the 1st floor, Lin Hai's heart inevitably felt another wave of emotion. The living room inside the village head's house was at least 4 times the size of the hut by his fish pond. After looking at the tiles that gave off a slight sheen on the floor, and the white walls around them, and then at the large lamps that hung high inside the living room, Lin Hai estimated that he would never be able to live in such a big house in his life. Gong Yueju, however, appeared very calm and opened her mouth like it was nothing. Xiao Hai, the bathroom in my house is on the 2nd floor. There's no one else in the house at this time of the day other than me. So why don't you go up to the 2nd floor with me and take a look? What does this woman mean by that? Bringing a bloodthirsty man of her own inside her home. She actually told herself that there was no one else in the house. Could such a hint be any more obvious? But I'm definitely a real decent guy. Lin Hai took a deep breath, then followed Gong Yueju up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is decorated in a similar style to the 1st floor, but a little more refined. Gong Yueju led Lin Hai to the bathroom door and then opened it. The inside of the bathroom was lavishly decorated with white marble tiles on the floor and light blue tiles on the walls. Lin Hai looked at the bathroom and couldn't help but feel that this was the life of the rich. It's really a people person. Gong Yueju said to Lin Hai with a smile. Hi, take a look for me. How come that shower suddenly stopped dripping? Chapter 9, she definitely did it on purpose. Lin Hai walked into the bathroom after humming. When he walked into this bathroom, inevitably, there was another surprise. Normally, inside the bathroom there would be some odor, at least inside his perception. But the sanitary napkins inside Gong Yueju's house not only don't have any odor, but also come out with a light fragrance. At this time of the day, he couldn't be bothered to think more in that direction. Started walking over to the showerhead to check out what the hell was going on that all of a sudden the water wouldn't trickle. He first turned on the faucet for the hot water and found that the hot water came out normally, then looked at the cold water. Straight away there just wasn't any water coming out, and he walked over to the wash basin again to see if the cold water inside the wash basin was coming out. As a result, again, there was no water. This would indicate that something is definitely wrong with the cold water pipe. He searched inside the bathroom for a long time, and finally found a ball valve under the wash basin. And at this time the ball valve was in a closed state. After he turned the ball valve on, both the basin position and the shower began to dispense water normally. At this moment, an ominous thought flashed through Lin Hai's mind. How could Gong Yueju, who had lived here for several years, not know that there was a ball valve under the wash basin? The only explanation is that Gong Yueju deliberately let him come to Gong Yueju's house. If this were someone else, Lin Hai would definitely not hesitate to seize this rare opportunity. The reality, however, is that his heart is full of weakness and unease. He really didn't want to get himself in trouble. Just as he was deep in thought, Gong Yuru quietly appeared beside him and asked in a soft voice, Hi, are you done now? Lin Hai subconsciously turned his head and his gaze slowly fell on Gong Yuru, a glance that made it impossible for him to take his eyes off of her anymore. Even worse, Gong Yueju had actually moved a little closer to his position beside him again. Lin Hai couldn't stand it straight in his heart. At the moment, his heart was very torn, and two different voices were fiercely fighting in his head. A voice told him, "Run far, far away from this goblin, because this is a being you can't afford to mess with." Another voice told him instead, "This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, missed and never to be seen again. The other party is a far-famed beauty, and the other beauty is so proactive. Wouldn't you be an animal if you did nothing?" The two voices kept arguing in Lin Hai's mind, putting him in a dilemma. Just when he was having a hard time, Gong Yuru's mesmerizing voice rang in his ears again. "Hi, do I look pretty?" This question was a good one, so Lin Hai answered with almost no hesitation. "Drift. Beautiful. Non. Very beautiful," but probably because he was so nervous, he stuttered a little as he said it. Gong Yueju pouted. "In that case, why don't you look at me?" Lin Hai smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking what kind of logic was this. He thought helplessly, afraid that if he stared at her now, he would really make a mistake. After all, the woman in front of me was so beautiful and attractive. He felt his face burning as if he was being roasted by fire, and could only lower his head, not daring to look directly into Gong Yuru's eyes. "Hi, why are you shy like a little girl?" There was a hint of flirtation in Gong Yueju's tone, and a faint smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Lin Hai took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He told himself he must keep his wits about him and never get into a dangerous situation. "Aunt Sam, I'm just here to help fix the plumbing." His voice trembled slightly, seeming to reveal an inner nervousness. Gong Yueju smiled gently and approached Lin Hai with light steps. She gave off a charming aroma that made Lin Hai couldn't help but be intoxicated. "Of course I know that, but today in this house, just the two of us, don't you want to do something else?" Hearing this, Lin Hai became more and more nonchalant. He knew he had to stick to the bottom line, but his body was uncontrollably moving closer to Gong Yueju. Suddenly, Gong Yuru hugged Lin Hai, which caught Lin Hai off guard. Gong Yueju, however, hugged him tighter and tighter at this time. In that instant, Lin Hai's defense line completely collapsed. A strong urge surged through him to hold this woman close against all odds, so he reached out his arms and hugged her tightly, started kissing her back frantically, while picking her up in the process and walking quickly to the big bed in the bedroom. However, as he walked into the bedroom with the woman in his arms, he inadvertently looked up and saw a wedding picture hanging on the wall. The man in the photo is none other than the village chief, while the woman is Gong Yueju in front of her. This photo was like a blow to the head, instantly sobering Lin Hai up. His original impulsive mood instantly dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of remorse and guilt. He whispered as he carefully laid the woman on the bed, "Third aunt, we really can't do this." With that, he turned and hurried out of the room. Stumbling slightly, Lin Hai quickly walked out of Gong Yueju's house. His mood was incredibly complicated. On the one hand, he felt remorse for what had just happened. On the other hand, he was attracted to Gong Yueju's charm. At this time, all inside his head was Gong Yuru's sexy and hot look, especially after the two, just now, had an intimate contact. It made him truly appreciate the difference of this woman. There are no words to describe that feeling. Still, he tried to restrain himself from thinking about it, and he shouldn't, but that's how it is. The more you try to forget someone, the more often that person's figure pops into your mind. Chapter 10, It seems to be a sin to be too handsome. As a result, for most of the next day, Lin Hai's mind was always filled with Gong Yuru's knitted brows and smile. Not only that, for a long period of time afterward, Gong Yuru's voice and smile lingered in Lin Hai's brain like a shadow. Meanwhile, Gong Yuru, who was still staying in the room, was depressed to the core. She racked her brain but could not comprehend why just in that moment just now. The two had developed to that level of intimacy while Lin Hai had suddenly fled. She was convinced that Lin Hai had love in his heart for her. After all, in that very moment just now, Lin Hai's body was acting incredibly honest. Whenever she recalled this scene, Gong Yueju couldn't help but blush again, because Lin Hai's strong body was truly amazing, enough to make her mind wander. Gong Yueju secretly resolved in her heart, in order to their own happiness, no matter what she will not give up. She just couldn't believe that with her charm, she couldn't eventually make Lin Hai fold. During this next half day, Lin Hai of course spent it inside Wu Daju's house. The time was fast approaching 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the bride was about to enter the house. The village folks, all waiting to see the bride. Lin Hai also waited with the crowd to see the bride. Lin Hai stood in an inconspicuous corner at the back and heard the murmurs of the older men and women standing in front of him. Uncle said, "I wonder if this bride of Daju's today will meet Lin Hai's eyes." When he heard this, Lin Hai's heart stuttered. How is it that when someone else takes a bride, it's all about them? The older woman, however, said, "I think it's best not to be seen by Lin Hai, or else you'll have to get close to him again." And Daju is quite an honest boy. In case he gives birth to a baby later on, instead of being surnamed Wu, it became surnamed Lin. And that's where there's no place to cry. Lin Hai wondered in his heart, so his reputation was so bad. But it's no one's fault. They do handle some things inappropriately when they treat them. But at least he had his principles. He definitely does not mess with anyone under the age of 18. And he definitely does not mess with anyone over the age of 35. And then there's the most important thing of all, which is that if it's not a beautiful woman he's even less likely to mess with it. Of course, there were a few of these where everything met his above criteria and he still didn't mess with them. It's like today's Gong Yuezhu. Another example is those daughters-in-law of the Yang family, almost all of which meet his requirements. But he's never had a bad thought either. He had always thought that Uncle Yang had been kind to him, so he had shunned those sisters-in-law of the Yang family and kept them at a distance, accompanied by a burst of festive firecrackers. The large troop of people welcoming the bride slowly walked in through the gate. The time came in the late 90s, by which time some changes had taken place in the village of Sanjaya when it came to welcoming brides. The bride no longer wore the traditional big red cheongsam, nor did she wear a red head. Instead, like the groom, he wore a large, bright bouquet of red flowers on his chest and had a small, bright mirror on his chest. As for the clothes they wore, they were basically no different from the usual, only slightly modified to look more joyful. Today's bride, while not particularly beautiful, can be considered moderately so. Like the rising sun, it is not dazzling, but it is full of vitality and vigor. She and the groom, Wu Daju, stood together and looked like a perfect match. After the bride entered the door, there were two young daughters-in-law from the village, who came up to Lin Hai. One of them smiled badly and said, "Hi, is today's bride your favorite?" Who asks questions like that? This kind of thing, no matter if I have this kind of thought in my heart or not, it's not appropriate to answer in this kind of occasion. Lin Hai couldn't help but blush as his old face flushed and he scratched his head in some embarrassment, but soon returned to normal. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, and with a sly glint in his eyes, he said, "I say, Mrs. Chuanxiang, you're not complaining in your heart because you haven't dated me for a long time, are you?" In this way, the awkward one naturally became Haruka. Her face turned red all of a sudden, and her eyes were a little flustered, as if she had been caught in some secret. Although there is a little bit of ambiguity between the two, but after all, she had another woman with her. It would be strange not to be embarrassed by Lin Hai's words. Haruka's face flushed red. The mouth didn't know what to say. But the young woman standing beside Chuanxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her face broke into a wide grin, her eyes narrowing into slits as she laughed with a hint of flirtation, laughing for a while before saying, "Lin Hai, I think you kids are getting bold. If this momentum continues, you'll have to be driven out of Sanja village sooner or later." Lin Hai smiled and said, "The point is, do you give it up?" He winked after saying this. Lin Hai at this time was so handsome. Simply handsome. The two sisters-in-law could only run away, just in case something out of the ordinary is said by this kid again and the others find out about their relationship. That would be a shame. You know, there are so many people coming over to drink the wedding wine today. If people find out about their relationship with Lin Hai, how will they stand up in the village? When it was time for dinner, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, took a seat at the dining table. So many big old men see them, they avoid them. But one by one, these young, older girls and daughters-in-law made their way toward the side of their table. Soon, a table of 10 was full. Seeing the 8 other women who sat at the table with her for dinner, Lin Hai cursed in his heart. "Mom, these sisters do it on purpose, don't they? These 8 women, all very close to themselves. Once you guys sit here, aren't you pulling hate on me?" The worst part was that Gong Yueju had even joined in on the fun. And there was also sister-in-law Shueji and sister Juhua, 2 women who had gotten simply too close to themselves recently. "If one day I do get kicked out of the 3 villages, that's definitely thanks to you women." Lin Hai felt a lot of eyes that could kill coming from the surrounding area. These glances are of course from the families of these women. There was also some envy mixed in. Some of those who were able to pass such envious glances were the bachelors of the village, and the others, of course, were still the older girls and daughters-in-law. The bachelor was of course envious that Lin Hai could have so many beautiful women around him. Those big girls and small daughters-in-law were envious of the fact that these women could sit next to Lin Hai and eat. Lin Hai had to recognize a fact. It seems to be a sin to be too handsome. Chapter 11, Lin Hai's embarrassment. However, what was unexpected was that Gong Yuru actually walked straight to the seat opposite Lin Hai and sat down. In this way, Lin Hai could immediately see Gong Yuru's beautiful face as soon as he raised his head a little. At this moment, Gong Yuru was still wearing that brightly colored, fire-like dress, with an extremely tight design on the upper body, which perfectly displayed her delicate figure. Her white and delicate skin like sheep's fat and the fiery red skirt contrasted with each other, exuding an unspeakably charming charm. If Gong Yuru was allowed to stand with the bride at this time, there was no doubt that Gong Yuru would definitely steal all of the bride's elegance. When Lin Hai inadvertently glanced at Gong Yueju at this moment, Lin Hai couldn't help but be a million times more embarrassed. Today's Gong Yueju was dressed too sexy, so much so that later on, Lin Hai didn't even dare to look directly into Gong Yueju's eyes anymore. This was the first time Lin Hai had ever felt such a strong sense of embarrassment and nervousness when facing a woman. But at the same time, he couldn't help but want to sneak a peek at Gong Yuru. This one move of his, of course, caught the eye of several other women eating at the same table. Lu Erwa was the only one sitting quietly eating, and looked like he was enjoying himself immensely. Gong Yuru, however, acted like a person who was fine, taking small bites of the rice in her bowl. Her gaze would glance in Lin Hai's direction every now and then. However, Lin Hai and Gong Yuru's words and behavior were seen in the eyes of those women eating at the same table. The more I look at it, the more it seems wrong, but due to Gong Yuru's status, it was inconvenient for them to say something? Sister-in-law Shueji muttered in her mind. Xiao Hai, this brat, looks at Gong Yuru differently and still refuses to admit that he likes the other person. Bastard, you're playing with fire, okay? If the mayor finds out about this, you'll be in deep. In that case, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to see you again. Lu Juhua also said in her heart. Humph, good you Lin Hai, whose idea is it bad for you to hit? You just want to hit Gong Yuru's idea. Even though Gong Yuru is the most beautiful woman inside our village, you can't be so biased. Each of the 10 people eating at their table, with the exception of Lu Erwa, had their own thoughts. Under such an atmosphere, Lin Hai didn't even have enough to eat at this wedding banquet. After drinking just one bottle of beer and casually eating some food, Lin Hai couldn't wait to leave the groom Wudaju's house and walked quickly towards the hut that belonged to him by that fish pond. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai finally returned to the hut by the fish pond. However, at this moment, not only did he feel uncomfortable all over his body, but Gong Yuru's figure kept surfacing in his mind. Thinking back to Gong Yuru's charming and delicate figure, it made him inexplicably feel a little nervous. Even though he had seen many beautiful women before, none of them were comparable to Gong Yuru. The ones with her pretty body don't have her body, and the ones with her body don't have her pretty body. But this Gong Yueju is a complete package. In short, Gong Yueju is almost 360 degrees of perfect existence. What puzzles Lin Hai even more is why such a perfect woman ended up marrying the village chief, Wu Huizhi. Is it because Wu Huizhi is the village chief and his family has a little money, so he can have all the good things fall into his lap? So pissed off. The most difficult thing for him was that it was clear that Gong Yuru had thoughts about herself and that she was also interested in others. But it was in the way of both sides. Not only could he do nothing, he didn't even dare to look twice. Does it mean that the little guy always has to live inside the humble? The more Lin Hai thought about it, the more angry he became, and his mind was irritated. He simply no longer repressed himself, directly changed into a pair of loose pants, took his washcloth, ran to the fish pond, plop jumped into the water. This entry, the cold pond water instantly doused the fire in his heart, causing him to shiver. As he toweled off his body, he felt the coolness penetrate from his skin to his bone marrow, as if it washed away all his exhaustion and worries. For so many years, no matter in spring, summer, fall or winter, Lin Hai bathed in the fish pond to settle. The water of the fish pond in this season is at a moderate temperature. Soaking in it feels much more relaxing for the whole body. He stretched out in the water, enjoying the rare peace and comfort, and he finally put those jumbled thoughts behind him. Just as Lin Hai walked out of the fish pond, Lu Juhua unexpectedly came to that hut of Lin Hai's. At this time, Lu Juhua was still wearing the black female suit with a clean white shirt inside. Lin Hai noticed Lu Juhua's sexy and hot body from afar, which was undoubtedly one of Lu Juhua's most striking advantages. One had to admit that in the entire village, with the exception of Gong Yuru, all the other women would have trouble matching her. This caused Lin Hai, who had originally regained his composure, to once again experience waves within his heart. When he approached Lu Juhua, without half a word of unnecessary words, he directly pulled Lu Juhua into the hut. Lu Juhua said before she was about to leave, "Hi, I feel like I can't get away from you more and more." As the words fell, he even gave Lin Hai a kiss on the cheek. Lin Hai gave her a blank look and said, "Che, talk a good game. If that's the case, then you'll stay here tonight." For that matter, it could also well be considered a pain in the ass for Lin Hai, because every night, he had to lie alone on this cot. It somehow made him feel a little lonely and helpless. Chapter 12 Gong Yuru comes over to buy fish. Lu Juhua said with a face full of helplessness, "You think I don't want to? But if that's the case, then the whole village must know about this. My dad would have to break both my legs by then." and that family at my house, they're sure to beat me to death. For that matter, both men knew it by heart. So Lin Hai couldn't say anything. Lu Juhua continued. I told you to elope with me a long time ago, and you didn't have the guts to do it, but now you're blaming me instead. It wasn't as if Lin Hai hadn't considered this question, because Lu Tsuhua wasn't the only one who had said such words to him. There were other people who told him the same thing, but like him he was uneducated and had no skills. Leaving this Sanjia village, he was struggling to even feed himself, let alone bring a woman along with him, so he had been afraid to take that step. There was also the more important point that he was still a bit reluctant to let him live with these women for the rest of his life. At this time, he suddenly thought of Gong Yueju again. If Gong Yuelu said something like that to him, then would he want to? Lin Hai thought seriously for a moment, and felt sure that he would be willing, because if you can keep a woman like Gong Yueju for the rest of your life, what more could a husband ask for? Lu Juhua complained. Since you don't have the guts to do it yourself, don't mention it in the future. Also, I know you have thoughts about Auntie Yoru, but you mustn't really do it. Otherwise, as far as Village Chief Wu's character is concerned, he will definitely drive you out of Sanjia village. It'll even break your legs. This was something that Lin Hai knew better than anyone else. Not to mention that the village chief kicked him out of Sanjia village. Even if he wasn't allowed to manage this fish pond, then he wouldn't be able to survive in this Sanjia village. After all, he was the only one in the entire village who had neither his own house nor his own farmland. Because of this matter, Lin Hai actually had quite a big grudge against Wu Huiji. In the past, during village meetings, someone had also mentioned giving him a piece of land, but Wu Huiji had refused. The reason is that Lin Hai is not a native of Sanjia village, and he is the only one with the surname Lin in the entire Sanjia village, and all the people who were able to share the land were those who had lived in Sanjia village for generations. So he, Lin Hai, didn't have that qualification at all. If it weren't for that, it's unlikely that he wouldn't have been able to find a wife by now. Although there were many women who liked Lin Hai, the parents in the family would object. It's normal to think about it. Who would marry their daughter to a bachelor who has neither a house nor land? This could also be considered a sadness for Lin Hai. Lin Hai casually replied back. I know my place. Of course Lu Juhua didn't believe his bull *******, but since he had said so, he couldn't say anything more himself. My husband will be coming over on his motorcycle soon to pick me up, so I have to hurry. I'll be back to see you in a couple days. Lu Juhua stood up, straightened her clothes, and smiled her farewell to Lin Hai. Lin Hai nodded silently, looking at Lu Juhua's departing back. A faint sense of loss welled up in his heart. Though he was used to being alone, deep down he craved a companionship, but after so many years over, he had long gotten used to it. The only thing that had changed was that for the last few nights, Lin Hai had been dreaming. And you see Gong Yueju all the time when you're dreaming, and when you're dreaming, Gong Yueju is even more beautiful than she is in real life. And the two of them no longer had any scruples and came together very joyfully. Whenever he woke up from his dream, Lin Hai was again unspeakably lost. Life went on like this for a couple of days in peace, and it was another late afternoon as the sun was setting. The sunlight poured through the clouds and tinted the earth with a golden color. Lin Hai lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before slowly exhaling the smoke. He then made himself a cup of hot tea and sat down in a wooden chair, enjoying this rare moment of peace. The breeze rustled the leaves. Lin Hai sat quietly under the large trees surrounding the hut, taking in the peaceful atmosphere around him. At this moment, he felt incredibly relaxed and happy, as if all the pressure had left him. As the night drew on, Lin Hai waited quietly, his mood growing more and more pleasant. At some point, he couldn't help humming a light little song. Just then, a faint light came from the night. Immediately afterward, a light footstep reached his ears. Despite the distance and the darkness of the night, with his sharp intuition, Lin Hai immediately noticed that the person walking towards him was a woman. He was almost certain that this woman was none other than the Gong Yuru he had been thinking about day and night. Lin Hai's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and his inner thoughts became incredibly complicated. He was both eager to see Gong Yueju and afraid to face her. Such conflicting emotions were intertwined in his mind, leaving him in a deep tangle. This complex mindset had long since taken root in his heart and become a nuisance he couldn't get rid of. Lin Hai's eyes stayed fixed on the brighter and brighter point of light, and finally, he got a good look at the person's face. I'm sure it's Gong Yuelu. Tonight, Gong Yueju was wearing a simple white t-shirt with a pair of blue jeans. Even with such a plain outfit, she still couldn't hide her beauty. She was carrying a bucket in her hand, and it did look like she was coming to buy fish. With a faint smile on her face, she approached Lin Hai step by step, her eyes revealing a kind of gentleness and kindness. Lin Hai stood up in a bit of a panic, trying to hide the nervousness inside. Gong Yueju walked up to him and said softly, "Hi, I want to buy 2 fish from you then." My goodness, if you really want to buy fish, why don't you come during the daytime? It's so late in the day that I can catch fish though, but isn't that easy to misunderstand? Of course, Lin Hai's duty was to guard this fish pond and then sell these fish to the villagers who needed them. After all, that was Lin Hai's duty. When people Gong Yueju said they wanted to buy fish, it was always impossible for him to refuse. But it was the first time Lin Hai had encountered such a situation when someone came over to buy fish this late at night. Lin Hai said in a slightly nervous manner, "Okay, I'm going to get you some fish. You sit in the house for a while, 10 or 20 minutes at the most, and I'll have the fish up for you." Gong Yueju, however, shook her head and said, "I've never seen how a fish is fished, and I'd like to go with you to see if it's okay." There was a curious twinkle in her big, beautiful eyes that was impossible to resist. Lin Hai scratched his head, thinking what's there to see here, but he was too embarrassed to reject it outright. So, he nodded and led Gong Yueju to the fish pond. The night breeze blew gently, the water rippled, and the moonlight shed a silver glow, making the whole scene seem extraordinarily serene and mysterious. Chapter 13, Alternative Confessions. Lin Hai moved skillfully to spread the fishing net into the water, then waited patiently. Gong Yueju stood quietly, gazing at the lake with an expectant glint in her eyes. Time passed by, and Lin Hai began to close the net. The fish in the net jumped and glistened in the moonlight. "Wow! So many fish!" Gong Yueju exclaimed excitedly. Lin Hai smiled and pulled the fishing net onto the shore and put the fish into the bucket. "Is this enough?" Gong Yueju nodded vigorously and said, "That's enough. Hi, you're amazing." Taking advantage of this time, Lin Hai took the small fish inside the bucket and grabbed all of them and put them back inside the fish pond. The rest of the walleye were just 4, but they probably added up to 5 or 6 pounds. This much fish was definitely already enough for Gong Yueju's family to eat for a day. Just as Lin Hai wanted to reach out and pick up the bucket placed on the ground, Gong Yuru suddenly hugged Lin Hai from behind. Lin Hai's entire body was dumbfounded, especially when he smelled the faint fragrance of Gong Yuru's body. He only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Wasn't this exactly the scene he had been dreaming about every night for the last while? At this moment, Lin Hai felt as if his body was burning with flames, boiling hot. He knew that if he dared to turn around and hug this woman, then he could do whatever he wanted to this woman. But he couldn't do that, because he knew very well what consequences he would bring to himself if he did. The feeling pained him greatly, but he couldn't help it. There were several times when he was on the verge of restraining himself from wanting to turn and embrace her, but reason told him no, absolutely not. Really want to turn around and hug this woman tightly and start kissing her before doing something you want to do. However, reason told Lin Hai that he couldn't do that. If one really did this, it would definitely bring endless trouble to both oneself and this woman. And at this time Gong Yuru was likewise very nervous. Every time she faced this man, she could not hold herself. This further made Lin Hai unable to restrain the impulsive emotions in his heart, and he even felt that his body had begun to tremble. Gong Yueju stammered a little. Xiao, hi, I like you. I see you from time to time when I dream. Please don't reject me, okay? Lin Hai really wanted to say to her, I often see you even when I dream. I like you just as much. Yet, he couldn't say anything, nor was there any desire to break free of the woman's embrace. How Lin Hai at this moment wished that time would just stand still and stay in this second forever. Gong Yueju spoke again. I know that you must feel at this moment that I am a bad woman. It's obvious that you have a husband and you still want to think badly of you, but I can't really restrain myself. I don't dare to ask for too much. I only ask that you treat me like any other woman in the village. Enabling me to be your woman, even if it's just for a day, is enough to remember me for the rest of my life. Lin Hai was not a decent person in the first place. The reason why he was able to restrain his impulses in front of Gong Yuru, part of the reason, of course, was because of the scorn of the village chief, with a hint of gratitude towards him in it. But more than that, it was because, ever since he saw Gong Yuru, he had always regarded this woman as a goddess. He could have gone down on other women, but he thought it would be complete blasphemy against the goddess if he had anything against this woman. Therefore, no matter how much Gong Yuru hinted and took the initiative during this recent period, he didn't think in that direction. When he heard that the goddess of his heart was confessing to him, if he could still remain calm in his heart, then he would really have hit a ghost. Though their type of love is bound to fail to get the world's blessing. However, their feelings for each other are incredibly sincere and not at all false. One has to admit that their relationship, in a way, does have more of a lust component mixed in, but who dares to assert that this is not true love? Today's situation was a far cry from when Lin Hai had spent time with other women. When he spends happy hours with other women, it's purely a matter of each party fulfilling their own needs. As to whether or not those women harbored feelings for him, he had no way of knowing, but he had never given his heart and soul to any of them. At best, it's a perfunctory verbalization. It was at this moment that Lin Hai's inner defenses were finally breached, and he violently turned around, wrapped his backhand around the woman, and held her tightly in his arms. Then, he lowered his head and tenderly whispered in Gong Yuru's ear, "In fact, I like you just as much, but there's really no possibility between us." Gong Yuezhu said, "I know I'm not good enough for you, and you deserve a better woman than me, but I just couldn't help myself, and even preferred to take on the reputation of a bad woman and take the initiative to seduce you." Lin Hai reached out and covered her mouth and whispered, "You will always be the perfect woman in my mind, and I forbid you to call yourself a bad woman. Besides, if I had to say I don't deserve it, it would be me who doesn't deserve you, but that's not at all why I said it's impossible." What Gong Yuru said next was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Lin Hai's deepest, softest place hard. "As long as you don't mind that I'm already married and have a son, then I can get a divorce and follow you from now on." The words were as warm as a spring breeze, but with a hint of determination and firmness. Lin Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Gong Yuru, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He couldn't believe that the beautiful and gentle woman in front of him had said such heartwarming words. Only after a long time did Lin Hai come back to his senses, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Just don't tease me. How is this possible?" His voice was low and helpless, as if he were laughing at himself, because Lin Hai knew his situation well, and no one knew his situation better than he did. To put it bluntly, he's nothing more than a poor guy with good looks. Any woman who chooses to be with him is doomed to a life of happiness and fulfillment. Chapter 14, Stolen Fish. Marriage needs not only the nourishment of love, but also a solid material foundation to support it. If you have to run around every day to make a living, and even the basic problem of food and clothing is difficult to solve, then the so-called feelings are nothing more than a castle in the air. Nothingness. Moreover, over the years, Gong Yuezhu had married the village chief and had been enjoying a superior material life. It would be a stretch to get her to give up her present comforts and follow her to a life of hardship. Can she really adapt to a life like this? This is the cruel reality that there is always a huge gap between the ideal and the reality. However, even though Lin Hai understood all of this, his heart was still touched by Gong Yuezhu's sincerity. In that moment, he felt a warmth and comfort that he had never felt before. Though reason told him there could be no future between them, emotion made him resist the urge to try. Gong Yuezhu said very seriously, "What's impossible? To be honest, I got tired of living like this a long time ago. In the beginning, if it wasn't for my family forcing me, I wouldn't have been able to marry Wu Huiji. I've been married to him for a few years now, and on the surface it seems to outsiders that I've had a great life. Who knows that I cry every day? I'm still so young and I really don't want to live this dark life all the time. I am also a normal woman who needs not only material security in life, but also spiritual care and physical fulfillment from a man." Maybe that's the difference between a young woman and a teenage girl. You hear more shyness and reserve when you talk to a teenage girl again. And when it comes to talking about relationships with young women, it's more about reality in life. Lin Hai said, "But you have to realize that if you do divorce the village chief, if you're with me, there's no place for us in the whole village. For someone like me, it's difficult to leave this fish pond in Sanja village and be able to feed myself. So what will we live on in the future? And what about your son? What about your parents?" After hearing this, Gong Yuezhu fell silent. Yeah, these are things they will have to deal with if that day ever comes. If it was just her, then she really didn't mind wandering the world with Lin Hai. But what about her family? After hesitating for a while, Lin Hai had thought that Gong Yuru would know what to do. Who had thought that Gong Yuru would say again, "I'm sure we'll be able to support ourselves and our families if we're willing to work hard. We're all young now, so what's a little bit of suffering out there? As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to suffer no matter how much it makes me suffer." At this moment, Lin Hai was indescribably excited and moved inside, as if he had made up his mind. He nodded heavily and said, "Yes." Gong Yuru raised her head and said somewhat playfully, "So is it okay if I want to be your woman now?" Lin Hai had already been unable to hold back the fire in his heart long ago. After hearing these words, without any hesitation, he lowered his head and fiercely kissed Gong Yuru's delicate red lips. Both felt their entire bodies shaking as their tongues collided into one another. The feeling was too subtle, as if an electric current stimulated the whole body, making it hard to resist. Even Lin Hai, who was extremely good with women, had never experienced such a marvelous feeling on another woman. Lin Hai gently placed his broad palms on Gong Yuezhu's plump buttocks, the soft and elastic touch making him mesmerized and unable to stop. The passion between the two of them was about to get out of control as it was burning like dry wood. However, at that moment, the other side of the fish pond came a thud, followed by two consecutive sounds. Lin Hai, who was immersed in his passion, was instantly pulled back to reality by this sudden voice. He knew very well in his heart that at this point in time, such a sound in the fish pond must be an uninvited guest coming to steal fish. While it's not a big deal to have your fish stolen, if someone else finds out what they're doing at the moment, I am afraid that it will cause an uproar and may even lead to a disaster. The two quickly separated and hastily organized their clothing. It's that one son of Asen with no S that chooses to come over and steal fish at this time of year. You ruined it for the little lord. If you really want fish, why don't you just come here during the day and give you 2 of them? Why ruin my day? Lin Hai cursed in his heart for a while, cursing the other party's ancestors for 18 generations. Then softly said to Gong Yueju, someone came by to steal some fish. I'll go check it out. You go home first. You shouldn't be afraid if you go straight to the main road, should you? It was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Hai was really worried about Gong Yuru going home alone. Although the moonlight on this night wasn't considered too bright, Lin Hai still saw the flushing that hadn't faded from Gong Yueju's face. It looked even more dainty, and it was even more stifling in the heart. If it wasn't for that coming over and stealing fish, he could be high as a kite himself at this point. How could Gong Yuru not feel the same way? But since someone had come over to steal the fish, she definitely couldn't continue to stay here. Even if he was going to divorce the village head Wu Huiji, he was not currently divorced, and it was definitely not okay for this kind of thing to be bumped into. So, Gong Yueju said softly, I can do it alone. Later you go over there and be careful. Just drive the people away. Don't start a fight with each other. Hearing this, Lin Hai's heart warmed. This feeling of being cared for was so good. He hadn't realized how long it had been since anyone had cared about him like this. Couldn't help but give another kiss to Gong Yueju's cheeks before saying, don't worry, I know what to do. Be careful on your way alone. Although Gong Yuru was a little reluctant to part with Lin Hai, she could only leave in a hurry for fear of being seen by the fish stealers. Lin Hai, who had been disturbed from his good deed, would definitely not let this fish thief go. He picked up a wooden stick about a meter long and almost as thick as his fist from the ground and quietly approached the fish pond, where he saw 3 men fishing for fish with nets. He recognized one of them as Wu Dachuan from the village, a kid who didn't usually do a lot of stealing from chickens and dogs, but considering that he was Wu Huiji's nephew, and that this kid was properly the lapdog of village chief Wu, so many people inside the village had their things stolen and dared not speak out. The vast majority have chosen to turn a blind eye. The other 2, both cousins of Wu Dachuan, were almost the same as him. Lin Hai was known throughout the entire Sanjia village as a capable fighter, so he wasn't afraid of his opponent. What's more, at this moment, in his own hand, he was holding a wooden stick that was more than a meter long. Lin Hai decided to catch these people and teach them a lesson. Chapter 15, Violently beating the 3 nephews of the village headman. Lin Hai picked up a few fist-sized rocks from the edge of the fish pond and, as if they were cannonballs, threw them directly towards where the 3 people were. Throwing stones could also be considered one of Lin Hai's best skills, as he would use stones to hit fish at the fish pond every day since he was 6 or 7 years old. After these 10 years of practice, the technique is now very precise. So many times, standing at the edge of a fish pond, I was able to accurately knock over the fish inside the pond on the spot, so the few rocks he threw out now hit all 3 of them with pinpoint accuracy. Of course, he was very measured when he struck, and didn't strike at his opponent's vitals. Such a big rock, if it hit the other party's vitals, the consequences of this would be unimaginable if something happened. You might even go to jail. Lin Hai certainly wasn't that stupid. Puff, 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 as the 3 stones fell into the fish pond. 3 ouch sounds were heard. Needless to say, all 3 were stoned by 3 rocks, though some of the force had been removed from the stone as it fell into the water. But a rock that big, hitting your body, that hurts. Wu Dachuan and the 3 of them looked towards the direction where the stone was thrown almost simultaneously. After Wu Dachuan saw clearly that it was Lin Hai who had thrown the stone, not only did he not feel any weakness, instead, he cracked. You, Lin Hai, you dog, how dare you hit me with a rock? If anything happens to me, can you afford it? Just you wait, I'll come up and clean you up now. What the do you mean? I am the guardian of this fish pond. You come to this fish pond to steal fish, caught by little master. Surprisingly, there is no panic or weakness, but he just cursed me. Is there any law in this world? Lin Hai didn't have any nonsense and picked up a stone and threw it towards Wu Dachuan once again. This time the stone just happened to hit Wu Dachuan's thigh. Egu, Lin Hai, I have to beat you to death today. The 3 brothers, who didn't even want the fishing nets in their own hands, went in the direction of the fish pond as fast as they could. Looking at them, they really wanted to beat up Lin Hai severely. Lin Hai said indifferently, you son of a you came inside the fish pond to steal fish. I'm responsible for guarding this fish pond. Shouldn't I beat you? Lin Hai also had no intention of trying to escape as he waited for the 3 people to come out from inside the fish pond, but he had it in his mind that as soon as the 3 of them came to his side, He himself took advantage of the fact that the three of them had no defense, and swung the wooden stick in his hand to beat them violently. As far as Wu Dachuan and his three brothers were concerned, Lin Hai definitely dared to fight them even with his bare hands. What's more, at this moment, he still had such a wooden stick in his hand, so he didn't take these three people seriously at all. These three men were wearing big pants and slippers in order to come over and steal the fish. Once they stepped out from inside the fish pond, the three men surrounded towards Lin Hai. Wu Dachuan cursed with his mouth like an angry bull. "You little bastard, you try a wild one now?" Wu Dachuan's cousin also arrogantly clamored. "Grass, in Sanjia village, you dare to hit us? I think you don't want to hang out in Sanjia village anymore." Wu Dachuan and his three brothers rubbed their fists and walked towards the direction of Lin Hai like hungry wolves. The moonlight wasn't too bright in the first place, plus Lin Hai had hidden that wooden stick behind himself, so these three brothers and sisters didn't even know that Lin Hai had a dick in his hand. When they were less than 2 meters away from Lin Hai suddenly swung his wooden stick, like a tiger pouncing on the shoulder of Wu Dachuan, who was rushing at the front, and smashed it. Wu Dachuan was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, he had already received a heavy blow on his shoulder. It hurt so much that he bared his teeth, and while that was happening, Lin Hai kicked at him. Bang! There was no suspense. The kick sent him straight to the ground. After kicking him to the ground, Lin Hai waved his wooden stick like a ferocious lion and struck at Wu Dachuan's cousin's knee. Bang! Wu Dachuan's cousin, likewise, was slammed to the ground with a stick. Seeing their two cousins fall, their cousin man got a little scared and turned to run. Lin Hai could not let him have his way. Quickly taking a few steps forward, like a cheetah, he struck him on the back with a stick, knocking him to the ground. "Say, how do you settle this matter of you guys coming over to steal fish?" Lin Hai held a wooden stick and looked at them condescendingly. Wu Dachuan and the three of their brothers, at this time, all let out groans of pain from their mouths at the same time. After hearing this from him, the anger in his heart grew. "You have beaten us three like this. See, you mean you don't want to stop?" Wu Dachuan roared. "You little pussy, you beat up three of our brothers like this. What more do you want to say? If you have the guts, get me killed, or else I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Sanjia village." Lin Hai, of course, wouldn't spoil him and walked up to him, grabbing him by the collar and firing left and right at his face. Snap, pop. "You came over to steal fish inside the fish pond. What's wrong with me beating you? It's deserved to be killed. If you don't pay for the damage inside our fish pond today, I'll report this to the village chief tomorrow." Wu Dachuan said with great disdain. "Are you really stupid or not? The village chief is my third uncle. What can you do if you tell him about this? It's hard to believe that he would not help me, his own nephew, but instead help you. A little bastard." Lin Hai hates being called a little bastard because he has been fatherless and motherless since he was a child. Every time someone calls him a little bastard, he doesn't hesitate to get into a fight with them. At this moment, the words little bastard popped out of Wu Dachuan's mouth, so Lin Hai naturally wouldn't be polite with him. He directly clenched his own fist and slammed it hard against Wu Dachuan's belly. "Egu, you, what the hell do you want?" Wu Dachuan was in so much pain that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and said, "For the last month, the pond has been losing fish inside, counting at least hundreds of pounds. That's going to cost hundreds of dollars, and as long as you three pay that back, then I'll pretend that nothing happened tonight." What's the difference between that and robbing someone? As soon as Wu Dachuan's cousin heard this, he immediately became reluctant, not caring about the pain in his body. "What do you think? Do you think it's possible? Anyway, I'm not going to pay out a dime, so do what you like," Wu Dachuan's cousin also said. "And we're just interested enough tonight to come over and fish. It's never usually here, so why should we have to pay out so much money?" It's no wonder these two brothers were so excited. A couple $100 was definitely a lot of money in the late 90s. Chapter 16. Lin Hai, who was a bit of a puddle. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? If that's true, then when the next village meeting is held, I'll tell what happened today at the meeting. Let's see if your uncle, the village headman, will bail you out when the time comes." Sanjia village is a very large village. The reason why it was named Sanjia village, it was because, inside this village there were a total of 3 big family names. One was Lu, one was Wu, and the other was Yang. It can be said that almost 100 of the 100 or so people in the entire village of Sanjia are from these 3 family names. Even though Wu Huiji was the village chief, he couldn't possibly cover everything with one hand, and it's been spelled out in previous meetings when the village meets. This is a serious rule, and if anyone dares to come to the fish pond and steal fish, there will be serious consequences. Not only do you have to accept 5 times the financial penalty, but you are also liable for all the missing fish from the previous pond. In this way, the matter will be a big deal. Even if Luo Huiji wants to keep these 3 people, It will be difficult. No matter which family it was, they would be unhappy about this kind of thing. After all, it was about the common interests of everyone. This fish pond is funded by the village to buy fish fry, and there are people to look after it. Anyone in the village who wants to eat fish has to pay for it, and the money goes to the village in the end. That's why this fish pond is also one of the important economic sources for the 3 villages. The fish ponds are about 3 or 4 acres in size and produce very well each year. Not only does the village meet its own needs, but villagers from several surrounding villages also come here to buy fish. At the end of the 1990s, the economy was developing rapidly, but people's living standards had not yet fully improved. However, in this period of time, the income of a fish pond in a year is definitely more than $100,000, which is not a small amount of money. That's a lot of money for those ordinary families. With a family of 4, each family can get hundreds or even thousands of dollars a year in dividends, which is not a small amount of money. And Lin Hai and Lin Sanping, the 2 fish pond guardians, they had to live a simple life even though they kept so many fish every day. After all, the village is shrewd. Every year the village bought how many fish fry, and how many fish can produce. Everyone's heart is as clear as a mirror. Therefore, it was a fool's errand for Lin Hai and Lin Sanping to try to reap benefits from this. However, sometimes, when some people who were particularly close to Lin Hai and Lin Sanping came to buy fish, they would still generously give 1 or 2 as a token of their appreciation. And they usually get to taste it and satisfy their cravings. As for the rest, well, don't be delusional. Wu Dachuan and the 3 of their cousins couldn't help but change their faces after hearing Lin Hai's words. If that's the case, not only do they have to lose money, and it could also bring their village chief uncle down because of this. If things really came to this, their 3rd uncle would definitely beat them to death. At the same time, the 3 cousins understood one thing. Lin Hai, this little pussy brat, don't look at the age of less than 20 years old. The heart is called as sinister. Looking at this situation tonight, the 3 of them not only took a beating for nothing, and I'm afraid this won't end well if I don't give this kid a little advantage. Wu Dachuan's brain was more rounded, and at this time, he was the first to start softening and said, Brother Xiao Hai, we've all raised our heads but not seen each other. Do you think you can make this easier tonight? As long as you make it easy for us tonight, we'll be brothers from now on. We'll make sure my uncle looks after you. Of course Lin Hai wouldn't eat this from him and shook his head, saying, asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't give me close? I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I'm not that easy to fool. Either pay up, or I'll take this to the meeting. Wu Dachuan's cousin said, Hi, where are you telling us to get that much money? Being a brother apologizes to you, so please spare us this time. Wu Dachuan's cousin also said, Hi, we really don't have that much money. Just do us a favor and spare us this time. Seeing that the 3 brothers all started begging for mercy, Lin Hai pretended to be in a difficult situation and scratched his head before saying, This is quite difficult for me. If people know that I let you guys go on purpose, all the responsibility will be on me. Besides, releasing you guys won't do me any good. I shouldn't be able to do such thankless things. Wu Dachuan finally heard. This kid clearly want to favor fee. Is that even a person? Could you eat any worse? Although the heart is very angry, but it is not good to attack, can only accompany a smiling face said, Brother Xiao Hai, why don't the 3 of us buy you a cigarette tomorrow and let this go? How about that? Lin Hai hurriedly waved his hand and said, I say, Dachuan, what do you mean by that? If people find out I took your cigarettes, they'll poke me in the back. What are you pretending here? Obviously, they just think the benefits are too little and don't know enough. I can't believe you're still talking about the righteousness of this place. What a hypocrite. Wu Dachuan glared and said without a trace of anger, Hi, don't beat around the bush. Just tell me straight, how much does it really take to get you to rot this in your belly? Lin Hai was happy in his heart, secretly pondering, Hey, this Wu Dachuan is quite on the road. It seems that being a lapdog with Wu Huiji isn't for nothing. Lin Hai replied slowly with a wry smile on his face. No more, no less, $500. As long as you're willing to pay $500, then I'll carry this thing for you. When Wu Dachuan heard this, he almost didn't spit out blood in anger. $500 was not a small amount of money for them, especially for Wu Dachuan. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You asshole, how dare you ask for a lion's share? $500. You think we're flush with cash? You might as well just rob it. Those who work outside the home may not be able to earn $500 even after working hard for 2 months. And for you, Lin Hai, to try to get this money easily by just moving your mouth is just a daydream. Wu Dachuan once again held back the anger in his heart and said, Hi, don't you think $500 is a bit too much? Where can ordinary people like us come up with that kind of money? Why don't you see if you can get a little less? What do I think about $100? Lin Hai knew very well in his heart that it was really difficult for people at the bottom like them to come up with $500. Just now, when he proposed this figure, he actually wanted to test their reaction. In fact, the bottom line in his heart was $300. Chapter 17, Terrible Gossip. If the other party was willing to pay this amount, the matter would be settled and the $300 would naturally go into his pocket. After all, the three didn't really steal the fish, and he didn't even have to turn that money in. However, $100 was a far cry from the $300 he expected, so he responded angrily, "Do you think I'm 3 years old? What a joke. $100 is definitely not good enough. At least $400. After a round of intense bargaining, the two sides finally reached a compromise and sold for $200. It wasn't that Lin Hai wanted to give in, but these three people just couldn't come up with more money. This $200, or they are on the body and in the bag all the spare change after all the hard to get together. There was not a single one of these $200, not to mention a $100 bill, not even a $50 bill. The largest denomination was just $20. The smallest denomination was $5. As for those $1 and $2, Lin Hai didn't want them. With a crying face, the three Wudachuan brothers picked up the fish nets they had placed inside the fish pond and left this fish pond. These three brothers, this evening in the heart that is called a stifled. I was going to come over and steal some fish and take them to town tomorrow to sell them and earn myself a little pocket money. As a result, not only did he fail to steal the fish, but he also took all the money he had on him. What was even more infuriating than that was that the three of them had been given a fat beating by Lin Hai. In their hearts, all three of them cursed Lin Hai's ancestors. At the same time, he also swore in his heart that he would find a chance to take revenge on Lin Hai in the future. This little is so annoying. He's not the kind of guy who pits people like this. Wu Dachuan's cousin left the fish pond and went straight back home. Tonight's bad idea was made by Wu Dachuan. So these two brothers had more or less the same opinion of Wu Dachuan. It's just that we're all cousins and it's not like we're going to tear ourselves apart. One can only go back to one's home with a belly full of aggravation. Along the way, the more Wu Dachuan thought about it, the more angry he became. When had he ever been so aggrieved in this village of three families? You know, he was the most loyal lapdog of his village chief's third uncle. Now that you've been so wronged, you definitely have to go to the village chief. Of course he couldn't tell the village chief about this kind of thing, but he could think of other ways to clean up Lin Hai. After he reached out and knocked on the big iron door of the village chief's house, a very melodious woman's voice came out from inside. Coming. After the gate opened, Gong Yuru's silhouette instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Dachuan, what's the matter with coming over so late? For his third aunt, who was a beautiful woman, Wu Dachuan not only did not dare to have any crooked thoughts, he did not even dare to look at her twice. This first reason, of course, was because of morality and ethics, and there was another reason. He was jealous of his third uncle from the bottom of his heart. Wu Dachuan replied, "Third aunt, is my third uncle not back yet?" Gong Yueju, not yet. I don't know what he's been busy with out there all day. He's not even home at this hour. Since his third uncle wasn't there, then Wu Dachuan didn't want to make any more stops and turned around to leave. But the moment he turned around, he was surprised to see inside the yard, inside the bucket near the faucet, there were a few live fish. He had just come to the village headman's house before he went over to the fish pond to steal fish. Gong Yueju was not at home at the time, and there were no live fish around the faucet. However, when he came over again, there were surprisingly a few more live fish in the area. This means that these fish were carried back from outside by Gong Yueju during this process of him going to steal the fish. And when they went over to steal the fish, they looked inside that hut in Lin Hai, and there was no one inside at all. Could it be that at that point in time Lin Hai, the brat, was in a piece with his third aunt, fishing for fish in another corner of the fish pond? If that's the case, then this is definitely unusual. If Auntie 3 wants to buy fish, can't she go during the day? Why did you have to go over there in the middle of the night? When he then recalled the gossip inside the village, all the young women in the entire Sanjia village, as long as they were looked upon by Lin Hai, they were all absolutely close to him. A bold thought crossed his mind as he thought about it. Could it be that one's third aunt, too, is having an affair with Lin Hai? If that was the case, then Lin Hai was definitely dead. But it was all just a guess on his part. He didn't have any evidence at all. And if he told that to his Uncle Sam, the village headman, might not believe it and might even get annoyed and beat him up. So at this moment, Wu Dachuan is calculating in his mind, in the end, how to find the exact evidence. After all, it was the only way he could avenge tonight. Wu Dachuan said without moving. Oh, in that case, then I'll come back tomorrow to look for third uncle. Third auntie, take an early rest. As the words fell, Wu Dachuan turned around and left his third uncle's house. His family lives in an old house. That is, the kind of earth and wood structure of the tiled house, from his third uncle's family's new house, a few minutes away from the center of the distance. As he was walking towards his house, he suddenly heard two women talking from up ahead. One of the women said, "Chuan Xian, you saw everything on the day of Daju's wedding, didn't you? That Aunt Sakura and Xiao Hai have been eyeballing each other. And I also heard that one day when Shueji went over to look for Xiao Hai, she happened to run into Aunt Yuru inside Xiao Hai's hut. You don't think Xiao Hai really hooked up with Aunt Yuru, do you?" Haruka replied. "I think there's something wrong with these two as well. One is the most beautiful woman inside our village. The other was the most handsome man inside our village. And it was only natural that these two would get together. But if that's the case, that Lin Hai kid won't be able to stay in Sanjia village in the future." The woman who spoke before said, "What? You can't let go of Xiao Hai?" Haruka said unapologetically. "Of course I can't give it up, can't you?" Wu Dachuan did not continue to listen to the latter words, but his heart had long since flown to the skies, and he was too excited to hold himself. He was secretly glad that he had heard the news. If it was as those women had said, then Lin Hai was absolutely finished. Just thinking about it, Wu Dachuan couldn't help but burst out laughing, for he knew well that his village chief, Uncle Sam, was a very suspicious man. As long as he was made aware of the rumors coming out of these women's mouths, Lin Hai would inevitably be screwed over. A smug smile unconsciously appeared on Wu Dachuan's face as he cursed in his heart. "Lin Hai, you little bastard, how dare you cheat me out of my money? Let's see if I don't kill you this time." At this time, the more Wu Dachuan thought about it, the more excited he became, and all kinds of images kept floating in his mind, especially when he imagined his village chief Uncle San leading the crowd to teach Lin Hai a lesson. His heart was filled with pleasure. Chapter 18, Cutting Off Lin Hai's Livelihood. And at this moment, Lin Hai, of course, would have no idea about all of this. He was sitting alone inside his cabin, opened a bottle of beer, and began to sip. Tonight though, he was spoiled by Wu Dachuan and the others, but at least they extorted $200 from Wu Dachuan and the three of them. It balanced his mood a little. $200 is no longer a small amount. In his impression, there are so many people who go out to work outside and get paid $200-300 a month with food and lodging. He had gotten $200 this easy, so naturally he wasn't in a bad mood. For Wu Dachuan and his three brothers, they might take revenge on themselves because of this matter. He was not scared at all, because he knew very well that just the piss-poor nature of these three people would definitely not dare to make a big deal out of it. What's more, if it really made a big deal out of it, the ones who would suffer would be these three people, not possibly him. When the time comes, all he has to do is say that the $200 he got is also for confiscation, and no one can do anything to him. After all, this fish pond only pays its bills once a month. He can say whatever he wants until the bill is paid. However, what he didn't know was that because of the various accidents this evening, Wu Dachuan had already begun to suspect him and Gong Yueju. This matter was definitely a time bomb for Lin Hai. It was also because of this incident that completely and utterly changed Lin Hai's fate. 3 days later, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the radio inside the village notified all the villagers to come to the meeting inside the public house at 12 noon, and the radio made it very clear that every household must send at least one representative. Lin Hai, who heard the broadcast, didn't think much of it, because things like this happened at least once a month, so of course it seemed to be true. Lin Hai, who had eaten breakfast, wore a pair of big floral pants with a white t-shirt, stepped on a pair of flip-flops under his feet, and walked in the direction of the public housing with a cigarette in his mouth. When he entered the public room, at least 100 people had gathered inside. In other words, a large portion of the families in the three villages had sent representatives to arrive at the public house. The first thing he encountered when he walked into the public room was Wu Dachuan. Wu Dachuan said in a conspiratorial manner after seeing him, "Hi, are you still eating well and sleeping well these past 2 days?" Lin Hai said in disbelief, "Thanks for asking, that's a must." There was a grin after that. Wu Dachuan let out a cold laugh and said, "Oh, I hope you'll still be able to laugh after the meeting." Lin Hai, ******, psycho. After saying that, he ignored Wu Dachuan again and found a seat. When he sat down, more people arrived one after another. 10 minutes later, almost 200 people had gathered inside the public room. This also meant that all the families in the entire village of Sanjia sent representatives. The village head, Wu Huizhi, began to speak after seeing that the people had almost arrived. "I have called you all here today because I have an announcement to make to you. Yesterday, when I went to the town for a meeting, I was notified that starting tomorrow, all the fish ponds inside the villages will no longer be in public ownership but will become contracted. In order to respond to the call from above, our three villages should of course set an example. So, the fish ponds inside our village will be contracted out to individuals starting tomorrow. The annual contracting fee is $60. 000. Anyone here who is willing to contract can say so directly in front of the crowd. Of course, one precondition is that a year's contracting fee must be paid up front. After hearing these words, Lin Hai's entire body was as cold and piercing as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. As if the blood in his entire body had been frozen into ice. And his body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the village chief and the villagers. His heart filled with despair and helplessness. He couldn't accept this because it meant that he would lose the job that he relied on for his livelihood and he might even be deprived of a place to live. If the fish ponds were really contracted out, he, as the fish pond guardian, would be completely unemployed and his life would be in dire straits. After all, he did not own the hut next to the fish pond, but the village had built it collectively and the land belonged to the collective. Once someone else contracts the fish pond, he will lose this place of rest. In this village of 3 families, Lin Hai has neither land nor houses of his own, and now he is being pushed to the brink of extinction. If the annual contracting fee would allow him to close the books at the end of the year, perhaps there was a chance he could try to lease the pond and continue to guard it. However, the requirement to pay a year's contracting fee up front now has left him at his wit's end. You know, that's a whole $60,000. Not to mention him, Lin Hai. Even if it was the other villagers of the 3 villages, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could come up with so much money at once. Lin Hai was almost certain that this was definitely a conspiracy against him. However, he felt powerless to take any action or make any statement. After all, what the other party mentioned was a policy issue. So what could he do? The other villagers of the 3 villages naturally know this well. Most of them had their eyes focused on Lin Hai. The eyes of these people were unusually complicated. Some expressed regret for Lin Hai, others were angry for him, and still others sympathized with his ordeal. Of course, there was also a part of the crowd that had a gloating look in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Hai finally understood the meaning of what Wu Dachuan had said earlier. Apparently, Wu Dachuan had learned of this long ago. The villagers looked at each other, but no one wanted to speak. A murmur of voices then began to emanate from the public room. Someone said, "Isn't this driving Lin Hai to his death?" Then someone else said, "Isn't that so? For so many years, whether it's Lin Hai or his father, Lin Sanping, with no house or land inside the village, the only source of livelihood is by guarding the fish ponds." Followed by another sigh. "As far as our entire village is concerned, I'm afraid no one other than the village chief's family can come up with $60,000 in one go." After the crowd had talked for a long time, Wu Huiji continued to speak. "Gentlemen, is there anyone who would like to contract this rain pond?" The 200 people present. No one opened their mouths to say a word. Not that they do not have such ideas, but they all cannot take out so much money. Suddenly, Wu Dachuan stood up and said, "I'll contract this fish pond if no one else does." Boom! Wu Dachuan's words shocked almost everyone present, because there was no one inside the entire village who didn't know about this Wu Dachuan. Not to mention asking him to take $60,000 at once. Even if he was asked to take $6,000, he simply couldn't do it. Chapter 19, The Plot of the Village Chief's Uncle and Nephews. However, when the crowd thought hard about it, they immediately understood what was going on. This Wu Dachuan is just a puppet of Wu Huiji. It's still Wu Huiji who's really behind the money. It just got in the way for a variety of reasons that made him unsuitable for direct contracting himself. After figuring this out, Lin Hai's heart sank. That's really good math. Not only can you push yourself to the brink, but you can also make Wu Huiji tens of thousands of dollars more each year. If Wu Huiji, the dog, was called a person, then a dog could be called a person. As for all this he says, is it policy from above or not? And he's the only one who can know. But what made Lin Hai helpless was that even though he knew that this was a conspiracy, there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, Lin Hai felt so small in front of Wu Huiji. It was as if he was a weak ant and Wu Huiji was the elephant. Wu Huiji could get himself killed whenever he wanted. The other villagers inside the village have naturally thought of this over time. Although there are many hearts that are reluctant, they have nothing to say. After all, it's true that no one can come up with that much money at once. Seeing that things were even simpler than he had imagined, Wu Huiji could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he continued to speak faintly. "Since everyone is fine with it, this matter is settled. After tomorrow when the contract is officially signed, everyone can come back and split the money." As soon as they heard that they could share the money, those who were prepared to fight for Lin Hai, he also instantly threw away the little sense of justice that was left just now. A good number of people even started to have smiles on their faces. Lin Hai cursed in his heart. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** An old man in his 50s, suddenly opened his mouth. Village Chief Wu, after the village contracts out this fish pond, then how will Lin Hai live in the future? Although Lin Hai was not a native of Sanja village, he had been living in Sanja village for so many years as well. Nowadays it can be completely said to be a person from the 3 villages. If he's not allowed to guard this fish pond from now on, then by all means let him have a piece of land. How else will you let him live afterward? Lin Hai's heart was so touched for a while. This old man who just spoke, named Yang Guangming, could be said to be the only person in the old generation in the entire Sanja village who was kind to him. Lin Hai, as expected, at such a critical moment, only Yang Guangming Yangbua could stand up and say something for him. Inside so many people, naturally, there are also people who preside over justice. After hearing Yang Guangming's words, followed by some people began to agree. Yes, Village Chief Wu, as the head of a village in this kind of matter, you must decide for Lin Hai. However, while there were people who spoke in Lin Hai's favor, there were likewise people who held opposing views. These people, of course, were the elders of those sisters and sister-in-laws who were usually very close to Lin Hai. These people were itching to drive this Lin Hai out of the 3 villages, so how could they agree? What's more, if they were to divide up the land for Lin Hai, there was no telling which one of them would end up being the wrongdoer. The vast majority of humans are selfish whenever profit is involved. Not to mention in this already somewhat poor village of 3. The dissenter spoke up. Lin Hai wasn't originally from our Sanja village before. He only came over in the last few years. I'm afraid it's a bit hard to justify if we give him a share of the land. That's it. Why should we give him a share of the land? If you want to share the land, take your own land and give it to him. Anyway, I won't agree to this thing. For a while, the people present each held their own views and quarreled. Seeing that the conflict had pretty much been galvanized, Village Chief Wu Huishi once again stepped forward to preside over the situation. He only waved his hand at the crowd, signaling for silence, and then said, "Everyone, this kind of thing has never had a precedent in our Sanja village, and I personally feel that this matter of dividing up the land for Lin Hai is a bit inappropriate." Wu Huiji was the village chief inside the village, and their Wu family was the most prosperous in the entire village. Almost close to half of them were from their Wu family. At this moment, when he spoke such words, the crowd did not dare to have any more objections. Ultimately, his words were the gavel. It was still Yang Guangming who once again stood up for Lin Hai. If that's not possible, put a clause inside the contract that whoever contracted this fish pond, all of them have to hire Lin Hai as a fish pond guardian, and the pay will be based on the wages of a normal outside job. It had to be said that this Yang Guangming was thinking of Lin Hai in everything. Wu Huiji might have expected that there would be such a thing, so he said very flatly, "Brother Bright, it's not good for us to force things like this. How to contract the fish pond to Dachuan? That decision has to be left to the person himself. It's not good for me, as the village chief, to force things, is it?" Lin Hai cursed in his heart with anger. "This is the 2 of you, uncle and nephew, discussing in advance to target Lin Hai. I can't imagine that you, Wu Huiji, you dog, are so ruthless." Although Yang Guangming was also angry in his heart, he knew that now was not the time to lose his temper. He needed to calm down and fight for Lin Hai as much as possible. Thus, Yang Guangming looked at Wu Dachuan and said in a sincere tone, "Dachun, Xiao Hai has been managing the fish pond for so many years, so he must be more experienced. Why don't you hire him to help you manage the fish pond? This will make it easier for you, too, and it will keep the fish ponds profitable." However, Wu Dachuan seemed to have anticipated this as the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. He glanced at Lin Hai, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes before he slowly replied, "Uncle Yang, that's not true. Being a hobo myself, I can't be bothered with the small matter of managing a fish pond. Besides, if I raise another loser, won't I lose money in the future? Why don't you talk to the big guys? The annual contracting fee for the fish pond will be another 10,000 less, and as long as everyone agrees, I'll consider spending money to keep Lin Hai." As soon as Wu Dachuan's words left his mouth, the entire public room immediately exploded. The crowd murmured, their voices noisy and intense. "No way! The contracting fee can never be conceded. We've already conceded a lot." Someone shouted, "Right, the price was already low enough. How can we lower it by another 10,000? Another person chimed in, "Strongly disagree." More people shouted in unison. For a while, the atmosphere in the public housing estate became extremely tense, with a high degree of unanimity of opinion among the people, who were resolutely opposed to lowering the contract fee. Chapter 20, The Reality of Hopelessness. The end result was that all of Yang Guangming's efforts for Lin Hai ended up being futile. Seeing this current situation, to say that Lin Hai was not sad in his heart, that's absolutely impossible, because this has completely cut off his life. He wanted to remain in the 3 villages. There was no longer that possibility. He had lived in Sanja village for more than 10 years, and had feelings for both the environment and the people here. All of a sudden he was going to be asked to leave this place, and there was an indescribable loss and sadness in his heart. More than that, where could he go after leaving this village of 3 families? The world was big, but for Lin Hai at this moment, there was simply no place for him. It was at this time that the village head, Wu Huizhi, said to the villagers to adjourn the meeting. Lin Hai walked out of the public room alone and disoriented. Perhaps this was his last visit to this public house, and from now on he would never have such an opportunity. However, Wu Dachuan did not intend to let him off just like that. Wu Dachuan stopped his way and said with a leathery smile, "Hi, as soon as I sign the contract tomorrow after that, I'll move into that hut. So please remove what belongs to you before dark tomorrow." How desperate do you have to be? Where do you want me to move to in one day? This is clearly a deliberate attempt to get back at me. But Lin Hai himself had his own backbone. Even if he was sad and upset inside, he wouldn't bow his head in front of Wu Dachuan and the others either, and faintly replied back, "Don't worry, I'll be out of there tomorrow after I pay my bills tonight." The expression on Wu Dachuan's face became even more smug, and this time, the smile on his face became very wide. "It's for the best, and saves me from having to chase people away with a stick when the time comes." Wu Dachuan's cousin who were beaten by Lin Hai last night also walked up to Lin Hai at this time and said, "It's a good thing we sent you a little money last night for your traveling expenses, or you'd have had to go begging for food for sure. Tell us how you want to thank us." Lin Hai already had a belly full of anger, and being provoked by this brother and 3 of them again and again, it was no longer difficult to control the anger in his heart. Q. What are you guys doing here? Even if I leave the 3 villages, I'm sure I'll live on. And dare to push here. Believe it or not, I will cut you. If it wasn't for the fact that in the morning, Wu Huizhi had already greeted these 3 people and told them not to clash with Lin Hai at this juncture, then maybe right now, these 3 brothers would go up and beat up Lin Hai. "You're a dog and you're still here." Although these 3 hearts were a bit upset, they were afraid that their uncle would find them in trouble. So in the end, they didn't make a move against Lin Hai. Lin Hai walked back to the hut that once belonged to him like a walking corpse. The heart is indescribably lost and empty. The village of Sanja, where he had lived for 13 years, would have to leave it forever starting tomorrow. But the good thing was that he wasn't a pessimist, and after a moment of proper conditioning himself, Good is back to his usual sunny perkiness. This is not the end of the world. He is a big man. It is not possible to leave this 3 villages, can not live. After figuring out these truths, he became calm instead. Since he had to leave, he didn't want to be a tainted person. Before leaving, one has to pay all the money received from the sale of fish in the recent period to the village headman's house. After doing this, he could leave this Sanja village at any time. Lin Hai packed up his account book and all the cash he had on him into one piece, and then headed inside the village headman Wu Huizhi's house. One of his purposes in going to the village chief's house so impatiently was, of course, to bring this matter to an end before it was too late. The other purpose was so that he could visit Gong Yueju again. This can be for their own divorce woman. Of course, he is clear that even to divorce, it is always impossible. In such a short period of time can be divorced into. Before Gong Yueju was divorced, it would have been absolutely impossible to elope with him. How much does he know about morality and the law, even though they're all mountain kids? After all, his righteous father, Lin Sanping, could be considered a cultured man in the village. Usually, when he's not doing anything, he doesn't have to tell him these things. So Lin Hai didn't go to school, but the words he knew weren't too few. Besides, in the last 2 years, the radio in the village has not failed to popularize the knowledge of the law. Still, he couldn't help but want to see this woman. At this time, in his heart, he was even looking forward to having a little something happen with Gong Yuru before he left. If that were true, he wouldn't have to leave this village with regrets. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai arrived at Wu Huizhi's house, but strangely, he didn't see Gong Yueju. At this time, the village headman Wu Huizhi's house also sat Wu Dachuan and his cousin. After seeing Lin Hai, Wu Dachuan deliberately provoked with words, "Lin Hai, count on your kid's good sense and not absconding with the money. Otherwise surely you'll be made to work your way out of jail." Just as Lin Hai wanted to get angry, Wu Huizhi said in a fake voice, "Dachuan, what are you babbling about? How is Xiao Hai that kind of person? Can you be more hypocritical?" Lin Hai wasn't interested in arguing with them about anything and directly handed all the account books and cash to Wu Huizhi. For this matter, Wu Huizhi didn't make things difficult for Lin Hai. After all, his real goal was to drive Lin Hai out of the 3 villages completely. Until Lin Hai left the village head's house, he never saw Gong Yuru. This made Lin Hai's heart indescribably lost. But on second thought, this was in front of the village chief's eyes, so what could he do even if he saw it? After Lin Hai left the village head's house, he unexpectedly met Yang Guangming at the village entrance. Yang Guangming was the first to speak. "Isn't this Xiao Hai?" I was thinking of looking for you at the fish pond, but I never thought I'd run into you here. Come to Uncle Yang's house tonight, and let's have a good drink between the two of us. Lin Hai was not a pretentious person in the first place. Besides, he had always been clear in his heart that this Uncle Yang was the best elder to him. There was no need for him to be polite to Uncle Yang at all, so he agreed very cheerfully. Well, Uncle Jan, there's 2 bottles of good wine left in that hut at my fish pond. I'll go over and get it now, and we'll get drunk tonight, the 2 of us, Yang Guangming said with a smile. Okay, then you hurry over to get it now. I'll go home and let your sister-in-law Orchid cook a few more dishes, and we'll have a good drink between the 2 of us tonight. When Lin Hai walked alone to the hut by the fish pond, he was surprised to see that next to this hut, there were already a few young women waiting for him here. Chapter 21, Brotherly Love. Lin Hai had some mixed feelings in his heart when he saw these women, especially when he saw these women's faces are hung with a faint sadness, in which there are 2 women's eyes are still a little red. The heart is even more bad taste. From the looks of these women, it was obvious that they were very reluctant to leave. But why wouldn't you stay with them yourself? Though, it's entirely fair to say that his relationship with these women is a bit complicated, but after so much time together, there's bound to be some feelings in there anyway. All of these people coming over today are sister-in-laws. Although Lin Hai was a little sad in his heart, he still forced a smile and greeted him. Hello sisters-in-law. Sister-in-law Shueji was the first to walk in his direction, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks as she said softly, Hi, how could this happen? I'm so sad to see you go. After the first person took the lead, all the rest had to ask for a hug. All of these women, in their normal lives, were on very good terms with Lin Hai. Now that parting is imminent, it is natural that there will inevitably be some sadness, and they were all very sad to see Lin Hai go. It couldn't be blamed on them, who made Lin Hai not only so handsome, but also very good at chatting. A proper femme fatale. There were a total of 5 women here at this time, and by the end of the day, all 5 were teary-eyed. It almost made even Lin Hai shed a tear. It seems that there are still people who keep themselves in the 3 villages. After a while, these sisters-in-law, one by two, even took out $100 bills from their bodies and stuffed them into Lin Hai's hands. They all say pretty much the same thing, that for so many years, Lin Hai has been alone in the 3 villages. Now that he was leaving this place, and without any destination, he had never traveled far, and if he didn't have any money on him, he didn't know how much suffering he would have to endure if he went out. Lin Hai refused their kindness without hesitation, even though all the money he had on him at the moment added up to less than $500, and he was about to go to an unfamiliar environment where he did need money everywhere, but he genuinely didn't want to accept money from women, as he always insisted. He always had his own principles for doing things. However, when these sisters-in-law saw that he was adamant about not accepting the money, one by one they cried even more. In desperation, Lin Hai could only end up receiving $100 from each of his 5 sisters-in-law. Then he spoke kindly to them for a while, until several of his sisters-in-law left the hut with great reluctance. After looking at his sisters-in-law's fading backs and disappearing completely, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a hint of bewilderment and overwhelm. He really couldn't decide if what he was doing was right or wrong. If you look at it from a moral and ethical point of view, it is obviously wrong, but on the other hand, it was indeed a great pleasure to spend this time with them. In the spirit of giving pleasure to others is a kind of helping hand. It seems that he has not done anything wrong. Lin Hai took all the wine left inside this hut and packed it all up in a bag, then picked up the bag and headed for Yang Guangming's house. After he had just walked a short distance, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Erwa. Looking at this appearance of Lu Erwa, he also came to look for himself inside this hut. This Lu Erwa, in a way, should be considered his own relative, because in the entire village of Sanja, no one was closer to them. On Lu Erwa's face, there was not the slightest hint of grief visible. Instead, he wore an innocent smile. He grinned after seeing Lin Hai. Hi, I've heard that people won't let you guard this fish pond anymore, so it's good. Why don't you just take me with you and go out into the world? Hearing these words, 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through Lin Hai's heart. I've been kicked out of the 3 villages, and you kids are still laughing. Don't you realize how much this has hit me? Are we still brothers or not? And what do you mean by breaking into the world with me? You are really ignorant. You think it's a beautiful world out there? It's hard to tell if you'll be able to mix your belly full when you're out there. However, if he really had to leave Sanja village and leave Lu Erwa alone in the village, Lin Hai always felt that his heart felt a little bad. After all, the 2 of them were good brothers who grew up together. As for Lu Erwa, although he is strong, his character is a bit soft and weak. If he left, then he might be bullied every day, especially with a hateful stepmother in the house. It's doubtful that the boy will get enough to eat. Lin Hai looked at Lu Erwa, shook his head helplessly and said, Erwa, I was kicked out this time, so how can I be capable of taking you on a journey? Besides, the outside world isn't as simple as our village. Lu Erwa, however, did not take it seriously and patted his chest. Brother Hai, I'm not afraid. I have strength and can work. I'll do anything as long as I follow you. Lin Hai's heart fluttered. He knew that Lu Erwa was serious. But how could he take Lu Erwa with him at risk when his own future was uncertain? He thought about it and decided to persuade Lu Erwa first. Erwa, listen to me. It's a complicated and dangerous world out there. I don't want you to get hurt. You might as well stay in the village. At least there's a life here that you're familiar with. Lin Hai said at length. Lu Erwa, however, said firmly, Brother Hai, everyone inside the village calls me Little Cute. But actually I'm not stupid. And over the years I've long since learned that only Brother Hai is the one who is genuinely good to me. If you leave this village, then I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. Lin Hai looked at Lu Erwa, his heart filled with contradictions. What Lu Erwa said, of course he knew, but going to the outside world is full of unknowns. Lu Erwa followed himself. Really will live better than inside the village? Just then, Lu Erwa added, Hi, just take me with you. I promise to listen to you and never get into trouble. Lin Hai really couldn't bear to see Lu Erwa's appearance at the moment, so he gritted his teeth, nodded slowly, and said, Okay, Ava. Lu Erwa jumped up excitedly. Great, Brother Hai, I knew you were the best. Lin Hai thought about how Lu Erwa also liked to drink more. Although this kid is a bit of an eater, but since Uncle Yang invited himself for dinner, he shouldn't mind having one more Lu Erwa. Just take it upon yourself to say, let's go. Then tonight we'll go to Uncle Yang's house for a drink and say goodbye to them. And tomorrow morning we'll leave Sanjia village. Chapter 22 Yang Guangming's Great Benefit. With Lu Erwa's help, Lin Hai once again returned to the hut, organized those inconvenient items one by one, and then moved them together to Yang Guangming's house. White wine and beer totaled more than 20 bottles, in addition to leftover rice, meat, and some vegetables. Not only that, he also brought along the cigarettes that Lu Juhua had given him the other day, which was an unopened Hongtishan brand cigarette, and gave it to Yang Bo together. A careful inventory of the value of these items would probably be close to $300. Therefore, the Yang Guangming family was not at a disadvantage when Lu Erwa joined him at Uncle Yang's house for dinner tonight. Half an hour later, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, arrived at Yang Guangming's home. At this time, more than 2 hours had passed since Yang Guangming and Lin Hai had separated. And now, it's almost dinner time. Yang Guangming's family, in the village is also considered relatively wealthy, although living is also a tiled house. But the family's 3 sons have each married a wife. Yang Guangming's wife died 2 years ago due to illness, leaving him alone with his young son. However, the youngest son also chose to go out to work, leaving Yang Guangming, his grandson, and his daughter-in-law, Orchid, at home. Orchid was very pretty, and in the entire Sanjia village, her face value could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Despite this, Lin Hai never had any thoughts about her, because in Lin Hai's mind, there was an insurmountable bottom line. For those who were useful to him and respected him, he would give them the appropriate respect. At this time, Orchid's sister-in-law had already prepared a sumptuous table of dishes. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, including chicken, fish, pork, and peanuts and rice, shredded green pepper and yams, and stir-fried bean curd. Such a level of food is very rare for the whole village of Sanjia, and even many families can only enjoy such treatment during the new year. Xiao Hai, Erwa, you're here. Sit down. Sit down, Orchid greeted warmly. Yang Guangming looked at the two of them, who were carrying so many things, and said with some displeasure, Xiao Hai, why are you still bringing so many things here? You're not treating Uncle Yang as one of your own. Lin Hai replied with a smile, Uncle Yang, I'm going to leave Sanjia village here tomorrow. If I don't leave these things to you, who will I leave them to? Hearing this, Yang Guangming was a bit gloomy. Just now he had forgotten about this play. Lin Hai, however, acted as if nothing was wrong, and the two of them found a seat with Lu Erwa and sat down. By the way, from inside the bag he carried over, he took out the 2 bottles of Trigger Wells and smiled. Uncle Yang, tonight, Orchid's sister-in-law has made so much good lay. Let's the 3 of us not get drunk. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Hai poured a cup for everyone present. Orchid hadn't been a big drinker, but under the persuasion of her father-in-law and Lin Hai and the others, she also accompanied them to have a drink. 4 people gathered around a dining table, eating and drinking while chatting, and the atmosphere was relatively cordial. Orchid, having a 3-year-old to take care of, finished a small glass of white wine and then ate a bowl of rice before going to take care of the baby. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Guangming was slightly drunk. He took Lin Hai's hand and said, Xiao Hai, it's Uncle Yang who's sorry for not being able to help you with anything this time. I feel guilty for letting you get kicked out of Sanjia village by that Wu family kid like that. Lin Hai could feel that Yang Guangming at this moment was truly emotional. Feeling warm in his heart, he swore that he would remember Yang Guangming's kindness to him for the rest of his life. Lin Hai did not want to make Yang Guangming feel bad and said in a breezy manner, "Uncle Yang, how can I blame you for this? You've been good enough to me already. Besides, I'm almost 20 years old, a man. It's impossible to leave this Sanjia village and not be able to live." Lin Hai's tone was full of confidence. He believed that he had the ability to survive in the outside world. "I have faith in myself, and I ask your old man to have faith in me." Lin Hai firmly looked at Yang Guangming, his eyes revealing a determination and courage. Watching Lin Hai speak so lightly, the sadness on Yang Guangming's face instantly dissipated. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly in a pleased smile. "Ha ha, also, a good man is a good man. Just with your elf-like personality, you're sure to do well wherever you go," Yang Guangming said with a smile, a hint of pride and anticipation in his laughter. When he said this, Yang Guangming looked up and around, then carefully pulled out a dozen $100 bills from his bag and handed them to Lin Hai, saying, "Xiao Hai, this is $100 for you to take. Originally Uncle Yang was going to give this money to you when you married your wife, but now you're leaving Sanjia village tomorrow, and when you're out and about, you need money everywhere, so I'm going to give you this money up front." Lin Hai hurriedly waved his hand and said anxiously, No, Uncle Yang, I absolutely can't take this money. You are so old. How can I still have the honor to take your money? I'm still young and in good health, and there's plenty of money to be made when I get out there." When Yang Guangming heard this, his face immediately sank and said seriously, "Your righteous father, Lin Sanping, that's the only friend I've ever had in my life. On his deathbed, he told me 1,000 times to take good care of you. It's a pity that Uncle Yang doesn't have a girl child at home, or he'd surely marry her to you as his daughter-in-law. It's not much, but it's a small token of my appreciation, so you should take it no matter what. If you feel bad about it, just think of it as a loan and pay me back when you make a lot of money. Take it, and don't let your brothers and sisters-in-law see it, or they'll be complaining about me as an old man again." Hearing Yang Guangming say this, Lin Hai no longer excused himself, as he knew that he was indeed in dire need of money. In the next few moments, the three great old men drank a lot more white wine. In the end, Yang Guangming, now in his 50s, actually fell asleep on the table. Lin Hai was also drunk and staggered a bit when he walked, and the only one left who remained sober was Lu Erwa. It's no wonder. As far as Lu Erwa's physical condition is concerned, not only does he eat more than a normal person, but he can also drink several times as much as a normal person. Just at this time, Orchid came over to clean up the dishes. Lu Erwa picked up the drunken Yang Guangming on his back and, led by Orchid, sent him to his room to sleep. By the looks of Lin Hai, there was certainly no way to walk back to the hut by the fish pond by himself either. Orchid asked Lu Erwa to carry Lin Hai to the guest room inside her house. After Lu Erwa did these things, he left Yang Guangming's home. This Orchid is really a filial daughter-in-law. He hid a basin of hot water and went to wash Yang Guangming's feet and face. Then again, she brought another basin of foot-washing water inside the guest room Lin Hai was staying in. Chapter 23 The Bottom Line of Being Human. When Orchid carried the foot-washing water inside the room Lin Hai was staying in, Lin Hai unexpectedly fell asleep. But at the moment, Lin Hai was not covered with a blanket. He was still wearing the same big fancy pants, in with the white t-shirt. The whole thing was lying on its back. Under the gray light, the face was too handsome for words. Orchid couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Just at this moment, Lin Hai, who was quietly lying on the bed, was just as handsome as those male stars inside the posters. Orchid was certainly not unaware of the rumors about Lin Hai and those sisters-in-law in the village. Moreover, she had heard those sisters-in-law secretly talking about Lin Hai's goodness behind her back. As a normal woman, she must have had different feelings for Lin Hai as well. There had even been times when she had tried to get closer to Lin Hai, wanting to chat and talk to him, but Lin Hai had always deliberately kept her at a distance, as if there was an invisible barrier between them. When there was nothing to do, Lin Hai didn't even want to say more than a few words to her. This matter more or less made her feel a little hurt, and in her heart, she was also very puzzled. Could it be that her face value was not outstanding enough to enter Lin Hai's eyes? And at this time, this very handsome man, just lying quietly on that cot, was like a beautiful painting. Orchid couldn't even resist the urge to reach out and caress the handsome face, to feel his warmth. But she was a little scared. She thought silently to herself, I've called the foot wash myself anyway, so why don't I just get him up and let him wash his feet before he goes to sleep? It will be more comfortable to fall asleep that way. So she gently walked over to the bed and called out softly, Hi, wake up. After she called out several times, Lin Hai was still sleeping heavily and didn't respond. She sighed somewhat helplessly and reached out a hand. gently pushing on Lin Hai's arm a few times, but Lin Hai remained completely unresponsive. Orchid frowned and had no choice but to wet all the towels that were sitting in the sink. Then, she carefully carried the basin and tiptoed over to Lin Hai's bedside. Orchid stood at the head of Lin Hai's bed, biting her lip nervously. She took a deep breath and gently placed the steaming towel on Lin Hai's face. She carefully wiped Lin Hai's face, feeling his breath and temperature. Her heart was beating faster and faster as time went on, and the movements of her hands became a little clumsy. Just then, Lin Hai suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Orchid's hand tightly. He sat up violently, his eyes staring straight at Orchid as if he were trying to penetrate her soul. Orchid was so startled by the sudden move that the towel in her hand fell to the floor with a splat. She stared at Lin Hai with wide eyes and a face full of horror. "What are you doing?" Orchid's voice trembled a little, with a hint of fear. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said softly, "I just dreamed that someone wiped my face. So it's true." Orchid's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She hurriedly tried to break away from Lin Hai's hand, but realized that her strength was simply unable to fight him. She awkwardly lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Hai again, and said softly, "Hurry up and let go of my hand." Just now, Lin Hai was in a state of confusion and didn't even see who the other party was. It was only after hearing these words at this moment that he realized he was holding onto Orchid's sister-in-law's hand. This startled him, and he subconsciously rushed to let go of Orchid's hand, and was busy apologizing. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law Orchid. I didn't mean it." Regarding this move of Lin Hai's, Orchid was indescribably lost in her heart. Until this time, she was still recalling in her mind the feeling of having her hand held by Lin Hai just now. It's the kind of feeling that can make one's heart beat faster in an instant. Especially at this moment, the distance between the two was no more than 10 centimeters at most. The fact that they could hear each other's heartbeats was totally making Orchid a little misty. How she wished in this moment that this man could hold her or even do something else to her. However, this man, after seeing clearly that it was himself, was like dropping a hot potato and flung away his hand without any hesitation. Though she had just mouthed the words for the other to let go of her hand, it was nothing more than words. After all, as a woman, the proper reserve must still be there. Who would have thought that the man would actually just let go? To say that the man was a decent man, then she could understand that, and he certainly doesn't think that way himself. But this man was not. He had rumored with so many sister-in-laws in the village. How could he be a decent man? Not knowing why reasons, this time Orchid actually opened her mouth to ask, "Hi, do I look ugly?" Lin Hai replied honestly, "Not ugly, but also very beautiful. Definitely one of the top beauties in our 3 villages." "Orchid, then why do you always look like you're in love with me? And there are times when you look as if you're afraid of me." "Lin Hai, because you're the daughter-in-law of Uncle Yang's family, I have to respect you." Orchid was a smart woman. After hearing this, of course she understood what it meant, but since she had just asked something like that, she wanted to continue to ask another question now. "If it wasn't for this relationship, would you treat me like you do your other sister-in-laws?" "Mrs. Orchid, we are now alone in the same room. Is it appropriate for you to ask such a question to a man of my blood? Luckily, I have a bottom line. Otherwise, it's inevitable that I won't have thoughts about you." But these words, Lin Hai definitely couldn't say them on his lips, so he thought for a moment before answering. "But alas, you are the daughter-in-law within the family of my most respected Uncle Yang, and I have never treated you with anything but respect." It couldn't have been more obvious, and Orchid certainly understood it. It wasn't that Lin Hai didn't mean anything to himself, but because of this relationship, he deliberately distanced himself. This made Orchid's heart feel better. At least it gave her back her self-confidence as a woman again. Orchid's sister-in-law said with a sweet smile, "I know the answer, but I have one small wish. Can you fulfill it?" Lin Hai wasn't busy answering her. Tonight he was a little drunk, but far from unconscious. So he knows very well that he must remain calm at this time. "That, you name it, as long as it doesn't go against my principles." "Of course I can." Chapter 24, Attacked on the Road. However, after hearing Lin Hai's words, Orchid's face, which was already a little red, was even more flushed at the moment, all the way to the base of her neck. The voice was even so low that she probably couldn't even hear herself. "Can I hug you? You can't make jokes like that. You're killing me, aren't you?" Although I am a very bottom-line person, but if this is really the case, even if I can hold it, it will be very difficult. Lin Hai didn't know how to answer this question of hers, so he could only choose to remain silent. The whole room was instantly as silent as death. Knock, knock. Both heard the other's heartbeat clearly. Finally, it was the Orchid that broke the silence. "Hi, you mustn't misunderstand, it's not what you think it is," Orchid said with an anxious look on her face, but she knew there was no way to explain this matter. At this moment, Lin Hai, recalled when he used to watch movies in which men and women would embrace even if they didn't have a special relationship. If that's the case, it should be considered a normal gesture between loved ones for them to hug. Thus, without a word, Lin Hai reached out and gently hugged sister-in-law Orchid. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that his heart was absolutely pure and free of any distractions at this moment. Lin Hai rested his head on Orchid's shoulder, feeling the warmth of her breath coming from her. At this point, Orchid no longer seemed as shy as before, and she hugged Lin Hai tightly. The two of them just embraced in silence. No one spoke, and time seemed to stand still in the moment. Lin Hai kept chanting in his mind, he's his own sister-in-law. He's his own kin and family. Just a hug doesn't matter much. A minute later, Orchid gently pushed him away, then turned and ran out of the room as fast as she could. In the moment of the embrace just now, to say that Lin Hai truly had no distractions in his mind, that was definitely not possible either. After all, they weren't related to each other by blood. But, in any case, he simply couldn't have thought any more of it. That's the least bit of bottom line he still has. After such a mess just now, Lin Hai felt like he had sobered up a large portion of his drink. If he continued to sleep inside this room, even if the two of them were really nothing, other people in the village might also be chewing the cud. Who told them that their reputation had never been very good inside the village? Lin Hai got up and put on his own flip-flops and walked quickly toward the door like an impatient child. This one move of his naturally did not escape the eyes of Orchid's sister-in-law. The two bumped into each other again as they were at the front door, and Orchid asked a little nervously, "Hi, it's so late, do you have to go back? Are you intimidated by your sister-in-law?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "Absolutely nothing. It's just that tomorrow this is going to be gone, and I won't be able to stay in that cabin anymore, and I want to sleep inside it one last night." Sister-in-law Orchid certainly couldn't refute what Lin Hai had said on this point. She once again asked a question to Lin Hai. "Xiao Hai, just now when I made that kind of request with you, you won't think I'm a bad woman, right? Will you look down on me in your heart?" Lin Hai replied, "Sister-in-law Orchid is a very virtuous and kind woman. As for what just happened, I was a little drunk at that point, so I had no idea what was going on." It was no coincidence that Lin Hai, this brat, was able to have such good luck with women. Look at the emotional intelligence with which people say that. It's absolutely awesome, just because of this one act of his. In the future, in Sanjia village, Orchid's sister-in-law became a very beautiful scenery, because this was the only young woman with that much face value who didn't have any fluff with Lin Hai. This night, after Lin Hai returned to the hut that once belonged to him to sleep, the next day, when it was still light, Lu Erwa carried a large bag and came to the side of this hut. Bang! 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 A sharp knock on the door from Lu Erwa woke up Lin Hai, who was still asleep. After Lin Hai opened the door of the hut, he saw that it was Lu Erwa and said in a good-natured manner, "Erwazi, why are you here so early?" "Lu Erwa, I was so excited that I didn't sleep a wink last night when I thought that I would be going with you to break into the world today. No, I came over here to wait for you as soon as it was light. I can't believe you were actually inside the hut. I thought you spent the night at Uncle Yang's house last night," since he had already been woken up by Erwa. Lin Hai of course couldn't possibly go back and continue sleeping. After a brief wash and a simple packing of their change of clothes, the two left the fish pond in a hurry. As for saying goodbye to the others, what was due yesterday has already been said, so there's no point in bothering anyone else today. Going over it this time would only make those people more hurt. So, the two of them were carrying big bags and heading in the direction of the town, because the only way to get a ticket is to get to town. Before leaving, Lin Hai's heart actually still had a lot of regrets, carrying the gratitude to Yang Guangming, the love for Gong Yueru, and the hatred for the village head Wu Huiji and his nephew Wu Dachuan, as well as his disenchantment with those close to him. He left this village of 3 families. The distance from Sanjia village to the town was about 3 kilometers, a stretch of road where the two naturally had no choice but to walk. Just as they were halfway there, suddenly, there was a roar of a motorcycle engine from behind them. The next moment, 6 men came down from 2 motorcycles, and all 6 of them were carrying a wooden stick inside their hands. After seeing who the other party was, Lin Hai's face changed drastically. These people, surprisingly, were Wu Dachuan and a few others. Looking at the way they were carrying a wooden stick in their hands, it went without saying that these yes had come over to beat him up. Wu Dachuan said with a cold smile, you, Lin Hai, you, that night you dared to lay a hand on me. Let's see if I don't break your legs today. At the end of the sentence, the 6 people swung up the wooden sticks in their hands and smashed their heads towards Lin Hai and Lu Erwa without a second thought. Seeing this, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa couldn't think too much and hurriedly reached out to grab each other's wooden sticks. But the other side was so outnumbered and had so many wooden sticks that they couldn't resist. Lin Hai was struck on the head by a stick, and blood immediately flowed out. If it wasn't for the fact that he had blocked it with his own arm earlier in the day, this stick would have definitely knocked him out on the spot. Lin Hai was enraged and kicked at the lower body of this man who had struck his head with a stick, and the man was kicked to the ground on the spot. But immediately afterward, he received several more sticks on his body, and the fiery pain made him almost faint. Lu Erwa, on the other hand, was hit by a stick on his shoulder. But this kid is also a bull. Being hit by a hard stick, not only did he not fall on the spot, but he even took the wooden stick from the other person's hand in a hard way, picking it up and backhanding the other person to the ground. Although Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, both of them, were already formidable enough, there was no way they could not help the other party's overwhelming numbers. After they had put down the two men, they had also received several sticks on their bodies, and their bodies were bruised in many places, with blood staining their clothes red. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa saw the situation and hurriedly turned around and ran, but the other party was in hot pursuit, waving wooden sticks and smashing them as they went after them. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were beaten and bruised all over, and the clothes on their bodies were torn, revealing a shocking wound. Their faces, hands, and bodies were covered in blood, and they looked miserable. They ran and screamed for help, but no one was around to help. Finally, they ran and hid in the bale field along the highway. They searched the bale field for some larger rocks to prepare for a counterattack on the other side. Wu Dachuan and a few of them, seeing the two of them hiding in the bale field, did not continue to chase after them. Although they had wooden sticks in their hands, if they fell alone and met these two men, there would be absolutely no good fruit to eat, especially Lu Erwa, a fierce man with a height of more than 185 cm and a weight of more than 85 kilograms. If this fell into his hands, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Chapter 25, Infinitely Stretched Hatred. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, who were hiding inside the valley, didn't dare to take a breath until they watched Wu Dachuan and his party, riding the two motorcycles. After they left, the two people came out from inside the valley. Lin Hai sat on his butt and couldn't help but burst out and said, asterisk 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 him, this dog Wu Dachuan, how dare he bring people over to beat us? If I don't take this revenge, I'll never be the same. After cursing this, Lin Hai suddenly let out an ouch as another gush of pain came from his body. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Lu Erwa followed with an angry face and cursed, Wu Dachuan, this son of a, if I catch him, I must take his head off and kick it as a ball. Hi, is your injury okay? Lin Hai sucked in cool air while holding back the pain in his body and gritting his teeth. It's fine. It's just some superficial wounds. It's not in the way. It's you. Have you been hurt anywhere? Lu Erwa moved his body and said with a hefty smile, as far as I'm concerned, I'm thick-skinned. Of course I'm fine. Unlike Hai's delicate skin that can't withstand a beating. Is that how you talk? This is not the way to hit people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was hurting everywhere on his body, Lin Hai really wanted to give Lu Erwa a brain crash. Lu Erwa continued, Hi, let's go back to Sanjia village now. I'll go home and copy the machete to hack these es to death. Lin Hai was speechless at him for a while, going back to Sanjia village at this time to find someone else to fight for his life. There's absolutely no way to ask for favors. As far as the entire Sanjia village is concerned, at least half of the people are surnamed Wu. If you want to carry a machete and go to someone to fight for your life, those people from the Wu family will surely help. Besides, the other party is 6 people. Just the 2 of them and the other people have defenses. Even with a machete, may not be able to benefit. Of course, revenge is definitely necessary, but one should never lose one's head. What's more, if we go back at this time, we will definitely not meet these dogs. If we wait for these dogs to go back and beat a dead horse to admit they came to block both of them on the road, there was no reason at all to move people, and if his side was in the right, perhaps others inside the village would even come forward to help him speak. But the key is that there is no evidence. This was the reason why Wu Dachuan and a few of them would move them only on the way. As far as that Wu Dachun is concerned, surely he wouldn't have thought it through so thoroughly. This was definitely Wu Huiji's idea. After thinking about these truths, Lin Hai's hatred for Wu Huiji deepened a bit. Looking at Lu Erwa's agitated appearance, he had no choice but to comfort him. Erwa, we can't always find them if we go back now. Besides, there are so many people in Wu Dachuan and their Wu family. Can we beat them with just the 2 of us? Lu Erwa said unconvincingly. It's not like they're the only ones in the 3-family village. There's also our Lu and Yang families. If all of them dare to stand up and help out, it's impossible for us Lu family members to ignore it. And the Yang family, for the sake of Yang Guangming's uncle Yang, will definitely stand up for justice as well. Linny, and what if they don't admit they beat us? Lu Erwa was half speechless. He indeed did not consider so much. After a long time he said, these sons of Es can't be that devious, can they? Lin Hai said helplessly. Since people chose to do it on the road, They must have had this mindset. Lu Erwa thought about it carefully and that's what happened. But then he wouldn't be able to do it at all. So he had to ask, "Brother Hai, you have a good brain, so I'll listen to you on how to get it." Lin Hai didn't think of any way to get back at these guys for a while. "Let's leave this Bashan town to go to the county, and then we'll figure out what to do when we get there. Wu Huiji and Wu Dichun, these dogs, dare to use such insidious means against us. This revenge must be avenged for sure." Having made this decision, the two men walked once more to the side of the highway and picked up the bags they had thrown on the ground. In order to prevent Wu Dachuan and the others from continuing to come over to find them in trouble, Lin Hai took Lu Erwa on the path and didn't dare to continue on the road. In this way, it was impossible for Wu Dachuan and the others to find the two of them. Half an hour later, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, finally arrived at the town's passenger terminal, bought 2 tickets to the county seat of Wingate. After arriving in the town, Lin Hai remembered that today was actually the market day of this town. After thinking about this, the corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly. In his mind, he had already thought of a way to deal with Wu Dachuan and the others. Being from the same village, he of course knew that Wu Huiji and the others had been in the grain business. On the day of the fair, they would be busy on the streets until dark when they would load the grain and haul it to the county seat. And during this process of loading the grain, they definitely had to eat inside the town's restaurant. At that time, all they had to do was to stand guard beside those few vehicles loaded with grain, and they would definitely encounter Wu Huiji and Wu Dachuan and a few of them. But the key problem was that if the other side added Wu Huiji, then the number would reach as many as 7, and there were only a mere 2 people on their side. So even if they found them, they would not be able to fight against each other at all. Therefore, on this journey, Lin Hai had been racking his brain to think about what kind of approach should be used to fix these few people. This time, Lin Hai intended to teach them a hard lesson, but before that he had to think of a way back before doing so. After all, if you hit them too hard and injure them, they will inevitably choose to call the police to deal with it. Once the police get involved, it will be hard for the two of them to escape the law and they will both face jail time. It would not be worth it to put yourself behind bars just to get back at these assholes. After a long period of deep thought, Lin Hai finally decided to head to the county town first, arrive at the county seat and then carefully plot out a foolproof plan that will both succeed in getting revenge on these guys and ensure your own safety and security. It is worth mentioning that today, just in time for the market day, from the town to the county seat of the shuttle bus every 10 or 20 minutes there will be. Thus, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, soon boarded the Chinese bus that was traveling from Baoshan town to Yonghe County town. It wasn't a long journey, less than 40 kilometers in full, but the roads were in pretty bad shape, causing them to spend a full hour in a Chinese bus. When they finally arrived in the county, just after the bus, unexpectedly, but ran into Gong Yuezhu. One has to wonder how life is so full of surprises and mishaps all the time. Such a coincidence, both in time and place, is perfect. The moment he saw Gong Yu, Lin Hai's inner excitement was indescribable, and at this moment Gong Yu, her emotions were equally incomparable. Chapter 26, A Chance Encounter with Gong Yu. Gong Yuezhu greeted Lin Hai and Lu Erwa with a face full of excitement. "Xiao Hai, Erwa, why have you suddenly come to the county town?" This was a great surprise to both Lin Hai and Gong Yu. Although, Lin Hai and Gong Yu's husband, village chief Wu Huiji, now had a deep hatred, but one size does not affect the closeness between the two of him and Gong Yu. As for the somewhat simple-minded Lu Erwa, of course he hadn't thought that the matter of them being attacked just now had anything to do with the village chief, so he was likewise very enthusiastic. "If it isn't third auntie, brother Hai and I are just about to go out into the world." After a brief moment of excitement, Gong Yuezhu immediately saw the two men in a sorry state, especially when he saw Lin Hai at the moment, with blood on his head. He couldn't care less about being in a public place. Not caring that Lu Erwa was still beside him at the moment, he quickly walked to Lin Hai's side and asked with a face full of concern, "Hai, why is there blood on your face? Did something happen? Or did you get into a fight with someone else?" This kind of concern was definitely from the bottom of her heart. Gong Yu reached out to touch Lin Hai's face while she spoke. For this concern, Lin Hai's heart was still quite touched. He directly reached out and held Gong Yuezhu's hand and said in a breezy manner, "It's fine. Just a few superficial wounds. By the way, why are you here?" Gong Yuezhu said very anxiously, "You've got blood all over your face and body and you're still saying you're fine. Go, hurry to the hospital now." These two people's actions at this moment made Lu Erwa, who was standing beside them, look confused. "No, what the is going on? Why is brother Hai so close to Auntie Yutku?" Two people actually held hands in public. "Mom, can someone please tell me what's wrong with the world?" Lin Hai originally didn't want to go to the hospital, but with Gong Yu's constant insistence, the three of them ended up going to a clinic near the passenger terminal. After a preliminary examination by the doctor inside the clinic, it was found that the situation was not particularly serious. Just like what Lin Hai had said in his mouth, it was all just some superficial injuries. But the doctor still suggested Lin Hai to go inside the county hospital to check the head injury area. The doctor told them that they couldn't be careless about being hurt in the head, and that it was better to be careful. But Lin Hai refused to go to the county hospital no matter what. He said, "No, just give me a simple bandage. I know my own body well. I don't feel dizzy or any hard feelings right now either." The doctor saw that their condition was not too serious and eventually agreed to give them a simple anti-inflammatory and bandage. The two didn't even get anti-inflammatory shots after they bandaged their wounds. After the three of them walked out of the clinic, Gong Yuru was still a little uneasy. "Xiao Hai, why don't we go to the county hospital for a checkup? Otherwise I'm always uneasy in my heart." It was obvious that this woman really cared about him. Lin Hai moved his entire body in front of Gong Yueju, then shrugged and said, "Look, I'm alive and well, aren't I? It's really alright. You haven't told me why you're in the county yet?" Gong Yueju looked at his current appearance, looked quite spirited, the heart slightly more at ease, said, "2 days ago I went to my sister's house, where her daughter was married, in the town of Lafont. This my niece just got married and I'm going back to Sanjaya village. Whoever thought of meeting you guys here? Is this who you guys are fighting with?" Lin Hai didn't intend to hide it from her and told her in full what had just happened on the road. By the way, he also told her all the things that had happened in the 3 villages in the past 2 days. Gong Yuezhu said with great anger after hearing these words, "This Wu Dachuan and Wu Huiji are really not things. For all the hurtful things they've done, they'll definitely get their retribution." Lu Erwa, who was on the side, wanted to say something. "Auntie Yuru, it's fine for you to curse Wu Dichun, but Wu Huiji is your husband, so I'm afraid it's not good for you to curse him like this, right? But for one thing, looking at Gong Yuezhu Lin Hai's relationship is so close, and for another, the reason why people would say that, it also seems like they are fighting for them." It was definitely not appropriate to say that himself, so in the end he held back from saying it. Although when he was in the village, so many people called him cutie, but he was definitely not a cutie. Gong Yueju slowed down a bit and added, "So where are you guys planning on going?" Lin Hai replied without any thought, "Sekizhou. This so-called Guan city is a prefecture-level city. Those big old men from the 3 villages who go out to work often go to the same place, which is Guancheng. So in Lin Hai's imagination, Guancheng should be very prosperous. It's also definitely easier to make a living in a relatively large city." Gong Yueju asked again, "So when are you guys planning on going to Kwanzaa City?" After learning that Lin Hai was going to leave Sanjia village for good, not only did Lin Hai want to have a story with Gong Yueju, but why would Gong Yueju not want to have a story with Lin Hai? That's why she's so concerned about it. This time, Lin Hai hesitated for a moment before answering, "The day after tomorrow." Sure enough, Gong Yueju's face had a lot more bright smiles on it. Since they weren't leaving until the day after tomorrow, a lot of stories could happen between the two of them in those 2 days. "You guys haven't had lunch yet, have you? Let's go. I'll take you guys to eat, and then I'll open a new hotel for you to stay in." The 3 of them walked for a while before finding a small restaurant in which to settle for lunch. Then he went to find a hotel, and when it was time to get a room, Lin Hai told the owner to open 2 single rooms. Lu Erwa, who was on the sidelines, however, said with a big grin, "Hi. Just 1 room for the 2 of us is fine. Why waste money on 2 rooms? Hearing this, Lin Hai was really angry and annoyed in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still the innkeeper and Gong Yuezhu present next to him, he would have hated to kick this fool out of the room. As soon as Lu Erwa's words left his mouth, the stunningly beautiful face of Gong Yuru, who was standing by the side, instantly turned red. She looked very shy as she kept her head down and twisted her hands around the corners of her coat. Lin Hai glared at Lu Erwa and said without a trace of anger, "That snoring you do in your sleep is like thunder. Let me sleep in the same room as you." Lu Erwa was so disliked that he was speechless and could only let out an "oh" and stop talking. In this day and age, small hotels in the county were not expensive. A single room, it's only $10 a night. It's definitely within their reach. The 2 of them got 2 rooms just facing each other. After Lu Erwa walked into his room, he couldn't even take off his clothes and directly collapsed on the bed and huffed and puffed. On the other hand, in the other room, Gong Yuru and Lin Hai were both a bit formal and nervous at the moment. After all, having arrived in this room, they all knew in their hearts what might happen next. Chapter 27, An Unexpected Harvest. Lin Hai reached out his hand and tenderly wrapped it around Gong Yuru's very slender waist, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Then, he gently pressed his cheek against Gong Yuru's beautiful face, feeling her temperature and softness. In her ear, Lin Hai whispered softly, "Do you know, when I learned that I had to leave the 3 villages, what was the hardest thing in my heart to part with?" Gong Yuru shook her head slightly. her hair swaying gently with her movements, as soft as a willow branch in the breeze. She replied softly, "How would I know? I'm afraid I can't let go of those who are good to you." After Lin Hai heard this, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly bit lightly on Gong Yueju's earlobe and pretended to say with some displeasure, "Wrong answer. Oh, say it again. If you still get the answer wrong this time, then I'm going to start punishing you." Gong Yuru looked a bit aggrieved. She pouted her little mouth and said in a petulant manner, "It can't be that fish pond, right? I'm not the worm in your stomach. How could I guess it? Aren't you deliberately bullying people?" Lin Hai pinched her cheek. "Take your time to think about it. Let me know when you think of it." Just now, Lin Hai had exerted a lot of force and pinched Gong Yuru's cheeks raw. Gong Yueju couldn't help but spit and said, "What are you doing?" By this time Lin Hai had sat down on the bed and reached out to pat his thighs. "Come sit here and I'll explain to you properly why I pinched you just now." Gong Yueju thought to herself, "This kid is so handsome when he gets bossy. What a charmer." The body was still honestly sitting on Lin Hai's lap. Then he leaned his mouth against Lin Hai's ear and whispered, "So tell me, why are you pinching me? I can't guess the answer anyway, so why don't you just tell me the answer too?" Lin Hai first hugged Gong Yuru tightly before saying, "I bit you because you ignored your place in my heart. And the answer, of course, is because I couldn't bear to part with you." Hearing this, Gong Yueju's heart was as sweet as honey. It totally made her feel weak all over. And she didn't even have the strength to speak. But she still took a lot of effort to whisper in Lin Hai's ear, "If when I go back to Sanjia village, I find out that you've left there and I'll never see you again, I'll die of sadness." Lin Hai said with a heated smile, "So God has not been kind to either of us to meet us at the passenger terminal. So shouldn't we savor the moment and do something meaningful with it?" Gong Yuru was certainly not shy at a time like this. After all, between the two of them, they were only one step short of the most important step, and it wasn't like the rest hadn't been done before. "Isn't what we're doing now something meaningful?" Lin Hai never said anything else to her again, but instead directly put his mouth against her red lips and kissed her. Gong Yuru's two hands were like two water snakes on Lin Hai's neck, and when their lips touched one another, they very actively gave him a response. At this moment, Lin Hai had completely forgotten the feeling of pain on his body. Just when the two of them were in love, Lin Hai unexpectedly hissed and screamed out. Hearing Lin Hai's moan instantly made Gong Yueju stop her hand movements. Asked, full of concern, "Touching your wound, are we? Does it hurt? Or forget it, can it be counted at a time like this?" Lin Hai hurriedly shook his head and said, it's okay, what's this pain for you?" While holding Gong Yuru, Lin Hai smoothly picked up the TV remote control placed on the bedside table and turned on the TV at the first opportunity and turned up the volume. Usually people who stay in small hotels like this, no one will say anything to you if you turn up the volume during the day when you're watching TV. But if you hear that kind of voice that you shouldn't hear, even if people don't say anything about you, this would be embarrassing if you go out and meet someone else, wouldn't it? 40 minutes of time may have passed before Lin Hai turned down the sound of the TV. The wonderful time just now was definitely the happiest time in Gong Yueju's life, and it had never been experienced before this. Gong Yuru leaned against Lin Hai's body and whispered with a red face, "Hi, thank you, you're the one who showed me that life can be so happy." Lin Hai thought in his heart, "You're not the only one who's happy, I'm very happy too." The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile, but his mouth said, "And I've never been happier." This is not true. This kind of feeling is only found when he is with Gong Yuru. In the old days, he had likewise never found this feeling. Just at this time, Lin Hai accidentally saw the deer tripods playing inside the TV. And this time it happens to show Wei Shoubu fighting with someone who can't beat him, spreading lime towards the enemy, and ultimately using this underhanded tactic to get the enemy killed. Lin Hai's eyes suddenly lit up and an idea came to his mind. He thought to himself that when they went to seek revenge on Wu Dachuan and the others later, they could use this method as well. Although the means are not considered honorable, but against those despicable and shameless guys like Wu Dachuan and Wu Huiji, as long as he could get them the punishment they deserved, Lin Hai felt that whatever method he used would be worth it. After all, doing unto others as they do unto you is the only way to give these bad guys a real taste of their own medicine. Chapter 28, The Secret Inside the Village Chief's House. After thinking of this idea, Lin Hai's mood instantly cheered up. This time the heart is in the right place. Not only would he get his revenge from the morning, but he would also have his goddess by his side. He was even a little thankful to Wu Huiji. If it wasn't for this asshole's deliberate attempt to drive himself out of Sanjia village, he himself could not have gotten the chance to have an encounter with the goddess so quickly as he wanted. Probably because he was in such a good mood. The corners of Lin Hai's mouth actually gently rose, and that charming smile appeared on his face. Gong Yueju by her side couldn't help but ask, "Hi, what are you giggling about here?" Lin Hai kissed him on his beautiful cheek and said, "Of course it's because you're sleeping next to me." I'm especially happy inside my heart. That's why I'm smiling. Gong Yu put her body, leaning a little tighter into his arms, a very happy smile on her face. I'm so happy too. I've never been happier than I am today. So this woman, there are times when she's really especially good at fooling around. It was like Lin Hai just now. He wasn't even laughing for that reason, but he was able to coax Gong Yu into a happy mood when he said so and so. As for the plan Lin Hai came up with to deal with Wu Huiji and the others, of course he wouldn't tell Gong Yu. After all, Lin Hai definitely didn't want to put himself in a very dangerous situation. If Gong Yu knew that she was going to deal with her husband, who would guarantee that she wouldn't call Wu Huiji in advance? Wu Huiji is the only one in the entire Sanjia village who has a Big Brother cell phone, because no matter how much more, Wu Huiji is also the father of Gong Yu's son. After the two chatted for a while longer, Gong Yu looked at Lin Hai with some disbelief and said, "You don't think you still want it, do you?" Lin Hai asked without answering. "Don't you want to?" Gong Yu said with a blushing face. "I'm not going to tell you." Lin Hai smiled indifferently and said, "That means it's a default too." At this moment, Gong Yu was lying quietly in Lin Hai's arms like a lazy kitten. Lin Hai, on the other hand, looked at Gong Yu with a smug look on his face. Being able to conquer the goddess of his heart filled him with a sense of fulfillment inside. However, as time passed, the two calmed down and began to think about the future. Lin Hai tenderly stroked Gong Yu's hair and said softly, "Yu, when I go to Guanchang, I'll find a way to notify you when I have a fixed address. So at that time you can come directly to Guanchang to find me, okay?" Gong Yu of course agreed wholeheartedly, and to be honest, she was looking forward to that day inside her heart. What Gong Yu said next shocked Lin Hai's heart. Gong Yu said, "Hi, now that we've both gotten so close, I want to tell you a secret." Lin Hai stretched out one finger to poke her eyebrow and said with a smile, "If you're willing to share secrets with me, I'm certainly very happy to hear them." Gong Yu looked at Lin Hai, her eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. She continued, "Actually, I've never even had a baby. That child in the house is the one Wu Huiji brought back from outside." Hearing these words, Lin Hai's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide as he looked at Gong Yu with a face full of shock. He could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary woman was carrying such a heavy secret. Gong Yu's voice carried an endless amount of sorrow, because Wu Huiji lost his fertility a long time ago. He was afraid of the village gossip, so he asked me to pretend to be pregnant and then pay to bring back a child from the hospital. When his ex-wife was still alive, they longed for a son, but never got around to it. The two eventually went to the hospital together and found out that the problem was with him. Lin Hai's mood became more and more complicated, and he was filled with sympathy for Gong Yu. The hatred for Wu Huiji was drawn a little deeper, as if it was as deep as the color of the night. Gong Yu sighed helplessly, tears glistening in her eyes, as crystal clear as the dewdrops on the blades of grass in the morning. "This asshole is just not human. Knowing that I was incapable of bearing children, he used all sorts of means to marry me into his family, and he really did me a great disservice. If it weren't for the fact that you were about to leave Sanjia village, I wouldn't have dared to confide in you about it so easily." Lin Hai heartbreakingly embraced her tightly into his arms and comforted her softly. "Don't be sad, in that case, all the more reason for you to divorce him decisively." Gong Yu nodded her head obediently to show her acquiescence and didn't open her mouth to speak. Lin Hai slowed down and then continued, "In the future, I'll take you as my wife, and then I'll let you give me a bunch of cute babies, okay?" Gong Yu felt endless care in his warm embrace and her mood gradually improved. However, when she heard Lin Hai mention that she would let herself bear many children for him, she pouted petulantly. "Who promised to give you a baby, and have a whole bunch more? Do you think I'm a sow?" Lin Hai hurriedly hugged her tightly and explained, "I can't wait to treat you like a baby. How can I treat you like a sow? If you don't want to have a baby, I certainly won't force you. I'm already content to have you with me for the rest of my life." Gong Yu asked again, "But not only am I already married, but I'm also 7 years older than you, so don't you really mind?" In fact, this question, Gong Yu had thought a lot about it during this recent period. After all, a 7-year age difference really isn't that small, not to mention having been married once. She was genuinely worried that Lin Hai would dislike her. Lin Hai replied very seriously, "I don't mind at all what you say. I'm not a good person myself. I don't think I need to tell you about the I did in Sanjia village. After you follow me, I love you more than I can say. So how could I possibly dislike you? After what happened today, the two are really being honest with each other." Chapter 29, Revenge, above. After Lin Hai and Gong Yu both stayed inside the room for a while, Lin Hai got up and got dressed and said to Gong Yu who was lying on the bed, "Yu, now I'm going out with Erwa to do some errands, so you stay inside the hotel for a while, alone. Remember to go to dinner by yourself when it's time to eat, and I'll be back to keep you company in the evening." Dong Yuru had already vaguely guessed what Lin Hai was going out for this time, but she didn't ask much. Lin Hai also didn't say it explicitly, although, at this moment Lin Hai was very sure that the hearts of both Gong Yuru and him were in one piece, and also definitely someone who was worthy of his trust. But this kind of thing would be more or less inappropriate if Gong Yuru knew about it? After all, there were things that had to be considered for Gong Yuezhu as well. Gong Yuru was still a bit worried about Lin Hai and asked as she pulled Lin Hai's hand. "Hi, you're not in danger, are you? I really don't want to see you get hurt." Lin Hai smiled, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, I'll be absolutely fine. I promise you I'll be back at this hotel by 10 o'clock at night, and it's guaranteed to be alive and well and standing in front of you." After receiving his assurance, Gong Yuru didn't say anything else, so she just nodded her head obediently. There was concern in his eyes, urging to be careful in whatever he did and never let himself get hurt. After giving her a kiss on the forehead, Lin Hai turned around and left the room. Coming to the door of Lu Erwa's room, Lin Hai knocked on the door for a long time before Lu Erwa got up from his bed. Lin Hai really had to admire this Lu Erwa. Not only was he very good at eating, but he was also so good at sleeping. Lu Erwa surprisingly asked after opening the door to his room. "What's up, Hai? It can't be dinner time so soon, can it?" Lin Hai was speechless for a while. It seemed like this guy only knew how to eat and sleep all day. Gave him a brain crash and said, "It's still early for dinner time. We have to go back to Baoshan town to take revenge now too." As soon as he heard that he was going back to take revenge, Lu Erwa immediately got excited. "Alright, we must kill these tonight." After the two left the hotel, Lin Hai first went to buy some lime and then went inside the fabric store to buy a black cloth. Lu Erwa was directly clouded and asked with great curiosity, "Hi, since we're going back for revenge, shouldn't we go buy 2 machetes? Why did you buy lime and black cloth?" Lin Hai looked at Lu Erwa and patiently explained. "Erwa, think about it, there are so many of them while there are only 2 of us. If we don't play some tricks, how can we beat them? If we do buy a machete to chop people up, and if we accidentally kill them, then we'll have to go to prison and jail. How uneconomical is that?" Lu Erwa was still confused and didn't know what exactly Lin Hai was talking about with the lime and black cloth. Seeing this, Lin Hai continued to explain in detail. "When I see them later, I will sprinkle powdered lime on them so that their eyes will be mesmerized by the lime and they will temporarily lose their sight. The 2 of us can take this opportunity to kick their asses while we're at it. But always remember, don't get anyone killed. And this black cloth, of course, is used to cover the face. Later I'll get 2 pairs of sunglasses to wear so our eyes will be doubly protected from the lime." After hearing this, Lu Erwa suddenly came to a realization and laughed happily. "Ha ha, so that's what's going on. Or brother Hai is smart. Why didn't I think of that?" Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, after going to buy 2 pairs of sunglasses, found a hardware store to buy 2 galvanized steel pipes about 1 m long and short. The caliber of these 2 galvanized steel tubes is about 2.5 centimeters, which is just right for holding in your hand, and it's especially light and powerful when you fight. Considering that after taking revenge on Wu Dachuan and Wu Huiji and their uncles and nephews later, they had to leave Baoshan town within the shortest possible time, so Lin Hai simply found a moto in this neighborhood. The motorcycle driver said, "Where are you 2 going?" Lin Hai replied, "Treasure Town to go?" The driver of the motorcycle with a smiling face said, "Of course I'll go, but it's a bit expensive." Lin Hai asks, "How much does that cost?" Motorcycle driver, 50. Lin Hai didn't want to waste time and said bluntly, "I'll give you 200, but not only do you have to pull us there, you have to pull us back, and what we're doing tonight is a little dangerous, but of course things won't involve you. Go." Motorcyclists love money though, and $200 is definitely a lot of money, but he's no outlaw and doesn't make any money, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Dude, can you say what the hell for?" Lin Hai lowered his voice and whispered in his ear. After hearing these words from him, the motorcycle driver hesitated for a while, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, that's fine, but I'll say in advance that I won't help when we do it later." Lin Hai, no problem. The motorcycle driver drove Lin Hai and Lu Erwa towards Baoshan town. Along the way, both of them were silent, secretly calculating their actions later in their minds. On this section of the road from Yanghe County to Baoshan town, the motorcycle's traveling speed, that is definitely much faster than the car's traveling speed. After all, the small size of a motorcycle allows it to maneuver between various trails and avoid possible traffic jams. It so happens that the motorcycle driver is very familiar with the road conditions in this area, and familiarly took the 2 men through the various alleys, successfully avoiding the congestion of the main road. As a result, they save a lot of valuable time. After about half an hour, the motorcycle reached the town of Baoshan without incident. At this time, the sky was darkening and night began to cover the land. Because Lu Erwa's size was too striking and easily exposed his whereabouts, Lin Hai decided to let the motorcycle driver join Lu Erwa in finding a more secluded place to hide. When Lin Hai walked out of that small hotel, he had long since changed into a new set of clothes. At the moment, he was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a well-prepared duck hat on his head. In this way, even if he was observed from a close distance, unless he was an acquaintance such as Wu Dachuan or Wu Huiji, it would be difficult to recognize his true identity in a short period of time. Moreover, at this moment, the sun had quietly set, and the night color gradually filled in, making it even more difficult for the other party to see his face clearly. The town of Baoshan wasn't exactly bustling, and there were no more than 5 restaurants in the entire town combined. So Lin Hai quickly found the restaurant where Wu Dachuan and Wu Huiji and their uncles and nephews were eating. Chapter 30, Revenge. Below, the season is now right at the end of summer and early fall, and the weather is still scorching hot. Wu Huiji and Wu Dachuan and several other uncles and nephews were sitting against the window opening, eating and drinking at the same time. Lin Hai glanced inside and realized that there were exactly 7 people sitting at the table to eat at that moment, including Wu Huiji and the 6 people who had attacked him earlier. Seeing these 7 people gathered together, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement welling up in his heart. In this way, he would be able to clear up all the hatred in one fell swoop. When Lin Hai passed by, he naturally heard them talking at this moment. Only Wu Dachuan could be heard saying with a fluttering brow, "Third uncle, during the daytime you weren't there to see it. Our brothers beat up Lin Hai and Lu Erwa so badly. If it wasn't for those 2s running fast, I'd make sure to break their legs. This Lu Erwa is really something too. If he wasn't there today, the few of us who cleaned up Lin Hai would have abused it like a dog for sure." It can be seen that at this moment, Wu Huiji is also in a very good mood. Smilingly said, "Come on, now that we've successfully driven him out of Sanjia village, not only can we earn a few more tens of thousands of dollars a year, but we've also given this brat the punishment he deserves. We can't possibly get him killed. If we do, then I won't be able to set this right when the time comes," Wu Dachuan said triumphantly. "This time, I was able to drive this brat out of Sanjia village. And it was fortunate that it was Uncle San's good idea. Otherwise it definitely wouldn't have been that easy. If this were to move this kid inside the village, those people from the Yang and Lu families might even do him a favor. Especially Yang Guangming, this old undead. No matter what time it was, he always protected this dog Lin Hai in every way. There are times when I even wonder if this dog, Lin Hai, is Yang Guangming's illegitimate son?" After hearing his words, the few people who were sitting at the table eating at the moment all let out a burst of laughter. Laughter echoed through the air as if it were going to burst through the roof. After laughing for quite a while, a few of the men picked up the cold beer that was sitting on the table again, tilted their heads back and drank it all down before slamming the empty bottle down on the table with a heavy, crisp thud. After hearing these words, Lin Hai was even more furious, and the anger in his heart burned more and more vigorously. His fists clenched up and his body trembled slightly, itching to rush into the restaurant and give those assholes a good beating right away. However, he, who had calmed down, was very clear about one thing: if he rushed in now, not only would he not be able to take revenge, but he might also be beaten up instead. In the end, he decided to resist the urge to walk silently in the direction of Lu Erwa and the motorcycle driver. Along the way, he scrutinized his surroundings, looking for a suitable ambush site. The restaurant is located in a relatively isolated area with narrow, dimly lit streets and little foot traffic. Once Wu Dachuan and the others walked out of the restaurant, whether to the left or to the right, they needed to pass through a section of 20 to 30 meters long, during which they could hardly see any passing pedestrians. In addition, the entire town of Pershore is not equipped with streetlights, which makes it extraordinarily dark at night. This meant that as long as Wu Dachuan and the others walked out of the restaurant, Lin Hai and the others could take the opportunity to ambush them and wait for the right moment to attack them. After Lin Hai found Lu Erwa and the motorcycle driver, he told Lu Erwa to put on the sunglasses he had prepared in advance. Subsequently, the two face and forehead are covered with a layer of black cloth. Take the pre-prepared small half bag of lime, hold the 2 more than a meter long steel pipe. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them boarded that motorcycle and headed towards the restaurant that Lin Hai had just found. When the restaurant was still about 200 meters away, Lin Hai signaled the motorcycle driver to stop his motorcycle and instructed him, 2 minutes after you hear the fighting and yelling, ride as fast as you can to meet us. The motorcyclist nodded his head in agreement and said, yeah, no problem. By doing this, Lin Hai was actually reserving a way out for himself. If they failed in their sneak attack, they could at least prevent themselves and Lu Erwa from suffering a heavy blow from the other side. Naturally, if the sneak attack was successful, 2 minutes would be enough time to knock all these people to the ground. After all, in his and Lu Erwa's hands, they could hold a meter-long steel pipe. Just 2 minutes is enough to break an opponent's arm and leg. After making enough preparations, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, walked to the left-hand side of the restaurant, because this road on the right-hand side. Further down the road is a village, Wu Dachuan. These people will have to load grain and pull it to the county town later, and the grain of course can't be placed inside that village. So Lin Hai was 100% certain that these people would be heading to the left-hand side of the restaurant. The two of them found a dilapidated tiled room about 30 meters away from the restaurant and quietly hid inside, waiting for Wu Huizhi and his crowd to appear. After about 15 minutes had passed, Wu Huizhi, who was full of wine and food, and their uncles and nephews, finally walked out of this restaurant and came over towards where the two people were. When they saw these few people walking over, both Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, his heart all started to get excited. Lin Hai whispered to Lu Erwa, "After we meet them later, we'll point a steel pipe at them and swear at them. When they look up at us, sprinkle all this lime in the direction of their eyes, regardless of the damage the lime does to them. After spreading the lime, hurry up and swing a steel pipe at them." Lu Erwa responded softly, "Okay, got it." Hi. When the distance between them was still about 5 meters, the two men stormed out of the darkness. Lin Hai raised the steel pipe in his hand and aggressively pointed at Wu Huizhi and the others on the opposite side, swearing and cursing under his breath. "Wu Huizhi, Wu Dichun, you despicable and shameless fellows. You absolutely dare to play dirty tricks on this young master. I'll never let you guys go tonight." Lu Erwa on the side did not show any weakness and followed with loud curses. Asterisk 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 Q. If I hadn't run fast during the day today, I don't even know what kind of misery I would have been beaten up by you guys. You sons of ES. I'm going to have to give you a taste of your own medicine tonight. There were a total of 7 people in Wu Huizhi's group, and when they suddenly saw Lin Hai and Lu Erwa rushing out just now, they did have some panic in their hearts. However, when they realized that there were only 2 people on the other side, and that what they were holding were just 2 ordinary steel pipes, this panic quickly disappeared, and was replaced by a full-blown rage. Wu Dachuan's face was full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 Q. You two little bastards who don't know any better. Who can you scare with 2 broken steel pipes? Wu Huizhi, on the other hand, sneered and said in an icy tone, "Since they sent themselves to the door looking for a fight, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and get up there and give them a good beating." With his order, the remaining 6 people immediately surrounded towards Lin Hai and Lu Erwa without hesitation. Chapter 31, Revenge Doesn't Last All Night. Just then, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa tacitly lifted up the lime packet they were carrying in their left hands, and then threw it forcefully in the direction where Wu Huizhi, Wu Dachuan, and the other 7 people were. These lime packets contained as much as half a bag of powdered lime, to say the least. It filled the air like white powder, as if forming a white barrier that blocked the vision of Wu Huizhi and the others. Wu Huizhi and the others were originally charging forward in a furious manner, but suddenly there was a white haze before their eyes, and countless tiny lime particles flew in the air, catching them off guard. By the time they realized it might be lime, it was too late to hide. In an instant, several guys felt a stinging pain hit them as lime immediately fell into their eyes. The pain was unbearable, and Wu Huizhi hurriedly shouted, "Everyone close your eyes. These 2 boys are using such a despicable and nasty means to spread lime." However, by this time it was too late. Not only him, but several others, more or less, had inevitably gotten lime in their eyes. Some couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands, as if to keep their eyes from being hurt again. However, almost at this very moment, the 2 men, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, waved those 2 1-meter-long steel pipes, and like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, they pounced towards Wu Huizhi and the others with a furious output. Bang bang! With a dull sound, someone soon fell to the ground on the spot. At this time, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa's hands were not merciful at all. They waved the steel pipes in their hands and slashed at Wu Huizhi and the others. In just less than a minute, Wu Huizhi and their uncle and nephew, all 7 of them, were knocked to the ground. For a while, wailing and cursing sounds spread throughout the surrounding space. Lin Hai focused on taking care of Wu Huizhi and scolded him while pounding hard on him with the steel pipe. Asterisk 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 Q. You dog, how dare you play dirty with little master? See if I don't beat you to death today. Each blow carried the anger and resentment in Lin Hai's heart, hitting Wu Huizhi in agony. Lu Erwa, on the other hand, directly picked up Wu Dachuan and his cousin, who were lying on the ground, like 2 little chickens, and then heaved them out. The remaining few people were all dropped by Lu Erwa in the same way. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, these 2 boys, completely beat these people to death. By the time the motorcycle driver's motorcycle came to them, Lin Hai again used his foot on the most important part of Wu Huizhi's lower body as a man. Viciously kicked 2 feet, which climbed onto the motorcycle, and waited until Lu Erwa got on the motorcycle. The motorcycle driver put his foot on the gas, and the motorcycle left the place as if it had been struck by an arrow. The reason why Lin Hai had to kick Wu Weiji's lower body hard twice before he left was because he really wanted to make sure that this couldn't even be a man in the future. As long as he thought that his beloved woman Gong Yuru might have to be spoiled by Wu Huiji in the future, he hit a little harder. As a result, Wu Huiji, who had already lost his fertility, was afraid that from now on, he would not even be able to touch a woman. And by now, the several people who had been beaten were already covered in wounds, falling to the ground and moaning in pain, especially Wu Huiji. The sharp pain coming from his lower body made him almost faint. Damn Lin Hai, I won't let you go. Wu Huiji's heart was filled with hatred, but at this moment, he could do nothing but watch Lin Hai's trio leave. After this fight ended, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa quickly disappeared into the night on their motorcycles, leaving behind a messy scene and injured people. At this moment, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa couldn't mention how good they felt in their hearts. The first thing was to avenge Lin Hai's expulsion from the 3 villages, and by the way, to avenge the morning when these people attacked them halfway across the street. The other 2 were still filled with a sense of accomplishment. After all, they were outnumbered, and it was able to get out in one piece in the end. 40 minutes later, the motorcycle driver pulled Lu Erwa and Lin Hai smoothly to Yonghua County. Lin Hai gave the motorcycle driver $200 as previously agreed. The motorcycle driver's heart is naturally very happy. This $200, he usually a week may not be able to earn so much, made $200 in about 2 hours this evening. Also, just watched a free movie. To be honest, the motorcycle driver admired Lin Hai and Lu Erwa very much in his heart. Don't look at these 2 young people who are not very old, but their minds are very flexible, their guts are very big, and their hands are even more ruthless. The 2 of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, weren't busy returning to the small hotel, because just in case the motorcycle driver calls the police and people are quietly following them, there's certainly nothing good about them. After the 2 had been around the streets for a while, making sure no one was following them, they returned to the small hotel. Look at the time. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Both of the 2 just now, due to their excitement, had completely ignored the fact that they hadn't eaten dinner by this point in time. After Lin Hai returned to the small hotel and saw that he was safe and sound, Gong Yuru instantly jumped into his arms and muttered under her breath, "You really didn't lie to me. Not only were you ahead of schedule, but you came back safe and sound." Gong Yueju's eyes were glittering with crystal tears, which were filled with both joy and worry. She hugged Lin Hai tightly, as if she wanted to incorporate him into her body. Lin Hai felt Gong Yuru's true feelings and his heart was filled with emotion. He gently stroked Gong Yueju's hair and said gently, "Of course I won't lie to you. I'll do what I promised you." Lin Hai's voice was filled with firmness and gentleness, filling Gong Yuru's heart with warmth. Gong Yuru raised her head and looked into Lin Hai's eyes. Lin Hai gently kissed her for a while, and then spoke up and asked, "Have you had dinner yet, Tsukuru?" Gong Yueju shook her head and said, "Not yet. I'm afraid you've had some accident out there, and I haven't got the stomach to eat at all." Lin Hai rubbed her hair and said, "Silly, I'll be fine, and remember to eat on time from now on or I'll get upset." Gong Yueju nodded her head obediently. Lin Hai said, "It just so happens that Erwa and I haven't had dinner either. Why don't we go out for some late-night snacks together now?" "Yeah, how about we go for a barbecue then?" Gong Yuru proposed. "Okay, then I'll listen to you." Lin Hai smiled and took Gong Yuru's hand and went out the door with Erwa. Chapter 32, A Cozy Moment. The 3 of them found a barbecue stand and Lin Hai said to Lu Erwa, "Erwazi, you can order whatever you want to eat tonight. I took a beating this morning, but there was so much happiness that I had to celebrate." Upon hearing this, Lu Erwa's mood instantly became excited, especially when he looked at the barbecue stand, filled with chicken legs and pancetta. He couldn't take his eyes off of it, only to see Lu Erwa take out another 6 chicken thighs from the refrigerator and place them on the grill, followed by taking 10 skewers of pancetta, and immediately afterward asking the barbecue stall owner for a large portion of fried rice. Looking at Lu Erwa ordering so many things, the 2 of them, Lin Hai and Gong Yuru, didn't have much of a reaction. After all, they had already gotten used to Lu Erwa's amount of food, but the owner of the barbecue stall on the side was shocked, thinking how could this man eat so much? However, what the barbecue stall owner didn't know was that the food Lu Erwa had just ordered was merely his own share, and didn't include Lin Hai and Gong Yuru's share at all. If the boss knew about this, I wonder how he would feel. Gong Yueju went to help Lin Hai order a few skewers of lamb loin, plus a plate of roasted leeks. Lin Hai came to Gong Yuru's ear and laughed softly. "What? Afraid my body won't be able to handle it? Don't worry, even if I don't eat these foods, my body is still in great shape." Gong Yuru's face instantly turned red when she heard this. She gently kicked Lin Hai and said poutingly, "Nasty." Seeing this, Lin Hai was not willing to show weakness and continued to flirt. Don't be shy, Tsukuru. I'll prove it to you later. After saying that, he winked at Gong Yueju. Without a moment's effort, the barbecue was brought up, and Lu Erwa immediately devoured it. Lin Hai and Gong Yuru, on the other hand, smiled at each other and started to enjoy the good time. After they had enough to drink and eat, Lin Hai paid the money and the three of them left the barbecue stall together. By now, the night was late and the streets were quiet. Lin Hai offered, "Why don't we take a walk somewhere and digest?" Lu Erwa clapped his hands in approval. Yeah, just in time to see the city at night. So they strolled through the streets, enjoying the night. As he walked, Lin Hai suddenly took Gong Yueju's hand, and Gong Yueju's face flushed with happiness. After today's day, Lu Erwa and Silly also recognized a reality: their own brother Hai and this Aunt Yuru relationship is not ordinary. However, it was all too normal for this to happen to his own Hai. After all, so many of the sisters-in-law inside the village seemed to be very close to brother Hai. The three of them had been strolling around the streets for almost an hour or so, and Lu Erwa was a bit unfulfilled. However, Lin Hai considered that Gong Yuru was a woman, and was afraid that her body would not be able to cope if she wandered outside for too long. And there was another very important reason, which was that he had to hurry back to do something very meaningful with Gong Yueju. After all, a night out is worth $1,000. The two of them, Lin Hai and Gong Yuru, returned to their room, and just as soon as they entered the door, the two of them couldn't wait to nibble on each other. As the two lay in bed, they realized that the creaking sound was a bit harsh, and if it continued like that, it would surely have to wake up everyone next door. After all, it was already after 11 o'clock at night, and many of the travelers inside the inn had already gone to sleep, and certainly not with the TV turned up loud. In order to avoid unnecessary embarrassment, Gong Yuru had to get out of bed, keeping her mouth tightly clenched on her skirt. The two had gotten little rest this night and had been repeating the same thing several times. It was only when it was almost dawn that the two men slowly fell asleep in their exhaustion. Bang! 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 The next day, Lin Hai and Gong Yuru were still immersed in their beautiful dreams when a sharp knock on the door brought them both back to reality. Lin Hai said with great displeasure after opening his eyes. Who? Hi, it's me, Erwa. When are we going to eat? I'm starving. Lin Hai looked up at the clock inside the room. Surprisingly, it was already 2 o'clock at noon. No wonder this kid, Lu Erwa, would say he was starving. Lin Hai helplessly got up from the bed, put on his big flowery pants and, then he took out $100 from his bag, walked to the door and handed it out to Lu Erwa, saying, "Go out and get yourself some food. We're not hungry yet." Seeing the red $100 bill, Lu Erwa heart that is a happy. Growing up, he'd never had $100 of his own. He grinned as he reached for the money. Brother Hai, I've heard people in the village say that the buns inside the county town are delicious. I'm going to get some buns for dinner later, and I'll bring you a few on the way. Okay? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, go on, but you boys remember the way back. Don't get lost then. Lu Erwa turned his head and walked away, mouthing back, Hi, you really think I'm a cutie? Oh, don't worry, I can get it back myself. When Lin Hai returned to that big bed, Gong Yuru had already opened her eyes and said sleepily, Hi, what time is it? Linny, 2 o'clock at noon. Gong Yueju, why did we sleep for so long? It's all your fault. You kept bullying people non-stop last night. As the words fell, she even held her own small pink fist and lightly pounded Lin Hai's chest a few times, probably because she was too excited. Gong Yuru actually forgot that she had nothing on her right now. Looking at such a lovely Gong Yueju, Lin Hai really couldn't hold back and kissed at Gong Yueju. Don't! You nasty guy. Oh. In the middle of her sentence, her mouth was already gagged by Lin Hai's mouth. It's good to be young, both as a man and a woman. It is possible to look for joy all the time, and it seems to never know exhaustion. Fortunately, when Lu Erwa went out to eat, he not only ate buns outside but also ate a big bowl of noodles, so there was a delay of more than an hour before and after. I don't know how embarrassing it would be otherwise. This kid was quite thoughtful. Not only did he buy each of them a bowl of noodles back, but he also added 2 buns each. But he had clearly overestimated the amount of food these two could eat. The result is that the remaining 4 buns, again all go to Lu Erwa. Chapter 33, Parting Time. Due to the current awkward relationship between the two of them, Gong Yuru and Lin Hai, it wasn't very convenient for them to hang out for long periods of time right now. As a result, they stayed in the hotel almost the entire day. As for Lu Erwa, after eating and drinking, he directly lay on the bed and huffed and puffed. He slept so well. For Lu Erwa, such a life was simply what he had dreamed of. You get to eat a lot and sleep a lot every day. Of course, Lin Hai and Gong Yuru enjoyed this leisurely and relaxed life very much. On this day, Both Lu Erwa, Lin Hai and Gong Yueju had the happiest and best time of their lives. However, such a good time is ultimately short-lived, and it is destined to come to an end. Early the next morning, just as the sky dawned, Lin Hai rushed to the passenger terminal early to buy a ticket to Guanchang. In order to get more time with Gong Yueju, Lin Hai purposely chose the 4:30 p.m. train. That way, the two of them would still have a chance to continue enjoying their duo and spending sweet time together until 4:30. The time came to 2:30 in the afternoon. Gong Yueju took out a bunch of thick red tickets from inside her handbag and handed them over to Lin Hai, saying, "Hi, here's $300 as all my personal money. Take it. There's a lot of money you'll need when you get to Guanchang." Lin Hai hurriedly shook his head and said, "I have money on me. It's better if you keep this money." Gong Yueju said with some anger, "What do you mean? Don't think of me as your woman? If you want to really think of me as your woman, then you'll take this money. Now I have not divorced Wu Huiji. After returning to the 3 villages, he will certainly still give me money. And how will you live if you don't have a few dollars on you when you arrive in Guan City and you don't know your way around?" Lin Hai reached out and pinched her beautiful face and said with a smile, "What are you babbling about? How could I not consider you my woman? Or do you need me to prove it to you again now?" Gong Yueju reached out and slapped his hand away, saying very seriously, "I'm talking to you. Don't be a jerk to me. Just tell me if you want this money or not." Lin Hai said with the same great seriousness, "I still have almost $200 on me. And that's more than enough for both Erwa and me. We're going to Guanchang to work and earn money. Once we find a job, won't we have money then? How can a woman like you keep a little money in her hand? Otherwise, how will you come to me in the future?" The two men had a long and heated discussion over the issue, as if they were locked in a debate that could not be stopped. However, in the end, Lin Hai came up with a solution: pull all the money on the two men and divide it into 2 equal portions, with each man taking 1 portion each. Gong Yueju's approval of the proposal is what finally brings the debate to a conclusion. Gong Yuru snuggled into Lin Hai's arms like a meek kitten and pampered herself delicately. "Hi, I really can't bear to leave you. Seriously, the 2 days I spent with you were absolutely the happiest and most joyful time of my life." Lin Hai tenderly kissed her forehead, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a faint smile spread out. "Yuru, I am equally reluctant to part with you, but this day will come eventually. When you get back, get a divorce from Wu Huiji as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for your return at the past city." Gong Yueju obediently nodded her head in understanding and replied in a firm tone, "Well, I know, and I'm confident that soon we'll be together forever." Lin Hai said with a bad smile, "With this farewell, I don't know how long it will be before I can see you, and on the occasion of our parting, shouldn't we make a fond farewell?" Looking at the smile on his face at the moment, Gong Yuru instantly understood what he was referring to. Reaching up, she pinched him on the waist and pouted. "A young man should know moderation. I've been tortured to death by you in the past 2 days. At this time you're even thinking of doing something like that. At the rate you're going, what about when you're 30 or 40? Lin Hai said unperturbed. "With a body like mine, even when I'm 50, 60, I'm sure I'll be as vigorous as I am now. Besides, after today, there's no telling how long it'll be before I get a chance to do something like this with you." Gong Yueju smiled faintly and said, "If you can't hold it in after you get to Guanchang, you can find another woman. I won't be jealous, but the prerequisite is that you have to satisfy me first. If you can't satisfy me because you have another woman outside, see how I'm going to clean you up? What the does that mean? Doesn't he care about me? I can't believe I allowed me to find another woman on the outside." Lin Hai's hand that was stroking on Gong Yuru's body slightly used some force, and it hurt so much that Gong Yuru screamed out, "Aya, you'll die if you're gentle. You really don't know how much it hurts. Lin Hai, who told you to talk nonsense? Let's see if you dare next time." Gong Yueju looked at him very seriously, but not like a joke that way, and said word for word, "It's from my heart, and I'm really not going to get jealous over it. And it's not like I don't love you enough to care about you. I just want you to experience a few more women that, if you haven't been with other women, then how do you know I'm the best? Because I am, after all, a married woman who is considered in a large part of the population to be a used woman. Don't tell me you won't mind. Even if you don't mind now, you will definitely mind in the future. But if you still think I'm the best after going back and forth through many women, then you'll cherish and love me even more." At this moment, Lin Hai, on the contrary, didn't know how to respond, whether it would be for him or not. He couldn't say for sure, though he didn't think so at the moment. Who could say what the future held? Therefore, he was reluctant to delve further into the topic. In addition, they are about to face separation and he is very eager to indulge himself again. After all, the pleasure Gong Yueju brought him was unprecedented. Perhaps it would be difficult for him to experience this feeling again for a long time to come. However, who can predict what the future holds? At this moment, the only thing to do is to cherish the time in front of us. Lin Hai wasn't talking. Instead he hugged Gong Yu tightly and started kissing her frantically. He wanted to answer this question of Gong Yu's with his practical actions. Chapter 34, A Night in Kwanzaa City. After some more ruminating, the time had come to almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By this point in time, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, had also reached the time when they had to head to the passenger terminal. Gong Yu would have loved to send them to the passenger terminal, but in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, in the end, I didn't send them. The two of them, Lin Hai and Gong Yu, made the most affectionate kiss goodbye inside this small hotel. Then with Lu Erwa went to the passenger terminal. Two people all the way wearing a duck-tongue cap and sunglasses, because they are not sure. Wu Huiji and their uncles and nephews, a few people have reported to the police. For safety's sake, that's why they have to be on their toes at all times. Because in the town of Baoshan, they had beaten those guys up. That's a sure way to go to jail if you get caught in there. After arriving at Guanchang, these naturally did not need to be worried about anymore. As far as the late 90s are concerned, technology and the internet are not very advanced. Even if the police station in Baoshan town did start looking for them, after arriving in Guan City, others might not pay attention to the two of them. After all, in this day and age, it's perfectly possible for you to register even for lodging without an ID card. What's more, no one should have gotten killed that night, and they wouldn't have been wanted at all. On this journey from Yonghe County to Dagwon City, Lin Hai's mood was a bit complicated. More or less, there is some reluctance to the three villages, but also some attachment to Gong Yu. At the same time, there is also the expectation of Guangcheng, the city they were about to arrive at. Quanzhou was the first major city they had ever reached in their lives. Before this, both Lin Hai and Lu Erwa had been to the biggest city, which was their Yonghe County town. They had listened to the people inside the village when they were in Sanja village, and had heard that not only were the buildings in Guangcheng very prosperous, but and it was so lively that even their 10 counties combined might not be as huge as a shuttered city. With longing and anticipation for the city, they finally arrived at Guanchang more than 2 hours later. Before the car had even pulled into the past city, they could see several large, eye-catching letters from afar. Welcome to Guanchang. This made the two men more and more excited. After another 10 minutes or so, the Chinese bus they were traveling in slowly pulled into the passenger terminal. Just as soon as they got off the bus, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. They only saw skyscrapers, streets full of cars and pedestrians, all of which made them feel incredibly new. Compared to Yonghe County, it seems to be another world, a world full of modernization. At this moment, the time had come to more than 7 o'clock in the evening, and the night was gradually falling. The two of them were instantly excited as they looked around at the thousands of lights that were lit up and the neon signs that were flashing everywhere. They looked around excitedly, like children, with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. This is the big city. Lu Erwa even laughed and said, Brother Hai, this big city is just different. My little heart is pounding at the thought of living inside such a big city all the time in the future. Lin Hai himself was in a similar situation to him, but said with his mouth, Look at you. You're no good. But I've heard people say, there are many cities in this great summer country of ours that are tens of times bigger than this Guan city. Maybe we can even go to a bigger city in the future. When Lin Hai was in Sanja village, he had once heard that when coming to an unfamiliar city, whether it was to eat or stay in a hotel, one should never be near a passenger terminal. The reason is that not only are things very expensive in the vicinity of the passenger terminal, but there are often people who use all sorts of methods to screw them, the country people. So the two, instead of rushing to stay at a nearby hotel, walked aimlessly. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa strolled through the streets, and about 20 minutes later, they finally spotted a row of inns. The two looked at each other before walking over. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa asked several hotels in a row on this street, and all the answers they got were that a double room would charge $15 a night. Eventually, after some searching, the two chose a hotel called the Dragon Phoenix Hotel and stayed there. After solving the problem of housing, of course, the problem of eating must be solved. However, it was good to know that inside the alley where they lived, there were fast food and snacks for sale everywhere, with a wide variety of everything. So the two decided to try the fast food here first. They walked into a fast food restaurant and ordered two $3.00 fast food meals. When the meal was served, Lu Erwa began to wolf it down, while Lin Hai was relatively more civilized. However, just as they finished eating and were about to leave, the owner of the fast food restaurant insisted on pulling them for more money. The reason was simple. The amount of rice Lu Erwa ate alone had reached the normal amount of rice eaten by almost 3 people. The two felt a little helpless in the face of their boss's demands, but they could understand his difficulties. After all, people do some small business, If every guest like Lu Erwa eat like this, that fast food restaurant owner, not to mention making money, certainly still have to lose money. So, they had to pay for fast food for 3 people. After dinner, there was no way the two could go back to the hotel and sleep so early. The first time I came to such a big city, I definitely wanted to experience the city at night anyway, so they decided to go out for a stroll and enjoy the city at night. The city under the cover of night is full of life and vigor with its bright lights and traffic. After walking for a bit longer, the two men's gazes were soon captivated by the pink light that emanated from the perimeter of the street. Curious, they walked towards the bright light to find out what was going on. When they got closer, it instantly lit up their dog's eyes. On this street, at the entrance of the rolling gate store where the pink light came out, there were some young ladies dressed up in flamboyant and very cool attire standing at the moment. Some of them had long hair that fell over their shoulders, some had short, sharp hair, and some of them had their hair dyed in colorful ways. Especially when they saw the long white legs of these ladies, they could no longer remain calm. These legs were long and straight, and their white skin shone with a charming luster in the light, as if each step carried endless temptation. Are all the girls in the city so open-minded? Regarding the face value of these young ladies, no matter which one of them is placed in the 3 villages, they can be properly ranked in the top 5. Their beauty and fashion was an eye-opening experience for the two, as well as the richness and colorfulness of city life. Chapter 35. I'll teach him. Massage, handsome? After Lin Hai and Lu Erwa approached, there were soon 2 young ladies who winked at them while asking very enthusiastically. Lin Hai just smiled and shook his head, not answering them. However, as they continued to walk forward, more and more ladies began to greet them and ask if they needed massage services. Handsome, come on, our technician here is very good. Handsome, do you have time today? Would you like to experience our special program? These voices rose and fell, leaving Lin Hai somewhat overwhelmed, especially one of the beauties who was wearing a black ultra-short dress on her body, revealing a large career line on her chest. A very bright smile appeared on his face, and he even wanted to reach over and pull Lu Erwa. Lu Erwa was obviously attracted by this beautiful woman. He similarly smiled and walked over in her direction. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to want to take the initiative to go over and pull up the hand of the young lady. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai screamed in his heart. Did this silly boy really take seriously what he said last time at the cabin by the fish pond? The last time he was there, Lin Hai had jokingly told Lu Erwa that, if a woman keeps smiling towards him, that means that woman likes him enough to go and take someone else's hand. Unexpectedly, Lu Erwa actually really believed this sentence and put it into action. At the moment, there was a small distance between Lin Hai and Lu Erwa. Just as Lin Hai wanted to stop Lu Erwa's big hand that had taken Missy's hand tightly and followed her into that massage parlor. Lin Hai's head was full of black lines. What the was going on? For these things, Lin Hai was not very clear though, but when he was in the 3 villages, he had heard people in the villages say that there were such massage parlors in the city. As for what exactly is done inside, it comes in all shapes and sizes. Lin Hai could have rushed up and pulled Lu Erwa out at this point, but considering Lu Erwa is almost 20 years old now and still maintains his virginity, it was also time for him to complete a metamorphosis. The two are just a few months apart, and they've been through a lot of women themselves. It seems a bit unreasonable to let one's best buddy remain a virgin. Besides, he still had over $200 on him right now, so it was perfectly affordable to let the kid enjoy himself. After figuring this out, Lin Hai could only follow Lu Erwa and the others into this massage parlor. However, when he walked in, that originally very handsome little face immediately turned red. One of the sisters, sitting on the couch, smiled towards him and said, "Handsome, first time you won't be so shy if you come twice more in the future." Cluck, cluck. A few other girls inside the massage parlor laughed out loud in the same way. Lin Hai nodded symbolically and didn't say anything because he really didn't know what to say. And just at this time, the girl who pulled Lu Erwa in said, "Handsome, do you see what kind of service you need?" Lu Erwa, this little cutie, was a bit overwhelmed by the person's question. Just scratching his head and giggling there, he turned his gaze for help to Lin Hai. But the problem was that Lin Hai didn't have any experience in this area either. But it's all come down to this. It's impossible to say nothing. Thus, Lin Hai asked rhetorically, "So I wonder what kind of services you have here." The beautiful woman in the black ultra-short dress smiled and said, $30 for a massage, $100 if it's an all-night package. Now, Lin Hai finally understood what was going on. Give my brother a massage first, later if he wants to continue. It wasn't that he was stingy, it was mainly because Lin Hai was a bit worried. Did Lu Erwa know how to get it or not? Don't get to the point where the money is spent and you can't turn him from a boy into a man. Wouldn't that be more of a loss than a gain? Don't worry, handsome, I'm in good hands, and after I've pressed him once, I'll make sure your brother wants to do it again the next time. The girl said this with a teasing gleam in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she were extending a tantalizing invitation to the other. Seeing the girl being so generous, the embarrassment in Lin Hai's heart instantly dissipated into thin air. A small smile appeared on his face, and his originally taut nerves gradually relaxed. Lin Hai responded, "Mainly this brother of mine doesn't have such experience. I'm afraid he's a bit uncomfortable." Hearing Lin Hai's words, the girl in the black ultra-short skirt couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. She laughed and giggled and chirped like a jolly little bird. "LOL, don't worry, I'll teach him. Maybe I'll even give him a big red envelope later." She winked, a hint of cunning and mischief in her eyes. At this moment, Lu Erwo was completely immersed in his own world. He held the girl's hand tightly, feeling the soft, cotton-like touch, his heart both nervous and excited. He didn't seem to have listened too much to what Lin Hai and the girl had said, and was simply enjoying the wonderful moment in front of him. His mind went blank, only the warm, soft feeling in his hands occupied all his thoughts. Just at this time, the girl wearing a black ultra-short skirt pulled Lu Erwo's hand and walked towards the small door inside the store. The beautiful woman sitting on the sofa reached out and pointed to the seat beside her and said to Lin Hai, "Do it, little handsome. Are you afraid that my sister will eat you?" Lin Hai sat down on the sofa in a slightly formal manner. However, the beautiful sister asked softly again, "What's the matter? Do you only arrange it for your brother and you don't need a massage yourself?" Lin Hai was not a decent man, a proper little pervert. He took a serious look at the several young ladies who were in the room at the moment, and realized that apart from this beautiful sister sitting beside him, none of them could really fit into his eyes. When this beautiful sister saw that Lin Hai's gaze had been looking towards her side, she seemed to understand something and opened her mouth to explain. "I'm not the mechanic hero. You can pick whatever you want other than me." Lin Hai shook his head and smiled. "Forget it then. I'll just wait here for my brother." After hearing his words, several of the young ladies inside all had a hint of a lost expression on their faces at the same time. But, well, at this time, in this massage parlor, 3 or 4 more men walked in. In this way, the few remaining young ladies, too, went in the direction of that small door. Chapter 36, Speaking with Eyes Wide Shut. Inside the entire store, only Lin Hai and this beautiful sister were left at the moment. The beautiful sister laughed and flirted. "Handsome boy, you're not a first-timer, are you? Look how red that little face of yours has been since you came in." Lin Hai nodded with some embarrassment and said with his eyes open, "Aha, I come from a rural area and my family is poor, so I never found a wife. Just came to this city today. Naturally I don't have that kind of opportunity." The beautiful sister added, "Then have one of our technicians at the store give you a massage later when they're free." Lin Hai shook his head, revealing a helpless expression, then said to the beautiful sister in front of him, "But sis, I really can't look at all these beauties in your store, except for you." Hearing these words, the heart of the beautiful sister felt like a deer in the headlights as her heart began to beat faster. Her gaze lingered on Lin Hai's handsome face, and for a moment, she was actually a bit at a loss for words. This beautiful sister was the owner's wife of this massage parlor, and she naturally wouldn't go for the technician inside. After all, her daily draw was much higher than those technicians, and, as a boss, she's much less likely to dabble in the career of a mechanic. However, at this moment, in the face of Lin Hai's temptation, a slight wavering arose in her heart. Next, Lin Hai gave full play to his charm and eloquence, and in just a few minutes he made this beautiful boss lady a little heartbroken. That urge was especially strong when she learned that Lin Hai was still a green teenager. "Pretty sister, what was that lady's comment just now about giving red envelopes?" Lin Hai asked with a curious expression. The beautiful boss lady smiled sweetly, as if she was a blooming peony flower, and said, "Hey, you're really a little white. In our industry there is a rule that, if any of the technicians, when picking up a customer, receives a first-time visitor to a place like this, they have to give the person a red packet." Lin Hai came to a realization, and the corners of his mouth once again rose slightly, as if it were a curved crescent moon, and said, "Then I'm as good as new. Why don't you pretty sister give me a big red packet?" To tease a woman, Lin Hai was definitely a master. Just like a cunning fox, the boss's wife, who was sitting beside him, was very much in her element at the moment. In the middle of the day, her boyfriend had just called her and was going out of town for the next 2 days to run a little errand and might not be back until the day after tomorrow. If she did have something with this little hottie tonight, her husband would never know. And she is also very clear in her heart a little. On her that boyfriend, originally is a gangster leader. Usually when, naturally, there is no less outside the womanizing. Why should one miss such a good opportunity now? The beautiful boss lady eventually couldn't hold back, and a flirtatious smile appeared on her face as she laughed softly. Little handsome, you've managed to pique your sister's interest yet, but I'll tell you in advance. If you don't satisfy me later, not only will you not get the red packet, but your sister will definitely not let you off easily. Yo! Hearing this, Lin Hai was secretly happy in his heart. If he were to say anything else, he might not really have much certainty, but for this kind of thing, he was confident. After all, he felt that this beautiful sister in front of him was not only pretty, but her body was even hotter than ever, especially a certain part that was much larger than any woman he knew. Wouldn't it be a shame if you didn't try it yourself with such a great opportunity? Besides, didn't they just say that as long as they performed well, they would get a generous red packet? Thinking about this, Lin Hai's heart was happy. At this moment, Lin Hai had already begun to fantasize about the beautiful scenes that would follow, and he decided that he must pretend to be pure and innocent later. In this way, who would know if it was his first time or not? I have to say, this kid is a real piece of work, Lin Hai said this time, pretending to be surprised and embarrassed. So then why don't we just forget about it? I don't know what I have to do to satisfy my sister. To tell lies without blushing, this was Lin Hai's realm. But the beautiful boss lady laughed outright. In her opinion, Lin Hai had definitely never done anything like that before. In her heart, she was even more satisfied with Lin Hai and threw a wink over towards Lin Hai and said, "So timid? Don't worry, sister will see that you're absolutely fine." Lin Hai scratched his head and said, "I pretty much sleep every night. There's nothing good about me. I'm just stronger." Ha ha. Hearing Lin Hai's words, the beautiful boss lady burst into laughter, looking at Lin Hai with straight eyes. "Brother, sister sees that you're really being truthful." The beautiful boss lady smiled, her eyes full of teasing and anticipation. Lin Hai scratched his head a little embarrassed and laughed. Hey, it's okay, sis is laughing. However, I still don't know what to do to satisfy my sister. Lin Hai deliberately put on an innocent look. "It's okay, my sister will teach you," the beautiful boss lady said, walked over to Lin Hai and gently caressed his cheeks, then slowly approached his ear and whispered, "You'll find out later." After saying that, she gently blew a breath into Lin Hai's ear, making Lin Hai's heart itch. Lin Hai couldn't help but tremble and his breathing became rapid. There's a real urge to pounce on it right now, but certainly not in a place like this. The beautiful boss lady picked up her own handbag placed on the sofa, took Lin Hai's arm and was about to walk towards the door. Softly said, Go with your sister." Lin Hai saw that she wasn't going in the direction of the inside, but was actually going towards the main road, knowing that she might have to take herself out of this place, although also a little itchy, but he did not forget his good brother Lu Erwa, a little anxious to say, "Sister, if we leave here, then won't my brother come down and not see me? He'll be anxious if he can't see me." The beautiful boss lady smiled and said, "Have our mechanic set him up for the night, and tomorrow morning you come over here and meet him." When Lin Hai thought about it, it was a very good idea. As long as you perform well enough at night, not only can you get yourself off the ground, but the money you earn will definitely be greater than the money Lu Erwa spends. Chapter 37, Beautiful Boss Lady. Next, this beautiful boss lady took Lin Hai's arm and walked towards the door of this massage parlor. The duo stopped a cab on the side of the road and got into the back seat together. The beautiful boss lady opened her mouth. "Master, Fortuna neighborhood." She then took the initiative to lean her delicate body tightly into Lin Hai's arms. At this moment, Lin Hai smelled a refreshing scent that came to his nose. This made Lin Hai's entire body begin to feel a bit unsettled. Seeing this, the boss's wife smiled faintly and took the initiative to pull up Lin Hai's hand and placed it on her own small waist, and pressed her face tightly against Lin Hai's cheek. In the face of such an intimate gesture, Lin Hai felt as if he had never experienced it before, and was completely at a loss for words. By observing Lin Hai's reaction, the boss's wife became more and more certain that Lin Hai hadn't had any romantic experiences before that, and when she gazed at Lin Hai's handsome, male star-like face, her heart surged with unspeakable joy. On this journey, it looked as ambiguous as it could be between the two people, which made Lin Hai embarrassed for a while, and his old face inevitably turned red. When the boss's wife felt Lin Hai's very strong muscles, she couldn't help but take a deep breath in her heart, and was secretly glad that she had made the decision she did tonight, because what awaited her was going to be an unbelievable night. In less than 20 minutes, this cab arrived at the entrance of the Fortuna neighborhood. The $7 fare was naturally paid for by the boss's wife. This Fortuna neighborhood was full of 7-story buildings, and in those days, residential neighborhoods with such building heights usually didn't have elevators. As a result, the two had to choose to walk up the stairs. Fortunately, the owner's home is located on the 3rd floor. When the boss's wife gently pushed open the door of the room, Lin Hai was completely shocked by the sight in front of him. Until then, he had always thought that the decoration of village headman Wu Huiji's home was already luxurious. However, After witnessing the boss's wife's home at this moment, he realized that compared to this place, the decoration of Wu Huiji's home was nothing to write home about. Looking at Lin Hai's look of not having seen the world, the boss's wife secretly laughed in her heart. At this moment, the boss's wife was a bit more impatient than Lin Hai, and she directly pulled Lin Hai into the master bedroom, backhanding the door of the room. The moment she closed it behind her, the boss's wife's two hands were placed on Lin Hai's neck like water snakes. Soon after, she kissed her delicate red lips towards Lin Hai's lips. Lin Hai symbolically refused for a moment, then began to respond to the other's kiss. After kissing for a while, the boss's wife gently pushed him away and said, "Hurry up and take a shower first." Lin Hai's heart was so full of frustration. There's a lot going on in this town. What's the point of taking a bath at this point? Wouldn't it be better to just start? But the other party had asked for it, and one could only do it obediently. As he walked into the bathroom and was halfway through the shower, something surprising happened. The boss's wife walked in wearing a nightgown and holding a set of men's pajamas in her hand. Since I decided to act innocent at this moment, then, Lin Hai was bound to act like he was shocked. Ouch. Pretty sister, how can you take advantage of me like that? However, the boss's wife smiled flirtatiously. Saying nothing, he grabbed himself a shower and started to bathe. Once the two were back in the bedroom on the big bed, the boss's wife looked to be in a very happy mood. Whispering in Lin Hai's ear, he said, "Handsome, you're doing very well. Sister likes it." Instead, Lin Hai asked, "And how big a red envelope will my sister give me?" The boss lady smiled faintly and said, "It all depends on what you do next. If you can still satisfy me like you did just now, then my sister promises to satisfy you as well." The two casually chatted for a while before hugging each other tightly again. The time came to about 3 o'clock in the morning, but the boss's wife had no intention of trying to fall asleep, and very gently asked Lin Hai, "Brother, are you hungry? How about I cook something for you to eat?" Not to mention, by being spoken to like this, Lin Hai really did feel his stomach rumble, and a feeling of hunger surged to his heart. So Lin Hai nodded and said, "Well, it's a little hungry." Next, the two came together inside the living room. The boss's wife went into the kitchen and started to get busy, while Lin Hai leisurely sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for the food to arrive. In no time at all, the boss's wife brought out a steaming bowl of fragrant egg noodles from inside the kitchen. Not to mention, the boss's wife is a very good cook, and that bowl of egg noodles looks mouth-watering. Lin Hai couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and take a big bite. The noodles were strong, the broth was rich and flavorful, and the eggs were fried just right, making each bite intoxicating. This was definitely the most delicious egg noodles Lin Hai had ever eaten, causing him to praise it. While Lin Hai was eating noodles, the boss's wife suddenly walked up to him and sat directly on his lap. She smiled as she looked at Lin Hai, her eyes filled with love and tenderness. Then, she said to Lin Hai as if she was pampered, "Handsome brother, I'm a bit hungry too, so you can eat some for me too." Lin Hai was taken aback by her actions, but still nodded dotingly and picked up the noodles and brought them to the boss lady's mouth. The boss's wife opened her mouth happily, enjoying the cozy moment. After eating their fill, the two of them went back to cuddle up in that big bed in the master bedroom. The next day, when Lin Hai opened his eyes, it was already past 12 o'clock noon. Chapter 38, The Little Smartphone from Sister Hong. But it was normal when you thought about it. He had been tossing and turning nonstop for the last 3 days. Even an ox must get tired sometimes. It was also at this time that the boss's wife's cell phone suddenly rang. This startled Lin Hai. Something like a cell phone was too unfamiliar to Lin Hai. In Sanjia village, only the village head, Wu Huiji, has a big brother cell phone. What he doesn't know is that big brother is no longer in vogue. There are already Samsung, Motorola, Pocophone and Ericsson cell phones. And in the cities there are already little smartphones. Of course, even inside the city, cell phones can still be considered a luxury, because just about any cell phone sells for $1,000 to $2,000, and that amount of money is a year's salary for a lot of average people at work. For the owner of a massage parlor, this is certainly not much money. The cell phone used by the boss's wife was an Ericsson cell phone. Lin Hai didn't know what model it was, but it looked very small and delicate, especially suitable for girls. "Hey Ray, what's the matter with calling so early?" What exactly was said on the other end of the phone, Lin Hai naturally couldn't hear. The boss's wife said with a smile after she hung up the phone, "That big, hulking brother of yours, he's rushing all over the place looking for you right now. Look at him. He's got that proper look of being afraid that his sister is going to abduct you." Lin Hai certainly didn't have any surprises about this. He would really be surprised if this kid Lu Erwa didn't look for him. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, "We're both kids from the countryside and it's normal for him to be a little worried about me when we go out for the first time." The boss's wife nodded and said, "Well, by the way, Handsome brother, what's your name? Let me introduce myself. The employees inside our store call me Sister Hong. From now on you can similarly call me Sister Hong. Lin Hai replied honestly. My name is Lin Hai. While the two were talking, Sister Hong also got up, taking out a small smartphone from inside the nightstand. He handed it over to Lin Hai and said, Xiao Hai. This is the small phone that Sister Hong used to use. Now that I have a cell phone, I basically don't use this little smartphone. So my sister is giving it to you. Lin Hai hurriedly shook his head and said, Sister Hong, I can't accept such an expensive gift. Lin Hai wasn't an insatiable person. Although he didn't know exactly how much this little smartphone managed to cost, he knew that it must be expensive. Last night, he had already taken advantage of Sister Hong. It would be more or less inappropriate to accept such an expensive gift from someone at this time. Not to mention the fact that the two weren't too familiar with each other. Red joked. What? Afraid that after receiving this little nimbus of mine, my sister won't give you a red packet? Lin Hai shook his head once more and, the matter of receiving your red packet was actually a joke with you. A great beauty like Sister Hong accompanied me for the whole night. How could I be ashamed to do such a thing? These words more or less made Sister Hong somewhat impressed with Lin Hai. To be honest, the heart is quite happy. Walking over to Lin Hai's side, he put a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, You must take this little smartphone, or else I won't be able to find you at all when I miss you in the future. The reason why I gave you this little nimbus is also so that I can easily reach you in the future. Lin Hai was more or less excited in his heart when he heard her say that. Thinking about the wonderful night he spent with him last night, this would definitely be a very good thing if he could be with her often in the future. After a moment of slight contemplation, Lin Hai took the little smartphone from Sister Hong's hand. Sister Hong taught him how to use this little nimbus in passing. Perhaps Lin Hai's performance last night did make Sister Hong very satisfied. Sister Hong took out another $300 from inside her purse and handed it to Lin Hai. This time it was very decisively rejected by Lin Hai. Sister Hong said, I know you come from the countryside and need to spend money everywhere when you first go out. Sis gives it to you. So take it and come over to me in the future no matter what difficulties you encounter. Lin Hai still refused again and said, I really don't want this money. I have money on me now. If I really encounter any difficulties in the future, I definitely won't be polite to Sister Hong. Since Lin Hai had said so, Sister Hong didn't insist anymore. Just a casual question. So did you guys get a job? Lin Hai shook his head. Sister Red added, in the afternoon, you can go to the labor market for advice. Usually people fresh from the countryside go to that place to look for work. Sister Hong won't be able to accompany you. In case you're seen by someone you know. Getting this into my husband's ears will certainly get you in trouble then. After saying that, Lin Hai told Lin Hai the address of the labor market, and then also the address of their massage parlor, telling him to take a taxi there himself later. Before Lin Hai was about to leave, Sister Hong once again hugged him and whispered in his ear, Red will be thinking about you a lot. You were fantastic last night. At a time like this, Lin Hai definitely had a good advantage on his hands. Then he kissed Sister Hong for a while longer before leaving her house. When Lin Hai arrived at the massage street, he was seeing Lu Erwa inside Sister Hong's massage parlor smoking non-stop all the time. Seeing Lu Erwa, Lin Hai then remembered that this kid did not even have $100 on him. The technician who had just given him a massage must have approached him for money, and he happened to be unable to get any. So naturally he was both embarrassed and anxious. After seeing Lin Hai, Lu Erwa instantly became excited. Hi, I thought you left me alone. Lin Hai kicked him directly and said, What's all this nonsense? Am I that kind of person? Hi. Being kicked by Lin Hai, Lu Erwa didn't get angry. He just hemmed and hawed and giggled there. Lin Hai pulled out $100 and gave it to the young lady named Xiaoli. Then he took Lu Erwa with him and left the massage street. At this hour of the day, so many stores weren't open yet, so no one was going to keep pestering them. After walking for a while, Lin Hai noticed that the street was named Manhwa Street. By 1 o'clock in the middle of the day, so many of the stores on this street were not open. And the stores that were not open by this time of the day could surely only be massage parlors. This gave Lin Hai a moment of surprise. Taking a closer look at the street, 2/3 of the frontage are massage parlors. But he didn't think much of it. After all, it was his first time in a big city, and he naively assumed that's what big cities were like. After the two casually ate a bit of lunch, they followed the address Sister Hong had given him to Wenline Village, which was also the exact labor market in Guancheng. Chapter 39, Lin Hai finds a job. At this point in time, the sun has flooded the labor market with people. The place was buzzing with noise, as if it were a great carnival. Compared with the bustle of the market in Baoshan town, this place is even better. After Lin Hai and Lu Erwa went around the crowd, Lin Hai realized that most of the people who came to look for work were country people from the countryside like them. These people were plainly dressed without ostentation. Some of the older ones even had dust covering their clothes. the well-dressed people, on the other hand, are mostly employers who are here to recruit labor. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa would be the center of attention wherever they walked. Lin Hai had a face as handsome as a male star's. His skin was fair, his nose was straight, and his eyes were deep and bright, as if they hid a sea of stars. Lu Erwa, on the other hand, was tall and strong, with well-defined muscles, giving people a strong sense of power. It didn't take long for the two young ladies to come forward and greet them. Their eyes fell on the two country lads and they seemed to take a keen interest in them. One of the slightly older beauties spoke up. "Two handsome men, are you looking for work?" After hearing the voices of the beauties, Lin Hai carefully observed the two beauties. The beautiful woman who was greeting them at the moment looked to be 27 or 18 years old. Her long, full head of big wavy hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her pale skin. The skin was as white as lamb's fat jade, so delicate and smooth that it seemed as if it could be pinched out of water. Her body is a perfect S-curve shape, with a curvaceous shape, exuding the unique flavor and charm of a mature woman. The other young beauty standing on the sidelines, who was 22 or 23 years old, had short shoulder-length hair, and although she looked fairly clean-cut, she looked a bit ordinary in comparison. Lin Hai nodded and said with a smile on his face, "Yes, may I ask if you need to hire workers?" The very good-looking beauty said, "Our company needs to hire 3 more male employees, and I think you two are quite suitable. This handsome guy who is taller can go and help us with the boiler, while you, the handsome guy, can make deliveries for us or work inside the workshop." For the current Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, it didn't matter what kind of work they did, as long as they could find a job in a place where they could temporarily put food on the table. Still, Lin Hai asked, "So does your company cover food and shelter?" Beauty replied, "It must come with food and shelter." Then, the beautiful girl introduced their company inside the salary package roughly. "This brother who burns the boiler gets paid 400 a month. And if you, handsome, go on deliveries, that's 300 a month. But if you stay in the shop, you only get paid $200 a month. Because the vast majority of shop workers inside our workshop are girls, and they don't need much strength, so the treatment is relatively low." Lin Hai didn't have much of a change of expression on his face when he heard those words in front of him, but when he heard this last sentence, his eyes instantly lit up and an excited expression appeared on his face. He thought darkly in his mind, "The vast majority of the employees inside the workshop are beautiful women. If that's the case, then there should be no hesitation in agreeing to work for this company. As far as whether it's 200 or 300 or maybe 400 a month in salary, it simply doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit more or a little bit less, since it comes with food and accommodation. Being able to see beautiful women every day is what matters. What's more, if he really worked in this company, then he could definitely see this beautiful sister every day. Can look at such a beautiful sister every day? The mood want to be bad cannot Lin Hai agreed in one gulp. "Okay, no problem." Just then, the beautiful woman spoke up again and asked, "What's your degree, handsome? I didn't even go to school." "What's my degree, you ask? How do you expect me to answer you? It's hard to have a degree when you're doing hard labor outside. If you miss out on such a good job because you don't have a degree, you're going to regret it for sure." Lin Hai thought for a moment before answering somewhat sheepishly. Graduated from middle school. How could he really want a diploma? He thought to himself. Either way, it's still a good idea to find a place to land. It doesn't matter if you'll be found out in the end. But then again, even though Lin Hai had never read a book, if he were to say that he recognized words, it would not necessarily be less than a middle schooler. And even a high schooler might not be able to match him, especially since he can also write a beautiful hand, which is not easy. When it comes to why Lin Hai knows so many words, it's thanks to his righteous father, Lin Sanping. Since he followed Lin Sanping took time to teach him to recognize words almost every day. And sometimes when he didn't want to write, Lin Sanping would even beat him severely. In this way, Lin Hai's writing got better and better, and he knew more and more words. So, Lin Hai is considered a somewhat cultured person. Beauty nodded and said, "Okay, that job of ours doesn't require too much education. Just a middle school education is enough too." Hearing this, both Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were actually a bit bitter in their hearts. If Lin Hai could still muddle through, then Lu Erwa would never be able to pass this hurdle, because the kid can't even write his own name. "Whatever lies you make up are sure to be exposed immediately," Lin Hai asked the beautiful woman, somewhat sheepishly, saying, "Beautiful sister, but this brother of mine is not a big word. Can your company have him? The two of us definitely have to go together if we go there. This kid is kind of setting himself up with a beautiful woman." Mommy smiled faintly and said, "The job this tall, handsome man does is to burn boilers, as long as he has the strength to do it, and he doesn't need to know how to read at all." After hearing this, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the two beauties led them to a van, which at the moment had a surprisingly male driver sitting in it. Only later did Lin Hai realize that neither of the two beautiful women who recruited them had a driver's license. That's why the male driver had to come along for the ride. Lin Hai pulled out Hontishan brand cigarettes from himself and handed one over to the male driver. Seeing that what was handed over was actually Red Tashin brand cigarettes, the male driver froze slightly, because as far as these people they work for are concerned, very few of them can smoke such good cigarettes. Just the cigarettes they usually smoke are just over $3 a pack of Little Red River. Chapter 40, First Day of Employment. After Lin Hai passed the cigarettes to the driver, he took out a lighter to light it for the other party in the meantime. Everyone was a part-timer, and this small gesture from Lin Hai made this driver have a very good impression of him. After a few people got into the van, the driver who was driving the car was talking and laughing with the beautiful sister who was sitting on the passenger side, as well as the young lady who was sitting on the back row. They also chatted with Lin Hai and Lu Erwa from time to time. This put Lin Hai in a very good mood. It seems that these people in the city are not too difficult to get along with. Seeing that these few people were not bad, Lin Hai simply thought of making a small request with them to have this car come to the Dragon Phoenix Hotel to help them pull their luggage. Master, beautiful sister, can I trouble you to go to the Dragon Phoenix Inn to help us with our luggage? Lin Hai said with a consultative tone. Of course there's no problem, Xiao Luo. Just drive the car in the direction of the Dragon Phoenix Inn, the beautiful woman replied cheerfully. Lin Hai could sense from this matter that this beautiful sister's status in the company should not be low. After more than half an hour of bumpy ride, the van finally carried Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and the others to the outskirts of Guangcheng. The van then drove into a gate with a sign saying Peace of Mind Laundry Limited. After arriving at the destination, the beauty asked the driver, Lo, to arrange accommodation for everyone. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were placed in a room with 5 high and low beds. However, only one bed in the room was occupied at this time. The other 4 beds, both up and down, were empty, and the only bed that was occupied was the bed of this driver. Lo, the 3 quickly hit it off. Lin Hai learned from Xiao Luo that all the employees of this Peace of Mind washing company added up to no more than 100 people. There were only a dozen or so men among them, and the rest were all girls. These girls are all between the ages of 18 and 30. This washing company, mainly responsible for those star hotels, washing bedding and face towels, bath towels and other things. Almost more than half of the hotels in this Guangchang, the bedding inside them are given to this washing company to wash. There are 8 vans inside the company, but only 6 drivers, each with a driver and a delivery person. Every day, we wash and dry all the used bedding we received from the hotels on the previous day, fold them neatly, and deliver them to the hotels the next day, recycling the used bedding in the process. This kind of thing was naturally the first time both Lin Hai and Lu Erwa had come into contact with it. This, in turn, made them marvel at the life inside the big city. There is also a large boiler room inside the company that uses steam from inside the boiler room to dry these bedding items. The women in the workshop are responsible for washing, drying, and then folding the dried bedding neatly. Inside this plant, in addition to this washing company, there is a distillery. As for that boiler, of course the two companies used it together. After all, it saves money and is easy to manage. This plant is located in the suburbs and is so remote that there are hardly any people around. The building inside wasn't much better, looking a bit old and run down, but for Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, it was enough. That wash house, using a steel add-on structure, doesn't look too pretty, but it's very functional. As for their accommodations, they were all one-story brick houses, simple but at least sheltered from the wind and rain. The only small 3-story building is a small 3-story building, which is the lodging building for the employees of the other people's winery. Even though they can't live in it, it's a treat to be able to watch from the sidelines. The conditions weren't great, but Lin Hai and Lu Erwa had at least found a place to land. They were quite happy with the place. After all, they didn't ask for much. When it came time to eat dinner in the evening, he saw the entrance to the cafeteria, standing in a row of bright youthful women. Both Lu Erwa and Lin Hai felt very excited in their hearts. It felt like a really not bad job. You can deal with so many beautiful women every day, and there's money to be had. So what more could you ask for? Lin Hai's luck is a bit good. In his first day of employment, the company just increased a van. The boss, to see his long smart, let him and the driver a piece of delivery. The next morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, and Lin Hai rubbed his sleepy eyes and rose from the bed. At 8 o'clock sharp, he went to the delivery location with a slightly sturdier driver who looked like Lu Erwa. It's not a heavy job. Just go to the workshop and carefully count the bedding. Then deliver the goods to the designated hotels according to the number of orders received yesterday, and count the number of returns from the hotels and bring them back to the company. On this morning, the hotel they were to deliver to was called Hotel Camellia. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hotel's guest room department, A wave of excitement surged within Lin Hai once again. The waitresses in front of us were all youthful, pretty and pleasant to look at. This hotel had 5 floors, and each floor had a foreman, which meant that Lin Hai needed to deal with the waiters on each floor. Faced with so many beautiful women, Lin Hai couldn't help but be enraptured and look forward to interacting with them. Lin Hai followed a group of beautiful waitresses as they busily counted various items in the hotel, such as bed sheets, quilt covers and bath towels. Occasionally, Lin Hai's big hand would inadvertently touch the waitress's small white hands, and this subtle touch made his heart flutter. Just on the first day when he came to this hotel, Lin Hai was deeply attracted by a girl named Li Yanhong at a glance. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with a pretty face, a charming dimple on her cheek, and fair, tender skin. In particular, the full roundness of her breasts was a sight to behold, and the firm buttocks were even more striking. Li Yanhong's age looked similar to Lin Hai's, which was definitely a unique sight for Lin Hai. Prior to this, although he had been in contact with numerous women, they were mostly older than him and predominantly young women. It was the first time that a young and beautiful young girl like Li Yanhong appeared in his life. Lin Hai secretly thought to himself, if I could make this cute little beauty my girlfriend, it would surely be an extremely pleasurable thing. An hour later, Lin Hai and the two of them finished all the handover work with the room attendants inside the hotel. Just when he was about to leave this hotel, Lin Hai purposely ran to the 3rd floor of the hotel, found the little beauty called Li Yanhong, and cheekily asked, "Beauty, do you have a boyfriend?" Chapter 41 Hotel Rooms Department. The beautiful waitress named Li Yanhong was stunned by Lin Hai's question. A beauty of her caliber would certainly have no shortage of suitors on a regular basis. However, she had never met a boy who had asked her such a question so bluntly after only knowing her for less than an hour. Li Yanhong felt a little overwhelmed, feeling that this behavior of Lin Hai was more or less frivolous. However, when she saw Lin Hai's face that was as handsome as a male star's, the words that she originally wanted to reprimand him reached her mouth but she held them back. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she gently shook her head. Lin Hai asked more bluntly, "How about being my girlfriend?" This time, Li Yanhong answered without hesitation. "Not good." Lin Hai pressed. "Why?" Li Yanhong responded, "Because I'm not familiar with you." Lin Hai then said, "Won't we be familiar with each other in the future? After all, we'll see each other every day from now on. A boy who is handsome enough and thick-skinned enough, then surely nothing would be difficult for him. Just like Lin Hai now." After chatting with Li Yanhong for a few moments, he even very shamelessly shook the other girl's hand. Li Yanhong symbolically struggled for a bit, then went along with him. Looking at this look on the bastard's face, there was every intention of going further. However, just as the two of them were immersed in the beautiful atmosphere, Huang Jianxin, the driver who worked with Lin Hai, came over at an inopportune moment and shouted, "Come on, Lin Hai, there are 5 more hotel bedding deliveries that need to be made today." Hearing those words, Lin Hai couldn't help but curse in his heart. Asterisk. I thought to myself, why is this person so unintelligent, not coming sooner or later, but appearing at this critical moment? If he'd been a few minutes later, maybe the two of them could have kissed. Looking at Huang Jianxin's nude appearance, Lin Hai concluded that he must be a single dog. Despite some displeasure in his heart, Lin Hai helplessly followed Huang Jianxin and left together. After Lin Hai left, the redness on Li Yanhong's beautiful and moving face was slow to fade. Obviously, after the short and pleasant exchange just now, she had already moved towards Lin Hai. The whole day that followed, Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin traveled to 5 different hotels one after another to make deliveries. The day had been an eye-opening experience for Lin Hai, as all of these hotel room department ladies were outstandingly good-looking and young and energetic. At every hotel, Lin Hai could see a group of beautiful girls, who were either lively and cute or quiet and elegant. For this job, Lin Hai is still comfortable doing it. The most important thing is that the mood is very pleasant. Lin Hai sighed in his heart. If I had known that I could live like this in the big city, then I would have come to this Kwanzaa city a long time ago. It seems like the previous 2 years have been a waste of a great deal of time. Working for this washing company is indeed very nice. Not only do you get to eat delicious meat every day, but you also have a multitude of beautiful and attractive women to enjoy. However, when Lin Hai returned to the company and witnessed Lu Erwa's work scene, a trace of pity surged in his heart. Such a working environment and intensity. If it were him, I'm afraid it would be difficult to bear even for a day. It turned out that Lu Erwa was responsible for the boiler room, and the fuel used to burn the boiler was coal. And each addition of coal requires the use of a foreign shovel, which is used to put coal into the furnace chamber, shovel by shovel. This requires not only extreme physical support, but also resilience and endurance, as the workday lasts up to 12 hours. Obviously, $400 a month is not something to be taken lightly, but for Lu Erwa, such a job doesn't matter at all. The work was insignificant compared to the farm work he performed in his home village of Sanja. Most importantly, here, he gets a full meal every day, and there are $100 bills to be had. Lin Hai walked into the boiler room where Lu Erwa worked and asked with concern, Waco, this work looks exhausting. Can you handle it? If that's not possible, ask your boss to transfer you to another job. If he won't change, then we brothers will find another way. This guy Lin Hai really can't say enough about his friends. He's righteous enough, as long as Lu Erwa felt unable to hold out. Even if he had to give up this job that he himself regarded as ideal, he would not hesitate to stand with Lu Erwa. Lu Erwa grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, and replied, Hey, hi, this intensity of work is nothing to me. I love doing this kind of work. The point is that you get meat every day, and you get to eat it all. In this way, the two were able to establish themselves within this company. Time passed without realizing it, and before they knew it, they had already worked a week's shift in this company. On this day, Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin were delivering the bedding from the Camellia Hotel to the hotel at 10:30 a.m. This had been the last hotel they delivered today, and after delivering this one, they could leave work early. The reason why he would send this hotel's bedding at this point in time was still deliberate on Lin Hai's part. Half an hour later, the two had done a complete handover. Huang Jianxin was lying down to rest inside one of the guest rooms, while Lin Hai was currently inside another guest room with Li Yanhong. At this time, Li Yanhong was changing the sheets and covers inside the hotel. Lin Hai, in order to be attentive, naturally followed her and got busy. Li Yanhong's work clothes for the girls, all of them were small black suits with white shirts. There is also a bow there on the white shirt that looks very delicate. This set of women's small suits outline Li Yanhong's already exquisite figure even more perfectly, especially when she bent over to make the bed. The plump curve of her buttocks made people look at her more. It must be hard to avoid bending over when you're making sheets. Lin Hai, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, took advantage of this time to sneak his eyes towards Li Yanhong's chest. Gulp, gulp. Lin Hai couldn't help but gulp twice. Li Yanhong, however, didn't notice the difference at all. Looking at Lin Hai's side of the bedsheet, there were still some wrinkles. Couldn't help but open her mouth and said, Lin Hai, pull the sheet over there for me. But Lin Hai remained frozen in place. Li Yanhong couldn't help but raise her head to look at him, and when she saw that Lin Hai was looking in her certain direction with those fiery eyes, Li Yanhong's beautiful face swished red, as if it was as red as a ripe apple. Chapter 42 Playing with Fire. Li Yanhong pouted. Lin Hai, where are your eyes looking? At this time, Li Yanhong looked truly charming. Lin Hai was really a bit unable to help himself, and directly went over and tightly hugged Li Yanhong, and kissed at the person's red lips. In the next few moments, Li Yanhong turned into a little sheep, while Lin Hai was the wolf in sheep's clothing. More than an hour later, Lin Hai walked out of this guest room. Then he turned toward the next room and knocked on the door. When the door opened, Huang Jianxin looked at him with a puzzled expression. Come on, let's go back to the office, Lin Hai said calmly. The two left the Camellia Hotel together, leaving the story-filled guest room behind them. And when Li Yanhong walked out of the room again, the redness on her face still hadn't faded. Like a ripe apple, emitting a tantalizing scent, Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin were on their way back to the company. Huang Jianxin couldn't help but ask curiously, Lin Hai, you just spent more than an hour with Li Yanhong in room 302. What the hell were you doing? That's the kind of question you have the nerve to ask. It seems that your IQ is not much higher than that of a 3-year-old. Isn't that a knowing question? Lin Hai smiled slightly and replied in a relaxed tone. Nothing special, just changing the sheets and covers and stuff with her, Huang Jianxin said as he thought he was smart and skimmed his lips. Who are you kidding? Changing the sheets and covers inside a room takes only a few minutes at most. Lin Hai didn't have the heart to say, I guess you're not really that stupid, since you know it's not changing sheets and covers, so you can guess what we're doing. Huang Jianxin directly burst out a foul mouth and said, asterisk. Lin Hai, you wouldn't be doing that beastly thing to someone else's girl, would you? Lin Hai really didn't want to talk to this kind of idiot. Does this speak human? And what about the beastly thing? For all your stupidity, I even seriously doubt that when you marry a wife in the future, if you don't have an instruction manual, will you use it or not? Of course, if that's not possible, I'm totally willing to teach you reluctantly. After all, who asked me to like helping people? Time thus passed for another 3 days in Lin Hai's very cozy life. At this moment, in a certain guest room department of the Haiyuan Hotel, Lin Hai was still very busy counting the number of beddings that they had sent over with the waitress lady. 10 days down the line, Lin Hai and these waitresses inside the hotel were now all very familiar with each other. Everyone works and occasionally cracks a few jokes. The young lady who was counting sheets with Lin Hai at this time, named Yang Na, had just been married for 2 years. As both husband and wife, both work inside this hotel. That's why there was no rush to have children after we got married. Jana is the foreman of these room service attendants, while her husband is the head of security at this hotel. As a security guard inside a hotel, it was normal to work both day and night shifts, and as a captain there was certainly no special treatment. Being the foreman of the waiters in this rooming house department, naturally, it's similar to having your husband at work, but it's for this reason that both of them work one night shift a lot of the time. One works the day shift, and the only way to even see each other is during the other's work hours. It's not that easy to have a solo duo if you want to, and you only have that opportunity half the month at most. This would be more or less cruel to a young woman who has just been married. Yang Na looked at Lin Hai, a young and very handsome little brother, and would often joke with him. Jana looked at Lin Hai with a bad smile on her face and flirted. Lin Hai, you're so handsome, but you don't have a girlfriend. It can't be that you're not good in that area, right? Lin Hai, this kid, if a man asked him if he had a girlfriend, then he would definitely answer yes without hesitation. But if a beautiful woman asked him the same question, his answer would always be no. As a result, all of these young ladies mistakenly thought that he really didn't have a girlfriend, and there were even quite a few young ladies who made secret glances at him. After all, how many women can really remain reserved in the face of such a handsome young hunk? However, when Lin Hai heard these words from Jana, his face instantly turned gloomy, and a clear look of displeasure appeared on his face. How can you talk like that? Don't you know you can't easily say a man can't do it? What's more, I'm a proper fierce man, so how can I not be able to do it? If you dare say something like that again in the future, I'll have to prove it to your face. Naturally, Jana was not willing to show weakness, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she responded provocatively. Che, who doesn't know how to brag? The key is that you have to have that strength to do it. This is a naked provocation. If I don't prove it to you today, I'll really be sorry for my title of fierce man. Lin Hai turned his gaze to the perimeter for a moment, eyeing the fact that there was no one else at all in the four corners of the room besides the two of them. Lin Hai reached out and slapped Yang Na's arse. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "Woman, you're playing with fire, you know that?" Jana said without flinching. "I just love playing with fire." As soon as Lin Hai pulled the woman up, he headed for the next room. As the two walked into the room, Jana started to get a little distracted, her brow furrowing slightly. It's okay to joke around with your mouth normally, no matter how much more you say it, but if she really wanted to actually do it, she was still a little weak. After all, she'd never tried anything like this before, nor have I ever been so intimate with any man other than my husband. In her heart, she was not only very nervous, but even a little scared, and whispered, "Lin Hai, what are you doing?" Lin Hai laughed badly, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile, and said, "Proving manhood in front of you, of course." As the words fell, he stretched out his own big hand and wrapped it around Yang Na's small waist. In this way, Jana became even more nervous, and even breathing became difficult, hurrying to try to push Lin Hai's body away, but her strength was too small. No matter how hard she pushed, she wasn't able to push Lin Hai away, and at this time, Lin Hai, however, was getting more and more excessive. Not only did he hold the woman more tightly, but his hands also began to be dishonest. What's even more outrageous is that he lowered his head to kiss the woman. The woman reached up and blocked his mouth, whispering, "Don't, Lin Hai, we can't do this." Chapter 43, Walking with Jana by the Sea of Clarity. Lin Hai said in disbelief, "What? You're only responsible for lighting the fire, not putting it out." Lin Hai's hand movements didn't stop as he said this. So, in this moment he touched everywhere he should and shouldn't. Jana said softly, "Not here really." Once you hear that, that means it's not impossible to consider it if it's elsewhere. Lin Hai thought about it. After all, she was the foreman inside the hotel, and her husband was the head of security inside the hotel. It really doesn't seem appropriate if someone else sees this. That being the case, it's impossible to go too far on your own. Lin Hai smiled and said, "That's what you said. Don't try to renege on it when the time comes. I can spare you today, but I must first collect a little interest." Yang Na finally breathed a sigh of relief and pouted. "Don't you know enough when you've taken all the advantage you deserve?" Lin Hai said with a heated smile. "Not even close. If only you could initiate a kiss. That's about as good as it gets," Jana said with a pout. "Lin Hai, don't go too far." Although he said this on his mouth, he still stood on his tiptoes and kissed towards Lin Hai's face. Lin Hai smoothly wrapped his arms around her and kissed at her delicate red lips, didn't even give her a chance to refuse. After kissing for a while, Yang Na pushed Lin Hai away with all her strength. "That'll do, won't it? Why don't you get out of here?" Lin Hai smiled smugly and said, Both the texture and the feel are very good, so you'll have to schedule some time for me to prove a man's mettle these days." As the words fell, Lin Hai walked out of the hotel room. continued like a nobody and started counting the betting. Jana, who was inside the room, however, took several minutes to gradually return to normal. In that moment just now, she had a thumping feeling. It was a feeling that she had never had before, even when she and her own husband were in a relationship. In the face of such a handsome big boy, to say that she is not touched by the heart that is possible? From that day on, the relationship between the two did change subtly. In the days to come, whenever the two had the opportunity to be alone with each other, Lin Hai would definitely take advantage of Yang Na. Jana took it in stride, and at times began to enjoy it a little. Finally, on a night when Jana's husband was working the night shift, the two of them, Lin Hai and Yang Na, agreed to go out for a walk on the beach together in the evening. At 8 o'clock, Lin Hai arrived at the edge of the Sea of Clarity as promised. This Shanghai in Guanchang, although it is called a sea, is actually just a larger lake. It can also be considered a tourist attraction. Both day and night, there are a lot of tourists in this neighborhood, but in all honesty, the night view of Shanghai is indeed very beautiful. The blue sea is even more indescribably beautiful when illuminated by the scanty lights around it. The sea was sparkling as if countless jewels were set in it. The waves gently lapped against the shore, making a crisp sound as if telling the story of the sea. In the distance, the sea and the sky are so colorful that you can't tell where is the sea and where is the sky, giving you an endless reverie. Lin Hai stood quietly on the seashore, feeling the sea breeze and listening to the sound of the waves, and felt an incomparable peace in his heart. 10 minutes later, there was still no sign of Jana. Lin Hai couldn't help but pull out his little voice and dialed Yang Na's little voice. After several rings of the little phone, there had been no answer. Lin Hai's heart thumped. Yang Na couldn't have stood herself up, right? But on second thought it shouldn't be possible, because in the last few days Lin Hai could clearly feel that Yang Na was actually somewhat looking forward to such a date. Just as Lin Hai wanted to redial over again, suddenly, a very beautiful silhouette was walking over in his direction. Lin Hai took a closer look. Who was this if not Yang Na? Tonight, Jana was wearing a white shirt with a black wraparound skirt. This showed off her S-shaped body perfectly. Her long, high-coiled hair framed that very delicate face nicely. Her skin was like sheep's fat white jade, emitting a faint luster. Lin Hai quickly walked over in Yang Na's direction. There's been no answer on your cell phone. I thought you stood me up, Lin Hai said, half joking, half serious. Jana smiled faintly and said, this is not thinking that people have already arrived here. To save you a little bit of phone bills, why do not you appreciate it? Lin Hai very self-consciously wrapped his arms around Yang Na's small waist and said with a smile, then it seems I misunderstood you. You're quite nice to think of me in every way. Jana gave him a blank look and said, don't be poor here. At this moment, Yang Na didn't look like she minded about Lin Hai wrapping his arm around her small waist. In this moment they were strolling together on the beach by the sea, just like the vast majority of young couples in the neighborhood. The sea breeze brought a slight coolness to their faces. Lin Hai and Yang Na walked slowly along the beach, enjoying the peaceful time. Look, someone is releasing a Kongming lantern over there, Yang Na shouted in surprise as she pointed at the sky. Lin Hai looked up and saw several Kongming lanterns slowly rising up, like dots of starlight flickering in the night sky. This was Lin Hai's first time to see the night view of the sea, and he really didn't think that the night view of the sea would be so beautiful, especially when he felt the body temperature of Yang Na's body beside him. His heart was indescribably comfortable. Suddenly, Lin Hai turned his head in Yang Na's direction, then lowered his head and kissed Yang Na's lips. Jana also responded to him very enthusiastically. The two did a very romantic thing on the beach. By the time it was past 9 o'clock, Lin Hai took Yang Na and opened a hotel in a location not far from the beach. The two people entered inside the room for about 4 hours. It was only at last that the two said their goodbyes. Jana took a taxi home alone, and of course Lin Hai still returned to the company's dormitory. It was long past midnight at this hour, so the doors to the company were closed. However, this kind of thing was certainly not difficult for Lin Hai. He chose to climb right over the fence. This kind of thing was of course taught to him by his colleagues inside the company. So many of my coworkers climb the fence to get in when they're late coming back from a night out. However, what made Lin Hai unexpected was because the pleasantness of this evening had once again gotten him into trouble. Chapter 44. The next day, Lin Hai went to work as normal as usual. After delivering the first hotel bedding, the time came to 9 o'clock, and the two of them, Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin, were sitting at a roadside food stall eating soybean milk donuts. When they were about to finish eating, 3 or 4 middle-aged men suddenly sat down at this food stall. Lin Hai noticed that Huang Jianxin, who was beside him, after seeing these middle-aged men, he even gently pulled on the corner of his coat before swinging his head. This meant to signal Lin Hai to hurry up, and Lin Hai nodded although he was a bit curious. Just as the two wanted to stand up and leave this place, those middle-aged men, too, saw Huang Jianxin at this time. One of the 5 large men said with a leathery smile. Isn't this Huang Jianqin? I really didn't expect to be able to meet you in this place. As soon as the words fell, both the man who spoke and the several men around him unexpectedly stood up from their seats. 4 people surrounded Huang Jianqin's direction from the left and right. One look at this situation. Even if one wanted to escape, there was no chance at all. Huang Jianqin could only say with a hard and somewhat embarrassed smile, Uncle Chen, what a coincidence. I can meet you guys even for a breakfast. Just at this time, the 4 men had already surrounded Huang Jianqin in a group. This Uncle Chen was naturally the tall man who had struck up a conversation with Huang Jianqin earlier. After making sure that the people on his side had blocked Huang Jianqin's path of retreat, Uncle Chen said nonchalantly, It's quite a coincidence. In recent times, we've searched so hard for you as a family. I didn't realize it was kind of a step in the right direction. Lin Hai looked at Huang Jianqin and surprisingly realized that Huang Jianqin at this time was already sweating profusely. Needless to say, there was bad blood between these middle-aged men and Huang Jianqin. Although the two had only known each other for more than 10 days, their feelings were still very good after these 10 days of spending time together. Since this was the case, then of course Lin Hai couldn't just ignore it. He thought in his mind, if these guys make a move on Huang Jianqin, then one must rush up to help. But naturally, he couldn't act rashly until things were clear. Only Huang Jianqin could be heard saying very nervously, Uncle Chen, I'm just a kid. That money is owed to you by my dad. It's useless for you to look for me. I simply can't come up with that kind of money. Hearing this, Lin Hai finally understood what was going on. It seems that Huang Jianqin's father owes these people money. In Lin Hai's impression, Huang Jianqin wasn't a local of Guanqing either. Instead, it's from a county called Hayward. Surprisingly, in this kind of place can meet his father's debtor. It seems that this Huang Jianqin really a little bad luck. The man called Uncle Chen coldly snorted and said, Humph, you're 20 years old and you're still a kid? Cut the useless talk. Either pay us back the money your father owes us obediently, or we'll break one of your legs today. These middle-aged guys are too much. Why do you act like a gangster and break people's legs at the drop of a hat? Lin Hai opened his mouth. Uncles, can we talk things over? Don't start talking about breaking people's legs. It sounds scary. After hearing Lin Hai's words, another middle-aged uncle directly stepped forward and pushed Lin Hai. This has nothing to do with you, so get the hell out of my way if you don't want to get your ass kicked. Lin Hai originally didn't want to cause trouble, but after hearing these words, a surge of anger couldn't help but well up in his heart. Just then, Huang Jianqin was quite righteous and hurried over to block Lin Hai's body, saying, Uncle Ma, this has nothing to do with my colleague. If you guys have anything to do, come at me. Don't make a move on him. However, the other party didn't take his words seriously at all and backhanded him. Pop! A crisp slap sounded, and a fiery pain instantly spread across Huang Jianqin's face. The slap was from Uncle Chen, whose eyes flashed with ferocity and his mouth cursed. Asterisk 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 you little bastard. Your dad, that old bastard, ran away. Let me catch you little bastard today. I don't want that $10,000, but I must break one of your legs. When Lin Hai saw this scene, the anger in his heart instantly erupted. His little tantrums, they came right up, for no reason at all. He was pushed and his own companion was slapped in the face. You're not a ING man if you can tolerate this. Lin Hai said to Huang Jianqin, Fatty, these mother asterisk 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 airs. Right in the middle of his words, Lin Hai suddenly struck out and swung a fierce punch towards the man who had just pushed him. Things have come to a head. Huang Jianqin has no choice but to rush forward. In an instant, the scene was chaotic as the 6 men mingled together. Don't look at Lin Hai's appearance of refined, not belong to the type of stout, thick and powerful, but fight without any ambiguity. It didn't take long for the man who had just shoved him to be knocked to the ground with a vicious blow. At the same time, however, he himself was kicked twice by another man who took advantage of the situation. After knocking down the first man, Lin Hai quickly turned around and focused his attention on the man who had just kicked him. Despite being 1-on-2, Lin Hai was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. On the other hand, Huang Jianqin faced the other two alone, although he was clearly at a disadvantage. But this kid is also fighting for his life at the moment, without any intention to retreat, tightly pulling the Uncle Chen, frantically attacking. Luckily, Lin Hai quickly went over to support Huang Jianqin after knocking down 2 people on his side. In this way, these 4 middle-aged uncles were all knocked to the ground by them in no time. The 2 men couldn't think fast enough and rushed toward their van. The 4 middle-aged men behind them, after standing up and climbing from the ground, also began to frantically chase after them. Although the 2 people just now won a big victory, but after all, it is hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. If time goes by, they are definitely not the opponent of these 4 people on the other side. In order not to lose out, Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin used all their strength and ran towards the van with all their might. Finally, the two managed to climb into the van, panting with exhaustion as they got their asses into it. However, just at this time, something unexpected happened. Huang Jianxin, this kid is not thinking of hurrying to escape. Instead, he pressed his foot on the gas pedal, started the car up, and sped off in the direction of those middle-aged uncles. ***. Lin Hai's eyes widened, and in his heart he secretly exclaimed, "Brother, should we be so desperate? If you had hit this, it would have killed someone for sure." This one move of Huang Jianxin's made Lin Hai, who was sitting on the co-pilot, feel particularly surprised. He had never imagined that Huang Jianxin was such a ruthless person. Fortunately, the few middle-aged uncle reaction is also timely enough, quickly scattered, and ultimately did not be hit by the van. Chapter 45, The Bitter Huang Jianxin. Seeing those middle-aged uncles fleeing, Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin couldn't help but laugh. This is so relieving. These dogs, just now, had been trying to chase and beat themselves up. I didn't expect to end up in such a sorry state at this moment, but Lin Hai had to secretly admire this Huang Jianxin in his heart. Look at this kid just now. That's really dare to bump into ah. After the van drove out another distance, Huang Jianxin said to Lin Hai, "Brother Hai, I really thank you just now. From now on, you're my own brother." Lin Hai said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying. It's a big deal, but you kid is really bold. Just now look at you, that is really want to run over those middle-aged people ah." Huang Jianxin shook his head helplessly and said, "Hi, you don't know what's going on in my family. If you were me, you'd definitely want to run these ****ts over too." After saying that, Huang Jianxin told Lin Hai about what had happened inside his family in the last 2 years. It turns out that in the first few years, Huang Jianxin's dad looked at driving a big car can make money. So he borrowed money from all over the world to purchase 2 large vehicles and took the plunge. At first, they did make a sizable profit, but it was only a temporary boom. Because he purchased a used car, he may have been unlucky. A year later, those 2 big cars broke down frequently and spent half a month in the garage almost every month for repairs. To make matters worse, when his father was on a long run once, he had an unfortunate traffic accident that killed a pedestrian. The accident left the family in great distress. Although the family of the deceased agreed to solve the problem privately, the one-time payment of nearly $200,000 is a heavy burden for the family. Faced with this situation, the family had no choice but to sell the 2 big cars to pay off the debt. However, although the traffic collision was resolved, the funds previously borrowed from relatives and friends for the purchase of the car could not be returned in time. Huang Jianxin's father was an honest and trustworthy man who always kept his promise and kept trying to find ways to pay back the money. However, without a stable source of income, this approach of tearing down the east wall and mending the west wall is not destined to last. Half a year ago, his mother couldn't stand the thought of someone coming to her door every day to collect a debt, so she divorced his father. Now his father, in order to avoid debts, also had to run away to work. Even so, these people often went to Huang Jianxin and his elderly grandmother to ask for money. Eventually, grandma was taken to a distant aunt's house, and he came to work in Kansai City. But what I didn't expect was to meet a debtor this morning. In fact, it was originally taken for granted that debts would be repaid. However, Huang Jianxin's father ended up having to pay high interest rates as he failed to repay the loan on time. Take that Uncle Chen just now. Huang Jianxin's father borrowed 50,000 yuan from him, and has now paid back nearly 70,000 with interest. But the other party still refuses to stop. What is even more outrageous is that they even moved against Huang Jianxin's elderly grandmother in his old home. Therefore, it was easy to understand why Huang Jianxin had the urge to drive a car into someone just now. These people had driven his father from his wife and family, had a home but didn't dare to return to it, and now they were going to do it to him. I'm afraid that any other person would not be able to endure such humiliation and bullying. At this moment, Lin Hai was filled with deep sympathy for Huang Jianxin. In comparison, this fatherless orphan seems to be much luckier than Huang Jianxin. At least you don't have to worry about creditors coming after you every day. It was also from this time that a very deep friendship was established between the 2 people, Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin. When they fought just now, both of them suffered some minor injuries on their bodies, but the good thing was that neither of them used weapons during the fight, so these minor injuries are completely negligible. The 2 also didn't let the unpleasantness that had just occurred affect the rest of the day. At the end of the evening, in order to thank Lin Hai for his righteous help today, Huang Jianxin invited Lin Hai to have dinner outside. By the way, he also called up Lu Erwa. Counting up, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa had been on board for more than half a month. I have never been outside for a meal, and it is indeed time for a better meal. But after Lin Hai learned about Huang Jianxin's family, he didn't intend to let him pay the bill and was going to sneak in the money himself after the meal. After all, although Lin Hai had no money, he didn't owe any external debts, and compared to Huang Jianxin, he was definitely much better off. Just when the three of them changed into clean clothes and were about to go outside to the next restaurant, they were surprised to meet the beautiful sister who had recruited them, Fong Lin. After joining the company for such a long time, Lin Hai of course knew what this Fong Lin did. She was the office director inside the company. She had the most power in the whole washing company, except for the boss and the boss's wife. After seeing Fong Lin, Lin Hai accompanied a smiling face and greeted him saying, "Pretty sister, you're so pretty today." This caused Huang Jianxin, who was beside him, to shiver. Lin Hai's words had so much as a hint of molestation in them. Within the entire company's male compatriots, I'm afraid that this Lin Hai was the only one who dared to speak to this director Fong in such a manner. Hearing that, Fong Lin didn't look angry, just smiled faintly and said, "Xiao Lin, this is in the company, so don't get all playful with me. From now on, don't call me beautiful sister, either call me Director Fong, or just call me by my name." Lin Hai said in disbelief, "Call the beautiful sister friendly. Besides, there's no need to get all serious when you're in front of the company, not inside it, right?" Fong Lin smiled helplessly and said, "What a smooth talker. Lin Hai, pretty sister, you must not have eaten yet, right? It just so happens that we want to go out to eat. Why don't you do us the honor of accompanying us?" Fong Lin shook her head and said, "Thanks, you boys go out for dinner and drinks. I'll stay out of it. I'll just eat inside the company cafeteria." Lin Hai said in a serious manner, "Everyone is usually quite busy at work. We can take advantage of the meal to communicate more about work matters. If the beautiful sister is embarrassed, then why don't I call up 2 more female co-workers inside the company?" People Lin Hai had said so naturally Fong Lin was too embarrassed to refuse. In order to be able to make Fong Lin less embarrassed, Lin Hai really ran to the girls' dormitory again and called 2 girls that he thought were okay looking to go eat with them. Don't look at this kid, into the job time is not long, but with these female employees inside the company, the relationship between that called a cordial. Since he took the initiative to invite him, of course the female co-worker wouldn't turn him down. After all, the fact that you can share a dinner with such a handsome hunk is a very nice thing in itself. What's more, it's a chance to improve the food while you're at it. Therefore, no matter which way you look at it, the 2 beautiful colleagues will definitely not refuse. Chapter 46, Inviting female colleagues to dinner. The moment he saw these 2 female co-workers, stepping on high heels, following Lin Hai out of the girls' dormitory, so many girls inside the girls' dormitory couldn't even help but cast envious glances at these 2 girls. There were also some girls who were even jealous in their hearts. They want this opportunity too. It seems that when there's nothing else to do in general, you must talk to Lin Hai more often. Maybe one day, one would have the chance to go out to dinner alone with Lin Hai? 20 minutes later, Lin Hai and his group of 6 people finally found a nearby Sichuan restaurant. After everyone was seated one after another, Lin Hai picked up the menu and waved his hand, brushing and ordering endlessly. And what he ordered was actually hard food. What, back to the pork, fish and meat, kung pao chicken. These dishes are all his favorites. Huang Jianxin, who was sitting opposite Lin Hai, had a cold sweat on his forehead. "You know, before you even came out to dinner, you were the one who said you were going to buy dinner. But now Lin Hai ordered so much food. How much would it cost?" But all the belongings Huang Jianxin had on him didn't add up to more than $100. When Lin Hai invited the 3 beauties to dine with him, his heart was filled with joy and apprehension. After all, it was so exciting to have dinner with 3 beautiful women. But at the same time he was worried about whether he could afford the meal financially, because he's really shy. If he goes to the checkout after eating and realizes that he doesn't have enough money on him to pay the bill, he's going to be humiliated. However, in front of so many people, he was too embarrassed to talk about this embarrassing situation. So, he could only silently pray in his heart, hoping that Lin Hai, the pitiful bastard, would be merciful when ordering and not order too many expensive dishes. However, after Lin Hai finished ordering, he directly asked the waiter to serve another beer and asked for a few drinks. Huang Jianxin's mood sank to the bottom, thinking, "It's over. It's really over. I definitely don't have enough money to pay the bill later. Brother Hai really doesn't know the suffering of the poor." At this time, he was like an ant on a hot pan. However, everyone seemed to be very happy and completely oblivious to his concerns. The whole atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic as a delicious dish was brought to the table one after another. Lin Hai enthusiastically greeted everyone with drinks and food, while Huang Jianxin could only cry out in secret from the sidelines. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, his mood grew heavier and heavier, wondering how he was going to face the dilemma of settling the bill later. At a later point in time, Huang Jianxin simply didn't bother thinking about it so much. He could only hold the mentality of taking one step at a time, but the big deal was that he would be embarrassed later. and he chipped in with Lin Hai and Luerwa to pay for the bill. So he, too, began to gulp down his food and drink one dry beer after another. Fong Lin said she had work to do later and didn't drink, just took a drink to accompany a few of them. The other two female co-workers, one called Xiao Yan and the other called Zhuo Jing, did accompany them to drink a little beer. To Lin Hai's left sat Fong Lin, and to his right sat Xiao Yan and Zhuo Jing in that order. At this time of the year, he was sitting in the middle of the flowers all together. The most depressing thing for Huang Jianqin was that the three beautiful co-workers inside the company had been just talking and chatting with Lin Hai. Lin Hai was the only one in his eyes, completely treating him and Lu Erwa as air. It was when he toasted people that they were perfunctory. This is really a people person. We are all employees inside the company. Why is there such a big difference? And this over $100 meal tonight is still waiting to be paid for by myself. In this day and age, a meal that costs over $100 is considered somewhat extravagant. After all, they only get paid about $300 a month. After eating for almost an hour or so, Fong Lin, who hadn't been drinking, said she had work to take care of and had to go back to the office early. It was well after 9 o'clock in the evening, and in this day and age the security of the shuttered city was not particularly good. That's why Lin Hai offered to act as an escort himself to send Fong Lin back to the company first. To be honest, if Fong Lin was allowed to go back to the company alone this big night, she was really a bit scared. In this day and age, public robberies and muggings happen all the time on the streets. On top of that, it's a 20-minute walk from the office, which, among other things, goes through a sparsely populated area. Fong Lin greeted everyone and then said sorry before leaving this restaurant with Lin Hai. Before Lin Hai left, he went to the bar and asked for another beer to deliver to the remaining four, paying the bill in the process. I was surprised to spend over $150 on a meal. It was half a month's salary, but in all honesty, he had no regrets. After all, tonight was really, really fun. Seeing the waiter carry another piece of beer, Huang Jianqin screamed in his heart, "My brother Hai, it's great when you order now, but what should you do when you pay the bill later?" Especially now that he saw that Lin Hai had actually left first. His heart always felt tense. Well, at this time, Lin Hai walked up to them again, smiled, and said, "You guys drink first. I'll come over and continue to drink with you after I send my beautiful sister back. Tonight must be a no-drinking night. By the way, I've already bought the order just now. You guys feel free to eat and drink. If you need anything you can keep ordering, and we'll settle the bill together when I come back." When he heard the second half of the sentence, Huang Jianqin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. "Hi, you're really my brother." The boulder that had been hanging in my heart could now finally fall to the ground. No matter what, I'm going to repay you for this favor. Lin Hai and Fong Lin walked shoulder to shoulder on the streets shrouded in night, surrounded by flashing colorful neon lights. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness, a feeling that was especially pleasant on this hot summer night. Fong Lin said somewhat apologetically, "Lin Hai, I'm really sorry for letting you drive me back to the office and affecting your drinking." Lin Hai said with a slight smile, "Can have the honor to accompany the beautiful sister to take a walk together? I don't mention how happy I am in my heart. Drinking can be drunk at any time, but the opportunity to accompany the beautiful sister to take a walk, miss it will no longer be there. This kid is a real smooth talker." Such words would certainly be very flattering to the ears of the vast majority of beautiful women. But Fong Lin laughed outright, and after a while she said, "Such a good talker. Is this how you usually coax your girlfriend?" Lin Hai said in his serious manner, "I don't have a girlfriend. Why don't you be my girlfriend, beautiful sister?" Chapter 47, The Idol of a Good Brother's Heart. Being asked so bluntly by Lin Hai, a hint of redness swept across Fong Lin's face, but then it returned to normal. "You're so handsome. How can you not have a girlfriend? Besides, it's impossible for us." However, the change of expression on her face certainly didn't escape Lin Hai's eyes. Lin Hai didn't answer the question of whether or not he had a girlfriend, but asked in return, how could it not be? Now, the expression on Fong Lin's face was more complicated, with helplessness and bitterness. After a while, Fong Lin digressed and said, "Are you used to working at the company?" Lin Hai nodded heavily and said, "Well, it's nice, mostly because I get to see my beautiful sister every day. Just being able to see you puts me in a good mood." Fong Lin spat. "Don't ever joke with your sister like that again." As the two men spoke, they came to the small, sparsely populated bridge. The streetlights here are also very gray, and usually by this point in time, if a girl walks in this place, she's more or less scared. Fong Lin subconsciously moved closer to Lin Hai's side. However, Lin Hai took advantage of this time to place his hand on Fong Lin's small waist. Fong Lin's petite body trembled slightly, but it didn't slap his salty hand away, and he didn't say anything with his mouth. The two continued to walk forward, and when Lin Hai's hand was placed on Fong Lin's arse, Fong Lin frowned and said with some displeasure, Lin Hai, where do you put your hands? Suddenly, Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Fong Lin and kissed at her red lips. Fong Lin was shocked by Lin Hai's sudden move, and she struggled hard, trying to break free from Lin Hai's embrace. However, Lin Hai's strength was too great, and her efforts were ineffective. Lin Hai hugged Fong Lin tightly, relishing the sweetness of the moment. His lips gently touched Fong Lin's, feeling her warmth and softness. Fong Lin's mind was filled with contradictions and confusion. She had originally just treated Lin Hai as an ordinary colleague and friend, but now his behavior had left her feeling overwhelmed. What's more, it's like what she just said. It's just not possible between them. But the moment Lin Hai hugged her, she realized she didn't have much resistance, didn't hate her behavior at all, and even had a hint of anticipation. However, reality told her that she really couldn't be like this with Lin Hai. In the end, Fong Lin used all of her strength before she pushed Lin Hai away and said, Lin Hai, if you dare to do that again, then I'll get angry. Lin Hai knew to stop anything in moderation. If he acted too eagerly, there are times when it backfires. So he said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, beautiful sister. You're just too pretty to look at. I didn't hold back for a moment just now. After Fong Lin heard his apology, she felt more comfortable in her heart. Besides, she wasn't really angry at the time just now. Let's go. It won't happen again. But Lin Hai, this pussy, still didn't take away the hand that was wrapped around the other Fong Lin. It was only when he was about to reach the company's entrance that Fong Lin slapped his hand away and said, well, thank you, so hurry over and have a drink with them. I'll just walk in by myself. As the words fell, Fong Lin stepped on her own high heels and walked in towards the company's front door, all the way until after that pitter-patter, completely inaudible. Lin Hai again before heading to the restaurant where he had just eaten. On the way back, Lin Hai said in his heart, this Fong Lin is really, really good. Both the feel and the texture. That's absolutely top-notch. She has to be taken down, or else it's all a bit of a shame. When I sent Fong Lin back just now, the two of them milled around for 20 minutes or so, and when they went back, it took Lin Hai at most 15 minutes alone to get back to that restaurant. As he looked at the empty dinner plates on the table, and at the beer bottles that had long since bottomed out around the perimeter, the heart couldn't help but sigh. With my own good buddy Lu Erwa around, it seems like the dinner plates will always be empty, and the same goes for the wine bottles. What's more, at this moment, there's an additional Huang Jianxin around who's a match for Lu Erwa. After seeing Lin Hai, Lu Erwa even asked, Hi, are we going to keep drinking? Can this go on drinking? If I keep drinking it, my wallet will definitely be cleaner than my face in a few days. Well, two female co-workers, Xiao Yan and Zhuo Jing, were the first to suggest that they could not continue to drink. Next, Lin Hai and his group of 5 people left the Sichuan restaurant. Huang Jingxin proposed, It's still early. Why don't we go over to the square and hang out for a while? Lin Hai also had the exact same intention. It was only after 9 o'clock and he couldn't sleep if he went back so early. It seems like it would be great to hang out with 2 female co-workers for a while. The 2 beauties, of course, were more than happy to do so, but this next process seemed to be a little less friendly to both Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. The 5 people were divided into 2 rows walking, with Zhuo Jing on Lin Hai's left and Xiao Yan on his right. The 3 people were talking and laughing along the way. During this time, Lin Hai also took the excuse that he would read palms, and pulled Zhuo Jing's small hand to see, and then pulled Xiao Yan's small hand to see. Those who didn't know, thought the kid really knew how to read palms. Lu Erwa wondered in his heart, Brother Hai, we've been playing since we were kids. How come I didn't know you had such a skill? Huang Jianxin said in his heart, My brother Hai, you already have such a close relationship with Li Yanhong at the hotel, and you're always making out with that young Na. It's not easy to get the 2 beauties in the company out tonight. You should at least consider our feelings. When he walked to the square, Lin Hai had already pulled Zhuo Jing with his left hand and Xiao Yan with his right hand, and whether it was Lin Hai, or Zhuo Jing and Xiao Yan beside him, they all looked so natural at the moment. Hai is my idol. I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Mom, when can I be as awesome as Hai? The 2 people, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, were even beginning to regret a little bit that they agreed to come over with them to stroll around the square. This properly treats them as 2 light bulbs. No, to be precise, I should say, let the 2 of them be free bodyguards. After all, 5 people at this very moment looked like that. It's like a rich guy who was out picking up girls while 2 bodyguards are following behind them to protect them. It can't be helped. Who called Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin 2 people? One is 1.5 meters tall and weighs 85 kilograms. The other is close to 1.5 meters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. Just tell me, what does it look like to have 2 men like this tower of steel standing behind you? Not like bodyguards? Chapter 48, Underground Ice Rink. A group of 5 people arrived at the Green Jade Square in great numbers. By this point in time, night had fully fallen, but the square was still bustling with activity. The lights flashing and the music playing makes it seem like you are in the middle of a bustling night market. The vendors can be seen all over the square, as well as men and women of all shapes and sizes. Some were savoring the food, some were buying goods, and others were enjoying the night view and the rare leisure time. People of all ages can be seen here, from 60 to 70-year-old grandparents to 15 and 16-year-old bears. Everyone was immersed in their own world of fun. Moreover, every time you walk a distance, you can see some women dressed up in a very sexy way. The women ranged in age from a young girl of 17 or 18 to an older woman in her 40s. They are either wearing revealing clothing or heavy makeup, exuding a unique charm. However, these people naturally chose to ignore Lin Hai when they saw Lin Hai, who was embracing him left and right. However, when they saw Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin behind them, they immediately revealed what they considered to be their most charming smiles and began to strike up a conversation with the 2 burly men. Luckily, after the last incident in the massage street, Lin Hai had re-explained things to Lu Erwa. Tell him that all the girls here make money by selling their smiles. Don't trust people so easily. Otherwise, I'm afraid that at this moment, Lu Erwa has long gone over to hold someone else's woman's hand. It feels quite boring to hang around in such a square, especially the 2 female colleagues, who can't help but blush when they see all these women dressed up in flamboyant outfits. Xiao Yan was really a bit unable to stand this atmosphere and opened her mouth. Lin Hai, how about we go ice skating? Zhu Jing also chimed in. Well, it's no fun to hang around here. It just so happens that I haven't gone ice skating in a while. Why don't we go together for a while? Huang Jianqin looked like he had skated before and immediately said with a smile, good idea. Otherwise it's really boring. The key to this kid's thoughts is that he's holding it in his heart. Both beauties were only close to Lin Hai alone and didn't even look at them squarely. But if you get to the rink afterward, maybe a lucky one will be able to hook up with a couple of little beauties. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, 2 people. Ice skating is what is going on, do not know. The heart is certainly full of curiosity, so the 5 headed into the underground skating rink near the square. Admission money for 5 people added up to $10. This time, it was Huang Jianqin who paid. Xiao Yan and Zhu Jing were also very familiar with ice skating, and the 2 volunteered that they could teach Lin Hai how to skate. After the 3 slipped on their skates, they walked into the rink hand in hand. Several times Lin Hai almost fell on the spot, but fortunately there were 2 beautiful women escorting him on the left and right side, which prevented him from falling on the ground. On the other side, Huang Jianqin changed into skates and also walked into the rink. This kid skates very 66. Originally, according to his intention, he was planning to teach Lu Erwa, but Lu Erwa refused to change his skates no matter what he said. Probably not confident in myself. After skating for half an hour, Lin Hai still hadn't mastered the skill of skating and kept asking the 2 beauties to pull him along. This quickly attracted the attention of the people around them, and there were a few youngsters who, intentionally or unintentionally, deliberately came to bump into Lin Hai and the others. Looking at these little brats, it's obvious that they came over to mooch on purpose. At first, the 2 beauties just tried to avoid them, but these little brats are getting more and more excessive. There is a boy with dyed yellow hair, even reached out to pull Zhu Jing's hand. Zhu Jing naturally would not spoil him and directly scolded. There's something wrong with you. Better show me some respect. After cursing this, the 2 beauties pulled Lin Hai out of the rink. After all, looking at the number of people on the other side, they really didn't want to start a conflict with the other side. However, these few youngsters followed unrelentingly, just as the 3 men happened to change their shoes. 7 small youths surrounded the 3 of them. The little yellow-haired youth, with a cigarette in his mouth and a large stud in his ear. Very arrogantly, he walked over to Lin Hai, reached out and patted Lin Hai's face, and said, "Dirtbag, these 2 chicks beside you just offended me. How do you think this will be handled?" Seeing so many people surrounding them, both beauties started to get nervous. Lin Hai, however, said coldly like a person who was fine, "Take away your dirty hands. You were the one who molested people first just now, and it's also because this friend of mine has a good temper, or else he would have greeted you with a big ear." Another young man with long hair cursed, "You, how do you talk to our Faye? You can hold the hands of these 2 chicks. Why can't our Faye? If you know what's good for you, get out of here and leave these 2 chicks with us. Otherwise, I'll teach you a good lesson today." Just at this time, 2 men with iron towers peeled away the few youngsters and walked over to Lin Hai and the 3 of them. These 2 tower-like men were, of course, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin. The 2 men said in almost unison, "Hi, what happened?" These few youngsters just now were probably around the same age as Lin Hai and the others, when the tallest among them was no taller than 1 meter 7. They suddenly saw 2 men who were taller than 1 meter 8. appearing in front of them all of a sudden. Another shout of hi to this very handsome-looking young man instantly scared them out of their wits. The small yellow-haired young man called Fei made a wink at a few of his companions, turned around and tried to slip away. Lin Hai said coldly, "Stop right there and tell me what just happened before you go." Hearing Lin Hai say this, Lu Erwa quickly walked over to the small yellow-haired youth, reached out to stop his way, and said expressionlessly, "Did our brother Hai let you go?" These 7 small youths, at this time, were actually so frightened that they were trembling and could no longer move their feet, only to all obediently walk back. The young man called Fei, with a crying face, said to Lin Hai, "Brother Hai, misunderstanding, it was really a misunderstanding just now." Hearing that their big brother was busy apologizing to this Hai, several others came over to apologize as well. Looking at these few people, Lin Hai felt funny in his heart. For a man like that, it's too wimpy. One look at their stance. They are the kind of masters who bully the weak and fear the hard. Lin Hai said without moving, "Weren't you guys trying to teach me to behave just now?" A couple of youngsters said in a chorus, "Don't dare, don't dare. It was our eyes that didn't recognize the mountain just now." Lin Hai, who went to pull my woman's hand just now, be a good boy and go over and apologize. As long as she forgives you, then you few can get out too. The small yellow-haired youth walked over to Zhuojing and apologized with his head lowered. "Sister-in-law, just now it was me who offended you with my eyes. Please forgive me this time." Zhuojing's heart had a feeling of a deer in the headlights. As a young girl, being called as a sister-in-law, it always felt a little strange. Although she felt strange inside, Zhuojing maintained her composure and didn't show too many abnormalities. She raised her head slightly and looked at the small yellow-haired youth in front of her who bowed his head to admit his mistake. These people were arrogant and domineering before, but now they had become so humble. Zhuojing took a deep breath, then slowly spoke. "Well, I'll let you guys off the hook this time, so don't do it again." Hearing Zhuojing's words, the small yellow-haired youth nodded as if he was relieved and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 49, Can we hang out with you from now on? Lin Hai waved his hand at them and said, "Get lost, and keep your eyes open in the future. Not everyone you can afford to mess with." This pussy was put on by Lin Hai, and those who didn't know him really thought he was some kind of big shot. A few small youths were finally relieved and left in a hurry. Looking at the backs of the few youngsters leaving, Lin Hai and the 5 of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Hai asked triumphantly as he wrapped his left arm around Zhuojing and his right arm around Xiaoyan, "Was my brother handsome just now?" Zhuojing, handsome, very, very handsome. More than a year after coming to Guanchang, I've never been so relieved as I was tonight. Xiaoyan smiled similarly and said, "Lin Hai, you were really too handsome just now. You are really good at pretending. I guess those punks must think of you as some kind of social big brother. Otherwise how could they be so afraid of you?" It was definitely a different experience for both girls tonight, because the same thing had happened to them before when they came to such occasions. But those other employees in the company, or those of their hometowns, after encountering this kind of thing, it's all about making amends and apologizing and saying nice things to the other person, and in some cases even buying them cigarettes and alcohol. No one had ever been as domineering as Lin Hai. Hearing the 2 girls say that, Lin Hai was even happier, but his cheeks were also thicker as he said to the 2 girls again, "Since you guys think I'm so handsome, how about each of you give me a kiss? Is this a human being's word? Letting 2 girls kiss you at the same time? How dare you say something like that? That's a lot of pussy for you to put up with. If it weren't for me and Lu Erwa, how could you pretend to be a pussy?" After hearing this, Wang Jianxin chanted indignantly in his heart, but the next moment directly made Huang Jianxin's 3 views shatter to pieces. Zhuojing actually really stood on her tiptoes and snapped a kiss on Lin Hai's face. Xiaoyan, who was standing on her right-hand side, was equally unsympathetic and gave Lin Hai a kiss on the cheek. "That's all right, I want it too. Why don't you give me a kiss?" Huang Jianxin directly said with a thick skin as well. "Two beauties. We are all co-workers. You can't possibly treat one more favorably than the other. Since you kissed our brother Hai, how about simply giving me a kiss on my face as well?" Lu Erwa laughed nervously and said, Yeah, I want it too." The 2 girls said almost in unison. "Nice try." "No way." Lin Hai kicked each of them, on both of them, and cursed, off. Lu Erwa said indignantly with an aggrieved face, "Hai, why did you kick me? I didn't say anything wrong." Lin Hai gave him another brain crash and said, "Shouldn't you kick your sister-in-law for daring to think ill of her? It's not. These 2 beautiful colleagues, when did they become sister-in-laws? If you really say that, then I don't even know how many sisters-in-law I have." I hurriedly counted in my mind, but there are too many. I can't seem to count clearly. After such a mess, several people were naturally not in the mood to continue playing. Just as they were walking to the entrance of the skating rink, the yellow-haired young man called Faye, as well as a few companions beside him, were actually waiting for them at the entrance. These little pussies, they're not waiting at the door to beat us up, are they? If these little pussies, they are really blocking this place to beat us, then it would be a bit of a problem. After all, there were only 3 boys on his side, while there were a whole 7 on the other side. Although Lin Hai said that he wasn't afraid of the other party, he also understood that if there was really a clash, even if his side could win, he would definitely suffer some flesh and blood, and just now he was pretending to be a big brother. If he did it now, wouldn't it be self-destructive? Just as Lin Hai was mentally calculating how to deal with it, the yellow-haired young man called Faye suddenly changed his face and, with a fawning smile on his face, he pulled out a pack of Yushi cigarettes from his body and asked carefully while handing it to Lin Hai and the others, "Brother Hai, can we hang out with you from now on?" It seemed that these little pussies had been completely intimidated by themselves, and even thought of themselves as big brothers in society. I wonder how they would react if they knew they were just a delivery boy. Lin Hai took the cigarette handed by Yellow Hair and secretly laughed in his heart. Then, Yellow Hair respectfully took out a lighter and lit the cigarette for Lin Hai. Lin Hai took a deep drag on his cigarette, forced a smile, and replied in a serious manner, "Want to hang out with me? How can it be that easy? You guys have to let me scout for a while first," Faye answered with his mouth full. He was of course very clear about one thing. Wanting to follow a real big brother was definitely not a very easy thing. Faye said as he continued to accompany a smiling face. "Hi, so where are we going to find you from now on?" Lin Hai said with a cold face. "How can I tell you this until I've agreed to take you as my little brother? But I can give you my phone number. But you call me Les when it's okay." After saying that, Lin Hai told Faye his SCT number. Faye in his heart to face Lin Hai more worship. This is really social big brother Surprisingly, they are all using a small phone. As far as Yellow Hair and his group are concerned, they don't even have a pager. Anyone who can use a little voice is definitely a big brother in their eyes. No wonder people's Hai can have people left and right. Then look at the 2 minions beside Hai. Both of them were very tall and powerful looking. With these 2 tower-like sluggers, even if there were 7 people on their side, all swarming together, they might not be a match for them. As Lin Hai and the 5 of them left, Yellow Hair and the 7 of them, all of them respectfully cheered. "Good day to Brother Hai. Good day to the 2 sister-in-laws. And good day to the 2 big brothers." Lin Hai and the 5 of them, after walking to the Green Jade Plaza once again, the time was already past 11 p.m., and the place was not as lively as it had been earlier. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin's mind was to go back to the company early and sleep. Lin Hai, however, was pondering in his mind, tonight, how to handle these 2 female co-workers. It just so happened that at this time, he saw a video hall. It says $5 overnight and 4 halls to watch whatever you want. That's if you can go to an all-night video with 2 beautiful women. So anything is definitely possible. After thinking of this, Lin Hai said to Huang Jianxin, "Fatty, you and Erwa take a taxi back to the company first. A cab won't fit the 5 of us anyway. Later on, we'll take a taxi to come back by ourselves." There was absolutely nothing wrong with this statement, and the 2 men naturally couldn't find any reason to refute it. What's more, they were really eager to go back to work and sleep. After all, it's not easy to be a free bodyguard. The most exasperating thing was having to watch the 3 of them constantly spreading dog food. As for Xiao Yan and Zhuo Jing, they listened to Lin Hai for everything at this time. Chapter 50, Memories of the Videodrome. After the 2 Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin left, Lin Hai said to Zhuo Jing and Xiao Yan, "I've never seen a video before. How about we go watch a video?" Xiao Yan said, "You have to be at work at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. How are you going to go to work tomorrow after watching the video tonight?" Zhuo Jing also said, "Yeah, even though it's okay for both Xiao Yan and I. After all, we don't go to work until 12 o'clock noon. We can still go back and take a nap after watching the video. But isn't this interfering with your work?" Lin Hai smiled indifferently and said, "My body is so good that I have no problem staying up for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. Mainly I'm from the countryside and haven't really seen the video, so I'm really a bit curious." Obviously, these 2 girls haven't experienced this feeling either. In this day and age, so many people from rural areas who have never watched TV have a ton of them. There is more or less curiosity about the whole movie watching, video watching thing, so neither girl refused. The 3 of them bought 3 tickets, some snacks, and a couple of bottles of drink water and headed for the video room on the 5th floor. In Lin Hai's perception, the so-called watching a video is watching a movie in front of a 20-inch or so television set. When he entered the video room, however, he was surprised to find that it was not an ordinary television that was being used, but rather projection video equipment. The experience is so different from traditional movie watching that it's like being in a movie theater. Nevertheless, the video indoor air quality is really not satisfactory. But in order to be able to successfully complete their great mission, Lin Hai can only choose to endure. Luckily, the indoor couches were quite comfortable to sit on, and the trio found a seat near the back. It was still Lin Hai sitting in the center while the two beauties were sitting on his left and right side respectively. A Hong Kong movie was playing on the screen at the moment, The Grouchy Man of the World. Looking at the handsome and dashing appearance of Chun Haonan in the movie and their cool and unbelievable demeanor, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel an urge to break into society in his heart. After all, he felt that the plot in this movie was much more exciting than what he had just felt when he was pretending to be a bully at the underground skating rink. Halfway through the reading, Zhuo Jing looked at Lin Hai very carefully and asked Xiao Yan, who was on the side. Xiao Yan, do you think Lin Hai looks like that Chun Haonan? Xiao Yan also took a serious look at Lin Hai and then said, it's a real resemblance, and it would be even more so if Lin Hai could grow a shaggy haircut. After hearing the two beauties say that, Lin Hai shook his head, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, I don't want to be Chun Haonan. If I do, I can only be chicken, okay? When Zhuo Jing heard him say this, her small mouth turned away, and she said with a little bit of dissatisfaction on her face, how can a chicken be as handsome as Chun Haonan? Xiao Yan also nodded slightly after hearing this and softly agreed. That's right, where can chicken compare to Chun Haonan? When Lin Hai heard them say that, a wry smile appeared on his face, and with a hefty laugh, he said, but have you ever thought that chicken is always surrounded by beautiful women? The two girls heard this and instantly reacted to why this one was a character like chicken. Turns out this guy is basically a lecher with a little scheme in mind. The two of them glanced at each other. A hint of tacit understanding flashed in their eyes, and then almost simultaneously, they put their hands towards Lin Hai's thighs and pinched them fiercely. Lin Hai immediately bared his teeth in pain. His expression twisted. However, right at that moment, Lin Hai hugged the other party a little tighter. The two beauties' bodies visibly stiffened for a moment, but they quickly returned to their natural state, as if nothing had happened, and continued to get high on melon seeds and watch the video. As time went on, the movie played to completion. It was also well past the wee hours of the night when a Hong Kong-Taiwan romance feature film, When the Peach Ripens, began to play on the screen. After looking at them for not even a moment, both Lin Hai and the two beauties beside him couldn't help but blush a little. It was the first time that Lin Hai had watched a play like this since he grew up. It's also the first time, I think, by the looks of the two girls. The two girls then directly didn't dare to look, leaning their heads on Lin Hai's shoulders and tightly closing their eyes. However, Lin Hai inadvertently realized that whoever they were, they would open their eyes and peek from time to time. The following morning, Lin Hai and the two beauties, strolling down the street together. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, next time we have time, we'll watch the video. The footage in here is a million times better than I thought it would be. Zhuo Jing skimmed his lips and said, good thinking. I'll never come with you again. Last night was just a setup for you. Lin Hai immediately retorted. I see you looked quite cool last night. We now instead say I set you up. Xiao Yan really couldn't listen anymore and said, it's obvious you didn't have any peace of mind yourself in the first place. And you still have the nerve to say it here. Lin Hai said with a smiling face, hey, you two beauties. I was wrong, okay? But if you don't want to come next time, I'll have to go with one of the other female co-workers inside the company. This time, not only did the two beauties speak in unison, but they spoke in exactly the same tone of voice. Don't you dare. Lin Hai smiled, but in his heart, he was secretly happy. It seemed that they still cared about themselves. The trio then found a breakfast place in the neighborhood. Lin Hai ordered milk and eggs for the two beauties and smiled. Two beauties, have some more. Zhuo Jing and Xiao Yan felt warm in their hearts when they saw that this guy would still care about himself. After returning to the office, the two beauties of course went back to the dormitory to catch up on their sleep. But the bitter Lin Hai followed Huang Jianxin to the workshop inside the company, carrying big bags of bedding to the car and delivering them to the hotel. For this next half day, Lin Hai almost always sat in the van and slept. The work of two people was contracted by Huang Jianxin alone. Chapter 51. Is this what people do? All the time when he returned to the company from work at noon, Lin Hai still had a sleepy look on his face. When I got back to the dormitory, I didn't even eat lunch, fell into bed and went to sleep. I didn't see him go to the cafeteria to eat. Zhuo Jing actually gave him a meal and sent it directly to the boys' dormitory. This scene was naturally seen by several other boys in their dormitory. Each of them stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with shock and incredulity, and their hearts were filled with jealousy and envy. Usually when she was sick and took time off work, it didn't seem like any of the girls would be this concerned about her. What's more, it's a beautiful woman who ranks in the top 3 female employees in the company. Zhuo Jing shouted several times before waking Lin Hai from his sleep. Lin Hai slowly opened his eyes, sleepy and disoriented, slightly impatient. Stop it, you're letting me sleep a little longer. Zhu Jing looked at his tired appearance. A trace of heartache flashed in her eyes and she softly said, "Even if you want to sleep, wait until you've eaten." The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile as he replied lazily, "Then feed me and I'll eat." Zhu Jing was slightly stunned. Her pretty face instantly flushed red, but she quickly regained her composure. She picked up the lunchbox, picked up a spoon, and patiently began to feed Lin Hai. And at the moment, this set of tableware is Zhu Jing's own tableware. This situation, as long as it is not a cutie, can guess that the two people have an unusual relationship. The scene in front of him directly lit up the dog's eyes of the company's male employees. "Even if you guys want to spread dog food, can you go behind our backs a bit? Just the way you guys are. How can you embarrass us single dogs?" What made these male employees even more indignant than this was that before Lin Hai had finished his meal, Xiaoyan surprisingly walked over to the boys' dormitory again. She came over to the boys' dormitory, surprisingly to wash Lin Hai's clothes. "Lin Hai, I see that you work quite hard. You're so busy at work, you must not have time to wash your clothes. Bring me your clothes and I'll wash them for you later." ****. An exclamation came out of the dormitory as if it could break through the clouds. What the hell is going on here? The hearts of the people were filled with doubt and shock. ***, Lin Hai, you son of a... Don't be so devastating. Someone couldn't help but curse in their mind. Two of the three prettiest female employees in the company were busy around Lin Hai. One of them tenderly fed Lin Hai, while the other shyly offered to help him with the laundry. What was even more surprising was that the two of them could actually be so close to Lin Hai in front of each other. And this harmonious picture made everyone feel incredulous. Can you be so handsome that you can do whatever you want? Everyone couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy and jealousy in their hearts. If Lin Hai could take all three of the prettiest female employees in the company, then he would definitely become an idol and a male god in my heart. Simply a model for my generation. Later, the other male employees in the dormitory could not bear to look at the scene in front of them and chose to leave the dormitory, leaving space for the three of them. It wasn't until the time for the workshop to go to work was approaching that the two beauties reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Hai and left the boys' dormitory. Throughout the entire process, Lin Hai always wore a smile and enjoyed this special treatment. The other male employees could only watch this happen, sighing in their hearts, why weren't they as charismatic as this? When Huang Jianxin Lin Hai went to make a delivery again at noon, Huang Jianxin couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hai, you didn't come back all night last night, neither did Zhu Jing or Xiaoyan. What on earth did you three go and do?" Lin Hai smiled and replied, "Go to the video room and watch an all-night video." Huang Jianxin looked at Lin Hai with a face full of disbelief and asked, "You mean you took two girls to the video room to watch a video? Hai, you're not kidding, are you?" Lin Hai replied in a serious manner, "Of course it's true, why would I joke with you about it?" Huang Jianxin continued to pursue the question, "So what kind of video did you guys watch?" Lin Hai replied without hesitation, "The peach is ripe." After hearing these words, Huang Jianxin's hands holding the steering wheel suddenly trembled, and the whole car shook. Obviously, the answer surprised him. He knew very well in his heart that this movie was not the type of movie that the average person would choose to watch. What's more, Lin Hai actually brought two stunning beauties along to see this kind of movie. This doesn't feel right no matter how you think about it. ***. Hai, how could you do such a thing? I can't believe you took two of the prettiest girls in the company to watch a video like that. Huang Jianxin couldn't help but say. If he wasn't driving at this moment, Lin Hai would have definitely given Huang Jianxin a vicious brain crash. He thought to himself, this guy has no idea what a fun time the three of them had last night, and now he's talking nonsense. Lin Hai responded impatiently, "None of your business. Stop yelling there and drive properly. I don't want to die at a young age." Huang Jianxin said, "Don't worry, Hai, I'm a steady driver, but I'm a little curious if there's a bit of a story going on between you and two beautiful women watching a movie like that." Lin Hai was even more impatient this time, smiley face, *******. You're the one who's the most curious. It's best to pry less into Big Brother's business as a brother. Don't you know that curiosity killed the cat? Hearing this, Huang Jianxin immediately revealed a lifeless look. The goddess of my heart, little Jing Jing, was actually scourged by my own big brother Lin Hai just like this. Oh, Lin Hai was speechless for a good while at this one. This is so fake. How can anyone be crying without a single tear falling from their eyes? People don't like you even if you cry your eyes out. So don't pretend here. Huang Jianxin, brother Hai, don't be so devastating. Shouldn't you be comforting me at this point? Could I have cried so hard if you hadn't taken my love from me? Lin Hai, pull over. Huang Jianxin, brother Hai, why are you stopping? Linny, because you parked the car so I could kick you. In the midst of the two men's fight, this Chang and the van had arrived at the Camellia Hotel. The two men started by delivering bedding to others on floors 1, 2 and 4 or 5, then finally coming to the third floor. The purpose of doing so was of course for Lin Hai to be able to spend more time with Li Yanhong. At the moment, it was just Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin as well as Li Yanhong and another beautiful waitress from the hotel's room department. After seeing Li Yanhong, Lin Hai put his hand on Li Yanhong's shoulder and asked with a smile, "Did you miss me, girlfriend?" Chapter 52, Endless Dog Food. The two of them, Li Yanhong and Lin Hai, were now truly boyfriend and girlfriend. But in front of this colleague of his, and next to him was Lin Hai's colleague Huang Jianxin, not only did Lin Hai make such intimate gestures, he also asked such ambiguous words. Li Yanhong must be more or less embarrassed. That little face immediately became red, gently slapped Lin Hai's hand away and said, "Stop it, there are two other co-workers here. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Huang Jianxin hemmed and hawed and said, "It's okay, sister-in-law, I didn't see anything." That colleague of Li Yanhong also smiled faintly and said, "I didn't see anything either." As the words fell, both of them left this fabric room, leaving the space to Lin Hai and Li Yanhong. Li Yanhong pouted. "Geez, how could you do that? Don't you know how embarrassing that makes people feel?" Huang Jianxin and that colleague of Li Yanhong, when they walked out of this fabric room, they also closed the door in passing. At the moment, there were only two people, Lin Hai and Li Yanhong. Inside this fabric entry, Lin Hai gently held Li Yanhong's hand and said tenderly, "Why are you still shy? Everyone knows you're my girlfriend nowadays, so what's the point of me getting close to you?" While talking, Lin Hai pulled Li Yanhong towards his arms. Just now when there were outsiders around, Li Yanhong would be a bit embarrassed, but now it was just the two of them, and the two had broken through that window paper and done a lot of intimate things a long time ago. So now Li Yanhong, naturally, would not be as shy as before. She leaned into Lin Hai's arms, feeling his warmth and scent. Under his breath, he whispered, "Don't be like that when there are outsiders around in the future. They're girls after all. They'll be embarrassed." Lin Hai said with a heated smile, "Got it. So now that there are no outsiders, give me a kiss." Li Yanhong very obediently stood on her tiptoes and gave Lin Hai a kiss on his cheek. Lin Hai reached up and pointed to his lips and said, "Here." Li Yanhong spat, "Greedy ghost." But still, he brought his red lips together. Lin Hai reached out and tightened his arms around her waist, taking this time to start kissing her frantically. Those big hands were also placed on Li Yanhong's body. It was only when she felt him getting more and more excessive that Li Yanhong opened her mouth. "Stop it. I'm still at work. If our co-workers see this, how am I ever going to see anyone again?" Although Lin Hai was a bit reluctant, he knew that what Li Yanhong said was also the truth. Two people can't often do shy things where people work. Things would be exposed sooner or later like this. So Lin Hai also let go of Li Yanhong and asked, "So when aren't you going to work the night shift for the next 2 days? Gotta make it up to me." Li Yanhong said, "Tomorrow night. I'll call you then." Lin Hai immediately broke into a wide smile. "Okay, or my home Yanhong is good to me. Love you." After saying that, he kissed Li Yanhong for a while. It was only then that the two men began to count the betting. After Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin left the Camellia Hotel, Huang Jianxin said while driving the vehicle, "Brother Hai, the sister-in-law Li Yanhong is really pretty, but I just wonder why you're still hooking up everywhere when you have such a beautiful girlfriend. The most outrageous thing is that you took two of the prettiest female co-workers in the company to watch an all-night video last night. Just tell me, is this personnel work you're doing?" Lin Hai said with great disdain, "If you had a knack for that, maybe you'd be more flowery than brother. This is called communicating with different people. Understand? It brings joy to the girls while bringing joy to yourself." Huang Jianxin was disliked and speechless, but when he thought about it, it seemed to be true. If he was as popular with the girls as Lin Hai was, then he certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity for nothing. Just at this time, Lin Hai's little smartphone suddenly came to life. When Lin Hai looked at the caller alert, it turned out to be Sister Hong, the owner of Little Smart Link, calling. Thinking of Sister Hong, Lin Hai couldn't help but get excited again. This was definitely the most passionate of all the women he had come into contact with so far, and that body was still bang on, especially the fullness of the chest, which was simply reminiscent of the past. The other person calling her at this time of the day couldn't be missing her, could it? Although his heart thought so, but on his mouth he didn't dare to say so. After all, she was a married woman. In case she was looking for herself for something else, there just happens to be a husband around. So isn't that a problem for someone else? In any case, Lin Hai didn't want to cause trouble for others, and at the same time, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself, because the experience of the 3 villages was something he could never forget in his entire life. After the phone was connected, Sister Hong on the other end of the line was the first to speak. "Hi, where is it? I miss you. I want to go over to you now." As expected, Sister Hong really missed herself. It seems to be a real heart-to-heart. Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and said, "Sister Hong, we really have a heart-to-heart. I also happen to miss you. No need for you to come over to me. Let's drive over to you now. This kid's this. Sister Hong listened to the heart very flattered. On the other end of the phone laughing. I'm at home now. So come pick me up in front of the neighborhood. Call me when you get there. After Lin Hai promised a good word, both parties hung up the phone each. Lin Hai said to Huang Jianxin, Fatty, go to the Fortuna neighborhood. Although the two men are now working hours, their daily portions of work are fixed, and they can leave work whenever they want as long as they have completed the collection and delivery of fabrics for their assigned hotel. So now they are free. As for using the company car for their own business, this kind of thing would certainly not be known as long as the two of them didn't say anything, without any unnecessary nonsense. Huang Jianxin directly started the car and then drove in the direction of the Fuxing neighborhood. Arriving at the Fuxing neighborhood, when Huang Jianxin saw Sister Hong, his eyes immediately looked straight. This woman is so beautiful. Her beauty was a sight to behold, especially her body, which was absolutely top-notch hot, definitely not too big where it should be, definitely not too bumpy where it should be, and dressed very trendy. Such a woman will attract countless eyes wherever she goes. However, what made Huang Jianxin feel puzzled was that Lin Hai, who should have been sitting on the passenger side, was currently sitting on the back seat with Sister Hong. As soon as the two of them got into the car, they completely ignored Huang Jianxin's presence and started to make out. Huang Jianxin's heart was so stifled. Why are all the pretty women so close to Hai? Chapter 53, Lin Hai's troublesome operation. Lin Hai and his team were now left with only one last hotel's cloths to be delivered. But this hotel's location was very special. It is located on the edge of the Sea of Clarity and sits right in Clarity Park. The unique location of this hotel, with its backdrop of mountains and its front facing the sea, has become one of its main features. Despite the fact that this hotel charges quite a bit of money, it still attracts a lot of tourists. In addition, not far from the hotel is an attraction called Haixin Pavilion, which is even more crowded with tourists. 10 minutes later, this Changhua van arrived in Shanghai Park. As the vehicle approached the Haixin Pavilion, Lin Hai said to Huang Jianxin, Fatty, I'm going to go to Haixin Pavilion with Sister Hong to play for a while, so go finish the rest of the work by yourself. Huang Jianxin cursed in his heart. ***, Brother Hai, is that how you treat your brother? You go off by yourself with a beautiful woman, but you leave me to do the work of two people. Excessive, really excessive, but seeing as you're a brother, I'll just have to put up with it. Obviously in his heart, he was very unhappy, but Huang Jianxin still accompanied a smiling face and said, No problem, Hai, you and Sister Hong have fun. The two of them, Lin Hai and Sister Hong, held hands and walked in the direction of the Sea Heart Pavilion. Holding hands, the two strolled over to the Haixin Pavilion. From here, they can enjoy the beautiful scenery overlooking the entire beach and the sea in the distance. The sea breeze is light and brings a slight coolness to the air. Sister Hong leaned on the railing and looked out over the distant sea. In an extraordinarily relaxed mood, she felt the sea breeze and listened to the sound of the waves lapping against the shore, as if all her worries were left behind. Lin Hai stood quietly beside her, looking at her beautiful side face, his heart filled with warmth. He gently wrapped his arm around Sister Hong's shoulders and whispered in her ear, Sister Hong, the view here is nice, isn't it? Sister Hong nodded, a happy smile on her face. She said, It's so beautiful here, so beautiful that you can forget all your troubles. It's especially beautiful to have you around. After saying that, she even turned back and kissed Lin Hai's cheek. At this moment, in the neighborhood of this Haixin Pavilion, the least thing lacking is handsome men and women. However, both of them still attract a lot of attention with their facial features. Lin Hai was handsome, dashing, and simply gorgeous, and Sister Hong's face value is also great, especially her hot body. Wherever she goes, she will become a bright landscape. After delivering the hotel bedding, Wang Jianxin also came to the Haixinting. When he saw that the two were spreading dog food again at the moment, his heart was in a state of aggravation. Lin Hai held Sister Hong's hand and walked over in his direction, smiled faintly and said, Fatty, don't be upset. Can't brother treat you to a big meal tonight? If you know what you're doing, maybe I'll set you up with a pretty girl. It's not impossible. Hearing this, Huang Jianxin, who was originally crying, immediately had a smile on his face. He, you're my own brother Hai. I can't tell you how happy I am to be able to work for you. How about being realistic? A moment ago, you were crying your eyes out, but as soon as you hear that you've been set up with a beautiful woman, you can't hide the smile on your face. It seems that in the eyes of these young men, beautiful women are always the most lethal. LOL. Who told them they weren't as good looking as me? But it's normal when you think about it. If everyone is as handsome as me, then how can there be so many beautiful women surrounding me? Lin Hai was brainstorming in his mind. Sister Hong was in a good mood today and insisted on accompanying Lin Hai to their company to take a look. So, the next three people got back into that manhwa van and drove in the direction of the Peace of Mind washing company. The three people arrived at the company, and after Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin finished all the work for the day, they called up Lu Erwa and prepared to go outside to the next restaurant. And just at this time, unexpectedly met Zhuo Jing and Xiao Yan. The two beauties looked at Sister Hong, who was holding Lin Hai's arm. The eyes naturally revealed hostility, and this little move of theirs certainly didn't escape Sister Hong's eyes. Sister Hong wasn't angry either, but said to Lin Hai, who was beside her, "Xiao Hai, it seems that these two beauties usually have a very good relationship with you. Why don't you ask them to join you? There are more people and it's more lively. Otherwise, Sister Hong is quite uncomfortable as a woman drinking with you three big men." Lin Hai didn't look embarrassed and said to Sister Hong, "Sister Hong, this is best. Not only are these two my colleagues, but they are also my closest friends. We should indeed get to know each other." After saying that, he said to the two beautiful women inside the company, "This is Sister Red, who like you is also my closest friend." Lin Hai's sentence was actually a bit ambiguous, but that was exactly the effect he wanted. As expected, when she heard Lin Hai say that, Sister Hong instantly understood what he meant, but she didn't care. After all, she knew very well in her heart what kind of relationship Lin Hai had with her. Zhuo Jing and Xiao Yan also vaguely guessed a little bit. They knew what Lin Hai meant by that, but they weren't sure, so they decided to ask Lin Hai privately if the truth was the same as they thought it was. On such occasions, they didn't ask many questions. After all, they are smart women who know when to talk and when not to talk, and since the other party had taken the initiative to invite them, they had to go as well. Why should they let this Sister Hong dominate Lin Hai all by herself? Huang Jianxin, on the other hand, stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face, watching what was happening in front of him. He really didn't think that it would work. Lin Hai's move was too good. Not only did he defuse the awkward situation, but also made the three women more interested in him. Huang Jianxin couldn't help but sigh. Hai is so ***king awesome. If I can have such an achievement one day, then I'll probably wake up laughing when I dream. Lu Erwa was more or less unnatural after seeing Sister Hong, because seeing Sister Hong again reminded him of Xiaoli inside Sister Hong's massage parlor. At the thought of Xiaoli, Lu Erwa instantly had some dry mouth feeling. After all, Ray was the first woman in his life. It has truly transformed him from a boy into a man. This evening, a group of 6 people once again went to that Sichuan restaurant. After everyone was seated one after another, Sister Hong said very generously, "Tonight is Sister Hong's treat. Everyone can order whatever they want to eat. No need to save me any money." This is also true. On the Red Sister opened the massage parlor. The daily income of at least several $100s. When business is booming or even on the 1,000, she certainly will not be bad this little money. Chapter 54, I deserve to be surrounded by beautiful women. After hearing Sister Hong say this, Lu Erwa was the first to say, "I want braised pig trotters, and sweet and sour pork ribs, and pickled fish, shredded pork with fish flavor, and back to the pot." The guy named several dishes in one breath, each one a tough, mouth-watering dish. Lin Hai, who was on the side, watched Lu Erwa excitedly report a series of dish names. If Lu Erwa is allowed to order like this, I'm afraid this meal will cost hundreds of dollars or more. Despite the fact that Sister Hong had already expressed her willingness to treat herself, and that she obviously wasn't short of money, Lin Hai still felt a little embarrassed. After all, the meal could eat up an entire month's salary for him. In contrast, Huang Jianxin is laughing his ass off. The dishes Lu Erwa had just ordered were also his favorites. What's more, tonight is very different from last night. Last night, he was worried that he didn't have enough money in his bag to pay the bill. And tonight, Red made it clear that she was willing to pay for the meal and encouraged everyone to order as much as they wanted. In that case, of course, he was going to enjoy the sumptuous culinary feast to the fullest. Thinking of this, Huang Jianxin couldn't help but look forward to it. So there is a reason why Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin are so strong and strong. 2 proper foodies. After ordering the food, the beer went straight to 4 pieces. With 4 pieces of beer, it was already more than $100. And looking at the dishes on the menu, Lin Hai speculated in his mind that he estimated that his 1 month's salary would not be enough to pay for the bill. It seems that in the future, when eating out, you can never let these 2 guys order food again. Otherwise, you can definitely eat and cry yourself. When the waiter has not yet served food, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, 2 people cannot wait to open a bottle of beer each, and began to pour. They drank as if beer was just plain old plain water. Even others can't drink plain water as fast as they can drink beer. It didn't take long for the waiter to present the dishes they ordered to the table one by one. At this time, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin were like hungry wolves pouncing on food, quickly opening their mouths and chewing their food. At this moment, Lin Hai felt incredibly embarrassed. Zhuojing and Xiaoyan. The two beauties may be slightly better. After all, they belong to the same company, and last night has been dining together. The two have long been accustomed to the amount of food. Red, however, is very different. This was the first time she had eaten with these two living treasures, and she had also taken the initiative to ask to pay for the bill, and as a result, now that she saw how they ate, it was simply unbearable to look at them. Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh as he watched them wolf down their food, then said to the three beauties, let's get started too. As soon as Lin Hai's words left his mouth, he smoothly pinched some dishes for each of the three beauties. There was no doubt that at this moment, Lin Hai was once again sitting in the middle of the three beauties. Immediately afterward, Lin Hai poured beer for the three beauties. This thoughtful gesture of his immediately made the whole atmosphere of the table much more relaxed and pleasant. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere became more and more cordial, and everyone's conversation box gradually opened. Even Zhuojing and Xiaoyan's initial hostility towards Sister Hong had gradually disappeared without their knowledge. After all, Sister Hong herself owned a massage parlor, and she had her own set of methods on how to communicate with young girls, making it impossible for these two girls to continue harboring animosity towards her. Without realizing it, Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin, both of them, had already drank one beer each. Keep in mind that Sakiro's beers are all clear 500 milliliters bottles, and each one is a 12-pack. But these two guys, after drinking so much beer their faces don't even bring red, still continue to keep pouring beer into their mouths. The two beauties, Zhuojing and Xiaoyan, were not capable of drinking, plus they tossed and turned all night last night, and this morning they slept for 3 or 4 hours at most. Having had some more beer by this time, both felt sleepy and offered to go back to the company's dormitory to rest first. Sister Hong, who was sitting next to Lin Hai, said very generously, "Hi, then you can send these two sisters back. I'll keep drinking here with your two brothers." After saying this, Sister Hong even winked at the other two beauties with a hint of a smile on her face. The two beauties were still a little embarrassed, but when they saw how generous and enthusiastic Sister Hong was, the hostility in their hearts dissipated. They smiled and nodded their acceptance of the arrangement. Lin Hai was secretly happy in his heart because he knew that his mission tonight was to accompany Sister Hong, and now that Sister Hong had taken the initiative to let him send the other two beauties home, it just fulfilled his needs. He felt that he could take this point in time to comfort the two beauties and make them feel that he cared. Why is Lin Hai so good with women? First of all, he has a handsome face that is irresistible. Secondly, he is very physically tough, the kind that never feels tired. In addition, he is good at listening to others and knows how to care and take care of women's emotional needs. It was because of these reasons above that Lin Hai was surrounded by beautiful women no matter where he went. In Lin Hai's own words, he is handsome and charming, in excellent physical condition, and thoughtful enough to take care of every woman's emotions. So, deserves to have a lot of women around him. After the three of them walked out of the Sichuan restaurant, the two beauties, Zhuojing and Xiaoyan, very naturally took Lin Hai's arm on the left and right. After a few minutes of walking, the three came to the sparsely populated bridge. Xiaoyan said sourly, "Lin Hai, that Sister Hong is really pretty and she looks very rich. After having her, I don't see that there will ever be a place for us in your heart again." Lin Hai directly reached out and rubbed her hard on her body, pretending to be a little angry. "What are you talking nonsense about? Do I look like that to you? You are all unique in my mind. If not, why did I send you two back? Isn't that why I sent you both back? To comfort you? This one is really no one." While he is talking, he puts his big hands on other girls. But in this way, the two beauties just now had a little bit of resentment in their hearts and were gradually dispersing. At a time like this he of course had to strike while the iron was hot. Lin Hai kept comforting the other party with all sorts of flowery words. After a short period of communication, the two beauties were no longer upset and both had sweet smiles on their faces. When the three parted ways, Lin Hai promised them to take them inside the hotel some other day, to see one of those private home theaters. Chapter 55, Joy Gives Birth to Sadness. When Lin Hai returned to the restaurant, the three men had already bought their orders and walked out. Moreover, at this moment, both Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin were laughing their asses off. "Look at this. It's more fun than letting them drink and eat meat just now." Lin Hai was a bit puzzled in his heart. What made these two goods so happy? Couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. "Erhua, fatty, look how happy you are. Are you looking for a daughter-in-law or something?" Huang Jianxin said with a heated smile. "Brother Hai, you can even guess this. You're really worthy of being my idol. Both Ava and I can be groomsmen tonight." No wonder these two douchebags just now laughed so happily. It turns out that they are going to be the groom tonight. Needless to say, Lin Hai knew that it must have been arranged by Sister Hong for the two of them. However, Lin Hai was also clear about the fact that neither of these two douchebags had $100 on them. "Look at this. Look at yourself paying their bills again. Kinda ing two losers. Just tell me, you're all my brothers, and you, brother hi. I never have to spend a dime, and sometimes I even make a little money. But how can you two be such wimps? I only know how to pit my brother. If things go on like this, it won't be long before I'm broke too. Looking at these two douchebags so happy and embarrassed to disturb them. In the end, there was nothing to do but nod helplessly. The four walked some distance before they happened to see a guest house. Sister Hong told the two of them to get a room right here, telling them that in a while Xiaoli and another girl would come over to them. After the two of them had opened their rooms and determined the room numbers, Sister Hong called Xiaoli and told them to go to room 405 and room 406 respectively. The smiles on Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin's faces never stopped. Lin Hai really wanted to rush up and give these two guys a few kicks, cursing in his heart. You two are so out of it. It's amazing that such a no-good man is still his best buddy. It's a ing disgrace. When the two of them entered the room, Sister Hong gently took Lin Hai's arm and approached his ear, softly saying, Lin Hai, let's go to the Resting Dragon Hotel together tonight. I heard that the environment there is fantastic. Oh, for this Resting Dragon Hotel, Lin Hai naturally knew it by heart. He picks up and drops off bedding at this Resting Dragon Hotel every day, and during the day, Sister Hong even goes with them. It is located in Shanghai Park in a pleasant environment, with its back against the green hills and its front facing the sea. In this hot summer day, it is indeed unique to be able to enjoy the gentle caress of the sea breeze. However, the level of spending there is incredibly high, costing nearly $200 a night. This was almost equivalent to Lin Hai's 1 month's salary, causing him a great deal of heartache. Even though he knew full well that Sister Hong wouldn't ask him to pay for it, it didn't feel right to him to always spend a woman's money. Lin Hai said in a consultative tone, why don't we just find a more average hotel? It's too expensive to spend there. Sister Hong muttered with a small mouth. I just want to feel it in there. Looking at Sister Hong's appearance at the moment, Lin Hai really couldn't bear to refuse, so he nodded his head in agreement. The two men reached out and stopped a cab, heading for the location of the Resting Dragon Hotel. This Sister Hong was also really loose, and in the cab, she kept teasing Lin Hai with her body, and then simply had a deep kiss with Lin Hai. Watching the two start to make out in the car, the cab driver couldn't help but curse in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you guys want to make out, you should wait until you get off the bus and get to the hotel. Is it appropriate to do it in front of me? Seems like it's really hard to earn some hard-earned money these days. After finally arriving at the Resting Dragon Hotel, Sister Hong directly opened the most expensive room in here. As soon as she entered the room, she could feel its luxury and comfort. A delicate cradle sits on the balcony, making it seem like you're in a fairy tale world. Standing on the balcony, you can not only enjoy the beautiful sea view and bright city lights, but also listen to the sound of the waves lapping against the shore, like a wonderful symphony. The bed in the room was even more spacious, more than enough for even 5 people to sleep on at the same time. The mattress is soft and pliable, making it seem like you're falling into a cloud of enjoyment. The bathtub in the bathroom is equally stunning, and is large enough to accommodate 2 people who can easily share a bath, a place to relax and enjoy a peaceful time. However, it is natural to charge a lot for such a luxurious room. It's amazing that it costs $360 a night, which does seem a bit expensive for the average person. However, to Sister Hong, this fee might just be a drop in the bucket. After all, she cared more about the emotional connection and the good time she was having with each other. The 2 people after entering the room were instantly lit up as if they were dry wood. The next morning, Lin Hai felt that the $360 he spent last night was worth it. This room brought him a different feeling, and Sister Hong likewise brought him a different feeling. But then again, the kid clearly wasn't getting enough sleep. At the sight of Huang Jianxin, Lin Hai realized that he was not the only one who seriously did not get enough sleep last night. But Huang Jianxin, the kid, was not much better than him. But this dead fat guy, at this time, still had a faint smile on his face. One look at this stance, Lin Hai knew that last night must have been this kid's first time. Otherwise he couldn't have reacted so strongly, finally taking another brother and transforming him from boy to man. These last few days, Lin Hai's life had been very pleasant, but the good times didn't last long. This afternoon, just as Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin finished delivering the bedding of the Shiyuan Hotel and were ready to drive back to the company, there were 5 security guards at the entrance of the hotel blocking their way, and the 2 of them didn't think much of it, thinking that people's security guards wanted to check something, so they consciously stopped their vehicles. After stopping the vehicle, the 2 men naturally stepped out of it, but soon they regretted it. The security chief cursed at Lin Hai. Asterisk 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 you son of a, you even dare to mess with my woman. Let's see if I don't beat you to your knees and beg for mercy today. As the words fell, The head of security waved the rubber baton in his hand and chopped his head towards Lin Hai. Seeing their captain make a move, the remaining 4 security guards, likewise, swung their rubber sticks towards Lin Hai, but looking at these people, they were targeting Lin Hai, as if they didn't want to take a shot at Wang Jianxin. Lin Hai instantly understood what was going on. This security chief was none other than Yang Na's husband. Looks like he heard the gossip about himself and his wife and now he's come over to get his revenge. Chapter 56, Conflict with the Security Guards. Lin Hai, this pussy brat, thought about this and then ran away. He ran straight for the hotel's manager's office, with several security guards in hot pursuit the whole way. It was also fortunate that the kid ran fast and wasn't caught up by these security guards. The manager of the hotel, seeing him running into his office out of breath without even knocking on the door, said with great displeasure, "Who are you? Why did you break into my office?" Lin Hai slowed down for a while before saying, "Manager, I'm the employee who picks up and drops off the fabrics at Peace of Mind Laundry. A couple of security guards from your hotel are chasing after me to beat me up. Please help me." Anxious Washing Company, the manager is of course aware of, since it is a cooperative company's employees, was beaten by their own hotel inside the security guards. Then this matter he must also manage. Why did they hit you? Just at this time, the security chief led 4 security guards to arrive at the manager's office as well. The head of security yelled at the manager with a face full of anger. "Manager, this dog actually dares to seduce my wife. Stay out of this matter. I have to beat him to death alive today." However, at this moment, Lin Hai was unusually calm and composed, with a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't care about what was happening in front of him. He said slowly, "What are you so excited about? You claim that I've cuckolded you, so do you have any hard evidence? If you can't produce the evidence, what gives you the right to come here and slander me in blood?" Lin Hai could be said to be experienced in this kind of situation. Back in the days of the 3 villages, similar things happened from time to time. Therefore, at this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of nervousness or fear, but instead straightened up. After all, the head of security had merely heard the gossip of other employees of the company. And where was the substantial evidence? In the face of Lin Hai's questioning, the security chief became dumbfounded, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. What Lin Hai said is not unreasonable. As the saying goes, catching a thief, catching an adulterer, catching a double. If you fail to catch him in bed on the spot, the other party is dead and won't admit it. What can you do to help him? The head of security said somewhat forcefully. It's all over the company. Isn't that proof? Humph. Can gossip be considered evidence? Lin Hai's tone grew stronger as he said, "Empty words can be said by anyone. So what about the fact that I also said you were having an affair with the cleaning lady? Is the cleaning aunt's husband going to come over to fight you someday?" He nearly made the manager and a few other security guards laugh with his comment, but when they thought about it seriously, they felt that what the kid said still made sense. As the manager of the hotel, he pressed on with this. He only needed this employee of the Peace of Mind Washing Company to not be injured by his own employees in his own hotel. As for the rest, it was up to these people how they wanted to settle things. If his own employees injured the employees of the partner company, it would not be easy for him to explain to the other company. The manager said after a few moments of searching, "What this little brother said is not without reason. Captain Wu, it's more or less inappropriate for you to make a move on someone without evidence. Besides, even if you have any personal grudges, you shouldn't settle them in the company." The security chief said, "I was supposed to block the doorway and beat him up, but who knew this kid would come into your office?" The manager continued again. "It's not good enough to beat him in front of the company. This is in case something happens. When the time comes, people will still not put the blame on our hotel. Captain Wu, this ends here. I don't want to see anything like this happen again in the future." It was also clear that this manager meant not to cause trouble for the hotel. Just at this time, Huang Jianxin also panted and ran up. When he came up, he pointed at the head of security and cursed. Asterisk 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 you. How dare you try to move my brother Hai? I've just shaken someone. Have the guts to let's go out and settle this matter now. The manager had no choice but to call Fong Lin, the director of Peace of Mind Laundry, and asked them to persuade Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin. After the call, the manager spoke again. "Both of you, since neither of you did any harm just now, let's not dwell on this matter. Your company has been working with our hotel for such a long time, and if something really goes wrong here, it's not good for everyone, and I promise they won't do it to you again, and you won't call anyone over to make a scene, okay?" Then, Lin Hai's little smartphone rang, and this call was of course from Fong Lin. After the hotel manager and Fong Lin's persuasion, this matter was eventually settled. Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin left the manager's office with a few security guards. The security chief had been staring at Lin Hai dead in the face. Looking at him like that, he was still a bit unconvinced. As Lin Hai and the others were about to leave, the security chief said viciously, "Lin Hai, count your life as lucky today. If I hear anything I shouldn't in the future, I will definitely teach you a deep lesson. Even if I can't move you in the hotel, I will go outside and beat you up." Lin Hai originally didn't have a good feeling about these security guards, especially this security chief, who was even more disgusting to him. After hearing his threat, Lin Hai returned it without showing any weakness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you weren't so outnumbered, I'd be false to you. If you don't like it, let's go one-on-one. Didn't you say I hooked up with your wife? Then I'll tell you now. I really slept with your wife. Bite me. The security chief didn't expect Lin Hai to dare to provoke himself like this. He was so angry that his face turned blue and wheeled up his rubber baton to beat Lin Hai again. However, they were held by the several security guards on the side, and they had to know that the manager had just told them very clearly that if they dared to make trouble inside the hotel again, it was entirely possible that they would be expelled from the hotel. In order not to lose the job, they had to tell their captain to hold back and retaliate later when they had the chance. Lin Hai, on the other hand, had a disinterested look on his face, as if he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. When Lin Hai and Huang Jianxin came to the van again, at this moment, there were already 3 more vans nearby. All 3 vans, too, were owned by Peace of Mind Wash. It seems that these are the same people that Huang Jianxin shook here just now. After seeing a helper arrive on his side, Lin Hai turned back to the security chief even more arrogantly and said, "Oh, your wife is great." Huang Jianxin were all really a bit hard to listen to. Lin Hai really needs a beating. Doesn't that offend the other side to death? The security chief glared hard at Lin Hai and said, "Just wait. Sooner or later I'm going to make you pay." Lin Hai gave him a middle finger and said with great disdain, "Any time." Chapter 57, Back to the drawing board. After Lin Hai left the hotel, together with a few other colleagues from the company, he went to the coast of the Shanghai Sea, took the initiative to buy each of these co-workers a $5 pack of Red Plum cigarettes plus a bottle of Coke. A couple of guys were sitting on the beach, gulping down ice Coke. Rod, the first co-worker Lin Hai knew, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lin Hai, you wouldn't really have slept with someone's wife, would you?" Before Lin Hai could reply, Huang Jianxin hemmed and hawed and said, "That's a must. You're really a traitor. Can you say such things in front of outsiders? Thanks to me, you've gone from a boy to a man. That's how you reimburse me." Lin Hai glared fiercely at Huang Jianxin and cursed, "You're the one who talks too much. No one takes you for a dummy if you don't talk." In this way, several colleagues inside the company, almost all have been sure of the truth of this matter. Rod continued, "Lin Hai, you're bullish enough. Not only did you pick up both of the prettiest female co-workers inside our company at the same time, but you even slept with Yang Na." This Rod used to deliver bedding from the Shiyuan Hotel, so he knew that Yang Na was also a stunningly beautiful woman. Another co-worker named Xiao Wu said, "More than that, Rod, you are not seeing. The other night went to the company to look for Lin Hai's that beautiful girl. That's what is called a beautiful. Especially that body. Let a person look at it directly want to drool." Huang Jianxin chimed in, "If you ask me, it's still Yanhong Li from the Tea Flower Hotel who's pretty. Whether it's her face or body, she's definitely the impeccable kind." These colleagues in the company spoke to each other, and it was obvious that these people were very envious of Lin Hai. Mentally, he was also puzzled that we were all co-workers. What makes you Lin Hai so good? There are beautiful women around us, and it's so hard for us to find a girlfriend. Rod said with a smile, "Lin Hai, we're all buddies. Can you teach us your secret to picking up girls?" "Big deal. We'll buy you cigarettes and booze every day from now on." Little Five chimed in, "Yes, I've chased almost half of the female employees in the company, but hard no one agreed to be my girlfriend. You teach us? Put. Ahem." Hearing this, Lin Hai choked on the smoke inhaled into his lungs and coughed directly. This Xiaowu is also really persistent. Almost 100 female employees in the company. He even chased half. And the best part is that none of them even agreed to be his girlfriend. Lin Hai smiled in a mysterious manner and said, "There is a way, but I just don't know if you're willing to do it." 7 male co-workers had surrounded Lin Hai in the center. All of them perked up their ears to listen to his valuable experience. Lin Hai took another sip of Coke and said in a nonchalant manner, "The best thing to do, of course, is to go back to the furnace and rework it." Rod asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What do you mean by going back to the furnace and reworking? Why don't I understand what that means?" Huang Jianxin also scratched his head and said, "Yes, brother Hai, we're all rough people. We simply can't understand what you're saying in such a high level." P5? Lin Hai let out a long sigh, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Ugh, with your IQs, no wonder you can't find girlfriends. Well, let me make it simple for you so you might understand. If the product doesn't pass muster, What do you think we should do? Huang Jianxin was the first to reply. Return to the manufacturer and have him rebuild it. Of course, Lin Hai said with a smug smile on his face. That's not all. Back to the drawing board is what it's all about. Find your manufacturer, your parents, and have them rebuild it for you. Build it as handsome as I am, and won't you get a girlfriend? Look at this. Does this animal speak like a human being? Xiao Wu looked at Lin Hai with contempt, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he said indignantly. Hi, what are you talking about? And going back to the drawing board? You think you're needing clay dolls? Lin Hai smiled and patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. Flirting. I'm serious about this. Look at my good looks. Finding a girlfriend isn't a breeze. Che, the crowd expressed their disdain for Lin Hai. Huang Jing's newborn said lovelessly. Hi, can you say something human and do something human? Rod said with a red face. Excessive. Simply too much. At the expense of us treating you as our idol. How dare you screw us over like this? The 7 male co-workers, all of them, were infuriated. Everyone was cursing Lin Hai in their hearts for his lack of virtue. As time went on, the farce came to an end. Back at the office in the evening, after dinner, Fan Lin unexpectedly called Lin Hai to ask him to go to her office. Fan Lin's call at this time must still be about the conflict with the hotel security during the day. As it happened, Lin Hai was also going to look for her. Today, with the security chief of the West Garden Hotel is considered to have been completely tied up. After this, it seems that the bedding of the Shiyuan Hotel can only be delivered by other colleagues. He didn't want to take a beating for nothing. Although he had screamed fiercely with his mouth when facing the security chief just now, he actually knew in his heart that he was at a disadvantage in this matter. After all, he was the one who slept with someone's wife. Granted, a slap on the wrist for this sort of thing, and the blame isn't all on him alone. But one doesn't do it very generously after all. What's more, people didn't hit themselves today, but instead they were provoked in various ways. No matter who else it was, it would not have been tolerated. Lin Hai arrived at the director's office, and at the moment, Fong Lin was the only one inside the office. Lin Hai said smilingly, "Beautiful sister, calling me to come to your office at this early hour of the night. It's easy for people to have other ideas." Fong Lin chortled with a cold face. Lin Hai, be serious. This is in the office. Don't be playful with me. At this time, Fong Lin was sitting in front of the desk computer. Lin Hai came to sit down on the chair opposite her, and continued with an undiminished smile. Beautiful sister. Why are you pulling a face? Don't you know that you look good when you smile? Fong Lin really couldn't do anything about him, so she had to open her mouth and ask, "Tell me, what happened during the day today? Why would the hotel security guards beat you up? I heard their manager say it was because you were having a relationship with someone's wife. Is that really what happened?" Lin Hai babbled in a serious manner. "Beautiful sister. I'm innocent. Since I saw you, my mind is all about you. How can I engage in male and female relationships with other women? Chapter 58, Bullying Me Again. Fong Lin was ashamed and angry after hearing this, the anger in her heart rising up. Bang! She couldn't hold back any longer and reached out and slammed the table, her face becoming very serious as she said loudly, "Lin Hai, please be serious. I'm talking to you now about work matters, and I'm your leader, so please show me the respect I need to have." Seeing the situation, Lin Hai hurriedly reached out his hand and grabbed Fong Lin's left hand with a face full of concern. "Gu, don't be angry. Pretty sister, look at your tender little hands, slapping so hard on the wooden table. How much it must hurt. You don't know the pain yourself, and I'm still heartbroken here." After saying that, he even stood up from the chair and blew and gently rubbed at Fong Lin's left hand. At this moment, Fong Lin finally saw what it meant for people to be shameless and invincible. This Lin Hai, simply a cheeky fellow, made her furious, but as the saying goes, reach for the stars. She just couldn't get mad anymore at a man who cared so much about her so much. What's more, the relationship between the two was more or less ambiguous. Fong Lin forcefully drew back her left hand and pouted. "I'm fine. Stop it. How bad would it be if the other co-workers saw it?" However, as she said this, her flawless white face had long since turned red at this moment. It didn't even dare to look up at Lin Hai. Fong Lin secretly cursed herself in her heart for being unproductive. Whenever she faced Lin Hai, she could never refuse his ambiguous behavior. Right at this moment, Lin Hai actually gave him a kiss on his forehead. This kiss was as light as a dragonfly's touch, but it caused Fong Lin's entire body to freeze. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Hai, the blush on her face deepening, as if she were a ripe apple. Lin Hai, on the other hand, looked at her with a smug look on his face, a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, as if he was very satisfied with his actions. Fong Lin's heartbeat grew more and more violent, almost popping out of her throat. She felt her face burn and her hands clenched together, unsure of how to react to the situation at hand. In this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them became unimportant. Only two people, Lin Hai and Fong Lin, were immersed in this ambiguous and sweet atmosphere. Lin Hai, however, smiled badly and said, "Beautiful sister. You see, the sky is nice tonight. The moon is clear and there is a gentle breeze blowing. How about we go to the riverside to take a walk for a while? By the way, I can explain to you properly what happened today." Fong Lin hurriedly refused. "No, I have work to do, so I'll leave it at that for today. But never again," Lin Hai said with a disappointed look on his face. "Beautiful sister, why are you so heartless? I'm showing you my heart, and you're choosing to just ignore me." Listening to Lin Hai's tone with a slightly sour flavor and looking at his aggrieved look, Fong Lin was a little hard to resist for a moment and unconsciously responded, "Well, wait for me in front of the office and I'll meet you when I'm done with the job at hand." She didn't really have any urgent work to take care of. She just didn't want the rest of the company to see them together. However, since Fong Lin had already agreed to his request, Lin Hai naturally understood that he had to take what he could get, so he said with a smile, "Okay, beautiful sister. I'll wait for you on the left-hand side of the company door. Let's not see each other." After saying this, Lin Hai hummed a little song and leisurely walked towards the company's front door. And to the left of the company's front door, a 10-minute walk further up the road, there is a clear stream, and on the opposite bank of the river, a lush hill. If two people were dating, this would be an absolutely perfect spot. 10 minutes later, Fong Lin turned off the computer and the lights inside the office and left the office towards the company's entrance. Along the way, she was very conflicted, looking forward to meeting Lin Hai, but also worried that more entanglements would arise between the two. As she walked to the entrance of the company, she saw Lin Hai standing in the left corner. When Lin Hai saw Fong Lin walking towards him, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. "Pretty sister, here." Fong Lin looked around and didn't see any other co-workers in the company before she walked in the direction of Lin Hai at her fastest pace. After Fong Lin walked over to Lin Hai naturally took Fong Lin's hand. Fong Lin looked back at the company's main entrance with a somewhat guilty conscience, and after seeing that no one was there, she was slightly relieved. In order not to be seen by other colleagues, Fong Lin's pace was very fast. The two quickly arrived at the creek, and Lin Hai said with a smile, "Pretty sister, why are you so nervous? Why do I feel that your palms are all sweaty?" When Fong Lin heard him say that, she remembered to break her hand. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free and beamed. "You scoundrel, you just know how to bully me." Today's Fong Lin wore a black wraparound dress, which perfectly outlined his dimpled figure. Under the moonlight, it was indescribably beautiful and attractive, especially when pretending to be a little exasperated at this time. Lin Hai really couldn't hold back and gave her a kiss on her red lips. "Ah, you asshole, bullying me again." While Fong Lin was talking, she also threw up her small pink fists and kept pounding Lin Hai's chest. Lin Hai hugged her tightly and whispered, "How can you blame me for that? Who told you to be so beautiful and attractive?" After Fong Lin was kissed by Lin Hai, her heartbeat accelerated and her cheeks turned red. She shyly lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. She gently pushed Lin Hai and pouted, "Hate it, you're always such a bully." However, instead of being really angry, she was filled with sweetness and joy inside. Lin Hai couldn't help but smile as he looked at Fong Lin's shy and cute appearance. He gently lifted Fong Lin's chin and made her look up to face him. He gazed tenderly into her eyes, badgering her, "So how about letting me bully again now?" After saying that, he kissed Fong Lin's lips once again. This wasn't the first time the two had kissed, so Fong Lin didn't resist too much. After symbolically struggling twice, she then began to respond to his kisses and couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck. To be honest, whether it was a young girl or a young woman, there were really very few people who could resist Lin Hai. Not only is he super handsome, but he's also very thick-skinned. The guts are even bigger. Chapter 59. Lin Hai was fired. This night, since Lin Hai had asked Fong Lin to come here, he definitely didn't have good intentions. Before Fong Lin came over here, she had guessed in her heart what kind of consequences there would be, but she still couldn't help herself. After the two of them just walked around the creek, Lin Hai took Fong Lin's hand and walked into the small forest across the river. It was only after an hour or so in the grove that the two held hands and walked together in the direction of the office. At the moment, Lin Hai looked contented, and the flush on Fong Lin's face was slow to recede. Fong Lin whispered with her head down, "Lin Hai, can I ask you something?" Lin Hai reached out his hand and gently pinched her pink cheeks, purposely pretending to look angry as he opened his mouth. "What are you talking about? If there's something you can just tell me, why do you have to say you're begging me? As long as it's something you command, I'll certainly do my best to fulfill it." Although she didn't know just how much truth there was in those words, Fong Lin felt very sweet and flattered in her heart after hearing those words. Fong Lin raised her head and looked at Lin Hai, a gentle light flickering in her eyes as she asked softly, Are you really that good to me? Lin Hai replied without hesitation. Of course. A bright smile bloomed on Fong Lin's face, as beautiful and touching as a flower blooming in spring. Then, Fong Lin spoke again. Then in the future, when you're working at the company, and in front of other co-workers, you can't make any more intimate gestures towards me. Can you do that? Lin Hai asked with a face full of doubt. Why? Fong Lin tightly bit her own lips and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Anyway, just do what I tell you. If you can't do that, then I'll never care about you again. As soon as he heard this, Lin Hai of course agreed with his mouth full. Such a good woman. If she ignored herself in the future, it would definitely be a very huge loss. 10 more days passed without realizing it. Counting the time, Lin Hai had been working at the company for more than a month. Today, which happens to be October 10th, is also the day the company pays salaries. For office workers, every paycheck is a time to feel happy and satisfied. But Lin Hai received unexpected news: he was fired by his boss. This news came so suddenly that Lin Hai didn't expect it at all. He couldn't help but ask himself, what did I do wrong? He recalled that over the past month or so, he had been working diligently and responsibly on every task. The hotel also spoke highly of his performance, and his colleagues within the company got along well with him, both men and women. However, why would the owner make such a decision? It really puzzled him. Lin Hai was so angry that he directly found the owner of the company. The owner of the company, surnamed Yang, is a big-belly middle-aged man, usually for the recruitment of employees, or dismissal of employees. These jobs he never interfered. It was all left to Fong Lin to handle. But today the decision to fire Lin Hai was actually made. And it's amazing that none of the company's employees from top to bottom knew about this in advance. Even the chief of staff, Fong Lin, had no idea. Lin Hai walked into his boss's office and asked with a puzzled face, Mr. Yang, I'm doing a good job. Why should I be fired? Please give me a reason. Can you? Mr. Yang smiled coldly and said, Lin Hai, my temple here is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you. It's better to ask you to find another job. What the do you mean by that? If I'm fired, I'm fired. Why do you have to be so mean to me? Seeing the way people were acting, they didn't want to give him a reasonable explanation at all. But there's no way around it. Who asked this to be someone else's company? Since people spoke to him with such an attitude, there was no way he, Lin Hai, could continue to stay here. This is not a place to stay, but a place to be. He just couldn't believe that he couldn't live without this company. After learning this news, Lu Erwa, who was burning the boiler inside the boiler room, threw down the shovel in his hand and ran directly to the boss's office. Lu Erwa walked into the office just as Lin Hai was trying to leave. Lu Erwa didn't talk nonsense, directly opened the door and said, Since you're going to fire me, hi, you're going to fire me along with you. As soon as Mr. Yang heard this, he became angry, but considering Lu Erwa's strong body, his strength is even more surprising. Before Lu Erwa, their company had looked for several boiler-burning workers, but in the end, none of them were qualified for that job. After all, it's heavy manual labor, and with such long working hours, not many people can really handle it. It was so hard to find Lu Erwa, a guy of great strength. How could he possibly let go? In the old days, many times 2 workers were assigned to this job inside the company, but people Lu Erwa easily handled it alone. That means he only has to pay one person's salary to do the work of 2. The key point is that even if you arrange for 2 workers to do that kind of work, they won't be happy about it. If Lu Erwa resigned, it would definitely be a huge loss for the company. Mr. Yang said without a trace of humor, Do you think the company is run by your family? You can fire me when you say so? How could I possibly fire you when you're doing such a good job? Lu Erwa, however, did not eat his set and cursed, Don't give me that. If my brother Hai is here, I'm here. If my brother Hai is gone, I'm gone. Hearing this, General Manager Yang became even angrier and directly roared loudly, No way. Don't try to be bossy with me here. In any case, I won't allow you to leave. If you dare to leave, you won't get a penny of your paycheck. Lu Erwa was originally a violent temper. The moment he heard this, he was instantly on fire, directly and heavily slapped on the desk, angrily cursing, You dog, try saying what you just said again if you can. Mr. Yang was scared by this fierce and vicious look of Lu Erwa at this moment, and subconsciously took a few steps back, but after all, he was also an old fox who had been in the battlefield for a long time, and although he was a bit scared in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He sneered, What, do you still dare to hit someone? As long as you dare to make a move, I'll call the police right away. Just then, Huang Jianxin, the douchebag, also rushed into the office in anger and indignation. Mr. Yang, I heard that you're going to fire my brother Hai, so I'm quitting. so please settle my salary. Compared to the hairy and furry Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin's manner of speaking was quite polite. At least he didn't swear like Lu Erwa. Chapter 63 Brothers leave the company at the same time. After Mr. Yang heard this, he only felt his brain buzzing. What the? Isn't it just a matter of firing a Lin Hai? Why did this Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin both ask to resign? I'm paying you guys real money every month. Instead of taking my words seriously, you guys want to talk to Lin Hai about brotherhood. Do you really think this company can't function without you? Talk about a boss with assets of more than $1 million. Being taken down like this by 3 part-time workers, he felt a bit upset in his heart. Mr. Yang said coldly, Lin Hai has been fired from the company. As for Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, if you two want to quit, you should give the company a resignation report. You can't leave until the company has recruited the appropriate employees. Otherwise I can't possibly pay your wages. Originally, according to the normal process, what Mr. Yang said was not unreasonable. But Lu Erwa, this douchebag, he wouldn't even reason with him about this. To put it bluntly, Lu Erwa is a hamstring. Whether in Sanja village or wherever, he all listened to Lin Hai alone. Even if his own father came, it was no good. After Lu Erwa heard this, he was immediately on fire. So angry that his face turned green, directly rushed towards Mr. Yang, gripped Mr. Yang's collar and roared, You wanna hack my hard-earned money? Then I'll get you killed today. While speaking, he swung his own fist and tried to smash it towards Mr. Yang's face. At this moment, Mr. Yang was so scared that his face was pale and his body was trembling. He really didn't think that this rash young man would really dare to take action against himself. Seeing this, Lin Hai, who was standing on the side, hurriedly went over to pull Lu Erwa and advised, Erwa, don't be impulsive. Wait for me to have a good chat with him. If he still doesn't pay his salary, then it's not too late to beat him up again. Just when Lu Erwa's fist was still about 10 centimeters away from General Yang's face, it finally stopped. Mr. Yang was so scared that he was drenched in sweat and soaked through his clothes. He could imagine that just now. If it wasn't for Lin Hai stopping him in time, then Lu Erwa's bull-sized fist would definitely have already been solidly smashed on his own face. Thinking about it now was a moment of fear, and after seeing Lin Hai pull Lu Erwa away, Yang was finally relieved. The reason why Lin Hai would stop Lu Erwa from hitting Mr. Yang was also not at all that he had a good heart, just that he understands a reason. After all, their wages are still in the hands of others. This is really hands-on people. Then want this money. It will be more and more difficult. He didn't want to take things that far until he had to. Lin Hai coldly looked at General Manager Yang and asked, This brother of mine, both back home and here, I take him with me wherever I go. A black-hearted boss like you, even if you don't fire me, I don't want to work with you anymore. If you give us all the paychecks we deserve, then we'll all get along. But if you don't give it, I won't need my brother to do it. I'll give you a ing scoop on the head first. As the words fell, Lin Hai picked up the ashtray on the table. One look at this situation. As long as Mr. Yang dared to say a no, then he would not hesitate to smash the ashtray on Mr. Yang's head. In the face of such a mangaka, it seemed that Mr. Yang couldn't find any good way other than to obediently concede. Of course he knew the truth that a good man does not know what he is doing, and he had so much money that he did not care about this small amount of money at all, in order not to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Mr. Yang agreed with his mouth full. Okay, I'll settle your paychecks right here, Huang Jianxin added, and my paycheck along with it. Mr. Yang was originally a little reluctant, but looking at the ferocious appearance of these 3 hairs, he finally nodded his head in agreement. Lin Hai settled for $350 in wages, Lu Erwa got $480, and Huang Jianxin got $530. The money was settled in accordance with their monthly wages. Even from the 1st to the 10th, the wages of the last few days were also settled together. After Lin Hai and the 3 of them packed their own luggage, Lin Hai even went to the girls' dormitory and said goodbye to these girls. There are so many girls who are a little obsessed with him. After all, if there is such a handsome boy inside the company, even if you don't fall in love with him, you can see his face every day. It's still a more eye-pleasing thing. Suddenly all of a sudden we will not be able to see him. Everyone's heart is more or less a little reluctant. Especially Zhu Jing and Xiao Yan even sent him directly to the company gate. However, to Lin Hai's surprise, he hadn't seen Fong Lin from the beginning to the end. When he reached the bridge at the company's main entrance, Lin Hai put down the suitcase he was dragging in his own hand. Smilingly, he said to Zhu Jing and Xiao Yan, 2 babies, you'll be sent here. Whether I'm in this company or not, I'll be thinking of you all. If you guys miss me, remember to call me. Listen to this. Is this human talk? Surprisingly, in front of his 2 good brothers, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, He called the two beautiful women inside the company his babies. But what was even more exasperating was that there was no sense of dissonance on the faces of these two beautiful co-workers. The next move of these three people directly subverted Huang Jianqin and Lu Erwa's three views. Only Lin Hai said as he put one arm around Zhuo Jing and one arm around Xiao Yan, taking the two beauties into his arms. Here, cuddle. The two beauties very meekly leaned their heads on his shoulders and whispered, "We'll miss you, and you mustn't forget us." Lin Hai smiled from ear to ear and said, "Definitely, definitely. I can't forget you guys even if I forget anyone. Come and give us a kiss. And when you're done you'll hurry back." As the words fell, two sudden barks came from Lin Hai's left and right cheeks. Then there were two more lipstick marks. In hell. What is this? I said hi. Can you do something about it? Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin both had lifeless expressions. The two beauties were with Lin Hai for a while longer before they reluctantly walked back to the company. After watching the two beauties leave, Huang Jianqin finally couldn't help but say, "Hi, you're definitely the most beat-up person I've ever met. Who plays like you? If you weren't my brother, I'd want to kick your ass. Why all the good cabbages, all of them, have gone to you." This was clearly calling Lin Hai a pig. How could Lin Hai stand it? A direct kick and a curse came out of his mouth. Asterisk 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 off. You're just pure jealousy and envy. If you were as good looking as I am, maybe you'd have done more than I did. But then again, even if you look as handsome as me, and definitely not as many girls like you. Huang Jianqin and Lu Erwa, both of them, looked at him with puzzled faces at the same time and asked, "Why?" Lin Hai said rightfully, "Because you guys don't have as much emotional intelligence as I do." Chapter 61, Top Discos. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin were directly speechless for a while. It seems like it's really hard to have a pleasant chat with this Hai of his. Huang Jianqin hurriedly digressed and said, "Hi, why don't we get a hotel first? Have a nice relaxing couple of days and then go find another job." Lin Hai, however, shook his head and said with a serious face, "Finding a job is not an easy task. It can take as little as 3 or 2 days, or as much as a week or even 10 days and half a month. And if you stay in a hotel all the time, it will cost you a lot of money. Instead of wasting money on a hotel, you could just go ahead and rent 2 houses. I've heard it's only about $100 to rent a single room here. This saves money and you don't have to worry about not having a place to stay if you can't find a job." Lu Erwa heatedly smiled after hearing this and gave a thumbs up in praise. It's still Hai who has a quick mind. This is a great idea. Huang Jianqin touched his head and realized, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Lin Hai smiled smugly and flirted. "It's a wonder you can think with that IQ of yours. How did you get hit by Hai again? You're really lying down." It seemed better to speak less in the future, so as not to always be trolled by Hai. In the next few moments, the trio traveled to an urban village not far from here and found 2 single rooms. The 2 rooms were connected, and although they required the use of a common bathroom, the good news was that the rent was cheap, only $200 for the 2 rooms combined. Each room was about a dozen square feet. Not much, but it was a place to stay. At least you don't have to worry about being on the street. The 2 of them, Huang Jianqin and Lu Erwa, very consciously chose to stay in the same room and left the other room for Lin Hai. This time, they didn't make a mistake, because they knew in their hearts that Lin Hai had numerous girlfriends, so if they didn't leave a separate room for Lin Hai, how inconvenient it would be. Therefore, they took the initiative to give up space so that Lin Hai could have his own private territory. All 3 had their luggage with them. As far as beds and whatnot were inside the room, it didn't take long for each of the 3 to clean up their rooms. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin had the landlord add a crib to their room. Otherwise on this 1 meter and 2 wide bed, these 2 over 80 kilograms of fierce men, pressed to the top of the surely have to crush this wooden bed. Inside this room that Lin Hai was staying in, there was a wooden bed of about 1 meter and 5 meters. It seemed like it was customized for him, so that he could just bring this room when he was dating a beautiful woman in the future. This will surely save a lot of money on housing costs, and more importantly, this rental house is absolutely safe inside. But what they didn't know was that the lives of the 3 of them had also changed completely and utterly from this time onward. It puts them on a real path of no return. Maybe it's fate. Of course, right now they would have no idea about the life ahead of them. After the 3 of them packed up their rooms, they went into the neighborhood and found a cleaner-looking restaurant to have a few good drinks. On this night, the trio drank high-count white wine, and a bottle of it for each of them. Despite the fact that there are only 3 people, the dishes on the table are unambiguous, adding up to nearly 10 courses. It wasn't that they intended to be extravagant, but because Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin's food intake was simply amazing. Wine over 3 rounds, food over 5 flavors. Huang Jianqin excitedly proposed to go to the disco hall bouncing. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa looked at each other, their eyes filled with curiosity and bewilderment. However, the curiosity of young people is always strong and they want to experience it all the same. Lin Hai secretly pondered in his heart that since the three of them had nothing to do, they might as well take this opportunity to open their eyes. So he opened his mouth and inquired, "Fatty, what the hell does bouncing mean?" Huang Jianxin explained with a hefty smile, a hint of smugness spreading across his face. "Hi, bungee jumping is an exciting activity. And the most important thing is that there are a lot of pretty girls there. Oh, everyone can take the opportunity to touch those girls' asses or breasts during the enthusiastic dancing. Especially a handsome guy like you. Maybe you'll even get a girl tonight." Upon hearing this, not only was Lin Hai's interest lifted, even Lu Erwa on the side began to become a little impatient. Although Lin Hai was a little excited in his heart, he remained calm on the surface and said without moving, "Fatty, don't fool me. If you go there then and realize that it's not what you say it is, see how I'm going to clean you up later?" Huang Jianxin hastily patted his chest and assured, "Brother Hai, you're my own brother. I wouldn't dare lie to you even if I lied to anyone. If it's really not that bad, you kick me when you get back." Lin Hai hurriedly stood up from his seat, an excited smile on his face, and said in an excited tone, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. In that case, what are we waiting for? Set off at once." Before his words fell, the two men, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, also quickly stood up and left the restaurant after hastily settling the bill. Instead of taking a cab, they decided to walk to their destination. The night breeze brushed gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but it still couldn't dissipate the strong smell of alcohol on the trio. The three held each other and hooked up, always with big smiles on their faces. Obviously, at this moment, they were in a happy mood and couldn't be happier. And their target location was the Green Jade Plaza in the center of the city. Green Jade Plaza is like a dazzling pearl set in the heart of the city. It is not only a place for leisure and entertainment, but also a cultural symbol and spiritual landmark of the city. It's always crowded and lively, day or night. It's brightly lit and crowded with cars. All kinds of skyscrapers stand around, and flashing neon lights illuminate the night sky. There are not only large shopping centers, supermarkets and specialty stores, but also a wide variety of entertainment facilities such as movie theaters and game halls. The village of Shimawa, where they live, is located on the edge of Green Jade Plaza, about 3 kilometers apart. It wasn't a long walk, but it seemed to become extraordinarily long for three people who were already half drunk. However, instead of being in a hurry, they enjoyed the stroll, enjoying the night view along the way and talking about the trivialities of life. After more than 20 minutes of difficult trekking, they finally arrived at the Green Jade Plaza. Standing in the center of the square, they were fascinated by the bustling scene before them. Towering commercial buildings, colorful billboards, and bustling crowds make for a vibrant picture. On the 5th floor of one of the commercial buildings was their destination for the night, the Top Disco. Even though the entrance fee is expensive, costing $10 per person, this has not dampened the enthusiasm for the place. When they walked into the disco hall, they were immediately surrounded by the electric atmosphere. The music was deafening, the lights were flickering, and the dance floor was packed with enthusiastic dancers. At this point, the clock hand was pointing exactly at 9 p.m. And Diego Hall was at its most lively. Chapter 62, Clash Inside the Disco. After the two of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, walked into the disco hall, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The colorful lights intertwined to create a dazzling web of brilliantly colored light. The beautiful women with sexy clothes and hot bodies were a sight to behold, as they danced or talked with others, displaying infinite charm. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa couldn't help but sigh. That's a $10 per person ticket well spent tonight. They excitedly followed Wang Jianxin onto the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm of the music. At the beginning, they were a bit formal, but under the infection of the warm atmosphere and dynamic music, they gradually relaxed and began to dance wildly. This energizing dance not only releases stress from the body, but also allows one to forget all their worries and immerse themselves in the world of music. It was certainly an unforgettable experience for Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, when they saw so many young handsome men around them, using all kinds of dance moves to flirt with the beautiful women around them. They naturally had the same thought in their hearts, especially Lin Hai, this pussy brat. In no time at all, he followed the others' example and interacted with two very hot beauties with very hot bodies. Huang Jianxin and Lu Erwa also followed his example and communicated with the beauty next to them. It was a pity that none of the beautiful women were even willing to pay attention to the two of them. Just as the three were having a good time, they suddenly noticed two groups of people clashing not far away. Both groups were quite sizable, with about 8 or 9 people on one side, while the other side was even larger, with at least a dozen people. The people on the dance floor stopped dancing as the noise of both sides arguing grew louder and louder. Then the music in the entire disco hall came to a screeching halt. Only a young man could be heard breaking into song. Asterisk 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 you. Are you blind? Why do you keep running into me? The other young man across the room responded without showing any weakness. Asterisk 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 you. What are you babbling about here? Isn't it normal for there to be some occasional physical collisions in such settings? The small young man with dyed yellow hair who had spoken at the beginning shouted in extreme anger. You clearly hit me on purpose. Almost knocked me over. And you're actually saying you just ran into me unintentionally. Just then, one of the dozen or so long-haired monsters on the opposite side of the room, a slightly older fellow, cursed with an unctuous mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My brother didn't like you. So what if he hit you on purpose? How dare you be unconvinced? If you're not convinced, let's fight. At this moment, that long-haired monster had an arrogant and domineering look, clearly coming to find trouble. And although yellow hair on the other side was smaller in number, they were undaunted at the moment. Asterisk 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 you. Just compare. I'm not afraid of you guys. Seeing that the two sides were about to start a fight, suddenly, there were 5 or 6 men dressed in black suits with clean-cut inch hair coming this way. The men, dressed in black suits, were tall, lanky and physically fit. Just by looking at their size alone, they were practically comparable to Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. One of the burly men, pointing at the small youths on either side of them, shouted angrily, asterisk 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 you. Where did you come from, little pussies? Dare to make trouble in Zhang's factory. I think you guys don't want to live. Right. Although, the number of these burly men was small, only 6 in total, and these guys from yellow hair and long hair and theirs might add up to more than 20. Upon hearing this burly man's angry scolding, none of these 20 or so people, surprisingly, dared to get angry, and none of them even dared to open their mouths to speak. The kind of arrogance that both sides had just exchanged curses with each other also came to an abrupt end in an instant. Obviously, they all knew Brother Zhang in the mouths of these burly men, or even if they didn't, they had heard of Brother Zhang's formidable name. Seeing that the crowd was silent, the burly man reached out and pointed at yellow hair, saying, Fei, you dog, before you came in, I warned you to not make trouble inside our factory. What did you think I said? Ha! Hearing the burly man's roar, yellow hair was frightened and stammered. Head brother, it's their gang that provoked us first, you can't blame us for this. After hearing this person, who Fei called Brother Head, turned around and stared dead at long hair and his group of people, coldly asking, Shaggy, you're trying to up inside my factory, aren't you? Longhair was also very scornful of this head brother. Just like a small child who had made a mistake when facing the classroom teacher, he obediently lowered his head and whispered, Right, sorry, head brother, I'm wrong. We don't want to make trouble. It's just that Xiao Fei and their group of really too arrogant. Just as he was in the middle of his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Head and said, I don't care what kind of grudge Fei has with you, but trying to cause trouble inside our factory is absolutely impossible. Seeing that tonight is the first time you've messed with my factory, I can let you off, but if it happens again, each of you will leave an arm behind. Fei and Shaggy hurriedly nodded in agreement. Brother Head, we won't dare next time. Please spare us this time. Head bellowed, Get out. Right at this time, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, the three of them, also recognized this Xiao Fei, the little yellow hair who wanted to worship Lin Hai as his big brother last time. Longhair led his men to leave this disco hall early, but before leaving, he glared fiercely at Fei and said, Fei, don't come out if you have the balls. As long as you dare to walk out of this disco hall, see if I don't beat you to death. Dash said without showing any weakness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who's afraid of who? I'll call my big brother now. Let's see which one of us gets who killed. Shaggy paid no further attention to him and left the top disco hall with his men in stride. Until they left, Xiao Fei saw clearly. The original people long hair, they have a full 20 or so people tonight. If this were to go out at this moment, with just 8 or 9 of them, they would definitely be beaten the out of each other. So he's debating whether to come out of this disco hall or not. Big Head, however, said at this time, Fei, don't you want to leave yet? Or are you waiting for me to beat the out of you before you leave? Fei was afraid of long hair and those people, but he was even more afraid of this head brother. Hearing the head brother say this, he could only helplessly leave this disco hall with a few of his minions. Chapter 63, Fighting in a Group. Just as Fei turned around and wanted to leave this disco hall, suddenly his eyes lit up and he was surprised to see Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, Zhao Jianxin and the three of them. This was a big thrill for Dash. He hurriedly walked quickly to Lin Hai's side and said with a flattering face, Hi, please save me. Long hair and those guys are going to cut me. I was just about to go out and call you, but I didn't think I'd run into you here. What a coincidence. Lin Hai couldn't help but curse in his heart after hearing this. Asterisk asterisk. Are you out of your mind? When did I say I'd take you as my little brother? Aren't you deliberately pushing me into the fire? The other side has more than 24 people, while there are only 3 people on our side. And even if we add the 7 or 8 people on your side, it only adds up to 12 people. And you expect me to save you? Besides, I don't seem to know you very well. However, even though Lin Hai was thinking this in his heart, when he thought of that pussy he had put up at the ice rink that night, he really didn't want to be looked down upon by this little Faye. After all, that feeling of being a big brother is very addictive indeed. So at this moment, Lin Hai felt a bit embarrassed. After a little thought, Lin Hai said, "Since you guys want to follow me around, you have to show a little something too. Let's go down and fight with them. Let's see what you're made of. Of course, if you guys end up not being able to do them, I'll definitely bring my brothers down to help." Lin Hai was clearly snubbing Faye. He didn't want to stump up for something like this just to act like a bully. This is in case if you go down to help, you might get beaten to death by the other side. He's not that stupid. Besides, he doesn't want to be a gangster, so why does he care about this? But Faye, actually believed his bull *******. After thanking Lin Hai profusely, he confidently led a few of his minions right out of the disco hall. After Faye and the rest of them left, Lin Hai, Huang Jianxin and Lu Erwa were about to go back to the dance floor when Big Head suddenly tapped Lin Hai's shoulder and said with a very unhappy face, "Since you're Faye's big brother, then all 3 of you get out of this disco hall too. You're not welcome here." Lin Hai hurriedly explained, "No, big brother, I've only met with this Faye just once. I didn't even know him well before. It's none of my business if they make trouble. We've bought tickets. What gives you the right to kick us out?" Big Head said with great disdain. "Don't give me the slip of the tongue here. Xiao Fei even called you Brother Hai, and you're still telling me that you don't know him well. Do you think I'll believe that? Cut the ing crap. If you don't leave, I'll have my brothers throw you out." Lin Hai cursed in his heart. He felt more wrong than a sinus. Who the hell do I talk to about this? Fei, you damn you. You really made brother suffer. No, I'll have to find you someday to get that $10 admission money back. But looking at the appearance of several big men in front of him who were fierce and vicious, Lin Hai understood that it was futile to explain anymore. In the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh and left this disco hall with Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. At this moment, Lin Hai finally realized the truth that there was a price to pay for pretending. If I had known that it would end up like today, then I really shouldn't have faked this. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, 2 hearts more or less. Some complaints. Huang Jianxin complained, "Brother Hai, I told you to do some personnel work at your usual time, but you didn't listen. So now you're making it worse for yourself, aren't you? It was a waste of the $30 admission fee and, more importantly, a waste of our chance to see beautiful women." Lu Erwa also said, "That's right, Hai, you don't know how hot the beauties in there are. After today, I'm afraid we'll never have that chance again." Although Lin Hai knew that he was at a disadvantage, being lectured by his 2 brothers like this was not pleasant inside. Let's all cut the ing crap. We have to go to Faye on this one. If it wasn't for this kid, there's no way we'd have been kicked out tonight. Just as the 3 were chattering endlessly, they had already walked to the Green Jade Plaza. By this time of the day, it was also well past 11 o'clock in the night. The square wasn't as lively as it had been a moment ago. However, coincidentally, they happened to see the 2 classes in the middle of a group fight. Lin Hai fixed his eyes and was shocked. Isn't this the same group as Faye and Long Hair? He remembered that there were originally 8 or 9 people on Faye's side, but now it looked as if there were only 6 left. To make matters worse, they were being chased around by 24 men led by Nagumo. Just then, a minion ground running towards the 3 of them. He recognized Lin Hai at once and shouted for help under his breath. "Hai, help!" Originally, Lin Hai and the 3 of them were still holding their stomachs. They didn't even care about these idle matters. They just wanted to hurry and walk away. But I didn't expect that the 3 or 4 young boys who were chasing after this little brother, but they didn't care. They directly rushed up to them and punched and kicked them. What's going on here? Lin Hai was on fire. Myself and my brothers were already in a bad mood and didn't want to get in the middle of what was going on between them. Who knew that these guys would actually take their anger out on them indiscriminately? Do they think they're so easy to bully? Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin glanced at each other, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. Since the other party had taken the initiative to come to the door, then of course they wouldn't spoil the other party. Lin Hai's trio did not hesitate to strike back, instantly starting a fierce melee with those young men. They were seen moving quickly and with amazing strength, and in no time at all, 3 or 4 of Longhair's minions had been knocked to the ground. However, this is just the beginning. Seeing this, Longhair's other 12 or so minions gathered towards them. With things having come to this, Lin Hai's trio realized that they couldn't back down, so they had no choice but to tough it out. Fortunately, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin are stout, and their strength is far superior to normal people. especially Lu Erwa. Dealing with these minions was easy as pie. One person could easily take care of 3 or 4 of them. Huang Jianxin was equally skilled, and it was no problem for him to fight 1 against 2. As for Lin Hai, although his height was only 1.75 meters, his whole body was tightly muscled and explosive. Over the years, he hadn't had many fights with people in the 3 villages, so he was naturally very experienced in fighting. As a result, he fought with exceptional ferocity, and was more than capable of fighting 2 or 3 opponents on his own. Plus, there was Fei and the 6 of them on the side to help, so even though Long Hair and the others were outnumbered, they couldn't take any advantage at all. On the contrary, after not a moment's effort, they even built up an advantage. Chapter 64, Winning with the Few is Winning with the Many. On Lin Hai's side, the reason why they were able to gain the upper hand was actually due to multiple factors. First of all, Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin are more outstanding in fighting ability compared to normal people and have certain strength advantages. Secondly, the 3 of them not only struck hard, but also adopted a desperate fighting style, completely unafraid of pain. For people who fight a lot, they know that the only way to win is to make the other person feel fear. As for Long Hair and the others, although there were more than 20 people, most of them were people who were bullying others, and it was naturally difficult for them to resist in the face of these 3 life-threatening opponents. As the battle continued, battle shyness gradually appeared on Long Hair's side. Several of them chose to turn and flee the battlefield for fear of being beaten. Once someone escapes, others will follow suit. In just a few moments, most of the people had already scattered and fled. At this moment, the number of people remaining on the field had been reduced to 8 or 9, making the number of people on both sides basically equal. Long Hair and their remaining 8 or 9 people, not that they do not want to run, but simply do not have that opportunity. The end result was predictable, with all 8 or 9 of them knocked to the ground. At a time like this, it was definitely time for Lin Hai to act like a pussy again. Lin Hai walked up to Long Hair and stomped on his face, condescending to Long Hair. Now you know what happens when you mess with me. Hi, just tell me, will you dare to mess with me again? This Long Hair, originally, wasn't much of a tough guy, especially after being pummeled at this time. He immediately and dutifully conceded and stammered. Brother, please don't fight, just spare me this time. I promise I won't dare to mess with you again. The few remaining juniors, seeing that their boss, Long Hair, had conceded, one by one began to beg for mercy. At this time, Xiao Fei and his few minions also felt particularly relieved. Just these few little pussies used to just outnumber the others. Now that they had finally been allowed to experience the taste of winning with less, their hearts were filled with a sense of triumph. This thing is enough for these little pussies to brag about for quite a while. Fei screamed at Long Hair and these minions of his. Asterisk 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 you. Why aren't you arrogant and cocky now? With goons like you, you dare to mess with me. You know how powerful our brother Hai is? I warn you, when you meet our brother Hai and our brothers in the future, all ing go around the block or I'll beat you up every time I see you. The 2 of them, Huang Jianxin and Lu Erwa, only felt that their brain circuits were not enough. They had thought that their own Hai was good enough at pretending, but I really didn't expect this Fei to be even more pretentious than Hai. You ing tonight if it is not our brother 3 desperately. Just a few of you little pussy brats. I am afraid that would have been Long Hair and they hit the ground begging for mercy. Now even have the nerve to pretend to be a pussy here. Just then, Fei unexpectedly walked to Long Hair again and said with a cold smile, tonight, you guys made my old big brother Dahai very unhappy, and it's not going to go away so easily. At least you guys have to show a bit of sincerity to apologize to my brother Hai. Otherwise where will my brother Hai's face go? What little Fei said at this time, that Lin Hai felt a little confused. The man had also beaten him, and he had begged for forgiveness and apologized just now, so he didn't know what else Fei wanted to do. And Shaggy, who was lying on the ground, was very understanding and hurriedly said, why don't I treat brother Hai and the brothers to a drink and a snack? Dash said, what the are you thinking? What is my brother Hai's status? And what is your status? Just you deserve to drink with my brother Hai. Of course, drinking and having a late night snack that's a must, but not with you guys, but with our brother Hai and us. There are 9 of us, and $300 for drinks and snacks should be about enough, so you'll have no problem paying for this, right? Lin Hai finally realized at this time. Xiao Fei this is a change of methods to blackmail money from others. Long Hair Long Hair had cursed all 18 generations of Fei's ancestors in his heart at this time. This mother asterisk 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 heart is really hard. You ing $300. 20 people eat barbecue also enough. There's only 9 of you. Can you eat all that? You're clearly blackmailing me. Today is really out of the door. Do not read the calendar. Provoked these 3 ruthless people, not only in vain was beaten up, but also to take $300 to apologize. It's ing bad luck. But in order not to continue to be beaten up, long hair could only obediently pay. But after pulling all the money out of my body, I realized that I had just over 200. So long hair said with a crying face, "Brother, look, I have $240 on me. Can I give you all of it?" Dash said unforgivingly, asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you looking down on? Do you see a big shot like our brother Hai as someone who is poor in money? If you don't have this much sincerity, then simply don't bother. I'll give you guys another good beating, just to get out this bad anger in my heart. Long hair and his 7 or 8 minions, once they heard this, immediately began to get anxious. They don't want to get beaten up again, especially by these two fat guys. It's a pain in the ass. Long hair said to his sidekick, "Brothers, hurry up and pull out all the money you have on you." The 7 or 8 juniors, not daring to have any hesitation, all took out money into their own bags. Let's make everyone's money add up to $600 or $700. Xiao Fei this mother asterisk 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 her directly nonchalant. After leaving $100 for these people, all of them were shunned by him. Lin Hai was speechless for a while. What the hell was the difference between this and robbing someone? But come to think of it, just now a few of their own people had been punched and kicked by them, so it didn't seem too much to ask for a little favor from them. After receiving all the money into his hands, Fei said to Long Hair and the others, "Get the hell out of here, and keep your eyes open in the future. It's not just anyone that you can afford to mess with." That seems to be something I said to Dash the pussy at the rink the last time I was there. I can't imagine that this pussy brat is now using his own words to talk about people's long hair. Lin Hai was somewhat admiring Xiao Fei. This kid was even more capable of pretending than himself. After Long Hair and a few of them left, Fei hurriedly handed Lin Hai the money in his hand and said, "Hai, take this money and drink." Since Lin Hai was going to play the boss, he certainly wouldn't be polite. Reaching for the money Fei offered him, he smiled and said, "You kid is quite good at this. Since this money is for people to give us a drink and a snack, let's go drink and eat a snack now." As soon as they heard about drinking and eating late-night snacks, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, the two foodies, immediately began to glow with their eyes. It didn't feel like it hurt after taking those hits on my body during the fight earlier. Chapter 65, Tough Choices. Afterwards, their group of 9 people stopped 2 cabs and drove towards the village of Shimawa. At first, the cab driver was not willing to take the 5 men, but after seeing their fierce expressions, he eventually chose to compromise. As for why he didn't choose the barbecue stalls near Green Jade Plaza, it was entirely Lin Hai's idea. He thought that he couldn't rule out the possibility that Long Hair and the others would kill back, and if they came back with weapons and helpers to retaliate, then they would surely be at a disadvantage. This basic vigilance, Lin Hai still had. Upon arriving at a barbecue restaurant in the village of Shimawa, the 9 men sat around the barbecue table and began a lively discussion. The focus of their talk was naturally the fierce battle that had just ended. Especially Fei and the other 6 were filled with admiration for the trio of Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. The victory gave them a sense of immense pride and satisfaction that they had finally fought the battle of the few against the many. And it's all thanks to 3 fierce men, Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. Xiao Fei opened a bottle of beer with a look of adoration on his face, handed it to Lin Hai and said with a smile, "Hai, you guys are really too fierce. I've never seen such capable fighters. You guys are definitely my idols. I'll drink this toast to you first. Feel free to drink as you wish. I'll drink a toast." After saying that, Fei didn't hesitate to pick up the bottle and tilted his head back to gulp down the entire bottle of beer. Not even a single drop left. However, Lin Hai didn't finish his drink, not because he liked to put on airs. Rather, he was well aware that several of Fei's minions would inevitably toast him next, and if he toasted to each of them, then he certainly couldn't afford to do so. Immediately after that, Lin Hai introduced Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin to Fei and his brothers. Dash and his brothers then introduced themselves individually. In this way, everyone got to know each other initially. Finally, Fei's brothers took turns to toast Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. After everyone had a round of drinks, the barbecue they had asked for was served one after another. A few people ate and chatted as Dash requested once more, "Brother Hai, let us follow you from now on? These brothers of ours, although they don't fight as fiercely as you guys, they're definitely the kind that dare to fight, and they definitely won't disgrace you in the future." Another brother, nicknamed Dagger, followed suit and chimed in, "Yeah, Hai, we've been out here for so long, but we've never met a righteous boss like you. As long as you let us follow you, we'll do whatever you tell us to do in the future. Even if you tell us to kill people, we'll never hesitate." Lin Hai was inwardly very curious about what Fei and his group usually lived on, so he asked, "If you guys are going to follow me around, you should at least let me know what you do on a regular basis, right?" Although Lin Hai was not deeply involved in the world, He could tell that Xiao Fei and the others were definitely not decent people. He also understood what it really meant to be a social mixer. And to be honest, he didn't really want to go down that path. Dash said smugly. We usually just go to the internet cafes near the school and collect protection money. Hi, I can tell you that a lot of the internet cafes near the school are pretty good with my name. Lin Hai cursed in his heart. What a ing lack of virtue. Isn't this going to rob those students of their money? But that sort of thing, in this day and age, was all over the streets, and he wasn't too surprised. No wonder this kid just asked Long Hair and the others for money. It turns out that they were originally eating this bowl of rice. Of course Lin Hai didn't care to do such a thing, because not only could such a thing not earn much money, but it was really unethical. Since he wasn't going to do anything like that, he certainly wouldn't take these people on as minions. But now that we were all so familiar with each other, and since both Fei and this little knife had already said their words to this point just now, he couldn't find a suitable reason to refuse. Lin Hai sighed helplessly and finally decided to confess to Fei and the others. You guys are overthinking it. We're just honest working laborers. It's not at all the social big brother you think it is. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Xiao Fei, Xiao Dao, and the other 6 people all revealed shocked expressions. They had never thought that these 3 men, who were so powerful, were not social mixers. Instead, they are ordinary wage earners. Fei said with a slight sense of regret. Hi, just you and second brother. XIN. Such talents. It's really too bad not to mix with the society. With the 3 of you, if you are willing to mix with the society, it surely won't take long for you to make a name for yourselves. It might be a good idea to go and show people around later. In Fei's and their opinion, people who could go and watch for those entertainment venues were quite powerful characters, and their ultimate dream is to one day own their own territory. At this moment, Little Dagger also couldn't hold back his inner excitement and opened his mouth. Brother Hai, there's no future in working. I only get $200 to $300 a month, and I often have to look at my boss's face and suffer a lot. Why don't you just wave the flag and take us brothers on the road? You'll definitely make a name for yourselves with your abilities. In this way, the monthly income is definitely much higher than a part-time job, and you no longer have to worry about being bullied. And most importantly, it's awesome. Just look at whoever is upset and go up and beat them up if you want to. As soon as Dagger's words fell, the rest of the few brothers chimed in, talking endlessly. They told of all the abuse they had suffered at the hands of their bosses when they used to work. Whether it was Lin Hai, Huang Jianxin, or Lu Erwa. After hearing these words, their hearts were more or less touched. All 3 of them, in particular, have a bad past. Lin Hai thought to himself, if they were strong enough, there's no way they could have been kicked out of that Sanja village, and they wouldn't have had to take that kind of crap this time around at Peace of Mind Laundry. The last time I was at the hotel, it wasn't like I was being chased around by that security guard. And if it's a bit difficult to sustain yourself with just the little money you earn from your part-time job, what will you do in the future? Not to mention the fact that expenses had been huge in recent times, and the 2,000 or so he had brought out in the first place was now less than 1,000. In other words, his income from work this month is totally insufficient to support his expenses. If he continues to work like this on a dead-end salary, how will he live the rest of his life when the $1,000 or so he has on him is used up? Thus, at this moment, Lin Hai was actually indeed convinced by Fei and the others within his heart. Huang Jianxin actually has the same idea in his heart. If he can really make a name for himself, then he won't have to be afraid of those debt collectors in the future. Also, his father didn't have to leave his hometown to work overseas, and his grandmother was no longer homeless. As for Lu Erwa, although he didn't think too much about it, he always stood firmly by Lin Hai's side, and whatever Lin Hai told him to do, he would carry it out without hesitation. Chapter 66, Where are your eyes looking? This matter that Fei and the others had just spoken about was definitely a major choice for Lin Hai. After all, this matter concerns his future life path and direction of development, and if he chooses the wrong path, it may bring about irreversible consequences. Therefore, Lin Hai needed to think carefully and weigh the pros and cons before he could make a wise decision. So for a moment, Lin Hai didn't agree or refuse. He felt he needed more time to think about this and couldn't make a decision lightly. In fact, if Lin Hai had been asked to take this path before he had come to Guanchang, he probably would have agreed without hesitation, because at the time he had no idea what it meant to follow that path. However, since arriving in Guanchang, Lin Hai began to be exposed to all kinds of information, including movies and videos. Especially those gangster-themed films have impressed upon him that this path is a road of no return. Once you step on it, it's hard to turn back. Faced with this reality, Lin Hai began to feel uneasy and hesitant. Lin Hai laughed helplessly before lifting the wineglass in front of him and said to Fei and the rest of them, "Several brothers, I will consider this matter for 2 days before replying to you." Let's not talk about it tonight. Let's all drink to our heart's content. When Faye and the others heard Lin Hai's words, they were more or less disappointed, but after all, everyone has their own aspirations, and everyone will have different ideas. Moreover, they were really embarrassed to force themselves on others and could only respect Lin Hai's decision. Of course they didn't feel the slightest bit dissatisfied with the Lin Hai trio because of this. As a matter of fact, they knew very well that fierce people like Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin were not something they could mess with at all. How would they have been able to look so good tonight if it weren't for the help of these three fierce men? This night they drank and partied until after 1 in the morning before leaving in good spirits. As he was saying goodbye, Lin Hai asked Faye and the others, "Where do you all usually live?" Dash replied with a smile, "We stayed in hotels when we had money, and when we didn't, we spent $5 a night in the video room." Hearing Faye's reply, Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These people actually had the nerve to claim to be in society. Look at the gangsters in the movie videos. Which one of them is not an imposing and much sought-after character? Who is like them? Who eats without food? As if they were stray dogs on the street. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile as he said, "If I had really decided to go down this road and take you guys with me, I definitely wouldn't have let you guys mix it up as much as you do now. Just like you guys, don't tell people you're socialites in the future. I feel ashamed for you." Not only did Faye and the few of them not feel embarrassed, but they also said with a straight face, "So Brother Hai, it's for this reason that we want you to come out and wave the flag and lead us into the world." Lin Hai didn't continue to hit them. Instead he smiled and asked, "Do you have money for a hotel tonight? If not, I'll get it for you." In fact, Lin Hai wasn't a great person. It was only because Faye and the others had just extorted a few $100s from Long Hair, and having a snack had only cost a small portion of that. There's about $300 left, so it's only natural to give them money for the motel. Although Lin Hai was not a good person, he was not the kind of person who was insatiable and selfish. On the contrary, he treats his brothers and friends with righteousness. Xiao Fei couldn't help but laugh at Lin Hai's words and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Hai, but we collected a few $100s in protection fees during the day, and we still have money in our hands, and I got a pager, so you can always contact me later if you need anything." If it wasn't for the hundreds of dollars of protection money collected during the day, we wouldn't have come to the Digo Hall to play tonight. Since Faye had already indicated so, Lin Hai didn't say anything else. Lin Hai and the three of them went back to the rental house, while Faye and the 6 of them went to open the hotel. Lin Hai, who had returned to his rental house, lay on his bed for a long time, unable to sleep. The heart was like a rippling sea, always thinking about what Faye and the others had just said. And just at this time, the little smartphone placed on the bedside table suddenly rang like a naughty child. It was already past 2 in the morning, and to be able to call himself at this hour, I'm afraid there was no one else but Sister Hong. As expected, the call came from none other than Sister Hong. "Hi, calling you this late at night didn't affect your rest, did it?" The corner of Lin Hai's mouth raised a bad smile and said, "I'm as happy as if I won the lottery when I have a great beauty like Sister Hong calling me. How could it possibly affect my rest? What's more, I'm as lonely as a lone wolf in those deep mountains when I'm all alone." The reason why Lin Hai would say that was because he was completely certain that if Sister Hong called herself at this time, then she must be missing herself like that blooming flower that needs the company of bees. The thought of not having to be alone at night, Lin Hai's heart was like the fireworks that had been lit up, and he started to get excited again. Sister Hong didn't tell him any unnecessary nonsense either, so she just smiled unspokenly like the blooming peach blossom and said, "So did you come over to me? Or did I come over to you?" Lin Hai thought for a moment and said, "I just rented a rental today. Why don't you ask Sister Hong to come over and find me?" If he went over to find Sister Hong, then he would definitely have to go to someone's house again. This always made Lin Hai feel a bit unsteady, like that leaf swaying in the wind. In case he was caught by someone's husband, not only might he suffer a loss in front of his eyes, but he always felt that it wasn't so. After all, he still knew how he could be justified in such things. 20 minutes later, Lin Hai's cell phone rang again. This time it was still Sister Hong calling. She told Lin Hai she was almost at the door of the supermarket he had designated. Hearing this news, Lin Hai quickly got up from the bed, put on the clothes and then hurriedly to the rental house downstairs, Red Vanguard Supermarket, to go. As he walks to the door of the supermarket, he lights a cigarette and begins to gulp it down. Just as he was halfway through his draw, a cab slowly pulled up in front of the supermarket. Dressed in a black wraparound dress, Sister Hong elegantly got out of the car. Tonight, she chose a dress with a low-cut design, allowing Lin Hai to easily see her career line. This brat always had his eyes towards Sister Hong's neckline, and soon enough, Sister Hong noticed his gaze and glared fiercely at Lin Hai and pouted. "Where are you looking with those thieving eyes, little bastard?" Chapter 67 The Indecisive Lin Hai. Although Sister Hong said this on her lips, her person had already walked up to Lin Hai and very naturally took Lin Hai's arm. Lin Hai watched her movements and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. Look at you talking like there's something about you I haven't seen before. When Sister Hong heard this, her face instantly reddened to her ears and she glared at Lin Hai angrily, pouting. Bummer. Lin Hai, however, suddenly drew back his hand that was being held by Sister Hong, then smoothly wrapped his arm around Sister Hong's small waist, then slowly moved his hand upwards some position. This sudden move startled Sister Hong, and a blush spread across her face. She hurriedly reached out to slap Lin Hai's hand away and said nervously, "Stop it. How embarrassing would this be if people saw it? And what are you in such a hurry for? Can't you wait just a few minutes away?" Lin Hai, however, pretended to look innocent and replied in a serious manner, "Can you blame me? Who asked you to look so charming that I couldn't help myself?" The two flirted as they made their way through the narrow hallways of the building. Finally, they arrived in front of that rented house of Lin Hai's. Lin Hai skillfully opened the door to his room, then without hesitation, gently closed it with his foot. As the door closed, the room became silent, leaving only the sound of the two men's breathing and light footsteps. Lin Hai's hands were a bit impatient to be placed on Sister Hong's body, and his mouth didn't forget to joke. "My place is a little sketchy, but the good thing is that it's safe here, and none of us have to be on our toes." When Sister Hong heard this, she gave Lin Hai a flirtatious blank look and snapped, "You're the only one who can talk poorly." When she finished speaking, she laughed softly, and her laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell, making one's heart flutter. A young woman like Sister Hong, when she takes the initiative, it directly scares you. She took the initiative to press her body towards Lin Hai, wrapping her arms around his neck and slightly tilting her head, her eyes glittering with tenderness. Lin Hai felt Sister Hong's enthusiasm. His heart burst with excitement, and his hands unconsciously hugged her tightly. Right at this moment, Sister Hong suddenly stretched out her fingers and gently pressed them on Lin Hai's lips before standing on her tiptoes and kissing his lips. Lin Hai naturally responded to her very enthusiastically. As the kiss deepened, Lin Hai's hands began to get restless. Not long after, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, who lived next door, could not stand the sound coming from Lin Hai's room for a little while, and could only put the quilt dead over their heads even though they were in the heat of the day. But even so, the sound from the next room still clearly reached their ears. The two men's hearts screamed in agony, cursing their brother Hai for not being a human being, only caring about his own pleasure and not sympathizing with their feelings. At this moment, Lin Hai and Sister Hong were already completely immersed in their two-person world, and had no time to care about the reaction next door. The next morning, Lin Hai, who had been tired all night, was really overexcited for one thing, and had a heavy heart for another. At 8 o'clock, he got up first alone, and seeing that Sister Hong was still in deep sleep, he didn't disturb her, but walked next door to Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin's room. Seeing that Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin were already sitting on their respective beds, both of their faces were covered with a pair of large dark circles under their eyes, looking very tired. Lin Hai looked at them with some surprise and asked with concern, "Erwa, Fatty, what's wrong with you guys? What's with the panda eyes? Did you not get a good night's rest last night?" Lin Hai's words almost blew Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin away. "My good brother, even if you don't do anything, can you at least say something human? That noise in your room hasn't stopped since last night. Can we sleep well?" Lu Erwa was originally a stuffy person, so he didn't say anything, but Huang Jianxin couldn't help himself and directly disliked it. "Hi, I beg you, can we go out to a room next time? If you do this, it's not only affecting our sleep, but also our physical and mental health." Hearing this, Lin Hai then woke up as if in a dream. It turned out that the dark circles under their eyes were because they had tossed and turned too much last night, disturbing their ability to sleep peacefully. Lin Hai said with a slight apology, "In that case, then the big deal is that next time, I'll find a towel to stuff your sister-in-law's mouth, so you probably won't be able to hear it." Huang Jianxin, however, was unimpressed and said, "Unless you change that bed too, stuffing a sheet won't help. I've been muttering in my mind all morning. Are you a donkey or not, brother Hai? What's with all the fuss? Last night, from 2 to 6 o'clock, that sound hardly stopped." Lin Hai said smugly, "Now you finally know why beautiful women are willing to surround me, don't you?" Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin couldn't really refute this statement. Never mind that the two of them were strong and fit. When it came to doing that, it was a half hour at best. Compared to other people's Lin Hai, that's a world of difference. Lu Erwa said with a staggering yell, "Brother Hai, you're the one who caused me to not sleep well last night. You must treat me to a bun. I'll come back for a nap after I've had my fill. Otherwise the day is as listless as a frosted eggplant." Lin Hai said somewhat helplessly, "Don't you have to look for a job when all you do is eat and sleep every day?" Huang Jianxin interjected coldly at this juncture. Hi. Still looking for a job, yo? Why don't we just bring little Fei and the others to break into the world? Maybe one day we'll be able to soar. In fact, Lin Hai had similar thoughts in his mind, just that he was still looking ahead most of the time. He wanted to hear Lu Erwa's thoughts, so he opened his mouth and asked, Erwa, what do you think? Lu Erwa didn't even think about it and blurted out, I'll do whatever I want. I'll listen to Brother Hai in everything. I'll do whatever you say. In this way, Lin Hai himself became even more hexed in turn. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Sister Hong for her opinion. After all, Sister Hong ran a massage parlor, and she definitely knew more about these things in the Jianghu than they did. Moreover, Sister Hong was a bit older than them, and she was definitely richer in social experience and such. But when he thought of how deeply he saw Sister Hong sleeping when he came out just now, he really couldn't bear to wake her up, because he knew as well as a mirror in his heart just how hard Sister Hong had worked last night. It's imperative to get a breakfast first. After breakfast, if Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin were both unwilling to go out and look for a job, then why don't we all just come back together and take a nap? Chapter 68, Sources of Sin. Lin Hai's trio, who had had breakfast, returned to the rented house without any suspense and slept like tired birds returning to their nests. In Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin's state today, it was a pipe dream to think that they could go out and find a job. Back to the rental house, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin like two puddles of mud fell on the bed, huffing and puffing. Lin Hai also had no choice but to continue lying beside Sister Hong, like a lazy cat, and take a beautiful nap. Perhaps last night's Lin Hai was too tired. This sleep was actually like a hibernating bear, sleeping until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When he opened his eyes again, Sister Hong was long gone like a yellow crane. However, Sister Hong sent him a text message. I will go to work first, and I will contact you in the evening. My husband is not in Guangxing these days. Lin Hai knew all about Sister Hong's behavior. After all, as the boss lady of the massage parlor, Sister Hong was like a bee collecting honey, and as long as it was afternoon, she would usually be there to collect the money. Lin Hai and the three of them, after casually dealing with a bite at a fast food restaurant in the evening, went to watch the video like a ghost. Time passed without realizing it, and after another one in the morning, Lin Hai received a call from Sister Hong. After last night's experience, Sister Hong directly asked Lin Hai to go to her house like a queen. After all, that rented house of Lin Hai's, that wooden bed was not only as old as an antique, but the soundproofing was as poor as a leaky wall, which really made Sister Hong feel a bit uncomfortable. Red thought it was better to be comfortable in a big bed inside her own home. An hour later, Lin Hai and Sister Hong were both lying on the big bed inside Sister Hong's house when there was a sudden sound of a lock being opened. Click! There was a soft click and the door lock was unlocked. There were 3 men with keys unlocking the door inside Sister Hong's house from outside. These 3 men, with watermelon knives in their hands, they looked grim, their eyes staring menacingly in the direction of the bedroom as if they were trying to see through everything. The ages varied, with one looking to be in his 30s and the other 2 both in their 20s. All 3 men looked strong and powerful, and they also had one thing in common. They were all covered in carved dragons and tigers. Obviously, the tattoos represent who they are, punks or gang members. One of them, the man around 30 years old, was of course Sister Hong's old husband, Wen Bin. The 3 men walked into the living room, and Wen Bin said to his 2 companions behind him, You 2 stand guard here. If anyone really dares to get into my bed and sleep with my woman, you must hack him to death tonight. His tone was chilling with anger and determination. One of the companions said, Don't worry, Brother Bin, we will definitely block him here and not let him escape. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and the sharp watermelon knife was gripped tightly in his hand, as if he couldn't wait to make his move. Although the sound of the 3 people talking was not small, but at this time inside the master bedroom, Sister Hong and Lin Hai surprisingly did not notice it at all. When Wen Bin came to the door, he heard the movement inside the fire and his heart instantly ignited. He is at least a big brother, and he has 20 to 30 juniors under him. If this matter is publicized, how can he gain a foothold in the future? At this moment, the only thought in Wen Bin's mind is to rush into the master bedroom and break this pair of dogs into pieces. Wen Bin called out to the 2 minions in the living room, There's actually someone. Follow me inside and hack this pair of dogs to death. After the words, Wen Bin raised his foot and kicked the door of the master bedroom violently. Bang! However, Wen Bin failed to kick the door open with this kick, but the 2 people inside, Lin Hai and Sister Hong, after hearing this voice, were simultaneously startled and their faces turned pale. The 2 men gathered their clothes on their hands and knees, their hearts filled with fear and nervousness. Of course they knew that the person who was kicking in the door at the moment must be Sister Hong's old husband, Wen Bin. Lin Hai carefully observed this bedroom and realized that there was a security cage installed outside the window of this bedroom, and it was impossible to jump out from inside the window. and this was the third floor, so if you really jumped out from inside the window, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Lin Hai, who was very experienced in this kind of thing, felt a big headache at the moment. The current situation was completely inescapable for him. He didn't have time to think about it and quickly put on his pants and prepared for the impending crisis. Just then, the wooden door to the master bedroom was finally kicked open a few times by Wenbin from outside with great force. Asterisk 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 you pair of dogs, let's see if I don't cut you up tonight. Wenbin's roar echoed in the room with endless anger and killing intent. Lin Hai and Sister Hong both froze, not knowing how to face the situation in front of them, only to see Wenbin waving the watermelon knife in his hand, with a gust of wind, slashing towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai was startled, but reacted extremely quickly as his body flashed violently, avoiding Wenbin's attack. However, Wenbin did not give up and continued to swing his sword towards Lin Hai. When Lin Hai saw this, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes as he decided to stop dodging and take the initiative. As Wenbin swung his sword again, Lin Hai took the opportunity to dodge sideways while quickly raising his foot and kicking at Wenbin. The power and angle of the kick was just right, causing Wenbin to be caught off guard and directly kicked to the ground. Lin Hai didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned around and ran towards the door. But at that moment, Wenbin's two minions had rushed in with watermelon knives and blocked his way. Without hesitation, they raised their swords and slashed towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai knew that although these watermelon knives were sharp, as long as they didn't cut into the vital parts of the human body, they were usually not fatal. If he chose to dodge back now, he would probably be surrounded by the three in the room and his situation would be very dangerous. After much deliberation, Lin Hai decided that he would rather endure the machetes of the two men and escape this place as soon as possible. Thus, Lin Hai used his own arms to protect his head tightly, and slammed as hard as he could towards Wenbin's two minions. He took 2 stabs to the body, but he squeezed a hard spot between the two men and ran away. Just then, Wenbin also climbed up from the ground and roared with a fierce face, "Chase, chase for me! We can't let this son of a escape today no matter what." After saying that, Wenbin and his two minions carried watermelon knives and desperately chased after Lin Hai. And at this moment, Sister Hong had long been paralyzed with fear, feeling her brain buzzing as if she had been struck with a heavy hammer. She didn't know what was going to happen next, and could only watch in horror at what was happening in front of her. Since there was no elevator installed inside this neighborhood, Lin Hai could only run down the stairs to the floor. Chapter 69 Big Brother, the Soft Feeding Man. Wenbin and the three of them were in hot pursuit behind them, their mouths screaming and cursing. A few minutes later, Lin Hai finally ran out of the building, and after coming to the wide neighborhood road, Lin Hai's speed became even faster. Wenbin and the three of them, seeing that they couldn't catch up with Lin Hai, a burst of anxiety in their hearts, clenched their teeth and threw the 3 watermelon knives in their hands towards Lin Hai's back. Lin Hai felt the sound of wind coming from behind him and knew that it was Wenbin and the others throwing their weapons. He sidestepped and dodged while picking up his pace, quickly leaving them further behind. Wenbin cursed under his breath. Asterisk 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 you. Don't run away if you have the guts. Don't let me catch you, or I'll kill you for sure. One of the boys also cursed. If you offend our brother Bin, even if you escape tonight, you won't be able to hang out in this Guan city. The 3 men chased after him while cursing behind them. At this time, Lin Hai, of course, did not have the heart to curse with them, and was only thinking of quickly running out of this neighborhood, and then get a cab, far away from these people. Lin Hai ran out of the neighborhood and stopped a cab on the way. He got in the car and urged the driver to hurry. The car quickly drove away from the scene, and Lin Hai was relieved. When Wenbin and the 3 of them chased all the way to the road, they realized that Lin Hai had long disappeared without a trace. Wenbin cursed through clenched teeth in anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe this dog got away. Don't let me catch him in the future, or I'll be sure to get him killed. At that moment, a junior next to him cautiously opened his mouth and asked, Brother Bin, so what should we do now? Wenbin furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, then said with a sinister expression, Come on, come home with me. That adulterer may have gotten away, but isn't that still in the house? This is just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to find this and knock off a serious amount of money, or have her find a way to find that adulterer just now. When the 2 minions heard this, they thought it was a good idea and nodded in agreement. One of the junior brothers hurriedly flattered his horse. It's still Bin's idea, that's awesome. And at this time, Sister Hong, like a light butterfly, fluttered to the downstairs of the neighborhood. Sister Hong, who had just been a little panicked at home, when she came back to her senses, her heart was filled with worries about Lin Hai's safety, as if a heavy boulder was weighing on her heart. She straightened her clothes in a swift motion, grabbed the phone, and ran wildly in the direction of the 4 men like an arrow out of a string. When she saw Wenbin and the 3 of them turn around and come back, Sister Hong's hanging heart finally fell like a stone to the ground. After such a shocking event, she would certainly not dare to take half a step into the house this night, because as soon as she came home, Wenbin would surely vent all his anger on her like a volcano erupting. So, like a sly fox, she snuck around to the other side of the building, ready to slip out the other front door exit and take a taxi to escape far away. However, heaven forbid, Sister Hong had forgotten to put her cell phone on silent when she came downstairs just now. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. The sound stood out in the silence of the night. It was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and the whole neighborhood was immersed in silence. However, her urgent cell phone ringtone was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, instantly attracting the attention of Wenbin and the others. When Wenbin and the three of them heard the sound, they immediately looked toward the source of the sound with alertness, realizing that something might be going on. They didn't hesitate to run quickly in the direction from which the sound came. Seeing the situation, Sister Hong turned around and pulled out her legs to run, but she was only a weak woman after all. How could she outrun 3 strong men? It didn't take long for her to be caught up and tackled by Wenbin and the others. Wenbin grabbed Sister Hong's hair, his eyes widened in anger, and he ruthlessly shot left and right at her delicate face. Pop, pop, with the sound of 2 crisp slaps, 10 distinct fingerprints, as crimson as blood, immediately surfaced on Sister Hong's left and right cheeks. Asterisk 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 you, you're ing trying to run. Wu Hong, how dare you? How dare you steal behind my back and cuckold me? Wenbin growled in exasperation. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Wu Hong simply went out on a limb and retorted at Wenbin through gritted teeth. Jiang Wenbin, you still have the nerve to say such words. If you want to be green, you're the one who greened me first. Don't you know what you've done? You've gotten your hands on almost all of the massage parlor girls in the entire lower half of Wanhua Street. Faced with such a sharp accusation, Jiang Wenbin was enraged and backhanded Wu Hong with 2 more resounding slaps, roaring in anger. Bah! How dare a lowly creature like you be on the same level as me? I'm the boss. I don't care if I play with a few women, but you, must obey the ways of women, or what will happen to my honor? After Wu Hong received 2 more slaps, her face was as painful as being burned by fire, but she remained undaunted and sneered. How dare you have the face to say these words? You eat my food, wear my clothes, and call yourself a big brother. Don't you feel ashamed when you speak these words? This Jiang Wenbin, although he thinks highly of himself and calls himself a big brother, in fact, he is a mess. Every day he loafs around, leading a group of minions to collect protection money from those massage parlors in Manhwa Street. Yet the entire lower section of Manhwa Street has a total of just a few dozen massage parlors. Less than 2/3 of them willingly pay him protection money, although he only collects 200 and 300 per month. But the point is that the guys take money and don't do anything. However, almost all massage parlors with a slightly tougher identity background refuse to pay protection money to them, because Jiang Wenbin and those brothers of his acted in a way that was too arrogant and domineering. The technicians in these massage parlors have a hard time escaping their clutches once they get their eyes on them. When it was done, they moreover never paid anything. Occasionally when some of the girls couldn't help but whine to them, they were often greeted with a beating. Although Jiang Wenbin has 20 to 30 juniors under his hand, but only 10,000 yuan of income per month, far from being able to meet the needs of their lives. Jiang Wenbin, in order to maintain their own so-called big brother image, when these little brothers have no money, he will even take money from the hands of Wu Hong. Whenever Jiang Wenbin approached Wu Hong for money, he would inevitably punch and kick her if she refused to give it to him. In the long run, the relationship between the two couples becomes thinner and thinner. However, whether Wu Hong or anyone else accuses Jiang Wenbin of relying on women, he bursts into a rage. Chapter 70, Scumbag Meets Hooligan. At this moment, Jiang Wenbin's face was blue, his eyes were covered with bloodshot veins, and the veins on his forehead were rippling. He had already reached the edge of violent anger. He directly swung his fist and slammed it hard against the small of his wife, Wu Hong's abdomen. Jiang Wenbin's punch used all the strength of his own body, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. The punch landed solidly in the small of Wu Hong's back, and predictably, Wu Hong was knocked to the ground by him on the spot. She covered her stomach and curled into a ball in pain, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. But that wasn't all. Jiang Wenbin seemed to have lost his mind, kicking Wu Hong violently with his feet while cursing. Beat you to death. What the are you talking about? If you don't give me money to spend, should I let you keep a gigolo outside? Every word was like a sharp dagger, carrying deep hatred and bearish anger. The two minions standing behind him were basically the cowardly type. As they watched their big brother, so ferociously beating Sister Hong to death, a wave of fear couldn't help but surge in their hearts. They were worried, fearing that this would lead to death. After all, Jiang Wenbin's behavior was as crazy as a madman. Moreover, They knew in their hearts that Sister Hong was their goddess of fortune, and if she were to die, how could they live in the future? So, after the two of them exchanged a heartfelt glance at each other, they hurriedly went forward and hugged Jiang Wenbin to death. And one of the articulate juniors said, "Brother Bin, stop fighting. If you keep fighting you're going to kill someone. Instead of beating her to death, you might as well ask her to give you a sum of money, which would also soothe your broken heart. If you really beat her to death, you might even go to jail. It's not worth it." And at this moment, lying on the ground, Wu Hong has long been beaten to the bone, and the clothes on his body are all tattered like a beggar's clothes, appearing to be in a sorry state. But even so, she froze and clenched her teeth, not begging for half a word of mercy. After Jiang Wenbin heard his little brother's words, he felt that he did have a point. He couldn't really make a scene here, otherwise it would be difficult to end it, so he stopped his footwork. However, right at this moment, Wu Hong suddenly gritted his teeth. "Go ahead, beat me to death if you can. As long as you don't beat me to death today, I'll divorce you tomorrow, and from then on, you'll never get a penny out of my hand again." Hearing this, Jiang Wenbin's anger, which had already subsided, was instantly ignited again. He raised his foot, wanting to kick at Wu Hong again. Seeing this, the two junior brothers hurriedly pulled him back, and one of them opened his mouth to persuade him. "Brother Bin, don't be impulsive. If she divorces you, then she has to give you a share of the money. After all, you are legally married." After saying that, he dragged Jiang Wenbin aside and lowered his voice to gabble a few words in Jiang Wenbin's ear. After Jiang Wenbin heard this, a wry smile spread across his face, as if he had thought of some brilliant trick. Jiang Wenbin walked to Wu Hong again, bowed down and grabbed the cell phone from Wu Hong's hand, and gave orders to the two minions. "Get this home," Wu Hong shouted at the top of his voice. "Jiang Wenbin, you bastard, what do you want? Give me back my cell phone now." Jiang Wenbin's two little brothers, without saying a word, reached out and covered Wu Hong's mouth, and then the two set up Wu Hong towards Wu Hong's home. Jiang Wenbin nimbly used Wu Hong's cell phone, flipped out Lin Hai's phone number, and then pressed the dialing button. At this moment, Lin Hai, like a frightened rabbit, had just fled back to the rental house. Despite his lucky escape, his heart was still like 15 buckets of water, 7 up and 8 down. He knew deep down that Jiang Wenbin would definitely pour all his anger on Sister Hong like a volcanic eruption. Although between Lin Hai and Sister Hong, there is no real love, each other is just taking what they need. But ever since Lin Hai stepped into Guanchang, Sister Hong had been so good to him that it was nothing short of a love for him. As the saying goes, it would be a fool's errand to say that he had no feelings for Sister Hong. As a 7-foot man, he really couldn't bear the thought of letting a woman who was close to him carry the blame for the faults he had committed. Along the way, he had moved to call Sister Hong's thoughts, but lest this move will be like pouring oil on the fire, further provoking Jiang Wenbin's anger, so he could only give up helplessly. His heart also pondered bitterly whether he should turn back to rescue Sister Hong or not. Just with Jiang Wenbin and his two little brothers, even if they had the murder weapon in their hands, as long as they summoned Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, the three of them had a full chance of victory over the other side when they fought against the opposite trio. However, the fledgling was also well aware of the shallow truth that he was not qualified for that at all. After all, people Jiang Wenbin and Sister Hong is the name of the couple, and their own as a third party is really not the name. Just when Lin Hai's mind was as tangled as a mess, something unexpected happened to him. Sister Hong actually called him. With barely the slightest hesitation, Lin Hai pressed the answer button. As soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Wenbin's angry shouting and cursing immediately came out. "Lin Hai, you bastard! What a coward! If you had the guts to play with my woman, why did you run?" Lin Hai responded coldly. "Humph, don't you know in your heart what kind of goods you are, you son of a? Even if I slept with your woman, you only have yourself to blame for your bad luck. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many of you and you all have weapons in your hands, do you think I'd be afraid of you? What exactly do you want to do by calling me now? And what did you do to Sister Hong?" Jiang Wenbin held back the monstrous anger in his heart, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and said through gritted teeth, "Asterisk asterisk 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 you, do you need to care about my woman? If you really cared about her, you wouldn't have thought of running away alone just now, knowing full well that I would have beaten her to death if you did." Lin Hai didn't want to make any verbal arguments with him and asked directly to the point. "Just tell me, what was the purpose of your call? I don't want to hear your bull asterisk 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 here." Jiang Wenbin snorted coldly, his tone carrying a hint of smugness. "Humph, come back obediently yourself. Let me and my brothers give you a good beating, and then pay me $10,000. Then this matter will be over." Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but curse. Asterisk asterisk. What the is wrong with you? You think I'm a cutie pie? Come over here and let you beat the out of me for nothing and pay you $10,000. What the do you dream of farting for? Lin Hai even felt that this man was sick in the head. As long as he was a normal person, he wouldn't agree to such conditions from him. Chapter 71. Jiang Wenbin on the other end of the phone, after hearing Lin Hai's words, coldly laughed and said, I also know that you are a poor wage earner and don't have that much money at all, but Wu Hong has it. As long as you come over nice and see us beat you to death, Wu Hong's *** will definitely be willing to pay the money. Of course, you can choose not to come, but as long as you're in Guanchang, sooner or later, I'll find you, and when I do, I'll just cripple you. And tonight, I'll have my 20 or 30 minions gang up on Wu Hongda. If she doesn't like to cuckold me, then I'll let her have her wish tonight. Hearing these words from Jiang Wenbin, Lin Hai she felt that his brain circuits were severely underutilized. Does this speak human? You're going to let someone else gang rape your wife? Are you still a human being? Although Lin Hai's heart had already set off huge heavenly waves, he tried his best to calm himself down and said, What the are you talking about? Wu Hong is your wife. What's it to me what you want to do with her? Why should I come over here and let you beat me up? Jiang Wenbin once again let out a cold laugh like a night lord and sneered. Oh, a pussy is a pussy. You don't have the guts to come yourself, and you're making all these messy excuses here. That Wu Hong is nominally my wife, but how long had it been since she'd let her old man into her bed? And besides, she'd never leave her money at home, and was practically guarding her old man like a thief. But to you this dog thing is very good. Really cannot imagine this. Still so no I price. This time again to find you this white-eyed wolf. Since you cowards don't dare to come, then I'll let my brothers gang up on her. And when she can't make it, she'll definitely still have to obediently pay up. Lin Hai only felt as if there was a swarm of bees buzzing around in his brain. He really didn't expect the relationship between Wu Hong and her husband to be so weird and absurd. To be honest, if this man really did that to Wu Hong, he was really a little bit reluctant to do so. After pondering seriously for a moment, Lin Hai said into the phone, You give the phone to Sister Red and I'll talk to her. Lin Hai wanted to make sure that things were true. If things were true, then he had to go save Sister Hong no matter what. Although Lin Hai has some scummy qualities, he is also a person who knows how to be grateful. Whether it's to his best buddy, or his friend, he can unconditionally go to bat for someone else. Although Sister Hong's relationship with him was slightly special, they could at least be considered friends no matter what. And he was the one who started this whole thing, so how could he stand by and do nothing? At that exact moment, Lin Hai vaguely heard Jiang Wenbin's voice coming from the other end of the phone. Wu Hong, that wimpy little boyfriend of yours actually presumes to talk to you. If you don't want to be trashed by these little brothers of mine, hurry up and tell him to get his ass over here. Jiang Wenbin's words were clearly meant for Sister Hong to hear. Immediately after that, came Wu Hong's voice. Xiao Hai, Sister Hong is fine. You mustn't come. As long as you come over, Jiang Wenbin will definitely beat you to death. I'm his wife at least. He's not going to do anything to me. Snap, snap, you stinking. It's come to this, but you still think of siding with that little white boy. I'll whip you to death. Those two crisp slapping sounds were like two sharp blades that instantly pierced Lin Hai's eardrums, making it impossible for him to maintain his composure any longer. Undoubtedly, it must be Jiang Wenbin making a move on Sister Hong again. The anger in Lin Hai's heart was like a volcano spewing out. He knew deep down that he was not a good person, but compared to this Jiang Wenbin, it was definitely a great good among great good. This Jiang Wenbin, he's just a. When he thought that Sister Hong was still defending herself unhesitatingly in such a difficult situation, Lin Hai resolutely made up his mind that he would go and rescue Sister Hong no matter what. Otherwise, if Sister Hong was really ganged up on by these beasts, Lin Hai would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He clenched his fists and spoke into the phone with an angry face. Come at me with what you have. Don't give Sister Hong a hard time. You just say the location, and I'll be right over now. If you dare to touch Sister Hong one more time, I'll come straight over and get you killed. Before Jiang Wenbin could reply, he heard Sister Hong's heartbreaking yell. Hi, you mustn't come. There are many of them. You can't fight them. Count on Sister Hong to beg you. This matter you don't care. In the middle of Sister Hong's sentence, her voice came to an abrupt end, obviously being covered by someone. Lin Hai's heart sank, knowing that the situation was not good, and inside his heart, he had long been angry to the extreme. He vowed to save Sister Hong no matter what. Jiang Wenbin said with a cold smile, Lin Hai, you son of a, I'll give you a chance. Call all the people you can, and let's meet at that empty lot next to the Shunfeng building in the development zone. If I don't see you after an hour, I'll let these minions of mine just wheel this. When the words fell, Jiang Wenbin took the initiative to hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai's face became unusually serious as he walked towards the door of Lu Er and Huang Jianxin's room with heavy steps. When he reached the door, he took a deep breath, raised his hand, and gently knocked on their door. Knock knock. The knock on the door echoed in the silent hallway, but no immediate response came from the room. Lin Hai frowned and knocked on the door with increased force once again. After a while, Huang Jianqing finally opened the door to the room. His eyes were half open, half closed, and he looked at Lin Hai with a sleepy look on his face. His mouth open and, "Brother Hai, didn't you go look for Sister Hong? Why did you suddenly come back in the middle of the night?" Huang Jianqing asked suspiciously while yawning. Lin Hai's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't care about explaining too much. He just said anxiously, "Don't ask first. Go wake up Erwa. Something happened to Sister Hong tonight. We need to hurry over and help her." After saying that, Lin Hai turned around and walked quickly into the room, leaving Huang Jianqing standing in the doorway with a bewildered expression on his face. When Lin Hai walked into the room, at a glance he saw Lu Erwa lying on the bed huffing and puffing. He hurried to the bedside, reached out his hand, and pushed Lu Erwa hard. "Erwa, wake up!" Lin Hai shouted eagerly. However, Lu Erwa was sleeping very soundly and did not respond to Lin Hai's call. Seeing this, Lin Hai increased the strength of his hands and kept shaking Lu Erwa's body. "Erwa, get up! Something's wrong." Lin Hai's voice grew more and more anxious. After much effort, Lu Erwa finally awoke from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Lin Hai in a daze, muttering under his breath, "Hi, it's so late. What are you doing? I'm still awake." Chapter 72 Pre-Battle Planning. Lin Hai didn't care about Lu Erwa's attitude, but told Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqing with a serious face that he had just experienced a terrible encounter. Afterwards, Lin Hai picked out the important parts of what had just happened and recounted them to the two. When the two saw the blood flowing from Lin Hai's arm and heard Lin Hai describe how Jiang Wenbin, Sister Hong's husband, had even planned to let his men take turns violating Sister Hong, both Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqing were enraged and gnashed their teeth in anger. They clenched their fists, anger flashing in their eyes. After listening to the whole process, Lu Erwa spoke first. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This son of a is too much. The three of us brothers will save Sister Hong even if we put our lives on the line. Huang Jianqing chimed in. Sister Hong is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. This asshole even tried to bully her. We definitely can't just sit back and do nothing. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqing, the two of them, were still grateful to Sister Hong. After all, during this month's time, Sister Hong hadn't missed arranging technicians for them, and had often invited them to dinner. What's more, they knew that their brother Hai and Sister Hong had a great relationship with each other, and they were even more pampering to their brother Hai. So, no matter how they thought about it from any angle, they felt that they deserved to fight for Sister Hong. In that turbulent era of the 90s, many hot-blooded young people embarked on the road of no return for the sake of sincere friendship and deep brotherhood. Obviously, whether it was Lin Hai or Lu Erwa or Huang Jianqing, they were all the kind of youths who were hot-blooded. This may be called righteousness. However, Lin Hai didn't rush to reply, but sat alone as if he was a statue in deep thought. This could make Lu Erwa as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and once again opened his mouth. "Brother Hai, why are we still dawdling? Hurry over to rescue Sister Hong. I see this rental house under the stairs. There are still some steel pipes." The three of us copied the guy. "Immediately take a taxi over." At this moment, Huang Jianqing was also like a grasshopper roasted by fire, where his heart was anxious. "Hi, what's the point of being indecisive? If we're late, Sister Hong, what if something happens to us?" Seeing the two people's anxious appearance, Lin Hai was actually quite touched inwardly, to speak from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Lin Hai was more anxious than any of them, but no matter how anxious his heart was, he had to force himself to stay calm, because his heart is like a mirror. Jiang Wenbin, since he dared to put out that kind of harsh words, that people must have a few points of the bottom of the air. At least they had 20 to 30 minions under their hands. If the three of them just ventured over there like this, they would definitely have to suffer a great loss. In that case, not only would they not be able to save Sister Hong, but they would instead put the three of them deep in the mire as well. Lin Hai finally spoke. "I'm anxious too, but as far as I can tell, there are about 3 dozen of them, and only 3 of us. If we rush over recklessly like this, we will not be able to save Sister Hong at all, and we are bound to suffer heavy damage." Just before he finished his words, he was rudely interrupted by Lu Erwa. "Even so, our brothers can't be the turtle that hides its head in tails. Big deal. We'll fight them to the death." Instead, Huang Jianqing said, "How about we get Fei and the others to help? Anyway, no matter what, we must save Sister Hong." Lin Hai spoke once more. "You guys hold your horses for a while. Sister Hong definitely needs to be saved. I'm not racking my brain to think of a way to do so. What I need is to not only succeed in rescuing Sister Hong, but for a few of our brothers to come back unharmed and in one piece. Hearing him say this, the two people who were just now as agitated as ants on a hot pan eased their emotions a little. Both Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin were convinced that Lin Hai could think of a foolproof plan. After all, they had to admit that Lin Hai's brain was like that high-speed machine, unusually flexible. Lu Erwa, in particular, had a great admiration for Lin Hai's brain, simply admiring it. So the two chose to remain silent for a short while, but they both felt like the headless flies that were going back and forth in this house. Under this gloomy atmosphere, Lu Erwa took the lead in breaking the silence. Brother Hai, why don't we go get some lime like we did last time when we cleaned up Wu Huiji and the others? That way we can outnumber them. Lin Hai helplessly shook his head inside. Where are we going to get lime this late at night? He paused, then continued, but I also think we can ask Dash and the others for help. While we can't get lime right now, we can try to find other alternatives, and it is never less effective than lime. The three of them sat in silence and conferred for a few moments before they began to split up. Lin Hai instructed Huang Jianxin to go to the Peace of Mind laundry company where they had worked to find the items needed. Lu Erwa was in charge of hunting for the 10 steel pipes, while Lin Hai, himself, started dialing Fei's pager. Normally, the average person would be sound asleep by now. However, for Xiao Fei and the other punks, Lin Hai's heart was as clear as a mirror. They definitely hadn't slept yet. But Lin Hai paged Fei 3 times, but they were all like a stone sinking into the sea, and he didn't receive a call back from Fei. This made Lin Hai's heart get anxious like it was on fire. Honestly, although he thought of a way to deal with Jiang Wenbin and the others, but if it was just the three of them, it would still be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, without much certainty. He put all his hopes on Dash and the others. His heart is like a mirror. If he asks Fei to help them this time, then I'm afraid that in the future he will only be forced to bring them to break into the world. Therefore, when he decided to ask for assistance from Fei and the others, he had already sworn secretly in his heart. However, what he did not expect was that Fei had evaporated like a human being and did not return his calls. As time passed, the sense of despair in Lin Hai's heart grew stronger like a tidal wave. Eventually, under the helplessness, he and Lu Erwa two people to find 10 steel pipe, and find a piece of bedsheet, like wrapping dumplings to wrap them up. Then, they were ready to go out and take a taxi to the place they had agreed with Huang Jianxin. The three of them, Huang Jianxin, agreed to meet near Green Jade Plaza. At this moment, it was unlikely that they would want to gain Fei's support, so they would have to rely on the three of them to fight to the death. Although he had no idea in his heart, he still chose to go forward to rescue Sister Han without any hesitation. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa arrived at Green Jade Square. Chapter 73. At this moment, despite the fact that it was nearing the clock striking 3 in the morning, there were still lazy pedestrians wandering around this Green Jade Square. Near the square, more than a dozen motorcycles like a faithful guard, quietly parked there. And at this moment, in the middle of the square, those few people, the vast majority of them were those dressed in strange clothes, dressed up in flamboyant women. Occasionally a few men of various ages would come up and talk to them. Some of the men, after a short conversation, left this square with the women who were dressed very demurely, as if they had found long-lost companions. Some men, on the other hand, were still wandering through the group of sultry women, constantly whispering to each other as if they were sharing some secret. Neither Lin Hai nor Lu Erwa had time to care about this at this moment. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa came to a group of motorcycle drivers, who were sitting around like a group of noisy birds, bragging and chatting in 2s and 3s. When they both saw the two of them approaching, they both immediately stood up. One of them spoke up and asked, "Where are you going?" "Two brothers?" Lin Hai took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out one and handed it to the man he was talking to, then smiled. "Master, I want to discuss something with you. Can you sell me your helmet?" This request makes the motorcycle drivers feel very confused, as if they heard a mirage in general, because they have been hauling passengers for so many years, or the first time they encountered someone to buy their helmets this rare thing. Not only that, even Lu Erwa next to him was at a loss, completely unable to understand what tricks Lin Hai was playing. The motorcycle driver scratched his head and said, "No, little brother, why are you buying me a helmet at this time of night?" The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said in a firm tone, "Don't worry about that, just tell me if you're selling or not. I can double your price." Hearing the price Lin Hai gave, the eyes of the motorcycle driver immediately lit up, and a bright smile quickly bloomed on his face, as if he had seen a windfall. He responded excitedly, "Sold, of course, $30 for a helmet. If you're willing to buy it for that price, we'll sell you as many as you want." Lin Hai didn't hesitate to take out $100 from his pocket and hand it to the motorcycle driver, then took the 3 helmets from them. Just then, a crisp bell suddenly rang, breaking the peace. Lin Hai looked down and realized that his Xiling tone was vibrating, with an unfamiliar landline number displayed on the screen. The sudden call made him feel a twinge of nervousness and anticipation, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Lin Hai stared tightly at the cell phone screen, his heartbeat involuntarily speeding up. Lin Hai's body jolted as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, it was Dash who called. The phone had just been connected, and Faye's slightly anxious voice came from the other end of the line, as if he were an ant on a hot pan. Brother Hai, you paged me this big night. A lot of public phone booths have been closed. I searched for a long time before I found a phone booth that was open. I wonder what you're calling me about at this hour. Lin Hai didn't nag him and opened the door. We're in a bit of trouble tonight and we're going to war with someone. Would you guys like to come over and do me this favor? Without hesitation, Faye on the other end of the phone answered decisively. Brother Hai, you're being a stranger, aren't you? You tell me the location. I'll come right over now. Lin Hai replied in a cloudy voice. Okay, we're at Green Jade Square now. Bring as many people as you can. Faye responded when he heard that he was at Green Jade Plaza. We're in the neighborhood. I have a total of 6 people with me. These are the same people who fought the other night. All of them are bold and courageous. We'll be right over. After saying this, Faye and Lin Hai each hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai's mouth unconsciously raised a smile. He didn't hesitate to buy 6 helmets from these motorcyclists. At this moment, the original apprehension in his heart had been replaced by excitement. As long as they had the help of Faye and the 6 of them, then the next firefight with the other side would have a better chance of winning. In less than 10 minutes, Faye and his other 5 brothers found where Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were. Lin Hai smiled as he walked towards them and handed each of them their helmets. However, Faye and the 6 of them looked puzzled by Lin Hai's actions. Dagger couldn't help but ask, Hi, it doesn't seem too useful to wear this helmet when we go to fight someone. While it protects the head, it interferes with vision and is awkward to wear. Lin Hai smiled faintly and replied confidently, Don't underestimate this helmet. You'll see in a moment how important its purpose is. A few people talked and laughed, walking briskly to the square under a pavilion. One leisurely sat on a stone bench, quietly waiting for Huang Jianxin's arrival. Xiao Fei couldn't hold back his curiosity and took the lead to ask, Hi, who are we going to have a firefight with tonight? A few other juniors, like sunflowers following the sun, also turned their gazes in unison towards Lin Hai. At this moment, looking at the appearance of these people, not only did not have the slightest worry and fear, but instead, it was like playing chicken blood in general. Excitement and excitement overflowing. In the eyes of Faye and the 6 of them, to be able to fight hand in hand with Lin Hai, Lu Erwa, and Huang Jianxin was simply an incomparably cool thing. Lin Hai had learned from Sister Hong's mouth that Sister Hong's husband's name was Jiang Wenbin, and that he had 20 to 30 minions under his command, who had been making trouble in the lower half of Wanha Street and collecting protection money. Since he wanted these people to go and fight for him in blood, he must not hide anything from them. Even if Faye and the others didn't dare to fight for their lives together with him after knowing the identity of the other party, he still had to tell the truth. Because Lin Hai has always been open and honest, and if you do not inform Faye of the identity of the other party beforehand, in case it really comes to a real fight, these people run away. Then for them, it is really 100 harms and no benefits. Lin Hai took a deep breath. His expression was as grave as Mount Taishan. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at Faye and the others. His tone was solemn as he asked, Wenbin of Wanha Street, have you heard of him? A trace of shock flashed through Faye's eyes, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake, but he still nodded resolutely and replied, I know, Wenbin's subordinates are numerous. The massage parlors in the lower section of Wanha Street are all this kid's turf. What are we going to do with them tonight? Chapter 74. Lin Hai nodded his head vigorously, his eyes glittering with an incomparable light of determination as he said in an equally firm tone, Well, it's just 2 with him, and I know we're not outnumbered by them. To be honest, I don't have much of a bottom in my heart as to whether or not I can them over tonight, but I also have my plan to not let our brothers suffer greatly. So if you believe me, follow me and fight. When Lin Hai said this, he paused slightly and turned his gaze towards Faye and the rest of them, seemingly seeking their opinions. After a short pause, he spoke again, but before that, it is necessary for me to tell you that if you are afraid, you can choose not to go. I will not force you. After all, this operation could be dangerous, and I hope you will consider it carefully. Whether it was Faye or the few juniors behind him, when they heard that the one who had a date with Lin Hai and the others tonight was Wenbin, their hearts were more or less still a bit weak, because in their view, Wenbin and the rest of them were an existence that they couldn't afford to mess with, especially the last time they were in the billiard hall. When they saw Wenbin rushing in with dozens of people, the shock and fear was still deeply imprinted in their minds. So when they learned that the opponent they were going to face tonight was Wenbin, there was inevitably some trepidation in their hearts. Not only do people outnumber them, but they can have their own territory. It was definitely an existence that was out of reach for the likes of them. At that moment, Dagger took the lead. Brother Hai, I know that Wenbin and these people are not to be messed with, but if you don't have the guts to be a gangster, what's the point of being a gangster? I'll go with you tonight. The big deal is that you can't with them and they cut you alive. Fei, who was the eldest among these 6 people, was certainly not willing to show weakness. His eyes firmly looked ahead, as if he was ready to fight to the death with the enemy. He slapped his thigh hard and then shouted, "Fear a few. Wenbin and the others aren't exactly 3-headed. Fight them and be done with it, and I'm definitely not going to back down." Hearing this, the remaining 4 nodded in agreement. However, their faces still revealed a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. After all, the opponent this time was no ordinary character. The 4 remaining minions, however, were a bit hesitant. One of the least daring of them said warily, "Hi, Fei, I'm sorry, if you guys were doing this with other people, then I'd definitely help, but we definitely don't stand a chance against Wenbin and the others, so I'll pass." His voice trembled slightly and he seemed ready to cry. His eyes darted between the crowd, clearly feeling guilty and helpless about his decision. After this junior's lead, another junior offered to quit. "I don't want to go either. Hi, I'm sorry." He kept his head down, not daring to look the others in the eye. His hands clenched the corners of his coat, as if trying to restrain the fear within him. They looked at each other, then silently lowered their heads and stopped talking. The 2 remaining juniors hesitated for a moment before saying as if they had made up their minds, "In order to be able to get ahead, I decided to gamble too." In this way, Fei and the others came over to 6 people, and 2 chose to leave. The remaining 4 decided to follow Lin Hai and put up a fight. Just then, Huang Jianxin, who had gone to the Anshin Washing Company, happened to arrive here. When Xiao Fei and a few of them saw Huang Jianxin carrying a few buckets in his hands, they were all very confused and totally baffled. They really couldn't figure out what going to a firefight with someone carrying a few buckets of water could do. After Lin Hai made some more specific arrangements for these men, he got on a motorcycle with Lu Erwa and sped off in the direction of Shunfeng Mansion. When the 2 arrived at the promised open space next to the Shunfeng building, they were still a few minutes short of the agreed hour's time. Lin Hai's little smartphone also happened to ring at this time. Needless to say, it must be Jiang Wenbin who called. "Lin Hai, you loser. You wouldn't dare to come, would you?" Lin Hai immediately disliked it. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sunfeng building is on this empty lot against Taiha Street. The words fell out, and each side hung up. A few minutes later, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa arrived at the location when Bin had mentioned. When the two of them saw that there were actually more than 24 people on the opposite side, the clothes on their bodies had been drenched in sweat without them realizing it, as if they had just been fished out of the water. Especially when he saw those 24 fierce and vicious-looking people, all of them holding chilling watermelon knives in their hands. The tension in his heart grew stronger, as if his heartbeat was as clear and audible as a beating drum. Honestly, they had never experienced such a thrilling scene. Despite the fear that had consumed his heart, Lin Hai did his best to maintain his composure and tried to say in a tone as calm as dead water, "Wenbin, now that I'm here, you can let go of Sister Hong. Anything comes straight at me." When Bin and those juniors under him, seeing that there were only two of them in Lin Hai, their hearts were relieved and their vigilance dissipated. They didn't put these two in their eyes at all. However, when they noticed that Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were wearing helmets on their heads and holding steel pipes in their hands, when Bin and his men couldn't help but let out bursts of cold laughter that sounded like the hissing of night lords, mocking with a contemptuous tone. "Ha ha, what's self-importance? Do you think you can fight us with 2 steel helmets on your heads and 2 steel pipes in your hands? There are more than 20 people on my side. Even if we don't cut off your heads or beat you, we can still beat you two alive like ants." Another little brother also said very arrogantly, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. If we had known there were only 2 of you, then why did we call so many brothers over? Now I'll give you a chance. Come over obediently and kowtow to our brother Bin. Then let us beat you up. Then this matter will be over." Lin Hai said with great disdain, "Asterisk asterisk 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 you're out of your mind. I'm not your real father. Why should I listen to you? If you want to kowtow to me, then I'll just take it." A little brother across the street immediately cursed and said, "Asterisk asterisk 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 mother asterisk 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 you got no shame, do you, brother Bin? What's the point of wasting words with them? Just charge up on them." Before the words fell, 4 or 5 minions surrounded Lin Hai and Lu Erwa in their direction. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa by this time, of course, could not show weakness, swinging the steel pipe in their hands towards these 5 or 6 people and pounced. Chapter 75, A Great Victory. Jiang Wenbin's juniors, although holding watermelon knives in their hands, in this spacious open space, facing Lu Erwa and Lin Hai, who were holding two long steel pipes, it was difficult to gain the upper hand for a while. Just as soon as they exchanged blows, two of the juniors were directly knocked to the ground by Lin Hai and Lu Erwa. Jiang Wenbin and the rest of the juniors could not help but be shocked when they saw that Lin Hai and Lu Erwa really dared to strike hard and acted unusually bravely. Jiang Wenbin cracked his mouth. Asterisk. These two dogs actually really dare to make a move. Brothers, all of you, fight to the death. Just leave them alive. Looking at Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, although there was some fear in the hearts of these juniors, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were only 2 people, while there were more than 20 of them. They were convinced that it was impossible for these two to defeat more than 20 of them. So, they swarmed up and tried to use their numerical advantage to suppress Lin Hai and Lu Erwa. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar of motorcycle engines in the neighborhood. Jiang Wenbin and these juniors of his were startled by this sudden sound, and their faces instantly became tense. They all turned their heads, their eyes alert in the direction of the sound. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, on the other hand, appeared unusually calm, because they knew very well in their hearts that the visitors were none other than their rescuers, Huang Jianxin and Xiaofei and the others. Instead of looking back as the others had done, the two took the opportunity to swing the pipe in their hands again, quickly knocking the other two enemies to the ground. At the same time, Jiang Wenbin and the others were surprised to find that 4 motorcycles were speeding from 2 different directions, aiming directly at their location. The men on the motorcycles each carried a bucket full of water in their hands and wore sturdy steel helmets on their heads. Jiang Wenbin and his men felt very confused, their hearts filled with doubts and uneasiness. But soon, they realized that these people were most likely the helpers Lin Hai and the others had called in. However, right at this moment, Huang Jianxin and Xiaofei on the motorcycle and a few others picked up buckets of water at the same time, and without hesitation, poured them viciously towards Jiang Wenbin. When it was too late, only to see buckets and buckets of icy cold, chilling water, such as pouring rain mercilessly pouring down, without mercy while Jiang Wenbin and other people drenched into a woeful chicken. This sudden attack was like a bolt from the blue, catching Jiang Wenbin and the others off guard and leaving them absolutely no time or opportunity to react. In the next moment, only a burst of terrified cries of alarm and miserable wailing could be heard resounding through the sky. "Ah, I can't see out of my eyes," a man screamed in agony, his voice filled with despair and fear. "Is this not chilly water? Oh my God, I can't see out of my eyes either." The other covered his eyes with both hands, grimacing in pain, his face looking as if he was being gnawed by millions of ants in agony. Jiang Wenbin and his 20-odd minions, the vast majority of whose eyes were covered with a thick layer of shadow, could only let out roars of pain like trapped animals, as if they were tightly entangled by the devil and unable to break free. That's right, Huang Jianxin and Xiaofei, their buckets are not filled with ordinary water, but the chilly water that people talk about in fear. These chilly water is Lin Hai's well-prepared secret weapon, like a sharp sword, just waiting to be sheathed, can kill the enemy in the invisible. That was the purpose of him asking Huang Jianxin to go to the Peace of Mind laundry company when he was at the rental house, because the only way to find enough chili noodles, pepper noodles, salt, soy sauce, and the like was to go to a cafeteria like that where there were as many people as there were tides of water. And the reason why he wanted all of these brothers of his to wear helmets was like putting an impenetrable layer of armor on them, in order to prevent these chilly water from hurting his eyes and those of his brothers. And in the beginning, only he and Lu Erwa were the first to come over, just like 2 cunning foxes, deliberately paralyzing Jiang Wenbin and the others. Needless to say, this plan of his was seamless and perfect. Jiang Wenbin and his minions were instantly thrown into chaos. They were as dizzy as headless flies with their hands full. As for Fei and the 5 of them, they were like cheetahs as they sped down from the motorcycle. Xiaofei and the others moved swiftly, throwing a steel pipe like a javelin, with a harsh wind sound, ruthlessly smashing at Jiang Wenbin and the others. Lin Hai, Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin as well as Xiaofei, the steel pipes in their 4 hands swung like lightning, each swing carrying endless power. Jiang Wenbin and the others tried to resist, but their defense instantly collapsed under the fierce attacks from Fei and the others. The sounds of steel pipes colliding with bodies, screams, and curses intertwined to form a brutal symphony. The atmosphere at the scene was tense to the extreme, and everyone's breathing became rapid. The air was thick with the chilling smell of blood. Fei's eyes were filled with determination and coldness, and their movements did not hesitate for a second. Although Jiang Wenbin and his men were outnumbered, they had completely lost the ability to resist at this point. A few short minutes later, on the wide land, Jiang Wenbin and his minions lay sprawled out like ears of rice blown down by a gale. Their bodies were bruised and scarred, and blood stained the ground like a fountain. as if the earth had been torn open with a scarlet fissure. The entire scene was like a Shura hell, with wailing sounds of pain and curses of despair intertwined like a symphony of terror. Seeing these people in such a miserable state, Lin Hai's heart was like iron. Without the slightest bit of pity, he said to his several brothers with an expressionless face, "Break the legs of all of them so they can't retaliate against us anytime soon." After saying that, Lin Hai walked over to Jiang Wenbin like a cold hunter. He dragged Jiang Wenbin up from the ground with incomparable arrogance, reached out and slapped his face like a leather ball, and asked, "Grandson, are you convinced now? If you don't want to die, hurry up and tell me where Sister Hong is?" At this moment, Jiang Wenbin had long been in pain and his face was twisted. Not only had he received several steel pipes on his body, but his knees had also been mercilessly broken by Lin Hai. But the indignation in his heart was like a burning flame, making him curse and growl despite the pain. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** with chili water. If you hadn't used such underhanded tactics, you would definitely be the ones lying on the ground right now. Lin Hai smiled coldly. That smile seemed like frost in the middle of winter, making people shiver. He said, "You have the nerve to say something like that? There's like 24 of you, and there's only a few of us. If we were to fight for real, then we would certainly be no match for you. You're only allowed to bully the few with the many, but we're not allowed to use some tactics? You're too damn shameless, aren't you?" Chapter 76, Successfully Rescuing Sister Hong. This Jiang Wenbin is definitely the kind of character that doesn't shed tears until he sees the coffin. At such a time, he surprisingly did not have the slightest intention to soften, and his mouth even let out vicious words. Asterisk 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 you. Don't get cocky. Don't think that you've overcome us tonight by speculation. As long as you don't get us killed, I'll definitely get you killed some other day. I'm a member of the Chopper Gang. It's easy as pie to get rid of a few of you little yakuza. When been several other juniors, when they heard their own bosses say this, someone opened their mouths to agree. Asterisk 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 you. Be sensible and let us go, or the Chopper Gang will definitely not let you go. Another said, little pussies. It's not just anyone you can mess with. Lin Hai also did not talk nonsense with them, directly picked up the steel pipe in his hand. To Jiang Wenbin's mouth, a ruthless steel pipe knocked down. The next moment, pig-killing screams instantly reached the ears of the crowd. In such a silent night sky, the pig-killing screams from Jiang Wenbin's mouth were creepy to hear. Seeing Lin Hai make a move, Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin as well as Xiao Fei and the four of them, similarly following the law, knocked down a steel pipe on the little brother who had just clamored. Without a moment's effort, Jiang Wenbin and these juniors that he had screamed the fiercest, not only did they break a leg, but also almost knocked out a mouthful of teeth. Those remaining juniors, at such a time, finally felt fear, and all of them didn't dare to take a breath, because they profoundly realized one thing. This evening's 7 opponents, although all are young, but the hand is really ruthless. They even suspected that as long as they dared to talk nonsense again, people really dared to get them killed. Lin Hai, however, felt that this wasn't enough and instructed Lu Erhua and the others. Erhua, since these people have so much backbone, why don't we just break both of their legs? Otherwise, maybe they'll come over and get back at us one day. The moment these words came out, Jiang Wenbin and those juniors of his were all scared and trembling. A lot of people are beginning to regret that they did not dare to talk cheaply just now. If it was not just to show off their mouths, now it would not be flying off the handle. Finally, one of the juniors with a relatively small class opened his mouth and begged for mercy. Brother Hai, just now it was my mouth that was cheap. I shouldn't have messed with you. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll leave Guancheng immediately tomorrow. Then more and more people began to beg for mercy. And another said, Brother Hai, please let me go. I'll be your cow from now on. Lin Hai, however, didn't take their words seriously at all because he was very clear about one thing. If he didn't scare these people once and for all tonight, then they would definitely wait for an opportunity to retaliate in the future. And after all the bloodshed tonight, there's no way he wouldn't take anything for granted. Long before he came over here, he had already thought of taking this evening's opportunity to steal Wenbin's field from them. Therefore, Lin Hai very decisively interrupted them and said, it's too late now. All of you will have to break both legs tonight. You can also think about retaliating against us, but if you dare to trouble us next time, I'll just get you killed. As the words fell, he waved his hand at Lu Erhua and the rest of them, signaling for them to do what he wanted. He himself once again walked to Jiang Wenbin's side like a ghost, with that creepy smile on his face, and said, Jiang Wenbin, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you cooperate with me obediently like an obedient pug, tell me where Sister Hong is, and then divorce him tomorrow. Either that, or I'll just break both your hands and feet. and by the way break your third leg like a dead branch. Jiang Wenbin, who was arrogant and domineering and unbeatable just now, was now like a frightened rabbit, so scared that his whole body was trembling more than once, and there was no longer any bottom in his heart. His mouth no longer dared to release half a sentence of harsh words, but obediently conceded like a defeated rooster. Wu Hong is in that van across the street. I'll divorce her tomorrow, and I'll leave Guanqing and go back home right after the divorce. But please, you must spare me this time. Lin Hai scoffed at his performance. These S were like paper tigers. Don't look at them as usually arrogant and domineering, but they were just those guys who only bullied the weak and feared the hard. When they really meet an opponent who is more ruthless than them, they basically have no choice but to concede like a frosted eggplant. The reason why the opening of the beginning of the time so hard, but also just rely on the back of the Chopper Gang this tree backing. Want to use the Chopper Gang to scare them. Now we see that it doesn't work at all. All ing wimps one by one. Just a bunch of rabble-rousers. After hearing Jiang Wenbin's words, Huang Jianxin's heart rejoiced and immediately ran as fast as he could to the opposite side of the van. Pulling open the door of the back seat with one hand, he moved quickly to get into the car, and his eyes quickly scanned the area, eventually landing on Sister Red. Sure enough, at this moment, Sister Hong was sitting on the back seat, her eyes tightly closed, but her breathing was steady, and she didn't seem to have suffered too much damage. However, a closer look reveals that both her hands and feet have been tightly bound by Jiang Wenbin and the others with transparent tape, unable to move. In addition, a towel was stuffed in her mouth to prevent her from calling for help or biting. Huang Jianxin carefully pulled the towel away from Hong's mouth, making sure not to hurt her. Sister Hong's mouth finally regained its freedom, and she opened her eyes revealing a hint of exhaustion and worry. Instead of caring about her condition first, she asked first, Fatty, is Xiao Hai and the rest of your brothers alright? Huang Jianxin hurriedly comforted. Sister Hong, don't worry, we're all fine. There was a hint of celebration and relief in his voice. Then, he took out a watermelon knife from his pocket and carefully used the blade to gently cut through the transparent tape wrapped around Hong's hands and feet. After their hands and feet regained their freedom, the two of them, Huang Jianxin and Sister Hong, quickly walked over to Lin Hai and Jiang Wenbin. Seeing Sister Hong appear unharmed in front of him, the heavy stone in Lin Hai's heart finally fell to the ground, and he let out a long breath as if he was relieved. His nerves, which had been as taut as a drawn bowstring, also relaxed at this moment, as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted. When Sister Hong saw Lin Hai standing in front of her unharmed, her eyes instantly moistened, and tears flowed out uncontrollably like a flood that broke the dike. She no longer cared that there were other people present around her, and like a bird returning to its nest, she jumped directly into Lin Hai's arms, hugged him tightly, and let out a loud cry. Sister Hong, who originally thought that she might not be able to escape her doom tonight, was now filled with hope within her heart. Just like seeing the dawn in the darkness, she didn't expect that this man, who was a few years younger than her, would not hesitate to stand up for her in such a dangerous situation, like an impregnable fortress. Chapter 77 Lin Hai's first show of dominance. Sister Hong's heart was deeply touched, and her heart was filled with emotion and gratitude, as if the spring breeze was warm and comfortable. She knew that this man was not only affectionate and righteous, but also a responsible person, and his figure became incomparably taller in Sister Hong's heart. However, in stark contrast is her husband, Jiang Wenbin. Sister Hong knew that if Lin Hai and Jiang Wenbin switched places tonight, then Jiang Wenbin would definitely act like an indifferent bystander, not caring about her life or death, and would not risk his life at all to come over and save her. Lin Hai gently patted Sister Hong's back and comforted her. Well, don't cry, it's all in the past. He tenderly wiped away Sister Hong's tears and said, it's good that you're safe. When Jiang Wenbin, who was on the side, saw this scene, his face became extremely ugly, as if he had been viciously slapped. His eyes filled with jealousy stared dead at Lin Hai and Sister Hong, the hatred in his heart surging like a tidal wave. However, at this moment, there was nothing he could do but watch what was happening in front of him. Time passed by. Wu Hong's crying gradually weakened and eventually stopped. She looked up, her eyes red, tears still hanging on her cheeks, full of anger and resentment. She turned her head and glared viciously at Jiang Wenbin, a determined gleam in her eyes. Jiang Wenbin, since the day I met you, my nightmare has begun. You forced me to marry you with those vile, nasty, shameless tactics, and these years of married life have been even more torturous. For so many years of marriage, both your family and yourself have depended almost exclusively on me. A woman. You don't see me as a human being at all, just as a tool to make money. I have long despaired of this marriage and wanted to break free, but have been threatened by you and lack sufficient courage. But this time, no matter what, I will divorce you. Wu Hong's voice carried determination and fortitude, as if she had already made up her mind. Jiang Wenbin's heart has 1,000 million unwilling, but at this moment, he has no way out, can only helplessly bow to reality. After all, his fear of Lin Hai followed him like a shadow and had been deeply imprinted in his bone marrow, and if he didn't give in, he was afraid that his life would really be like a candle in the wind, extinguished in an instant. At this moment, an unspeakable feeling surged in Jiang Wenbin's heart. This Lin Hai, who was young and only about 20 years old, was even more ruthless than those weathered social big brothers he knew. Perhaps this is the so-called ignorance is fearless. Lin Hai has not yet truly appreciated the cruelty and viciousness of society. Although his heart was filled with endless helplessness, Jiang Wenbin nodded mechanically like a puppet, indicating his willingness to compromise. Apart from accepting the reality, he really couldn't think of any other way to cope with the predicament that was like a Tarzan crushing an egg in front of him. Of course, Jiang Wenbin had his own little plan deep down. However, neither Lin Hai nor Sister Hong and the others were able to gain any insight into his true thoughts. Lin Hai actually didn't give a damn about Jiang Wenbin in his heart, and tonight, Jiang Wenbin and those of his men suffered from broken legs. Wanting to completely recover without a few months was simply a fool's errand, and wanting to retaliate against themselves before they had fully recovered was simply fanciful. As for when all these people recovered, Lin Hai was even more emboldened. He had full confidence in himself, and in these few months, he could slowly develop and grow his power like a snowball. At that time, if these people dared to come looking for trouble, Lin Hai would definitely not be merciful and would definitely strike again to teach them a hard lesson. Although Lin Hai was not deeply involved in the world, he was too smart, and no matter when he did anything, he had actually thought of a way back in advance. Just like what happened tonight. The reason why he chose to fight with Jiang Wenbin and the others in a firefight was actually not because of impulse or recklessness. On the contrary, he had thought deeply about it before he came here. In fact, long before he came over here, Lin Hai had already made plans in his heart, and from then on decided to follow the path of the underworld. And the conflict with Jiang Wenbin and the others became his first step towards that goal. He knew that in order to get a foothold in the underworld, he had to be strong and courageous. After all, people like them who had no background or resources, if they did not choose to take this path, it would be a fool's errand to get ahead in this society. Although the path is full of dangers and challenges, it is possible to succeed with courage and determination. For Lin Hai, this was undoubtedly his only path to prosperity. When this was done, Lin Hai coldly looked at Jiang Wenbin and the others who fell to the ground like remnants of soldiers in front of him, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a disdainful arc. Immediately afterward, he said in an icy tone that seemed to be able to freeze people, "Jiang Wenbin, starting tomorrow, I will officially take over the territory in your hands. If you are not satisfied, you may come to us at any time, and my brothers and I will be waiting for you on Wanha Street." Lin Hai's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the hearts of everyone present, especially Fei and his 4 little brothers. Their hearts were pounding and their blood was as hot as boiling lava. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had seen the bright dawn of the future. This was what Fei and the others had always dreamed of, and now under Lin Hai's leadership, they had finally taken this crucial step bravely. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, on the other hand, were so excited that their bodies trembled as if they were falling leaves in the wind. They knew deep down that after this battle, they would finally be able to make a name for themselves. Moreover, they will also rise to prominence in the city of Guan, with their own world and a certain social status. At this moment, their hearts were filled with unrivaled pride and pride, because they followed a big brother with courage and extraordinary vigor. They firmly believed that under Lin Hai's leadership, they would definitely be able to embark on a glorious journey. After Lin Hai said this, his face turned pale as he slowly left the clearing with Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin and all of them. Although they succeeded in routing the enemy tonight and gaining the victory, a number of them were still slightly wounded, especially Lin Hai and Sister Hong. The 2 of them were the most seriously injured of the group. Lin Hai's body was slashed 4 or 5 times back and forth, and at this point his arm was still bleeding. If this large group of people go to the hospital for medical treatment now, I am afraid that someone in the hospital will call the police, which will certainly bring about some unnecessary troubles. Therefore, after much deliberation, a private clinic was eventually contacted by Red. This private clinic is in a remote corner of the city and is relatively secluded, and the doctor in the clinic has a good relationship with Red. After all, the technicians of Sister Hong's and their massage parlor basically came here to receive treatment if they contracted any unflattering sexually transmitted diseases. Chapter 78, Real Men. Even though the time was creeping towards the threshold of 4 in the morning, however, when Sister Hong dialed the other side of the phone, the clinic's doctor still received all of them as warmly as a spring breeze. This is also considered human nature. After all, who would have a problem with money if they run a private clinic? After the doctor's meticulous examination, except for the injuries on Sister Hong and Lin Hai, as well as Lu Erwa's 3 bodies, in fact, these injuries were simply insignificant for them. Red's body was bruised and purple, like a painting that had been wantonly scribbled on, and there were the occasional 2 cuts, but almost all of them didn't need stitches. Lu Erwa's left arm suffered 3 stabbing ravages, although the wound is not too deep, but also had to sew 7 stitches. The one who was most seriously injured was Lin Hai, with large and small wounds dotting his body like stars, as many as a dozen of them. Lin Hai had already taken 5 or 6 slashes when he was at Sister Hong's house, and added 3 or 4 more wounds in the firefight with Jiang Wenbin and the others before Fei and the others had arrived. This kid was really a tough guy, with wounds all over his arms and shoulders as if he had been mercilessly torn by the devil, especially when the chilly water was splashed on his body, but he didn't even let out a groan. This kind of person is undoubtedly the kind of ruthless person who is not only ruthless to his enemies, but even more ruthless to himself. This made Huang Jianxin, as well as Fei and the 4 of them, add a few more points of admiration to Lin Hai in their hearts. Sister Hong, who was on the side, looked at Lin Hai's current appearance, and tears swirled in her eyes like a flood that broke the dike. To be honest, Sister Hong, who was about to enter her prime, had never been so moved as she was tonight. She secretly swore in her heart that she would follow Lin Hai all her life, even if she was nameless and faceless, because this is a man who truly cares from the bottom of his heart. Though they hadn't spent much time together, just over a month full, in that short month, the man had never said he loved her or made her any promises. However, this man proved to her in action that there was a place for him in his heart. At the moment, the doctor was concentrating on cleaning Lin Hai's wound with medical alcohol. Every single person could clearly see that Lin Hai's very handsome face kept twitching as his body trembled. However, surprisingly, despite the pain, Lin Hai always clenched his teeth and did not say a word. There was a cigarette dangling from his mouth the whole time. Perhaps, he was using the nicotine inside the cigarette to briefly anesthetize himself. When the doctor was about to stitch up his wound, Lin Hai surprisingly refused to use anesthesia. Looking at his agonized appearance, Sister Hong's heart ached so much that she could barely stand it. Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, Xiao Fei and the other 4 are filled with complex emotions. They were impressed by Lin Hai's tenacity, and their admiration for him grew, as well as a feeling of sympathy. It was then that they began to remember in earnest everything that had happened tonight. After much deliberation, they once again let out a burst of emotion in their hearts. They realized that Lin Hai is not only a fierce character, but also a brave man. More critically, he has an extremely sharp mind and is able to make decisions and act on them quickly. Without Lin Hai carefully planning and arranging everything beforehand, it would be a fool's errand for them to defeat Wen Bin and the others tonight. Tonight's battle had one thing in common with the one in Green Jade Plaza, winning by more than less. However, the level of menace is vastly different. Tonight, Wen Bin and his men were not only outnumbered, but they were more aligned than Longhair's gang. More to the point, they had sharp watermelon knives clear in their hands. There was no doubt that after this battle, they would be famous in Guanchang. After Lin Hai finished the stitches in the clinic, he asked Huang Jianxin, Lu Erwa and other members of his party to find a hotel nearby to rest. As for himself, he stayed in the clinic with Sister Hong for the infusion. After the crowd left, Sister Hong choked back a sob. Hi, thank you, Lin Hai said with a smile. Is there any need to say thank you between us? This is all what I should do. You're my woman, and I sure as hell can't let any harm come to you. Since Lin Hai had said everything up to this point, it wouldn't make much sense for Sister Hong to say anything else superfluous. She could only nod silently before burying this caring and touching deep within her heart. Does the wound still hurt now? Lin Hai said very seriously. It would be a lie to say it doesn't hurt, but I'm a man, and a man can't cry out in pain. Lin Hai's voice was calm, but the firmness it contained was shocking. Sister Hong looked at Lin Hai, her heart filled with heartache and admiration. She knew that the man in front of her not only had a strong exterior, but also an unbelievably tough heart. Sister Hong's eyes were once again moist, and at this moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. After a long time, Sister Hong then spoke again. Hi, you're a real man of steel. A wry smile spread across the corners of Lin Hai's mouth and said, don't you know in your heart if I'm a real man? Or do you need me to prove it to you again? Hearing this, Sister Hong's face instantly turned as scarlet as the evening sun and pouted. Hate it. It's hurt like this and you still have the heart to joke. Lin Hai laughed uncaringly and said, this little injury, as far as I'm concerned, is nothing to me at all. If I didn't care that you're still on in 4, I'd like to prove right now whether I'm a man or not. Sister Hong was amused by his words. You can prove it whenever you want when your injuries are healed. So why rush this? When Lin Hai thought about it, it was indeed true. If Sister Hong and Jiang Wenbin divorced, then the future of himself and Sister Hong would have unlimited possibilities. When he thought of this beautifully built, passionate Sister Hong, who would be able to accompany him often in the future, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel his heart surge, and his body couldn't help but react. However, He also knew very well in his heart that tonight was definitely not the night. After all, both are still on IVs. The next day, when Lin Hai woke up leisurely from his sleep, the time had already come to 12 noon. The first thing he did when he got up was to page Dash, because today, it was the day they went to take over Manhwa Street. Within 10 minutes, Dash called him back. Faye, hi. What's up? Lin Hai, tell the brothers to get up and do something. In a while we'll go to Manhwa Street to collect protection money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei at Jinhua's end immediately became excited. Okay, hi. I'll get them up right away. Chapter 79, starting to collect protection money. Just now, Lin Hai made a phone call, and the sound was rather loud. So naturally, he woke up Sister Hong, who was sleeping on the sidelines. Sister Hong sat up and looked at Lin Hai with some concern, saying seriously, Hi, do you really want to choose this path? Why don't you forget it? I have a total of 3 massage parlors on Manhwa Street, the smallest of which I can give to you. This way, you won't have to collect protection money. The risk is just too great. I don't want you to take the risk. It was obvious that Sister Hong now really considered Lin Hai as one of her own. After all, Jiang Wenbin was her legal husband who had been married to her for many years, and she hadn't even bothered to give him a massage parlor. And at this moment, to say that she wanted to give Lin Hai a massage parlor was enough to see Lin Hai's status in her mind. Lin Hai at this moment was actually moved in his heart. Although he, Lin Hai, was not a good person, he had his own principles and did not even bother to do so. If he really wanted to rely on women for a living, then with his face that was comparable to that of a male celebrity and his 3-inch tongue, he could definitely live in style. But he never thought in that direction. What's more, there are so many brothers behind us. Since Xiao Fei, a few of them, risked their lives last night and dared to come to fight with himself, he would definitely honor his promise and bring these brothers to make a name for themselves in Guanchang. Lin Hai firmly shook his head, sincerely and firmly. Thank you Sister Hong for your kindness, but I really can't take it. Besides, these brothers were willing to face danger with me last night and fight to the death against others, and I must not betray their trust in me. Sister Hong frowned slightly and once again persuaded bitterly. Lin Hai, you fledgling boy. Society, this pool of water is deep. Many things you are still in the dark. The path you've chosen, that's a dead end with no return. Those who hang out in society are either dead on the streets or in jail. None of them can have a good ending. This reasoning, even if Sister Hong didn't say it, Lin Hai knew it in his heart. But he always believed in the saying, 360 trades and professions. There are no absolutes in the world. Maybe he himself is the 1 in a million exception? What's more, Lin Hai's willpower was as strong as steel. Once he made a decision, it was something that even 9 oxen couldn't pull back. Even if he ends up leaving himself bruised and battered, he will not hesitate to choose to go forward. Lin Hai said firmly, Sister Hong, I understand everything you said, but I firmly believe that I can perform miracles. This matter is not something I did on impulse, but after much deliberation, so don't try to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. Seeing that Lin Hai's attitude was so determined, Sister Hong didn't say anything more, because she knew deep down that this man had a mind of his own, and, moreover, she had a vague feeling that this man might actually have his day to soar and become that unique exception to the rule. Sister Hong nodded slightly and said, Since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you more. Just be careful in everything. I really can't bear to see anything bad happen to you. Lin Hai smiled and returned, Don't worry, Sister Hong, I'll be absolutely fine. However, although his mouth is this kind of swearing, but the heart is like that 15 buckets of water, 7 up and 8 down. Immediately after that, Sister Hong gave him a rough introduction to the situation of these massage parlors on Manhwa Street, and urged him that the background of several massage parlors was as powerful as that of a copper wall, so that he should never mess with them. Lin Hai silently memorized these in his heart. It wasn't that he was afraid of these people, it was just that at the moment they had just taken over Manhwa Street, so naturally it was impossible for them to gnaw on that hard bone first. After listening to Sister Hong's explanation, Lin Hai already had a rough plan in his mind. Afterwards, Lin Hai went outside to buy a breakfast for Sister Hong, and then asked the doctor to wrap his left hand like a dumpling, and then hang it on his neck with a bandage. This action of his caused both the doctor and Sister Hong to be in a dilemma, puzzled. Sister Hong couldn't help but ask, Hi, there's no need to do that with that wound of yours. What on earth do you mean by that? Lin Hai smiled mysteriously and said, Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. If you really want to know, then wait for the night, I will tell you then. As the words fell, Lin Hai waved his hand towards Sister Hong and left the clinic, looking at Lin Hai's back as it drifted away until it completely disappeared. Sister Hong couldn't help but mutter to herself, This brat, he's still selling out with me. 20 minutes later, Lin Hai brought a group of brothers to gather in front of the hotel. When they saw Lin Hai's appearance at this moment, everyone couldn't help but freeze. Only Lin Hai looked miserable with a bandage wrapped around his head and bandages on his hands. Lu Erwa couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hi, you don't have to make such a big deal out of this small injury." Lin Hai knocked Lu Erwa's head without any good humor and scolded with a smile. "You kids know, we're going to collect protection money later. How can we do it without some pretense? When you show up like that, people get weak in the heart, you know?" Upon hearing this, the quick-witted Faye immediately understood Lin Hai's intentions and said with a smile, "Hi, I really admire you so much." Indeed, with Lin Hai's current bruised and battered image, coupled with the fact that he was followed by such a large group of people behind him, he was indeed able to scare quite a few people. Lin Hai took out $200 from his body and handed it to Huang Jianxin, instructing him to go buy some kitchen knives. After all, it's going to be scary, and the scene has to be big enough to make it work. By the time everything was ready, the hour hand was quietly pointing to just after 2 o'clock in the middle of the day. At this very moment, massage parlors are opening their doors one after another to welcome a new day. The crowd honored Lin Hai's instructions and began to move. Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin acted as the vanguard. They stepped into the Fong Fong massage parlor, which at this point only had 3 technicians and the owner's wife. The 4 women couldn't help but lose their voices and laugh out loud when they saw Lin Hai's appearance, and one of the short-haired girls said with a delicate smile, "Handsome man, you are hurt like this, but still think to take care of our business. I am really touched. Let me give you a massage later, guarantee to make you satisfied." The other 3 women also laughed their asses off. Obviously, they didn't notice that Lin Hai and the others were here to collect protection money in the slightest. Instead, they mistakenly thought that these 3 people were here to enjoy massage services. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said, "Don't rush the massage yet. We have other important things to discuss." At this moment, the boss's wife walked in style. She gazed at Lin Hai and the others, her eyes full of suspicion, but still asked courteously, "3 bosses, I wonder what you're up to." Chapter 80, Collecting Protection Money. Lin Hai revealed a harmless smile and said softly, "Boss lady, your front door is as dirty as a pigsty. It's time to clean it up." Holy, what the hell is Hai doing? Didn't we agree to come here to collect protection money? Why is he suddenly talking about cleaning up in front of people's houses? Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin both looked at each other with blank faces. When the boss's wife and the 3 technicians heard Lin Hai's words, their faces instantly became like pig livers. The 2 idiots, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, didn't understand the deeper meaning of these words, but they could hear that this was clearly the meaning of coming to collect protection money. These words, naturally, Lin Hai had learned from watching the video the other day. "Since I'm over here to play the big tail, I'm sure I'll have to play it like it's supposed to be." After the boss's wife froze slightly, her face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, and she said unhappily, "Young man, if you've come here to collect protection money, then I can tell you categorically that you're in the wrong place. We're covered by Brother Wenbin here, and we've already paid him protection money." How could this boss's wife know that we had come to collect protection money? I really didn't realize that Brother Hai was so knowledgeable. It seems that I must ask him for advice in the future. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin secretly sighed in their hearts. Hearing these words from the boss's wife, the smile on Lin Hai's face became more and more gorgeous like a flower. "Erwa, fatty, come and tell the boss's wife exactly how your brother Hai got the injuries on my face and hands." Lu Erwa said honestly, "It's from last night's big fight with Wenbin and the others, and he was cut by them." Huang Jianxin grinned and said, "However, Wenbin they can be miserable. They're 20-some people, I guess now all lying in the hospital. Not a year and a half. Certainly cannot get out of bed." Lin Hai silently praised Huang Jianxin in his heart. He didn't expect that this kid, who looked stupid in his usual way, reacted quite well at such a critical moment. When the boss's wife and the 3 massage technicians heard this, their faces instantly became as gloomy as dark clouds, and they unanimously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Their eyes showed deep shock and disbelief, as if they had encountered an earth-shattering storm. To be honest, it was as if waves of shock had risen in their hearts, filled with astonishment. If these people's claims were true, and they were actually able to beat Jiang Wenbin and the other 20 or so people to the point where they were hospitalized, then this was definitely not something that an ordinary person would be able to do. Such strength made them fearful, realizing that they might have messed with a character they shouldn't have. However, this boss's wife was no lightweight. She was shrewd and would never be easily intimidated by a few words from others. Despite being a little uneasy inside, she pretended to be calm and laughed coldly. "Less bragging here. If you keep on blowing, I'm afraid even the heifers will be blown up by you. With just a few brats like you, you want to hospitalize Brother Wenbin and the others? Don't think I'm a 3-year-old kid, so easily fooled." In the face of the boss's wife's question, Lin Hai just smiled lightly and responded in a calm tone. You should have Zhang Wenbin's phone number, right? If you don't believe me, call him yourself and ask for clarification. When the time comes, you'll naturally know if I'm bluffing. The boss's wife listened to his words, and look at him at the moment so calm and relaxed. The heart has actually believed 3. But in order to confirm, she still dialed Zhang Wenbin's phone. The phone was connected in a jiffy, and the boss's wife hurriedly accompanied a fawning smile and said, Brother Bin, there are a few boys who don't know the sky and the earth, but they even spoke out of turn, saying that they beat you guys to the point of being hospitalized, and now they are flaunting their power and running to us to collect protection money. You see. Before the words were finished, he was doggedly scolded by Zhang Wenbin on the other end of the phone. ****** off. Don't bother me. The words did not fall. The boss's wife's phone. There is a beep, 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 busy sound. When the boss's wife made the call, she purposely turned on the speakerphone. So at this moment, everyone inside the massage parlor could really hear the call between the two of them. Anyone could understand that Zhang Wenbin on the other end of the phone was obviously a little shamed and enraged. In this way, he is indirectly admitting this fact. The boss lady's face instantly became uglier than a pig's liver. She hung up the phone in a sorry state. When she looked at Lin Hai again, there were a few more points of fear inside her eyes. Having reached such a point, she naturally wouldn't have any doubts about what Lin Hai had just said about beating Zhang Wenbin and the others to the point of hospitalization. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smirk as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Do you still think I'm bragging now? The boss's wife said pathetically. Big brother, but that's out of order. We've only been paying our protection money for a few days. You're coming after us for money again. If this keeps up, then I won't have to open this store in the future, because all the money earned won't be enough to pay the protection fee. At this time, all the names addressed to Lin Hai had changed from lad, directly to big brother. But it's true and indisputable that what she said is true, although it's true that they can make a lot of money running a massage parlor. If there is no end of people coming to collect protection money, then even if we make a lot of money, it will be a basket of water. Lin Hai, who was too smart, of course thought of this. Since he was going to take other people's money, he definitely had to do things for other people as well. Otherwise, what was the difference between that and open robbery? Lin Hai replied solemnly. You can rest assured of that. As long as you pay us protection money, then as long as my brothers and I still have breath in us, no one else will dare to charge you protection money. And I can assure you that if you have any tough problems here that you can't solve, you can call on us for help. Also, neither myself, nor any of my other brothers under me would ever let a mechanic under you serve for free. We won't lose a penny of what we should have paid if we'd pressed the mojo. But of course, if my brother is charismatic and your mechanic is willing, that would certainly have to be a different story. Lin Hai's words undoubtedly gave the boss a peace of mind, making her hanging heart finally fall to the ground. The boss's wife searched her mind. If it's really like he said, then paying them protection money doesn't seem to be a disadvantage at all, because they used to pay protection fees to Wenbin and the others. These people are purely taking money and not doing anything. What's even more outrageous is that any mechanic who is in the sights of Wenbin and his minions will surely not escape their clutches, and will never pay a penny. All these people dared to speak out, obviously suffering losses, but in the end, they could only swallow their anger. Chapter 81. The boss's wife hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding her head and saying, Big brother, since you've said it all, then I'm willing to pay this protection fee. Lin Hai nodded with satisfaction, then said with a smile, the boss's wife is really a smart person. I'll never let you regret it if you pay me this $500 a month. Upon hearing this, the boss's wife's brow wrinkled again. In the past, when Bin and the others only charged $300 per month, how could they charge $500? Big brother, in the past, Bin and the others used to charge only $300 a month, and you've raised it by another $200 all of a sudden. Isn't that a bit much? Lin Hai said in a serious manner. Boss lady, you get what you pay for. It's because you used to pay him less protection money that he just takes the money and doesn't do anything. But we not only take the money but also do real work for you. After Lin Hai's various coercion, the boss's wife eventually compromised. Lin Hai and the three of them managed to receive their first protection fee of $500. This can be Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, two people. Laughing Mouth almost grinned to the back of the ears to go. How to close cannot be closed. You know, they used to work hard for a month and only get $300 to $400 in salary. I didn't expect to make an easy $500 in just 10 minutes today. If they had known that collecting protection money was so profitable, why would they have worked so hard? It seems like this past month has been a big waste of time. After walking out of the massage parlor, Lu Erwa hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Hai, it's still faster to make money by collecting protection money. Wang Jianxin chimed in. Not only is the money coming in very fast, but it feels especially dignified. We should have done this a long time ago. Lin Hai was actually excited in his heart, but on the surface he didn't move and said, "Look at your lack of talent." For these next 5 massage parlors, Lin Hai and the 3 of them did as they were told and received another $500 without any problems. However, by the time we reached the 7th house, the owner of this massage parlor is a different character. He was a tall and powerful middle-aged man, over 1 meter 8 in height, with a face full of horizontal meat and a beard, looking imposing and intimidating. When Lin Hai explained to him the purpose of his visit, the middle-aged man immediately cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few hairless little pussies. How dare they learn from others to collect protection money? You didn't even inquire who my 8th brother was before you came here. So it seems you guys are in need of a beating. The words fell out, and there was a hard glare at the 3 men. Looking at his stance, he was completely not taking Lin Hai and the 3 of them seriously. To deal with this kind of person, surely you can't take the attitude of dealing with the owners of those massage parlors just now. When he talked to those few bosses just now, Lin Hai was being reasonable and emotional. After all, we are all civilized, so things must be done with care. However, in the face of such a vicious person, if you use that kind of tactic, they simply won't you. When facing a ruthless man, you can only fear you if you are more ruthless than he is. Lin Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. A flash of cold light flashed as he pulled out a sharp kitchen knife from his body and violently nailed it to the bar, asking coldly, "Can we have a nice chat?" However, the man was undaunted, and with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, he responded with a curse. Asterisk 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 you. Who are you trying to scare with a kitchen knife? If you have the guts, then go ahead and chop. I'm standing right here. Let's see if you have the guts. Listening to his tone of voice, and looking at his appearance at the moment, it was that he didn't take Lin Hai and the others seriously at all. Lin Hai's eyes flashed with a touch of determination. He didn't have half a word of nonsense. He directly copied the kitchen knife, and without any hesitation, he ruthlessly slashed towards the man's shoulder. Holy, this kid actually has the guts to come down hard. The man's face instantly turned pale, and his heart secretly shrieked. When he came back to his senses, he hastily dodged sideways, but it was too late to avoid it completely. Even though Lin Hai's chopper didn't hit the vitals, it still left a deep bloody mark on his arm, and blood gurgled out like a spring. At the same time, Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin, 2 people, also quickly reacted. They also pulled out a kitchen knife from the body, such as a hungry tiger pouncing on the man as aggressively, only to see that stout, Dagon thick man. His body trembled violently like a fallen leaf in a gale, and his voice became stuttered. 3. Big brother, don't, I give money, not okay? This moment of this strong man, and just now, is simply a world of difference. The previous arrogance disappeared without a trace. At this moment is completely a lowly, pitiful appearance. This kind of person is a cheap bone. Do not give him some color to see he does not know how much he weighs. He had to be made to suffer a little so he could understand why the flowers bloomed so brightly. Seeing people honestly concede, Lin Hai hurriedly stopped Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin. After all, they didn't have any grievances with these people, and their purpose for being here was just to collect protection money, so there was really no need to injure anyone. In fact, this was also the result of Lin Hai's mercy. If not, this burly man was afraid that just now, he would not be as simple as rubbing a bit of skin, but would have to suffer more serious injuries. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said softly, "Wouldn't it have been better to have done that? To have to take a stabbing to become well-behaved? Pay up. You get $600 a month for protection." Although the strong man had 10,000 reluctance in his heart, but looking at the Lin Hai trio who were so ferocious in front of him, he finally obediently took out the money like a docile sheep. However, although he handed over the money, his heart was as full of reluctance as if he had turned over a river. He was already secretly calculating in his mind how he should take revenge on Lin Hai and the 3 of them. He secretly resolved to let Lin Hai and the others know that his money wasn't that easy to take. Took his money and had to pay dearly. Lin Hai collected the money, and the smile on his face was like a flower blooming in springtime that was even brighter. "We won't take this money from you for nothing, and in the future, if anyone dares to come to your place to make trouble, or if anyone dares to come over and bully you, you can just come to me, and I'll definitely protect you." When the strong man heard this, he cursed with great disdain in his heart. Asterisk 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 you mom. This big master does not still need you to protect it. Let's wait and see. See how I later to clean you up. However, he only dared to mutter these words secretly in his heart, but his face still accompanied a smile and said, "Then thanks to the 3 big brothers, come to my place for tea often when you have time." Chapter 82, The Angry Tigress. Lin Hai signaled the big man to take out the paper and pen, as if his own little smart number is a rare treasure, solemnly left the big man, and urged him to call this number if he had something important to do in the future. It was his creed that since he had taken money from others, he was bound to help them out. Moreover, he was confident that he was an expert in such things as collecting protection money, the process that should be in place. Nothing should be missing. Of course, Lin Hai's heart actually surged with an ominous premonition that this burly man would definitely wait for an opportunity to retaliate in the future. However, since he has committed himself to this profession, it is difficult to avoid encountering this kind of situation, and he is not overly concerned about it. However, what Lin Hai never expected was that when he went to collect protection money from the next few massage parlors, he encountered various accidents. Either they were told that the owner was not at home, or they were asked to come back later in the evening or tomorrow. In short, these people are racking their brains and are just reluctant to pay up. What's even more infuriating is that they can't find any reason to be angry. At least 10 families had not paid their protection fees, which made Lin Hai feel disgraced. When they came to the 11th massage parlor, they were even less kind to them. And this massage parlor was called Fong Fong Massage Parlor. The boss is a 30-something years old young woman. The posture of the medium, he was extraordinarily arrogant and domineering. After being informed that Lin Hai they are to collect protection money, extremely contemptuous sneer. A few little brats who don't know the sky and the earth. I've had a store here for several years, and you're the first ones who dare to come to my place to collect protection money. You have 1 minute to get out of my sight quickly or suffer the consequences. Lin Hai, who was already holding back a bellyful of sulkiness, was even more furious upon hearing this. His fiery temper instantly ignited. Humph. Today I want to see if I can break this evil or not. If you don't pay the protection fee, the three of us brothers will sit here and see what you can do to us? You-hoo, kid, pretty ballsy. You wait for me. The boss's wife crossed her arms and looked at Lin Hai with a disdainful face. As the words left her mouth, the woman pulled her cell phone out of her body like a trick and began to make a call. Since Lin Hai and the others dared to come over to collect protection money, they were naturally emboldened, and the three of them leisurely sat on the sofa inside the massage parlor. Lin Hai pulled out cigarettes from his body and handed one over to each of Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin and began to sit inside and gulp down the smoke. After the call was connected, the woman's face immediately piled up with a fawning smile and said, "Brother Dong, someone came inside the store to collect protection money. Hurry up and send someone over here." When this woman was on the phone, perhaps to show off, she actually turned on the speakerphone. Thus, Lin Hai, the three of them, heard each other's words loud and clear. On the other end of the phone, there was a quick, deafening roar. Asterisk 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 him. Who dares to collect protection money inside my store? Is it Wenbin and his sons of ES? You wait, I'll call in now. I think they don't want to live. How dare they even mess with me? Just when the woman wanted to ask Lin Hai about his words, Lin Hai suddenly stood up from the sofa like a spring. And while the woman was unprepared, he grabbed the cell phone from the woman's hand and said to the man on the other end of the phone, "Listen, Wenbin and his group have been beaten down by us. If you want to do business here, there are only two ways out. Either you pay up obediently or you close your doors." The man on the other end of the line was clearly enraged and cracked. Asterisk 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 you have the guts to repeat what you just said. Believe it or not, I'll bring people over to chop you to death right now. However, Lin Hai knew that if he wanted to completely establish a firm foothold in Wanha Street, he absolutely could not back down at a time like this. So he responded without fear. "Yeah, I'll be waiting for you in this store. If you can. If you're afraid to come, then you're a cowardly grandson." The man cursed equally defiantly. "If I don't dare come over here, you were born. But if you run, you're a ing turtle." The two then hung up on each other. After hanging up the phone, the woman, like a proud peacock, looked at Lin Hai and the three of them proudly and said condescendingly, "Kid, if you have the guts, don't run away and wait for Dong to come over to clean you up." In the past, when Wenbin had seen Dong, which time hadn't he nodded his head to Dong like a pug? Let me put it to you this way, even Wenbin's boss, Brother Xiong, has to give Brother Dong some face. With just a few of you no good punks, you're not even good enough to lift Dong's shoes. Huang Jianxin, the rash young man, really looked at this woman very unpleasant, plus she spoke so wildly, naturally will not spoil her. He stood up from the sofa with a miso and slapped the woman's face like the wind. Pop! The woman's face was instantly marked with 5 bright red fingerprints, and fiery pain hit her like a tidal wave. After slapping this one, Huang Jianxin broke into another rant. Asterisk 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 you. If you look pretty, arrogant and bossy a little bit brother also tolerate, but you look like a ing nightcrawler. Who gave you the face to be arrogant in front of me? Holy, bro, you want to be so tough? I can't believe you ing even hit a woman. This woman, relying on the backing of brother tongue, has always been arrogant and domineering, as if a proud peacock, but also acerbic, as if the thorny rose, was in front of their own store staff slapped a slap. How will she easily give up? Only to see this woman just like an enraged tigress, teeth and claws, her long nails like sharp blades, trying to scratch Huang Jianqin. Meanwhile, she was babbling curses. Good, you don't know the sky and the earth. How dare you hit my mother with your hands? My mother will fight with you today. Huang Jianqin naturally wouldn't tolerate such unbridled behavior from her, and without hesitation, he viciously kicked towards the woman who was lunging towards him. Bang! With a dull ringing sound, the woman was like the kite with broken strings, and was kicked to the ground by him. Oh, oh, the woman said at the end, even whimpered and cried. The cry was like a cuckoo crying, the sound of grief. However, Huang Jianqin did not let this lead to pity. He quickly pulled out a sharp kitchen knife from his body and walked in front of the woman in big strides, then bent down and pressed the woman's left hand tightly with his left hand, and the kitchen knife held in his right hand was like a merciless scythe that mercilessly hacked at the woman's left hand. The woman was so scared that her face was as pale as paper, like that candle in the wind, and she trembled and begged for mercy. Duh! Big brother, please spare me this time. I know I'm wrong. Chapter 83, Daidong. The Bald Man. Huang Jianqin hadn't originally intended to actually cut off her hand. His purpose was merely to scare her a bit. After all, their purpose was only to collect protection money, not really to cut people. So when he saw that the woman was already too frightened to make another sound, he knew that he had achieved his goal. So he decided to take it for what it was worth and not continue to threaten her. However, even though Huang Jianqin had stopped terrorizing the woman, he couldn't help but mouth a curse as a warning. You'd better be quiet. As long as you dare to say another word, I'll directly chop off your hand. The statement made the woman nod her head in agreement, shaking with fear and seemingly ready to faint at any moment. At the same time, Huang Jianqin's move also made several other technicians in the massage parlor feel very scared. As they looked at the knife in Huang Jianqin's hand, they couldn't help but feel a hint of fear rise in their hearts. After all, no one wants to be the next victim. As such, they hid to the side, trying to avoid attracting Huang Jianqin's attention. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, on the other hand, looked very calm, as if nothing had happened. They were still sitting on the couch gulping down clouds and enjoying a relaxing time. As a matter of fact, the reason why Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were so calm was because they had gotten instructions from Lin Hai before they came here. Lin Hai told them that if anyone dared to provoke or threaten them, they should not be polite and could take some strong measures to protect themselves. Therefore, when Huang Jianqin took out his knife, they did not feel alarmed, but felt that it was a normal reaction. Since he was going to wait for someone here anyway and was idle, Lin Hai began to scrutinize the 4 technicians in this massage parlor. These 4 girls were of similar age, all around 20 years old. Their looks were distinctive, and although they weren't as beautiful as the country, they could all be called beautiful. Some look innocent and cute, like the little sister next door, others look charming and charming. Each one has a unique charm and is a sight to behold. Lin Hai had his eye on one of the beauties in a white dress with a beautiful figure, especially the plump breasts and the arched buttocks, which were particularly attractive. He beckoned to her, signaling her to come and sit beside him. The girl was obviously a little panicked, and her heart was filled with fear like a tidal wave towards Lin Hai and the 3 of them. However, facing Lin Hai's beckoning, she was like a frightened deer, not daring not to come over. She gripped her skirt tightly, as if stepping on the tip of a knife, and carefully walked over before sitting down next to Lin Hai. Lin Hai gently stroked the girl's hand. The corner of his mouth raised a smile like a spring breeze and said, "What? Little sister, are you scared of me?" The girl lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Lin Hai's eyes that were as sharp as a falcon's, and said incoherently, "Yes, no, no, no." Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, "Are you afraid or not? Don't be so nervous. As long as you behave yourselves, we won't hurt you." The girl said softly, "Whatever the boss tells me to do, I will do it, but please don't ever hurt me." Lin Hai nodded, the smile on his face as bright as the sun. "Well, that's right. Look at your brother. He looks like a great guy. I'm sure I won't bully you. I'm just here to talk to you. Tell me what your name is." The girl thought to herself, if people like you are called good people, then all the people under the sky are good people. Of course she didn't dare to say that, and lifted her head obediently, looking at Lin Hai with eyes that were as timid as a frightened rabbit's. "My name is Yuki. Little Snow. What a nice name," Lin Hai said, reaching out and wrapping his arm around Xiao Shui's shoulders. The action was as if he was caring for a precious treasure. Come closer, let's have a good chat." Xiao Shui's body trembled, wanting to break free from Lin Hai's embrace, but she was afraid of annoying him, so she could only reluctantly lean on him. At this moment, the 2 people sitting on the sofa, Huang Jianqin and Lu Erwa, were filled with jealousy, envy and hatred, even though there were other technicians in the room. And if they asked these technicians to come over and chat with them, these technicians would not dare to disobey under the current circumstances. However, since Lin Hai hadn't given the word, they didn't dare to do so easily. This was what Lin Hai had agreed with them beforehand, that Lin Hai must be given enough respect in face. After all, as a big brother, one should naturally enjoy distinctive treatment. Time passed by, and about 20 minutes later, a Chang'an van slowly pulled up in front of Fong Fong's massage parlor. Immediately afterward, the doors opened and a dozen burly figures fishtailed out of the van. They were holding various types of weapons such as clubs and machetes in their hands, and they were aggressive. At the head of the group was a man with a bald head tattooed with dragons and tigers, who cursed under his breath. Who dared to come into my store to collect protection money just now? Get the hell out. Seeing this group of people appear, the few girls in the store and that boss's wife were relieved, as if they had found something to rely on. They were no longer afraid of Lin Hai and the others, and a smug look appeared on their faces. The boss's wife greeted the group with quick steps and cried out with an aggrieved face, "Brother Dong, you're finally here. These little brats, how dare they come to our store to collect protection money? Just now they even made a move on me and almost chopped off my hand off. You must take revenge for me." Lin Hai, Lu Erwat and Huang Jianxin's faces were as calm as water, as if they were statues, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. They slowly stood up, moving with grace and ease, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with them. Lu Erwat and Huang Jianxin tacitly stood on both sides of Lin Hai, forming a triangular formation, closely following behind Lin Hai. The three of them walked out of the massage parlor together, and the corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. He leisurely pulled out his ears and flicked the earwax with his fingers before flinging his hand casually to the side and then said in a very beatific manner, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* so of course we're here to collect protection money. That bald man was none other than Dong, nicknamed Big Dong, as the boss's wife had said. He was quite famous around the northern part of Kansai City and was known as Dato. A hint of surprise flashed into Dong's eyes after he heard Lin Hai's words. He had thought that the other side would be intimidated by their numbers and weapons, but he didn't expect them to be so calm. This unusual behavior confused and alarmed Dato. After all, there were a whole 12 people on his side, and they had weapons in their hands, while the other side only had 3. However, the fact that they were so calm and collected made Dato think that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Chapter 84, Convincing Dato. Dato was able to make a small name for himself on the road, so of course he couldn't be a fool. Doing things have always been more careful. When he saw Lin Hai and Lu Erwa and the 3 of them, completely a look of emboldened appearance, the more vigilant he was in his heart. Plus before coming over here, he had also called Jiang Wenbin to make sure things were real. So, at this moment, although De Dong and his men had an absolute advantage in numbers, but he didn't have a bottom in his heart. He suspected that Lin Hai and the others must have a backer behind them. And secondly, he was worried that Lin Hai and the others had other manpower ambushed in the vicinity. For the sake of caution, De Dong held back the anger in his heart and asked tentatively, "Don't talk too arrogantly. Tell us who your boss is. Maybe we're all acquaintances. If that's the case, there's no need to make things so desperate." Huang Jianxin said as he reached up to hold his sunglasses. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course our bosses are high." After saying that, he even reached out and pointed at Lin Hai. Lu Erwa, however, said, "Where the did you get all that? If you want to fight, do it quickly. If you don't dare to do it, pay up." Hiss. De Dong and the crowd behind him all sucked in a breath of cold air. These 3 are arrogant. Obviously there were a dozen people on his side and only 3 of them. How dare he say such harsh words? And it doesn't look like people are vain about them at all. The most infuriating thing is that these 3 dogs, each with a pair of sunglasses, are here to play the big tail. The scene that happened next shocked these people even more, only to see Lin Hai strutting to De Dong's side, poking De Dong's chest with his own finger and saying in a contemptuous tone, "Remember, my name is Lin Hai, and from now on, this article and street is my territory. If you have any opinions, Jiang Wenbin and the others will be your downfall. This is too crazy. Completely treat yourself and your little brother behind you like era. If this is tolerated, then one doesn't have to mix in the future." After De Dong thought of this, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and he roared through gritted teeth, "Kid, you're the most arrogant person I've ever seen, but arrogant people usually don't have a good ending. Since you want to find death so badly, I'll fulfill you today." After saying that, he shouted orders to the brothers behind him. "Brothers, cut him for me. Whoever dares to back down, I'll make him look good." Hearing the boss's order, A group of gangsters immediately waved their weapons in their hands and surrounded Lin Hai like a hungry tiger. Their faces were fierce, and low roars came out of their mouths as if they wanted to eat Lin Hai alive. On the other hand, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, both of them, also pulled out sharp kitchen knives from their bodies and gripped them tightly in their hands, staring firmly ahead, ready to engage in battle at any time. Their eyes revealed fearlessness and boldness, undaunted by the enemy before them. Just then, the three of them, Lin Hai and Lu Erwa as well as Huang Jianxin, looked at each other, then raising their hands at the same time. Only three whooshing sounds could be heard as 3 bags of lime flew out from the hands of Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin like a missile. It drew 3 graceful arcs in the air, carrying lime powder like 3 white smokes toward the faces of these people who had gathered around. In an instant, the air was filled with lime powder, forming a white mist that blurred one's vision, as if one were in a fairyland. However, it wasn't a pretty experience for Dato and his minions. As for Lin Hai and the 3 of them, they were all wearing sunglasses, and the damage to them was completely negligible. Asterisk 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 Q. What are you 3 sons of ES doing? Holy, why can't I see out of my eyes all of a sudden? OMG. It's lime. Everyone close your eyes. These dogs don't speak of martial virtues. They even used such underhanded means against us. Dedong and these minions of his were in a state of chaos, cursing under their breath while their hands were scrambling to try and protect their eyes. Just then, Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin waved the kitchen knives in their own hands, like 3 valiant warriors, and slashed fiercely towards the group of people. The kitchen knives flashed with a cold light in the air, as if they were 3 life-threatening blades, mercilessly slashing at the enemy. At the same time, Xiao Fei and the other 4 who had been quietly following the 3 of them also joined the fight at the first opportunity. Brandishing their kitchen knives, they were like 4 ferocious tigers, pouncing on the enemy like the wind and lightning, and together with Lin Hai and the others, they constructed a rock-solid defense line. Lin Hai had already instructed all of them that if they really made a move, they should not attack the vital parts of the opponent's body, so their kitchen knives were all directed towards the arms and backs of these people. In an instant, the shouts and screams were endless. The blinded Dato and his minions were simply lambs to the slaughter, only to be beaten. It didn't take long for all of these people to be wounded. Seeing that the situation had been finalized, Lin Hai broke off in a loud voice. Stop! The crowd stopped the movements in their hands one after another. Dato covered his gurgling wound, his eyes filled with fear and resignation. Lin Hai stared at him and said coldly, convinced now? At this moment, Dedong's heart was filled with fear and anger, but in the face of the situation in front of him, he knew deep down that he was no longer able to resist. He clenched his teeth and viciously stared at Lin Hai and growled, Kid, you're insidious and cunning. How dare you resort to such despicable means? Today I admit defeat, but you wait for me. I'll get this debt back sooner or later. However, Lin Hai was as steady as a rock as if he were Tarzan, not the slightest bit shaken by his threat. Instead, he responded with a cold smile, like an ice prism in the cold wind. Yeah, I'll be sure to oblige, but next time you will certainly not be as lucky as today. Of course, you still have to pay this protection fee today, or I will not spare you lightly. Dedong gritted his teeth as if he was going to crush them, and squeezed 2 words out from between his teeth. Pay up. Anyone could see how unwilling Big East was in his heart at this moment. Just like a captive tiger, the anger in his heart was burning. However, in order not to suffer any more losses, one can only end up compromising obediently like a sheep. At this moment, Big East's heart is suffocating as if it was gnawed by millions of ants. Not only did he get beaten up for nothing, he could not get a penny of medical expenses. Instead, he had to give money to the other side. Just tell me what is going on here? However, since they chose to mix with the triads, the competition must be about who has more brothers and whose fists are definitely too hard. As for whether there is any heavenly justice or not, it seems to have nothing to do with them. Chapter 85, The Excited Crowd. The boss's wife and the 3 technicians in the store had long been shivering with fear, their faces as pale as paper, as if they were falling leaves in the wind and could float down at any time. At this moment, they were filled with shock and disbelief, and when they looked at Lin Hai and the others, there was a bit more awe in their eyes, as if they were looking at a group of demons from hell. The boss's wife asked warily, how much is more? The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose, revealing a harmless smile as he said softly, $1,000. What's the ing difference between that and robbing someone? You're a lion's share of the money. Just wait, I'll make you spit this out some other day. Dedong cursed in his heart as if it were a volcano erupting, but on his mouth, he could only say helplessly, give it to him. As for why Lin Hai wanted the $100, the reason was actually very simple. He was well aware that he had made a grudge against the other party, and that the matter would not be easily settled, whether he asked for money or not. In that case, It would be better to make more money while you can. This fierce fight between Lin Hai and the 7 of them and Dedong and the others just now had undoubtedly attracted the attention of many melon eaters in the surrounding area. Many people were like frightened rabbits, hiding far away and watching the fierce fight with wide eyes. When they saw that Lin Hai and the others were winning with fewer people and were extremely ruthless, the people around them became a little more scornful of them, as if they were a group of ferocious beasts. Some of these massage parlor owners who have not yet paid the protection fee even quietly reported to the police like rats seeing a cat. However, Lin Hai and the others were naturally not stupid, and after they finished the fight and collected $1,000, they left Wuna Street as quietly as ghosts. After all, with all the commotion in broad daylight, the police are bound to intervene like hounds sniffing out their prey. No matter how ferocious they are, when they face the police, they can only concede like frosted eggplants. Besides, even if they do not want to concede defeat and confront the police, it would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg and asking for trouble. People have real bullets in their hands, like shotguns in the hands of hunters, ready to plunge them into the abyss of doom. The reason why Lin Hai would choose to fight hard with the other party was of course because he had his own intentions. Not only would this make the other massage parlor owners fear them like the plague, but it would also make their reputation as a good one. Last night's victory of them over those of Jiang Wenbin was only known to the parties on both sides, and this battle today is of a completely different nature, because it was in broad daylight, like a performance on a stage, and the word would soon be all over the street. As for the fact that there would be police involvement during their fight, that was something he had no worries about, because just now, Lin Hai had asked Fei to get 2 of Fei's former brothers to stand guard for them. Don't look at Lin Hai's beginnings in society, but his mind is as meticulous as an impermeable net, as far as possible to avoid the risk of invisible. The rest of those massage parlors, they can absolutely come over at night and continue to collect protection money, or maybe wait until tomorrow. He was convinced that after such a fuss, more and more people would be willing to pay them protection money. 7 people took 2 cabs and arrived at Lin Hai's rental house for them. At this moment, whether it was Lu Erwa or Huang Jianxin Xie, or Fei and the 4 of them, the admiration for Lin Hai was like a torrent of continuous water. Without Lin Hai's careful planning, no matter if it was last night or today, it would have been difficult for them to retreat unharmed and in one piece. Dash exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Brother Hai, you are truly wise and courageous. With a good big brother like you, we will definitely be able to soar in the future. Say nothing more. From now on we brothers will listen to whatever you say, and whoever dares to go against you, I will be the first to rush up on him." Huang Jianxin hemmed and hawed and said, "Hi, Erwa, just now when I was at Fong Fong's massage parlor, when I saw that I was surrounded by more than a dozen people from Dedong and the others, I was directly scared to the point that I was trembling like a sieve." "Aren't you guys scared?" Huang Jianxin said while still palpitating and patting his chest as if he was trying to shoot out that fear. Hearing this, Lu Erwa smiled indifferently and said, "You think everyone is as unseasoned as you? I'm not afraid, even if there are more of them. I am fearless. If I can't do it, I'll grab 2 guys and beat them to death. Even if I have to die, I'll at least trade 3 lives." Hiss. These words made Huang Jianxin and Fei and several of them suck in a breath of cool air, as if they were attacked by a piercing cold wind. To talk about wisdom, that is definitely Hai's best, but if we talk about fighting mightily and daringly, then Lu Erwa is definitely the first person who deserves it. Lu Erwa, this kid was born with great strength, plus standing height and size advantage. Normal dry fight, at least can withstand 3 people. Coupled with this kind of fighting style of his that was as desperate as a madman, he was completely capable of fighting 5 or even more with 1. In fact, not only Lu Erwa, even Lin Hai thought so in his heart. If it really comes down to life and death, then we'll catch 2 guys and beat them to death, earning 2 lives back any way we can. Of course, Lin Hai wouldn't easily make such a decision until it was absolutely necessary. After all, we're all out there. There's no need to move and fight for our lives. However, if someone really threatened the lives of himself and his brothers, then he would definitely not be soft. This is the rule of the jungle. The weak are the strongest and the fittest survive. Lin Hai pulled out the protection fee he received today, and after carefully counting it, it was as much as $7,200. Looking at the pile of red banknotes, a few people instantly became excited like chicken blood. To be honest, none of them, no matter which one, had ever carried so much money on them before. Lin Hai handed out $500 to each of the 6 of them and said with a faint smile on his lips, "You guys take this $500 and spend it, and with the rest of this money, I'm going to rent a couple of rooms and buy some more fighting sharpies." Dagger yelled in excitement, "Long live Hai!" A few others followed suit, "Long live Hai!" At this moment, the hearts of the 7 people were all happy. $500, if you go to work honestly, it will take more than a month to earn it anyhow. However, they easily made $500 each. Lin Hai laughed and cursed without any good humor. Look how excited you are. It's not even close. Just now I did a rough calculation. Today we have collected at most 1/3 of the protection money. If we collect all of it, it must be more than $20,000. Moreover, since we've chosen this path, we definitely can't just collect protection fees for the lower half of Manhwa Street, and none of the upper half of the street should be allowed to escape either. Chapter 86 The Joy of Victory. Listening to Lin Hai's words, Xiao Fei's eyebrows knitted up slightly like two curved crescents, looking a little eager to speak. This subtle movement of his naturally didn't escape Lin Hai's eyes that were as sharp as a falcon's. Lin Hai asked bluntly, Fei, we're all brothers in our own family. Just say what you have to say. Don't keep it inside. Since Lin Hai had said so, then Xiao Fei naturally stopped hiding. Just as Lin Hai said, we are all brothers. There is no need to hide. Fei's face was grave, as if it was a heavy stone, and he said slowly, Brother Hai, it's not that being a brother is trying to undermine everyone's self-confidence. The upper section of Manhwa Street is dotted with massage parlors and mahjong parlors like stars, much more so than the lower section. If you can collect protection money there, the money you receive will almost double like a snowball, but it's definitely a tough nut to crack. Hearing that there was so much money to be had, Huang Jianqing couldn't wait to be the first to speak. In that case, what are we waiting for? After you close the bottom half, just close the top half. Who cares who he is? If he doesn't submit, let him taste our power. Dagger and Fei's other two brothers chimed in. Yeah, since we can handle the second half, the first half must be no problem either. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, Fatty, Dagger, and the three of you, don't say anything for a while and let Fei finish his sentence. Things must not be as simple as you think. Lin Hai's heart was as clear as a mirror. Although this Xiao Fei didn't have much ability, he still had more or less some understanding of these various forces in Guanchang. Therefore, Lin Hai decided to listen to what Fei had to say first in order to get a general idea of what was going on before making his next plan. Dash continued to speak eloquently. The upper half of the area is the Crow's sphere of influence, and the Crow's boss, Jiang Nan, whose comprehensive strength is like a lofty mountain, is far beyond the Chopper Gang's boss, Xiong. Look at the Crow himself. His subordinates are like clouds, and his brothers are like tigers down the mountain, brave and fearless, and dare to fight in blood. If we try to get our hands on their territory, it will definitely be a basket case. Lin Hai was convinced of Xiao Fei's words. With their current strength, fighting against the Crows was undoubtedly like striking a stone with an egg. In this regard, Lin Hai had a clear perception like a mirror. The reason they were able to rout Jiang Wenbin and the others was entirely due to subtle strategies and the favor of Lady Luck. If it was a real head-to-head fight, they would never be the opponent's match. Now, faced with a formidable enemy whose strength was even greater than that of Jiang Wenbin, he was bound to have to think long and hard before acting. Though speculative behavior occasionally can be, if you always hope that this means to win over the opponent, that is tantamount to a fool's dream. As long as this matter spreads out after that, it's not like others are little cuties, would definitely be wary, and it would be even harder for them to defeat each other. The room fell into a brief dead silence, which was eventually broken by Lu Erwa. What's the point of being afraid of him? The big deal is to fight them to the death. With him leading the way, Dagger chimed in. Right, as second brother said. Just fight them to the death. The big deal is that I won't be able to defeat them and have my life taken by them. As long as they leave me alive, I'm bound to fight them to the death. Another junior named Chen Yong also said, we definitely can't wimp out. Just like what second brother and Dagger said. Fight them. Seeing that each and every one of these brothers dared to fight, Lin Hai was actually quite pleased in his heart. However, knowing that the other party was stronger than him, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't be asking for trouble. He searched in his mind. What kind of method is it going to take? It is possible to drive the gang out of Manhwa Street, but for a moment he couldn't think of a good idea. So he spoke up. There's no rush on this matter. What we need to do now is to first take over Jiang Wenbin's field completely and thoroughly, so that those people will obediently pay protection fees. As for the first half, I'll think of something after this is done. Since Lin Hai had said so, everyone could only do what he told them to do. However, looking at the expressions on several of their faces, it was obvious that they were all a bit lost. Lin Hai continued again. Don't worry, I'll lead you to drive Crow and his gang out of Manhwa Street. It's just a matter of time. Now, let's just go out for a nice meal and celebrate today's harvest. As soon as they heard that they were going out for dinner and drinks, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqing both immediately got excited. These two men are as tall as pylons and have one thing in common, they are obsessed with food and have an incredible appetite. In their conception, nothing seems to be more important than eating and drinking. A few people stepped out of the rental house and sought out a restaurant nearby. Lin Hai let them order food while he himself dialed Sister Hong's number. because he knew in his heart that Sister Hong would definitely be worried about him. Lin Hai took out his little smartphone and pressed Sister Hong's phone number. Sister Hong's fiery voice came from the other end of the phone in a matter of moments. Lin Hai, are you okay? Lin Hai hurriedly relieved. Sister Hong, I am safe and sound. No need to worry. Then he recounted what had happened today to Sister Hong in general. After hearing this, Sister Hong finally felt relieved, but still asked with some trepidation, is it really alright? Don't you dare lie to me or I'll be upset. The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly as he laughed lightly. It's really okay. Sister Red. Just put your heart in your mouth. I won't have any problems. By the way, later on you ask the doctor to prepare some food for you. We need to fill our stomachs here before we leave. Sister Hong was then relieved, and she gave 1,000 instructions. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll take care of myself. You guys have to be careful, and if anything happens feel free to contact me. Lin Hai answered and hung up. At this time, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin had already ordered their food, so Lin Hai wolfed it down with them. A few people were gulping down meat while drinking non-stop. Their mood was so good that they were practically flying. Lin Hai couldn't even feel the pain in his body anymore. This moment was undoubtedly a happy one for them from the bottom of their hearts. Just as they were having a good time, Lin Hai's little smartphone suddenly rang. After Lin Hai picked up the phone, he was surprised to find that the call was from Li Yanhong. It made his mood as bright as the spring sunshine. After coming to Guanchang, Lin Hai had as many women as there were stars. But Li Yanhong was undoubtedly his rightful girlfriend. The position in his heart is naturally unique and irreplaceable. Chapter 87, The Most Pitiful Brothers. Hey, Lin Hai, you heartless guy, you don't even greet me when you don't work at an XIN washing company anymore. After the phone was connected, Li Yanhong on the other end of the line said angrily. Lin Hai only felt his head buzzing. It wasn't that he didn't want to inform, but in the past few days after leaving the company, he had been busy like a gyroscope every day, and had no time to think about anything else. Lin Hai hurriedly said with a smile, Yanhong baby, you've really wronged me. I've been so busy these past few days that I can't touch the ground. If you have time now, I'll go to you immediately right away. I've been thinking about you for the past few days. After hearing his words, Li Yanhong's mood was as if the rain had cleared. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Lin Hai said with a solemn face. My heart for you is truer than gold. I wouldn't lie to anyone but you. You're the apple of my eye. Lin Hai's cheek was thicker than a city wall, but it wasn't all a lie. At least in his mind's position, Li Yanhong could definitely be among the first echelon. As of now, the only ones who can be ranked in the first tier are Gong Yuru and Li Yanhong. Even Sister Hong could only settle for the second echelon, while the rest of those women were basically in the third and fourth echelons. At this moment, Li Yanhong, like a blooming flower, was full of joy, and that small trace of complaint against Lin Hai also dissolved into nothing in an instant. She smiled lightly and said, all you know is to be clever. I'm off work tonight and tomorrow. Where are you? I'll go over to you myself. Hearing her say that, Lin Hai's heart was as sweet as honey. Letting a few of his brothers see that he had such a beautiful girlfriend would be a doubly honorable thing to do. Later on, if Li Yanhong appeared here, it would definitely make these brothers' jaws drop in shock. It's also good for these brothers to meet their flowery sister-in-law. It's still my family's Yanhong baby that's the sweetest. I'm at the Red Vanguard supermarket in Wa ****** village. Call me when you arrive and I'll come over to pick you up. After saying this, each side hung up the phone. After 20 minutes had passed, Lin Hai, as if he was caring for a rare treasure, held Li Yanhong's hand and slowly walked to the table. His eyes gleamed as he introduced himself to the brothers. Brothers, this is your sister-in-law Yanhong. Wow, this is just beautiful. How could this sister-in-law be even more beautiful than Sister Hong? It's really worthy of our brother Hai to find such a heavenly-looking sister-in-law. Apart from Huang Jianxin, who knew Li Yanhong, Lu Erwa and Fei, the four of them were stunned. Today's Li Yanhong, perhaps because she was coming for a date with Lin Hai, had deliberately dressed up carefully. She was dressed in a white as snow dress, the black and shiny hair like a waterfall falling on her fragrant shoulders. The original face is extremely delicate, slightly powdered, looks more delicate, choo-choo moving, and her chiseled, shapely body was on full display, making it hard not to fall in love with her. To say the least, you may not be able to meet such a beautiful woman even if you search for her on the street for a whole day. Fei was the first to come back to his senses and rushed to greet him extremely enthusiastically. Hello sister-in-law, quickly have a seat. It's really worthy of being brother Hai's woman. She's so beautiful looking. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Lin Hai, revealing an envious expression. Then, the other 5 people sitting at the table also stood up from their seats at the same time and greeted each other very politely. Hello sister-in-law, hurry up and have a seat. They all threw friendly smiles at Li Yanhong. their eyes revealing their welcome and respect for her. For an unmarried lady, being called sister-in-law by so many people must be more than a little embarrassing. When Li Yanhong heard this address, a hint of redness rose on her face and a shyness welled up in her heart. However, this feeling of being called sister-in-law gave her a sense of sweetness and warmth. She could clearly feel that these brothers of Lin Hai had great respect for her. Li Yanhong said with a red face, "Good day to you all. Don't be such a stranger, please sit down." Her voice was like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, gentle and friendly, just like that spring breeze lightly brushing over the ears of the crowd. Intoxicating. Li Yanhong's fluttering arrival made the whole atmosphere like a bonfire that had been lit, becoming more and more enthusiastic, and the crowd also started the idle chat mode. "Brother Hai, you're really lucky to have such a heavenly-looking girlfriend," Fei said with a smile on his face. "That's right, Brother Hai. Sister-in-law is definitely the most gorgeous woman I've ever seen in my life." Little Dagger also chimed in. The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile as he held onto Li Yanhong's hand and said, "That's natural. You guys don't look at whose girlfriend it is. Your brother Hai, I'm so handsome and dashing. How can my girlfriend not be as beautiful as a flower? Hai, can't you keep a low profile? Although we all know you're handsome, you don't have to be so high profile." A few brothers were more or less unhappy in their hearts, but they couldn't find a suitable reason to retort. At this time, Li Yanhong gently patted Lin Hai's shoulder and pouted. "What kind of man boasts like you? Brothers, don't listen to him." Taking this opportunity, Huang Jianxin hurriedly brought the menu over and asked Li Yanhong to order a few more dishes. The corners of Li Yanhong's mouth rose lightly as she smiled. "There are still many dishes left. No need to add more. More is a waste." Lin Hai took the menu, dotingly caressed Li Yanhong's hair and said, "There's no need to save money for me. I'm able to earn a living and support my family now, so feel free to order whatever you want." Huang Jianxin also rushed to concur. "Sister-in-law, our brother Hai is now a powerful big brother. You really don't have to save for him. If you save it for him, perhaps he will spend it on other women." Put. The tea Lin Hai had just brought to his mouth spurted out like a fountain in an instant. "Holy, do you know how to talk? If you can't talk, keep your mouth shut. No one will take you for a dummy." If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yanhong was sitting right next to him, he really wanted to leap up and kick him hard. Xiao Fei was extremely knowledgeable at this point. "Brother Xin, don't talk nonsense. Our brother Hai is in love with his sister-in-law. How could you do something like that?" Lin Hai silently nodded for Xiao Fei in his heart. "Still, this child is well-behaved and understanding," Lu Erwa said in a naive manner. "Sister-in-law, although my brother Hai has many confidants, he has never asked me to address anyone as sister-in-law. You are definitely the first." Lin Hai just feel a head too big. This is his most intimate two brothers Huang Jianxin and Lu Erwa. It's just like pitting people to death. Chapter 88, A Sweet World for Two. Luckily, Li Yanhong didn't take it more seriously, but took the menu and added 2 more dishes. She always had a smile on her face. However, only Lin Hai himself knew that at this moment Li Yanhong viciously pinched him on his thigh. Even though the pain made him grimace, Lin Hai still forced himself to keep a smile on his face. After all, if this situation was discovered by his brothers, what face would he have as a big brother? However, this is a treat unique to Yanhong Li. If it was any other woman, Lin Hai didn't care if others knew that he had numerous female companions, because those women knew what he was like and yet were still willing to spend time with him. That's what makes him so uniquely personal. For this proper girlfriend, Lin Hai understood that accommodation and tolerance must be given when appropriate. Over the next few hours, the brothers asked Li Yanhong to introduce them to their girlfriends. In the face of the crowd's request, Li Yanhong said that if she met a suitable candidate, she would definitely help to introduce them. So, we all had a pleasant meal while enjoying a drink, and the whole atmosphere was very cordial and harmonious. After a full meal, Huang Jianxin, Lu Erwa and Xiao Fei, all 4 of them, decided to take care of the business of Sister Han's massage parlor. Huang Jianxin grinned. "Brother Hai, you and your sister-in-law have been to that sweet world of two, haven't you? Our brothers are on our way to add to Sister Han's business." Lin Hai cursed in his mind. What a bunch of wolves and tigers. With a few dollars in their pockets, they only know how to think about those dirty things. However, it's not their fault. As long as they are a man, they all have the need in that area. Who makes them not as handsome as themselves, and never lack of warblers around them? Lin Hai fainted. "Hurry up and get the hell out of here. But I can warn you that whether it's at Sister Han's massage parlor or anywhere else, you can't lose a single penny of the money you should be paying people. Otherwise, see how I'll clean you up later." Lu Erwa responded playfully. "Okay, Brother Hai, don't worry. I'll make sure to keep a close eye on these little brats." After saying that, the 6 people simultaneously waved their hands at Lin Hai and Li Yanhong and shouted in unison, "Bye Hai, bye sister-in-law." When the figures of the 6 people had completely disappeared from Lin Hai and Li Yanhong's field of vision, Li Yanhong asked with a heart full of curiosity, "Lin Hai, why do I feel that these friends of yours are sneaky? What are they going to do?" How can I explain this kind of thing to her? It seems this girlfriend of his is pretty damn simple. Huang Jianxin and a few of them had said that they had gone to a massage parlor, and she was still dumb enough not to know anything, but it was no wonder. After all, he was her first man, and Li Yanhong, just like the fledgling bird, do not know these complicated things also. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said, "Going to a massage parlor, that's natural. Come on, I'll take you shopping for new clothes and accompany you around the mall on the way." As soon as the words fell, Lin Hai moved forward and wrapped his arms around her slender little waist. Li Yanhong pouted her cherry mouth and ranted, "Humph, I'm not going to believe your nonsense. If you are really going for a massage, why are you being so secretive?" Lin Hai really couldn't do anything about her, so he just blurted it out. "Less childish. You'd better not pry." Li Yanhong whitened him fiercely and pouted, "Che, don't tell me even if you don't. I can guess even if you don't tell me. And also, who are you calling a lesser? I've already turned 18, okay? What's more, you've already done that to someone, and you still have the nerve to say something like that." Lin Hai helplessly let out a bitter smile, secretly thinking in his heart, "This girl is really difficult to deal with." He gently pinched her small pink face, full of favor. "Alright, don't be mad. If you really want to know, I'll tell you later in the evening." Li Yanhong still muttered her little mouth and said unforgivingly, "I'm not going clothes shopping if you don't tell me. Besides, I have enough clothes. You don't have to waste money buying me clothes." Lin Hai had no choice but to tell her honestly and said, "They were going inside to get a quickie with a girl. You are my girlfriend. I must dress you up as if you were a heavenly fairy. What's more, I've never bought you any presents. In the past it wasn't that I didn't have that intention, but I really didn't have that strength. Nowadays, since I can earn money, I have to buy you a gift." Hearing this, Li Yanhong that the face of the beautiful country is instantly like a ripe apple, red as if it can seep out blood. One cannot help but want to bite lightly. However, the latter sentence, "but she heard the heart," is very touched, enough to see that this man is still quite concerned about their own. Although she was not a materialistic girl, the fact that Lin Hai could have this kind of heart was already enough to make her happy for a long time. However, for Huang Jianxin, they went to the massage parlor to have fun. She is still a little difficult to get over it, her eyebrows slightly knit up. Worried, "Lin Hai, you mustn't go to that kind of place to have fun. I've heard people say that it's extremely easy to catch a disease." Lin Hai realized her care and concern and couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. He gave a firm assurance, "Relax, why would I go to a place like that? I'm an honorable gentleman." With that, he gave a mischievous wink in an attempt to lighten the mood. The two of them were laughing and talking, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the Baiyun shopping center. As soon as they stepped into the mall, they were greeted by clothing stores of all shapes and sizes. Almost the entire street of Baiyun shopping center is selling clothes, whether it is men's or women's clothing, or children's clothing. All of them are a wide range. Although the clothing here is not very expensive brand name, but also called a complete style, various styles and styles are available, enough to meet the needs of different people. Walking into a fashionable women's clothing store, Lin Hai enthusiastically selected clothes for Li Yanhong. He picked up a simple light blue dress and smiled as he compared it to her. "How about trying this one? It'll freshen you up." Li Yanhong took the dress and went into the fitting room to change. As she walked out of the fitting room, Lin Hai's eyes lit up. "It's beautiful," he exclaimed heartily. "This dress was practically designed for you." Li Yanhong turned around in front of the mirror with a satisfied smile on her face. Then, Lin Hai picked out a few different styles of clothes for her, including an elegant black evening dress, a cute pink skirt, and a casual white shirt. Each piece made Li Yanhong fall in love with it, and she looked at Lin Hai gratefully, happiness shining in her eyes. They talked to each other about the costumes and shared their preferences and ideas. This interaction brought them closer together and their hearts closer to each other. Chapter 89, You really don't know how to take care of your body. Bought so many new clothes, Li Yanhong's heart is like knocking over the honeypot. Sweet. But when she thought of spending almost $100, her heart ached again as if she had been stabbed by a needle. You know, that's 3 months of her salary. Even though the money was all from Lin Hai, she still felt as if she was cutting her flesh. After all, Li Yanhong comes from a rural family with a monthly salary of only 300 yuan, most of which she has to save like toothpaste to send back to her hometown. This left her with very little to live on each month. Therefore, this shopping is a luxury experience for her to burn money. As Lin Hai and her walked out of the mall, she couldn't help but complain like a child. "Lin Hai, this is too wasteful of you, spending so much money all at once. I'm panicked to this day as if I'm blocking a big stone in my heart. Just now, when she was buying clothes, she had been holding Lin Hai back from buying them with a deadly grip, but after all, she couldn't argue with Lin Hai, and didn't want Lin Hai to lose face in front of so many people, and in the end, she just obediently compromised like a meek little sheep. So now she felt regretful and her heart ached like a knife. Lin Hai's heart was equally nourished. Having found such a well-behaved and understanding girlfriend who was also very diligent and thrifty, how could he not be happy? Lin Hai said with a smile as he wrapped one arm around her small waist and carried a large bag with one hand. What a diligent and thrifty daughter-in-law. Why don't I just marry you into my family? But you can rest assured that today I am fully able to afford these expenses. You are already a sister-in-law. So naturally, you should dress up in a polished and decent manner. In this way, you have face, and I feel doubly honored. Most boys in their 20s were extremely good at saving face, and Lin Hai was naturally no exception. What's more, Lin Hai had never been a petty and stingy person, and had been extraordinarily kind to those around him. If it wasn't for this, Lu Erwa certainly wouldn't have obeyed him. There's no way he's going to fight to the death for Sister Hong either. Although Lin Hai is a little philandering, but in the heart of the heart to Li Yan Hong that really no words. It was also the first girl he had come into contact with so far, and those other women. To put it bluntly, he is picking up someone else's second-hand goods. A girl who looks beautiful and clean. That must be worthy of his care for her. Li Yan Hong pouted the cherry-like mouth and said, "Who said I want to marry you? All you do is talk about this all day long. You don't know how to be ashamed." Lin Hai joked with her. "If you really won't marry, then I'll marry someone else." Upon hearing this, Li Yan Hong immediately raised her willow eyebrows and ranted, "Don't you dare." The two flirted and laughed and wandered the streets for a few moments longer, and then a room at the nearby auspicious hotel. They walked into the room and Lin Hai gently closed the door. The room was heavy with wisps of fragrance, as if drifting from the fairyland, mesmerizing people, feeling immensely comfortable and relaxed. Li Yan Hong was like a beautiful butterfly, sitting lightly on the edge of the bed, the face that was so beautiful that it was just like a ripe apple at the moment, scarlet with a hint of shyness. Even though this was not the first time for the two of them, Li Yan Hong's heart was still like a deer in the headlights and she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Lin Hai, on the other hand, was like a nerd, staring straight at her, always with a satisfied smile on his face, as if he was admiring a stunning painting. Li Yan Hong was looked at by him as if she was on pins and needles, and finally couldn't help but pout. "Why do you keep looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face?" Lin Hai sniffed as if in a dream, reaching out to carefully hold her hand and said sincerely, "Because you're beautiful as hell. The most delicate flowers in this world would pale before you." Hearing Lin Hai's compliments, Li Yan Hong's heart was like ripples. A sweet feeling surged to her heart, and the blush on her face grew a few points thicker. She bowed her head shyly and murmured softly, "Just sweet talk." Seeing this, the corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose, revealing a doting smile as he reached out and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, saying softly, "I'm speaking from the heart. You're so beautiful." With that, he gently kissed her forehead as if he were caring for a precious treasure. Then, his kiss was as gentle as a feather, following her forehead, all the way down, and finally resting on her red lips that were as tantalizing as cherries. Li Yan Hong also gradually became intoxicated by his tenderness and began to respond passionately to his kisses. Lin Hai's big hands, too, began to roam around her body very dishonestly. Both of their heartbeats were slowly accelerating and their breathing was becoming more and more rapid. Everything that follows is, of course, watered down and natural. 2 hours later, Li Yan Hong collapsed onto the big bed with her whole body limp. Lin Hai, who was lying beside him, however, was smoking a cigarette, and between the smoke, his expression looked a bit grave. The movement just now was so intense that it actually pulled his wounds, and after the excitement, pain would inevitably come from his body, and he could only use nicotine to temporarily anesthetize himself. It was only after a while that Li Yan Hong was slightly reprieved, and it was only then that she was shocked to realize that Lin Hai's body was bruised and battered. The sheets were even stained with a trace of blood. Li Yan Hong was anxious and asked with concern, "Lin Hai, what's wrong with you?" The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly as he replied with forced composure, "There's no harm. It's just that I exerted myself too much just now and tugged at the wounds on my body." Li Yan Hong blanched at him piteously and ranted, "You really don't know how to take care of your body at all. Since you're already injured, why do you have to torture people?" Her tone was full of worry and concern, like gurgling water, refreshing her heart. Lin Hai gently embraced her into his arms and said in a warm voice, "Don't worry, it's just a few superficial wounds. Who made you so attractive to me that I can hardly hold myself?" A ray of deep love shone in his gaze, as if it were a bright star, glittering, and seemed to speak to her of her unrivaled charm. Li Yan Hong couldn't help but complain, "Don't do that next time. In any case, the body is the most important thing. Lin Hai nodded and smiled, responding, "Good. I will definitely take good care of myself in the future, and will never worry you again." Li Yanhong followed up with another question. "You have yet to tell me exactly how you got the injuries you have?" Lin Hai was also unwilling to hide the slightest bit from her, so he recounted the events of the past 2 days with her, picking out the important ones. Of course, he hadn't mentioned a word about the fact that he and Sister Hong's duo had been caught red-handed by Jiang Wenbin at Sister Hong's house. Chapter 90 is full of pricks. Lin Hai spoke in a cloudy manner, yet Li Yanhong listened as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering like chaff. To her, these things, not to mention experiencing them personally, even just listening to them now, were like shocking waves that made her scared and nervous. The only time Li Yanhong had ever witnessed all of this described by Lin Hai was when she watched the movie. After hearing this, she was filled with worry and said as if she were sobbing, "Lin Hai, why don't you stop traveling this road in the future? I'm really scared that something will happen to you, because I have fallen deeply in love with you and you are indispensable in my life going forward." Lin Hai lovingly rubbed her hair, then slowly shook his head and said hopelessly, "I'm sorry, Yanhong, since I stepped onto this path, it's like there's no turning back from the bow. Moreover, I'm really not willing to spend my whole life doing nothing like this. People like us who have neither education, nor resources, nor connections, if we rely only on part-time work, we can never hope to soar in this life." Li Yanhong said as she looked at Lin Hai with teary eyes. "Really? I'd rather you be a mediocre wage earner and we work together for the rest of our lives. Although life may be a little bitter, at least I can be grounded inside." Lin Hai gently gathered Li Yanhong into his arms and comforted her. "Of course I know you're not a materialistic girl. You wouldn't have chosen to be with me if that were true. When you're such a perfect girl, since you're with me, I'm sure I want you to live a happy life. Trust me, I'll get ahead and protect myself at the same time." Li Yanhong didn't say anything, just silently hugged Lin Hai tightly. She knew Lin Hai's determination and understood that a man would always have his own dreams, and as his woman, since he had firmly chosen this path, she could only support him unconditionally, even if they end up bruised and battered. At least they worked and fought together. She could only pray in her heart that Lin Hai would be safe. That's what young men and women of their age really do, to be completely reckless for the true love of their hearts. This night, Lin Hai and Li Yanhong talked a lot. Originally, before this, Lin Hai had actually had the idea of breaking up with Li Yanhong, because ever since he chose this path, he knew he might not fare well. He felt that he couldn't give Li Yanhong a future. But after just one night's interaction, he gave up on that idea. He was very clear about one thing: even if he made such a request, Li Yanhong would never agree. The next day, by noon, Lin Hai and Li Yanhong left the hotel together. After Lin Hai sent Li Yanhong back to the Camellia Hotel where he worked, he went to Manhwa Street himself. Today he must strike while the iron is hot to collect protection money again. Since he chose this path, he has to do better than others. His first goal, of course, was to receive protection money from all the massage parlors in the lower section of Manhwa Street. Since this is now your own territory, there is absolutely no way that exceptions exist. Anyone who runs a massage parlor in here has to pay him protection money. It's not a matter of more or less money, it's a matter of principle. He paged Fei and left a direct message for them to meet him on Manhwa Street. After an hour had passed, Lin Hai successfully met up with Huang Jianxin and 6 others at Manhwa Street. Huang Jianxin, Lu Erwa, as well as Xiao Fei, and the 4 of them were all in high spirits, as if they were the rising sun in the morning. Although last night, these 6 good men must have been extremely busy. However, at the thought of being about to go collect protection money, everyone was as excited as if they had been given a shot in the arm. This afternoon, they received protection money from a dozen houses smoothly, but again, there were several that shrugged it off with various excuses, and when they arrived at the Three Sisters massage parlor, the unexpected came again. After Lin Hai made his intentions known, the massage parlor owner dragged Lin Hai into a small room inside and said in an extremely unkind tone, "Brother Hai, I know that you guys have some skills, and I've heard about what happened during the day yesterday and the night before, but there's absolutely no way we can pay you protection money here, because the backer behind me is not someone you can afford to offend. Let me tell you this. This is the first time. If you dare to come back next time, I can guarantee you'll be put in detention." Hearing this, Lin Hai instantly gained insight into the deeper meaning of this woman's words, meaning that the backer behind them was most likely someone in the security bureau. Doing this business, inevitably have to deal with the security bureau, but the security bureau of those people also have their own principles and bottom line, can never act as your umbrella in a dignified manner. Since this boss can put out such harsh words, it shows that he has an extraordinary relationship with the people in the sheriff's department. And this afternoon, Lin Hai had already encountered 4 or 5 such situations. Are these 4 or 5 massage parlors really going to be mavericks and refuse to pay protection money to themselves? Lin Hai's heart was naturally a bit unwilling, but if he used violent means against them, it would certainly not be able to properly solve the problem either. Acting in this manner will only give that sheriff's department a stronger reason to arrest those of them. How could Lin Hai be bluffed by this woman's tripe, and only had to speak stiffly? I don't care what kind of backer you have behind you, as long as you open a massage parlor here on Manhwa Street. You have to pay me protection money, otherwise, you'll have to close down. That 30-something-year-old beautiful young woman boss lady, hearing this, said coldly, handsome, I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it, so don't blame me for turning the other cheek. With that, she pulled her cell phone from her person and dialed her backer in the sheriff's office. After the call was answered, this beautiful boss lady spoke in a cloudy manner. A couple of punks came into our store to collect protection money. He then hung up the phone and turned his head to Lin Hai. If you're sensible, hurry up and get lost at this moment, or you'll surely regret it too late. Lin Hai really wanted to give this woman a few big mouths. This was too arrogant and bossy, but at this moment he really can't make a move. If he does, when the security bureau comes, he definitely won't have a good ending. Moreover, if he hit this woman, the security bureau would not only be able to arrest him today, but even if he escaped today, they would be able to continue to arrest him in the future. In that case, how else could he gain a foothold in this Manhwa Street? Lin Hai pretended to be calm and said, don't scare people here. Who knows if you really called the security bureau or not? Besides, even if the security bureau comes, you must pay the protection fee that you should pay. Otherwise, aren't you messing up the rules? After saying that, Lin Hai walked from inside this hut to the lobby of the massage parlor and sat down on the sofa with a big strut. Chapter 91, It's Not Easy to Pretend. Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, as usual, sat on someone's sofa with a big grin and began to gulp down clouds as if the smoke was the source of their happiness. Of course, Lin Hai naturally wouldn't forget to take advantage of this good opportunity to have a pleasant chat with the flowery female technician in the other store. The graceful young lady boss lady did not show a displeased color, but instead warmly and enthusiastically made tea for them. The boss lady's calmness was like a calm lake, but Lin Hai's heart was like a rippling sea, straight up panicking. Maybe this boss's wife really did call the sheriff's department. However, even so there was no harm in it. After all, there was still Faye and the others out there on sentry duty. As soon as Faye and the others see a police car coming in the distance, they will definitely tip off Lin Hai at the first opportunity. Even if they were to run away, they must wait for Faye and the others to call before acting. Otherwise, it would be a bit faceless to just slip away in such a sorry state. Lin Hai let a hot beauty with a hot body sit down next to himself, reached out and gently lifted the person's delicate face, and asked with a smile on his face, Miss, with your moonlit appearance and shapely figure, you must earn a lot of money every month, right? This little girl, who was as mentally strong as steel, did not have the slightest bit of stage fright, and although she was a bit shy, she answered softly, it's just sloppy. You can't make big money, but you're not starving. Lin Hai said with slight disappointment. Ugh, what a shame. I thought you'd make a mountain of money every month and wanted you to hide me in a golden house. It looks like this beautiful dream is going to be shattered again. Because of this incident, I may not be able to think or sleep at night for the next few days. Put. Lin Hai's words were like a spring breeze, amusing the boss's wife inside the massage parlor as well as several employees, as well as Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. The beautiful woman whose chin he was lifting said after a few moments of laughter, Brother Hai, you're the big man of this street. Who doesn't know your name in this Manhwa Street? Don't make fun of me. I wouldn't mind being adopted by you if you really looked at me. This chick's got a good mind. She even dared to molest my brother. Lin Hai sighed in his heart, but said with his mouth, Missy, such a joke is not funny at all. With a face like Hai's, surely only you can adopt me. How can I adopt a woman? And if someone wants to adopt me, then I have to see what they look like. If it doesn't catch my eye, I definitely won't agree to it. Huang Jianxin cursed in his heart. My good big brother, we're here to collect protection money, not here to act like assholes. Why don't you ever forget to brag about your face? Lu Erwa said in his heart. It's still my brother Hai who's great and has beautiful women to talk to wherever he goes. After the beautiful boss lady heard his words, she laughed with a blossoming smile and joked with her mouth. Handsome guy, for the sake of you looking so handsome, I can adopt you. I wonder if you see me. This boss's wife seems to have forgotten all the unpleasantness from earlier. Surprisingly, he was joking with Lin Hai at this time. Lin Hai said with a heated smile, Pretty sister, before you bag me, it's better to pay the protection fee first. As long as you pay the protection money, I can think about it. After such a short exchange of words, that originally very depressing atmosphere instantly became much more active. Before the boss's wife could reply to Lin Hai's words, Lin Hai's Shaolin classmate suddenly thought. After Lin Hai picked up the phone, he heard Fei on the other end of the phone say very anxiously, "Hi, run, there are people from the security bureau coming." This really called the police. Lin Hai hung up the phone in a hurry, then said to Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, "Two brothers, let's go. See, these beautiful sisters are so cute. They don't want the protection fee for this store." After saying that, he kept giving the other two a wink, as if he was passing on some kind of signal. The two of them, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, were also quite resourceful and quickly comprehended his meaning, so the three left the massage parlor in a hurry. They walked quickly to the alley across the street, then suddenly spread their legs and ran wildly, at an astonishing speed. Look at their appearance at the moment. Simply hate to let their parents give them two legs again. At this moment, the boss's wife of the third sister massage parlor and several technicians almost simultaneously let out a contemptuous che. The voice seemed like a sharp sword, stabbing straight towards the backs of those three departing men. The boss's wife, on the other hand, had a smug smile on her face, one that looked like a blooming poisonous flower. Mockingly, "I thought you guys were so powerful, but you're also so afraid of the vigilante. Let's see if you brats will dare to come back to our store to collect protection money in the future." After about 5 minutes, a law enforcement vehicle of the security forces, like a majestic lion, slowly drove up to the door of Three Sisters massage parlor. 3 law enforcement officers descended from the car. The leader was a man of about 35 years of age, looking quite handsome, but if compared with Lin Hai, there is certainly a small gap. The man said to the boss's wife, "He Jiao, where are those boys who came to collect protection money just now?" Boss lady He Jiao pouted and pouted. "They must have someone on the lookout. That Hai of theirs, just now, turned around and ran away after answering a phone call, and now he's darting towards the inside of that alley." After she said that, she even stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed to the alley that Lin Hai and the others ran into. "This magistrate's name is Lu Chang, and he's He Jiao's husband. This kid's guts are as big as a leopard's. How dare he let his own wife open a massage parlor? And he even acted as an umbrella for her in a dignified manner. For one thing, even if they chased in at the moment, they might not be able to catch up with Lin Hai and the others, as if they were the wild horses that had gone off the rails and were difficult to control. Secondly, they don't have the guts. After all, in that deserted alley, they, the magistrates, have suffered a lot, like the lamb to be slaughtered. To be slaughtered. In the end, there was nothing to be done about it. As for Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, the three of them, they were running out of breath as if they were bellows. If you get caught in this kind of thing, you will be detained for a few days at most, though, but they don't want to go to that kind of dark and sunless life, and it's only just been 2 days of awesome. If they get caught in so soon, how humiliating it would be. What's more, if they were caught in, by the time they came out, the territory that had been hard to lay down might have been turtled up and flagged in. Wanting to rely on Fei and the few of them to hold the territory of Wenha Street was a fool's errand. It was impossible. Chapter 92 Lin Hai's Scheme. After Lin Hai and Lu Erwa and the three of them ran wildly like runaway wild horses for quite a while, Lin Hai said to Erwa while panting heavily like pulling a bellows, "Erwazi, look back and see if any of the sheriffs are catching up." Lu Erwa glanced back like a scout and didn't see anyone chasing after him before saying with a sense of relief, "Hi, it should be fine." The three of them found an open space and sat on their asses like deflated leather balls. Lin Hai couldn't help but complain, "I'll be damned. That really called the police. It's really the most poisonous thing in the world." Lu Erwa, however, said with a serious face, "Brother Hai, it doesn't seem like we can blame them. After all, we're collecting protection money from them, and it's only human nature to call the police if they're not willing to pay this money." Without saying a word, Lin Hai raised his hand and gave him a brain pop, cursing under his breath. "Why are you elbowing your way out? You kid? Do you have a crush on that pussy? If that's the case, then get your ass out there and pick her up and make her pay protection money. And by the way, give her a good thrashing for me. That is just bad." Huang Jianxin interjected coldly, "If you want to pick up that pussy, apart from you, Brother Hai, the few of us are afraid that we have no hope, so as I see it, this matter is still in your hands." "Hai," Lin Hai cursed without a trace of anger. "Cut the crap. Are you the big brother? Or am I the big brother?" Huang Jianxin and Lu Erwa replied almost in unison, "Of course you're the big brother." Only then did Lin Hai nod in satisfaction and said, "In that case, what do I say? I don't care what tactics you two use. You have to take that pussy down." Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin only felt that one head was too big. The two iron tower-like manly men scratched their heads in aggravation like frosty eggplants, and said, "Let's do our best." Looking at the two of them with that pitiful look, Lin Hai was again a little bit unable to bear it, and the corner of his mouth spread a smile and said, Well, just kidding. Hearing him say that, Lu Erwa said with a hefty smile. I knew that for something like this, Brother Hai would definitely come out personally. Where is the need for me to come out? Lin Hai said in a serious manner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do I look like the kind of guy who sells his sex? I have a bottom line. Okay? Lu Erwa replied honestly. You look like that to me. Hai. Huang Jianxin followed suit and chimed in. Looks very much like it to me, too. Lin Hai was speechless for a good while. It seemed like he really didn't have a good position in his mind. But who told him that he was usually always surrounded by beautiful women? No wonder they think of themselves that way. It's my fault. It's my fault I'm so good looking. This method, it wasn't that Lin Hai hadn't thought about it, but he always felt that if he really did it, it would still be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. What if you meet a massage parlor owner who is a man? That could be a real problem. And there's no guarantee that he'll take care of everything, even if he does it himself. After all, some women simply weren't interested in his type. After some deep thought, the corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Alright, brother has come up with a solution. Let's go and meet up with Faye and the others now. 3 days at the most, and I'll make sure they pay their protection money obediently, and it won't require my brother to sell his color. Lin Hai said confidently. Huang Jianxin curiously followed up. Brother Hai, what exactly is the solution? Come on, tell us. Lu Erwa also looked at Lin Hai with a face full of curiosity. Lin Hai, however, smiled mysteriously and sold the story. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. You will naturally know when the time comes. Half an hour later, Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin finally met up with Faye and the four of them, doing things impulsively all the time. As if the sky is Wang De, he is Wang Er's knife. As soon as he saw the three people, he couldn't wait to open his mouth to ask, Brother Hai, tell me quickly, which one of those assholes reported it to the police? I'll go over there and smash his store to pieces, and if he dares to utter a word of complaint, I'll make sure he goes to Hades. The little brother called Chen Yon was also busy following suit. Yes, his grandmother even dared to call the police, had to make him this massage parlor close down. If we don't show him some color, these people really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Lin Hai hurriedly waved his hand, signaling them to shut their mouths for now, and said with a serious face, the method you are talking about will never work. If we really smash the store, I can guarantee that those magistrates will be like a dog's skin, pestering us every day on Wanhe Street. By that time, we won't be able to make a living. What Lin Hai said is true. If you smashed an ordinary massage parlor, these magistrates, as long as they did not get caught at that time, most of them will choose to play deaf and dumb. But if you smash those massage parlors with backgrounds, then they will absolutely arrest you without mercy. As for those massage parlor owners who do not have particularly strong connections in the sheriff's department, even if you smash his store to pieces, many of them can only bury their heads in the sand like ostriches and swallow their anger. Because once the police are called, they themselves will be in trouble like a boat caught in a whirlpool. After all, the vast majority of the massage parlors they run are the kind of wolves in sheep's clothing, ostensibly offering regular massages but actually doing unspeakable deeds. After carefully pondering over it, the crowd also felt that what Lin Hai had said was extremely true. Dash asked anxiously, so what should we do now? Hai, we can't just leave it at that, can we? Lin Hai replied decisively. Of course we can't just leave it at that. Since this is our territory now, all massage parlors must immediately pay the protection fee. Otherwise how can we unify the management of this street in the future? Later, you go to the labor market, find 20 workers, bring them here, and I'll have a plan. When these words came out, whether it was Huang Jianxin, or Lu Erwa, or Fei and the four of them, all of them were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground, with disbelief written all over their faces. They really could not figure out why Lin Hai had asked Fei to find 20 workers. Dagger could no longer hold back his curiosity and couldn't wait to ask, Hai, even if we were to have a big fight with them, going to those workers would be futile. Those workers are too cowardly to fight. Instead of going to the workers, I'll go to the school and get some students. Don't look at those students' young age. Some of them are really tough in a fight, and they are never soft when they come down. And those students, for $10 each, 20 at the most, they came out willingly to fight with us. Chapter 93 Big Brother's Prestige. Lin Hai didn't have half a doubt about what Dagger said. If he really wanted to fight to the death with the other side, sometimes it must be more appropriate to look for these students in school than those who were doing labor. For who are youths of their age who are not full of zeal? And the vast majority of them are the kind of people who, for the sake of so-called righteousness, do things without any regard for the consequences. But the point is that the people he's looking for nowadays are not for them to come over and help with the fight, but for another purpose. Lin Hai patiently explained. Dagger, I am not asking them to come over and help with the fight. Rather, they have other important things for them to do. Besides, if they really had to do it, the people they found outside would definitely be no match for their own brothers. Those people are good at fighting downwind battles, but if we are ever at a disadvantage, they will surely abandon us. Lin Hai's words were like twilight drums and morning bells, sounding an alarm to the 6 brothers present. Let them know deep down that when it comes to really fighting for their lives, the only people they can rely on are their own brothers. A few people heard Lin Hai say this, so they stopped digging into the root of the matter. It was only because they had 100% trust in their Hai that this Hai was definitely wise and brave. Moreover, he was extremely righteous to his brothers, and they really couldn't find any reason to distrust him. In order to make sure that nothing goes wrong, Lin Hai asked Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, Xiao Fei and the 4 of them, to go out on an errand together. The task given to them was extraordinarily simple. They were told to go to the labor market and find 5 workers each. Look at the time. It is already more than 5 o'clock in the evening. This time to go over. Certainly cannot find workers. Then the only way to act would be early tomorrow morning. However, Lin Hai felt that there was no need to rush things. After explaining what these brothers were going to do tomorrow, it was natural that they had to take the brothers to enjoy a good meal to reward these brothers for their hard work. After all, he had collected several $1,000s in protection fees again today, and he wasn't too bad for that bite of food. Still, they had to rent a couple of houses before going to dinner, and having them stay at a hotel all the time was too expensive and not very safe. They had offended quite a few people in these few short days, and if those enemies found them when they were alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. After much deliberation, Lin Hai decided to go ahead and lease 4 rental properties. Knowing that the safety of his brothers was of paramount importance, he arranged for 2 men to share a room, and made a point of urging everyone to remain vigilant and avoid acting alone when out and about. Fortunately, there is a place called Saikatsuan in the vicinity of this article and street, where there are many houses available for rent. After spending just under an hour, they managed to rent a house to their satisfaction and quickly acquired some basic bedding. Eventually, 4 rooms were assigned. Lin Hai lived alone in one room. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin shared one room. Fei shared one room with Ma Hui, while Chen Yong and Xiao Dao lived in the other. This time Lin Hai threw a lot of money, a one-time payment of 3 months of rent. The reason for this is that the conditions of the rental housing here compared to the residents of the village under the river, it is simply a difference of clouds and mud. Each room is equipped with an independent bathroom. It was especially worth mentioning that the soundproofing here was exceptional, and it was undoubtedly like a tiger's wing for Lin Hai. Of course, the price has risen correspondingly, and one has to pay $600 a month for renting these 4 rooms. After each of them had packed up their rooms, the group sought out a restaurant in the neighborhood. After 2 days of careful recuperation, the injuries on Sister Hong's body were no longer a problem, so when Lin Hai called her to come over and enjoy dinner together, Sister Hong readily agreed. From the moment Sister Hong stepped into the restaurant, the intimate gestures between her and Lin Hai were like a magnet, attracting the attention of everyone. This intimate atmosphere was like a spring breeze that brushed across the hearts of Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin and Fei, causing their hearts to be filled with envy. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Hai is truly a role model for our generation. Whenever and wherever he is, he always attracts beautiful women to be with him like a star in the sky. Moreover, all these women are like heavenly fairies, each with their own style. Last night's Li Yanhong was refreshing, just like the girl next door. Innocent and lovely. Tonight's Sister Hong is like a peony in full bloom, exuding a mature and charming atmosphere, which makes people can't help but fall in love with her." Even though the bruises on Sister Hong's face had not yet completely dissipated, her beauty was as bright as the moon in the night sky, still shining brightly. Tonight Sister Hong was dressed in simple clothes, a pair of ordinary jeans with a clean white shirt, but like the brushstrokes of that skillful painter, her shapely figure was perfectly outlined, showing her charming charms. After the waiters served their orders, everyone ate and chatted, and of course, there was definitely a fine wine to accompany them. However, before drinking, Lin Hai instructed the crowd, "Brothers, it's fine to drink, but you mustn't drink too much. Now that we haven't gained a foothold here yet, we must always remain vigilant. Maybe, at some point the enemy will kill us. Everyone must stay at their strongest fighting strength." To his words, all the brothers present agreed, because their brother Hai could not only make them go out with great honor, but also take them to make money. As far as Fei and the 4 of them were concerned, before they were with Lin Hai, they might not have the opportunity to go down to the pavilion even once a month, and many times they slept at night to cope with it inside the video room. There are even times when you have no food, but now with Lin Hai, not only do you no longer have to live that kind of life with no fixed abode, but you also eat and drink spicy food every day. Therefore, Lin Hai's words were holy orders to them. As for Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, the two foodies, that was even more needless to say. Especially Lu Erwa. As long as he can remember, he has always looked up to Lin Hai, and he is Lin Hai's loyal servant and little brother. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Xiao Fei was the first to respond as if he was snatching an answer. Brother Hai, don't worry, we will definitely stop in moderation. After he said that, he even patted his chest, the look as if he was assuring Lin Hai. At this time, Lu Erwa hemmed and hawed, revealing two large white incisors, the confident look, as if he could swallow the whole world. He swore, Brother Hai, as far as my drinking capacity is concerned, you can put your heart in your stomach and you won't get drunk no matter how much you drink. However, Lin Hai didn't have the heart to scold. Half a bottle of white wine at the most, and 2 beers, and if you take more than 1 sip, I'll see if I don't whip you. Hearing this, Lu Erwa instantly became like a frosted eggplant and said in a resigned manner, Hai, see if you can multiply it by 1 on top of this. Chapter 94. Sister Hong is also shy. Lin Hai glared fiercely at Lu Erwa, his tone so serious that it seemed as if he could freeze to death, and said, asterisk 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 off, and if you dare to bull asterisk 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 me again, I won't let you have a sip. Being scared by Lin Hai, Lu Erwa immediately obediently closed his mouth like a quail, not daring to say another word. Then, Lin Hai added, now that I have over $10,000 in my hand, I've decided to buy each of you a little voice tomorrow. These words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of Lin Hai's 6 brothers. Their eyes instantly lit up like bright stars in the night sky, and the joy on their faces seemed like it could melt the entire world as they expressed their gratitude to Lin Hai. This kind of thing, in the old days, they wouldn't even dare to think about, because in this day and age, owning a smartphone is a luxury, and for most people it's an unattainable dream. However, this moment is now able to be truly realized. In this day and age, a smartphone costs at least $600 or $700, which is 2 months' salary for most office workers. And, if you do earn money by working, you'll have to work at least 3 or 4 months before you can save that much. After all, there are all kinds of expenses in life that are unavoidable. Now, it had only been 3 short days, and Lin Hai had not only given them $500 each, but had also promised to buy them little smartphones. This is like pie in the sky for them. How can they not be excited? As far as Fei knew, even if there were 100 punks in the group of punks in this Guanchang, not even one of them might be able to have a small smartphone. This means that they are about to become 1 in 100 punks, and owning an SCT will become a symbol of their identity and status. With an extra SCT on his body, he will definitely feel doubly proud and dignified when he meets those other punks in the future. The crowd said in a chorus of voices. Thanks Hai. Lin Hai responded in a cloudy manner. We're all brothers, why say thank you? Remember, as long as I, Lin Hai, have a bite of good food, I will never let you go hungry. Dagger said, raising his glass high. Come on, Brother Hai, this cup of wine is for my little brother to toast you. Everything is as it should be. You are my beloved big brother in this life. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to step over my cold corpse first. From now on, if anyone dares to disobey you, I'll be the first to send him to ing heaven. After saying that, Dagger tilted his head and drank the white wine in his glass. These next few brothers all toasted Lin Hai in turn. The words that came out of his mouth were almost as good. Sister Hong, who was sitting on the side, recalled what Lin Hai and the others had done in the past 2 or 3 days, and looked at the way these brothers looked at the moment. The feelings deep inside her heart were like a tidal wave. She could clearly see that the bond between Lin Hai and these brothers was genuine and deep. Lin Hai regarded them as brothers and sisters, and these brothers of his also regarded Lin Hai as dependent. She compared Lin Hai and Jiang Wenbin in her mind, and both of them resolutely chose the same path, and all of them were very close to her, and all of them had numerous followers under them. Lin Hai willingly shares all the money he earns with these brothers and is willing to go through fire and water for them. When it comes to anything, he's always first in line. And Jiang Wenbin? As soon as they meet a master who is tougher than they are, the vast majority of them will choose to look to the wind and run away. And the money that he made, he basically enriched himself and basically took it and spent it. As for those brothers under his command, the only benefit of following Jiang Wenbin is to mix and match. Jiang Wenbin's 20 or so juniors. In addition to himself, there is not a brother with a cell phone. Over time, although these brothers were respectful to Jiang Wenbin on the surface, not many of them were really willing to stick their necks out for him. If Jiang Wenbin's brothers were as ready to die as Lin Hai and his men, then how could Lin Hai and his 7 men defeat Jiang Wenbin and his 20-odd men? Sister Hong even felt at this moment that perhaps Lin Hai taking this path was really still a far-sighted choice. She was convinced that this man, before long, would surely rise to prominence in Guanchang. When she took a second look at Lin Hai, her eyes were filled with adoration and love. and they were so gentle that it seemed as if water could drip out of them. All she wanted was to be by this man's side forever, even as a nameless, faceless shadow, for the rest of her life. Even if the man was surrounded by beautiful women, there was sure to be a place for her somewhere inside him. This man would definitely stand up for her whenever she needed protection. In the next session, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, as well as Xiao Fei and the four of them, again toasted Sister Hong one by one. Originally, Sister Hong's body had not yet fully recovered, and at the beginning, she was drinking tea instead of wine, accompanying her brothers. But now, surprisingly, she poured herself a beer and said with a big smile on her face, "All the brothers are so enthusiastic. Sister Hong must have a drink with you too." Lin Hai's brows knitted slightly as he said softly, "Sister Hong, it would be better for you to sip the tea. In case there are any scars left on your body, it would be like a beautiful jade with a flaw." Sister Hong's face was like a spring flower in bloom as she revealed a bright smile and laughed softly. "What? Is it possible that if I have scars on my body, you will dislike me in the future?" There was a hint of playfulness in her tone, like a spirited bird singing joyfully on a branch. Lin Hai hurriedly shook his head and denied it. "Of course not. Even if your face is damaged, I would never half resent it. After all, your figure is just like that burning fire, irresistible." There was an ambiguity that permeated his words, like a wisp of light smoke, that made people not help but be mesmerized. Hearing these words, even Sister Hong couldn't help but show her shyness. Her face as slightly red as the evening sunlight, and she complained piteously, "It's so annoying, there are so many other brothers here." Her gaze swept over the people around her like autumn water, revealing a shy look. Huang Jianxin hemmed and hawed, echoing Lin Hai's words. "Sister Hong, what my brother Hai said is very true. A stunning woman like you is always graceful no matter what." His eyes glittered with admiration, like stars shining brightly. Seeing this, several other brothers also joined in praising Sister Hong like a river of carp. For a while, various words of praise surged like a tidal wave, one after another, making Sister Hong feel like a spring breeze, used to the extreme, but also a little red in the face. Embarrassed, however, Sister Hong suddenly raised her willow eyebrows and opened her almond eyes, pretending to be angry as she pointed at them and snapped, "You few brats who don't know the heights of heaven, how dare you make fun of Sister Hong? Are you itching for a beating?" Although her expression looked serious, a trace of undetectable laughter clearly flashed in her eyes. Chapter 95, One Machine for Each Brother. Seeing this, Lin Hai hurriedly agreed. "That's right, you little brats. Sister Hong is the apple of my eye. Brother Hai, whoever dares to think ill of her, let's see if I don't beat the hell out of him." Fei also hurriedly picked up the conversation. "Brother Hai, just put your heart in your stomach. Sister Hong is a fairy, a woman of great beauty. We don't have the guts even if we have the heart to be thieves. Only a great hero as wise and powerful as you, Brother Hai, is worthy of a stunning woman like Sister Hong." The crowd was laughing and happy, and the atmosphere was simply more lively than New Year's Eve. More than 2 hours had passed since we had eaten and drunk, and before we knew it, the night was falling and it was just after 9 p.m. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, their group of people, all played in the dark last night, so this evening, one by one, like a frosted eggplant, obediently returned to the rental house. Sister Hong didn't want the female employees in her store to see her in a sorry state, so she didn't set foot in the store for the past 2 days, and instead let Shelley collect the money on her behalf. Lin Hai lightly wrapped his arm around Sister Hong's slender waist, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said, "We just found a new nest today, so I'll take you to my place to get acquainted. By the way, I'll get you a key and you're welcome to come and chat with me anytime." Sister Hong glared at him angrily and said, "You're a boy with a mind of your own, but I, Sister Hong, am quite happy to do so. It just so happens that I don't have a place to stay for the next 2 days, so I can save on rent by going to your place." Before not yet divorced from Jiang Wenbin, Sister Hong was reluctant to return to that former neighborhood house. If she returned alone, she would inevitably have some trepidation in her heart, and if she allowed Lin Hai to accompany her, she would inevitably attract criticism. Jiang Wenbin said that Knight promised her a divorce, but that guy has been lying in the hospital recently, at least 1 or 2 months to walk on the ground. Therefore, it is not possible to go to the Civil Service Bureau to apply for a divorce at all. Lin Hai's room was still adjacent to Lu Erwa's and theirs. As the two passed by the entrance to Lu Erwa's and their room, Huang Jianxin joked, "Brother Hai, Sister Hong, you two move a little less tonight. Don't keep us up like last time." Hearing this, Sister Hong's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. "The last time I was in Shimawa village, I hadn't heard much complaining from these two boys, and the sound was like a mosquito fly buzzing in my ears." She wanted to keep her voice down too, but she couldn't really help herself either. Lin Hai laughed and cursed, "Stay wherever you like. Don't worry, The soundproofing in here is like a brick wall. You won't be able to make any noise. If you guys are really uneasy, then hurry outside and buy a towel for Sister Hong while it's still early. Huang Jianxin grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, and said, that would make it hard for Sister Hong to hold it in. It's really not possible. Later on, Erwa and I will both find some cotton to stuff our ears with. Lin Hai kicked hard towards his ass and cursed, get the hell out of here. At this time, Sister Hong was already so ashamed that her face was red, as if it was going to drip blood, and she lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to look at Lin Hai. Lin Hai gently took Sister Hong's hand, which was as soft as bone, and he said tenderly, come on, let's go to our room. After saying that, the two of them walked into the room like a pair of intimate lovebirds. After closing the door to the room, Lin Hai gently embraced Sister Hong into his arms, which were warm and solid. He said softly, Sister Hong, why are you still shy here? Sister Hong grunted piteously and snapped, Humph, it's your fault, and you have the nerve to say it. At this moment, Lin Hai's wide palm had already placed itself on Sister Hong's body and said with a bad smile, how can I be blamed for this? But so what if I let them hear it? Let these brats envy it. Later, you just let your voice out, but don't suffocate yourself. Sister Hong said softly like a delicate flower. Why don't we just forget about it tonight? You're not healed yet, and the same goes for me. Lin Hai said unforgivingly, how can this be feasible? If you suffocate my body, you'll be waiting to wash your face in tears. Sister Red said softly, what a bad guy. The big deal is that people are just a little bit aggravated. This made for a very quiet night. When the next morning came, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin didn't have any complaints. Maybe it's because the soundproofing here is very good indeed. Or something. After Lin Hai got up from the bed in a flash, he roused Lu Erwa and the six of them who were as smart as monkeys as much as they could. One of the first things to do was to lead these 6 living treasures to purchase 7 small and exquisite little smarties. As for the extra one, it was undoubtedly for Li Yanhong. For his proper girlfriend, Li Yanhong, Lin Hai would not treat her half-heartedly. However, just as Lin Hai finished paying the money and wanted to turn around and leave, the 6 brothers behind him pulled him tightly like an iron clamp. Dash was the first to offer. Brother Hai, you are now a big brother. No matter how you have to change a cell phone, so out. Not only you have the face, we do brother's face also have light Yes, Brother Hai, you're a big brother now, so you have to have a big brother's style. You have to get a cell phone anyways. The others also chimed in like echoing insects. In the end, Lin Hai is really excused, only to bear the pain of spending 1,500 yuan. The purchase of a treasure like a Motorola 998 cell phone. This phone was the top of the high end at the time. Originally, the owner of the cell phone store also presumed to recover Lin Hai's little smartphone, but Lin Hai unceremoniously and categorically rejected it. After all, it was a gift given to him by Sister Hong, so how could he easily sell it? With this in mind, Lin Hai dragged a few of his brothers along with him to shop for 2 sets of beautiful clothes for Sister Hong. Lin Hai, who had known Sister Hong for a long time, naturally knew her size and appropriate style of dress like the back of his hand. Although it only cost 800 yuan, which is just a drop in the bucket for the wealthy Hong sister, it is full of Lin Hai's deep love and affection. After completing these things, the moody crowd casually found a snack bar and winded up eating something. Then Lu Erwa and the others honored Lin Hai's instructions and headed to the labor market in search of workers. Chapter 96, Lin Hai begins to take action. Lin Hai returned to the rental house alone. On the way home, he remembered Sister Hong's love for dumplings and purchased a special order to bring to her. In addition, he stopped by to pick out some fresh fruit. When he arrived at the rental house, Red happened to have just woken up and finished washing up, and was meticulously applying her makeup. She was surprised to find that Lin Hai had not only brought fruits and dumplings, but had even purchased new clothes for her. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and even though it seemed like a trivial matter, it was enough to prove that this man had her in his heart and cared for her very much. Thinking back to the 4 years she had spent with Jiang Wenbin, he had never taken the initiative to buy clothes for her, nor had he ever brought her breakfast when she woke up early in the morning. And now, not only had Lin Hai shopped for 2 sets of clothes for her, in just the right sizes and in the styles she desired, she was so moved that she was almost in tears. You can see the man's heart in such a small thing. It really does fulfill the saying, no comparison, no harm. Sister Hong hugged Lin Hai tightly and choked. Why are you being so nice to me? I feel like I'm dying of happiness. Lin Hai also backhanded her and hugged her tightly, reaching out to stroke her hair and said tenderly, because you are my woman. If I don't treat you well, who will? Sister Hong's tears eventually fell indisputably, and she muttered under her breath, I'm really scared of losing you. Promise me you'll never leave me alone, okay? I don't need a name, and I don't mind if you have other women, but please don't ever let me leave you. If Sister Hong needed any sort of name, then Lin Hai might really not be able to oblige her. But for just this small request, Lin Hai naturally wouldn't have any hesitation. It's just that I'm afraid that would aggravate you. Otherwise, how could I not want you? Sister Hong gently shook her head and said softly, it's not aggravating. Not in the slightest. How could I feel aggravated when I'm ecstatic just to be by your side? Lin Hai reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tear tracks on her face before saying gently, no crying. If you cry again you'll turn into a kitten, and that won't be pretty. As the words fell, he lifted Sister Hong's chin as if he was holding a rare treasure, and then kissed her deeply and passionately against her small mouth that was as delicate as a cherry. He pried open Sister Hong's white snow teeth with lightning speed, and those big hands, as if they had their own navigation, were placed exactly where they should be. An hour later, Sister Hong pouted, oops, it's all your fault. Look at my dumplings getting cold, and all the elaborate makeup I just put on is for nothing. Lin Hai said with a smile as he straightened his clothes. I definitely don't know how to put on makeup, so I'll just have to work Sister Hong herself to put in some more effort. I'll go out now and get you another order of dumplings, and I'll be sure to present you with a steaming hot one when you're done with your makeup. After the words fell, without waiting for Sister Hong to respond, Lin Hai left this rental house like a gust of wind. This man is still so bold and sharp, no matter what, never just in words, but with practical action to prove. At this moment, Sister Hong felt as if she was the happiest woman in the world. After Lin Hai sent the dumplings back to Sister Hong, coincidentally at that moment, Huang Jianxin's phone call came in like an urging charm. Hey, fatty, is it done? Huang Jianxin replied with a smile. That's a must. Right now we're waiting for you at the entrance of the village, waiting for you to come over and give them their assignments. Lin Hai nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, I'll be right over. After saying that, he hung up the phone of his own accord and said to Sister Hong, now I'm going out to do something, so why don't you stay out of the store for the next 2 days until your body has fully recovered? If you're bored, you can sit in a nearby internet cafe. Sister Hong nodded her head obediently and said, aha, got it. Be careful when you go out and do your work. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai arrived at the entrance of Shijia village. By this time, 20 to 30 workers had been recruited here. The age range of these people is quite wide, from the early 20s to the 50s, and they are dressed in all kinds of clothes, some in plain work clothes, others in shabby civilian clothes. Lin Hai snapped towards one of the men in his 30s with a burly figure. How much do you guys make a day working outside? The man scratched his head and replied, $15. Lin Hai continued, then I will now give you each $20 a day, and you will not be required to do labor. The crowd let out a gasp of surprise when they heard it. These 20 or so workers all stared at Lin Hai with wide eyes in disbelief. They never imagined that they would be treated so favorably, not only with higher wages than usual, but also without labor. The middle-aged man who had just replied back grinned and asked with a few skeptical tones, boss, you're not kidding us, are you? Another big brother in his 40s chimed in. Yeah, boss, where in heaven's name is such a beautiful thing? It was obvious that these workers were half convinced by his statement. Lin Hai smiled in a cloudy manner and asked softly, have you guys ever patronized a massage parlor before? The man in his 30s who had spoken first, a self-satisfied smile spread across his face as he said in a loud voice, naturally, I've been there, and the girls in there are really hot, but the ing cost is too high, and I really can't afford to give up my money. Others asked curiously, boss, I've never been there before. What exactly does it do in there? Lin Hai didn't rush to answer, but let them, the laborers, talk to each other. After discussing for a long time, these workers finally figured out what was going on. It was the man in his 30s who took the lead. No way. Boss, what does the massage parlor you're talking about have to do with you getting us here? You don't think you want us to go inside and spend money, do you? We don't have that kind of money. The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile as he responded in a relaxed tone. Actually, it couldn't be simpler. I just want you to step into one of these massage parlors and just do what I say. When you go in, you can haggle with the owner's wife or pick and choose, but the top priority is to never receive a massage. Of course, you must travel to those massage parlors I have designated, and preferably in groups of 3 or 5. You can rack your brains for excuses to stay in the store as long as possible. In addition, there is a crucial detail to keep in mind. You should never stay in the same massage parlor for more than an hour per group of 5. When one group leaves, another group is to enter immediately afterward, and so on until the dead of night and the early hours of the morning. As long as you follow my instructions to the letter, not only will you be paid $20 each, but I will also take care of buying dinner. Chapter 97, A Little Accident. And look at the stout man, about 30 years of age, who opened his mouth with a voice like a bell and asked, it's that simple? Lin Hai didn't hesitate and answered decisively. It's that simple. These workers were naturally full of joy and took a stand. No problem. We'll do whatever the boss tells us to do. And we'll definitely be able to complete the mission. This is just like pie in the sky. Not only do you get paid for your work, but you can also flirt with a girl on the way. Why not? Lin Hai once again explained some details to the crowd, and then took out a pen and paper from his body, listing out the list of those stores that were unwilling to pay the protection fee one by one, so as to avoid any misunderstandings at that time. These workers gleefully acted according to Lin Hai's instructions. Lin Hai and his 6 brothers, on the other hand, sat firmly on the sidelines, waiting for the results. After the workers started moving, Fei couldn't help but give Lin Hai a thumbs up and praise. Brother Hai, this is a brilliant move on your part. Lu Erwa scratched his head, puzzled. Hai, why can't I see the point of doing this? The other few brothers, too, looked at Lin Hai with suspicion. Lin Hai skimmed his lips and said to Fei, Fei, explain to the brothers. I have to say, Fei, this kid, his mind is really exceptionally flexible. It was actually possible to gain insight into Lin Hai's intentions in such a short period of time. Fei smiled slightly and said, you guys, that's silly. Being tossed back and forth in the massage parlor by these workers so, and all 5 of them once inside. Seeing as there were so many men in there, how would those who originally wanted to go in for a massage be willing to go through the hustle and bustle? Moreover, there are a total of 30 workers, divided into 6 groups, each of which is delayed inside for 1 hour, which means that basically, inside this massage parlor, there are 5 people inside at all times. In that case, how can this massage parlor still do business? Huang Jianxin asked. Then what if the other massage parlor calls the police? Won't these workers have to be arrested? It's even possible that they'll still sell us out. So wouldn't we be in danger? Dash continued. The security forces can't control it. Who says you have to get a massage when you go to a massage parlor? Isn't it normal to bargain? It's like when you go to a clothing store to buy clothes. Even if you try them on and don't buy them, they can't do anything about it, can they? As for trying to find our heads, that's even more impossible. Just now Brother Hai has already explained to them that they mustn't let their mouths slip, or else they won't be given a single cent of pay. Lu Erwa scratched his head with a bewildered expression, his eyes full of doubts as he opened his mouth to ask again. And what good does that do us? Lin Hai nonchalantly raised his hand to give him a brain crash and scolded him with a laugh. You've got a brain full of water, don't you? What an elm. Never mind. You'll understand naturally later. Huang Jianxin on the side couldn't help but ask. Hi, so what should we do now? The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he replied. Of course I'm going home to sleep, get some rest, and get refreshed so I have the energy to come out and do my job at night. Indeed, Lin Hai and his brothers now have nothing to do even if they head to a massage street. According to Lin Hai's plan, the original intention was to let those workers make some noise first and wait until the night before they would step in. If all went well, by the end of the night, someone would surely come forward to pay them protection money. A line of 7 people back to the rental house, but a few guys cannot sleep. And finally Xiaofei proposed to buy poker back to Fry Gold. Sister Hong, who was still at home at the moment, also immediately became interested when she heard about the fried gold flowers. With that, the crowd brought a table from the house, sat down in the dam, and began the game of goldfish. However, Huang Jianxin and Lu Erwa had no interest in this card game, and they chose to go back to their room and fall asleep. Lin Hai originally wasn't too interested in fried gold flowers either. But he didn't want to spoil the crowd's fun, so he decided to play along. At first, only 6 of them were involved in the game, and purely for entertainment. They played with a $1 bottom and a maximum bet of $10. But as time went on, more and more people joined the poker game. These newcomers were tenants of the house, both men and women. The male tenants among them had hair of different colors and did not appear to be benign, most likely some punks. The female tenants, on the other hand, were dressed in sexy and alluring attire, and with cigarettes in their mouths. They didn't look like serious people at first glance. Nonetheless, Lin Hai and the others considered it just a recreational activity, and since they lived in the same building, they naturally wouldn't refuse others to join them. By the end of the day, the card table was filled with more than a dozen people, and the atmosphere became incredibly heated. Before these people did not get involved, Lin Hai, a few of them win the game. Win or lose but a few dozen dollars. Like the ripples of the lake, everyone has lost or won. However, after the group joined, 2 of the boys with dyed yellow hair were as if they were always winning. Basically, when they play 10 hands of cards, they have to win 5 to 6, as if they are the favorites favored by Goddess of Luck. Upon seeing the money they held in their hands, it was feared that they had more than $200 in each hand, as if they were heavy with gold. Without a moment's effort, Sister Hong unexpectedly lost more than $100. Lin Hai also lost a few dozen dollars. Xiao Fei and a few of them were losing as well. The money on the card table quickly flowed into the pockets of Yellow Hair and his companions like running water, and each of the other three girls lost at least a few tens of dollars as well. Sister Hong looked at her poor hand and gradually lost interest like a deflated ball. She was meant to be a diversion, and $100 or so was but a drop in the bucket to her. So she got up from her seat and said, "Too much luck today. I don't want to play. You guys go on." Lin Hai had also lacked interest in fried gold flowers, and when he saw Sister Hong get up, he also stood up like a shadow. However, one of the yellow hairs opened his mouth to taunt. "You've only lost this much money and you're not going to play anymore? It's too boring." After he finished speaking, he even glanced disdainfully at Sister Hong and Lin Hai, with a look that seemed to say, "You guys can't afford to lose." The other yellow hair said more indulgently, "Is there no money left? I see this pretty girl is so pretty. Just go out at night and spread your legs. Won't the money keep coming?" After saying that, an extremely lewd smile even appeared on his face. Regarding what that yellow hair in front said, although Lin Hai was a bit unhappy in his heart, he wasn't so bad as to lose his temper over such a small thing. Chapter 98, Sister Hong's Art of Speaking. However, the words of this taller yellow hair at the back were like a fire that managed to ignite the anger in Lin Hai's heart. In an instant, Dagger, who was sitting beside yellow hair, was like an enraged lion, fiercely leaping up from his seat, with flames of anger burning in his eyes. He grabbed the wooden stool under his buttocks and without hesitation smashed it down hard towards the arrogant and domineering yellow hair's head. At the same time, he cursed angrily from his mouth. Asterisk 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 you. How do you talk to our brother Hai and Sister Hong? This sudden turn of events was like a heavy bomb, leaving everyone stunned. However, something more unexpected ensues, only to see Xiao Fei, Chen Yong, Manhwa. Three people also like a string of arrows quickly stood up. Each copied the stool mercilessly towards the two yellow hairs slammed over. For a time, the entire scene was like a pot of boiling porridge, chaotic. The taller yellow hair instantly fell to the ground like a felled tree under the knife's stormy and violent attack. Even so, the knife still does not seem to be relieved. He continued to wave his hand stool, such as rain to the other side of the body constantly smashed, as if to the heart of the pent-up anger for a long time a brain to vent out. As for the other yellow hair, by the time he realized, as if in a dream, what had happened, it was too late to do anything about it. At this time, Fei and the others had already rushed up as ferociously as a hungry tiger pouncing on him, and in just a few strikes, they had beaten him to the ground in a state of disarray without the ability to fight back. In no time at all, the two yellow hairs both wilted like frosted eggplants and fell to the ground, and they were dripping with blood. Miserable. Lin Hai drank down Xiao Fei and the four of them, then walked over to the two yellow hairs, his eyes as cold as frost, and said coldly, "What did you guys say just now? I don't think I heard you clearly. If you have the guts to repeat it again now." It was also at this moment that Lin Hai unexpectedly found a few playing cards fluttering out from their bodies like butterflies. Lin Hai, who was overly intelligent, instantly gained insight into the mystery. No wonder these two dogs kept winning just now. So they were secretly switching cards. For S sake, how dare you win money from yourself and Sister Hong and a few of your brothers in such a way? Looks like these two dogs, they really deserve a beating. Lin Hai, like a raging lion, stomped his foot hard on the taller yellow hair's face, his hair bursting with anger and cursing. "Bastard! Playing fried gold flower with us, you guys dare to steal cards and change cards. It seems that today, I have to waste your dirty paws." With those words, he directly drew the kitchen knife that was flashing with a cold light from his body. The two yellow hairs were instantly scared like sieve chaff shivering. At this moment where they still care about the pain on the body, not to mention the face of the face, like two lost dogs, hurriedly kneeling on the ground bitterly begging for forgiveness. "Big brother, we know we're wrong. We'll return all the money to you. Please be generous and spare us this time. We promise we won't dare to do it again." Lin Hai naturally wouldn't really waste their hands in broad daylight in front of so many people. Besides, it's just a small, insignificant thing, no need to take things too far. After all, we have to forgive people and forgive people, do things to leave a line. The future is good to see each other. Seeing that people have already begged for forgiveness on their knees and promised to pay back the money, there is naturally no need to be overly concerned. However, these two ungrateful things had just spoken out of turn to Sister Hong, so they must be made to apologize to Sister Hong. Thus, Lin Hai spoke in a stern voice, "Why don't you hurry over and apologize to my woman? As long as she is willing to forgive you, then I will let you live." The two yellow hairs, after hearing this, were like amnesty, and hurriedly rolled and crawled to Sister Hong's side, and like two pugs, they kept pleasing Sister Hong. "Sister-in-law, we're wrong, just now it was my mouth that was cheap. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn to you. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare me this time. After saying that, kneeling on the ground Thud non-stop kowtow to Sister Hong, and also slapped his own mouth. That appearance to be more woeful and more woeful. To tell you the truth, at this moment the Red Sister, the heart is like a magnificent sea, touched by the feelings of the surging waves like surging. With this man, it was as if she had found a solid harbor, and security surrounded her like warm sunshine. Even the three girls who had just been playing cards with them had cast envious gazes at Sister Hong as if they were meteors crossing the night sky. What woman doesn't want to be pampered by a man like a delicate flower? However, of all the people present, no one had any pity for those two yellow hairs at all. Not only are they full of obscenities and as disgusting as a feces spewing machine, but they also win their money by the despicable means of cheating. For such people, they do not deserve the slightest sympathy at all. Sister Hong waited for them to kowtow a few times before she spoke slowly and methodically. This time my man is magnanimous and isn't going to bother with you guys. But if there's a next time, he's definitely not going to let you off the hook easily. Remember, my man is Lin Hai, the leader of Manhwa Street, not something that can be easily messed with by any cat or dog. Sister Hong's words were like a sharp sword, displaying an extremely high level of linguistic art, causing Faye and the four of them, as well as the three girls around them, to coincidentally give her a thumbs up in their hearts. Such words both made herself as a bright pearl, shining brightly, and made Lin Hai as a majestic lion, doubly dignified. When those two yellow hairs and the other three girls learned that the handsome-looking man in front of them was actually Lin Hai, who had recently risen to fame on Manhwa Street, the eyes they looked at Lin Hai with became extremely complicated, as if they were colorful rainbows, filled with admiration, shock, awe, and even some disbelief. They really didn't expect that the courageous and resourceful Manhwa Street big brother would be such a young and handsome man. The three beauties, all of them began to be a bit blissful. If it wasn't for the fact that they had Sister Hong by their side, they would definitely be like bees seeing flowers at this time, taking the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation with Lin Hai. As for the two yellow hairs, they were both scared and regretful in their hearts. If they had known that this man was Lin Hai, then even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't have dared to cheat, much less speak out to provoke Sister Hong. The two men hurriedly and obediently took out all the money they had on them, not only what they had just won, but even their own capital, all of which was like running water, and gave it to Lin Hai. Chapter 99, finally. Someone can't take it. How could Lin Hai talk politely with the yellow hair duo? After returning to the three girls every penny of the money that Faye and the others had lost, he gave the rest of the money to Sister Hong as much as he could. Those three girls, their gratitude to Lin Hai was like a torrent of continuous water. Sister Hong didn't see eye to eye with him either. After all, now that the relationship between the two of them was already so close, there was really no need to separate them so clearly. Besides, it's just a little money. The most miserable ones were the two yellow hairs, which were simply losing their lives. However, they are to blame for this and no one else. This trivial matter is just a drop in the ocean for Lin Hai and the others. Jumping clowns like yellow hair and the others. Lin Hai didn't give a damn. Even if he gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with himself. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Hai handed Xiao Fei $200 and asked him to treat the workers to a meal and buy each of them a pack of cigarettes. Though it was just a simple fast food box lunch and cigarettes were just $5 a pack of red plums, but these workers were moved to tears. After all, they usually smoke $2 a pack of chunchang, especially in terms of living, sometimes working odd jobs on the construction site, eating potatoes and cabbage. Even compared to this boxed lunch, after these workers have had their meal, and after a long day of hammering, they are walking around the massage parlor with increasing ease. Those who didn't know about it really thought they were going inside to indulge and enjoy themselves. However, so much so that several massage parlors have called it a day. It's been a whole afternoon and they haven't even opened yet. Whether it was the owner or the technicians inside, they were holding a lot of anger in their hearts and all of them were complaining. But on the contrary, there was nothing they could do but stare there. At 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, when massage parlors are doing the most business, Lin Hai and his group of 7 people also began to move. Lin Hai's first destination was still the same Three Sisters massage parlor. Lin Hai took Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin and swaggered in. Seeing the boss's wife He Jiao who was currently crying, Lin Hai smiled and said, "Boss lady, why are you pulling a face? Originally a delicate beauty. This pulls a face. It's unseemly." This massage parlor was not very spacious, and at the moment, not only were there 5 or 6 technicians inside, but there were also 5 workers that Lin Hai had found inside, plus Lin Hai's 3 people, which surprisingly appeared to be slightly crowded. Of course He Jiao wouldn't give Lin Hai any good looks, pointing at the 5 workers without any good humor. "Lin Hai, you arranged for these people to come here, right? I can't imagine that you could use such underhanded tactics, but I just never have any business, and I definitely won't pay you a single penny for protection. Lin Hai pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Boss lady, you can't wrong a good person. Do I look like that to you?" He Jiao glared at him fiercely. "You're not like that. You were meant to be," Lin Hai said very innocently. "Injustice. Several big brothers, do you recognize me?" The 5 workers shook their heads at the same time and said, "Not recognizable." Lin Hai laughed. "Boss lady, I don't know these big brothers at all, and they don't know me either. What's the matter? Did these big brothers offend you?" He Jiao coldly grunted and said, "Humph, don't sympathize here. You know better than anyone what's really going on." The smile on Lin Hai's face did not diminish as he asked a few workers, "A few big brothers? How come the boss's wife doesn't seem to be treating you guys well? Can you tell me what's going on?" One of the workers replied, "It's not much. It's just that we've got our eye on the technician here, but the boss's wife says she charges $30 for a massage here, and we're only willing to pay 10, so aren't we haggling with her?" The boss's wife said impatiently. "In the whole of Manhattan Street, the minimum is $30. Where do you get a massage for $10? What's more, you've already gone back and forth a few times. I've said no, and you're still not relenting, so I think you're just deliberately looking for a fight." Huang Jianxin spoke up at this point. "Mrs. Boss, in business, we must be peaceful and bargaining. Isn't that normal? You're open for business. Don't you let customers in." These workers also spoke up. "Boss lady, you're not a shady store, are you? Boss lady, are you looking down on us or something?" The boss's wife was dumbfounded by the question, and all she could feel was her brain getting bigger and bigger. Lin Hai added, "A few big brothers. If you don't want a massage, can you let these 2 brothers of mine do a massage first? With so many of you surrounding here, I'm afraid my brother can't let go." One of the workers replied, "Dude, the mechanic in here is the one our brothers looked at first. That seems unkind of you to take someone's love, doesn't it?" These big brother workers are really into it, but that's the effect that's needed. At this moment, Lin Hai was directly happy in his heart. "Egu, boss lady, originally I saw you looking so pretty. I thought of letting my 2 brothers come over to take care of your business, but these big brothers won't let me, and they're right. We can't possibly take away someone's love. So, I'm really sorry. I'll just have to take my brother to another home." When the words fell, he did not wait for the boss's wife to reply and left the massage parlor with Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. The boss's wife looked at the smug expression on their faces before they left, and in her heart she was furious, cursing mentally. Asterisk 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 you. You're a detrimental son of a. And it pisses me off to see you looking so petty. Is this a human thing to do? If this goes on, how can we do business? This Lin Hai, he's so unethical. Several other technicians cursed in their minds. Lin Hai and the 3 of them, at this time, came to another massage parlor. The owner of this massage parlor was an older woman around 50 years old, and after seeing Lin Hai walk in, she hurriedly accompanied a smiling face and said, "Hi, you're finally here. Please, take care of me with these people. I'm willing to pay protection money." Lin Hai said in his heart, "It seems like this big mom really knows what she's doing." However, these businessmen know how to do the math, and the protection fee is only a few $100,000 a month. That's just 2 days of income inside their store. And there are even times when business is booming and the owner's wife can make up to $100 a day. Rather than keep spending money like this, it would be better to pay quickly and be able to keep the massage parlor in business. The various bosses have long thought about it, but they are struggling to find Lin Hai and don't have his contact information. This one, after seeing Lin Hai, immediately compromised obediently. Chapter 100 Brother Hai, I'll give you a free massage. The corners of Lin Hai's mouth flicked up and he said with a smile, "No problem. As long as you're willing to pay protection money, I'll definitely be able to help you out with this. After all, Lin Hai, more or less still some thin face. As long as I open the golden mouth, I think these people will certainly give me a few thin face. Pay up, $100. The boss's wife was upset because she had also inquired about the protection fee paid by other massage parlors 2 days ago, which was normally only about $600. She pondered in her heart, thinking that Lin Hai was simply asking for a lot of money. But she was really helpless in this situation right now. She just had to pay up in order to be able to do business. Lin Hai received the $100 with a smile on his face and then told the boss's wife his new cell phone number. The boss's wife is really a smart person. There's no harm in it. Since you've paid the money, if there's anything in this store of yours in the future, just give me a call, and I'll make sure to do it properly for you. Huang Jianxin was a-faced and said to a few workers, "Buddy, this is my big brother Lin Hai. Nowadays this provinces and street is his territory. Give our big brother face. You guys go to other massage parlors to spend your time. Of course, if you don't listen, then we'll have no choice but to throw you out. One of the workers said, following a pre-agreed line. Oh, so you're Brother Hai. Your name is as good as a thunderclap. Since Brother Hai has given the word, then we definitely have to listen. After saying that, he also took out cigarettes from his body and respectfully handed one over to Lin Hai, and another worker next to him quickly took out a lighter and lit it for Lin Hai. Huang Jianxin and Lu Erhua, both of them, muttered secretly in their hearts, if you want to talk about pretending, it's still our Brother Hai. This acting, it's just like the real thing. Lin Hai waved his hand dashingly towards the 5 workers and said aloud, good, since you guys are giving me this thin face, then if you guys encounter any trouble in Manhwa Street in the future, just report my name and it will definitely work. After a few workers were grateful, they left the massage parlor as quickly as rabbits. Lin Hai turned his head to the boss's wife. The boss's wife has not yet opened today. Right, since you are so cooperative, then we are our own people. These 2 brothers of mine happen to want to have a massage. You give arrangements. Originally, the boss's wife looked at the backs of those workers leaving as if she was relieved, and the expression on her face was much lighter. But as soon as she heard this, the expression on her face instantly turned gloomy again like a sunny day, because in her thoughts, when Lin Hai said that he would let the 2 brothers do the massage, it was definitely because he wanted to eat for nothing again. She felt that Lin Hai was a bit insatiable, and just as she was about to open her mouth, Lin Hai had already taken out $100 from his body and handed it to the boss's wife like a magic trick, saying, these 2 brothers of mine are strong and definitely need extra bells, so I'll give you their fees up front. Lin Hai's words were like a thunderbolt. Not only the boss's wife, but even the technicians in the store were shocked with their jaws dropping, staring incredulously, staring straight at Lin Hai as if they were looking at a monster. They even suspected that their ears were faulty and they were hallucinating. After all, when Jiang Wenbin brought his brothers to Manhwa Street before, even though he hadn't paid the protection fee, as long as his brothers came to the store to spend money, they could enjoy free services. Now, however, Lin Hai not only offered to pay, but also intended to pay the standard price of the store, which was really mind-boggling. This man seemed different from the others. His behavior and attitude were surprising. Just as the boss's wife was still fuming, Lin Hai had quickly shoved $100 into her hand. Looking at the bright and colorful red $100 bills, the boss's wife was finally convinced that Lin Hai's words were true. A smile immediately appeared on the boss's face and, alright, Brother Hai, don't worry, I'll make sure the technician serves your 2 brothers well. Lin Hai was more or less embarrassed to hear him keep calling himself Brother Hai. This big mom was probably even older than his own mother, and it was really still a bit awkward to keep calling himself Brother Hai. Boss lady, we're all on our own. You can just call me Xiao Hai, the boss's wife said with a smile. Right, we're all on our own. So sis will call you Brother Xiao Hai from now on, and don't call me boss lady, just call me sister. Why don't sis arrange a bathroom massage for you too? Lin Hai hurriedly shook his head and said to the boss's wife with a smile on his face. Thanks sis, but I have things to do, so I won't need it today. As long as you have your mechanic service my 2 brothers well. Hearing Lin Hai's words, the boss's wife hurriedly agreed and said that she would definitely serve his friend well. At that moment, one of the technicians spoke up boldly. Brother Hai, you mustn't be so outgoing. Why don't I come and give you a massage later? I'll never take the tip that belongs to me. As she spoke, she cast an expectant gaze at Lin Hai. Immediately afterward, another technician hastily chimed in. Yeah, Hai, I can give you a free massage too. Several other technicians also expressed their willingness to serve Lin Hai for free. In a matter of moments, the entire room was filled with the delicate voices of the women like yellow warblers coming out of the valley. In fact, all of these mechanics are as one in their hearts. After all, Lin Hai looked to be about the same age as them, and was still a big brother figure as steady as a mountain. What's more, Lin Hai was born as if Panin was reincarnated, so handsome that people couldn't help but look at him a few more times. If they were able to provide massage services for such a handsome man, not only would they be able to make their own hearts happy, but they would also be able to get closer to Lin Hai. If one day he encountered difficulties, he might still be able to obtain Lin Hai's care. Therefore, all of these technicians gazed at Lin Hai with longing, waiting for his response. Lin Hai refused without the slightest hesitation. Many thanks to the several beautiful sisters. Today I am indeed wrapped up in affairs. When I am free some other day, I will definitely have a good exchange with the several sisters. After saying that, he also winked towards a few beauties. Looking at a few beauties with an itchy heart, there was more than a hint of loss on his face without even realizing it. It was a half-truth, and it was true that he had something going on, but even if he didn't, he had no intention of getting entangled with these mechanics. You know, he's never been short of confidants. If he got involved with these women, in case he contracted some unspeakable disease, it would really be a loss. The most critical thing is that if he, a man known as the killer of young girls and young women, really did so, it would be more or less a disgrace. But since the other Lin Hai had said so, they couldn't force themselves, and the boss's wife and a few technicians could only watch Lin Hai leave. Massage store inside. A few beautiful technicians see Lin Hai left. All ran over to Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, too big attentive. The two people, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, were smiling at the moment, and their hearts were so grateful to Lin Hai. Chapter 101, this old bitch has a lot on her mind. Like a light-hearted bird, Lin Hai walked out of the auspicious massage parlor and quickly dialed the phone number of Xiao Dao and Shen Yong, summoning them to come and join him on his errand. The two nearby massage parlors witnessed Lin Hai's earlier wanderings inside the auspicious massage parlor. The workers who had been pestering them, as if by magic, never set foot in the door of that auspicious massage parlor again. Naturally, they quickly gained insight into the mystery. But even though they knew in their hearts that it was Lin Hai who was playing tricks on them, they couldn't find any evidence, so they could only do nothing about Lin Hai. After some hard thinking, the two massage parlors also had to pay the protection fee obediently. After they paid the protection fee, business quickly returned to normal. Each of these massage parlor owners secretly cursed Lin Hai's lack of virtue in their hearts, really doing whatever it takes to achieve their goals. After all the fuss today, 8 more massage parlors had paid protection fees to Lin Hai. There are still 9 massage parlors left, still stubbornly unwilling to pay the protection fee. Their thoughts were very simple, and in their hearts, they were prepared to fight a protracted war with Lin Hai. They make even 2 days less money. You definitely don't want to give that money to Lin Hai. They knew very well that Lin Hai must have spent quite a lot of money to find these people, and perhaps had to spend a few $100s every day, while their normal daily income was only a few $100s. These people had opened massage parlors for such a long time. They must still have more or less some savings, and they were just one person. Lin Hai had such a large group of people behind him who had to eat, and they were sure that Lin Hai would end up compromising obediently. This would at least allow them to save their face. So these people can be really ironic, holding that mentality of killing 1,000 enemies at the expense of 800. However, the owners of those massage parlors have overlooked a crucial issue. They only care about their own income and totally disregard the feelings of the technicians. There has been no business, and even if they could take it, these mechanics would certainly not take it well. Lin Hai wasn't in a hurry. He had already calculated in his mind that the more he delayed paying the protection fee, the higher the fee would definitely be. He is bound to put all the costs of getting workers to cause trouble on the heads of these people. Lin Hai took out another $100 and told Dagger and Chen Yong to go to the massage parlor to enjoy themselves as well. After Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin both paced out of the massage parlor satisfied and like a spring breeze, Lin Hai arranged for Xiao Fei and Wu Hui to enjoy the cozy massage once again. When Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin meet up with Lin Hai again, it finally dawns on them what Lin Hai's purpose of getting so many workers is. Lu Erwa grinned and said, "Brother Hai, how true. I just wondered, how on earth did you grow this brain? How can you be so smart and clever?" Huang Jianxin also admired Lin Hai as if he were the Yellow River. If it weren't for Hai, they really wouldn't be able to do anything about these massage parlors. They can't hit and can't smash, and there is really nothing they can do about it except to be anxious. Lin Hai said without modesty, "Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? If I wasn't so smart and intelligent, could I be your big brother? Just be good and learn." Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin could only after a sound, obediently shut their mouths. It's not that they don't want to refute it, but they simply can't find any reason. Anyway, tonight's events had been handled to Lin Hai's expectations. Lin Hai took Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, and the two of them, and sought out a barbecue stall, ordered some aromatic kebabs, and asked for a case of cold and delicious beer. A few people were feasting on kebabs, drinking cold beer, talking and laughing. Before the 5 people had finished their 2 bottles of beer each, Lin Hai's phone suddenly rang like an alarm. Lin Hai pulled out the phone to see that it was a cell phone number so strange that it was as if it was a stranger. Still, he picked up the phone with a swift motion. "Hey, this is Lin Hai. What's up?" Lu Erwa and the 4 of them beside him couldn't help but secretly sigh in their hearts as they listened to Lin Hai's tone of voice. Brother Hai really deserves to be our leading brother. This aura of his is powerful no matter what time of the day it is. Even if he's just answering a phone call, he can still be so handsome and compelling. On the other end of the phone, a woman's voice came as if it were a blizzard. "Brother Xiao Hai, I'm the boss's wife of the auspicious massage parlor. There are a few drunken men causing trouble inside our massage parlor. Can I trouble you to send 2 of your brothers over to take care of it? The old has a lot on her mind. We just paid our protection money tonight, and now we're being asked to contribute. But since you've taken people's money, you still have to do things for them." However, Lin Hai was also wondering in his heart, This auspicious massage parlor, doesn't it have a relationship inside the security bureau? This kind of thing. How come she didn't look for the security bureau but instead looked for me? Looking at the boss's wife's anxious appearance, he didn't have time to ask detailed questions and casually replied, "Okay, we'll be there in a few minutes." After saying that, Lin Hai took the initiative to hang up the phone and turned his head to a few brothers. "Brothers, don't get busy drinking first. Go and fix the trouble for the auspicious massage parlor first. Let's have a drink when it's all settled." Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, as well as Xiao Dao and Chun Yong, stood up from their seats in unison. Lin Hai threw down $100 to the barbecue stall owner. "Boss, we'll have to come back later for more drinks, and we'll be more than refunded then." Before the words left their mouths, the five brothers left the barbecue stand in a flurry of activity. On the way, Dagger dialed Fei and the others and told them to assemble at the auspicious massage parlor at a rapid pace. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hai and the five of them arrived at the auspicious massage parlor like a speedy wind. At this time, the boss of the auspicious massage parlor ant, as if the hot pot on the ants, in front of the massage parlor anxiously pacing back and forth, face written with worry and anxiety. Her eyes were like radar, constantly scanning the surroundings as if she was searching for something. Finally, when she caught a glimpse of Lin Hai's figure, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, like a bright light in the darkness. She walked quickly towards Lin Hai with a distinct urgency in her voice, as if she was about to burst into flames. "Brother Xiao Hai, you finally come. If you don't come, I'm going to be in a hurry." Lin Hai looked at the anxious boss's wife in front of him and couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. He asked in a cloudy manner, "What's going on? Calling me here in such a hurry?" The boss's wife sighed and, as if sobbing, began to tell what had happened. "There are a few guests in the store today, all of whom are our regulars. In the past, although they would also provoke trouble, they had never gone so far. Tonight, however, they went so far as to beat up our technician and play hard to get, refusing to pay for the massage." Chapter 102. Chun Yong was stabbed by someone. Hearing this, Lin Hai finally came to a realization. The reason why the boss's wife did not seek help from the security bureau, but asked herself to come and help smooth things over, the reason for which was already clear to him. After all, this is the kind of thing that would have violated the bottom line of the law. If people from the security bureau come, not only do they have to deal with these few troublemakers, but if they don't deal with their massage parlors, it's really a bit hard to justify. If these customers had not enjoyed the massage and were simply provoking trouble, then everything would have been fine. However, after the massage, the person is unwilling to pay for it. So how can the people of the sheriff's department deal with this matter? At this time, Lin Hai glanced inside the massage parlor and saw that there were four pugnacious men like iron towers sitting on top of the sofa, and beside them, there were a few technicians who were wailing there. Then look at these several beautiful technicians. Their faces are printed with bright red fingerprints like blood. Needless to say, it must be caused by these several big men party violently beating one of the big men, with an indignant curse under his breath. Asterisk 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 UES. Since Moncler Outlet Online, you have to serve Moncler Outlet Online me comfortably. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. So what's the point of spending this money? Moncler? Cry your asses off. I'll beat you to death if you cry again. These four big men, all of them spoke a mouthful of well-spoken Mandarin, and judging by their fair and jade-like skin, they should not be locals, but from the north. Men from the north were generally a bit taller, for which Lin Hai still knew by heart. If it was an ordinary person who saw these four burly men, they would definitely feel fear. These four people, the tallest one was probably around 1.85 m in height, and the shortest one was definitely over 1.75 m. However, Lin Hai and the few of them didn't take each other seriously at all. After Lin Hai figured out the ins and outs, he strutted into the massage parlor. "Brothers, my name is Lin Hai. This massage parlor is my cover. Give me a thin face. Hurry to pay and leave. Can it?" The man who had cursed earlier said with a face full of contempt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You're nothing. Why should I give you face? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Otherwise." Before he finished his sentence, Lu Erwa on the side just couldn't listen to it anymore, and directly took out a sharp kitchen knife from his body, and slashed down on the shoulder of this big man. Asterisk asterisk. "How dare you talk to my brother Hai like that? I have to let you grow up today." At the same time, Huang Jianxin and Xiao Dao, a few of them, also pulled out kitchen knives from their bodies and slashed towards the other three big men. These four big men were also not any oil lamps. Their reaction was very fast. They quickly pulled out the daggers they carried from their bodies, and then stood up from the sofa with the fastest speed. While dodging the attacks of Lu Erwa and the others, he stabbed towards them with his dagger. However, even if they reacted quickly, two of the big men still received two knives on their shoulders. At the moment, Lin Hai and the others had formed a 5 versus 4 situation with the other party, slightly occupying a slight advantage. However, the reality is not so good. Dagger and Chen Yong are both short, less than 1 meter in height, and their body types are slightly thin. On the other hand, the other 4 people, they are all stout, big waist, 2 of them are huge, can be compared with Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. As a result, the slight numerical advantage did not translate into favorable conditions in actual combat. Fortunately, Lu Erwa and Lin Hai were superbly strong and very capable of fighting. It didn't take long for them to gradually take the initiative on the battlefield. Just then, Xiao Fei and Wu Hui hurriedly arrived at the scene, without saying a word, took out the kitchen knife with them, and quickly plunged into the fierce battle. With the strong intervention of the 2 of them, the 4 men across the street soon suffered heavy injuries and multiple knife cuts on their bodies. It wasn't long before 2 of the men collapsed from their injuries, while the other 2, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, turned and fled without hesitation. However, this cramped massage parlor is like a cage. The space is suffocatingly small. How can they easily break free from this bondage? In the end, these 4 pugnacious men like iron towers all collapsed to the ground like mud. Lin Hai and the rest of them were all colored to different degrees, and the one who was hurt the most was Chen Yong, who had been stabbed in the shoulder and was now dripping blood. Lin Hai made a snap decision and had Dagger and Fei scramble to send Chen Yong to the same private clinic where he had last treated his injuries. As for the 4 people who had fallen to the ground, Lin Hai took a cursory glance. Although the injuries were all quite serious, there was no fear for their lives. He simply pulled down the roll-up door of the massage parlor, leaving the owner's wife and several technicians guarding the outside in unison. After doing this, Lin Hai stepped 1 foot firmly on a big man's head and said in a disdainful manner, "Say, how should this end tonight?" These few big men were tough. Even though they were beaten without any power to fight back, their mouths still refused to give in. "Don't be so long-winded here. Just use whatever you have. You're outnumbered today, so we'll just accept it." Hearing him say that, Lin Hai, who had already held a bellyful of fire, instantly flared up in anger, and the anger in his heart spewed out like a volcanic eruption. Without hesitation, he copied the kitchen knife in his hand, and with a heart full of indignation, he ruthlessly slashed at the guy's back. The next moment, pig-killing screams resounded through the sky. The owner's wife and a couple of technicians outside the door shuddered at the sound. Lin Hai, however, was unimpressed and cracked his mouth. You don't want to take it in the face, do you? Do you really think I won't dare to take your life? Since you're bent on death, I'll give you a ride. After saying that, he turned his head and shouted to Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin and the others behind him, "Chop them all up, and later find some sacks to throw the bodies into the sea of clarity." Upon hearing Lin Hai's order, Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, and Wu Hui, who were behind him, instantly had eyes as cold as ice. Without the slightest hesitation, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, he picked up the kitchen knife in his hand and, with a fierce look on his face, strided forward, ready to carry out Lin Hai's order. Seeing this scene, the originally high-flying 4 people completely panicked, their faces as pale as death, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Even though they had been as tough as nails a moment ago, when they were truly faced with the threat of life and death, the fear within them surged like a tidal wave, making it impossible for them to pretend to be calm any longer. At this moment, they finally realized that they had messed with a group of vicious characters tonight, and that these people were by no means good, but were outlaws who truly dared to lay their hands on them. One of them hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't. A few big brothers, raise your hand. This matter can be resolved however you say." Chapter 103, Making the Enemy Truly Submissive. The other 3 began to follow along and beg for mercy. Lin Hai told Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin as well as Ma Hui to hold their hands for now and cursed angrily at the 4 big men. "Humph, weren't you strutting your stuff just now? Why are you wimping out now? I thought you guys were really some kind of clankers who weren't afraid of death. If you want to solve this matter, it's not without a solution. Settle the massage fee for the people just now, and then sincerely apologize to the girls you beat up. And, of course, my brother's medical bills." The 4 big men were busy responding. No problem. We'll pay whatever we need," Lin Hai said coldly. $800 for the massage and $2 grand for my brother's medical bills. Besides, whoever stabbed my brother that way, I had to break his hand. Otherwise how am I going to answer to my brother? Lying on the ground of the 4 people in the heart as if overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. Not a taste, to be more aggrieved. Obviously, their own injuries were even more serious. But not only did they not pay for their medical expenses, they were also asked to accompany the other party with $200 of medical expenses. The most infuriating thing is to break the hand of the guy who stabbed Chen Yong. This is bullying, but what can be done about it? Who told them to mess with the wrong people? It's better to have a hand broken than to be made to die outright. Although they had 10,000 reluctances in their hearts, they could only compromise obediently like defeated roosters in the end. These 4 strong men are really rich and generous. Each of them has about $200 in cash. When you put together the cash that 2 of the men had, you have the $800 that Lin Hai wanted. Then Lin Hai picked up the iron stool inside the massage mat and broke the arm of the man who stabbed Shin Yong like a walnut. This man was also really a tough guy. Having his hand broken, he didn't even utter a word. Then, Lin Hai pulled open the roll-up door like a curtain, allowing the boss's wife and the technician to walk in. Afterwards, Lin Hai looked expressionlessly at the 4 big men. Now you can apologize to the few mechanics you just beat up. Hearing this, the 4 big men's faces flushed, but they still honestly walked to the 6 technicians and sincerely apologized. Looking at the 4 big men in front of them who suddenly became honest, the 6 technicians didn't know how to deal with them for a while. After all, it wasn't that long ago that they had been beaten by these men. However, when they saw the sincere apologies on the faces of these 4 people, they felt an unspeakable warmth in their hearts. In fact, as service industry practitioners, they have long been accustomed to difficult and bullying guests. When faced with this situation, they often choose to endure. And now, someone is actually willing to stand up for them and demand an apology from the abuser, which is something that has never happened before. At this moment, they are filled with gratitude. At the same time, they knew very well in their hearts that without Lin Hai's appearance, these 4 ferocious and stout big men would never easily bow down and admit their mistakes. Therefore, they focused all their gratitude on Lin Hai. Unconsciously, the 6 girls' eyes grew moist and tears began to well up in their eyes. Perhaps because they had never experienced such a touching moment, they were so excited that they couldn't restrain themselves, and a few of them even couldn't help crying out. At that moment, Lin Hai pulled out another $800 as if by magic and handed it to the boss's wife like a treasure. Here's the cost of their massage tonight. See if that's enough? The boss's wife was overjoyed, and the total cost of the massages for these people tonight was only $400. Lin Hai even gave her $800. So it seems that tonight's protection fee is really worth it. Enough is enough, Brother Hai. Thank you so much. Just now, each of the 6 girls was as happy as if they had been given the most precious treasure in the world, and each of them was given a full $100. At this moment, they moved in a neat and tidy manner, stepping towards Lin Hai together, then bowed deeply to him and saluted, almost in unison. Thanks Hai. These beautiful technicians were originally wearing low-cut clothes, and now that they bowed deeply like this, the gullies in front of their chests suddenly became choppy and spectacular. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little flushed when he saw this scene. There's no need to be polite. There's no need to be polite. Since you've already paid the protection fee to me, then of course I'll do my best to help you out. After saying these words, Lin Hai turned his head to the 4 big men. His eyes were like burning flames, and his voice was stern. Remember my name. My name is Lin Hai. If you are not convinced in your hearts and want to take revenge on me, just dial my number and I will be there to the end. But I'm warning you, don't think anything of these girls or this massage parlor. Otherwise, I won't let you guys off the hook next time, and will definitely let you die without a burial place. Suddenly, the man whose arm had been broken by Lin Hai earlier opened his mouth and said, Brother Hai, can we hang out with you? Boom! His words were like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone present with their jaws dropping. Lin Hai was also surprised in his heart. Under the present circumstances, the 2 sides are supposed to be sworn enemies, but why did this man not follow the rules and instead offer to follow himself? The massage parlor's proprietress and the beautiful technician, as well as Lu Erwa and the few of them, simply suspected that there was something wrong with their ears? After all, it's just so out of character. Lin Hai asked in a cloudy manner. Give me a reason? The man with the broken arm answered decisively. Because we know well that you are a man who acts with a code and is also extremely affectionate. The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly as he laughed lightly. Be specific. The man with the broken arm forced himself to endure the severe pain and spoke. Let's start with the fact that you have principles. Common sense would dictate that since we were knocked to the ground by you this evening, you would have at least scavenged the money from us. But you didn't. You just took the $800. This is enough to show that you, as a person, are extremely principled in what you do, and you also value Jianghu morality quite highly. After speaking, the man, perhaps because of the unbearable pain in his body, inhaled deeply like an old bull. During this time, no one interjected. All listened intently to his following. After a short pause, the man continued. Secondly, you are also generous to the ladies and bosses of these massage parlors. It's true, as you said, if you take money from people, you have to do things for them, and you even fought with people for them. Such behavior is by no means beyond the reach of most people. After all, You collected most $1,000 a month in protection money from them. What the man said, the people present know very well, since it is quite agreeable. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said in a cloudy manner, so you don't hold a grudge when I break your arm, do you? The man with the broken arm gritted his teeth and said, there is nothing wrong with what you did in the face of the enemy, and because of that, it shows that you are a man of great affection. I stabbed your brother, so you should do him justice. Chapter 104, One Wave After Another. Lin Hai thought briefly before speaking. I see that you four, all of you, are men of courage and resourcefulness, and I admire you greatly. However, if you want to follow me, it will not be easy. At the very least, you need to show some sincerity. Otherwise, how can I trust you? The man who broke his arm heard this. His face did not show half of the color of disappointment, but nodded lightly, said with a smile, we understand this, and in recent days, if there is anything you need us to do, we will do our best to show our ability and sincerity. I only hope that at that time you will promise to take us as junior brothers. This man, look at his appearance. We know that it is a resourceful person, extremely understanding, and this 10 people's combat power is really limited. If the men can have so few little brother, then Lin Hai will certainly be like a tiger with wings. Only, before he had full trust in the other party, Lin Hai naturally wouldn't easily agree to it. However, what the man had said just now was exactly what Lin Hai wanted. Fine, as long as you can show enough sincerity, I will oblige you. After saying that, Lin Hai and this man exchanged phone numbers with each other. The four men then left the massage parlor in a hurry. Needless to say, in their current condition, the first order of business is to go to the hospital and have their wounds treated briefly. Lin Hai, the four of them, also took a cab and drove towards the clinic that Chen Yong and the others had gone to. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai's four arrived at the clinic. Chen Yong's wounds had already been treated properly, and the kid was currently lying on the bed swallowing clouds. Seeing Lin Hai and the others enter, Chen Yong grinned, living like a Maitreya Buddha, and said, hi, why did you guys come over? This little wound is nothing. That kid stabbed me, but I cut him several times too. However, these sons of ES are truly ruthless. If it wasn't for the fact that I was as light as a swallow at the time and dodged quickly, there was a real possibility that I would have been stabbed through the heart by them. Lin Hai also smiled slightly, like a spring breeze, and said, I'm glad the man is okay. I've broken this arm of the man's for you. Here's the $200 they paid you for your medical bills. While talking, he handed Chen Yong the $200 like an imperial decree. Chen Yong, however, did not reach out to pick up the $200. He shook his head and said, hi, I can't take this money. It's just a minor injury, and you've just given Faye $500. Medical expenses are $200 at most. I'm satisfied that you avenged me by breaking his arm. It's better to keep this money for everyone to eat and drink. Lin Hai said very seriously, here you take it, you deserve it, to avenge your death. That's the duty of a big brother like me, no matter if anyone dares to touch me or my brothers. I, Lin Hai, will never let him go. Looking at Lin Hai so seriously, Chen Yong finally obediently took the $200. He held the wad of bills tightly, his hand trembling slightly, his heart filled with gratitude. At this time, Chen Yong's heart was indescribably moved. Before they were with Lin Hai, there were times when they would get hurt in fights with others, but when they got hurt, and no one would care if they died or lived. There are even times when medical bills have to be scraped together by a few people before they can barely scrape together enough money, let alone pay out a huge sum of money. Now that he was with Lin Hai, not only did he lose a huge sum of money, but he had avenged himself in the first place. How could this not move him? Brother Hai, you're really our good big brother. Really thank you so much, Chen Yong said excitedly, tears glistening in his eyes. There's nothing more to say. In short, I've recognized you as my big brother for the rest of my life. Lin Hai smiled slightly, patted Chen Yong's shoulder and said, we're all brothers, there's no need to be so polite. You stay well inside the clinic with the four. Let Faye and Dagger take care of you here. We'll go back first. Chen Yong hurriedly shook his head and said, no, I don't need anyone to take care of such a small injury. You guys just do what you need to do. In the end, like a firm defender, Dagger resolutely chose to stay behind to accompany Chen Yong, while Lin Hai and the other five left the clinic like a stray arrow. The tossing and turning was apt to be a thrilling adventure, and by the time they rejoined the barbecue stand, the time had passed like fine sand in an hourglass to a little after 1 o'clock in the morning. However, even though the night is as dark as ink, this provincial peace street is still brilliantly illuminated and bustling, just like a bright pearl. In those massage parlors, the ambiguous pink lights were like twinkling stars in the night sky, and female technicians dressed in sexy and cool clothes came out of the parlor from time to time, like butterflies in the flowers, soliciting customers. Despite the fact that several people had more or less minor injuries on their bodies, they seemed to turn a blind eye to it and instead sat down at the barbecue stall once again and continued to enjoy the joy brought by jerking skewers and drinking beer as if they had forgotten all their troubles. At this time, the business of the barbecue stall is a blazing fire, unusually hot, filled with noisy people around and the sound of laughter, and a burst of yelling guessing sound, interwoven into a lively symphony. The barbecue stall only a couple and a small worker. At this time there have been more than 10 tables of guests. They are as busy as a gyroscope. It is difficult to cope with the time. Lin Hai and the others were unconcerned as they drank the cold beer and laughed while leisurely waiting for the boss to present the delicious kebabs. At another table sat a dozen people, both men and women, perhaps waiting impatiently. One of them, a bare-chested man with a hideous large centipede tattooed on his body, broke into a rage like an enraged lion. Damn! What do you mean, you bastard? Seeing brother man here and not hurrying to serve the food, are you trying to raise this month's protection fee? Hearing this, the foreheads of the boss's wife and her husband instantly broke out in a cold sweat like a spring, and the boss's wife hurriedly smiled with a flattering face. Brother, when you've really misunderstood, we'll serve you right away. We're worried that the skewers will be undercooked and spoil your honorable tummy, so we've been preparing them carefully. We've been baking food for you on the hoof since you stepped through this door. In this provinces and streets, apart from me, Lin Hai, there is still someone who dares to collect protection money here. Isn't this a ing slap in my Lin Hai's face? And look at this group of people, arrogant and domineering as that mountain bully tiger. Lin Hai's face instantly became gloomy like water, like a volcano about to erupt. Xiao Fei, who was sitting on the side, immediately understood and said to the boss, "Boss, don't pay any attention to them, just follow the first come first served order, and serve the kebabs to the guests at that table first. As for the protection fee, from today onwards, I'll see who dares to collect protection fee in this street except for us, Brother Hai." Chapter 105, Happiness and Trouble at the Same Time. When the tattooed man and his gang heard this, they were instantly enraged, and their faces revealed an angry look as if they were erupting from a volcano. The tattooed man and the other two men bounced up from their seats like springs, striding towards Lin Hai and the others with sulky faces. The tattooed man sneered, his tone filled with ill will, like a vicious wolf snarling at Fei. "Kid, you got the balls to say that again?" Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin both had a heart-to-heart and stood up at the same time. Lu Erwa replied with a sullen, expressionless face, "What's the matter? You're not convinced?" As he spoke, he reached out and pushed the tattooed man with a force that seemed to push him to the ground. Seeing these two burly men in front of him who were over 1 meter 8 tall, standing like iron towers, they were imposing and full of ferocity. The tattooed man and his two companions who were arrogant and domineering just a moment ago were instantly like deflated leather balls, involuntarily taking a step backward. It was then that something unexpected happened, only to see Fei, like an agile cheetah, suddenly pick up a beer bottle and without hesitation, stood up from his seat, and without a word, directly smashed towards the bald man's head. Bang! With a deafening thud, the beer bottle instantly cracked, glass shards splattering in all directions like a heavenly flower. The tattooed man, on the other hand, covered his bleeding head and collapsed on the ground in agony, like a big tree snapped by a gale. Seeing this scene, the tattooed man and the men at their table were like disturbed swarms of bees. All of them stood up and surged around in the direction of Fei and the three of them. Lin Hai and Ma Hui naturally did not show any weakness, similarly standing up from their seats like upright pines. Although the tattooed man and his group had a total of 9 people, and Lin Hai and his side only had 5 people, but in terms of momentum, Lin Hai and his side had a steady upper hand like Tarzan. After these experiences, both Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, as well as Xiao Fei and Wu Hui naturally protected Lin Hai in the center, just like the stars were surrounding the moon. Lin Hai, however, reached out and gently peeled away Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, who were standing in front of him, and looked at the tattooed men crowd with a smile on his face, saying, "Ha, what, wanna with us? Before you make your move, you can ask around Wanha Street to find out who I, Lin Hai, really am." As soon as they heard the word Lin Hai, the tattooed man, 2 of them, looked at each other before muttering in a low voice, "Could this be the Lin Hai who's been making a name for himself on Wanha Street lately? I heard that he's awesome. Not only did he beat up Wenbin and the others, but he also subdued Didong and the others 2 days ago." The voice that spoke was not loud, but it was extraordinarily clear in the quiet alley, and the tattooed man and all of them could hear it clearly. Upon learning that Lin Hai was the big brother who had been in the limelight lately, these punks immediately lost their arrogance, their faces turned pale, and even the courage to make a move disappeared without a trace. After all, they knew their strength very well in their hearts, and compared to Didong or Jiang Wenbin, their strength was definitely much inferior. If Lin Hai was able to easily defeat Jiang Wenbin and Didong, Then it would be even more effortless to clean up their minions. Thinking of this, a fear like an abyss surged in their hearts. Only one of the men was seen to have a skinny figure, living like a skinny and bony monkey. His face was piled with fawning smiles and his tone was flattering. So it's Brother Hai. I'm really sorry. Just now it's a complete misunderstanding. We have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. I'm really sorry. Please be generous and bear with us. Before the words fell, he hurriedly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, as if holding a rare treasure, carefully handing Lin Hai and the other 5 a cigarette each, and then quickly fumbled for a lighter from his body, respectfully lighting it for Lin Hai. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. In the face of such a humble gesture from the other party, and considering the fact that Faye had already taught them a lesson before, Lin Hai felt that there was really no need to entangle himself with these people anymore. After all, Lin Hai's heart is like a mirror, the so-called jianghu, not only the sword, more often about the coldness of people in the world. This man, who was as thin as a monkey, was the owner of the mahjong parlor that had opened in this neighborhood, or Brother One, as the tattooed man called him. After taking the injured tattooed man to the hospital, the others returned to their seats and continued to push their drinks. One and the men and women at his table all stood up and walked to Lin Hai's table like stars, toasting them, apologizing, and taking the initiative to help Lin Hai and the others pay the bill. Lin Hai had strict requirements for his brothers. Drinking was fine, but never to excess. After all, the road they are traveling is like dancing on the tip of a knife, with danger following them at all times. In order to be safe, they must walk on thin ice, step by step, and always be as alert as a hawk. An hour later, Lin Hai and the 5 of them, after nodding with each other, left the barbecue stand. When Lin Hai dragged his body, which seemed to be weighed down by 1,000 pounds, back to the rental house, Sister Hong happened to have just returned from the massage parlor as well. Although the bruises on Sister Hong's face and body have not yet completely dissipated, she ultimately could not part with the massage parlor she had worked so hard for so many years. After all, this small massage parlor, like a dear friend in her life, accompanied her through countless storms. It is not only a part of her life, but also a haven for her soul. Sister Hong had naturally heard about what Lin Hai and the others had done today. Watching Lin Hai walk back to his room with a sad face, Sister Hong couldn't help but smile and snicker softly. Our Brother Hai is really famous in Manhwa Street nowadays. Maybe one day he'll really become a veritable big brother. Hearing this, Lin Hai shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Sister Hong, don't make fun of me. I'm so annoyed right now. All kinds of troubles are coming in like a tidal wave these days. It's just overwhelming. With that, he sighed deeply, as if he wanted to exhale all his troubles like smoke. Seeing this, Sister Hong gently patted Lin Hai's shoulder and comforted him. Well, don't be too bitter. Now that you have chosen this path, you must have the courage to face it head on. And it's not easy being a big brother. If everyone could easily be a big brother, wouldn't the streets be full of big brothers? When she finished speaking, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, her laughter revealing a kind of open-mindedness and resilience after the vicissitudes of life. Lin Hai hugged Sister Hong from behind her back and said with a bad smile, well, enough of this unpleasantness, let's hurry up and do something pleasant. Chapter 106, Hong's Call. Time rushed by. 3 days had passed, and all the massage parlors in the lower half of Manhwa Street had offered protection money to Lin Hai. These prickly bosses, in the end, have no choice but to compromise. For one thing, for the past 3 days, Lin Hai had constantly instructed his workers to prowl around the store like ghosts. Secondly, the recent events on Manhwa Street had already spread like a prairie fire. The owners of these massage parlors naturally knew all about Lin Hai's behavior. Some of them thought that after paying protection money to Lin Hai, they would indeed be sheltered by him, so they willingly paid the money. The other part of the people, it is really difficult to support, especially the store technicians. One more than one alarming, all said that if the business is still so poor, they want to jump ship to look for another place. Bosses have no choice but to bow to reality in the end. After these 3 days, the knife wounds on Chen Yang's body had healed for the most part, and the bruises on Sister Hong's body and face had receded like a tidal wave. Lin Hai did some careful calculations, and in recent days, he had received a total of more than 30,000 yuan in protection fees. After purchasing phones for the brothers, renting a house and living expenses, there is still more than $20,000 left. Lin Hai distributed another $100 to each of his brothers, leaving $1,500 in his hand. Several brothers, each of whom received $100, were overjoyed and thanked Lin Hai profusely. At this moment, their hearts were like blooming flowers, both happy and moved. They knew deep down that choosing this path was an incomparably wise move. Deep down, they were even more certain that they would follow Brother Hai closely in the future. because Brother Hai could not only satisfy their vanity, but also lead them to become rich and wealthy. Lin Hai and the 7 of them all felt immensely relieved, thinking that they would finally be able to live a peaceful life. However, they have overlooked the crucial point that choosing this path is like stepping onto a road of no return that will never end. How can their lives be peaceful? This night, just as Lin Hai and the few of them were wandering around Manhwa Street in a very cozy manner, Lin Hai's SCT ringtone suddenly rang. Once he looked at the caller ID, it was actually Jiang Wenbin calling. Lin Hai's eyebrows were slightly furrowed like the surface of a lake wrinkled by the wind, but he still quickly answered the call. When the call was answered, an unfamiliar man's voice came from the other end of the line and exploded like thunder. Lin Hai, right? I'm Wenbin's big brother, Da Xiong. You hospitalized all of my little brothers. You have to give me an explanation for this. Lin Hai listened to the voice coming from the other end of the phone, as if he could feel the other party's aura like a raging sea wave. He knew deep down that this person was Wenbin's older brother, Da Xiong, and his heart couldn't help but feel like it had been slammed by a heavy hammer. During the past few days, Lin Hai had also heard about this Da Xiong. It is said that he is as good as a fish in the road, ruthless, and is a scary and vicious character, and his own current strength compared to his was simply the light of a glowing fire versus the brightness of a white moon. If we really had to fight him head-on, I'm afraid that we would only end up in the dust. Lin Hai tried his best to make his tone as calm as a lake and said slowly, then I wonder what kind of explanation Brother Xiong wants. Nobita on the other end of the phone let out a sneer, his tone carrying a threat like a viper's. It's simple. Pay Wenbin and the others $10,000 for their medical expenses, and then I want 30% of the protection money you receive. As long as you agree to this condition, not only can I be a grown-up, but I can also let you guys continue to hang out in Manhwa Street. Hearing this, Lin Hai cursed in his heart. It's a naked robbery. However, he didn't dare to reject it to his face, because the other party's power was too powerful, not something that these punks like them could afford to mess with. Lin Hai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger, and slowly said, Brother Xiong, it doesn't seem like you're following the rules of the Jianghu, does it? We are all out to mix. It is inevitable that there will be some conflicts, and occasionally there will be firefights. Since this is the case, we can beat Jiang Wenbin and they're down. It is also our ability. If we were lying in the hospital at this moment, he would not have paid our medical bills. Jiang Wenbin and his 20-odd men were actually beaten the hell out of by our mere 7 men, which can only mean that they are not as skilled as they are. As for the protection fee, that's the result of our brothers' lives, and you, without doing anything, try to take 30% of the profit from here. Isn't it obvious that you're bullying people? Lin Hai knew that he was currently not the opponent's enemy, but definitely did not want to break the bank. Are you kidding me? $10,000 in medical bills, plus 30% of the protection money, that's a whopping $20,000. First of all, Lin Hai simply didn't have the ability to pay such a huge amount of money, and even if he had that money, he definitely wouldn't hand it over to the other party lightly. Maharishi's behavior is nothing short of grandstanding and bullying. If Lin Hai really gave in this time, then everyone would want to come and get a piece of the pie in the future, and by then, they wouldn't be able to continue mixing. Da Xiong seemed to have expected Lin Hai to refuse. His tone grew harsher as he responded unflinchingly, Don't talk to me about rules, my word is the rule, $10,000, not a penny less. As for the 30% of the protection fee, it has to be paid as well. If you don't agree, you'll never get a foothold on Manhwa Street. Lin Hai clutched his cell phone tightly, his palms even starting to tremble slightly as his face became gloomy to the extreme. At this moment, Lin Hai's heart was as if it was burning with a ball of rage. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. However, even though he was enraged, Lin Hai did not lose his mind, because he knew very well that if they really went to war with Da Xiong, they would definitely lose. He didn't want to be strangled in the cradle before he could really grow up, but if he were to compromise easily on this, he would also be very unhappy. After all, he had put in so much hard work to get to where he was and what he had accomplished, so how could he give it away so easily? As a result, at this time, Lin Hai was in a deep dilemma and was in a dilemma left and right. Lin Hai was briefly silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Brother Xiong, the conditions you just put forward are indeed too harsh and are really hard for us to accept. How about we both take a step back? That might lead to a better solution. However, Xiong didn't show him any mercy at all and directly sneered. Who do you think you are? Who are you to negotiate with me? As the saying goes, a clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire, let alone Lin Hai. Upon hearing these words, his face instantly turned gloomy, and his voice turned ice cold. Since Brother Xiong is so aggressive, I have nothing to say. However, what I want to tell you is that if you still insist on this attitude, then we will have to fight for our lives. Although I'm aware that I'm nowhere near as strong as you, As long as my brothers and I still have breath left in us, we'll definitely fight you to the end and never give up. Chapter 107, Facing a Truly Powerful Enemy for the First Time. This reply from Lin Hai more or less surprised Nobita on the other end of the phone. One must know that most of the small gang leaders like Lin Hai and the others were bullies and flatterers, and very few of them dared to talk to themselves like this. It was also because of this reason that Da Xiong couldn't help but, in his heart, think highly of Lin Hai. After all, when an 18 or 19-year-old brat was faced with a big shot like him, very few people could be so calm, and even fewer could say such bold words. As if at this moment lying in the hospital bed Jiang Wenbin, now, has been about 30 years of age, under the hands of 20 a few little brother. Every time you face him, not also coy. On the contrary, this Lin Hai, at the age of 18 or 19, with less than 10 brothers under his hand, had such guts. He had to say that it did make him impressed with Lin Hai. Da Xiong pondered in his heart that if he could have one more little brother like Lin Hai, then he would definitely be able to add wings to his own. Therefore, he began to think about how he could take Lin Hai under his wing. Thinking of this, a wave of curiosity and anticipation couldn't help but well up in Da Xiong's heart. He wanted to know what kind of character this young man called Lin Hai was. Why was he so bold and full of confidence? So he decided to meet the man himself and find out what he was really like. The corner of Da Xiong's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, before he said to Lin Hai on the other end of the phone, "Kid, you look like you have a lot of guts. Since you are so courageous, do you have the guts to talk to me face to face?" Lin Hai responded without hesitation after hearing this. "Of course. What's there to be afraid of? The time and place are up to you. I'll be on time for the appointment." A flicker of appreciation flashed in Maharaja's eyes, followed by a smile. "Good. Then let's meet at the West Kiln restaurant at 7 o'clock the night after tomorrow." Lin Hai agreed with alacrity. "No problem." The two then hung up. Lin Hai, who hung up the phone, frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He knew in his heart that the risk of going to negotiate with a gangster like Da Xiong this time was not small. After all, there were at least dozens of minions under Da Xiong, while there were only 7 at most on his side that he could call upon. In the face of such a disparity in strength, Lin Hai was inevitably a little apprehensive in his heart, but he knows that avoidance is not a solution to the problem, and that if he wants to stand firm in this city, he has to be brave enough to face all kinds of challenges. This is if the negotiation breaks down when the time comes, and Da Xiong is infuriated and really goes after himself and his own brothers, then the consequences are really unimaginable. But, having chosen this path, and wanting to truly grow up, one has to face it all. So, no matter what the outcome was, Lin Hai had to go. After thinking hard for a while, Lin Hai was still like a headless fly, not finding any feasible method. He had no choice but to gather all 6 of his brothers under him to discuss a plan. The 7 brothers, once again, stepped into the barbecue stand that they frequented, ordering some kebabs and asking for a case of beer. The group drank the cold beer while discussing their plans. Lin Hai unreservedly and without reservation told the several brothers what he had just spoken to Da Xiong. After listening, Fei, who knew a little bit about Maharaja, was the first to speak. "Brother Hai, this Xiong is by no means comparable to the likes of Wenbin and Didong. It's not that I don't have confidence in us, but with our current strength, it's a far cry from Hung. The brothers under Brother Xiong's command are at least dozens or even hundreds of people. If we really start a fight with them, we would definitely have no chance of winning." Although none of the 7 people present were greedy and fearful of death, but the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great, more than 10 times. In anyone's heart, there is no bottom. Lu Erwa pressed on and yelled, "Even though we can't beat them, we can't show weakness. If we concede, then the kingdom we've built with great difficulty will not be surrendered to us." "I'm a little upset." Dagger spoke up as well. "Brother Hai, why don't we go to the technical schools tomorrow, and those vocational schools inside and spend money to find some people to help with the boxing? As long as you're willing to spend money, it's no problem at all to find a few dozen people." On the side, Huang Jianxin also chimed in. "I think this idea is feasible." Chen Yong and Ma Hui, both of them, also nodded their heads in recognition, because in their minds, that's the best they can come up with at the moment. Dash was the only one there, shaking his head and sighing. "It's no use. These students are really brave sometimes, but if they run into Maharishi's men, they'll definitely be scared inside. In this way, we first lose a great deal in terms of momentum. Furthermore, even if we do start fighting, these students have little experience in fighting at all, and their physical fitness is no match for these people. So even if we have the advantage in numbers, we will definitely lose in the end." Upon hearing these words from Fei, the few people present were like frosted eggplants, falling into silence. They knew in their hearts that Fei had a point, but right now they had no other choice. "What should we do then?" Are we just going to sit around and wait for death? Huang Jianxin asked anxiously. The crowd once again focused their gazes in unison on Lin Hai. At this point they were at their wits' end and could only pin their hopes on Lin Hai, expecting him to come up with an effective countermeasure. Lin Hai unhurriedly picked up his own red Taschen cigarettes from the dining table and happily lit one for himself before taking a few deep puffs, constantly tapping the ash gently with his index finger. He still didn't stop moving his hand until there was not the slightest bit of ash left from this cigarette. Immediately afterward, he picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank the beer in the glass in one go before he spoke in a nonchalant manner. Going to those students is simply an exercise in futility. It would be better to go directly to those 4 Northeasterners. In my opinion, these 4 must be trustworthy. Besides, I'm at least 80% sure I'll be able to reach a settlement with Nobita. Granted, we may need to make some concessions and give him some favors, but definitely not more than we can afford. Dash asked. And how much of the profit did Kai decide to let go to Nobita? Lin Hai replied. Give them 10% of the total protection money we receive each month and then pay them $300 for their medical bills. That's the bottom line in my mind. And if it goes beyond that, then we definitely can't compromise. Chapter 108, The Addition of 4 Fierce Generals. Hearing that Lin Hai declared that he would give 10% of the protection fees collected to Da Xiong, and that he would also pay out $3,000 in medical expenses to Jiang Wenbin, the crowd could not help but feel a slight sense of resentment. Lu Erwa was the first to open his mouth and yell, Brother Hai. In that case, wouldn't we be giving away nearly $7,000? It's sobering to think about, and I'm really upset about it. Mr. Wang Qinsun also chimed in. Yeah, Brother Hai, why don't we just fight them to the death? Hearing this kind of words of the 2, the remaining 4 brothers also instantly hot blood surging. 7 mouths raucous up. That posture is clearly would rather fight with Da Xiong than a fish death net, but also reluctant to pay out the money. Lin Hai lightly waved his arm, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and then said slowly, Brothers, don't be impulsive. The reason why I came up with such an idea is also after careful consideration. Since we have embarked on this path, I certainly expect to lead you to make a lot of money, and make our power more and more powerful, really become a party hegemony. There are 2 reasons for giving in to Da Xiong today. 1. Naturally, is that he is unwilling to form a bond with him? Secondly, if we cooperate with him, we will be able to utilize his power and swallow the upper half of the territory in one go in the shortest possible time. Just imagine. As far as I know, the number of massage parlors in the upper half of the district is quite a lot more than that in the lower half of the district. And if we can take over the upper half of the district, our monthly income will certainly more than double. It wouldn't hurt to give Maharaja some slight profit at this moment in order to make more money in the future. After he said so, the people carefully thought about it, and it was really the truth. The scales in everyone's mind are naturally much more balanced. At the same time, they admired Lin Hai's big picture perspective even more. However, whether the Maharishi will agree to this condition remains unknown. Therefore, the importance of the negotiations on the night after tomorrow is self-evident to them. Just then, Lin Hai pulled out his cell phone from his body and called those Northeasterners. The phone rang a few times before being quickly picked up, and a slightly excited voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Brother Hai. Is there something we need to do? From the tone of the other party's voice, it could be heard that those Northeasterners had been waiting for Lin Hai's call for the past few days. Lin Hai said with a flat face, Well, there's something I'd like to ask you guys to help me with. Let's wait for you guys to get here to talk about the details. It's too much to tell in a few words over the phone. The other party seemed to sense the seriousness in Lin Hai's tone and immediately responded. Alright, Brother Hai, don't worry, we'll go over right now. After that, each side hung up the phone. Time passed by, and in less than 20 minutes, the 4 Northeasterners arrived at the barbecue stand where Lin Hai and the others were. At this time, the night had fully descended, and the surrounding area was dark, with only the lights of the barbecue stand appearing to shine, while Lin Hai and the few of them sat there, their gazes fixed on the road in the distance. Finally, when the figures of the 4 Northeasterners were seen within sight, a hint of anticipation appeared on their faces. As the sound of footsteps got closer, the 4 people soon walked up to Lin Hai and the others. Despite the previous unpleasantness, the atmosphere at this moment was exceptionally cordial. After all, now that they wanted people to help them do things for themselves, everyone could be counted as one of their own. Thus, Lin Hai took the initiative to stand up, greeted the 4 with a smile, and invited them to sit down. After some pleasantries, Lin Hai decided to let everyone get to know each other first. He began by introducing himself. My name is Lin Hai. You guys can call me Brother Lin or Brother Hai. Then he had several of the brothers around him introduce themselves. Then he turned his head to the 4 Northeasterners, signaling them to introduce themselves as well. One of the men with short hair and a determined face was the first to speak. My name is Chen Xiao. My friends call me Big Xiao. This Chen Xiao was the same person whose arm was broken by Lin Hai last time, but at the moment, on his face, not the slightest bit of resentment could be seen, and there was also a hint of excitement. Immediately afterward, another tall, well-built man introduced himself. My name is Wang Mang. Everyone calls me Mang. Then a man with an inch of hair and a fat head smiled. My name is Gu Shuwen, nicknamed Big Head. Finally, a relatively short but sharp-eyed man also introduced himself. My name is Chenny Hu. People used to call me Tiger. These 4 people, indeed, came from Longjiang province in that vast black land in the northeast, and they also confessed unabashedly that they had stirred up some trouble over there in their hometowns. So they fled to Guanqing City like birds of prey to escape. These 4 people are definitely the kind of tough guys with strong bones and bright hearts. This made Lin Hai and a few of his brothers add a few more points to their favor towards these 4 people. Regarding the little bit of friction between everyone the other day, everyone chose to laugh it off and put it behind them. Lin Hai lifted the wine glass in front of himself. A smile rippled at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept over the 4 people in front of him like a torch, and then slowly said, "We are all pure men. And I see that these 4 brothers are all frank and true men as well, and that little episode from before. After drinking this cup of wine, we all must not take it to heart." After saying that, Lin Hai tilted his head and drank the wine in the cup, then put down the cup and continued. "As long as the 4 brothers pass my test this time, then all of us will be brothers in life and death from now on." Speaking here, Lin Hai's voice paused for a moment, and his eyes became as firm and serious as a rock as he looked at the 4 people and continued. "It's the kind of brother who shares his blessings and his problems." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Hai once again raised his glass and said in a bold manner, "Here, I'll drink to all the brothers here." With Lin Hai's action, the others responded by finishing off the beer in their respective cups without hesitation. After finishing his drink, Lin Hai took a deep breath and calmed down as if he was relieved, then single-handedly and bluntly stated the purpose of this gathering. "Big Joe, 3 brothers, this time we have encountered some thorny and tricky trouble, and are in dire need of you to lend a helping hand to help us out as if you were sending charcoal from the snow." Hearing this, De Chao quickly waved his hand and said with a bold face, "Brother Hai, you're too polite to say that. If there's anything you want to do, just tell me. If any one of us wimps out, we're not pure ing men." The remaining 3 brothers, similarly righteous, said, "Please don't worry, Brother Hai, none of us pure men of the Northeast are as timid as rats." Chapter 109, Li Yanhong beaten by her manager. Lin Hai wasn't any kind of sympathetic person. Hearing the 4 people say so, he opened the door. "We've encountered an enemy as powerful as a tiger this time. The other party is a reputable big brother in Guan City, with dozens or hundreds of wolf-like brothers under their hands, so this time things could be crisis-ridden. I won't hold any grudges if a few brothers are unwilling to help us, and we'll all be equally friends in the future, so I hope that a few of you will think deeply about it." The meaning of Lin Hai's words couldn't be more obvious, which meant that if you dare to fight side by side with us this time, we'll all be like brothers from now on. If you refuse, although I will not hold a grudge, from now on I will only be general friends, not the kind of brothers who live and die together. When Di Xiao and the 4 of them heard him say that, the expressions on their faces remained so calm, and they didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Big Joe replied with hardly any hesitation, "Brother Hai, you and all the brothers here dare to go ahead and fight, so how can the 4 of us possibly back down on the battlefield? Just say it directly. What do you need us to do?" The other 3 brothers, too, nodded in agreement. Lin Hai felt very relieved and felt that he really hadn't misjudged anyone. Then, he told the other party about the conflict between his side and Nobita in its entirety, and then went on to say, "I've arranged to meet with Nobita the night after tomorrow, but if he must Leonize us and make demands that are too much, we definitely won't compromise. However, if we refuse to back down, he is afraid that he will use force against us, but of course, the chances of that are slim to none. Still, we must necessarily plan for the worst just in case." At this point in the conversation, Lin Hai, as usual, skillfully lit up a cigarette and took a few deep puffs. That's before he went on. "Since he invited me to the banquet, it would obviously be inappropriate for us to go with too many people. Moreover, Da Xiong was at least a reputable big brother on the road, so naturally he could not bring numerous little brothers. However, it is highly probable that he has prearranged his manpower, and as long as I do not agree to his terms, he will send people to deal with us. What we have to do is to do everything we can to make sure we can be safe and sound." All of them nodded their heads, indicating that they agreed with Lin Hai's views, and it had to be said that Lin Hai's dissection could be said to be in the right place. For Lin Hai to be so resourceful, he was truly described as a good general. However, they were also filled with anticipation. How would Lin Hai break out of this predicament? Of course, Before Big Joe and the four of them had arrived, Lin Hai actually had a plan in mind. For the rest of the time, he only had to instruct these brothers to follow his plans. He would be able to leave himself unharmed with complete certainty. He first assigned 5 people, Xiao Fei, Chen Yong, Ma Hui, Chenny Hu and Big Head, to purchase some steel pipes and machetes as well as lime and other things the next day, and then went to the owner of the restaurant and slipped him a few $100s to promise these 4 men to pretend to be waiters in the store at the time of the day after tomorrow, and their weapons will be hidden in the hotel in advance, so that not only to avoid Maharishi and other people suspect, but also to make their own side of the people in the hands of a competent weapon. As for Huang Jianxin, Xiao Dao, De Qiao and the 3 of them, they were responsible for going to rent a van, followed by acquiring a few dozen handles of artillery, which would then be responsible for picking up the crowd. In his mind, if the other side of the crowd surrounded them, can make Huang Jianxin 3 of them ignite the artillery, thrown towards the crowd. This kind of although will not cause too much substantial damage to the personnel, but at least be able to distract the other side's attention, and their group of people. They were able to take advantage of the other side into chaos, panic when, like a stringed arrow quickly rushed out of the heavy siege, kill a bloody road, followed in the shortest possible time to board the van. This strategy may sound a bit unorthodox, but if it comes down to it, it can produce surprising results. Moreover, when Lin Hai assigned the personnel, he purposely arranged a few of the closest brothers under him around Big Joe and the other 4. It wasn't that he didn't trust the 4, after all. They were working together for the first time, and he had to dispose of them carefully. As for the remaining Lu Erwa and Wang Mang, they naturally went with him to the banquet. These 2 men were tall and powerful, like 2 lofty iron towers, both over 1.85 meters in height, and weighing more than 90 kilograms. Regardless of their fighting ability, just looking at their appearance was enough to give the other party a huge deterrent. After hearing Lin Hai say these words, the 10 brothers here admired Lin Hai as if he were the Yellow River. After the deliberation, the crowd was basically drunk and full, exchanging phone numbers with each other and agreeing to act according to Lin Hai's instructions the next day. In order to facilitate the convenience of doing things the next day, Lin Hai gave Big Joe and the 4 of them 2 double rooms in a nearby hotel. After that, everyone dispersed and went back to their respective places. When Lin Hai returned to the rental house, it was definitely inevitable that he would have to make love to Sister Hong. The next morning, Lin Hai was woken up by a sharp ringing phone. Lin Hai picked up his cell phone in a daze and saw that the caller ID was actually an unfamiliar landline number. His heart felt like being scratched by a cat. This early in the morning, who is so boring? Don't you know that disturbing people's dreams is like seeking money and killing people? But out of politeness, he grabbed the phone at the first opportunity. Hello, who is it? A man's voice came from the other end of the line, sounding as if he was hot and anxious. Lin Hai, I'm your co-worker Rod from the NXIN washing company. Your girlfriend Li Yanhong was beaten up by their manager at the T-Flower Hotel. If you're free now, could you fire over there? Lin Hai, who was still half asleep, instantly woke up after hearing these words as if he had been doused with a pot of ice water from head to toe. He sprang up from the bed like a spring, his eyes glaring like brass bells, his face full of disbelief, and roared, asterisk asterisk, Rod, you're not kidding me, are you? How dare someone make a move on my girlfriend? Rod's tone was unusually serious and earnest, like a judge reading a judgment. How could I possibly joke with you about something like that? I just saw your girlfriend crying so hard that I felt compelled to inform you immediately. Lin Hai gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn, how dare he even hit my woman? He must be given an everlasting lesson, so that he knows that a tiger's ass can't be touched after all. I'll bring my men to kill them right now, and until I get there, keep an eye out for me and don't let that asshole touch a hair on my girlfriend's head again. Rod was quite righteous and answered without hesitation. Don't worry, I've already had Xiao Wu keep an eye on the top. As long as the 2 of us are around, we definitely won't let him lay a finger on sister-in-law again. Chapter 110, The Overbearing Lin Hai. Lin Hai hung up the phone and hurriedly put on his clothes like a gust of wind. Just now when he called, that voice was like a flood bell, and at this moment the action was even more like a storm, naturally waking up Sister Hong who was lying beside him. Sister Hong opened her eyes, full of curiosity like a curious cat, and asked softly, Hi, is this what happened? Look at you with an anxious look. Lin Hai naturally wouldn't hide anything from her and replied without hiding anything. My girlfriend got beat up by their manager at the place she works. I have to rush over right away. Damn it, I don't know which one of those bastards even dared to hit my woman. Hearing him say that, Sister Hong also hurriedly bounced up from the bed and quickly put on her clothes. With a foul mouth, she also burst out and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too bullying. We must immediately go over and get our sister back. Lin Hai looked at Sister Hong's good intentions, so naturally he was too embarrassed to refuse. At this time, Sister Hong didn't have the slightest intention of being jealous, and was filled with only thinking about standing up for Li Yanhong. It was because she knew very well in her heart that if she encountered the same thing, Lin Hai would absolutely do the same without hesitation. Due to the time constraints, Sister Hong didn't even have time to put on her makeup before she hurriedly left the rental house with Lin Hai. After leaving the rental house, Lin Hai called up Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin and their crowd at the first opportunity. These 6 brothers of his, hearing that their sister-in-law had been beaten up, instantly exploded like a powder keg that had been ignited. They got up as fast as they could and gathered with Lin Hai in a hurry. It was evident that the anger in the hearts of these brothers was burning like a volcano about to erupt. Are you kidding? My sister-in-law was beaten up. If I can't stand up for her, I can't hang around in the street anymore. Fei called Big Joe and the others at the first opportunity, and when they walked to Wanha Street, Big Joe and the 4 of them had been waiting there expectantly for a long time. The crowd took 3 cabs and wended their way to the Camellia Hotel. The Camellia Hotel was located on Shitsong Road, just a few kilometers away from Wanha Street where they were. 10 minutes later, a group of people came to the entrance of the Camellia Hotel in great numbers. As soon as he entered the hotel lobby, a tall and pretty receptionist lady greeted him. Seeing so many people pouring into the lobby, she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered inside, but still maintained her politeness and asked with a smile, "May I ask if you are checking into the hotel, or do you have other business to attend to?" When Sister Hong, who was walking at the front, heard this, she instantly returned without a trace of anger. "None of your business. Step aside." The receptionist lady was taken aback, a blank expression on her face. She really couldn't understand how this woman with such a beautiful and attractive appearance could suddenly become so fierce. It's a far cry from her elegant and noble demeanor. However, when she turned her head to look at the dozen or so serious-looking men behind her, her heart immediately understood. These people obviously came with bad intentions and were by no means good. So, without hesitation, she grabbed her walkie-talkie and sent out an emergency alert to the hotel security staff. Lin Hai and the others didn't stay here for a moment and walked straight towards the hotel's elevator. They quickly boarded the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. After all, Li Yanhong was none other than the foreman of the guest room department on the 3rd floor of this hotel. And just now, Rod had also told Lin Hai that they were on the 3rd floor at the moment. On this journey, Lin Hai's heart was burning with anxiety, as if there were millions of ants gnawing at his heart. He could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that Li Yanhong would be safe and sound, and that not even a single hair would be missing. If Li Yanhong was missing a hair, he would not hesitate to chop off one of the other's fingers. The elevator finally reached the 3rd floor, and Lin Hai was the first to rush out of the elevator like an arrow out of a string, heading straight for the bar in the guest room department on the 3rd floor. From afar, Lin Hai saw that Li Yanhong was sobbing in a low voice, and on her face, which was as beautiful as a lotus flower, there were 10 bright red fingerprints printed on it, as if they were 10 blooming blood flowers, stinging Lin Hai's eyes. The anger in Lin Hai's heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Hot magma rushing and churning within him, burning. His eyes were filled with anger and determination, just like 2 burning flames that seemed to burn everything in front of him. The middle-aged man in his 30s, however, seemed to be unaware of the danger he was in and continued to curse without knowing what was happening. Asterisk 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 you. You're obviously an A asterisk asterisk, and you're still pretending to be innocent here. Can you, a waitress, afford such nice clothes if you're not hooking up outside? It's a blessing for you that I'm able to look at you, and how dare you fling your face at me? His voice was piercing and sharp, each word like a sharp dagger that deeply pierced Lin Hai's heart. Lin Hai's fists were clenched, his nails sunk deep into his flesh as he forced himself to hold back his inner urges, as if he was a tiger poised to strike, waiting for an appropriate moment. However, this middle-aged man even stretched out that dirty hand at this moment and tried to hit Li Yanhong again. Luo De and Xiao Wu also immediately reacted. They tightly grasped that middle-aged man's hand and kindly persuaded him. Manager Zhang, if there's anything we can talk about, don't make a move. Right at this moment, Lin Hai was like a whirlwind, coming to the 4 of them like a whirlwind. He put his arm around Li Yanhong and asked with a face full of concern, "Yanhong, what the hell is going on? Who hit you?" His gaze was like a burning flame, revealing his concern and care for Li Yanhong, while also containing endless anger, as if it could burn everything to the ground. Li Yanhong snuggled into Lin Hai's arms, tears slipping down like a flood that broke the dike as she choked. "Lin Hai, you can finally come. It's this manager Zhang. He wanted to plot against me, and when I didn't agree, he beat me. Oh. Speaking later, Li Yanhong actually whimpered like a child. After hearing this, the anger in Lin Hai's eyes was like a volcano erupting, getting hotter and hotter as he glared at manager Zhang and roared, "You bastard! How dare you touch my woman? Manager Zhang was scared to death by Lin Hai's aura as he stammered. What do you want? I'm the manager of this hotel. Lin Hai approached Manager Zhang step by step. His steps were heavy and powerful. Each step seemed to be stepping on Manager Zhang's heart. Gritting his teeth. Manager? Even if you were the emperor, you wouldn't be able to walk out of here in one piece today. After saying that, he turned to Lu Erwa behind him and said, Erwazi, break his hands for me, then make him kneel on the ground like a dog and apologize to my woman. Chapter 11, Hegemony. Right at this moment, Manager Zhang, Luo De and Xiao Wu were shocked to realize that behind Lin Hai stood a whole 10 people like ghosts. Each of these people had grim faces and were staring at them with a deadly stare like fierce gods. Manager Zhang couldn't help but tremble. His heart was like a shock wave, and fear surged like a tidal wave. However, it wasn't that Lin Hai's brothers were really so vicious. It was just that the anger in their hearts had already erupted like a volcano at this moment. This Manager Zhang, relying on the insignificant power in his hands, dared to bully their sister-in-law. How could this not make them furious? Only to see Lu Erwa as if a silent lion, without a word, striding towards Manager Zhang, raising his hand and slapping him hard, only to hear a pop sound. A clear slap sound like a thunderclap resounded throughout the room. Immediately after that, there was the unpleasant cursing sound of Manager Zhang. Asterisk asterisk. Where did that bastard come from? How dare you beat up my old man in my territory? Security. Are you all dead men? Why don't you get your asses over here and clean him up? However, before Manager Zhang's words fell, Lu Erwa had already struck again like a swift wind. He opened his hands left and right and slapped several large slaps one after another as if they were lightning. Pop. Snap. Pop. Each blow hit the ground with a crisp thud. Manager Zhang was beaten to the heavens. His eyes were starry. His face quickly swelled up like a pig's head, and scarlet blood even oozed out from the corners of his mouth. Almost at the same instant, Lu Erwa grabbed Manager Zhang's right arm, and with both hands as if they were iron pincers, he violently exerted force, and hardened and dislocated Manager Zhang's arm. Next moment, Manager Zhang's mouth let out a pig-killing scream that resounded through the clouds. However, Lu Erwa wasn't going to stop there. He once again grabbed Manager Zhang's left arm like a hungry tiger, wanting to twist his left arm in the same way. Suddenly, a roar like rolling muffled thunder came from far away. Stop! How dare you guys hit our Manager Zhang? The crowd followed the sound and saw 8 or 9 security guards holding rubber batons in their hands, hurriedly running over in their direction like wolves and tigers. The angry roar just now, of course, came from the mouth of their security chief. Lin Hai's brothers. None of them said more than half a sentence of nonsense, but neatly drew out the cold and shining kitchen knives from their bodies. This security chief and the security guards behind him, when they saw that Lin Hai and his men were outnumbered, they were already weak in their hearts, like birds of prey. However, by virtue of having rubber sticks in their hands, they put on a strong show of composure, as if they were paper tigers. However, when Lin Hai and the others actually pulled out kitchen knives from their bodies, the composure of these security guards instantly collapsed, just like a poked balloon. Their eyes were wide, their faces were as pale as paper, and some even began to tremble like sifting chaff. 2 of the security guards, who were relatively timid, were scared out of their wits and completely lost their courage. After all, they had never experienced such a thrilling scene of conflict, and their hearts were like being gnawed by millions of ants, filled with fear and uneasiness. These security guards only have a meager income of a mere $300 to $400 a month, and it is simply a fool's errand to ask them to fight for their lives. They are just a group of ordinary wage earners who just want to lead a peaceful life and simply do not have the courage to take risks. Lin Hai glared fiercely at these security guards. His eyes were as cold and sharp as sharp blades, as if they could pierce through one's soul. He said coldly, "Get out of here if you don't want to die." The voice was like thunder, carrying an undoubted majesty. The security guards were frozen in place like wooden statues in clay, neither leaving nor staying. They are caught in a dilemma, and if they leave at this moment, not only will they lose the job, but they will also look lousy. But if they stayed, facing the kitchen knife-wielding, fierce Lin Hai and the others, they were filled with fear, as if they were being stabbed by millions of steel needles. Under such circumstances, they feel at a loss as to where to go from here. Just as they were hesitating, Lin Hai spoke again. "Cut them." These 3 words were like a fire, instantly igniting the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. The crowd of brothers under Lin Hai had been waiting for him to give orders, and after hearing these words, without saying a word, they raised the knives in their hands and rushed towards those security guards. Asterisk asterisk. Mommy, these goddamned people, they really dared to cut it. Faced with such a scene, those security guards immediately panicked. They had originally thought that Lin Hai was just scaring them, but now it seemed that Lin Hai wasn't just saying that. You can find another job if you lose your job, but you can't really lose your body if you lose it. No, I don't want to get hurt myself, let alone get cut up. Just run. The vast majority of the security guards had the same mindset and turned and ran. They were running and shouting at the same time. Murder! Run! Originally, all the brothers under Lin Hai wanted to go after them and cut them. After all, these security guards were so arrogant and domineering just now. Wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't take this good opportunity to teach them a lesson? But just then, Lin Hai spoke out to stop it. That's just it. No need to pay attention to them. Our target is this manager. Hearing this, those security guards were relieved. They were grateful to Lin Hai for not killing them. And then they ran faster like scared birds. At this moment, Manager Zhang was already scared to the point where his face was ashen and his body was trembling. He ignored the gushing pain coming from his body and yelled at the top of his lungs. You guys come back here. Whoever dares to go AWOL today, I'll sweep him off his feet immediately. However, how could those security guards take his words to heart? They only wanted to escape from this place of crisis as soon as possible, so as not to suffer from the calamity of the pool fish. Looking at the security guards who fled, a deep despair welled up in Manager Zhang's heart. He knew deep down that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape this time. Lu Erhua had a devil-like smile on his face. Now, it's time for you to taste what it's like to break your other arm. After he finished speaking, he pressed a little closer towards Manager Zhang's direction. Manager Zhang has long been scared out of his wits. Suddenly, flop, fell to his knees on the spot, trembling and pleaded. A few. Big brother, I know I am wrong. I beg you to be generous and spare me this time. I can pay you money, but I beg you to never break my other arm again. On the side of Li Yanhong, see this Zhang manager just like a sandbag by Lu Erhua constantly bombarded with big ears. The heart is a relief. Chapter 112 claiming $20,000 in damages. But at this moment, looking at him kneeling on the ground like a poor hobgoblin, and having already gotten an arm broken, the kind-hearted woman actually felt a little bit unable to bear it. Lin Hai, why don't we just forget about it? He's already gotten what he deserves, so just be magnanimous and spare him. Hearing Li Yanhong say this, Manager Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground, also hurriedly said as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yanhong, put in a good word with them and ask them to let me off the hook, and I'll promote you to lobby manager, and I'll give you a raise. Lu Erhua kicked towards his chest and cursed. Asterisk 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 you. Our sister-in-law's name is also for you, son of Ada Call? Who cares about your crappy promotion and pay raise? Just look at your dishonest face. Why don't you just chop off your hand and feed it to the dogs? When the words fell, he even held the kitchen knife in his hand and made a gesture to chop up Manager Zhang's hand. Lin Hai gently patted Li Yanhong's shoulder and said softly, Silly girl, to be merciful to such a bad person is to be cruel to yourself. And at this moment the paralyzed Manager Zhang on the ground, like a limp shrimp whose backbone had been taken away, loudly begged for mercy under his breath. Don't, please spare me, I'll pay you back. Hearing him say over and over again that he would pay for it, Lin Hai immediately became interested. You can have a hard time with anything, but don't have a hard time with money. Besides, this Manager Zhang had already been duly punished, and it would be a beautiful thing if he could get a hard knock from him. Erwazi, don't get too busy yet. Let's see how much he can really pay. If the money pays out enough, then he'll be let off the hook. Manager Zhang heard this. That was originally like falling into the ice cellar. All the heart instantly lit up the flame of hope again. I'll pay you $100. Lin Hai said coldly. Erwazi, this asshole has no sincerity. You'd better chop off his hand. Hearing this, bean-sized beads of sweat instantly sprang up on Manager Zhang's forehead and rolled down like a dike-breaking flood as he hurriedly stammered. No, I'll pay 300. Don't ever cut off my hand. Lu Erhua felt that the money was already quite a lot, but he didn't take matters into his own hands and instead turned his attention to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, however, said with a frosty face, Erwazi, what are you still dawdling about? Good lord, from what Hai said, that $300 is just like paying off a beggar. This Hai of ours has really blackened his heart. At this moment, Manager Zhang not only was sweating profusely as if he had been drenched by a rainstorm, but also the yellow liquid in his lower body was unknowingly flowing out like a river breaking the dike. He hurriedly rolled and crawled to Lin Hai. Big brother, why don't you just open a price? This is really too scary. This despicable and shameless guy, usually relying on himself as the manager of this hotel, he didn't rarely oppress the female employees under him. He not only tainted the other side with subterfuge, but he was usually as vitriolic as a wicked witch to these employees, and spoke and acted as arrogant and domineering as an unbeatable bully. However, at this moment, it turned into a tail-wagging pug. This is really retribution. Lin Hai said expressionlessly, $20,000 at one price, and not a penny less. Everyone present was so shocked by Lin Hai's words that they couldn't close their mouths wide open for a long time. $20,000, in this day and age, is an absolutely astronomical amount for the vast majority of working people. He, Lin Hai, had the audacity to ask for $20,000 in compensation from the other party. What's the ing difference between that and robbing someone? Even if you go to rob people, the money doesn't come so fast. Manager Zhang's face immediately turned into a pig's liver color. $20,000 although he can take out, but he really cannot afford to give up his salary is just over $100 a month, and $20,000 is almost more than a year's salary for him already. Granted, he usually has some extra money, but $20,000 is almost a year's worth of savings. Let him just like this 20,000 yuan obediently handed over to the other party. He is really not willing. He was only seen crying with a pitiful face. Big brother, can it be less? I really can't take out that much money. Lin Hai looked at him expressionlessly, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference and determination. It can be less. $100 for a finger. Think it over. I'll chop off one of your fingers if it's $100 less anyway, and if the finger isn't enough, I'll go on to chop off your toes. After saying this, Lin Hai unexpectedly bent down and gently placed the kitchen knife in Manager Zhang's hand. Feeling the cold blade, Manager Zhang's body involuntarily trembled, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He stared at the knife in Lin Hai's hand with wide eyes and a face full of horror, his lips trembling slightly, but he didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, he realized that Lin Hai wasn't joking, but was getting real. He began to regret why he had plotted against Li Yanhong in the first place. If not for that, it would have been impossible to provoke this devil. Manager Zhang's psychological defense gradually collapsed. His face was pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his lips trembled as he said with a crying voice, I'll give it all right. Lin Hai slowly stood up, a faint smile on his face as he looked at Manager Zhang and said, wouldn't that have been nice? So let's talk now. Do we take you to get the money, or do you call and have it sent over? $20,000 is not a small amount of money for anyone, let alone carrying around such a huge amount of cash is unrealistic. That was why Lin Hai had asked this question. Manager Zhang cried out and replied helplessly, I'll call and have it delivered. However, the guy was secretly calculating in his heart how to get out of the predicament in front of him. He surreptitiously took out his cell phone and tried to call the police, hoping that the sheriff's team would arrive to help him with this crisis. In his opinion, although Lin Hai and the others looked fierce, as long as the vigilantes came, they definitely wouldn't dare to make trouble. Maybe he could even send these people to the police station, so that he could not only succeed in getting out of trouble, but also get out of a bad breath. But he was a little afraid to call the police in front of Lin Hai and the others, and after thinking about it, he decided to call the general manager of the hotel. With the intelligence of the hotel's general manager, as long as he gave him a general idea, he could definitely understand what was going on in an instant. And with all the commotion inside the hotel, someone might have already called the police. Chapter 113, Manager Zhang. Thank you. Just as Manager Zhang wanted to make a call, Lin Hai said indifferently, you'd better not think of playing any tricks with me. If you really dare to do that, I guarantee that I'll make you disappear completely from this earth. Just then, Sister Hong suddenly walked over to Li Yanhong's side and said softly to her, Sister, it's true that this Manager Zhang tried to rape you just now, isn't it? If these two brothers hadn't seen it just now, maybe he would have gotten his way. Why don't we just report it to the vigilante? Sister Hong kept winking at Li Yanhong as she said this, but the world-weary Li Yanhong, surprisingly, did not react for a moment to Sister Hong's intention to do so. Lin Hai, who was extremely smart, had to admire Sister Hong's move. And after wrapping his arm around Li Yanhong's shoulders and whispering a few words in her ear, Li Yanhong reacted, That's true just now, but I'm a kid from the countryside and don't know much about the law, so I don't know if I can sue in that way. Big Joe said with a smile on his face, beaming with joy, Sister-in-law, that's definitely possible. This dog's behavior belongs to attempted rape. As long as you, the client, come forward to testify against him, together with these two brothers to corroborate, I will make sure that he sits in the bottom of the jail. This Big Joe, 23 or 4 years old, in the old days in the old country, and those who have eaten prison meals did not deal with a lot of people, so the law is still a slight understanding of the skin. Under the 1-2 punch of several people, Manager Zhang finally woke up as if from a dream and realized the seriousness of the matter. Hiss, he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, like falling into an ice cellar. If this is really the case, one really can't defend oneself and can't even wash himself by jumping into the Yellow River. And just now, he did have that kind of dirty thoughts, and he even made a move on the other person. Li Yanhong, To be able to become the manager of this hotel, he was naturally not a foolish man. At this moment, he was already like a mirror in his heart and knew how to respond. He called the head of security and the lobby manager at the first opportunity, telling them 1,000 times not to call the police. Then, accompanied by a fawning smile, said, "A few big brothers, why don't I just go outside and get the money for you guys? It would be more or less embarrassing to have people send money over." Lin Hai naturally wouldn't refuse. To him, as long as he could get the money, he would do whatever he wanted. "Erwazi, you, Big Xiao and Xiao Fei, take this manager Zhang to get the money." Manager Zhang naturally didn't have any comments, and before going out, he also invited Lin Hai and the others to the restaurant on the second floor for dinner. After Lu Erwa and the three of them took manager Zhang to get the money, Lin Hai gave Sister Hong a thumbs up and said, "Sister Hong, it's still you. Your move is really very clever. Otherwise, there's a real chance this dog will call the police." The other brothers, too, cast appreciative glances at Sister Hong. The corners of Sister Hong's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as she said softly, "It's nothing strange. In our line of work, you have to know a little bit about the law. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll put yourself in a passive situation." However, until this moment, Li Yanhong still hadn't been able to fully recover from the shock she had just experienced. To be honest, she was not only scared, she was apprehensive. After all, what she had just experienced was something she had never even envisioned on a normal day. At this moment, she was filled with emotion. How could she not be moved by the camaraderie of so many people who stood up for her when she was being bullied by others? Especially when she witnessed Lin Hai's anxious and worried look. Her heart warmed up. Lin Hai spoke softly and relievedly. "Don't worry, I'm here. As long as I'm around, I'll keep you safe." The crowd talked as they headed toward the restaurant on the second floor. Since someone was willing to treat them, they naturally wouldn't be polite and gladly went. Ascending to the restaurant on the second floor, Sister Hong, like a light butterfly, sat down next to Li Yanhong and pulled Li Yanhong's hand tightly, talking to her intimately. Witnessing the intimate appearance of these two, Huang Jianxin and Xiao Dao and the others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Brother Hai's two beauties really do look like heavenly fairies. And more importantly, they actually managed to coexist harmoniously. So it seems that our brother Hai's charms are truly unrivaled. Not long after, Lu Erwa and manager Zhang and the others went and returned. On their return, they had a heavy load of $20,000 in cash in their hands. Manager Zhang was broken an arm, and lost $20,000, but his face did not dare to show the slightest displeasure, but forced a smile, warmly greeted the crowd to eat. However, at this moment, his heart was as if he was pressing a 1,000-pound boulder, suffocating to the extreme. The vast majority of the staff in the hotel naturally recognized Li Yanhong, and just now, they were also clear about what had happened. When seeing Li Yanhong not only has a handsome and dashing boyfriend, but also this boyfriend is a powerful social big brother, some young girls cannot help but cast envious glances at him. That gaze is like a hot flame, as if to melt him. Of course, there were also people who mentally scoffed at social big brothers like Lin Hai and the others. However, naturally no one dared to show the slightest on the surface. After the wine and dinner, Lin Hai took Sister Hong and the brothers as well as Li Yanhong with him and left the Camellia Hotel. Manager Zhang respectfully escorted them to the entrance of the hotel, and just at the moment Lin Hai was about to get into the cab, he grinned and revealed a wry smile and said, "Manager Zhang, thanks, you're treating me to dinner and money, and I let someone break your arm, so you see how embarrassing it is. However, this is also a bit of a lesson for you. Remember to keep your eyes sharper in the future. Not everyone you can afford to offend." Manager Zhang greeted Lin Hai's ancestors in his heart, but on his mouth, he still nodded and responded, "Yes, Hai is right. I will definitely follow your teachings in the future." Lin Hai and his group of a dozen people got into 3 cabs and left the Camellia Hotel in a whirlwind. Looking at the cab's taillights fading into his field of vision, Manager Zhang cursed furiously. *************** You bastards. I'll remember today's revenge. Don't let me catch a chance in the future, or I'll have your asses. While cursing, he also viciously kicked at the roadside road guide stone, which hurt him so much that he grimaced. What the hell is going on here? Even this crappy road guide stone is having a hard time with me." Lin Hai and the others returned to Wanha Street. Lin Hai handed Lu Erwa $10,000 and said, "Give Rodin Jr. $500 each and you guys split the rest." Chapter 114, Isn't it good to be a sister-in-law? Lu Erwa and his gang of brothers, although each of them regarded money as their own, but they also all know in their hearts that they must not ask for this money. After all, this is the compensation for their sister-in-law Li Yanhong. Huang Jianxin spoke up as a matter of fact. "Brother Hai, this money was compensated to sister-in-law by that manager Zhang. How can we brothers take it? Big Joe chimed in. That's right, Brother Hai. The brothers can't take this money. A few of the other remaining brothers, too, began to chime in. Brother Hai, the brothers really can't take this money, Lin Hai said with a big wave of his hand. All brothers go out to do their work, and since they get the money, there must be something for everyone. I'll give the rest of this 10,000 to Yanhong, and besides, you guys split this 10,000, or Yanhong will be unhappy too. Li Yanhong also rushed to say, I can't thank everyone enough for sticking up for me, and that manager Zhang has been duly punished. I have suffered no loss, and I am determined not to have this money. Lin Hai, you'd better let your brothers share all this money. Holy, it's amazing that there are people in this world who don't want money for nothing. Both sides pushed and shirked, and at times like this, Lin Hai had to show the majesty of a big brother. On one side is his woman, on the other side is his brother. No matter who it is, they have to obediently listen to him. Otherwise, if this matter spreads out, where can he put his face? Lin Hai said with a stern face. All right, all of you, stop nagging. I'll do the talking. Anyone who dares to say one more word, I'll see if I don't whip him. Lu Erwa said playfully. Brother Hai, it's just fine to whip us, but Sister Hong and sister-in-law are delicate and charming beauties. Do you really want to make a move on them? Lin Hai leaped up and kicked Lu Erwa in the ass. You're the one who talks too much, so hurry up and split the money. One more word of nonsense and brother will then kick you. The crowd beside him burst into a fit of laughter, but the crowd could only obediently follow Lin Hai's wishes. Li Yanhong, this little girl, although she had received $10,000, she still very generously took out $500 from it and handed it over to Sister Hong. Sister, if it wasn't for your cleverness and wisdom just now, you certainly wouldn't have gotten this money, so keep this $500. Good guy, or his own real girlfriend thoughtful ah. Just now, Lin Hai had actually neglected Sister Hong and couldn't help but give Sister Hong a somewhat apologetic look, although he knew that Sister Hong wasn't even close to this small amount of money. After all, he couldn't ignore her contribution. Sister Hong said with a wide smile on her face and waved her hand. My good sister, why are you still polite to my sister? Sis is just moving her lips. Unlike you who got 2 big slaps from others for nothing. The money should have been yours in the first place. Besides, don't be mad if I tell you, I'm really not that bad off. It's also a lot easier to make money now than it was for you. So just take it in peace. Lin Hai was afraid that the two of them would push each other around endlessly again and hurriedly said, Alright, Yan Hong, if Sister Hong asks you to take it, just take it. We're all on our own. There's no need to be so polite. Hearing him say that finally put the matter to rest. Sister Hong's kindness to him was certainly something Lin Hai would keep in mind, and he would definitely repay her in the future as well. Of course, they didn't charge Hong's sisters 3 massage parlors for protection fees, which saved Hong's sister a good deal of money. In the next few hours, all of the brothers who had divided the money began to go out on their errands. After all, they couldn't afford to be sloppy about the meal tomorrow night, or else the consequences would really be unimaginable. Sister Hong also went to the massage parlor in order to leave space for Lin Hai and Li Yanhong. Lin Hai took Li Yanhong back to that rented house and handed Li Yanhong the Xiaolingtong that he had bought a few days ago and said, This is for you. I would have bought it a couple days ago, but never had time to send it to you, and you haven't called me in the last 2 days, so I'm afraid if I go over there myself, I won't always be able to find you. Li Yanhong couldn't say how touched she was. This man, not only is he very handsome, but he is also very domineering. More importantly, this man is particularly good to himself. Nowadays, the relationship between the two was already very close, so she naturally didn't go easy on Lin Hai. After receiving the small smartphone from Lin Hai's hand, a bright smile appeared on his face and said, Thank you, Lin Hai, you've been so good to me. I'm about to love you. Lin Hai took advantage of this time to embrace Li Yanhong into his arms and said with a bad smile, So how are you going to thank me? It can't just be lip service. Li Yanhong looked at him at the moment and of course knew what he wanted. Tipping herself up on her toes, she planted a sloppy kiss on his face. At a time like this, Lin Hai would definitely not be Lin Hai if he didn't take advantage of the situation. The two slowly collapsed onto the large bed. For the rest of this entire day, Li Yanhong had been accompanying Lin Hai inside this rented house. After such a mess today, Li Yanhong certainly could not bring back to work at the Camellia Hotel. Therefore, Li Yanhong is desperate to find another job, she asked as she lay in Lin Hai's arms. Lin Hai, what kind of job do you think it would be good for me to get next? Lin Hai reached out and scratched her little pink face and said, Why are you still looking for a job? Wouldn't it be nice to be your sister-in-law? Li Yanhong raised the cherry-like mouth and pouted. No way. That would leave me free as a hot potato every day. Lin Hai thought about this. If that was the case, Li Yanhong, who had nothing to do all day, would definitely be as idle as a headless fly. He was pondering in his mind, what kind of thing to find something for Li Yanhong to do. Lin Hai thought it would be best to open a store for her, so that not only would she have an extra income, but more importantly, she wouldn't have to look at other people's faces, and she would be free as a bird. But what exactly is a good store? Which in turn makes him a bit worried. After all, in the end, he was just a fledgling rash. Thinking about it, he thought it would be better to ask Sister Hong for advice, because Sister Hong has been in Guancheng for a long time, and she herself is a businessman, and her social experience is that rich. Li Yanhong, who was lying beside him, saw that he didn't say anything for half a day and couldn't help but ask after him again. What are you thinking? Ignoring people even when I talk to you? You're going too far, aren't you? This real girlfriend, Li Yanhong, not only looks like a flower, but also spills the beans that is called a love. Lin Hai hurriedly explained patiently. I'm trying to figure out what I want you to do. I don't want to ignore you. I'd like to open a store for you in the neighborhood, so you don't have to go to work and get pissed off at other people. Chapter 115, Before the Dinner Party. What Lin Hai had just said had definitely shocked Li Yanhong to the point that if she wanted to open a store, she would need at least a few tens of thousands of dollars. But where do they get so much money? So you say you have $10,000 in your hand now, but that's not even close to what you need to open a store, is it? Ah, Lin Hai, you're not kidding. Opening a store? Where would we get that much money? Lin Hai replied in a serious manner. Since I would say something like that, then of course I have a way to get the money. Don't worry about this. Just leave it to me. Just wait to be the boss's wife. Li Yanhong was still a bit uneasy and didn't have much confidence in herself. After all, she had never had such an experience. This is an investment of tens of thousands of dollars at once. What if we lose money then? If you were to earn this money by working for yourself, it would take at least a couple of years to earn that much. Therefore, at this moment, Li Yanhong was a bit weak. But I don't have business experience. What if I lose money? Lin Hai rubbed her hair very favorably. It's okay, a loss is a loss. You don't have any psychological burden. When the time comes, you just rest assured that you can do it boldly. Now you, at least, are a sister-in-law. Losing a few tens of thousands of dollars is nothing. Li Yanhong bristled and said, people haven't even agreed to marry you yet. How can they be sister-in-law? Lin Hai said with a bad smile. Isn't it only a matter of time? If you don't want to, then I can change players. Suddenly, Lin Hai's body was viciously thrust by Li Yanhong, causing him to grimace in pain. Mom, murdering your own husband. Li Yanhong pretended to be a little displeased and said, who told you to talk nonsense? If you dare to say something like that again in the future, let's see how I'll punish you. This real girlfriend of his, when she is gentle, she is called a soft and tender, but when she is fierce, she is also similar to a tigress. It seemed that it was better to try not to offend her in the future, or else there would be absolutely no good fruit to eat. The time simply went by too quickly as the two fought and jostled. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the evening meal. This night, all of Lin Hai's brothers as well as Sister Hong and Li Yanhong, and even the technicians inside Sister Hong's massage parlor, all of them were gathered together in one piece. There were more than 20 people, and they directly sat at two tables. After all, during the day, Li Yanhong had gotten $10,000, and no matter what, she definitely had to arrange for everyone to have a good meal. These are those technicians from Red Sister's massage parlor, and it was only after these brothers of Lin Hai begged and pleaded that Lin Hai asked them out. These guys, their purpose is definitely not pure, but it depends on their ability. If they are going to spend money inside the Red Sister massage parlor, then surely everything is fine, but if they want to move on to more, no one can help them with this. The meal tonight was not only very lively, but also had a great atmosphere. Even Lin Hai and the rest of them had forgotten at this moment that they would have to face a meal that could be called the Hongmen banquet tomorrow night. It could be said that this meal tomorrow night would determine whether Lin Hai and the others could truly gain a foothold on Wanha Street. If they couldn't get a foothold in this tiny Wanha Street, how would they be able to get a foothold in such a large Guan city in the future? Since Lin Hai had been explaining, these brothers, although they had been drinking, none of them had overdosed. More than an hour later, the meal was over, and Fei and Mengzi managed to ask for the contact information of the two female technicians. As for the others, maybe it's because they didn't see eye to eye, or maybe they don't have what these two have. It's all futile in the end. A word of caution. The time for the meal agreed upon with Da Xiong had crept up on him, from Lin Hai to all the brothers under his hand. It was naturally impossible to say that there was no nervousness in his heart, because the other party is a famous social big brother in Guancheng, with so many brothers under his hand, and this Da Xiong, too, was definitely considered a ruthless master. This could put all of their brothers in danger if they don't come to terms and flip out. However, the crowd also felt that this ploy of Lin Hai's was fine. Even if they might suffer a small loss when the two sides came to a standstill, they would be able to retreat in one piece no matter what. The most nervous ones were, of course, at the moment, the brothers posing as waiters, who were constantly on guard and were watching the people coming and going in the neighborhood. This was of course the task Lin Hai had explained to them. He wanted to ascertain whether this Da Xiong had ambushed his manpower in advance or not. If the other party had ambushed their manpower in advance, then whether or not he went to this dinner tonight would definitely be a different story. This reasoning was very simple. If the other party had ambushed their manpower in advance, it would mean that the other party did not intend to negotiate with him at all, but was directly about to strike at him. If that was the case, it would definitely be suicidal to go over there with just the dozen or so brothers under his hand. Lin Hai wouldn't push himself and his brother into the fire for the sake of so-called face. Just this mentality of his is definitely not the mentality that a teenager, who is not yet 20 years old, should have. By the way, there were so many teenagers his age who would even fight others to the death just to save face. And Lin Hai wouldn't do that. Face was important, but it certainly wasn't more important than staying alive. He would never fight someone until it was absolutely necessary. Of course, if it was for the safety of himself and his brothers around him, as well as his family and friends, then he would absolutely fight for the other side without hesitation. The reason why Lin Hai's mentality was so mature was of course related to the fact that he had grown up without a father or a mother and lived a life different from the vast majority of children. Another reason was that he had learned a lot from his own righteous father, Lin Sanping. Regarding Lin Sanping's past, not only did no one in the entire Sanjia village understand it, even Lin Hai, who was the righteous son, couldn't talk about how much he understood it, because Lin Sanping never told him about his own youthful days. For this righteous father of his, Lin Hai's deepest impression was that he could write and fight. Not only could he write a good handwriting, but also the amount of knowledge he had was even higher than that of those primary and secondary school teachers. When it comes to fighting, even for Lu Erwa, who is as strong as an iron tower, if he really fights with his own righteous father, then at most, Lu Erwa will have to lie on the ground. Lin Hai still remembers to this day that he had pleaded with his father to teach him some martial arts, but they were all rejected by his righteous father. Just taught him a set of breathing method. This set of breathing method he has been practicing for almost 10 years. His own feeling, more or less still some use, at least his physical quality, than the vast majority of ordinary people to be a lot stronger. And since practicing this breathing technique, he never seemed to get sick. Chapter 116. Therefore, Lin Hai, under Lin Sanping's tutelage, had always had a very good mindset, and considered issues more thoroughly than ordinary people. It was just that Lin Sanping had not counted on this righteous son of his to become a male millionaire after he left this world. He had nothing to do, but he knew how to flirt with girls all over the place. And this kid, he seems to be obsessed with his sister-in-law. You can definitely be considered a troublemaker wherever you go. A lot of the reason he gets into so much trouble is still, in many cases, because he plots against people's wives. Lin Hai received a text message from Fei, and after making sure that Da Xiong didn't ambush the good guys ahead of time, he stopped a cab and headed in the direction of the Xiao Hotel, accompanied by Lu Erwa and Wang Mang. Half an hour later, Lin Hai and the three of them arrived at the third private room that Da Xiong had booked in advance. This West Kiln Hotel, which is one of the bigger restaurants, a total of 2 floors. The table is at least dozens of tables. Private rooms are as many as 10. There are waiters in here, dozens of them at least. It was because of this that Fei and the few of them were able to mix in with these waiters like a fish out of water. When Lin Hai and the others entered the private room, they were 20 minutes ahead of the agreed time. Xiaofei, wearing the costume of a waiter and carrying a steaming pot of hot tea in his hand, walked into this private room and looked carefully at the side without any suspicious people. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Hai, I've carefully observed the neighborhood, and Da Xiong and the others definitely didn't ambush the good guys in advance. Our guys, all of them, are hidden inside that hut at the top of the stairs, so in case we do make a move then, we'll all just go inside and plow through them." Lin Hai nodded with great satisfaction, then sat down with Lu Erwa and Wang Mang inside the private room to drink tea. He also didn't call Nobita to urge him. After all, the other party is a senior no matter what. The respect that should be given must still be given. That's why he came over early. The respect that should be given to give enough to the other side. The benefits that should be given to the other side also give the other side. If in such a situation, the other side still want to be aggressive, then he will certainly fight to the death. This kid, although he has not been mixing with society for a long time, but no matter what he does, he is completely loose and relaxed, and can be completely counted on. At 6:30, Da Xiong walked into the private room under the flank of 4 henchmen, and following them was Jiang Wenbin, whose body was wrapped in gauze and whose 2 hands were on crutches. Da Xiong's age should be about 35 years old. about 1 meter 7 tall, with a full face of beard, skin that is called a tan, with a big center parting, and surprisingly wearing a set of suit on his body, with a big gold necklace on his neck. But for his dignified appearance, he did look a bit out of place in a suit and a gold necklace. It was obvious by the look of him that he was desperate for attention. With this first impression alone, Lin Hai's impression of Da Xiong was poor to the extreme. He wondered in his heart that even a person like Da Xiong could make it on the road. Then, with his own intelligence and the gang of brothers under his hand, in a short time, he would definitely also be prosperous, and his achievements would definitely not be lower than this Da Xiong. However, these were surely things for the future. As of now, the gap between him and Da Xiong was completely worlds apart. So although he despised this person in his heart, he still very politely stood up from his seat. I believe this is Brother Xiong. I'm Lin Hai. Nobita grinned. Kid, what balls, not only did you actually dare to come, but you only brought 2 people with you. Lin Hai smiled and replied, because I believe in Xiong's character. As a senior, you definitely won't bully me. Besides, if Xiong really wants to make things difficult for me, then I'm just going to bring everyone I can. It won't help just the same. Hearing this from him, Maharaja's heart was flattered and his impression of him got a few points better. Lu Erwat and Wang Mang, who are standing beside Lin Hai at the moment, are also silently praising Lin Hai in their hearts. Hai really deserves to be our big brother. On this level of people talking, that's really something. Most importantly, Hai managed to lie without blushing or jumping out of his skin. Both of them knew very well that Lin Hai's words were clearly tongue-in-cheek. Nobita laughed out loud. Ha ha, a bit of fun. I'm already appreciating you more and more. Sit down, everyone. At this moment, Jiang Wenbin's face was more ugly than eating, and his heart was as stifled as it could be. Lin Hai, this, not only robbed his own woman, but also his own territory. He was counting on his big brother to stand up for him, but by the looks of it, his hopes would soon be dashed. Just tell me, can he not hold it in his heart? Lin Hai, however, greeted him with a big smile. Gu, it's not Brother Bin. Brother, I almost did not recognize you. Look at you. Good reason why you want to provoke Brother me, if not to provoke me, now also not to become a big dumpling. Jiang Wenbin was furious, slamming the table and cursing angrily at the top of his voice. Lin Hai, your ancestor, don't get complacent too early. I will definitely avenge this blood feud one day sooner or later. Suddenly, Lin Hai picked up the teacup on the table and splashed it towards Jiang Wenbin like a gust of wind and rain, cursing in his mouth. Jiang Wenbin, you dog, how dare you be rude? Brother Xiong is still sitting here. Who gave you the bear heart and leopard gall to slap the table here? Lin Hai's move was like a heavy bomb, leaving everyone present stunned, especially Jiang Wenbin, who never dreamed that Lin Hai would act so cleanly. The tea ran down his cheeks like a waterfall, soaking his clothes and hair in a truly wretched fashion. Jiang Wenbin rounded his eyes and angrily questioned Lin Hai. Lin Hai, what the do you mean? How dare you touch me in front of my big brother? However, Lin Hai turned a deaf ear to his questioning and instead turned his head to Lu Erwa. Erwazi, go over there and slap him a few times and teach him the rules. After Lu Erwa received the order, he walked towards Jiang Wenbin without hesitation like an arrow off the string, ready to carry out Lin Hai's instructions. At that moment, De Xiong roared as if he was an angry lion. That's enough. Sit down. Do you still have me as your boss in your eyes? Chapter 117. Lin Hai waved his hand towards Lu Erwa, signaling for him to sit down, and then accompanied a smiling face to Da Xiong. Brother Xiong, how could a brother dare to disregard you? Isn't it true that Jiang Wenbin has no manners? I was thinking of disciplining him for you. With you here, Brother Xiong, where's his turn to talk? Jiang Wenbin also found that his actions just now were a bit inconsistent. His own big brother was here. He dared to slap the table. This is not to hit the face of Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong's face was terribly gloomy at the moment, coldly roaring at Jiang Wenbin. Wenbin, what do you mean? Do you still see me as your big brother? Jiang Wenbin was dumbfounded by the question, and without realizing it, bean-sized beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Warily, Xiong, Brother Xiong, I don't mean this. Lin Hai, this is really bullying too much. I really can't hold back. Shut the hell up. I will naturally handle this matter. It's not your turn to interfere. Da Xiong interrupted Jiang Wenbin and said. Jiang Wenbin glared fiercely at Lin Hai before obediently keeping his mouth shut. Just then, Nobita asked to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, you're less likely to fan the flames here. This thing between Jiang Wenbin and you was originally done by your kid in an unorthodox manner. Not only did you seduce someone's wife, but you also stole someone's turf. And what's even worse is that you beat them and their minions, all of them, and put them in the hospital. Just tell me, too, how are you going to give me an account of this matter? Lin Hai replied in a breezy manner. I can't be blamed for this. Brother Xiong, Sister Hong and I were in love, and I didn't know she was Wenbin's wife before. Otherwise, I would definitely keep my feelings in check and try not to let that kind of thing happen. But now, since everything has happened, I can only sympathize with him deeply. Who asked me to be so handsome? As for injuring him and stealing his turf, that was something he was entirely to blame for. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. It was he himself who wanted to make a date with me, and the result was that he wasn't as skilled as he was, and was beaten to the ground by all of us. Nice guy. 3 words and the blame is clean. It's a shame he didn't become a lawyer with his eloquence. If he had been allowed to become a lawyer, he might have been able to save death row inmates. It's no wonder he has so many beautiful women surrounding him. Just this kid's eloquence, coupled with that handsome to the point of lawlessness appearance. Just tell me which woman can resist him. Hearing him say that, it seems that Da Xiong can't find any reason to refute. After all, we all hang out in the road. Both sides, if they have a date to fight, then the losing side, regardless of any casualties, would surely have no choice but to obediently swallow their grievances inside their stomachs. Jiang Wenbin interjected at this time. If you hadn't used that despicable and nasty underhanded tactic, is it possible that we would have lost? Lin Hai said in disbelief. When we all made the date, did we say we weren't allowed to use tactics? According to you, I'm still wronged. You surrounded 2 or 3 of us with 20 or so people. If you're really unconvinced, I can give you a chance for the 2 of us to fight one-on-one. The reason why Lin Hai would say that was because he was absolutely certain that he could defeat Jiang Wenbin. After all, the 2 had just fought a few days ago. Jiang Wenbin, I'm hurt like this now. How can I fight with you one-on-one? Aren't you making it clear that you're forcing your hand? For this matter, Da Xiong was actually not interested, although Jiang Wenbin could be considered as his peripheral junior. But such a difficult-to-use waste, his death or life, did not seem to have much to do with himself. The main reason why he had come over tonight was because he wanted to get some benefits from Lin Hai. So, once again, Maharishi interrupted the conversation between the 2 and said, Alright, this is a personal grudge between the 2 of you. If you're really unconvinced, then follow the way Lin Hai said. After the injuries on Wenbin's body have healed, the 2 of you will fight a one-on-one match. Once he heard this, Jiang Wenbin's heart was a bitter. It seems that his big brother is not going to stand up for himself. If he really fought Lin Hai one-on-one, then he would definitely lose. Lin Hai, however, replied with a smile, everything is up to Brother Xiong. That was very flattering to Maharishi, and a small smile grew on his face. Of course, the medical bills that should be paid must still be paid. Also, since you want to plant a flag on Manhwa Street, you have to come and pay me. After all, this part of the economic development zone is all my territory. The words spoken by the modern-day Maharaja were the focus of the evening, and as for the ones just now, they were all completely just minor hiccups. Lin Hai had already thought of what to say before he came over to the West Kiln Hotel, so he said in a nonchalant manner, that's the way it should be, so I'm going to turn over 10% of the total amount of protection money we received to Hung. This way, in case anything happens to us in the future, Brother Xiong will cover us, won't he? You little, this one is for dream farts. Pay me a protection fee for 1 game and still want me to cover you. I'll give you face if I don't kill you. Nobita's face became ugly, and his tone became more and more icy. Oh, you're not kidding, are you? You received 10% of the protection fee. Are you sending out beggars? I'm warning you, you'd better show a bit of sincerity, or else, if you piss off my old man, I'll kick you out of Guancheng tomorrow. Lin Hai remained calm. Brother Xiong, I'm already very sincere here. Don't look at the 10%. It adds up to thousands per month. If we get to the back of the line, there may even be tens of thousands. Think about it, you usually don't have to do anything, and every month I send you so much money on time. Doesn't that he smell good? Hearing him say that he could charge that much per month, Maharaja's face eased a little. Don't you fool me here, just those Thai massage parlors on Manhwa Street. It's considered good to receive $30,000 of protection money every month. Why don't we just do it this way? I don't care how much money you receive each month. You just have to pay me $10,000 each month, and I don't care how you operate the rest. This Nobita, not only is he an old fox, but he is also very greedy. Lin Hai of course couldn't let him get what he wanted, even though there was a possibility that he would have to pay so much money to Maharaja at a later stage. But surely this money cannot be given to him for nothing. This Maharaja must be tied to himself. Only with the help of Da Xiong's power could he truly be a fish out of water in Manhwa Street, and only then could he reach his goal of annexing the upper half of the city. After all, those people who were currently collecting protection money in the first half of the city were definitely not the ones to be messed with either. Chapter 118, Reaching a Consensus. Lin Hai said, looking a bit aggrieved. Brother Xiong, aren't you making things difficult for your brother? As you have just said, just for the protection fees currently collected in the lower part of Manhwa Street, it is just over $20,000 a month. If I had given you $10,000, then these 10 or so brothers under me would have surely starved to death. I'm sure you're afraid to do this to your heart's content. After all, if this gets out, the people in the road will surely laugh at you too. Just as Lin Hai was still rambling on endlessly, Nobita interrupted him. Don't give me this useless crap. Get to the point. Just tell me how you can get me tens of thousands of dollars a month in the future. Lin Hai said with a face full of confidence. Because I want to unify Manhwa Street. In the entire Manhwa Street, absolutely no one else is allowed to collect protection money there except us. And, not only the lower part of the street now, but also the upper part of the street as well. Just do the math. If I really unify the entire Manhwa Street, the protection money I receive every month will definitely exceed $100,000. So even if I hand over 10% to you, you will still get $10,000 every month. But as you know, just the few people we have right now can't fight the ones in the top half of the others. So if and when we do get into a fight with them, I hope we can get your help. Nobita let out a sneer with some disdain, then said, Oh, I see that your kid is drifting a bit. Such a thing even I dare not think of. And your kid dares to say, let alone you. Even if it was me, if I were to fight hard with Zhang Nan, my chances of winning would definitely not be more than 30%. As far as I understand, currently it's Zhang Nan's little brother Crow who is covering the upper part of Manhwa Street. As far as Crow's strength is concerned, if you kid goes against him, how will you die? Lin Hai, I can handle Crow and these people. But if I move Crow and Zhang Nan comes after me, I hope you can stand up for me then. Lin Hai's words more or less surprised Xiong. It's as simple as that. But I'll say this up front. How you and Raven spell it is your business. There's absolutely no way I can offer you any help in the open. But if his boss wants to meddle in this matter, I can step in and fix it for you then. Lin Hai, who was extremely intelligent, could of course understand exactly what Maharaja's words meant. Meaning also that if he was short on manpower when the time came, Nobita could send him a few men. But there was absolutely no way that the Maharishi would make a big deal out of sending someone to back him up. As for the reason why Da Xiong agreed to such a condition, this was also in Lin Hai's plan. The reasoning is simple. Which of these bosses who hang out on the road don't want to hit their own turf? And there was real money to be had. If Lin Hai could really make it this far, it would do no harm to Da Xiong. If Lin Hai could drive Crow and his group out of Manhwa Street with his own strength, then it would prove that Lin Hai still had some tricks up his sleeve, and that the strength of their group was likewise not to be underestimated. If he had a more capable little brother under his hand, he as a big brother would not only be able to have a stronger waist, more importantly, sometimes when there was a conflict with other people, this group of people would also be able to provide help to himself. After having the help of such a capable Lin Hai, perhaps his status in Guanchang could be further elevated to truly be that of a social bigot. As for the possibility of offending Zhang Nan because of this, he wasn't that worried. After all, as long as he himself hadn't blatantly helped Lin Hai against the Crows, then he couldn't be considered justified in this matter. These people who hang out on the road, there are often clashes between juniors and juniors, and ultimately it comes down to whose fists are hard and whose methods are poisonous. Do Big Brother although to come out to stand, but you also have to talk about the status of the position. It is impossible to protect the calf. If you really do that, everyone else on the road will absolutely look down on you. There may even be public outrage. It's called the rules of the road. At this moment, Lin Hai was finally relieved because he knew that he had gambled right this time. Although some financial concessions were made, a backer was found to rely on. Don't worry, Brother Xiong. I understand these truths. In less than a month, I will guarantee to take the upper part of Manhwa Street and drive all of Crow and his group out of Manhwa Street. Looking at the confident Lin Hai, Da Xiong surprisingly believed in him a little bit, because during this recent period of time, of course he still had heard a little bit about what this kid had done in Manhwa Street. The boy had performed miracles time and time again, and he was sure this one would be no different. Okay, I'll give you a chance, but if you can't do it within a month, then in the future I'll want 30% of the protection fees you receive, and in order to be able to help you do your job well, I'll arrange for 2 brothers to follow you. This dog Da Xiong is really an old fox. The meaning of this statement couldn't be more obvious. That is, to arrange for someone to keep an eye on them, so that they can't make false accounts. It seems that this dog still doesn't believe in himself, but he couldn't afford to refuse when people had said this, and it was all that could be said with a smiling face. Then thank you, Brother Xiong, for your kindness. I will always remember how good Brother Xiong is to me, Nobita said with the same great hypocrisy. Since you've recognized me as your big brother, it's definitely appropriate to do so. After saying that, He turned his head to the two brothers sitting beside him and instructed them. Yang Sen, He Da Guang. You two will follow Lin Hai from now on. Remember, from now on, do whatever he says. He's your big brother. This Yang Sen looks as thin as a monkey, and his height is less than 1.7 meters. So this kind of little brother, if you really take it to fight with others, it is estimated that not 2 rounds will be tumbled to the ground. However, this kid looks a bit sinister and venomous, definitely not a good lord. He Da Guang, on the contrary, looked big and thick, about the same size as Lin Hai, but much stronger than Lin Hai. After these two heard what Da Xiong said, they greeted Lin Hai very politely. Hello Hai. Lin Hai's heart was filled with 10,000 straw horses, but his face accompanied a smiling face. Hello, two brothers. It was then that a big smile finally appeared on Nobita's face. Xiao Hai you see this thing talk about almost, since we are their own brother, that you more or less still have to compensate Wenbin a little medical expenses. Do things to leave a line. We can see each other in the future. I'll see to it that we do as you say and pay him $300 for his medical bills. Da Xiong originally didn't want to care about this crap, but Wenbin was at least considered his little brother, so if he didn't say or do anything, it would be hard to convince the public in the future. Chapter 119, The Eyes of Nobita's Arrangement. When Jiang Wenbin heard this, his heart was so aggrieved, as if there were millions of ants gnawing at his heart. He and the many brothers under his hand were all beaten and bruised by Lin Hai's group, with the least injured breaking a leg, while he himself had broken 2 legs. How can the medical expenses of 24 people be settled with a mere $300? This is simply a fool's errand. What's more, they won't be able to take care of themselves for at least a couple of months, so can they live on the northwest wind during that time? Although he was a bit intimidated by Xiong, he still gathered enough courage to say, Brother Xiong, I'm afraid this isn't quite right. So many of my brothers are injured. This amount of money isn't even enough to cover the medical expenses, and these brothers of ours definitely won't be able to do anything for several months. Are we going to be allowed to eat dirt during this time? Nobita cursed without a good reason. Damn, you still have the face to gabble here. More than 20 people actually can't beat 7 people. Won't it make people laugh when it's spread out? If it wasn't for the fact that you've been with me for so many years, I wouldn't bother with and you're the one who asked for a date in the first place, so who can blame you? Looking at Da Xiong's appearance at this moment, Lin Hai realized a cruel reality even more deeply. These people in the road to mix, not a few are really righteous. One by one are realistic. In the time you have the use of value, you are a character. When you lose the use of value, then you are a pile of garbage. This Da Xiong, if he could treat Jiang Wenbin like this today, then it was very likely that he would treat himself like this in the future. Therefore, he had to make his forces rise rapidly in the shortest possible time, because only then would he have a value to exist and truly be able to protect himself. Lin Hai in the first time from the body to pull out already prepared 300 yuan cash, while giving Jiang Wenbin handed over, while not forgetting to hit each other 2 sentences. I say Jiang Wenbin a man mixed into you like this, also really enough shame. We're all out to get along. You've suffered a loss yourself and don't reflect on yourself, but you have the nerve to look for your own boss to complain about your grievances. No wonder Sister Hong only likes me and not you. The loser. It's called killing to kill, and it's a proper get what you want. Jiang Wenbin had cursed Lin Hai's ancestors 18 generations countless times in his heart, but looking at Da Xiong's grim and terrifying face, he stiffly didn't dare to say one more word, because he had a vague premonition that if he dared to say one more word at this moment, then it was highly likely that it would result in him not being able to get even a single penny in the end. At this moment, an urge to put Lin Hai to death even surged within him. However, he knew in his heart of hearts that he had lost that opportunity today. First of all, it will take at least 6 months for him to fully recover from his leg injury. Secondly, even if he is able to regain his health, what can he do? After this incident, I am afraid that those who used to follow him in the past will no longer want to continue to follow him. Anyone with a little bit of brains would understand that following such a boss was simply no future at all. Not only is there no hope of making money, but you will even be beaten and hospitalized, and you will have to swallow this grievance. Just ask, who else would want to continue to follow such a boss? Seeing Jiang Wenbin silently accepting the banknotes, Da Xiong said in a relaxed tone with a hint of a smile on his face, this is the right way. We are all brothers. We should be in peace. Hurry up and get the waiters to serve the food, so we can all enjoy some drinks tonight. One of the minions following Nobita shouted at the door at the top of his voice. Waiter, waiter, hurry up and serve the food. The waiter who came in this time, turned out to be Ma Hui, and after he saw the silence inside the private room, a hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Just now, like a loyal guard, he had been guarding the door of this private room, listening sideways to the movements inside. At the slightest hint of trouble, he would immediately call for a rally. Now it seemed that it was all redundant, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. He said, pretending to be calm, "Excuse me, a couple of bosses, you haven't ordered yet. Why don't one of you take the order?" He Dogwine growled without any good humor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're new here, right? Can't you see that our Hung and Hai are both inside? Bring me all the signature dishes of your restaurant. In short, good wine and good food, just go ahead. Wu Hui hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry bosses, I am indeed new here. I'll go to the kitchen and tell them to hurry up with the food. As soon as the words left his mouth, he exited this private room very sensibly. The speed of serving food in this restaurant was divine, and after just 10 minutes, the dishes they had ordered came to the table in a steady stream like running water. Good guy, the table is full of hard dishes. See Lu Erwa straight gulp. The roasted leg of lamb, which seemed to radiate with a golden glow, made people crave for more. Braised beef with a reddish color as attractive as onyx. Cold pig's ears, crunchy as if beckoning. Sauerkraut fish, with its sour aroma, is appetizing. Chicken stew with mushrooms is so aromatic that it seems to speak of its freshness. Each dish is like a beautiful work of art, exuding charm, as if tempting people to savor their deliciousness. And at that moment, Lu Erwa couldn't wait to feast. Nobita waved his hand. Come on, everyone, never be polite. Eat your food, eat your food. Lu Erwa was the first to pick up chopsticks to eat. Not a moment's effort. Eat a mouthful of oil. The rest of the crowd, too, picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Not to mention, the food at this West Kiln restaurant is really, really good. This was definitely the best dish that Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, after coming to Guanchang, had ever eaten. After 3 glasses of wine, everyone forgot about the unpleasantness that had just occurred, and the atmosphere at the table became more and more cordial. After the crowd had eaten and drunk their fill, everyone dispersed. The two of them, Yang San and He Dogwang, naturally followed Lin Hai and the others back to Wanha Street that night. On their way back, Lin Hai had been thinking about how to arrange these two people. These two were, to put it bluntly, the eyes of the Maharaja, and for now, he and the Maharaja had come to an understanding, but there was no way he could let these two guys keep tabs on him. If that were to happen, in case Bear flipped out on himself one day, he would struggle to defend himself even if he wanted to. After all, people know his situation like the back of their hand, while they can be said to know nothing about the other side's situation. Then, if it really came to the day of tearing his face off, the one who suffers is definitely himself. Chapter 120, Attacked. When they went back, Lin Hai and his brothers under his hand returned almost side by side. A group of people returned to Wanha Street with great vigor. Lin Hai and his brothers. The mood was as if the clouds had been lifted to see the sun with extraordinary ease. Finally the gloom of recent days was swept away, and everyone's face bloomed with a smile as bright as spring flowers. After this night, they were truly established on Wanha Street. Xiao Fei and Huang Jianxin were actually humming a cheerful tune with their mouths. The pleasant mood was beyond words. A group of 13 people had planned to gather somewhere to celebrate. Suddenly, several vans stopped like ghosts on the side of the road not far from them, and then a large group of people in the blackness, with weapons in their hands, came out of the vans like a tidal wave and aggressively surrounded towards them. Brothers, cut these bastards down for me. The leader of this group of people cursed in a broken voice. Hearing this voice, Lin Hai's heart was startled as he instantly guessed who the other party was, because the man who was speaking at this moment was none other than Dato, who had been cleaned up by them a few days ago. It really didn't occur to me that after only a few short days had passed, this asshole would dare to make a comeback to take revenge on himself. It seemed that he was still too soft-hearted, and he really shouldn't have let the tiger return to the mountain in the first place. Lin Hai, who had returned to his senses, quickly calmed himself down and decisively ordered Huang Jianxin behind him. Hurry up and light all the artillery you're holding and throw it in the direction of these assholes. Also, there's a guy in that bag was carrying, so let's all hurry up and plow through and see what happens later. Just before his words fell, Fei, like a trick, pulled out his own windproof lighter from his body and lit the firecracker in Wang Jianxin's bag with a windy speed, then threw it towards the group of people rushing like wolves and tigers without hesitation. Bang bang, as a series of deafening explosions rang out, that originally flailing crowd was instantly scared to death, stopping in panic and running away with their heads in their hands. Although these firecrackers were just ordinary firecrackers with limited power, they were superior in number, with as many as 20 whole whips. One can imagine that when 20 whips of firecrackers explode at the same time, the sound is like a thunderclap and the impact is like a volley of mountains, which is enough to make people's bones creepy. Nonetheless, these artillery pieces don't do much damage. Just as the other side was in a mess, Lin Hai took the opportunity to rip out his voice and shout loudly to the brothers behind him. The enemy is too numerous for us to engage them head-on. All of you will hide in the alley with me and counterattack when the time is right. After saying that, he rushed towards the alley ahead of the others, and the rest of the brothers followed him into the alley. In the current situation, this is undoubtedly the wisest choice. After all, Lin Hai's side only had a total of 13 people, while on the opposite side, Lin Hai roughly estimated that there were at least 30 to 40 people, so if they fought hard, they were bound to end up in a losing battle. But if they escaped inside the alley and these people really dared to chase them in, then they didn't need to be afraid at all. What's more, with so many artillery pieces exploding at the same time, some damage was bound to be done to these people, and a number of them were bound to be fearful. By the time Dedong and these men of his reacted to what was going on, Lin Hai and his men had already disappeared. Dato couldn't help but crack up. Asterisk 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 this. Lin Hai. This dog, really detrimental. Last time he used lime to confuse our eyes. This time he even used artillery to blow us up. In the future, when he gives birth to a son he will definitely have no asshole. At this moment, there were several juniors under his command, all of whom had bloody cuts blown out on their bodies by the artillery just now, and the vast majority of them, at this moment, were feeling their ears buzzing. One of the minions who was in a slightly better situation asked, Dong, so what should we do now? Look at Lin Hai and his group of 100% of them are running inside that alley. Why don't we chase them in now and hack them to death? Dato didn't have the good sense to curse angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stupid ah. On Lin Hai, this kind of insidious and cunning villain. If we chase into this alley inside now, he may use some kind of despicable and nasty means to deal with us again. Isn't this not to find oneself uncomfortable? In his heart, this little brother felt that Dedong's words were also reasonable, but last time he had suffered such a big loss, and tonight he had suffered a not-so-small loss, so if they were to let it go like that, they were really unwilling to do so. Dong, we can't just leave it like that, can we? When I think of what this has done, my heart is clogged. I really want to get him killed. This little brother said as he gritted his teeth and looked at Dedong. Another little brother chimed in. Yes, brother Dong. It's rare for us to gather so many brothers here tonight. If we just let it go like this, I'm afraid that if we want to take revenge next time, it won't be so easy. And there were a couple of minions that Dato had paid for from the outside. People who were already timid. At this moment, being blown all over by the firecrackers, they quickly became disillusioned, and one of the juniors walked over to Dedong, pulled out $50 from his body, and handed it over to Dedong. Brother Dong, we don't want this money, and we won't be working for you next. For the sake of a few dozen dollars, not only might you get hurt, you might even put your own little life on the line. We don't do things like that anymore. After saying that, this little brother turned around and left. Seeing this, several other juniors followed suit as they took all the money they had in their respective hands and handed it to Dedong before turning to leave. That made at least 20 of the Big East's 40 or so men gone. Looking at the scene in front of him, Dedong's heart was filled with anger and helplessness. Tonight, in order to get back at Lin Hai, he spent $100 and got 20 people from outside to come and help. But what he couldn't have imagined was that these people would be so timid, and this was before they had even formally fought with Lin Hai, and a few whips of firecrackers scared all of these people away. On the other hand, Lin Hai and his crowd on the other side had not run far away and were now hiding inside the alleyway watching the moves of Dedong and his group. After seeing a large portion of the people run away, Lin Hai burst out and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. It turns out that Dedong and their group of dogs, from the outside to find people to self-help boxing. If I had known it was like this, then just now there is no need to run. Let's go, brothers, let's kill him now. Lin Hai's voice carried a bit of determination and ruthlessness. The thoughts in the hearts of these other brothers were similar to Lin Hai's. If it was just left unsettled, it would be too stifling. Chapter 121, Firefight. Although on the surface, Dedong and his men still had the advantage in terms of numbers, the difference in numbers between the two sides was no longer as disparate as before. What's more, Lin Hai and these brothers under him had strong confidence that they could defeat each other. After all, lately, they had won every battle with less, and these four newcomers were even more courageous and fearless. As for Yang San and He Dagwang, Lin Hai and the others didn't put much stock in them, but since they were Xiong's little brothers, they certainly wouldn't turn their elbows out, or at least add some combat power. With Lin Hai's call, the dozen or so brothers behind him wielded machetes and steel pipes, aggressively counterattacking towards Dedong and the others. Dedong was being infuriated and his face was as blue as the dark clouds before a storm, when he suddenly saw Lin Hai and the others like a pack of ferocious wolves, killing them. His face instantly turned pale, something he had never dreamed of. He originally thought that after Lin Hai and the others sought his dozens of brothers, they would be like frightened rabbits, and as soon as they ran into the alley, they would find a place to hide. Never would I have thought that these people would be so bold as to dare to kill back, although half of his own men had run away. But even so, there were at least 20 or so people on his side, while Lin Hai and the others only had a dozen. I didn't expect that in this situation where the enemy was outnumbered, Lin Hai and the rest of them would have such guts. He began to mutter a little in his heart. Would Lin Hai be pulling some kind of trick against himself? After so many years in society, he knew that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. And at this moment, what Lin Hai and the others were doing was indeed a bit bizarre. And after these two encounters, it made him even more wary of Lin Hai. This kid was simply out of line. So it's no wonder he's thinking this way. However, this time he guessed wrong. Lin Hai didn't have any plots or tricks prepared for him. Instead he decided to have a hard-fought battle with them. Perhaps because of the shadows in the hearts of his own brothers and those under him. Although their numbers were still superior at this moment, all of them were like deflated balls at this moment, without even a hint of self-confidence. Both sides of the large-scale group fight, the mentality is already vital. At this moment, Dedong and these people can be said to have no fighting spirit, while on the contrary, Lin Hai and their dozen of people are all like a chicken blood general fighting spirit, rushing over to fight with them. Just as Lin Hai gave a command, the brothers behind him rushed towards Dedong and the others like hungry tigers. At this moment, although his heart is a little weak, but in the face of this situation, it is already too late to think more, can only harden his head and said to the brothers, him, Lin Hai, this dog is bullying people too much. Brothers, don't be afraid. They're just a dozen or so people, while we at least have 20 or so people. Fight them. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Dedong waving the machete in his hand and lunging in the direction of Lin Hai and the others ahead of him. These juniors behind them were all Dedong's beloved ones, and many of them had been following Dedong for several years. Although their hearts were still a bit scared, they gritted their teeth and followed closely when they saw their big brother bravely taking the lead. In the next instant, a massive melee of 30 to 40 people erupted on Manhwa Street. Passers-by around the area were horrified, screaming and scrambling to flee the scene. However, despite being outnumbered, the Dado side was completely at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. It didn't take long for Dado and the others to be scattered and fleeing. During that time, several of the juniors were chopped to the ground on the spot by Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, who rushed to the forefront. Seeing that Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were so brave, the brothers behind Lin Hai did not show any weakness and waved their weapons in their hands, launching a fierce pursuit at the other party. After Lin Hai knocked down the two men, he ran as fast as he could in the direction of Dedong. This Dedong, even if he doesn't remember and still dares to come over to retaliate against himself, then, tonight, he must be left with a bloody lesson. Otherwise, if all the people who had friction with them were like this Dedong, who endlessly came to Manhwa Street all day long to find trouble with them, then he would certainly never have any peace. Seeing that Lin Hai lunged towards him, Dedong did not retreat, but instead waved the long sword in his own hand and met Lin Hai towards him. The two people instantly fought in a piece. Dedong, whether it is speed or strength, compared with Lin Hai, are much worse, so not a moment's effort. Lin Hai's hand machete has been in Dedong's shoulder cut a knife. However, this big thing was definitely a ruthless person. Having been slashed on his shoulder, he didn't even say a word, but instead took the machete in his own hand and slashed down towards Lin Hai's head. This dog is trying to get himself killed, often striking out at one's own brain. This if he cut into it, he might not be able to live on the spot. Seeing that the other party was surprisingly so ruthless, Lin Hai no longer had any qualms when he struck. He dodged the knife while dodging, and in the process kicked a leg over towards Dado's lower body. The kick directly hit the most important part of Dedong's manhood, and Dedong almost fainted on the spot from the pain. Still, he held on not letting himself fall, but that slowed down his strikes a lot. Lin Hai took advantage of this moment and swung his machete to slash at him. Luckily, Dedong reacted in time and dodged Lin Hai's machete sideways. However, even though he dodged his head, Lin Hai's machete still slashed at his arm. Lin Hai struck very hard this time, and the machete inside his hand was also very sharp, directly cutting off a piece of flesh from Dedong's arm. This heart-rending pain caused Dado's hand holding the machete to slowly lower. Lin Hai threw another kick at his chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, Dado was kicked straight to the ground. In the process, the machete in his hand naturally fell to the ground, and Lin Hai used his foot to kick the machete a bit farther away. Then he waved the machete inside his hand and slashed at Dedong's body. Without a moment's effort, Dedong's entire body was covered in blood. It was good that when Lin Hai laid his hands on him, he didn't lay his hands on his vital parts. Otherwise, at this moment, Dedong must have already turned into an ice-cold corpse. It wasn't that Lin Hai didn't dare to kill, but he really didn't dare to kill in such a public place. If he kills someone in a public place like his home, jail time awaits him. Lin Hai watched as he had pretty much cut down Dong before he went to observe the state of the other's battle. Lin Hai was greatly relieved, because at this moment on the ground lying 7 or 8 people. Surprisingly, all of them are Big East's little brother, and their own brothers, all alive and well, waving their hands of weapons, chasing around to cut the Big East's little brother. Chapter 122. Let's see what I can do to you. Just then, the sound of sirens came from a short distance away. It's normal to think that after a firefight of this magnitude, there would definitely be a neighborhood of people who would be eating and calling the police. Lin Hai shouted to his brothers, "The sheriff's coming, everybody get out." After saying that, he also picked up the machete in his own hand and slashed down hard towards the 2 finger thumbs of Dong's right hand. His mouth cursed, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** in this world. Before the words left his mouth, he turned around and ran inside the alley he had just been in. All those other brothers, too, followed along and ran inside the alley. Without a moment's effort, Lin Hai and his group's crowds of figures disappeared inside the alleyway completely and utterly. They quickly ran to the other end of the alley and then found a more secluded place to throw away all the weapons they had on them. Only then did he take a couple of cabs from the road and hurriedly left Manhwa Street. Lin Hai knew very well in his heart that on an occasion like this, if there were magistrates coming over, there would definitely be quite a large number of them, and under these circumstances, if they didn't escape from Manhwa Street, there was a really high chance that they would be caught by the magistrates. For safety's sake, surely you can only take shelter for a while. As long as we get through tonight without being caught red-handed by these sheriffs, then this will be over. After all, although there had been a massive firefight just now, it hadn't resulted in any deaths. This sort of thing happens several times a night in this day and age in Kansai City. These magistrates are also too lazy to bother about it, unless there is really a human life. Then, under pressure, they will certainly have to continue to pursue the matter. The people came to Xiahe village this night. This Xiahe village in Manhwa Street, at least a few dozen kilometers away. One in the north of the development zone, the other in the east, so as long as they got here, then they were safe. After getting out of the cab, Lin Hai first asked the brothers to see if any of them were injured. As a result, almost every one of these brothers had hung up their colors, but the good thing was that only Huang Jianxin and Big Head had some heavier injuries, and the other brothers were not seriously injured, and they didn't even need to go to the hospital to be dealt with. This was considered a blessing amongst misfortunes. After all, in a situation where the enemy was outnumbered and it was this kind of large-scale firefight, it was hard to guarantee that there would be people who wouldn't be injured. Lin Hai found a small clinic nearby and gave them a simple treatment for their wounds. Huang Jianxin had 7 stitches this time, and Big Head had a dozen stitches, but fortunately the parts that both people were injured in were not vital. Huang Jianxin was cut on his arm, and Big Head was cut on his back. The brothers were all injured, but everyone's emotions were very high. After all, they were together to outnumber the others. Moreover, this fight tonight was very relieving, and it was estimated that after tonight, Dong would never dare to have any thoughts of revenge again, because after this battle, Dong should also recognize the reality that although his brothers are many, but whether it is the fighting strength, or that kind of daring spirit, compared to Lin Hai and these people, it is not only a little bit worse, but a lot worse. And Lin Hai actually stomped 2 of his fingers and traveled a warning after hearing the sirens of the sheriff's police car. If there's a next time, just make him disappear from the world. Therefore, unless this Dong really wanted to die, he would definitely not dare to come back to trouble Lin Hai again. It was definitely impossible for them to return to Manhwa Street tonight, so they had to find a nearby hotel to deal with the night. Since both Sister Hong and Li Yanhong weren't by their side tonight, Lin Hai definitely had to have a little fun. Otherwise it would be a shame to waste such an opportunity for nothing. With such a crooked mind, Lin Hai's first thought was of the 3 beauties from the Peaceful Washing Company. However, neither Zhu Jing nor Xiao Yan had a phone, and now he couldn't contact each other. Therefore, he naturally hit the idea to Fong Lin. This Fong Lin, for one thing, is prettier than Xiao Yan and Zhu Jing, and for another, is more mature and more feminine than those 2 little girls. The most crucial point was that this woman revealed mystery everywhere. And it was because of this mystery that Lin Hai wanted to understand this woman's secrets even more. Lin Hai quickly dialed Fong Lin's small phone, and the call was answered almost in seconds. "What for? It's a big night and you're not sleeping and you're calling me," Lin Hai said smilingly. "It's not like I missed you and couldn't sleep. That's why I called you. It's been days since I've seen you. Don't you miss me?" This kid's mouth said these words. In the end, is true or false may also only he himself know. Fong Lin, on the other end of the phone, skimmed her lips and said, "Men's mouths, lying ghosts, if you really wanted me, how come you didn't call me for so long?" Lin Hai pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Injustice beautiful sister. I have a recent period of time out of a lot of things. A few days ago was also hacked, which is not afraid of you to worry about. So did not call you well." Hearing that Lin Hai was injured, Fong Lin immediately tensed up. How did you get into a fight with someone? Is the person okay now? Lin Hai continued to act pitifully. I'm in so much pain all over. I don't know when I'll get better. Oh, Fong Lin said heartily, so have you been to the hospital to see a doctor? Did you hurt your bones? Is it serious? Lin Hai feigned pity. I'm in pain everywhere. Why don't you come over and see me? Maybe after I see you, my body won't hurt anymore. Fong Lin hesitated slightly for a moment. Well, you tell me where it is. I'm coming over to see you now. Lin Hai forced himself to hold back the joy in his heart and reported the address. Dragon Phoenix Guest House, room 308. When Fong Lin heard this, she instantly sensed that something was wrong. Whereas the person who was injured does not live in the hospital, but to stay in the guest house ice smart. She could almost conclude that this was Lin Hai purposely making things worse, and said with slight displeasure, Lin Hai, are you funny you? People are so worried about you, and you even lied to them. Lin Hai said in a serious manner, beautiful sister, look at what you're saying. I just can't lie to you even if I'm lying to anyone. Fong Lin, if you're really injured, why don't you stay in the hospital instead of staying inside the guest house? Lin Hai, isn't it because I'm afraid that living inside the hospital will bring enemies to my door? For safety's sake, it'll have to be a temporary stay in the guest house. Hearing him say that, Fong Lin naturally believed a few points. Alright then, I'll believe it this time. If you dare to lie to me, see how I'll clean you up later. Chapter 123, The Rash Became Smart. After Fong Lin said this, Lin Hai and the two of her each hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, the corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, a smug smile coming on his face, and he mumbled under his breath, see who's going to clean up who. For the rest of the time, Lin Hai felt some special excitement in his heart, especially when he thought of Fong Lin's exquisite figure and tenderness. His heart was filled with anticipation. Half an hour later, the door to room 308, where Lin Hai was staying, was knocked on. Even if Lin Hai didn't see the person coming, he guessed that it must be Fong Lin arriving. Lin Hai wore a large pair of pants, got up and pulled open the door to his room, and as expected, it was Fong Lin who was standing outside the door at the moment. Tonight she was wearing light makeup, her hair was coiled up high, and she was wearing a fiery red dress that looked indescribably charming and attractive. Needless to say, this woman must have dressed up carefully before she wanted to come over to meet Lin Hai. Otherwise, it would take less than 10 minutes at most to reach this long-phone guest house from the Peace of Mind washing company. Lin Hai looked straight into his eyes. He didn't think that this woman would be so beautiful after changing her usual professional clothes and dressing up a little. Lin Hai, why aren't you wearing clothes? Fong Lin blocked her eyes with her hand and said with slight surprise. Lin Hai reached out and pulled her in, locking the door behind him and passing the moment he closed it. That's what the smirk said. Beautiful sister. See how excited you are, as if you haven't seen it on me before. Fong Lin didn't continue to discuss this with him, but said with some displeasure. Weren't you caught up? How come you're still standing here alive and well? So you're trying to trick me? I'll never trust you again. Lin Hai raised his arm. Look at this, isn't it? The stitches aren't even removed yet. Come, you blow on me. I remember when I was a child, every time I broke somewhere on my body, as long as an adult blew on me it would get better very quickly. Fong Lin glanced up his arm, and sure enough, there were 2 scars that hadn't recovered yet. Immediately, he lifted his arm and looked at it earnestly, full of concern. Goo, what a deep wound this must be. It took more than 10 stitches. It must be very painful. You're really too. Why are you fighting with someone for a good reason? This concern is like that of a sister for her brother, more like that of a wife for her husband. Lin Hai hemmed and hawed. It seems that it's still my beautiful sister who's good to me. After seeing you care so much about me, I don't feel any pain in my body at all. If you blow on me again it might not hurt when I get up in the morning. Fong Lin, this is all grown-ups coaxing children's words. You're such a big man and you still believe it. Lin Hai, I want it. Fong Lin really couldn't argue with him, and in the end, she could only blow on his wound. Lin Hai skimmed his lips and said, beautiful sister. The place didn't blow right. As he said this, the bastard had reached out and hugged Fong Lin. This night, of course, Fong Lin stayed inside this room for the night. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Fong Lin was already up, although she got up very gently, but it still woke up Lin Hai, who looked at the time and frowned. Pretty sister, are you going back to the office so early? It's rare that you come out to spend time with someone. Don't you want to spend more time with me? Fong Lin reached out and hugged him, softly comforting him. Doesn't this one still have to go back to work? I'll be back with you later when I have time, Lin Hai said with some reluctance. Then you must remember what you said today. Fong Lin placed a kiss on his forehead. I'll remember that. Just rest a little longer. I'll go first. After Fong Lin left the room, Lin Hai's face once again revealed a smug smile. It seems that as long as a woman is able to clean her up, a tigress can turn into a lamb. That's not true at all. Take Fong Lin for example. When she first came here last night, she couldn't stop whining. When I left this morning, it was a gentle one. With the time being so early, plus the fact that he basically didn't sleep much last night, Lin Hai of course had to continue to catch up on his sleep. He slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And if it wasn't for Lu Erwa coming over and knocking on the door, he would probably still be asleep at this moment. Lin Hai opened the door to his room, saw that it was Lu Erwa, and scolded without a good mood. Erwazi, what are you doing? I'm sleeping soundly here. How can I sleep when you're making so much noise? Lu Erwa said with a heated smile. Hey, hi, you weren't stealing someone last night, were you? It's already 2 o'clock. How can you still sleep? True to form. That's one hell of a guess. How did you kid know that? Couldn't have been eavesdropping outside my room last night? Could you? Lu Erwa said with a face full of disbelief. Asterisk. I'm just saying this casually. I can't imagine that you really stole someone last night, Brother Hai? Just tell me, is what you're doing personnel? Are you doing this to stand up to sister-in-law Li Yanhong? To stand up to Sister Hong? Lin Hai directly gave him a brain crash. What do you know? If you had a face like my brother's, you might be even worse than him. Don't bull asterisk me here. Just tell me what you came over to see me about. Lu Erwa, this is not Rod and Xiaowu 2 people. Playing your phone has been shut down. They gave me a phone call. Said that the two of them have resigned in the company. Want to come over to follow us with the mix. I see that they are very anxious. Look, just thought to ask you the meaning of the chant. These two people, last time, had done Lin Hai a favor because of Li Yanhong. And when Lin Hai was blocked by the security guards inside the Flower Garden Hotel, these guys likewise went over to help. Coupled with the fact that we are colleagues, it should be said that we have some friendship with each other. Lin Hai naturally had no reason to refuse. And right now, he was at a time when he was in need of people. So of course the more brothers under his hand, the better. You can even make your own decisions on this matter. Such a small little thing. And you even bother me. In the future, if we get bigger and bigger and have hundreds of little brothers under our hands, will we have to come to me? Our big brother. No matter what trivial matters. Lu Erwa said with great disdain. I say Brother Hai, we are the only two brothers here. Even if you want to pretend, you don't have to do it in front of me. Your brother. Recently this period of time over. Lu Erwa this rash. As if all of a sudden between become much smarter. Surprisingly can hear. Just now his own words are in the pretense. It seems that in the future, one cannot stop the pace of progress. Otherwise sooner or later, one day, one will be overtaken by this kid. Chapter 124 Lu Erwa becomes the second brother. A faint smile appeared on Lin Hai's face. I say, Erwako, why do I feel like you're getting smarter lately? Lu Erwa grinned, revealing a mouth full of large white teeth. Hey, isn't it because I'm afraid that my IQ isn't online and I'll be looked down upon by the other brothers in the future? As you said, in the future, you'll have more and more boys under your hand, and I'll have to take a little more of the pressure off you. But if I still do everything without thinking, as I did in the village, then how can I help you share the pressure? And the brothers down there will definitely not be convinced of me. Today's Lu Erwa almost made Lin Hai's jaw drop. I didn't realize that this kid, who was usually so big and frothy looking, was so thoughtful in his considerations. But Lin Hai was actually quite touched in his heart. As Lu Erwa said, in the future, the number of juniors under his hand would definitely increase. And he had always wanted to cultivate Lu Erwa into the number 2 under his hand as well. But if Lu Erwa only has a brute force, purely just dare to fight, without any intelligence, it is indeed difficult to convince the public. However, it now seems that he was a little overly concerned. Lu Erwa this kid is not stupid, and very ambitious. Most importantly, Lu Erwa was the most trustworthy person in this world for himself. It could be said that if someone wanted to kill Lin Hai, Lu Erwa didn't hesitate to stand in front for him. This was something that he could be very sure of even before he came to Sekigahara. That kind of childhood piece of bare buttocks to play to the big. We all together in the village inside all suffered a lot of people bullied. From childhood to help each other to take care of. This kind of feelings, even more than blood thicker than water affection is even more solid. Of course, Lin Hai could definitely block the knife for Lu Erwa as well. Lin Hai was definitely a real-life scum in terms of dealing with the feelings of men and women, but he was certainly very righteous to his own brother. Lin Hai asked casually, so do you think we should take them both? Lu Erwa, that's a must. These two boys aren't very strong in combat, but they're both ghostly, and I can see that they're still quite righteous. Otherwise, when sister-in-law was bullied by their manager at the Camellia Hotel that day, they could have pretended not to know. After all, the two of them at the time had no idea that we had now taken this path of no return and, moreover, had fought our way up Manhwa Street. It's indeed not easy for them to be able to make this call to you under such circumstances, at the risk of offending the manager of that hotel. Lin Hai looked at Lu Erwa with a face full of disbelief. He felt as if Lu Erwa had changed into a different person at this moment. Anything analyzed head to head, this is still that stuffy Lu Erwa? People grow up, and in the past, when he was in the 3 villages, all Lu Erwa cared about every day was whether he could eat enough. Now after coming to Kwanzaa City, you can not only have enough to eat every day, but you can eat well every day. In such a situation, the number of things considered inside his mind must be increasing. Coupled with this recent period of time, they had experienced many things together, and over time, Lu Erwa had naturally learned to use his brain. Lin Hai patted his shoulder with great relief. Okay, just do as you say, and in the future you can make your own decisions on such small matters. Regarding his support for Lu Erwa to become the number 2 man under his hand, at the moment, all of these brothers would definitely not have an opinion. Xiao Fei and Huang Jianxin, a few of them, admired Lu Erwa's fighting prowess. Naturally, there wouldn't be an opinion, and if there were to be an opinion, it would only be a few of Big Joe and the others. After this battle last night, Lin Hai had already trusted Di Qiao and the others, and it was a foregone conclusion that he would take them in as juniors. Since we were all brothers, when he did something, he should more or less consider the feelings of others, because only in this way would the hearts of their small gang not be scattered, and when something happened again in the future, everyone would work together to fight each other to the death. If Lin Hai was still a bit worried before today, then from this point onwards, the concerns in his heart could be completely eliminated. Lu Erwa's combat power was definitely a unique existence within these several small gangs, and if his IQ was also online, no one would be able to pick out a fault if he was allowed to become the number 2. While Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were talking, they had already come to join their brothers inside the small courtyard of the guest house. The group walked out of the guest house to find a restaurant nearby and will eat a little. In this effort of waiting for the food to be served, Lin Hai said, "Di Qiao, Mangzi, Big Head, Tiger, from today onwards, you are my Lin Hai's brothers. As long as someone dares to touch you, they are also touching my Lin Hai. And if there's a bite of food from my Lin Hai, I will definitely not let you go hungry." Lin Hai was very sincere when he said this, making Big Joe and the 4 of them feel warm. They were completely sure that Lin Hai's words just now were definitely from the bottom of his heart. The 4 men said in almost unison, "Thank you, Brother Hai. We won't let you down." Lin Hai, everyone's own brothers don't need to be polite. While everyone is here, I'll announce something in passing. From today onwards, Lu Erwa is the second in command of this team of ours. His words also represent my words. Is everyone okay with that? Dash was the first to speak up. Of course it's fine. I've always thought of him as a second brother in my mind as well. Dagger and Huang Jianxin and a few of them also agreed. As for Big Joe and the 4 of them, they were currently complete newcomers and certainly wouldn't have any objections. Yang Xin and Hidaping had nothing to do with this matter at all, so naturally they had no opinion. Seeing that the crowd was fine with it, Lin Hai began to assign tasks to them again, and although the lower half of Manhwa Street was now their territory, it wasn't very solid at the moment. What he would like to see is for the people behind the entire lower half of the black industry to be aware of their existence and have to pay them protection money on a regular basis. If you want to do any black industry in the lower part of Manhwa Street, you have to go through his permission. Otherwise, you will not be able to get a foothold in the lower part of Manhwa Street. I only heard Lin Hai say, "Erwazi, tomorrow you will take Big Head, Mangzi, Fatty as well as Wu Hui to be in charge of patrolling those massage parlors every day. Since they have paid us protection money, we have to make sure that they can operate normally and no one will harass them. Xiaofei, He Da Guang, Tiger, you 3 are responsible for collecting protection money from those mahjong parlors. Big Joe, Little Dagger, Yangxin, you 3 go and talk to those restaurants as well as the night market. If they want to do normal business in this place of fish and dragons, they will also definitely have to pay us a protection fee. Of course, there's no need to force these people of theirs. If they don't want to pay it, so be it, but you tell them the ugly truth. If they don't pay us the protection fee, in case someone makes a mess at their place, or if someone eats a bully's dinner or something, we don't care. Chapter 125, He Jiao has an appointment. It was also at this time that the 2 of them, Rod and Little 5, unexpectedly came over in a flurry of wind. After everyone introduced each other and got to know each other, Lin Hai let these 2 people, one to follow Big Joe and their work, and one to follow Xiao Fei and their work. After the changes in the past 2 days, Lin Hai already had 14 brothers under his hand as well. It was also considered a bit of power of its own, and he incidentally also told these brothers that if they came across the right person, they could be in a position to invite each other to join. At this moment, the waiters also served the dishes one after another. As everyone ate and exchanged ideas, Lin Hai told everyone roughly what he had planned as well. Their current priority is definitely to unify the lower half of the administration first. After the second half of these black industries, unified, all let them manage. The next step, then definitely have to annex the first half. Now since there are so many brothers under his hand, he must take advantage of this time to expand his territory. And only in this way can the income meet the various expenses of these brothers. It is also possible to lead these brothers to make more money. Wanting to unify this article and street is also definitely not an easy task. It was as if what he had just arranged for these brothers to do. There would definitely be obstacles in the process as well. And when Lin Hai told these brothers was, I don't care what kind of methods you use, I just want to see the end result, which is a test of your abilities as well. After all, as our territory grows bigger and bigger, and the number of brothers under our hands grows bigger and bigger, it's impossible to let me, as the big brother, do everything myself. After lunch, the crowd once again returned to Manhwa Street. Since each person had each person's task, it was only natural that these brothers would not be idle for the rest of the day. Everyone started to get busy. Originally Lin Hai was going to ask Sister Hong and Li Yanhong to get together and discuss to see what exactly is the right store for Li Yanhong. But just at this time, his phone rang suddenly, and when he looked at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar number. When the call was answered, a woman's slightly flirty voice was heard. Hello, is this Lin Hai? I'm He Jiao. This woman, Lin Hai knew, used to be a very big prick when they were collecting protection money. He had excellent connections in the vigilante, but he wondered why this woman was calling him. It's me, pretty boss lady. What can I do for you? Ha Jiao on the other end of the phone. I'd like to make an appointment to see you if you have time. Lin Hai was confused by these words. What did this woman mean by asking for a meeting? It couldn't be that she was mesmerized by her handsome appearance, could it? Looks like it's his own face that's to blame again. Alas, there's really nothing I can do about it. Who asked me to be so handsome? A beautiful woman is asking me out. Of course I don't have any reason to refuse. Say the time and place. He Jiao, right now. The Resting Dragon Hotel. Should we be so direct? This how the first time you meet is a hotel room. This beautiful boss lady is too liberal. But when he thought of the other party's sexy and hot body, Lin Hai couldn't help but gulp. His heart indescribably excited. Okay, I'll leave right away. This Resting Dragon Hotel. Lin Hai was more than familiar with it. Not only had he gone inside to deliver bedding, but he also had a good memory with Sister Hong there. After thinking about this, there was a trace of excitement and anticipation in his heart than just a moment ago. Half an hour later, Lin Hai arrived at the Resting Dragon Hotel with great anticipation. Just when he arrived at the hotel lobby and wanted to call He Jiao, he saw He Jiao and a middle-aged man sitting inside the lobby. Needless to say, these two must have been waiting for themselves here. Seeing a middle-aged man beside He Jiao, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that I was overthinking things just now. He Jiao stood up from her seat and said with a smiling face, So soon? Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lu Chang. As she spoke, she also pointed her finger at the middle-aged man beside her. Then, to the middle-aged man, Honey, this handsome guy is Lin Hai. Lu Chang seriously sized up Lin Hai Jie and said with some surprise, to think that the big brother who was currently making a name for himself on Manhwa Street would be a brat around 20 years old. He Jiao, does he have that ability to hold down the fort? He Jiao, you do not know. Now in Manhwa Street, as long as you hear his Lin Hai's name, no one will not be afraid of 3 points. Not only Jiang Wenbin and all of them beat down, but also the Big East ruled obediently. Last night they got a couple dozen people to go over there, and Dato ended up getting beaten up even worse. Lin Hai hurriedly shook his head and said, Beautiful boss lady, don't talk nonsense. What happened last night has nothing to do with me. The reason why he said that was because up to now he wasn't sure how injured those people from Dedong and the others were last night. If those people were particularly seriously injured, if he admitted to this matter, according to his understanding of He Jiao, this woman has good relations in the security team. In case this matter is exposed, then it will certainly cause trouble for himself. So, of course, he couldn't admit it. Just to be safe, He Jiao skimmed his lips and said, Alright, you don't have to pretend here in our place. Today the whole Manhwa Street has long been rumored to be abuzz with news that a dozen of you beat away all of their more than 50 people, and that the other side also has many people injured. Hearing this, Lu Chang looked at his wife incredulously and asked, Is it really that good? He Jiao, of course. I can joke about this. Lu Chang, that's fine. Lin Hai right. Go meet 2 people with me. What the do you mean? I have to go with you if you want me to meet someone. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Lin Hai said with a drawn horse face. Do I know you well? I have to go if you tell me to. Lu Chang said with great disdain. You'd better not give your face to me. I'm the sheriff of the Peace House, and I'm giving you a chance to make money by letting you meet these 2. You kids just steal the fun. Spare me the posing here. After hearing that the other party was a law and order, Lin Hai had actually wimped out big time. Well, and hearing the other party say that there was a chance to make money, so why would he turn it down? Lin Hai said with a smile. You said earlier that you can make money. As long as there is money to be made, then everything is negotiable. He Jiao blankly glanced at him and cursed in her heart. This kid is really flipping his face, faster than turning over a book. Just now he was still gloomy, but as soon as he heard about his husband's identity, he even immediately conceded. Chapter 126 Impressing the Magistrate. The 3 of them slowly stepped onto the stairs and headed towards the second floor of the hotel. Finally arriving at their destination, the door of a suite, Lu Chang reached out his hand and gently knocked on the door of the room. A middle-aged man responded from the room. The door is unlocked. Come in. They pushed the door open and stepped into the room. At a glance, Lin Hai saw 2 middle-aged men in their 40s sitting face-to-face on the sofa, sipping tea. One of them was a middle-aged man with a pot belly, a thick gold necklace around his neck, and skin as fair as a woman's. His face was round and plump, and he smiled like a living Maitreya Buddha. The other middle-aged man, on the other hand, was well kept in shape, his face revealing a hint of majesty. The normal-looking middle-aged man reached out and pointed to the chair next to him and said softly, Sit down, all of you. Lu Chang and his wife spoke almost simultaneously. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Hearing those words, Lin Hai already had an answer in his heart. The man known as Wang Shou must be the director of the Peace Institute. But then, Lin Hai was even more puzzled in his heart. Why did this Wang Shou and the others call themselves here? If it was because of what he had done recently on Manhwa Street, then they could have summoned him to the Peace House instead of bringing him to the hotel. What is the purpose of the man who looks like a Maitreya Buddha, who looks like a thug, sitting here? Just as he was puzzled in his mind, Lu Chang introduced Wang Xiao and the middle-aged man. Mr. Wang, Mr. Qin, this is Lin Hai, who currently has some power in Manhwa Street. After listening to his introduction, Mr. Qin said smilingly, Oh, little brother, still really young and promising. I asked Mr. Wang to bring you here this time because I want to talk to you about cooperation. I'm planning to open a nightclub on Manhwa Street. It's currently in the renovation stage, and I expect to open soon, but I'm not familiar with the place as a foreigner coming here, so I'd like to ask you to be in charge of the security of our nightclub. Hearing this, Lin Hai was a little excited in his heart, and the uneasiness he felt just now instantly dissipated. That's a good thing. It couldn't have been more obvious that he was going to invite himself to show them the field. If this nightclub is big enough, then surely it hasn't been making a lot of money in a month. I can't imagine that he Jiao, this, has even found herself this kind of good errand. I guess I'll have to thank her later when I have time. To be honest, Lin Hai didn't know anything about the nightclub piece. He also didn't know how complicated it was to be in charge of security here, much less the right amount to charge. But at times like this, he had to act professional, and after a little thought, he already had an idea in mind. As long as Mr. Wang has enough sincerity, that's definitely not a problem. This is quite a euphemism for what he said, but as a businessman, Mr. Qin instantly understood what he meant, which was just to look at the price. Mr. Qin laughed and said, Since I entrusted Mr. Wang with this, it certainly carries enough sincerity, and I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I'll give you 10% of the dry shares, and if you agree to it, then we're set on this. When this Mr. Qin said so, Lin Hai became more and more difficult, because he didn't know how much money he could get from this 10% of dry shares. However, if he asked the other party so directly, it would appear to be very faceless, and there was also a possibility that the other party would look down on himself, or even not trust himself to be in charge of the security here. So he shook his head and said, Mr. Qin, you're being too insincere, aren't you? As we all know, a nightclub is definitely a place where fish and dragons mix, and it is not easy to do security work here, and as far as I know, usually in cases like this, we in charge of security take 30% of the dry shares. Lin Hai was completely blind, but it was definitely correct to say so. After all, since this was a negotiation, whoever it was would definitely want to maximize their interests. When these words came out, Mr. Qin's originally smiling face instantly became gloomy. No way. No, you don't do things like that. Wang Shou, who was sitting on the side, followed suit. Kid, don't be too greedy and take everything as it comes. If you're not willing to accept Mr. Sheen's conditions, he could have found someone else to work with. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, "Oh, we all understand. So there's no need to play dumb here, is there? I can say this. In Wenha Street, no one but me, Lin Hai, can do a good job of security for this nightclub." It was not that he was arrogant, because this was his bottom line. Whoever dared to come to Manhwa Street to do black industry, then they had to pay him protection money. If someone else came over here to be in charge of security, it would be purely stealing his job, to the point where no matter what the cost, the other person would have to be thrown out. The reason why this Mr. Sheen and Mr. Wang came over to him was, of course, because of this reason. Although Wanshou is a small head of the magistrate, however, there are many things that even the magistrate cannot whip. It was for this reason that Lu Chang had been asked to inquire about the current situation on Wenha Street, and ultimately, he had been allowed to step in and invite Lin Hai to come and discuss the matter. But what they hadn't expected was that Lin Hai would ask for a sky-high price. Mr. Wang had never expected that Lin Hai would dare to say such big words in front of his own magistrate. If this came from the mouths of those bigwigs, he would have recognized it. But Lin Hai is not an onion. It was just a fledgling brat, and if He Jiao hadn't been praising how powerful Lin Hai was, they wouldn't have thought of looking for Lin Hai at all. Kid, don't be too arrogant in your speech. Believe it or not, I'll send you to the station tomorrow? Lin Hai shook his head full of concern and responded, as a law enforcer, you certainly have this kind of power, but I'm a peaceful, good citizen, so why are you arresting me? Lu Chang interjected at this time. Lin Hai, pick any one of the things you've done recently on Wenha Street and we'll have good reason to arrest you. Lin Hai still said in a cloudy manner, what have I been doing on Wenha Street lately? Why don't I know? Lu Chang, less pretending to be crazy here. You beat Zhang Wenbin and their 20 or so people all into the hospital, and collected protection money in the whole street, and also beat up De Dong and their people. What you did, is it legal? Lin Hai, this is just your side of the story. Do you have any evidence? If you have proof, you can arrest me at this moment. Lu Chang was disliked and was speechless. These were just hearsay. How could he have any real evidence? Mr. Sheen and Mr. Wang's brows were slightly furrowed. They really didn't expect that this brat was not at all a reckless person who only knew how to fight and kill. Chapter 127, Preliminary Cooperation. Mr. Sheen's frown deepened, as if a heavy mountain was pressed between his eyebrows, as if it could pinch a fly. This indeed gave him a great headache, and his heart was filled with helplessness and entanglement. In this day and age, nightclubs are basically doing exceptionally hot business, making money day in and day out, and by common sense, should have been able to make a lot of money. However, the current situation did not appear to be as simple as he had expected to imagine. If security costs took up 30% of the profit, plus the 20% of overhead needed to take care of the various people, then one would end up with only 50% of the profit. You know, he's invested literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you have to share out so much profit every month, no one would feel good in their heart, right? However, if Lin Hai was not given enough favors, I am afraid that it would be difficult for his nightclub to continue operating in Manhwa Street. The question was like a double-edged sword, piercing his heart. At this moment, Mr. Sheen was in deep contemplation. He picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, lit it and took a few deep puffs. The smoke filled the air and seemed to speak of his inner struggles and contradictions. He then spoke slowly. Brother Lin, I'll give you 20% at most. This is already my bottom line, and if you're still not satisfied, then I'd rather not open this nightclub. Since people have said their words to this point, it's a complete and utter showdown. Lin Hai naturally understood the reasoning of taking what you can get. After all, you can't be too greedy as a human being. Besides, although he didn't know how much money this nightclub could make in a month, there was one thing he was sure of. It was at least tens of thousands of dollars per month. That was something he was easily able to think of. Because a small massage parlor can basically make tens of thousands of dollars every month if business is booming. A nightclub, the investment is at least several times that of a massage parlor. Then surely you can make tens of thousands of dollars every month. When calculated in this way, even if he only had 20% of the profit, he could certainly share tens of thousands of dollars every month. Who in their right mind would mess with money? Money does not know to earn, that is the little cute. The most important thing is to make money. Lin Hai revealed a bright smile and then said with a laugh, ha ha, okay, no problem. Please also rest assured Mr. Sheen, as long as both of us are able to reach this cooperation, I guarantee to satisfy you, and definitely won't let you regret choosing to cooperate with me. At this point, Lin Hai's face was filled with a wide smile, but the others in this room were in stark contrast compared to him. Because Lin Hai gained more benefits, it meant that the benefits for others would decrease accordingly. How can they be happy under these circumstances? Wang Shou's face sank as he said coldly, Lin Hai, I have to warn you, if you want to make a living in my territory, you'd better learn to be a bit more sensible, or else you definitely won't have any good fruit to eat. Lin Hai wasn't stupid, so he naturally understood the true meaning of these words. To put it bluntly, it's just asking for favors. This money definitely has to be given, but it is also absolutely impossible to give it for nothing, said Lin Hai with a hefty smile. Please rest assured that Wang, these rules I understand. As long as I Lin Hai have meat to eat, absolutely will not let Wang drink soup. But you also know that doing our line of work, sometimes it is inevitable that something will be begging for you, when the time comes, but also ask you to give a convenient. Wang Shou said coldly, I can give you the green light as long as you don't break my bottom line. Since people had put their words to this point, Lin Hai of course had to show something. Qin is really a good magistrate. Tomorrow I would like to pay you a visit alone. I wonder if you have the time. That means that the money will be sent to him tomorrow. Wang Shou thought to himself, what the is your rank? Just you deserve to deal with me directly. So he said to Lin Hai nonchalantly, if there's anything you need, just ask Lu. He can represent me. Hearing those words, a surge of anger surged in Lin Hai's heart. Asterisk asterisk. You're just a small ing director. How dare you put up a fight for me? Sooner or later, I'll make you beg me. Lin Hai secretly gritted his teeth, but at the moment, he really didn't have the ability to fight against the other party. He can only hold back his anger and said with a smile, okay then, I know what to do. Right at this moment, Wang Xiao stood up from his seat and said to Lu Chang's husband and wife, Xiao Lu, Xiao He, let's go first and let the two of them, Mr. Qin and Lin Hai, talk about their cooperation. Needless to say, before Lin Hai came over, Wang Xiao and General Manager Qin had already reached some sort of tacit agreement, and now that he had gotten a favor fee from Lin Hai, there was no need for him to stay here. After watching the three leave, Mr. Qin asked Lin Hai, Brother Lin, do you know a PR team on your side? Lin Hai had no idea what a PR team was, but he couldn't answer that he didn't know. One could only reply somewhat pretentiously, there are recognized, but I'm not sure if people are willing to cooperate. I don't know what kind of way Mr. Qin wants to cooperate. Mr. Qin, the nightclubs I run elsewhere have their public relations teams that turn over 20% of the commission to us. Ask the PR team you know if they're willing to work together. Lin Hai, okay, I'll ask around and give you an answer when tomorrow comes. Mr. Qin added, if you know any liquor sales, you can also introduce me to them. After all, although I've opened many nightclubs in other cities, this is the first time I've done so in one city, and there are many things I still need your help with. This Mr. Qin really deserves to be a businessman, no matter what time of the day. He holds the mentality that since he has spent the money, he must let others do things for him, and try to maximize his own interests. Lin Hai had just asked him for 20% of the dividends, and after giving him that much money, then he would have to let Lin Hai help him with a lot of things. After all, he was an outsider, and he definitely wouldn't be as comfortable as Lin Hai in dealing with these things. But how could he have known that Lin Hai was purely a white boy who didn't understand how a nightclub was run? But in order to be able to reach this cooperation, Lin Hai also had to not pretend to understand, and no matter what the other party said, he gave ambiguous answers, stated that he was willing to help himself and knew people who could help, but he wasn't sure exactly what could be negotiated. He was certainly right to do so that not only would he not be exposed, but he could be sure of being able to cooperate. The two people had been chatting for 2 hours before Mr. Qin said, Brother Lin, we can also be considered to have met at first sight. Originally I should have accompanied Brother Lin to have a good drink tonight, but I had a dinner appointment with someone else before, so I can't accompany my brother tonight. Wait for tomorrow night. Let's not get drunk. Chapter 128. Lin Hai was shocked to the core. Lin Hai and Mr. Qin walked out of the hotel suite side by side, and when they traveled to the entrance of the hotel, a Mercedes-Benz was like a loyal guard waiting for Mr. Qin's arrival. At this point, Lin Hai was surprised to realize that Mr. Qin was equipped with 2 bodyguards beside him. This made Lin Hai's curiosity about Mr. Qin grow stronger. It seemed that this Mr. Qin was really not simple. In today's world, how many people can afford to drive a Mercedes-Benz with a personal bodyguard? These 2 bodyguards, both of them were over 1 meter 8 in height, as if they were 2 iron towers. Strong and sturdy. The way he looks, he must have been professionally trained. Lin Hai secretly thought to himself, if he were to fight with one of these 2 bodyguards, would he have any chance of winning? It was a question that naturally no one could give him an answer to. One of the bodyguards, logically, acted as the driver. The other bodyguard sat firmly in the passenger seat, while Lin Hai and Mr. Qin settled into the back seat. After the party's 2-hour-long or so exchange, Common topics between the two of them were springing up like rain. Along the way, the two exchanged words from time to time. 20 minutes later, this black Mercedes sedan slowly stopped at the intersection of Manhwa Street. Lin Hai, who was sitting next to Mr. Sheen, glanced at the street outside the window, then turned his head and said to Mr. Sheen beside him, "Mr. Sheen, we're already at Manhwa Street." Mr. Sheen smiled and nodded, then took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Hai, saying, "Brother Lin, this is my business card, call me if anything happens." Lin Hai said as he took the business card, "That's for sure." Just as Lin Hai was about to push open the car door and get out, Mr. Sheen suddenly patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Lin, I still hope that you can help me inquire about what I just told you in the car. And remember to have a nice drink tomorrow night between the two of us." Lin Hai hurriedly nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, Mr. Sheen, I will definitely implement what you have explained as soon as possible. As for drinking, that's even more of a problem." The two chatted with each other for a while longer until the Mercedes slowly drove away from Manhwa Street, and only then did Lin Hai turn around and leave. However, at this moment, Lin Hai had some difficulties in his heart. He knew nothing about the nightclub and had never even been inside to spend any money, let alone understand its inner workings. He was even more puzzled by the term public relations team mentioned by Mr. Sheen. However, since he had already promised Mr. Sheen, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Thinking about it, Lin Hai thought that the best way was to personally spend a night at the nightclub tonight to get a general idea of what was involved. But it was still early. He thought it would be better to ask Sister Hong first. Maybe Sister Hong knew something about nightclubs. So, he directly gave Sister Hong a call over, and the call was quickly answered. After the call was connected, Lin Hai asked, "Sister Hong, where is it? I have something to ask you." Sister Red Massage Parlor. Lin Hai, "Okay, wait there, I'll come over to you now." Within a few minutes of hanging up the phone, Lin Hai arrived at the Red Massage Parlor. Seeing Lin Hai, several technicians inside the massage parlor greeted him respectfully. "Hello Hai." Nowadays, Lin Hai has become a real man of the hour in Manhwa Street, especially these personnel related to the black industry. No one does not recognize him. Lin Hai pulled Sister Hong inside a massage room and asked right to the point, "Sister Hong, have you ever been to a nightclub?" Sister Hong looked at him with a puzzled look on her face, then nodded gently and said, "Been there? Why would you ask that?" Lin Hai told Sister Hong about what happened when he went to the Resting Dragon Hotel just now. After hearing this from him, Sister Hong said with a smile, "That's a good thing. Nightclubs nowadays are quite lucrative if they're run properly. There are some nightclubs that make at least $100,000 a month. Is it that lucrative?" These words really shocked Lin Hai to the point where he originally thought that he would earn at most a few tens of thousands of dollars per month. "I didn't realize that I could earn more than $100,000 every month. If that's true, wouldn't it be tens of thousands of dollars if I had a 20% commission every month? It's faster than charging protection money." No wonder that Mr. Sheen was able to drive a Mercedes-Benz and had bodyguards around him. But just now that Mr. Sheen asked me to find him a PR team. Where am I going to find him one? Also, he said he wanted me to connect him with the liquor sales piece, and I don't know anyone. Sister Hong said with a faint smile, "This is simple. I have a sister who is the public relations manager inside the nightclub. I'll give him a call. Later you guys go over and find her. Since you are going to be responsible for the security inside the nightclub in the future, you definitely have to familiarize yourself with their nightclub first, so that you don't know anything when the time comes. However, the consumption in there is not low. And, I can warn you, you don't want to go over there and hook up with someone else's young lady when the time comes. If you really dare to do that, let's see how Yan Hong's sister and I will punish you when we come back." Listening to Sister Hong's words, that means there are a lot of young ladies in there. So it seems that tonight, no matter what, you have to go over there and feel it. Look at you. Am I like that? Only beautiful women hit on me. How could I possibly hit on a beautiful woman? The bastard even reached out and slapped Sister Hong's arched leg as he said this. Sister Hong sent him a big blank stare. "Look at you. You're a deadbeat, and a beautiful woman is hitting on you? From what you're saying, it's time for all the women to rally around you." Lin Hai reached out and took her into his arms and said with a hefty smile, "It doesn't matter if other women surround me or not, as long as you surround me all day." Although the current Hong sister was 26 years old and had already been married, she still felt sweet in her heart after hearing this. This kid is not only super handsome, physical quality is also very hard. The main thing is that this small mouth is particularly able to say, "Really let a person not love cannot." Who knows if that's what you have in mind or not? Sister Hong pouted. Lin Hai hugged Sister Hong a little tighter and whispered in her ear, "Of course I do. Can't you feel it? The two stayed inside the massage room for more than an hour before they walked out of this massage parlor together holding hands. Red pulled her cell phone from her person and called her best friend. After arranging all this, of course, we had to find a place to settle for dinner tonight. Lin Hai called Li Yanhong by the way and asked her to come over, because he wanted to take this time to determine exactly what kind of store to open for Li Yanhong. After the two of them finished the phone call, Lin Hai asked, "Sister Hong, I want to open a store for Yanhong. What do you think is suitable for her?" Chapter 129. Sister Hong said after a little bit of contemplation. In this Manhwa street, 2/3 are massage parlors, and the rest have some restaurants as well as small supermarkets or hair salons and the like, which are not suitable for a girl like her. I think it would be okay to open a beauty and nail salon store for her, so that it doesn't have to be very tiring and it would definitely make money. Think about it, there are dozens of massage parlors here, at least a few technicians inside each massage parlor. All of them must add up to thousands of people, and all of these girls have a common characteristic, that is, they like to dress up. Not to mention, she must make a lot of money every month just from all these girls going in there to get their nails done. Lin Hai, who was on the side, kept nodding his head as he listened to his words. Indeed, Sister Hong's analysis was on the right track. It's really worthy of being Sister Hong, and she's really very financially savvy. In this way, Li Yanhong not only earns a good income, but also can always keep herself company on Manhwa Street. It was also convenient for him to better protect her from being bullied by others. Lin Hai gave Sister Hong a thumbs up and complimented her. "It's really worthy of being my dear Sister Hong. This brain is really flexible enough to earn a woman's money. You really have a knack for it. I thank you for Yanhong." Sister Hong was so praised by him. Her heart was naturally very flattered. Which woman doesn't like to be praised by the man she loves in her heart? Red said with a pout. "Why are you saying thank you to me? Do we need to be so formal with each other?" Lin Hai wrapped his arms around her small waist and said with a hefty smile. "Also, oh, who asked you to be my woman? I'll never say thank you again." As the two spoke, they arrived at a nearby halal restaurant, and since it was just the three of them tonight, they ordered a simple four-course meal. Not a moment's effort later, Li Yanhong also rushed over. Sister Hong, who was also a beautiful woman, couldn't help but sigh in her heart at Li Yanhong's beauty. Today's Li Yanhong, dressed in a white as snow t-shirt, with a pair of blue as gemstone jeans, footsteps a pair of simple sneakers. This kind of dress is plain and simple, but her shapely, concave and convex figure perfectly outlined. It's really plump where it should be plump and jutting where it should be jutting. Even she who was a woman appreciated Li Yanhong's beauty, let alone those smelly men. This brat Lin Hai has a really good eye. To be jealous, there was definitely a little bit of that, but she was still able to be open about it. She wants nothing more than to have a place in Lin Hai's heart and to be by his side all the time. Of course, Li Yanhong might be able to guess about Sister Hong's relationship with Lin Hai. However, she likewise didn't poke at it. After all, Lin Hai and Sister Hong hadn't done anything intimate in front of her, and the fact that Lin Hai's brothers, when Sister Hong was present with her, called her sister-in-law, but addressed Sister Hong as Sister Hong, that was enough to explain the problem. Tonight they were sitting around a small four-sided table. Before Li Yanhong came in, Sister Hong and Lin Hai were sitting opposite each other, while Li Yanhong naturally sat beside Lin Hai. It was certainly a way for her to assert her sovereignty. After the three were seated, Lin Hai spoke. "Yanhong, before you came over, I talked to Sister Hong and thought it would be better to open a beauty and nail salon for you. What do you think?" Li Yanhong heart actually quite liked this occupation. After all, as a beautiful woman, she usually liked to do beauty, nail. If you can open a store like this, it is also very good. But she didn't know how to do it herself at all. If she didn't know how to do it herself and had to find someone to help her do it, then the pressure would definitely be even greater. So she can only say what she had in mind. "I think it's pretty good too, but I don't know how to do it myself, and I'm afraid I won't be able to run it well." Sister Hong patted her chest and assured her, "You don't have to worry about that. With your intelligence, you can learn it in a few months. Get a skilled master to take you for a while at first, and when you've learned, you do it all by yourself." Li Yanhong still said with some concern, "But I don't have any money of my own and I'm inexperienced, and I'm afraid I'll lose money when the time comes." Lin Hai smiled and comforted her. "It's okay, you don't have to worry about the money. I'll figure it out. Even if I lose money, it doesn't matter. You just rest assured that you'll do it boldly." Sister Hong also encouraged, "It's okay to believe in yourself. If you're really scared, then Sister Hong will work with you. I'll pay for the opening of this store. Then you manage the operation inside, and we'll split the money 50-50 when the time comes. That way you won't be so stressed." The reason why Sister Hong would say that was to encourage Li Yanhong, and secondly, she was very optimistic about the industry. After all, at present, in this Manhwa street, There is no family to open such a store. For the place where there are young women everywhere, open a beauty and nail store. That will absolutely business will be booming. Of course, there was another part of the reason for this, and that was for Lin Hai. While the three of them were talking and laughing, all the dishes they ordered were presented like running water. The three ate and talked, and by the time it was over, Li Yanhong was bursting with confidence, determined to break the mold. There is no longer the slightest hint of indecision. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Sister Hong added, Xiao Hai, if you have anything to do in the next 2 days, then you go and take care of your business. And as for finding a facade and these trivial matters, leave it to Yan Hong and I to take care of it. Lin Hai's heart was ecstatic, to be able to have such a beautiful and touching two beautiful people to accompany them, and they can also get along with such harmony. If it is any man, the heart must be happy flowers. The two of them are already on such good terms, and if they were to open a business together, their relationship would certainly become more intimate. Knowing that Lin Hai still had to go and take care of business in the evening, after dinner, the two beauties were invited to go shopping together. As the night crept on, Lin Hai summoned Lu Erwa and Di Qiao as well as Huang Jianqin, and the four of them sped to a dreamy nightclub. Fantasy nightclub, located in a Taxing Road near Wanha Street. The four people stopped a cab and sped toward the fantasy nightclub like an arrow out of a string. The four people at this moment, except for Di Qiao, whether it was Lin Hai, or Huang Jianqin and Lu Erwa, all had more or less apprehension and excitement in their hearts. To put it mildly, none of them had ever dabbled in a place like a nightclub. The one who was most excited was of course Lin Hai, because before dinner, he had heard from Sister Hong that not only were there very many young ladies there, but they were also very pretty. Chapter 130, Dream Nightclub. 20 minutes later, the cab, like an aging old man, slowly pulled up in front of the fantasy nightclub. The car door flicked open and Lin Hai and his three brothers stepped out of the car. At this moment, the entrance to the nightclub was already crowded and bustling, and there were both men and women among these people. The nightclub is a grandiose palace, a 3-story building covering about 100 square feet, all owned by Dream Bar. The whole building design is unique, the appearance of the modern glass curtain wall and metal materials intermingled, just like a gorgeous coat, so that the whole building looks both stylish and atmospheric. Dream Nightclub, 5 big words, in the colorful lights, glittering, especially eye-catching, as if the most bright stars in the night sky. When they traveled to the door, Sister Han's best friend Wu Tingting had already been waiting in anticipation. She was seen wearing a red cheongsam that looked like a blooming peony, showing off her shapely figure perfectly. Her hair was coiled up high like an exquisite sculpture, revealing a delicate and fair face, just like a round of bright moon, matched with a pair of big bright eyes, just like two flashing jewels, which looked particularly charming. Especially the flirtatious smile on her face, just like a delicate rose, would make any man's heart flutter when he looked at it. According to Sister Hong, the most handsome of the men who had come was Lin Hai. Therefore, she moved to Lin Hai's side at the first opportunity and said with a coquettish smile, I believe this handsome man is Wu Hong's friend. Hi. Lin Hai didn't feel overly surprised that this woman was able to recognize him at a glance. After all, when Sister Hong was on the phone, he was close by, and had also heard Sister Hong say that the most handsome man was him. Lin Hai, his sculpted face, as if it was a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens. Anyone could be attracted by his handsomeness at the first moment. Lin Hai said with an equally big smile, I'm Lin Hai. You must be Ting Ting, Sister Hong's good girlfriend, right? After ascertaining Lin Hai's identity, Wu Tingting acted like a cheerful bird and took the initiative to fly to Lin Hai's side to take his arm and walk towards the lobby on the first floor. Wu Tingting's move made Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin look dumbfounded, but Di Qiao acted very calmly, as if she had long been accustomed to all this. Lin Hai secretly muttered in his heart, just based on Wu Tingting's overwhelming face value alone, even if you spend a little more tonight, it's definitely worth it. When the other party took his arm, he was surprised to find out that Wu Tingting's height was not even close to his, and should at least be around 1.72 meters. This made him wonder. Generally speaking, girls were relatively low in height, but Wu Tingting had such a tall figure, just like a pavilion jade bamboo, making people's eyes light up. Her long, slender legs were beautifully defined, like fine works of art, and when she walked side by side with Lin Hai, they looked exceptionally harmonious, as if they were a match made in heaven. Lin Hai couldn't help but secretly sigh. Not only was Wu Tingting's face like a flower, her body was even more shapely and perfect. Such a woman, no matter where she goes, are like the most brilliant star in the night sky, will certainly become the focus of attention. When the four of them, Lin Hai, Lu Erwa, Huang Jianqin, and Di Qiao, stepped into the lobby of the nightclub, they were once again stunned by the glorious decorations in front of them, as if they were petrified. The whole lobby is just like an opulent palace. The bright lights are like a golden sunset flashing. The exquisite decorative paintings inlaid on the walls are like artistic treasures. The expensive carpet on the ground is like a soft cloud. And everything looks so luxurious. The beautiful guests who greeted them were as stunning as a picture of beauty. There were enough a dozen beauties standing in 2 rows. They were dressed in uniform cheongsams, with tall and shapely figures, just like willow branches swaying in the wind. And their temperament was elegant and charming, just like noble swans. What's more, these beauties are at the perfect age of youth, with faces as pretty as blooming flowers and smiles as sweet as the morning sun. When they saw the 5 people walk in, the beautiful women on both sides were like well-trained soldiers, bending down at the same time and shouting in unison with clear and pleasant voices. "Good evening, honorable guests. Welcome to the Fantasy Nightclub." This sudden courtesy made Lin Hai and the others, who had never dabbled in such a high-class place, instantly feel like falling into the clouds and being flattered. They couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this was the life that rich people should lead. At this moment, they secretly vowed in their hearts that they would work hard to make money and live this luxurious life. They yearned for endless wealth, as they yearned for flowers bathed in sunlight, to enjoy this high-class treatment and to be the center of attention. This goal takes root in their hearts like a burning flame, inspiring them to go forward and keep pursuing a better life. Lin Hai and the others were led by Wu Tingting to a luxurious private room. The room is beautifully furnished, with a huge sofa like a mountain of comfort, a gorgeous chandelier resembling a sparkling starry sky, and state-of-the-art audio equipment as if it were a source of heavenly music. After they sat down, the waiters, like shuttling butterflies, immediately served a variety of food and wine. Wu Tingting introduced the general situation of this nightclub to Lin Hai and all of them. The first floor was the lobby and logistics. The second floor was the performance bar and dance floor, and the third floor was the private rooms. During this period, Wu Tingting was like a commanding general, naturally gathering all those PR ladies under her hand. These young ladies, whether they are dressed or their appearance, are like flowers blooming in the spring, delicate, definitely better than those technicians in the massage parlor for several grades. Directly Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxi look dumbfounded, drooling, and even don't know who to choose to accompany their own chat. These young ladies invited at this moment, at least 1 or 2 dozen of them. They first greeted all of them very respectfully like well-behaved cats, and then made a self-introduction like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Of course, these ladies' self-introductions must have very heavy water in them, but what's the harm in that? Most of all, their beauty was indeed like bright stars that lit up the eyes of the crowd. Right at this moment, Sister Wu Tingting whispered in Lin Hai's ear, like a light breeze, about the charges of these young ladies. It ranges from 100 to 200, so I guess it's still based on face value. Chapter 131 Wu Tingting, Manager of the Public Relations Department. Lin Hai cursed in his heart. Asterisk. This is simply open fire robbery. Just to accompany the chatting and drinking. A night to charge $200. A lot of people work hard for a month may not be able to earn so much money. From here, we can see that what Sister Hong said before was not wrong. Nightclubs are indeed an extremely profitable industry like a bottomless pit. As such, Lin Hai became more and more excited inside, like a blazing fire burning. If Mr. IP will really make as much money as Sister Hun said, then the 20% dividend he can get every month must be as substantial as a mountain of gold. The thought that it might cost him some small fortune tonight no longer distressed him so much, as if it were but a drop in the bucket. In the next few hours, like an understanding moon goddess, he arranged a beautiful young lady for each of the 3 brothers around him. However, he didn't ask for it himself, because he had many things he wanted to ask them about later, and he simply didn't have the time to accompany these young ladies for a chat. Wouldn't it be purely throwing money down the drain if he got a young lady to keep him company? I have to say, this Lin Hai kid is still quite petty sometimes. Accurately I should say, still very good at living life to the fullest. Because of this relationship with Sister Hong, Wu Tingting lingered inside the private room for quite a while. Of course, there was another reason, which was that Lin Hai was not only handsome, but also had a particularly articulate mouth. Plus, Wu Tingting learned from Sister Hong that Lin Hai was actually a social big brother, so her impression of him naturally became much better. That's how this person is. No matter what time of the day it is, as long as you're strong enough, there will definitely be people who will intentionally or unintentionally flatter you. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Hai also roughly told Wu Tingting about Mr. Shin's willingness to cooperate. Wu Tingting smiled faintly after hearing his words and said, "Brother Hai, you've been punked. The conditions offered by the other party are simply impossible. No PR team in this Guan city would accept such conditions. The normal way to work together is for our PR team to give the nightclub a 10% commission. After all, nightclubs don't make money on PR at all either. The most lucrative part of the business is still on the drinks." Lin Hai nodded in understanding. In fact, he had known this for a long time, but he didn't tell Wu Tingting directly, but wanted to hear her opinion. After all, he doesn't know much about the industry yet and needs more information and advice. Wu Tingting continued, and, even if our PR team agrees to their terms, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that their business will improve. Because the public relations team only plays a supporting role, the real decision of business is still the nightclub's own business management and service quality. If they don't offer great service and environment, it's hard to attract guests even if our PR team works hard. Lin Hai had a rough idea of the nightclub in his mind after listening to Wu Tingting's words. At the same time, he expressed his admiration for Tina Wu's expertise and experience. For both Mr. Qin and Wu Tingting, Lin Hai naturally trusted Wu Tingting more. After all, no matter what, this Wu Tingting is also Sister Hong's BFF, and Mr. Qin is an authentic businessman. As a businessman, all will surely put their own interests first. Besides, there was no talk of any friendship between Mr. Qin and him at all. Lin Hai nodded as he thought about these truths and said, "So if his nightclub only wants a 10% commission, do you still have a PR team on your side?" Wu Tingting said confidently, "That's certainly no problem. Let me tell you this, Wu Tingting, don't have many other things, but I have many sisters, and these little sisters of mine, all of them are as beautiful as flowers, and all of them are of very high quality, so it can be said that they can be ranked in the entire Guan city." Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. After all, he wasn't the type to trust people easily. Although he knew that Wu Tingting was definitely eloquent as the PR manager, it didn't mean that everything she said was true and reliable. Moreover, before he came, he already had a certain understanding of Wu Tingting from Sister Hong. Therefore, Lin Hai could only maintain a half-hearted attitude towards what she was saying now. However, Lin Hai also understood where his strengths lay. As an authentic male millionaire, it might be a bit difficult to nail a man, but if the target is changed to a woman, it couldn't be easier. The two of them chatted in the booth for a while longer before Wu Tingting suddenly stood up and said that something needed to be taken care of. Taking this opportunity, Lin Hai also excused himself and said that he wanted to go out and have a look around, followed Wu Tingting out of the private room. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai and Wu Tingting drifted like ghosts to the entrance of the fire staircase. At this time, the fire staircase was as if it was a corner forgotten by time. Nowhere to be seen. The two couldn't wait to embrace in the fire stairway. When Lin Hai returned to the private room, 2 hours had already slipped by. At this moment, Lu Erwa and the three of them inside the private room. Each of their faces were blooming with a smile as bright as a spring flower, and it was as if the smile was about to overflow their faces. Lin Hai scrutinized carefully, only to be shocked to realize that whether it was Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, or De Xiao's face, it was like a palette that had been overturned, covered with numerous lipstick marks. Good lord, these three really are their own hardcore buddies. During the 2 hours that Fong had been out, Lin Hai had learned from Wu Tingting that the security of this nightclub was handled by a person named Chang, who had a better overall strength in Guanchang than Daxiong, and their model for working with nightclub owners seems to be a 20% share on the security side. This dream nightclub, the peak of the monthly net profit can reach $200,000 to $300,000, as if a sparkling gold mountain. This news, to Lin Hai, was like a bright light in the darkness, most useful. At the same time, however, he was informed that there were as many as 30 security guards at the fantasy nightclub. This could put him in a dilemma. After all, the brothers under his command at the moment, all together, were only a dozen or so. If Mr. Qin's nightclub was of a similar size to the fantasy nightclub, then their security personnel would obviously be stretched to the limit. Just now, Wu Tingting had also informed him that up to half of the 30 security personnel under Kung were his close associates, while the rest of them were just ordinary security guards recruited for a meager monthly wage of only a few $100s. If you do that, then this Kung must be making a lot of money every month. So for the rest of the time, no matter how much fun Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin and the three of them, De Xiao, were having, Lin Hai was all but alone with his thoughts and didn't interact with them much, just the occasional drink with them. Chapter 132, People are more angry than people. It wasn't until after 1 in the morning that the four of them left the nightclub in a drunken stupor. Originally, Lu Erwa and the three of them were all very interested in the three young ladies in the nightclub, but when they offered to send them home, they were all ruthlessly rejected by the others. Walking out of the nightclub, Lin Hai couldn't help but give the three of them a big blank stare after hearing their complaints and remarks. What useless guys! You deserve to be single. The three of them were speechless for a while. It was clear that everyone was having a good time and interacting inside the nightclub, but as soon as it was mentioned that they were going to take someone out, one of them wouldn't be able to do it. One of the young ladies said that it was inconvenient to come to relatives. Another said that she lived with her dear sister and would be scolded if she did not go back. while the last lady's excuse was likewise that she had come to relatives. In short, people just don't see them. Lin Hai looked at the silence as all three people remained silent and continued. Then you three go back by yourselves. I have something else to do later. I'm going to follow up on Mr. Chin's nightclub PR problem, and by the way, I'll help him inquire about the liquor sales. His words, whether it was Lu Erhua or Huang Jianxin, or De Qiao, in their hearts they simply didn't believe it, because they were very sure in their hearts that this brother Hai of theirs would definitely have to go to Wu Tingting's house again in the evening. As for what exactly they were doing at someone else's Wu Tingting's house, I'm afraid only the two of them knew. Lu Erhua muttered in a low voice, Brother Hai, is this something a human being would do? Lin Hai cursed angrily in indignation. Asterisk. What are you talking about? With Mr. Chin's cooperation is a big deal. This thing I still have to grasp the implementation. It's all because of your group of brats have no ability. What things have to be my hands? And you still have the nerve to say this kind of sarcasm. Just as Lu Erhua wanted to retort a couple of sentences, Wu Tingting happened to walk out. At this time, Wu Tingting had already changed into a black dress, and on those long slender legs, she had also put on black stockings. Simply beautiful. After walking over to Lin Hai, the smile on his face grew even wider. Brother Hai, just now I was too busy to talk to you about the operation mode of the nightclub. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Why don't you go to my home tonight and I'll give you a detailed explanation? Lin Hai replied smilingly. Aha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So I'll work hard for Beauty Ting Ting. Isn't that blatant dissembling? To explore these issues, can't they be explored during the day? Do we have to wait until there is silence and a man and a woman are alone in a room to discuss it? Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin, the three of them, muttered indignantly in their hearts. However, they were also very puzzled as to why their own brother Hai could be so bullish when we were all the same man and such close brothers. And even if the three of them were willing to spend money, others would be reluctant to socialize with them. That's a lot of people to deal with. Wu Tingting intimately held Lin Hai's arm and reached out to stop a cab. The two sat in the back seat together, and when the cab was about to start, Wu Tingting also waved her hand towards the three people and said in a delicate voice, "Three big brothers, bye-bye." Lin Hai, on the other hand, made a face towards the three of them, and it looked as if he was saying, "You guys just learn from it." After looking at the cab's taillights disappearing completely, Huang Jianxin muttered, "Erhua, Dachia, do you know where there is a plastic surgery hospital? I think I have to get some plastic surgery to make me look as handsome as Hai, or else I don't know when I'll be able to get rid of the night of being alone in my bedroom." Big Joe responded in a no-nonsense manner. "Even if you go for plastic surgery, you can never be as handsome as Hai. Besides, even if you have Hai's looks, you may not be able to get a beautiful woman's favor." Huang Jianxin was dumbfounded. "Why, Lu Erhua, because you don't have Hai's 3-inch tongue." Big Joe, "Alright, don't complain. If you really can't stand holding it in, then go back to Wanha Street and get a full body massage." As the three men were talking, Big Joe reached out and stopped a cab. The driver asked as the cab stopped and the driver opened the window, "Where are a few of you going?" Huang Jianxin hurriedly replied, "Master, let's go to Wanha Street." The driver nodded and gestured for them to get in. The car started slowly as the three sat in it. Along the way, Huang Jianxin was still immersed in dissatisfaction with his appearance, and his mouth kept chanting, "I wish I could look as handsome as Hai." Lu Erhua and De Qiao looked at each other and helplessly revealed a bitter smile. In a matter of moments, the car arrived at Wanha Street. After getting out of the car, the three of them were as relieved as they could be and hoofed it to a massage parlor to enjoy a good full-body massage. They didn't set foot in Sister Hong's store, simply because they were worried that if Sister Hong saw the three of them but not Lin Hai, I'm afraid that Lin Hai would have trouble explaining himself in the morning. Despite the fact that they harbored some jealousy and envy towards Lin Hai, however, no matter what situation they were in, they would never betray Lin Hai. This night, Lin Hai labored for another night, and it wasn't until dawn that he slowly fell asleep. By the time he returned to Wanha Street again, the time was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Last night, although he was a bit tired, he still got a lot of useful information. Not only do you know the PR piece of the nightclub, but you also have to get the phone numbers of a couple of drink suppliers. There is also a rough plan for the security piece. After returning to Wanha Street, the first thing he had to do, of course, was to gather all these brothers together, assign them the task of hiring some security personnel in the shortest possible time, and then if the right opportunity presents itself, take on a few more minions. When these brothers heard that a nightclub had been given to them to take care of, one was more excited than the other, because it means that not only can they make more money, but they also look better when they talk about it. People who hang out on the road know that these people who generally collect protection money are basically small punks who can't get on the stage. and those who were in charge of watching the venue inside the nightclub were more or less people of some status, especially when Lu Erwa and the three of them told these brothers last night that the young ladies in there were many and positive. Everyone was even more looking forward to it. There's no way around it. It's just young people who have just stepped into society with a lot of curiosity and anticipation in their hearts. Chapter 133, The Gulf Hotel. After completing all the work arrangements, the hour hand was already pointing to 5 o'clock in the afternoon without realizing it. Just then, the cell phone in Lin Hai's pocket suddenly rang with a crisp ringtone. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check the caller ID and realized that the person calling was actually General Manager Qin. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a bit confused in his heart, but he still quickly pressed the answer button. Mr. Qin's bright laughter came from the other end of the phone. Brother Lin, you're still on Manhwa Street, right? I'll have the driver go over to pick you up. We'll have to have a few drinks tonight. Hearing Mr. Qin's invitation, Lin Hai hurriedly replied, Mr. Qin, it's true that I'm still on Manhwa Street, but you're too kind. Don't bother sending a car to pick me up. Just send me the address and I'll take a taxi there myself. Mr. Qin laughed on the other end of the phone. Brother Lin, you're out of line. The driver is idle anyway, so let him run. I'll arrange for him to pick you up. Looking at how enthusiastic Mr. Qin was, Lin Hai would really be a bit ungrateful if he continued to excuse himself. So, he had no choice but to say, thank you, Mr. Qin. Then, the two made small talk for a while longer, saying goodbye to each other before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai, again, began to have some difficulties. He had never experienced such an occasion before. Is it actually going to go to the appointment alone? Or should I take my two brothers with me? He was in deep thought. Thinking about it, he eventually decided that it would be more appropriate to take his two brothers with him, for no other reason than simply to be able to put on a bit of a show. After all, he had witnessed those majestic big brothers in the movies. No matter what kind of occasions they were in or out of, they would always be accompanied by a large group of minions. Even though he had not yet been able to reach that height himself nowadays, he was at least a big brother, wasn't he? It would be a shame to go alone. Moreover, in recent times, they had formed bonds with numerous people. If you really go alone, I'm afraid you can't even guarantee your own safety. Since the purpose of this trip was to hold up the scene, then Lu Erwa must be brought along with him. After all, with his such a tall and powerful figure and body type, just standing there quietly was enough to bring a strong sense of oppression. As for the other candidate, well, naturally Nandacha belongs to, although his size compared to Lu Er was slightly inferior, but the gap between the two is not very significant. A more important point was that Lin Hai knew that De Qiao was someone who had seen big scenes, and bringing De Qiao with him would give him someone to bounce ideas off of in case of any emergencies. In about 20 minutes, Mr. Qin's black Mercedes-Benz arrived near the Hong Hong massage parlor. This position, of course, was told to Mr. Qin by Lin Hai. Lin Hai and the three of them got into this Mercedes-Benz, and in order to make it easier to chat with the driver, Lin Hai took the initiative to sit in the passenger compartment. With a low rumble of the engine, the driver skillfully started the car. At this time, Lin Hai touched out a pack of red Tashan cigarettes from his body, from which he pulled out one and handed it to the driver, and in passing, he also lit one for himself. Of course, Lu Erwa and De Qiao were not left behind, for men sat in a spacious Mercedes as smoke filled the air. Taking this opportunity, Lin Hai took the initiative to climb into conversation with the driver. Where are you from, brother? The driver replied, my hometown is in the western province. Hi, from what you're saying, you must be a local, right? Lin Hai said with a smile, I can only be considered a native of the province. My hometown is in the countryside. I see you're all muscular. Have you practiced before? The driver nodded and said, well, sort of. I was in the army for a couple years. Hearing this, Lin Hai secretly marveled in his heart. So this guy is a veteran. No wonder he can become Mr. Qin's bodyguard. The two of them were chatting idly like this, and the reason why Lin Hai was doing so was not because of boredom, but a delusional attempt to get to know Mr. Qin more deeply from the side in this way. After all, he could be said to know very little about the inscrutable general manager Qin. Lin Hai asked seemingly carelessly, brother, you must have been working under Mr. Qin for some years, right? The driver turned his head to glance at him and said with a joyful smile, yes, I've been following Mr. Qin for many years. Our general manager Qin is a great person. What's especially important is that our Mr. Qin's family has a lot of money, and as far as I know, he now owns 6 nightclubs. Hearing this, Lin Hai and his two brothers' hearts coincidentally set off a wave of shock. 6 nightclubs? The investment alone could cost millions, if not tens of millions is yet to be seen. By this projection, this Mr. Sheen is at least a multi-millionaire with a lot of money in his pocket. In this day and age, multi-millionaires can be a rarefied existence. No wonder he would be driving a Mercedes with bodyguards following him around. It all just made sense. Accompanied by the laughter of the two of them, as if it were the gurgling water, the Mercedes slowly arrived at the Gulf Hotel. This Gulf Hotel, for Lin Hai and the three of them, was naturally as familiar as their own backyard, because it was the most luxurious five-star hotel in Guangchang, like a bright pearl shining in the city. What they never expected was that Sheen would choose to host them here. This place was undoubtedly the most high-class place, just like that magnificent palace. Thus it could be seen that this time, General Manager Sheen had really given them enough face, making them feel incomparably honored. After the four of them got down from the car, they walked towards the hotel's lobby like that elegant swan, only to see two tall and pretty beauties welcome them like that blooming flower. They wore cheongsams, which were just like the flowing water waves, setting off their shapely figures, with charming smiles on their faces, just like the warm spring sun, warm and bright, and with elegant and generous demeanor. One of the beauties said softly, "Welcome to the Bay Hotel. May I ask if you gentlemen are dining or staying?" The driver told these two beauties the number of the private room that Mr. Sheen had reserved. "These three are guests of our general manager Sheen, who has reserved private room 88, the beautiful woman said very politely. "4, please follow me." After saying that, like the dancing butterfly, she led Lin Hai and the others into the hotel and finally arrived at a luxurious private room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Mr. Sheen and a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa. Mr. Sheen saw Lin Hai and the others come in and stood up with a smile. That smile was like the warm spring breeze, making people feel incomparably friendly. "Brother Lin, you guys are finally here, please have a seat," Mr. Sheen greeted warmly. After Lin Hai and the others were seated in turn, the waiter began to serve the food. In a short while, the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. The dishes were just like that exquisite artwork, extremely sumptuous. All of them were some exquisite seafood and seasonal fresh vegetables. "Mr. Sheen, you're really too kind," Lin Hai said gratefully. Chapter 134, Good Cabbage Gone to the Pigs. This Mr. Sheen was not a person who was so formal and modest that he let his two bodyguards sit down to eat with him. One of the bodyguards, as if he were an attentive shopkeeper, took the initiative to pour wine for the crowd. However, these two bodyguards hadn't dipped a drop of alcohol, and it was at this point that Lin Hai was shocked to realize that tonight's wine was actually mutai. To be honest, he had only heard of such a fine wine and had never had the honor of tasting it. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid the spending on this meal tonight will have to be counted in thousands of dollars. It seems that this rich man's life is really different. Seeing that the two bodyguards were not drinking, Big Joe also volunteered that he was not a good drinker. When Lu Erwa saw that De Chiao was not drinking, he naturally did not dare to raise his glass himself. As a result, only Mr. Sheen and Lin Hai were left on the table to push their cups together. Although he knew that the other party's identity was extraordinary, Lin Hai was not overly formal. After all, at this time the two of them were in a cooperative relationship, the respect that should be offered, but there was no need to grovel in front of each other. The two men began by lightly clinking their glasses and making a few casual remarks about the scene. Immediately after that, Mr. Sheen opened his mouth. "Brother Lin, and the two brothers, there's no need to be polite. Everyone eat your food." At this time, Mr. Sheen did not mention the matter of cooperation, but just drank with Lin Hai, and then chatted about some topics about Guangchang, looking at his bodyguard and Lu Erwa, both of whom were already drunk and full. General Manager Sheen added, "Xiao Chen, you two take these two brothers and go up for a sauna. I have some words with Brother Lin." Lu Erwa glanced at Lin Hai, and after seeing Lin Hai nodding slightly, he then left the private room along with De Chiao with the two bodyguards. The beautiful woman sitting beside Mr. Sheen, like a well-behaved cat, stood up very sensibly. "Then you guys talk. I'll go to my room." After she said that, she smiled faintly towards Lin Hai with extreme politeness. Her smile as warm and pleasant as the warm spring sun. And then, she stepped on those exquisite high heels and curled out of the private room. The high heels collided with the ground with a crisp sound, as if it were a magnificent symphony playing. Only after she left did Lin Hai wake up as if from a dream and began to scrutinize the beautiful woman. She was about 5'6", tall and elegant. A fiery red dress tightly wrapped around her exquisite body, as warm and eye-catching as a burning flame. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, as if she were a dancing butterfly. With a pair of red high heels, it adds a mature feminine charm. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, as warm as sheep's fat white jade, especially those long, straight legs with beautiful lines and tight muscles, radiating endless attraction. Every step taken is like a feast of beauty on display. Her figure was perfectly curved, convex where it should be, concave where it should be, without a trace of excess fat. With a body like that, it's totally comparable to Sister Hong. However, when it comes to face value, she seems to be better. Exquisite features, such as sculpted face, bright big eyes flashing with spiritual light. Under the high nose is a cherry mouth, slightly upturned corners of the mouth with a faint smile, so that people cannot help but fall for it. Just this beautiful woman beside Mr. Sheen could simply be compared to his own real girlfriend, Li Yan Hong. Compared to the beautiful woman, that Mr. Sheen was somewhat inferior. He was over 40 at least, and the years had left deep and dark marks on his face, and his big belly made him look a little bloated. Being no taller than 6'5" again, he stood next to the beautiful woman, creating a stark contrast. There didn't seem to be anything striking about it other than the fact that the face was as white as a pussy's. Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. This is really a flower stuck on cow dung. Right at this moment, looking at the only two people left inside the private room, Lin Hai and him, Mr. Sheen directly opened the door and said, "Brother Lin, how's it going with the things I asked you to inquire about for me yesterday?" Lin Hai pretended to be a bit embarrassed and said, "I contacted several PR teams yesterday, but none of them were willing to accept the offer you made." Mr. Sheen. Mr. Sheen's brows frowned slightly. Oh, what is this about? Lin Hai's mind felt that this was clearly a knowing question. Who the hell is a cutie if you come up with such harsh conditions? Who wants to work with you? But the surface didn't move. What they mean is that the commission they want inside the nightclub is too much, and as far as I know, no nightclub in the whole of Guanchang is charging that high of a commission. Mr. Sheen, do you think the commission inside our nightclub can be changed to 10%? At this moment, Lin Hai was likewise talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. He hadn't even inquired about these rules of the Guanchang nightclub, so naturally he couldn't talk about any understanding. All this he was saying now was just listening to Wu Tingting's one-sided words. However, he was very sure that Wu Tingting would not lie to him. No matter what kind of woman, after being properly educated by him last night, she would definitely be very well behaved, and naturally had no reason to lie to him. At this moment, all of this that Lin Hai had said was of course expected by General Manager Qin. The reason why he had made such a harsh offer was also to test Lin Hai. However, Mr. Sheen, the old fox, pretended to look like a very egghead and said, "These PR teams in this Guanchang are too black-hearted. Where would they go to make money if we didn't provide them with occasions? Is there really no one who will accept such an offer?" Lin Hai replied in a serious manner, "I've asked almost half the PR team at Kwanzaa City, and no one is willing to accept such an offer. But, they also said that the female publicists on their team are of very high quality." Mr. Sheen said with a long sigh, "In that case, 10% for 10%. What about the liquor sales piece?" At this time, Lin Hai took out a large quotation from his body and handed it over to Mr. Sheen. "Mr. Sheen, this is the quotation my friend gave me. You can refer to it, or perhaps compare it with the drinks you purchased elsewhere. For this, of course, Mr. Sheen is a connoisseur. Look at the quotation on it." He felt quite suitable in his heart, but, on his mouth, he said, "That price is a bit high. You ask them to let 10 points on that price, and if they agree, then this can be finalized as well." This matter, Lin Hai had already communicated with the liquor sales side. They could let 10 points on top of that, but those 10 points were reserved for Lin Hai's favor fee. That is to say that the liquor sales every month according to this unit price checkout, and then give Lin Hai back 10 points. This was also the rule of this industry. If at this moment Lin Hai agreed to let 10 points go, it would mean that his own favor fee was gone. Of course he wouldn't do such a thing. It's a little cute to have money and not make it. Chapter 135, Sauna Room. Lin Hai could only say with a retreat, "Mr. Sheen, if that's really the case, then this is something that being a brother can't help you with. You'd better contact the channels on your side." Hearing how determined he was, Mr. Sheen had no choice but to nod and say, "All right then, let me think about this for a while. I'll give you an answer the day after tomorrow. Also, I'd like to discuss something with you. You know I'm from out of town. Having opened several more nightclubs, I'm sure I don't have that much time to manage this nightclub in Guanchang. Can you find me a manager with relevant experience? Or perhaps you'll manage it for me personally." People have already said this. Lin Hai, even if it is not possible, certainly say yes. If you let this Qin arrange his own people to come over to manage, then a lot of things Lin Haidao sat to come certainly not so convenient. As for the talent in this area, then definitely have to go to Wu Tingting to help. I believe that with Wu Tingting's ability, this little thing she can still get it done. That's naturally no problem. Mr. Sheen, just put your heart in your stomach and entrust this matter to me without worry. I'll make sure to keep the nightclub in order. so that you can earn that much and count your money until your hands are cramped. The reason why Mr. Sheen had spoken in such a way didn't mean that he trusted Lin Hai as much as he did. He could have sent his own inner circle to manage it. However, considering that this might have caused many conflicts, he also had to resort to this expedient measure in order to ensure that the nightclub could operate normally. As for whether Lin Hai and the others could run the nightclub into the ground, she wasn't particularly worried. After all, with his experience, it wouldn't take long to see exactly what level they were at. For one thing, he could give some slight pointers, and for another, if it really didn't work out, it wasn't too late to consider a change. With a smile on the corner of his mouth and a slight nod, Mr. Sheen said, "That's very good. However, Brother Lin wanting a nightclub to have a thriving business and at the same time manage it in an organized manner is by no means an easy task. Personally, I would suggest that you seek the assistance of someone with relevant experience. As for the share piece, I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll give you 30% of the profit." This time, Lin Hai didn't haggle with him again, as he felt that the offer was already quite generous. Since he was in charge of internal security, it was only right that people would give him less than 10% of this profit, and there were some things that he needed to bother with just as much. Now with this additional 10% profit, why wouldn't he be happy? Lin Hai, no problem. Everything is at the disposal of Mr. Sheen. Mr. Sheen, good. Then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll arrange for a financial officer to come and manage the accounts for you. Coming to take care of the accounts is just a front. The real purpose is naturally to come and supervise them, just in case they're fudging and making false accounts and all that kind of stuff. Although Lin Hai knew it in his heart, not only could he not reveal it, he had to accept it with joy. Who made people the real gold masters? These days, who doesn't know that money is king? In the next few moments, the two chatted about some more details of their collaboration. After the two of them had talked for more than an hour, Mr. Sheen then stood up smilingly and said as he took Lin Hai's hand, Brother Lin, I'm very optimistic about this cooperation. Let's make this nightclub the most luxurious and upscale entertainment place in Guanchang. I believe that our cooperation can definitely be a win-win situation, and as long as this nightclub can make money. Next, I plan to add 2 more nightclubs in Guan City, so my brother can make more money then as well. Lin Hai said with a smiling face, that certainly couldn't be better. Please don't worry Brother Sheen, my brother will definitely not let you down. After this hour or so of conversation, Lin Hai's address to Mr. Sheen was also changed from Mr. Sheen to Brother Sheen, which showed that the relationship between the two was a little bit closer. Aha, I have no doubt about my brother's abilities then. Well, there's not much time left in the night, so go on up and enjoy the sauna. The service here is top-notch and the programs are all over the place. When Mr. Sheen said this, there was still a mysterious and unpredictable smile on his face, and that smile seemed to say that we are all men, and there is no need to say more about the flavor. Naturally, Lin Hai knew nothing about what sauna washing was really all about. However, he had also heard something about it, but the exact circumstances were not clear. Therefore, when Mr. Sheen issued an invitation for him to experience it together, he could not help but feel a trace of curiosity and anticipation in his heart. But since the other party had said so, it seemed that he would appear to be a bit rusty with the other party if he flatly refused. After all, they hadn't known each other long, and if they acted too formal or distant at the moment, it might have a detrimental effect on their relationship. So, he had to nod gently in response. Then thank you, Brother Sheen. Half an hour later, Lin Hai was lying comfortably in the bath as if he was a leisurely fish. At this moment, he felt his body was like a soft cloud, gradually relaxing and his mood became as bright as the sun. Immediately afterward, he was given a back rub and a bath by a professional. This service allowed him to experience a pleasure he had never experienced before, as if all his exhaustion had dissipated in an instant. Immediately afterward, he was placed in a small, separate room. The environment is like a cozy harbor and is incredibly relaxing. Then, a large group of beautiful technicians dressed in cool, fashionable clothes like fluttering butterflies, lightly walked into this small room. They all had shapely figures and pretty faces, like blooming flowers, which made his heart flutter. Lin Hai looked at the scene in front of him and was at a loss for words. He had never experienced such a battle before and was bewildered as to how to respond. These beautiful technicians seemed to have insight into his nervousness, and they all greeted him with a smile like a spring breeze, a scene that almost made Lin Hai's nose bleed. Things had come to a head, and even if he was stupid, he understood what was going on. He picked a sweet-faced beauty with a body as hot as a ripe peach to massage him. 2 hours later, Lin Hai finally comprehended what the so-called sauna wash was really all about. As it turns out, it's not only a wonderful way to relax, it's also a socializing extravaganza. Here, people can indulge in the pleasures of life and make more like-minded friends. I didn't go back to the rental house last night. If I don't return home tonight, it seems that it will be really difficult to explain to Li Yanhong tomorrow. Chapter 136, The Two Douchebags in the Pit. After Lin Hai left that cramped room, he dialed Lu Erwa at the first opportunity like a stringed arrow. The phone was quickly picked up, and Lu Erwa's panting voice came from the other end of the line. What? Hi. Lin Hai cursed in his heart. This brat couldn't be that he hadn't finished things yet, right? It's been 3 or 4 hours. Even an iron donkey can't stand this. He didn't say it in a nice way. Asterisk. Can't you take it easy? Let's go. Back to Wenha Street. Lu Erwa hammed and hawed and said, just a moment, brother Hai. Isn't this just about that final kick in the door? It'll be done soon. Lin Hai was speechless for a good while and rolled his eyes widely before sitting on his butt on the sofa near the bar and sipping a little. After about 10 minutes, Mr. Qin's bodyguard, Xiao Chen, came to Lin Hai's side first, reached out and gently patted Lin Hai's arm, grinned, and said, Hi, the service in here is good, right? We are all men. And this little Chen Lin Hai looked quite smooth, so he did not hide it. Aha, it's pretty good. It's not a bad place to spend money, is it? Xiao Chen replied casually. 1 hour 228. Lin Hai's eyes stared as if they were bronze bells, shocked beyond words. That's too much. According to this, just now I was in there for more than 2 hours, so wouldn't it cost more than 400? Though tonight's order will be taken care of by Mr. Qin. Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of flesh. Wasn't this a clear waste of money? If I had known that, why did I go for a massage just now? Directly let Mr. Qin give this money to himself. It does not smell good? Forget it. It's too late for regrets. But you should never come back to spend money on such occasions in the future, lest you make people feel as if they are surrounded by such poor resources. Instead of wasting money on this, it would be better to buy 2 more outfits for the women around you. As long as they wear the same outfit, the effect will never be worse than this ability. It was only after about 10 more minutes that Lu Erwa and Da Xiao hooked up and wandered over to the bar. The two of them talked and laughed along the way. That look, as if they had won the $5 million jackpot. The mood was so good that they were practically flying. Xiao Chen greeted him with a smile on his face. Did you two brothers have a good time tonight? Lu Erwa and Di Xiao replied almost in unison. As much fun as it can be. It's just too much fun. Xiao Chen also stopped nagging and just revealed a look that only men could understand. As long as you guys are happy, give me your hand sign and I'll get the check. After Xiao Chen took the hand from the three of them, he took the initiative to go to the bar to pay the bill. Looking at the small ticket typed out by the waiter, Lin Hai's eyes instantly glared like copper bells. From a long distance away, he could see the long string of small tickets, as if it were a gluttonous snake with no end in sight. The cashier lady accompanied a smile as bright as a spring flower and said, Hello, sir, you have a total of 680. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, as well as the 3 people of Di Xiao, were so shocked after hearing this figure that their mouths were so open that they could stuff down an egg, and they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. Spending 680 in one night. That's a lot of money. Lin Hai took the bill from Xiao Chen's hand and looked at it, and immediately his face was filled with black lines, as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Erwa and Da Xiao 2 people. Each consumption is close to 100. They have all the services in the store, like Locust's Transit General, all swept up a hole. At this time, Lin Hai really wanted to kick these 2 douchebags to death on the spot. This is taking people's money for nothing. It's not true that people are treating you, but you guys are going too far. Maybe because of this matter, Qin would always have something to say about himself. Lin Hai remembered that he still had enough money on him to pay the bill and hurriedly said to Xiao Chen, why don't I take this order for tonight? As he spoke, he pulled his wallet from his body and snatched it over to pay. Xiao Chen hurriedly pulled his hand. Brother Hai, how can you do that? Just now our Mr. Qin ordered that we will buy all your orders tonight. Aren't you slapping your brother's face? Lin Hai didn't want to let General Manager Qin look down on himself and said with some persistence, Brothers, I'm already grateful to Mr. Qin for hosting us for dinner and drinks. I have to pay for all this money for our brotherly entertainment just now. No matter what, if you don't let me pay the bill, then I'll be embarrassed to see Mr. Qin in the future. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen was a little hesitant, and he couldn't do this, so he had to take out his phone and call Mr. Qin. While he was on the phone, Lin Hai paid the money. Since Lin Hai had paid the money, Xiao Chen didn't say anything else, and everyone exchanged pleasantries, which led them to disperse. Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Di Xiao. After walking out of the hotel, Lu Erwa couldn't help but ask, Brother Hai, why did you grab the bill just now? This isn't Mr. Qin inviting us, is it? Lin Hai directly kicked him in the ass and cursed without a good mood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You have the nerve to ask. It's all because of you two brats. What the are you guys doing there? Never touched a woman in your life? Seeing Lu Erwa being cleaned up, De Qiao on the side actually snickered there. Lin Hai turned around violently and slapped him on the back of his head like a swift wind and shouted angrily. You still have the nerve to laugh. Erwazi has never experienced such a thing. Have you not experienced it too? What a couple of puddle of. After reprimanding the two, Lin Hai explained again in a pleasant manner. It's not that my brother is talking about you guys. Think about it. We're talking about cooperation with Mr. Qin right now. What will he think of us if he thinks we're all cheap? Even if he continues to cooperate with us, he will despise us in his heart, much less trust us, whether it was Lu Erwa or De Qiao. Hearing him say this, they all seemed to wake up as if from a dream. Lu Erwa said with a shameful look on his face. I'm sorry Hai. It's our fault for not thinking this through. That money just now. You can deduct it from my share next month. Big Joe was busy chiming in as well. Yes. This money that I just spent, deduct it from Erwa and my share for next month. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, deduct 500 per person, and the rest is on me. The reason why Lin Hai deducted $500 from each of them was to give them a bitter lesson, so that they would be more careful when doing things in the future. As for the rest of the difference, that would be out of his own pocket. After all, there are now more and more brothers under his command, although we are all brothers, but some accounts must be clear. If the other brothers knew that they were specializing, although they wouldn't say anything on the surface, they would definitely be unbalanced in their hearts. Chapter 137, Xiao Fei was hacked and injured. While the three men were talking, their hands were like lightning as they stopped a cab at the side of the road. Along the way, Lu Erwa and De Qiao were like errant children, constantly apologizing to Lin Hai, who growled with impatience. Geez, what a piece of, don't talk like a noisy crow. We're brothers. Why are we so formal? Let's stop here. Just at that moment, Lin Hai's phone rang suddenly like a death wish. The phone call was from Huang Jianxin, and just as Lin Hai picked up the phone, Huang Jianxin's fiery voice came. Brother Hai, are you guys done with your business? If you're done, hurry back to Wenha Street. Fei's been chopped up. Hearing this, Lin Hai's heart instantly rose to his throat. This is no good. His own brother was cut down in his own territory. Is the little flyer alright? What kind of person did this? Lin Hai asked anxiously. Huang Jianxin, he was cut twice in the buttocks, twice in the shoulders, and his head was opened. But it shouldn't be life-threatening, and the initial estimate is that it was one of Raven's men. Hearing that there was no danger to his life, Lin Hai's hanging heart fell slightly. Arrange for someone to take him to the hospital, then round up all the brothers and let's meet at that fork in the road in about 20 minutes. After saying that, Lin Hai hung up the phone and then snapped at the cab driver. Master, please hurry up. We're in a hurry, the cab driver said with a helpless look on his face. I can't help it. There are traffic lights everywhere and there are quite a lot of cars on the road right now. Without saying a word, Lin Hai directly pulled out a dagger from his body and pressed it against the cab driver's neck like a poisonous snake and said coldly, Can it go faster now? Seeing that sharp as if the fangs of a viper dagger against his neck, the cab driver was like a thunderbolt, was so frightened that cold sweat like a dike flood rained down. The body also began to tremble like a sieve chaff. Stammered, Can be fast, big, brother, hurry up and put this scary thing away. Lin Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light like a cold star as he said coldly, asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't listen to me when I talk to you nicely. You have to force me to do it. You're a cheap bastard. Saying that, Lin Hai sent the dagger slightly forward again, and the sharp blade seemed like a demon's fangs, easily cutting through the cab driver's skin, oozing out a trace of scarlet blood. The cab driver felt the stinging pain and coldness coming from his neck, and the fear in his heart surged like a tidal wave. So he hurriedly nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic and said, Yes, I'll speed it up. Sure. Then, the cab driver pressed the gas pedal, and the car rushed out like a wild horse, speeding along the road like the wind. Even when he encountered a red light, he ran through it as hard as a daredevil. At this moment, the expression on Lin Hai's face, not to mention that the cab master was scared to death of his liver, but also Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin, two of his good brothers, felt creeped out. Lu Erwa, who played with Lin Hai since childhood, rarely saw Lin Hai's face so gloomy as if it could drip water. In his memory, only by the village chief's nephew assassination that time and the last time Lu Wenbin held Sister Hong hostage, Lin Hai's face will only have this moment as if it is going to eat a human-like expression. Lu Erwa lowered his voice and asked cautiously, Hi, what's going on? Lin Hai gritted his teeth. Fei was cut up. It seems to have been done by Raven, that thousand dagger. Lu Erwa's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crow the son of a, how dare he touch our brothers? Let's go over and chop him up. Big Joe said angrily as well. This goddamned one. We haven't even gone after him yet. He even dared to make a move against us. We definitely can't let him off lightly this time. The journey that would have taken half an hour, under Lin Hai's compulsion, the cab driver had managed to arrive at the intersection of Wanha Street and Wunching Street in only 10 minutes. Lin Hai took out $50 from his body and threw it to the cab driver. Don't bother looking. Get the hell out of here. Originally, this cab driver have made plans, not only do not charge a penny, but also give them all the cash they have on them. He never expected that the other party not only gave him the fare, but also gave him $50. This would be a $10 affair if billed normally. He was getting more and more confused about Lin Hai and the rest of them. Thankfully, however, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. After coming back to his senses, the cab driver hurriedly blasted his foot on the gas pedal and left Wanha Street as fast as he could. Lin Hai and the three of them got out of the car and realized that there were almost 20 people gathered over here at the moment. These new additions were, of course, the juniors that had just been recruited by these brothers under his command in the last few days. Seeing Lin Hai, the crowd shouted in unison. Hi. Lin Hai opened his mouth and asked, tell me, what exactly? Huang Jianxin, just now, there are a few people to the three-sister massage parlor, looking for trouble inside the technician, just to be Xiao Fei they ran into, and then the two sides started a conflict. Both sides argued for a few sentences. The other party, without saying a word, took out a machete from his body, and cut towards Xiao Fei and them. There were 7 or 8 people on the other side, and Fei and the others were only 4, and the other 3 brothers, having just recently joined, didn't have much combat experience. Not a moment's effort. 4 people were cut over on the ground, but those people were obviously targeting Xiao Fei, only laying a deadly hand on Xiao Fei. And didn't we lay a hand on a few other brothers, just knocked them to the ground, and 2 of the brothers were slashed twice, but it was nothing serious. After hearing these words, Lin Hai's eyes were ice cold, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was low as he asked, where are the brothers who were just cut? Just then, 3 small youths walked out from the crowd. They looked nervous with a hint of fear in their eyes. One of them stuttered and spoke. Hi, it was us who were with Fei just now. Lin Hai carefully looked at the 3 men, his eyes falling on the wounds on their bodies, realizing that none of the wounds were deep. They were basically abrasions, and only one of the men had been slashed in the arm, but the wounds weren't that serious, and they were no longer bleeding. Suddenly, Lin Hai's face changed and his eyes became fierce as he raised his foot and viciously kicked towards the little brother who had just spoken. Bang! With a dull thud, the junior was kicked to the ground on the spot, letting out a groan of pain. Chapter 138. However, Lin Hai didn't stop. He continued to walk forward and kicked 2 more times at the other 2 minions. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp crashes rang out, and the other 2 were similarly kicked to the ground. Their bodies curled up into a ball with pained expressions on their faces. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone froze, with stunned and confused expressions on their faces, as if they were frozen in place. Completely puzzled, they stared at each other with wide eyes, trying to find the answer in each other's eyes, but each of them was at a loss. With a complete feeling of being unable to figure out what was going on, they really couldn't figure out why Lin Hai would suddenly lay hands on these 3 brothers. Just then, Lin Hai slowly bent down, reached out and grabbed the collar of one of the juniors and lifted him up, then stared at him expressionlessly and asked coldly, know why I kicked you guys? The little brother obviously hadn't reacted yet. His eyes were confused and he stammered, I don't know. I just followed Fei for only 3 days. I really didn't do anything wrong. I don't understand why Hai is blaming me. When Lin Hai heard this, he was instantly enraged. He glared fiercely at this little brother, and a big mouth was thrown on his face, his mouth cursing angrily. Asterisk. You don't even know what you did wrong until now? Your big brother was hospitalized after being hacked up and you're acting like nothing's wrong. There are only 2 possibilities. Either you're a backslider or you're a cowardly wimp. Whether you're any of those people, I should kick you. I'd hate to cut you up. Hearing him say this, everyone present, then, as if waking up from a dream, realized what was really going on. These 3 little brothers, when they made their move just now, they were so scared, especially when they saw that the other party had guys in their hands. They were almost scared out of their wits and fled. They only had their own safety in their hearts and eyes. Where did they care about Fei's death? Which was why they were the least seriously injured. It wasn't true that the other party deliberately targeted Fei, but if they really dared to fight for their lives, how could Fei be so heavily injured? It was absolutely impossible for the 3 of them to remain unharmed as well. So how could Lin Hai not be furious? When these 3 men heard this, they were as nervous as if they had a rabbit in their pockets, and they were trembling with fear. After all, Anyone knows that in the eyes of these socialites, the most loathed thing is the kind of guy who eats his way out of a job. If they were weak and cowardly, then at most Lin Hai wouldn't let them follow them in the future. But if they were anti-bones, not only would they be swept away by Lin Hai, but Lin Hai might even beat them to death. These three people are just as timid as rats, not some kind of backstabbers. The three men hurriedly crawled to Lin Hai's side like dogs and kept explaining, "Brother Hai, I admit that I was a bit scared during the fight just now, and I only cared about my own well-being without considering Fei's safety, but please you must believe me, I'm definitely not a rebel." Lin Hai said expressionlessly, "If you want me to believe you, then prove it by showing real action. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cold to you." After saying this, Lin Hai shouted to the crowd again, "Since we are all gathered here today, I would like to emphasize one thing to you once again. When you first chose to join us, you did so of your own free will, and I never forced anyone. Since you trust me and are willing to follow me, Lin Hai, you are my good brothers. I absolutely will not treat anyone badly, but at the same time, you should also understand in your hearts, since you decided to follow me to mix with the society, you should at least have the guts to do at least dare to fight. Treat the brothers more righteousness. If someone witnesses his own brother being cut down but only cares about his own safety because he is afraid to die, then such a person does not deserve to be one of us at all. What happened today, I will not allow to happen again. If there's a next time, don't blame me, Lin Hai, for being unkind." Now their own forces as if snowballing increasingly powerful, under the hands of the brother is like a river of crushing carp more and more. However, many mouths are mixed. The management is bound to be more difficult. In the future, the conflict with others will increase day by day. If everyone only cares about their own safety, not willing to fight for other brothers, then tonight this kind of thing will certainly repeat again. So this night Lin Hai must kill one to make an example of 100, so that these brothers can appreciate his bold determination and thunderous methods. To lead brothers, the first thing is to be righteous. The second is to have prestige. Of course, to give enough benefits to the brothers is also essential. To put it bluntly, it's a combination of grace and mercy. And in the process, it's important to get the right balance, otherwise it's bound to backfire. As Lin Hai himself said, he has no shame to stand up to these brothers. The benefits he should give are not bad at all, and he will never back down when he should stand up for them. But if anyone dares to disobey him, then he will certainly show no mercy. Lu Erwa was the first to step forward and said, "What Brother Hai said just now is very true. If anyone dares to be a shrinking violet next time, there's no need for Brother Hai to do anything. I'll directly break his legs." Huang Jianxin chimed in, "Since we all come out to mix in society, we are bound to share the same suffering and difficulties, and would rather take a knife in our own bodies than let our brothers get hurt." The rest of the crowd chimed in on the topic. In short, the crowd is scrambling to show their loyalty. It was only after a while that Lin Hai slowly helped these three juniors up from the cold ground with a serious face and looked straight at them before saying word by word, "I'm going to ask you one last time. Now I'm going to give you a chance to choose. Do you want to continue to work with me? Or do you want to leave our team on this?" Faced with such a serious look and words from Lin Hai, this time, all three of them didn't dare to answer easily, but their eyes became incredibly determined. Afterwards, one of the junior brothers nodded vigorously and said to Lin Hai in a sincere tone, "Brother Hai, if you can still give us a chance, we are willing to follow you all the way from now on and promise you that we will never make such a mistake next time. Even if the other party wants to hack us to death on the spot, we will never back down, much less be a shrinking violet." Chapter 139 Declaration of War. Hearing this, another junior rushed to chime in. "Yes, Brother Hai, in fact, just now we have already regretted very much. If we are given another chance, we will definitely not hesitate to fight with those, but it is a pity." Hey! As he said that, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, filled with remorse. Immediately after that, the remaining junior couldn't wait to speak. "That's right, Hai, now that I think about it, I feel really guilty. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to be at the front of the line to take the knife for my brothers." Seeing the three newly joined junior brothers, at this moment, passionate, like a burning flame, even the other brothers were also ignited by this passion, and their excitement was overflowing, especially the other two who, like them, had just recently joined. The feelings in their hearts were like raging waves, even deeper. Not only had they witnessed the ruthlessness of Big Brother Lin Hai, they had also realized the ironic tenderness of Big Brother Lin Hai's protection of his calf. Although it was Fei who was lying inside the hospital at the moment, everyone could clearly feel that at this moment, Lin Hai was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his excitement was about to spurt out. Moreover, looking at Lin Hai's appearance at this moment, it was simply like he was going to fight to the death with the other party. If they were able to gain Lin Hai's approval and become his brothers, they firmly believed that in the future, if they were in trouble, Lin Hai would definitely stand up for them, just as he did today. To put it bluntly, since they have chosen to make their way in society, they naturally want to support each other and hold on to each other. And at this moment, they truly felt the warmth like the spring sun. Just then, Lin Hai spoke again. Well, it's time to discuss how to avenge Fei. Fatty, are you sure those guys are Raven's minions? Huang Jianxin replied decisively. Sure, because just now, Xiao Fei and these three brothers, they all said that when those people were chopping them, their mouths were still clamoring for all of us to get out of Wanha Street. And that Wanha Street can only be their Crow brothers' territory. Lin Hai's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it as he gritted his teeth. Raven's a son of A, taking himself so seriously. Why are these people going after those mechanics? At this moment, one of the three juniors who had just been kicked by Lin Hai came forward and said, I heard as if it was because those technicians were looking for another job. They were originally working in the top half of the section, but now they came to work in the bottom half. And those people accused those technicians of breaking the rules of the trade. When Lin Hai heard this, the anger in his heart intensified. In hell. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to find trouble? Since he wants to play, let's have a good time with him. Let's directly lead people to kill the upper half of the section now, and smash those massage parlors to pieces first. I'd like to see if that crow of his dares to come forward or not, and as long as he dares to show himself, I'll fight him to the death tonight. Upon hearing this, the crowd picked up the steel pipe machetes prepared in advance like wolves, and aggressively killed in the direction of the half section of Wanha Street. It didn't take long for Lin Hai to bring 20 or so people to a good again massage parlor. After this period of time in plain sight and secret, Lin Hai knows that this good again massage parlor is precisely a mistress of the crow opened. There's no reason why the crows won't show up as soon as this massage parlor is trashed. The three brothers who used to follow Xiao Fei, Xiao Dao, Chen Yong and Ma Hui, were like three hungry wolves. Their eyes flashed with ferocious light. They did not hesitate to pick up the steel pipes in their hands and rushed into the massage parlor at the fastest speed. Once inside the store, they were relentless in their frenzied attack on the glass of the bar and other items, as if they wanted to smash everything to pieces. At the same time, several other men rushed into the massage room like hungry tigers, grabbing the bare-chested men tightly and dragging them outward with force. For a while, the whole scene was chaotic and full of tension and violence. There was a crackling sound as the glass and bar shattered with a crisp sound, and the angry curses of the men and the screams of the women intertwined and echoed throughout the massage parlor, making the originally quiet environment noisy. The boss's wife could not contain her anger as she witnessed the tragedy in front of her. Her eyes widened and she cracked. You. You ungrateful things, do you know whose territory this is? This is Brother Crow's place. You guys actually dare to make trouble here. Are you living out of your minds? Like an enraged lion, Dagger rushed straight to the woman and backhanded two big crisp ears on her flowery face. Crow the thousand dagger bastard. Letting someone cut and injure my brother Fei. It's him that I'm looking for. As long as he dares to show his face tonight, let's see if I cut him. Dagger had long been red-eyed with impatience because Fei had been cut, and surprisingly, he showed no mercy to the beautiful woman as well. The boss's wife was slapped twice, but was not the least bit intimidated and still screamed under her breath. What kind of a man is it to be a bully to a woman like me? Let me call Brother Crow if you can, Dagger said looking at her with great disdain. Okay, I'll let you call Crow and tell him if he's a man. Come out and give us a touch. The woman pulled the phone out of her body at the first opportunity and couldn't wait for the call to connect. Brother Crow, these rabbits from the bottom half are coming over here looking for trouble. Lin Hai, who was standing not far from the woman, snatched the phone from the woman's hand and cursed into it. Crow, you, if you have the guts, let's have a real fight. Stop playing such tricks behind your back. If you don't dare show up tonight, I'll smash all the massage parlors on this street. Let's see what you tell these people tomorrow. The raven on the other end of the phone said with equal fury. You son of a, you smashed my store and you dare to threaten me out of your mouth. You really consider yourself a dish. You wait, I'm shaking people now. And whoever was out tonight is a son of a. The encounter between the two Lin Hai and Crow, that would definitely be sooner or later. Although they hadn't met before this, whoever it was, in their hearts it was very clear that sooner or later there would be that day. Lin Hai wanted to annex the entire street, and Crow had the same idea. In the past, when Jiang Wenbin was still in Wanha Street, the reason why the two sides didn't clash was because Jiang Wenbin was too wimpy. A lot of times, he was tolerating it. Even if Crow and their people came over to collect protection money in the lower half of the section, Jiang Wenbin's people also turned a blind eye. It was for this reason that Jiang Wenbin and his gang not only couldn't make any money, but sometimes it was even a problem to make a living. And behind Jiang Wenbin, there was a Da Xiang backing him up. In a situation like this where there wasn't much of a conflict of interest, the crows wouldn't go too far. Chapter 140, The Crow's Appearance. However, when Lin Hai took his place, everything became very different. Not only did he successfully dominate this street, but he was also like a hungry tiger protecting its food, never allowing anyone to get their hands on it. This undoubtedly touched the interests of the crows. Plus, the crows do not know where to find out that there will be a nightclub will be opened in the near future in this area, and will be handed over to Lin Hai security work in charge of. He is even more on pins and needles. These days, who would be afraid to fight for their lives in the face of absolute benefits? Besides, these people were already living a life of blood on their swords, so what was it worth to fight for their lives under the great temptation of tens of thousands of dollars a month? Lin Hai yelled into the phone. Okay, I'll wait for you at the Good Again massage parlor. Whoever concedes tonight is a grandson. After the words, Crow and Lin Hai each hung up the phone. To be honest, tonight's Lin Hai was indeed a bit impulsive and acted with total disregard for the consequences. However, in the road to mix, sometimes just cannot show weakness. Should fight when the time to fight. If your own brother gets chopped up, and you, the big brother, don't give a, don't do, then who will want to hang out with you in the future? Moreover, one's own brother was cut down on one's own turf. Something that would be a slap in the face if it got out. This battle, coming so unexpectedly, Lin Hai naturally had no time to make any preparations in advance. It is purely a case of both sides going into battle with bare arms, in which case casualties are bound to result. However, what has happened is unavoidable. While Crow and the others hadn't arrived yet, Lin Hai asked Yang Sen to call Daxiong. Tell Daxiong to transfer some manpower over for support, as he can be sure that Crow will likewise call his boss Zheng Nan to send reinforcements. If the difference in numbers between the two sides is too great, then they will definitely lose. Although Lin Hai is impulsive, but he has not lost his mind. In about 20 minutes, Crow came with more than 30 minions, arriving in a whirlwind like a whirlwind, and these people, naturally, carried cold and shiny weapons in their hands. After seeing these people, Lin Hai and his minions also all gathered together like 100 rivers returning to the sea. At this moment, there are about 60 people on both sides combined, like two ends of a scale, and it is clear that the crows have the advantage in numbers. Seeing that his side was much outnumbered by the other side, the crows became incredibly arrogant like a triumphant villain. He walked out with a disdainful face, pointing at Lin Hai and the others, like a peacock opening its screen in a very pretentious manner. Goo, aren't you guys the group of little yakuza that just recently sprung up on Manhwa Street? With this number of you, how dare you call out to us? He paused, then continued, oh, by the way, what's the name of your so-called boss? At that moment, a junior brother behind him immediately replied in a fawning manner like a pug. Brother Crow, their boss seems to be called Lin Hai. Upon hearing this, the raven laughed contemptuously, and then, like a vicious wolf, he puked fiercely, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm from the ground, and said with a face full of contempt, I shucks, as soon as I hear this name it's a dirt cheap real name, and it looks like an unseasoned rural person. Rural people should stay honestly in the countryside. What's the point of coming to the city? At this moment, Lin Hai finally began to seriously scrutinize the crow in front of him, only to see that he was a tall and strong man, with hair that reached his shoulders and hung down like a waterfall, about 1 meter 8 in height, giving the impression of being as strong as an iron tower. From his face, one could clearly feel an air as eerie and cold as winter. More strikingly, there was a long scar on his cheek, as hideous as a centipede, which made his whole person look more and more vicious and brutal. A cold light like ice prongs instantly flashed in Lin Hai's eyes as he said coldly, asterisk 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 you. I'm not here to play smart with you. Hand over the person you cut up my brother today and I can be magnanimous and let the rest of you off the hook. After hearing this, the corners of the crow's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as disdainful as a viper's. The minions behind him followed suit and laughed. The laughter was like a flock of crows quacking, echoing in the air, full of mockery and contempt. Ha ha, are you here for a ing laugh? Old me now has more than 30 brothers and more than 30 incredibly sharp machetes, while you only have about 24 people, and you dare to say such uninformed words to me. Raven's tone was full of provocation, as if he had already won. Do you believe that as long as I give the order, these 30 or so brothers behind me can beat the out of these few people of yours and beg for mercy on their knees? The crow's voice grew more and more arrogant, as if it had already seen Lin Hai and the others being beaten to a miserable state of holding their heads and looking for teeth. Lin Hai's face was still as cold as an iceberg, but the cold light in his eyes became sharper and sharper like a sharp sword as he coldly asked, so you're saying there's no more to talk about? Raven replied with a teasing look on her face. Talking about your mom's ass. I'll give you a chance. Obediently get out of Manhwa Street and behave like a dog with its tail between its legs in the future. then this matter will be over like this. This crow was definitely someone that Lin Hai had seen so far who could even act like a pussy, and was also very arrogant. People like that are, to put it bluntly, very underpowered. Lin Hai didn't talk nonsense to him anymore and just shouted to the brothers behind him, "Brothers, cut them for me." Before the words left his mouth, he picked up the machete in his own hand and lunged towards the crow. This kid is not able to distinguish the situation. His own 30 a few people, he only 20 a few people. He even dared to take the lead. Looks like he can't really tell the difference between a big and a small king unless he's taught a deep lesson. Raven mumbled in his mind while shouting to his brothers behind him, "Brothers on, give them a hard lesson." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung the long knife in his hand and rushed towards Lin Hai like a hungry tiger. In an instant, both sides were in a fierce melee. Despite the disparity in numbers between the two sides, it will be difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. After 2 or 3 minutes of furious fighting, several taxicabs quickly pulled up near them. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so men fishtailed out of the car, not hesitating to pick up the weapons in their hands and join the fray directly. These men share a notable characteristic with Lin Hai and the others. All wore white gloves on their right hands. Obviously, this was a carefully planned arrangement by Lin Hai in advance. In this kind of large-scale conflict, it was often difficult for many people to distinguish between enemy and self. To prevent accidentally injuring his own people, Lin Hai purposely had the crowd wear white gloves as a sign. Chapter 141. Originally, the two sides were evenly matched, but after adding more than a dozen more combatants at this moment, the people on Crow's and their side were beaten back. But these people didn't panic, especially the Crow at the moment, who still looked like he was in control. Lin Hai, who was exchanging slashes with him, guessed at the first moment that Crow must still have a backhand. So even if he had the upper hand in this aspect now, Lin Hai couldn't be happy. Maybe it wouldn't take long for the Raven's reinforcements to arrive. When the time comes, it's really hard to say who the deer will be. Lin Hai only had one thought in his mind at the moment, and that was to beat the Crows down first. Anyone would know that this kind of large-scale armed fight inside the city center would certainly not last long. With all the people coming and going in the neighborhood, someone would definitely call the police. As soon as the sheriff comes, these people will soon disperse at the first opportunity. So Lin Hai had to take care of this Crow in a short period of time. In terms of Lin Hai's current segment, he certainly didn't have the guts to hack the Crow to death on the spot, but at least teach the other guy a lesson. There's no way we're going to let Dash take a beating for nothing. Neither Crow nor Lin Hai had practiced, so they couldn't talk about anything professional when they fought. The fight is all about that ruthlessness and the experience gained from long past fights. Of course, physical fitness must play a big factor, and the most important point is to see who really dares to fight. In the process of both sides slashing at each other, everyone was inevitably injured. Lin Hai was slashed in the arm by the Raven, and the Raven was slashed in the stomach by Lin Hai. Lin Hai, in order to be able to finish off the Crows in a short period of time, was completely fighting desperately at this point. As long as the Crow's knives wouldn't cut at important parts of his body, he completely ignored them, instead using the long knives in his own hands to constantly greet the Crows. Although Crow was also a master who dared to play with his life, however, he felt that he was winning tonight, and there was absolutely no need to fight with Lin Hai, so that when he did it, he was a bit tiptoeing around. At this point in time, the Crow was completely being chased and cut by Lin Hai. In the process, more and more wounds were inflicted on the two. However, Raven was significantly more injured, and looked as wretched as he could possibly look. Just at this time, 2 more vans came rushing by, and the 2 vans surprisingly came down with more than 20 men. Upon seeing his reinforcements arrive, Raven hurriedly shouted out, "Brothers, hurry over and help, cut down these hicks." The brothers on Lin Hai's side, seeing that Crow had come with more than 20 more helpers all of a sudden, although their hearts were more or less in the dark, none of them retreated. After all, anyone knows that if they back off at this point, they won't want to mix in the future. Brothers, fight with them, so that they can see that none of these people in our lower half are wimps. Even if they die, everyone will die standing up. Lu Erwa yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the dark night as if he wanted to break through the clouds. His words were like lighting a fire, instantly setting the fighting spirit of those around him ablaze. The other brothers chimed in. "That's right, either they go down tonight, or we all get cut down, or we'll never stop." At this moment, all of them were overwhelmed by fervor, with determination and resolve shining in their eyes. They no longer care about the consequences. They just want to prove their existence with their fists and courage. Some of them even began to lay a deadly hand on their enemies, each move carrying a viciousness as if they wanted to put the other party to death. The battle grew more and more intense. Every second someone was injured and fell to the ground. Moans of pain rose and fell. but not a single person retreated. On the ground, blood gradually gathered into a small river and flowed on the cold concrete floor, emitting a pungent fishy odor. However, just then, a sharp siren cut through the night sky, coming from far and near. Upon hearing the sirens, the originally frantic crowd quieted down, and a stunned expression appeared on everyone's face. They knew what the arrival of the sheriff meant, that this violent conflict was about to come to an end. Lin Hai frowned, knowing that if he was caught by the magistrate, the consequences would be unimaginable. He made a snap decision and shouted to his brothers, "Pull out, hurry up, there's a sheriff coming." Crow, who was in a sorry state at the moment, greeted his brothers just as loudly. "Brothers, this is the end of the matter today. Let's keep these little yakuza alive for a few more days. Let's hurry up and withdraw." Upon hearing Lin Hai and Crow's orders, the members of both sides turned around and fled the scene in different directions. Some limped, others covered their wounds and stumbled. Some others who had lost their mobility also fled the scene in a hurry, assisted by their own people. They knew that if they didn't get out of here as soon as possible, once they were caught by the magistrates, not only would they face severe punishment, but it could also affect their future. It wasn't long before about 100 people had rushed into the nearby alley. Naturally, men from both sides fled in diametrically opposite directions so as not to fall into the enemy's hands and be cut down. The battlefield, which had been unusually noisy just a moment ago, turned cold and clear in an instant. Sirens blared through the sky and red and blue lights flashed, brightening the entire street. But when they arrived at the scene, no one was left standing. However, this is no harm. These magistrates come here. The intention is not to arrest people, but want to deter the crowd, signaling them to stop. If they were really here to make an arrest, there would never have been just 3 police cars. This kind of incident, almost every day, if not ordered from the top, these magistrates naturally do not want to pay attention to, and even if they have the intention to manage, they simply do not have the time to take care of such a wide range of trivial matters. Half an hour later, a panting Lin Hai received a call from Daxiong. Nobita was the first to speak when the call was answered. "Well, are you guys okay? For what happened tonight?" Lin Hai still thanked Daxiong in his heart. If it wasn't for Daxiong sending someone over to help, then they definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lin Hai replied indifferently, "It's fine, but one of the brothers must have gotten hurt. Raven the is not a thing. I'll have to keep ing him tomorrow." Nobita cursed without a good reason. "What's wrong with you?" "Almost there. Just now Zhang Nan called me and asked me to have dinner tomorrow." What he means is that in this case, everyone is at fault on both sides, and people on both sides have been hurt and don't want to make a big deal out of it. Chapter 142 Frustration. Hearing this from Daxiong, Lin Hai was dumbfounded. In his opinion, now that he had completely torn his face off with the Crow side, then one of them had to fall, or else this matter would definitely not be over. But what did Nobita mean by that? Lin Hai said word for word, "Impossible. In this article and street there is me without him, him without me." Upon hearing this, the Nobita on the other end of the phone was furious and couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You're such a tiger. Crow has a vendetta against you for killing your father, or for taking your wife. We are all out to get along. Do things to leave a thread to meet in the future? You can't be such a simple reasoning don't understand, right?" Lin Hai didn't budge at all. "His men chopped up my brothers, and I'm stuck here if I don't him up. You don't have to talk me out of this one. I'm definitely going to fight him hard to the end." Not many of those who came out were good-tempered, and Daxiong naturally wasn't good-tempered either. Seeing that Lin Hai didn't take his words seriously in the slightest, Daxiong roared, "Lin Hai, what the are you? I'm not discussing with you. I'm ordering you. If you dare not listen to my greetings and must fight the crows hard, not only will I not help you, but I will send someone to you." Hearing this, Lin Hai was completely silent. This was definitely something he hadn't expected, and no matter how much he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Daxiong's attitude would be so resolute. At this moment, although he was very angry, he still had the right amount of sense. Without Nobita's help, he wouldn't have been able to do Raven. If Nobita was dealing with himself at this time, then he was absolutely dead. It's okay to be capricious at any given time, but you have to be strong. If you are capricious without strength, it will only kill you faster. That's the harsh reality. At this point in time, he was very tempted to be very hard-headed about it. "I'll do whatever you guys want," but reason told him he couldn't say. As long as he dared to say something like that today, then after tomorrow, their gang wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in Manhwa Street. After contemplating for a while, Lin Hai could only end up compromising obediently. "You're the big brother. You're in charge. Do whatever you want." Seeing Lin Hai finally compromise obediently, Daxiong on the other end of the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke in a much more moderate tone. "It's not that I As a big brother, don't have a temper. And it's not that I don't want to protect you. However, when you come out to socialize, it's not only about fighting and killing, but also about the human condition. I have my own difficulties. Let's discuss this matter in the long run. Tomorrow you bring your 2 brothers and come with me to meet Jangnan. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Nobita on the other end of the line hung up. At this moment, Lin Hai's heart was like being pressed by a huge stone, suffocating beyond words, and yet there is nothing to be done about it. After a long time, Lin Hai and the brothers who had just fled around like scared birds had gathered together again. Needless to say, a firefight of this magnitude is bound to result in many injuries. The first order of business, naturally, was to take the seriously injured brothers to the hospital. The most seriously injured brother had one of his ears brutally chopped off by someone else. One of the minions he had kicked in the face before the start of the battle had actually been slashed in the face as well. Almost everyone had colors hanging off their bodies, but luckily none of them were in fear of their lives. Due to the large number of injured people, they had to look around for a clinic, and it took them a lot of effort in knocking on the doors of several clinics before they could find a few and have the wounds on their bodies briefly treated. The 4 of them who were most seriously injured were all left in the clinic on IVs. After treating his own wounds, Lin Hai slowly left these small clinics accompanied by Lu Erhua, Huang Jianqin and the others. He glanced up at the sky and realized it was nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. The group walked silently down the quiet street, exhaustion and helplessness written on everyone's face. And Lin Hai's mood was even heavier. He couldn't help but start questioning his choices in the first place. Is this path I have chosen right or wrong? If it wasn't for the fact that he had led these brothers to step into this complicated social circle, perhaps tonight's tragedy could have been avoided. The only reason they chose to enter society was because they wanted to not be bullied by others and to be able to stick together to support and protect each other. But what about today? Looking at the brothers in front of him, Lin Hai's heart was filled with a sense of guilt. Many of them were seriously injured, and even 5 of the brothers are still lying in the hospital. However, in the face of such a reality, they were unable to avenge their brother's death, which was too ironic. Just then, Dagger cursed, "Brother Hai, the more we think about what happened tonight, the more we feel bad. Why don't we go over there now and smash all the massage parlors on the half of Wenha Street?" Huang Jianqin echoed, "That's right, let's kill them now and smash all their stores to pieces, and if we see Crow and his men, we'll get them directly to death." Behind them, the brothers were like a flock of chattering sparrows, chattering endlessly. Hearing these brothers' complaints, Lin Hai only felt his head buzzing like it was surrounded by millions of bees, and his heart grew more and more irritated. In fact, deep down in his heart, he longed to avenge his brother's deaths more than anyone else, but the cruel reality was like an insurmountable mountain, putting him in a dilemma. If he really took action, then this insignificant little gang of theirs would be like rootless duckweed, unable to continue to survive in this section of Fenghua Street. At that time, what will happen to the many brothers behind them? Are we going to let these brothers go back to work and work for others like machines? Most of these people are not well educated and do not have any skills. If they go to work, they can only earn a meager salary of $300 to $400 a month, which is as meager as a drop in the bucket. And this amount of money is just like a drop in the ocean for their living. Thinking about it, Lin Hai suddenly remembered that during this recent period of time, they had indeed made a lot of money and were living a life of lights and debauchery almost every day. Thinking so, his heart gradually calmed down, as if he had found a faint glimmer of light in the darkness, and seemed to find a touch of solace. After all, being able to make money has been the only thing that has given you some comfort so far. After the brothers had argued for a long time, Lin Hai finally spoke slowly. "Stop arguing, let's be quiet for a while, okay?" Although the crowd was as emotional as a volcano at this time, Lin Hai gave the word and everyone still obediently shut their mouths as if by magic. This also sidestepped the fact that Lin Hai possessed an absolute voice like Tarzan's in their team. Chapter 143 reveals the fox's tail. After the brothers behind him quieted down, Lin Hai then said coldly, "Have you guys said enough? If not enough, go on." Everyone kept their mouths shut, not daring to make a single sound, and the entire scene was unusually quiet. A pin drop could be heard. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Hai continued, "These thoughts you just had are purely too childish. We go and smash someone's massage parlor now. Then tomorrow the crows will likewise go and smash ours. It's not a big problem if you smash one massage parlor. It's not a problem if you smash 2, 3 or even 3, but if you smash that many massage parlors, will those magistrates still act as if nothing happened? If we go up and look for Crow and the others, not to mention that we may not be able to find them, even if we do find them, can we beat them? And to take a step back, even if we do manage to outfox them, is it hard for us to hack them all to death?" Lu Erhua said somewhat unconvincingly, "But this can't just go away, can it?" Little Fei was chopped up. We were supposed to go to avenge him today, but in the end, we didn't get our revenge. But instead, so many of our brothers were chopped up again. Lin Hai looked at Lu Erwa and asked rhetorically, then didn't we cut up someone else's ravens too? Lu Erwa was dumbfounded by the question. This was something that was obvious, and everyone in the room could see it clearly and unambiguously, but everyone just couldn't swallow it, including Lin Hai himself. But when he thought of the money he could make with his brothers by doing this business, he had to compromise. Lin Hai added, we don't come out purely to fight and kill, but to make money. Xiao Fei's revenge must be avenged, and we must mess with Crow and the rest of them, but not now, and not in such a brutal way. As long as we make more money and grow our power, then are we afraid that we won't be able to get Raven and the others? His gaze swept over each of them, a determined gleam in his eyes. We need to calm down and make a better plan. We can't act blindly like we did today, or it will only put us in a bigger predicament. Lin Hai took a deep breath and continued. I know you're all holding your breath, but impulses don't solve problems. We have to use our brains and our strategy to defeat the enemy. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. Although there was still resentment in their hearts, they understood that Lin Hai had a point. Lin Hai continued. We need to take the long view and find a way to make enough money to develop our power first. When the time is right, we'll destroy Crow and his gang in one fell swoop and avenge Xiao Fei's death. His voice is full of determination and one can't help but look forward to the future. So, brothers, don't be discouraged. Let's be united and work together. If we have faith, we will be able to achieve our goals. After hearing Lin Hai's words, the dozen or so people present once again fell into a deep silence. No one was a cutie. After Lin Hai reminded them of this, everyone instantly figured this out as well. It had to be said that Lin Hai's self-regulation was very strong, and his eloquence was absolutely awesome. Under his persuasion, the brothers, who were very emotional just now, all quieted down. At the same time, inside their hearts, they recognized and admired Lin Hai even more. Finally, Big Joe broke this silence and said, I think Brother Hai has a point. Our focus now should be on the nightclub that will be opening soon. Only if we take care of that field, then our gang will be considered truly established. As long as the nightclub is operating normally after that, we can take time out and take our time with Crow and the others. The rest of the crowd, too, nodded in recognition. Lin Hai commanded once more. Okay, the matter with the Crows. Xiong just now has told me. The Crows old about Xiong and we go over tomorrow night to talk. I estimate that within a short period of time he will not come over to make trouble again. We'll talk about it exactly after we talk tomorrow night. And tomorrow you guys do what you need to do. Hearing Lin Hai's command, the crowd was relieved and slowly dispersed, each returning to their cramped rental houses. At 6 o'clock in the evening of the next day, Lin Hai brought Lu Erwa and Diqiao, as if they were on an appointment, to the Shio Hotel once again. After waiting hard for half an hour in front of the hotel, Daxiang led 4 minions and appeared in front of the hotel with a big strut. Looking at Lin Hai's body wrapped in gauze, Nobita heatedly smiled wistfully and said, You're really an undefeatable brat. You've got a lot of guts. You dare to fight Crow and the others with just a few people? But I can warn you, you won't be so lucky every time. From now on you'd better keep your tail between your legs. Lin Hai cursed in his heart. Asterisk asterisk. This son of a really thinks of himself as my big brother. For all your pretentiousness, you're practically cut from the same mold as the Crow. What Daxiang said at this moment was nothing more than wanting to show off in front of himself, so that he could establish his authority in front of these little brothers around him. As for ING with Raven, that was with his nod. To put it bluntly, it's just trying to brush up on its presence, since the other party liked to pose, and in a way, he did need his shelter now. Lin Hai could only accompany him with a smile and a fawning face. Brother Xion's lesson is right. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Just then, Nobita suddenly spoke again. I've heard about the nightclub. I know your kid is understaffed. Let's do it this way. We'll each put out half of the people, and then we'll split the money we earn in half. Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but sneer in his heart, thinking, here it comes. Finally, the fox's tail is showing. This son of a has really hit on the nightclub a long time ago. For this kind of thing, Lin Hai naturally refused to agree, but it was also impossible to openly reject Da Xiong in front of so many brothers, so he said politely, Brother Xiong, we still have to negotiate with Crow and the others today. Why don't we two brothers talk about this later? After hearing this, Da Xiong laughed and patted Lin Hai's shoulder and said, this is our internal matter, and it's not officially open yet, so let's wait and talk later. Alright, don't let Zheng Nan and the others wait too long. Let's go. They're all already waiting for us inside the private room. After saying that, Nobita turned around and walked towards the inside of the restaurant. The three of them, Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Diqiao, as well as Da Xiong's 4 little brothers followed closely. It didn't take long, less than 10 minutes, and they arrived at the private room called Blessed Earth. Chapter 144. At this moment, Crow, who was also covered in gauze, like a wounded black phoenix, was sitting beside a man in his 30s. In the entire private room, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting, as if they were 7 or 8 shining stars. There was no doubt that the man beside Crow must be his boss, Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan didn't look anything special. His face was like a canvas smoothed out by the years, and even when he walked on the street, he was like a plain stone that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Lin Hai never expected that this big brother Zhang Nan, who was famous on the road, was actually just a man with a flat appearance like a lake. Zhang Nan didn't have the slightest intention of getting up to greet Da Xiong when he saw him come in, but instead greeted him with a smile like a spring breeze hanging at the corner of his mouth. Da Xiong, you're here, huh? Sit down. Hurry up and sit down. Nobita, on the other hand, grinned like a warm winter sun and responded, Nan, I've kept you waiting. There was some traffic on the road just now. I'm so sorry. Zhang Nan, oh, I just got here too. After saying that, he turned his head and shouted angrily at the several minions around him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you guys dumb? Don't you know how to yell? The few juniors around him seemed to be a bit reluctant, but still shouted out in unison. That voice was like a flood bell. Hello Hung. However, Lin Hai behaved in an unusually well-behaved manner, greeting the crowd with a smile like a flower blooming in spring. Hello Nan. Hello Crow. Hello brothers. Watching Lin Hai being so polite, Lu Erwa and a few other brothers followed suit and greeted each other enthusiastically together. The scene was like a grand concert. At this moment, Da Xiong was secretly happy in his heart. He felt that Lin Hai was really a sensible child who didn't let himself lose face. On the other hand, Zhang Nan on the opposite side carefully scrutinized Lin Hai for a couple of moments, and then with a slight smile that seemed like a bright star in the night sky, he opened his mouth and asked, Da Xiong, this kid is Lin Hai, right? Hearing those words, Lin Hai couldn't help but curse in his heart. How dare this guy call me a kid? What part of me looks small? How come all these people are so fond of pretending? Just like the peacock with the open screen, they only know how to flaunt themselves. The crows were like that, so was Nobita, and now even this Zhang Nan was putting on a condescending air. It was annoying, uncomfortable in his heart, but Lin Hai still answered politely. Yes, Nan. I'm Lin Hai. Zhang Nan, why is a child who seems so well-behaved and understanding getting on the wrong side of our crows? Doesn't he smell good when everyone is at peace with each other? Lin Hai, it was Brother Crow who first came to my territory to cause trouble. He's riding on my head and ting and pissing on me. I can't possibly not fight back. Snap. Crow, who was sitting beside Zhang Nan, slammed the table and roared. Asterisk 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 you. Don't you ing bull me here. It's you son of a who smashed my massage parlor first, and you dare to be the first to complain here. Believe it or not, I'll chop you to death? Lin Hai pinpointed. Would I have trashed your massage parlor if you hadn't had someone cut up my little brother? It's you who's the new son of a who broke the rules. One of the little brothers beside Crow pointed at Lin Hai and cursed. Who the are you cussing at? Lu Erwa, what? Not convinced. Lousy not only dares to scold you, but also dares to beat you up. For a moment, the juniors behind Zhang Nan and Lin Hai's side began to curse at each other, and judging by the situation, both sides would soon be fighting. Zhang Nan hurriedly stood up to stop it. What's all this noise? The big brother hasn't given his word yet. Why are you guys whining here? Raven stays. The rest of you get the hell out of here. Although these boys were a bit reluctant, but their big brother had given the word, they still obediently walked out, and one of them turned around and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. If it wasn't for my big brother not letting me you today, I'd have to whip you to death. Lu Erwa, don't say master bullied you. If you are really unconvinced, you people randomly find 2 against 1 with me. If I lose, I will kneel down for you on the spot. Nobita put on a pretense. Alright, cut it out, all of you, and get out and stay out. I can tell you all to be honest when you get out, or don't blame me for turning the other cheek. The few people just now, in fact, were just shouting with their mouths, but of course it was impossible for them to really make a move. The big brother and big brother on both sides of this are there, and no one will be stupid enough to actually do anything if the people above them don't say anything. However, what Lu Erwa had just said had indeed bluffed the few people on the opposite side. There are about the same number of people from both sides present today, so if it really comes down to it, Crow on their side definitely couldn't take advantage of the situation. Just Lu Erhua and Di Chao, both of them, were definitely masters that could stand up to 2 with 1. Of course, this is only the phenomenon of the surface looks, to if the real hands, Lu Erwa under normal circumstances, fight 3 to 4 people certainly no problem. Who told people to be born with a brute force? After the crowd of minions had walked out, there were only 4 people left inside the private room: Lin Hai and Da Xiong, as well as Zhang Nan and Crow. It was Zhang Nan who was the first to speak. Da Xiong, you see how this is messed up? Young people nowadays, one more than the other, have no manners. They can't move without fighting. These pussies under my hand. I didn't educate them much in normal times, but no one listened to me. By the looks of it, it's about time we backed off. Compared to Zhang Nan, Da Xiong was obviously a bit sullen. There's no need to say these polite words. We're not sitting here today to chat about family matters. Let's talk about how to solve the matter of your people coming to my turf and hacking my people. Zhang Nan chided the crow with a cold face. Raven, is there such a thing? Raven shook her head hurriedly and said, no, absolutely nothing. Lin Hai really couldn't help himself and cursed. Crow, are you a ing man? You don't even have the courage to admit what you've done. Raven, however, deliberately played dumb and said, Lin Hai, don't spit blood. When did I do something that I don't dare to admit? Lin Hai shouted angrily. Last night, those brothers of yours hacked and injured my brother Xiaofei. At that time, so many people from both sides were present. Do you still want to deny it? The Raven replied full of concern. Oh, so you're talking about those 3 boys my brother beat up last night. They didn't mention your name. Lin Hai, how could I know they were your men? This is obviously a misunderstanding, but it's a nail in the coffin that you led the men who trashed my massage parlor. Raven, the asshole, is clearly shirking his responsibility. Lin Hai couldn't have imagined that this guy could actually turn black and white so well. Chapter 145, Meaningless Negotiations. Lin Hai forced down the burning anger in his heart and tried to make his tone as calm as the surface of a lake. Okay, even if you don't know that Fei is my man, it's always true that you brought your men over to our side to pick a fight, right? What gives your people the right to come over to our side of the massage parlor and beat people up? Raven, however, was full of himself. Che, those ES were working on our side 2 days ago. How dare they jump ship without our consent? What's wrong with my men going to teach them a lesson? Lin Hai's voice was as cold as the chilly wind in an ice cellar as he questioned. Those technicians have signed a contract of sale with you, or have they signed some kind of contract with you? And you are in charge of the sky and the earth. And you are also in charge of where people go to work. Have you done things like this? According to you. Then tomorrow I'll also send someone from my side to take a look and see if any of those technicians working in those massage parlors in the upper half of your section used to work in the lower half of our section. And if they do, I'll have someone go in and beat them up as well so that no one can do business. Raven threatened viciously. Why don't you go try and see if your people can get out of my territory? Da Xiong couldn't bear it anymore and looked at Zhang Nan and said, Nan, I see that this brother of yours, Crow, with this demeanor, is not here to solve the problem at all. And if he keeps up this attitude, there's no way to talk about this at all. Although I don't want to get into a head-on confrontation with you, if he's going to be this aggressive all the time, I don't mind having another battle with you guys. Raven's face rose like a ripe apple as she squawked. Just fight. You think I'm afraid of you? If not, my big brother has not allowed me to move you. I even cut you together. Usually I call you brother Xiong. You really take yourself seriously. To tell you the truth, you're a ing piece of in front of me. Da Xiong, no matter what, was now Lin Hai's explicit big brother, and for his own big brother to be spoken of in such a manner, Lin Hai would surely not be able to do so. Crow, just you are worthy of saying such words to my big brother. Want to fight my big brother? Do you have that qualification? Against a little shrimp like you, there's no need for my big brother to make a move. I, Lin Hai, am more than enough on my own. Seeing that the two were arguing again, Zhang Nan suddenly reached out and slapped Crow's head, pretending to be a little angry as he scolded. Asterisk 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 you. You're the one who talks the most. You don't have any rules at all. Xiong is your elder no matter what. And don't start fighting. If you're so ballsy, why don't you run to the vigilante and chop people up? Ha! Hurry up and apologize to brother Xiong or I'll even cut you. What Crow did just now was definitely permitted by Zhang Nan, but at this moment, he was so hypocritical as to put on an act. What made Lin Hai and Da Xiong nauseous was that this Zhang Nan was not only hypocritical to the extreme, but he was also particularly good at posturing. Moved to hang on to qualifications and seniority. Nobita's patience had run out and his tone was cold as ice. Enough, don't sympathize here. I feel sick when I see your hypocritical face. I'm here today to tell you one thing. Either we can be at peace with each other. Well, water does not offend the river water. And yesterday's matter will be over. Or we can have a painful fight and fight to the death. Zhang Nan was exposed, but he didn't look ashamed in the slightest. Oh, look at you. I made it clear to you last night when I called. Why fight and kill all day long? From now on, we will each do our own business. My people will not cause any more trouble. And if anyone dares to cause any more trouble, I will directly chop off his hands. but you also keep your own people in check. And if they take it upon themselves to start trouble, then I will show absolutely no mercy. Da Xiong was really lazy to talk nonsense with them. The reason why everyone met today was just to test each other's attitude. If the two gangs were to engage in a large-scale firefight, whichever side would be able to defeat their opponents in the end, they would definitely suffer a great loss of energy. Imagine a melee of several hundred people. Who can guarantee that no one will be killed? And as for the injuries, there must be countless people. If you make such a big commotion, will the magistrate just sit back and do nothing? The magistrate's attitude is usually like this. Small fights can be tolerated, but if you dare to touch the bottom line, then he will definitely make you suffer. And doesn't it cost money for medical bills and aftercare when someone is killed or injured? Maharaja spoke coldly. I want you to remember what you said today and mind your own business. As the words fell, he turned his head to Lin Hai. Hi, let's go. As he watched the two men go to pull open the door to the private room, Raven smiled conspiratorially and said, Gu, why are you so stingy? We're here now. Let's eat before we leave. I'm telling you the food in here is very expensive. And some of these rednecks have probably never eaten anything this good in their lives. Lin Hai, who was walking behind, turned his head and said in a single word, Crow, I'm telling you, there's me and not you in Manhwa Street. There's you and not me. Let's ride on a donkey and watch the song, we'll see. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to Crow and left the private room with Nobita in big strides. Crow looked at the backs of Lin Hai and Da Xiong and the others as they drifted away until they completely disappeared from her view. And only then did she reach out and gently caress her long hair as she said to Zhang Nan, Brother Nan, I see that bastard Da Xiong's attitude is unusually resolute. If we continue to pester Lin Hai, this bastard will definitely fight us to the end. What kind of crazy is this damn guy lately? Previously, when Jiang Wenbin and the others were there, he did not see him so protective. Is it possible that this country bumpkin is his bastard? Snap! Zhang Nan raised his hand and slapped heavily on the crow's head. You're stupid. How can a straw man like Wenbin be on par with Lin Hai? Lin Hai, this kid, do not look young, but extremely good at enlisting people. The following gang of brothers are willing to sell their lives for him, and he is flexible. You know, on the lower part of the people are now more than 50,000 a month protection fee. It's more than the protection money we received in the first half of the year. If it was Wenbin, could he have done it? When you guys don't have anything to do on weekdays, go play mahjong less often and learn more from Lin Hai and see how he manages the bottom half of the table? If you were really that capable, would that nightclub owner still go to Lin Hai instead of you? Zhang Nan's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, leaving Crow stunned. He had never dreamed that Lin Hai and the others would be able to receive more than $50,000 in protection fees every month. He looked at his big brother incredulously and asked, Brother Nan, are you kidding? Just the lower half of them. Those massage parlors together are less than 2/3 of ours. How can he receive more than $50,000 of protection money every month? How much does this kid have to charge people every month? Can those people be happy with that? Chapter 146, Internal and External Troubles. Zhang Nan's face turned red with anger and he pointed at the crow and cursed. You hang out on Manhwa Street every day and you don't even know about this? How the hell should I know? Raven was a little weak inside, but asked stiffly. Then how do you know he receives over $50,000 a month in protection money? Zhang Nan became even more furious when he heard this and roared angrily. If I was as ed up as you are, would I still be your boss? Raven scratched his head with an embarrassed look and carefully explained. You also know that I'm good at fighting and killing, and I'm really not good at stealing things. Crow's words meant that Zhang Nan's ability to inquire about Lin Hai's side of the world was an act of stealing from a chicken. When Zhang Nan heard this, he was so angry that he almost didn't spit out blood and growled loudly. You have the nerve to say that? Last night, you brought over 3 dozen of your boys, and I sent another 2 dozen brothers over to you, and all those people didn't even beat that little bastard Lin Hai. Now you have the nerve to say you're good at fighting? After saying that, Zhang Nan was still not relieved and raised his hand and slapped Crow hard on his injured shoulder. Raven bared her teeth in pain and couldn't help but complain. Gently, it hurts. Can you stop rubbing salt into my wounds? Zhang Nan glared at him fiercely. You know it hurts too. Since you know it hurts, you'll grow a little bit of a memory for me in the future. Give me a good job or I'll even clean you up. Crow, this, was usually fearless and very arrogant and domineering, but he was very well behaved in front of Zhang Nan. It's kinda like one thing led to another. On the other side, Lin Hai and Da Xiong and all of them, after walking out of the Xiao Hotel, Da Xiong said to Lin Hai who was beside him, let this matter come to an end for the time being, and during this recent period of time, the crows will surely not dare to come over and look for trouble again. You don't have to focus on that either. Worry more about the nightclub when you have time. how's it going with the boss of your general meeting these days? Lin Hai cursed in his heart. Son of a, you're eating too ugly, aren't you? Just think about the nightclub. The surface didn't move. The other side has only just been approached at the moment, and the other side is saying that they are paying per head. This is something that Daxiong certainly does not believe. Like a nightclub such occasions, the security inside you if you only give people a fixed salary for a month, then no one will even go to this mess. 2. If there is no social status of their own to find security personnel, and absolutely no way to hold down the fort. Nobita smiled coldly. Oh, and how much did the other side say it cost for one person a month? Lin Hai, 500. Nobita then asked. And how much security does he need? Lin Hai replied. 30. Nobita said with a grin. Oh, people are treating you like a cutie. And, there's no such way of doing things. It seems like you're still too young, or why don't I just go over there and talk to people? Lu Erwa, who was on the sidelines, really couldn't listen. Brother Hung, are you doing this in accordance with the rules? Our brothers have just made a bit of a name for themselves by working their asses off, and you're here to pick up the pieces. Nobita said with an expressionless face. Look at what you're saying. You're all brothers under me. We're all on our own. Aren't I trying to maximize the benefits? When the time comes, you'll put up half the guys. I'll put up half the guys. And we'll split the profits 50 to 50. Is there any problem with that? Or do you guys just not see me as a big brother at all? It seems that this Nobita is determined to have his way with the nightclub. And now, the conflict between Lin Hai and Crow had only just begun. So if they fell out with Daxiong again at this juncture, then Lin Hai and the others would definitely struggle next. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Hai decided to stabilize Daxiong first as he said with a smile. Brother Xiong, Erwazi is a stupid person who can't speak. So don't take it personally. Since we have followed you, we will be a family from now on. Of course we should earn money together. When the owner of the nightclub contacts me next time, I'll be sure to notify Brother Xiong first, and you and I will meet him then. When Daxiong heard this, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face as he patted Lin Hai's shoulder and said, Ha ha, good, it's a deal then. Still, you need to hurry up and get this done as soon as possible. If you have time in the next 2 days, you can communicate more with the other party and try to get him to meet with me earlier. Lin Hai nodded in understanding and then continued. Aha, but Hung, that boss isn't a local, and he's not usually on this side of Guanchang. Another thing is that in this kind of business, if we show too much eagerness, the other party may take the opportunity to lower the price. So, we still need some patience and can't be in too much of a hurry, right? Nobita heard this and thought it made sense as he nodded in agreement. Well, you're right. We really can't seem too eager or we'll be easily taken by the other side. But it can't be delayed for too long, after all. The opportunity is fleeting. Lin Hai, don't worry Brother Xiong. I'll keep a good grasp of the situation. As soon as I have news, I'll let you know. At this moment, Lin Hai, like a wise man who was well versed in the art of war, decisively used the word drag. After all, from the nightclub opened, there is still a short period of time. Can only be left until then to plan to deal with the strategy. When Daxiong heard him speak like this, he naturally couldn't find any reason to argue. That's right, you can speed up. I still have a drinking game to attend tonight, so I won't care about you anymore. Remember to inform me when you contact each other. I will leave first. After saying that, Daxiong led 4 of his men and marched in the direction of his charade with big strides. Within a short time, Daxiong's silver-white charade was like a runaway wild horse, completely disappearing from Lin Hai and the 3 of them's field of vision. Big Joe couldn't help but spit hard. Yuck! This thousand-dagger man is a damn ugly eater. Lu Erwa said with righteous indignation. Brother Hai, we mustn't compromise on this matter. If we back down again this time, then our life will definitely become more and more difficult in the future. This son of a is clearly taking by force. How can there be any reason for him to do things like this? The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said, Don't be so agitated. If I respond to him, then how can I stand in this world in the future? However, the situation at the moment is extremely unfavorable to us, and we have to figure out a way to break it. Just as the 3 of them were talking, the phone on Lin Hai's body rang suddenly like an unanticipated alarm bell. Chapter 147. Lin Hai hurriedly pulled out the phone, glanced at the screen, and when he saw the number displayed on it, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. This call was actually from General Manager Qin. Lin Hai thought to himself, General Manager Qin calling at this time, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down before gently pressing the answer button. Immediately, Mr. Qin's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Lin I heard that you guys had some minor friction with someone last night. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. This news spreads too fast. doesn't it? After just less than a day, Mr. Sheen knew about it. He smiled helplessly and answered in a huff. Oh, thank you Mr. Sheen for your concern. I'm fine. Mr. Sheen continued to pursue the question. That's good. Did things work out? Lin Hai said hurriedly. It's been resolved. Don't worry, Mr. Sheen. Mr. Sheen sighed and his tone became a bit heavy. Alas, this article in Street can be complicated. It's not that being a brother doesn't trust you, but right now my heart isn't in it. The meaning of the other party's words couldn't be more obvious, and that meant that he was a bit skeptical about whether he could hold down this scene in the nightclub or not. At a time like this, one's attitude must be resolute, and one must also show one's strength to the other party, or else it is entirely possible that this will go down the drain. As of now, this nightclub is definitely the fattest piece of cake in Manhwa Street, with tens of thousands of dollars a month. A lot of people are gawking at it, including Raven and those of them, as well as Nobita and maybe others who are also watching. Lin Hai replied in a very firm tone. Brother Chin can rest assured, even if there are 1,000 evil spirits in the streets, they won't be able to jump around for a few days, and in the end, the one who won't fall down will definitely be me. Lin Hai, it would be futile for me to say anything more at this moment, but I will prove by my actions that what I have said is in no way a lie. The nightclub is already open, and as long as there's still a breath of life left in me, Lin Hai and the brothers under me will never let the inside give birth to the slightest bit of chaos. Lin Hai's words meant a lot, that is to say, for the sake of this nightclub, whether it was him or the brothers under his hand, they would lay down their lives. This is also a side warning to Mr. Sheen. If Mr. Sheen has other ideas, then Lin Hai will certainly not agree. Sheen always was a shrewd man, naturally comprehending the deeper meaning of these words in the first moment. The reason why he chose Lin Hai in the first place was also because he knew that these brothers of Lin Hai worked together, and all of them were people who dared to fight for their lives, and Lin Hai was a person who valued righteousness. Otherwise, when Wanshou had recommended Crow and Daxiong to him, why did he not choose Daxiong, who had a higher social status, or Crow, who was stronger? Do not think that Mr. Sheen is just a simple businessman. People say verbally that they do not know much about Manhwa Street, but in fact, they know the information about these people like the back of their hand, and how capable and what kind of character each one has. He's got it all figured out. A man so rich, do you think he could be a fool? Besides, there is one truth that has remained unchanged since ancient times, and that is, money makes the devil turn the wheels. There's nothing you can't do if you're rich and powerful. Since Brother Lin said so, then I'm relieved to be a brother. You don't need to take this to heart, old brother. I'll just casually mention a bite. You grab the arrangements in the next few days, and I estimate that you can open for normal business in half a month. After that, the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then each of them hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, fell into deep contemplation. He felt that in these 2 short days, many things are like a sudden rain like a storm, but also seems to have its own providence like coincidence. Crow and his gang. For a long time, the crowd, although the heart is not willing, but never put the conflict on the stage. It is even more unlikely to come so unscrupulously to cause trouble. The purpose of their trouble, since the Sima Zhaosher passers-by know that it is nothing more than for the nightclub's security problems. When he was in contact with President Chin for the past 2 days and had never crossed paths on Manhwa Street, even if Crow and the others had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, it would never be possible for them to obtain information so quickly. According to the Maharishi's intention, it is absolutely impossible to support him blatantly. But after a phone call last night, Maharaja actually sent numerous people to help, and just as things were falling into place, Maharishi's phone call came like a ghost. This Mr. Sheen, how could he know what happened here in such a short period of time? To know, like Mr. Sheen, this kind of character, plainly will not even cast their eyes on these trivial matters. After all, no matter where one was, these strife in the underground world were bound to be unavoidable. Right now, the nightclub hadn't opened yet, so how could Mr. Sheen have the leisure to pay attention to this? There was only one explanation for all of this, and that was that someone had deliberately planned and carefully staged this situation to push Lin Hai into a predicament of internal and external trouble, forcing him to give in and make concessions. So who is this man behind the curtain? Maybe it's Crow and his group, maybe it's Nobita, maybe it's even Wanshou and the rest of them, the magistrates, or some other force hiding in the shadows. After all, in this recent period of time, in this article in Street, Lin Hai and the others had offended quite a few people. For a while, it was really difficult for Lin Hai to determine just who was secretly manipulating all of this. Too many things had happened in the past 2 days, making him feel irritable and bored to death. In this state of disturbed mind, it is difficult for a person's brain to remain clear. Therefore, Lin Hai had been trying to restrain himself, trying to calm himself down. However, right at this moment, Lu Erwa suddenly came out and said something. Hi, it's been hours. My stomach has been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Let's just find something to eat first. Lu Erwa's words reminded Lin Hai that it had all come to this point in time and several of them had not yet eaten. No matter what kind of pressure they were facing, the meal must still be eaten. I was supposed to arrive at the West Kiln Hotel this evening, ready to go for a great meal. As a result, I didn't get a single bite of food, but a belly full of gas. Looking at the time, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to go and fill up the stomach first. As for these annoyances, they are also certainly not something that can be figured out overnight. More time is needed to think, analyze, and find solutions to problems. It is also necessary to remain calm and not be swayed by emotions. To be honest, just at this moment, Lin Hai felt the pressure was unprecedentedly powerful. After all, it didn't just involve him alone. There were a dozen brothers behind him. If not handled well, it may affect the stability and development of the whole team. Therefore, he has to take this responsibility and try to find a solution. In this case, it was definitely one wrong step that led to a total loss. So, he had to make a very rational decision and think of a good response. You can't make bad choices on impulse, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 148 Warmth. Lin Hai patted Lu Erwa's shoulder and said to him and Di Qiao, let's go. Is there anything in particular you two want to eat? I'm buying tonight. He understands that in the current situation, there is an urgent need for everyone to relax and indulge in the pleasures that good food can bring. It won't change things, but at least it will take some of the pressure off. When Lu Erwa heard about it, he immediately came into the spirit and shouted excitedly, I want fondue. It's as if you can't wait to savor the hot, spicy, fresh flavor. Lin Hai smiled and nodded his head in agreement, secretly pondering in his heart that eating hot pot was indeed an excellent idea. In this way, the crowd can sit around the table, feast and talk about what's on their mind, and fully experience the lively and joyful atmosphere. Immediately afterward, the three of them walked into a hot pot restaurant together. The store was bustling and packed. Lin Hai and the others managed to find an empty seat with great difficulty and hurriedly sat down. Then, they quickly ordered a spicy hot pot base and served a variety of meat and vegetable side dishes in droves. Looking at the steaming, aromatic hot pot in front of him, Lin Hai's heart was filled with warmth. The three people in this moment forgot all their worries and began to push their glasses. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Everyone's conversation was completely open, but none of them talked about things that hadn't gone well lately. Just each of them talking about things that were happy and joyful. After the three of them had eaten and drank their fill, they once again returned to the rented house belonging to them on Wanha Street. As soon as Lin Hai pushed open the door of the rented house, he saw Li Yanhong smilingly welcoming him. She said softly, oh, our busy man, Hai, has finally given up and gone home. Look at your face. Why are you all scrunched up? Did something bother you? Tell me about it. Lin Hai bent down and sat on his butt on the single sofa, barely squeezing out a smile on his face as he responded. It's okay, I'm just a little tired lately. He sighed softly, trying to hide his inner exhaustion and helplessness. Li Yanhong picked up a pear from the coffee table and skillfully peeled it while saying with concern, since you're tired, you should rest for a few days. You're always fighting so hard. It hurts me to watch. Her eyes were filled with worry and care, as if she could see through Lin Hai's eyes to his inner world. As she spoke, Li Yanhong had already peeled the pear. She reached out her hand and passed it to Lin Hai's mouth and said tenderly, just finished dinner outside. Come eat some fruit. It can promote digestion. Oh. Lin Hai didn't even bother to move his hands. He just opened his mouth and took a big bite of the pear. Mouth slurred. Well, this pear is so sweet. Thank you, your wife. He chewed on the sweet and juicy pulp while feeling Li Yanhong's concern and warmth. Li Yanhong reached out and slapped him on the back before shoving the pear directly into his mouth. Don't be ridiculous. Eat it yourself. Lin Hai reached out and took out the pear that was stuffed in his mouth, chewed the pear that was contained inside his mouth, and then hemmed and hawed and said, oh, why is this still shy? I'm thirsty. Go make me a cup of tea. Li Yanhong got up and made him a cup of tea, and just before Li Yanhong had sat down, Lin Hai said again, why don't you give me a massage? Li Yanhong skimmed her lips and pretended to be a little angry. Lin Hai, I can tell you, don't give an inch. Although he said this on his lips, he still went behind the sofa and gave Lin Hai a gentle squeeze on his shoulders. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile as he said softly, what's the big deal? Now it's up to you to give me a massage, and later I'll give you one too, massaging your whole body carefully. In that case, neither of us will suffer, will we? After hearing these words, Li Yanhong's cheeks quickly flushed red. and she fiercely pinched Lin Hai's shoulder as she pouted shyly. Look at that dead look on your face. All you do is think nasty things all day long. If you dare to talk with your mouth full of nonsense again, believe it or not, this girl will teach you a good lesson? Even though Li Yanhong didn't use too much force when she laid her hands on him just now, Lin Hai, like a skillful actor, deliberately put on a miserable look of unbearable pain and bared teeth as he wailed and begged for forgiveness. Gee whiz, could you be a little gentle? Li Yanhong didn't pay any attention to him and continued to massage him with full concentration. Lin Hai was afraid that Li Yanhong would stop there, so he obediently closed his mouth like a docile sheep. Afterwards, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, like a leisurely king, and after lighting it, he lethargically leaned back on the sofa, enjoying Li Yanhong's massage service to the fullest. He had a cigarette in his mouth and the smoke rose like a curling light cloud, creating a comfortable and cozy atmosphere. Li Yanhong was really extremely patient, just like a dedicated masseuse, and had been massaging Lin Hai for almost an hour. Although Li Yanhong's massage technique was slightly rusty, she was attentive to the core, and she also shared some happy anecdotes with Lin Hai from time to time. In this way, Lin Hai felt as if he had unloaded 1,000 pounds of burden, and the whole person was a whole lot more relaxed. It was in that moment that he truly experienced warmth. Even though it was only a slightly humble rental house, it made him feel at home. Lin Hai took Li Yanhong's hand and said with a heated smile, "Baby, you've been pressing me for so long. You're exhausted, aren't you? I see that your massage is getting better and better. I think it won't be long before you can become a professional masseuse. To thank you properly, I'm sure I'll work very hard when I give you a massage later." Before his words fell, he reached out and pulled Li Yanhong directly into his arms. Li Yanhong's blushing face whispered, "No way. You bad guy. You just know how to bully people." Oh. Halfway through his sentence, his mouth had been gagged by Lin Hai's mouth. This night, Lin Hai didn't have too many distractions, like a soundly sleeping baby, peacefully enjoying a peaceful sleep. The next morning, when Lin Hai woke up from his sleep, he felt relieved and refreshed, and his mind became extraordinarily clear, as if he was illuminated by the first rays of the morning sun. At this point, he was once again lost in contemplation as to who had recently and intentionally forced himself forward step by step. It wasn't until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Lin Hai dialed a phone. The call was quickly answered, and Lin Hai opened the door. "I wanted to see you." Upon hearing this succinct statement, the caller was silent for a moment before responding. "Okay, then we'll meet at the Purple Cloud Mall in an hour." Chapter 149, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. An hour later, in front of the Purple Cloud Mall, Lin Hai held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and curiosity. He stood there quietly, his eyes looking away from time to time, as if waiting for some important person to arrive. He was not surrounded by other people for company, he was alone, and looked somewhat forlorn and despondent. However, his expression remained calm, as if he had gotten used to this state of solitude. Suddenly, Lin Hai's eyes flashed with a bright light, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a bright smile. His eyes focused on the distance, as if he had found something that pleased him. Following his gaze, he saw a woman of 26 or 27 years old walking slowly. Her skin is as fair as snow, emitting a charming luster. Her clothes are fashionable and sexy, showing her unique taste and charm. Her body is dimpled and convex, exuding the unique flavor of a mature woman. Lin Hai greeted him with a smile and a gleam of joy in his eyes. "Beautiful boss lady, you are so beautiful today." A faint smile bloomed on the other party's face, like a blooming flower. "See, you say that like I'm not usually pretty." Lin Hai smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Hey, how can that be? It was my expression that was wrong. In fact, you've always been very beautiful, but today is especially special and more beautiful than ever. But it's a shame that such a beautiful woman is someone else's wife." When this was said, the other party laughed in a flamboyant manner, and the two soft masses in front of her chest were trembling non-stop, and Lin Hai almost had a nosebleed from looking at them. She covered her mouth and giggled. "Don't be so poor here. You didn't ask me out today just to have a flirty chat with me, did you?" Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and said shamelessly, "How can we talk enough? I want to do something else with my sister. I don't know if I'll get the chance. Last time I heard my sister say, didn't she want to adopt me? Then I'm begging to be adopted now." The beautiful woman gave him a blank stare and said without a word, off. "It's a hot day. Buy me a cold drink." Lin Hai immediately came into the spirit and said in a manner, "Don't say I'll buy you a cold drink. I'll buy you a room with air conditioning." 10 minutes later, the two sat inside a cold drink store. Lin Hai ordered an ice cream while the pretty girl asked for a glass of juice. The two sat opposite each other in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. It was the beautiful woman who eventually couldn't resist speaking up first. "Don't sell me short. Tell me, what is it that you want from me?" Lin Hai smiled slightly, staring straight into the beauty's eyes and said seriously, "To pick you up." Of course, the beautiful woman was taken aback by his blunt words, but quickly regained her composure and disdain. "Not interested in a bratty sister like you," Lin Hai retorted with an aggrieved face. "Net nonsense. Where am I small? Not only am I not small, but I'm very big." As this guy was talking, he actually put his hand on the beautiful woman's hand and said with a bad smile on his face, "Shall I let you feel it and see if it's small or not?" This action of his immediately made the beautiful woman's cheeks turn scarlet, symbolically struggling gently with her small white hand, but not really breaking free. The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. After finishing a cold drink at the cold drink store, when they walked out of this cold drink store again, Lin Hai's hand had already wrapped around the person's small waist. At this moment, a shy blush rose on the beauty's face, but she didn't reject Lin Hai's intimate gestures. Instead, she lowered her head slightly, seemingly embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Hai was secretly pleased and felt that his plan was going well. Lin Hai teased the beautiful woman from time to time, while the other party was always amused by him. In this way, the relationship between the two grew closer and closer, as if they were a couple in hot love. 15 minutes later, Lin Hai and the beautiful woman appeared in a nearby hotel room. Lin Hai, who closed the door with his backhand, hugged the beautiful woman right from behind. The beauty hummed softly, a hint of shyness and anticipation in her voice. Then, Lin Hai gently kissed the beautiful girl's earlobe, and his hands began to misbehave. "Don't be like that," the beauty pouted, but didn't push Lin Hai's hand away. "What do you want then?" Lin Hai asked with a bad smile. "Hate it." The beautiful woman gave Lin Hai a blank look, the blush on her face intensifying. Lin Hai's heart was filled with joy as he looked at the shy beauty in front of him. By the time the two walked out of the hotel, more than 2 hours had passed. Lin Hai and the beautiful woman walked down the street hand in hand with happy smiles on their faces. Suddenly, the beautiful woman sighed softly and said slowly, "Lin Hai, I know exactly what you want to do by coming out and asking me out today." Lin Hai smiled faintly. He, my purpose has been achieved. This feeling is really very cool. There will be time for more exchanges in the future. Haha. Mommy smiled faintly and said, "Don't be poor here. You think I don't know your real purpose? Since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you." Lin Hai was crazy happy in his heart. Not only could he pick up a beautiful woman, but he also achieved his goal. The beautiful woman paused slightly and then slowly said, "Da Xiong and Zhang Nan both know my husband and they are quite close. Because of this, he was in a dilemma, not wanting to offend any party. So, let me take the initiative to contact you and introduce you to Mr. Sheen, so that he can do both." Lin Hai frowned slightly after hearing this, puzzled, but why did they know about this just a few days after I made contact with Mr. Sheen? The beautiful woman smiled slightly and whispered, "That's because you're too greedy. The favors that should have been given to them weren't given enough, so it's only natural for them to teach you some lessons." It dawned on Lin Hai that he had been kept in the dark. All of this turned out to be that bastard Lu Chang secretly messing around. Since Lu Chang was involved in this one thing, then Wang So was definitely involved. These mother ******* ing magistrates have hearts even blacker than Da Xiong and Zhang Nan. Last time, after talking to Mr. Sheen and the others, Lin Hai went to Yi Jiao's massage parlor the next day and gave Lu Chang and Wang Xiao $5,000, and at that time, he saw that Lu Chang's face was a little off. So these dogs are too little money. The beautiful woman who was with Lin Hai at all times was, of course, Lu Chang's wife Yi Jiao. The reason Lin Hai had asked her out today was also to determine this matter. Sure enough, it was pretty much what he had guessed yesterday, but Lin Hai still had a problem he couldn't figure out. It didn't seem like it would benefit Lu Chang to do this. Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "Sister Jiao, what good does it do your husband and the others to do this? If they think I'm giving them less money, then they can totally talk to me about it. Why do they have to make this mess? And in that case, won't it be cheaper for Da Xiong?" Chapter 150, Each Takes What It Wants. The corners of He Jiao's mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She shook her head gently, explaining in a calm tone, "That's what you don't understand, is it? My husband, with their special status, can't even blatantly negotiate these terms with you. The last time you gave them money, I took it all for them too. That way, even if someone reports them someday in the future, they'll be able to keep themselves out of it." She paused and continued, "The reason he helped Maharaja must have had to give him favors as well. Look at Nobita, he's much better at his job than you are. Almost every once in a while, Da Xiong would have his woman come and invite Wang Shou's wife and me to go out shopping, play mahjong, or something like that. It was said so bluntly that the implications were self-evident. The Maharishi often bribed them." He Jiao looked at the silent Lin Hai and smiled slightly before continuing. Sometimes you get a completely different result from giving someone $5,000 at once than from dividing it into 5 installments of $1,000 each. Hearing this, the overly intelligent Lin Hai naturally understood the doorway. I guess getting along with people is an art. To be honest, Lin Hai had benefited greatly from today's contact with He Jiao. Not only did she teach him how to deal with complicated relationships, but she also taught him a lot about the workplace. The hand around He Jiao couldn't help but tighten a bit more as Lin Hai said sincerely, "Sister Jiao, I really thank you for today, but I'm a little puzzled as to why you're telling me this. It's not like you're really obsessed with my body, is it?" He Jiao scolded without any good humor. "You're so narcissistic. You think my mom is still a 17 or 18-year-old girl? That's stupid?" Lin Hai said with a heated smile. "Just now in the hotel, I saw you very enthusiastic." He Jiao gave Lin Hai a blank look, then said seriously, "That's called getting what you want, you know? The reason I'm telling you this is because you're a better person than both Da Xiong and Zhang Nan. There's a line in the sand, and it's not the kind of thing that crosses a bridge. If my husband is constantly playing with Da Xiong and Zhang Nan, in case something happens to those two dogs that day, then they will definitely expose my husband." The woman was a bit blunt in her speech, but you had to admit that what she said made sense. Lin Hai, although confident, but the heart is also like a mirror. They have little contact with each other. The other party, as a married woman, how will be in a short period of time on their own deep roots. Moreover, like He Jiao, this kind of woman must have seen the world, will never commit that nymphomania. As people say, just take what you need. Regardless of whether people went to the clouds and rain with him or informed him of this, it was purely a matter of everyone getting what they wanted. However, Lin Hai did like dealing with such people, and it was physically and mentally relaxing to deal with such people. Today was truly rewarding, and with this crucial information, he knew what to do next. "You mentioned to your husband and the others from the sidelines that I know what to do from now on, so that they don't meddle in the matter." He Jiao nodded slightly and responded, "Okay, no problem." Lin Hai followed up with another question, "And can you tell me why you say I have principles and a bottom line?" He Jiao said with a shallow smile, "Oh, I know your kind of people better than that. Whether it's Wen Bin in the old days, or Crow and his gang, collecting protection money in massage parlors every month, calling it protection money in the name, but in reality it's extortion. Those massage parlors pay them money every month and they barely do anything for anyone else. It's just a matter of them not going to trouble themselves. If some people with no background really went to a massage parlor and caused trouble, those people might even take care of it. But if you get into a tough fight, you'll just pretend you didn't see anything. This is not the case with myself, who takes people's money and actually does things for them." He Jiao couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. "So that's why you're different from these people." Lin Hai nodded slightly. It was indeed true, and this was exactly where he differed from these people. This is the basic rule of being a human being. If you take someone's money but don't do anything for them, once or twice is fine, but in the long run, who will still want to give you money? Lin Hai lamented. He Jiao smiled in response. "This is a truth that I believe these people understand in their hearts, but they just don't want to do it because they are afraid of offending people. In fact, many punks are bullying guys. Not many dare to really fight for their lives. Also, you discipline your own men as if they were steel. I heard from the massage parlor next door that your men go inside for massages, and every time they pay as much as they are supposed to, and they have never bullied the technicians inside. And you're a horny bastard. And although you're more horny, you've never been seen going in there and mutilating any of the technicians. But Crow and Wenbin and the rest of them are very different. As long as they fall for them, absolutely no one can escape their clutches. And wanting them to pay is a fool's errand." When she said this, Lin Hai hurriedly interrupted her and said, "How can you talk? Who are you calling a pervert?" He Jiao turned a blind eye to him. "You're a ing pervert. If you weren't a pervert, would you be able to do this kind of dirty work of seducing other people's wives? Not only did you steal someone else's Zheng Wenbin's wife, but you even dared to get your hands on me. If my husband finds out, let's see how he's going to punish you." Lin Hai slapped He Jiao's arse. "I'm not afraid that they'll be exhausted, so I'll help them share the pressure a bit. Could you have lived so freely without me? Okay, I'm not going to nag you about this useless stuff. Let's just hurry up and eat something. Then go back to the hotel and blow the air conditioning comfortably." He Jiao pouted. "What's wrong with you? In this broad daylight, how dare you make a move on my mother? Later if you can't, I'll directly turn you into a eunuch." The two heckled their way to the snack street and sampled some delicious snacks before returning to the hotel once again to start enjoying the coolness of the air conditioning. It took more than 3 hours in the hotel before each of them returned to Manhwa Street. After returning to Wenha Street, Lin Hai nonstop gathered the brothers under his hand and held a short meeting with everyone. Chapter 151, Renegotiation of Shares. A dozen people, sitting inside Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin's rental house, briefly exchanged ideas. The main purpose of this meeting was more to stabilize the military, pacify everyone's emotions. So many things had happened in the past 2 days. There were so many brothers who would definitely have emotions in their hearts. At this time, Lin Hai, as their leader, had to let these brothers take a heart pill. Lin Hai said in a very calm tone, "I know that my brothers have been holding back in their hearts for the past 2 days, but I've been holding back just as much. But in order to be able to truly establish a foothold in Kansai City, we must now briefly make a compromise. I don't want all of us, brothers, to sit in such a rented room when we have meetings in the future. I want to have our own conference room and never want to see my brothers down there still worrying about their lives every day. However, to really make it this far, then we must have money. And as long as we have money, everyone's backs can be hardened." Between words, Lin Hai lit a cigarette for himself, then took a sip of tea and continued, "I can tell you clearly that as long as we can take this nightclub, then we will have the first piece of property that belongs to us. Not only does this mean that we will make a substantial financial gain, but it is an important step towards our success. As long as we all work together and are able to manage this nightclub well, not only will we be able to make more money, but we will also be able to grow stronger and stronger." After saying this, Lin Hai took a deep drag on his cigarette and then slowly exhaled the smoke. His gaze swept over each face, watching for their reactions. At this point, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation filled the room. At this time, Lu Erwa couldn't help but open his mouth. "But if Hung is going to come in and stick his nose in, won't he take half of our profits? To be honest, I personally strongly disagree with this matter. Hung didn't do anything. Why should he get half the money?" Lu Erwa's words resonated with the others in the room, and everyone nodded in agreement. After all, no one wants to see the fruits of their hard work easily divided in half by others. Everyone expected Lin Hai to give a reasonable solution. Lin Hai smiled slightly and said in a firm tone, "If you don't agree, I'll agree even less." Big Joe interjected at this point, "But if we refuse outright, Xiong will definitely flip us the bird. By then, it's a toss-up whether the nightclub will open successfully." Huang Jianxin also picked up, "If we really tear our faces off with Da Xiong, and Crow and his group of **********, stab us in the back, not only might we not get the chance to cooperate with the nightclub, but we will definitely lose even these massage parlors we have now." For a moment, the brothers inside the room, everyone began to talk, all analyzing the pros and cons of this matter. Just then, Dagger opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Hai, you're the boss. What do you say to do? We all listen to you." Lin Hai laughed softly. "The nightclub definitely can't let Da Xiong intervene, even if it's to turn the tables with him. I don't mind. As for these things you guys are worried about, I have a way to deal with it. Even if it's Da Xiong and Crow and they are teaming up to deal with us, we don't have to worry about it. You guys just have to do things according to my instructions. I guarantee that we won't have any losses." The crowd wanted to ask more to see what kind of scheme Lin Hai had in mind, but Lin Hai just said one sentence, "Do you trust me?" The brothers nodded. Lin Hai added, "Since you trust me, you should not ask. I have already thought of a way to deal with this matter." At the moment, each of the dozen or so brothers inside the room, with the exception of Yang Sen and He Daguang, were convinced of Lin Hai. In their minds, Lin Hai's words were like a holy decree, and since Lin Hai had said so, then naturally, everyone didn't ask more questions. As for Yang Sen and He Daguang, the two eyes of Da Xiong, the reason why Lin Hai had allowed the two of them to participate in this evening's meeting was of course because he had done it on purpose. He wanted these two men to convey to the Maharishi what was really in his heart and in the hearts of these brothers under his hand. As for what he was going to do next, then he definitely wouldn't let these two know. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Lin Hai stood up from his seat. "Okay, that's it, guys, do what you have to do." Next, everyone went about their business as Lin Hai had previously arranged. A night without words. The next evening, Lin Hai asked Mr. Qin to have dinner alone. The location was still at the Gulf Hotel. Although with Lin Hai's current economic strength, it was indeed somewhat unaffordable to spend money on such an upscale occasion. But last time, the place where Mr. Chen invited him for dinner was here, so he could only come to the Gulf Hotel with a stiff upper lip. It's called courtesy and respect for the other person. Two people sit down to drink, or first say some mutual pleasantries. After the dishes are served, naturally inevitable to drink a couple of cups. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Seeing that the emotional brew was almost done, Lin Hai finally got to the point. "Brother Qin, tonight my brother invited you over. Firstly because he wanted to have a drink with you. Secondly, there's something else I want to talk to you about." Just then, Mr. Qin pulled out his own huazi and handed one over to Lin Hai before lighting one for himself, nodding with a smile and saying, "Brother, if there's anything you want to say, just say it." Lin Hai slowly pulled out his lighter as if it was a precious and incomparable treasure. He carefully lit it, then took that cigarette in his mouth and inhaled deeply as if he wanted to inhale all his troubles into his lungs. That's what slowed it down. Brother Chin, I'd like to renegotiate our shareholding. Hearing this, General Manager Chin's brows frowned slightly, just like a calm lake being thrown a stone, causing the slightest ripple. Is Brother Lin feeling that this shareholding ratio is inappropriate? Lin Hai was still very calm. His voice was like that calm lake without the slightest ripple. It's not inappropriate. I just want to renegotiate the deal. Didn't we agree on 30%? Now I don't want that much. I just want 20%. When these words came out, both Mr. Chin and the two bodyguards beside him felt as if they had been struck by lightning and were dumbfounded. Generally, it is as commonplace as anything else if someone believes they have a smaller share and wishes to renegotiate. However, for someone like Lin Hai to actually voluntarily lower his share of the shares, they were really unheard of and unseen. After all, there's real money at stake. No one knows better than Mr. Chin how much wealth it means to get an additional 10% of shares. According to conventional calculations, his monthly general meeting, which is large in scale and has luxurious interior decoration, is conservatively estimated to have a net profit of about $200,000 a month. In that case, this 10% share is like a mountain of gold, with a monthly income of about $20,000 to be shared. This was definitely not a small amount, and based on his understanding of Lin Hai's current career was just starting out and he didn't have much money in his hands, so why is he willing to give up this $20,000 a month income? Mr. Chin asked curiously. Can you tell me your reason for doing this? Chapter 152, Getting Real Appreciation. Lin Hai didn't busy himself with answering Mr. Chin's question, but said indifferently, although I don't know at the moment, just how big this nightclub of Mr. Chin's is, but I am certain that Mr. Chin, being able to open a nightclub in this place, must have a very good network of contacts up there, and I also know that you must be taking care of quite a bit of money every month. The reason I'm giving up that 10% is so you can take that 10% and use it to take care of the relationships behind you. Mr. Chin wondered, what good would that do you? Lin Hai calmly said, I'd like to ask you to say hello to your connections behind you, so that Wansho and the others don't mess things up. Hearing this, Mr. Chin suddenly laughed. Oh, my relationship behind this is Wansho. I've given the favors that I should have given, so how could he still come to mess up? Besides, we all met the other day and this was all agreed upon. Why do you want to give up 10% of your shares now? Man, you're confusing me. Lin Hai smiled mysteriously. Brother Chin, even though I'm not deeply involved in the world, don't treat me like a white boy. To open such a big nightclub, it's not good enough for Wang to be a small director. I'm letting in so much profit every month, and to put it bluntly, I don't want to take the security in here and have someone else come in and get a piece of it. Chin Feng also laughed. You mean you don't want Da Xiong and Zhang Nan and the rest of them old foxes to come and get a piece of the pie with you? But if you can't handle these people, then how can I feel comfortable giving you this field? Let me put it to you this way. The reason I chose you is that I think you have a bottom line in what you do. But if you're really incapable, then I'll have to replace you. Lin Hai said gently. I'm sure I can manage the nightclub well. And I can also tell you clearly that I'm not afraid of either Da Xiong or Zhang Nan. But we are doing business after all. It is impossible to have a large-scale firefight with other people every 3 days. Then this business certainly cannot be done. As long as you give a greeting to the side of the security bureau, so that they don't dare to come inside the nightclub and cause a large-scale disturbance, then you don't have to care about the other things. I can definitely handle it. The smile on Mr. Chin's face became more and more obvious after hearing these words from Lin Hai, and there was more appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Lin Hai. I can't imagine that at your young age. You already have a unique vision for analyzing things and looking at problems, and are not a reckless person who will use his brain to do things. It seems that my choice wasn't wrong. Don't worry about this. Neither Zhang Nan nor Da Xiong. They don't have the guts. Of course, if you don't give them the benefit of the doubt, these people will surely make small moves, and these small moves will surely have to be dealt with by you. The reason why I give you so much security fee a month, the purpose is also for you to handle these things for me. After all, people's sheriffs can't guard the store for you every day. We are all human beings, and conversation is naturally easy and comfortable. Lin Hai, such practices will certainly not be wrong. 10% of the dividends, at least there are tens of thousands. You send this money to the magistrate's leadership. He got such a generous benefit. Will certainly let his people to communicate with the Big Xiong and Zhang Nan, telling them not to make trouble. If you're on the road, no matter how well you're doing, you're definitely afraid of the sheriff. It just means that if you really reach that level, you may not need to pay any attention to the general magistrates. But if you dare to go against those leaders, then they will be able to play you around in a minute. To put it bluntly, almost all of these people who hang out on the street have a criminal record. The sheriff is not unaware of this. He just looks the other way sometimes to find a balance. If you really piss them off and they watch you every day, how can these gangsters in society survive? As long as the people above had greeted Daxiong and Zhang Nan, whichever one of them it was would definitely not dare to cause trouble in the nightclub, much less smash up someone else's nightclub. This was the result of Lin Hai's deep thought over the past 2 days. He would rather cut off a portion of his own interests to these magistrates, but he could never let Daxiong and the others take advantage of them, because if you give these magistrates enough favors, they are really going to make things easy for you in the future. But if you give Maharishi and the rest of them a bargain, these people will absolutely only be insatiable. After this night's exchange, Mr. Sheen's impression of Lin Hai was as if he had experienced a sea change. Originally there was some concern about whether Lin Hai was capable of handling the job, but now he was completely relieved to hand over the Qin General Association to him. In the eyes of Mr. Sheen, Lin Hai is not only flexible and has a unique and long-term vision, but more importantly, he is not greedy and has his own bottom line. It's relatively weak on the road at the moment, but that's not a big problem. After all, Lin Hai and his men had the spirit of daring to fight, and as time went on, their power was bound to grow. For any boss, he or she desires to have loyal and capable henchmen like Lin Hai, and Lin Hai knew this well. He appreciated the trust given by Mr. Sheen and expressed his willingness to do his best. Lin Hai's heart was filled with gratitude after hearing this comment from Mr. Sheen. He took the initiative to raise his glass and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Mr. Sheen. Thank you, brother Sheen. This cup is for you, brother. I'll drink first. Feel free. After saying that, Lin Hai lowered his wine glass and gently touched it with Mr. Sheen, then tilted his head and drank the white wine in the glass. Seeing this, the corners of Sheen's mouth spread a smile, and he finished the white wine in his cup with the same alacrity, then gently put down the cup and laughed. Brother, then this matter is settled. In the future, all the matters of the nightclub will be handed over to you to take care of. The public relations team and the piece of liquor. You will also be the one to make your own decisions. I believe in you. You'll be able to take care of this nightclub. Lin Hai nodded and smiled. Thank you for Mr. Sheen's trust. I will definitely try my best to do a good job. Mr. Sheen waved his hand and continued. I'm planning to leave Seikyu tomorrow, so before I leave, let's sign a contract and then I'll show you the site. In the recent period, you may have to work hard and keep an eye on the renovation project for me. I estimate that the renovation will be completed in another week. I'll arrange for someone to come over and work with you to get the amenities inside. Lin Hai nodded seriously and replied. No problem, Mr. Sheen. I'll take care of this side of things. Mr. Sheen smiled with satisfaction and continued. In the next 2 days, you can start gathering your team. Lin Hai, of course, agreed with his mouth full, and at this moment, Lin Hai's heart was indescribably excited. It seemed that he had made a very wise decision this time, and once again he had gambled correctly. Although he lost some of his profits, he thoroughly gained Mr. Sheen's trust. Chapter 153, Thieves. In recent days, the reason why Mr. Sheen had pressed on, neither signing a contract with him nor leaving Guangcheng, was for no other reason than that he wanted to take another good look at Lin Hai's ability and character. In a sense, this could also be seen as a test run by Mr. Sheen against Lin Hai. Just like that night, Mr. Sheen asked the bodyguard to invite Lu Erwa and a few of them to go for a massage, and they actually spent more than 2,000 a night. In most people's place, since Mr. Sheen said he would pay the bill, it would definitely be Mr. Sheen who would pay the bill, and it would never be possible to scramble to pay the bill. After all, this amount of money was already almost a year's salary for an ordinary person. In all fairness, although Mr. Sheen does not put that more than 2,000 in the eyes, but really want to let Mr. Sheen bought the bill, the heart will certainly be a little twisted. After all, Lu Erwa and Da Chao's behavior, really some excessive. Normal do a big healthcare but $200. You one person but consumed nearly $1,000. Not only keep on adding clock, and even each person shouted 2 technicians. The service inside all do it again. Isn't that squandering other people's money like it's scrap paper? No one wants to be made a fool of by others. At that time, Lin Hai was quite self-aware and took the initiative to pay the bill. This action, in itself, had left an excellent impression on Mr. Sheen, and coupled with all the things that had happened in the past 2 days, as well as what Lin Hai had done tonight, it had allowed Mr. Sheen to completely let go of his heart. How can he be a fool if he can become a boss worth tens of millions of dollars? Therefore, a person in society, no matter what kind of industry, have to understand the reasoning of give and take, and things must follow the rules, adhere to their own bottom line. Otherwise, it will certainly be difficult to get a foothold for a long time. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation. So both Mr. Sheen and Lin Hai were in an extraordinarily comfortable mood. Over time, the 2 bottles of mutai had reached the bottom. Mr. Sheen's speech became more and more slurred, and Lin Hai was already 60 to 70% drunk, so this drinking game finally drew to a close. Originally, Mr. Sheen planned to let Lin Hai stay at the hotel and arrange a big healthcare session on the way, but Lin Hai refused without hesitation. He thinks this is totally unnecessary and just a waste of money. Thus, Mr. Sheen's driver and bodyguard, Xiao Chen, drove the Mercedes-Benz and sent Lin Hai back to Wanha Street. After these few days together, Lin Hai and Xiao Chen had become quite familiar with each other, and the communication between the two of them became more and more harmonious. Thus, on the way back, the two of them kept chatting non-stop, with occasional bursts of laughter. At this moment, Lin Hai had successfully established a cooperative relationship with Mr. Sheen, and their dealings would definitely be more frequent in the future. Therefore, Lin Hai not only had to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Sheen himself, but also with his subordinates. After arriving at the destination, Lin Hai was generous enough to buy 2 Hontishan cigarettes for Xiao Chen. These 2 cigarettes cost Lin Hai $200, although it is not as high-end as Huazi, but it is also considered to be a middle and high-end cigarettes. When Lin Hai handed Xiao Chen the cigarettes, Xiao Chen said a little embarrassed, "No, Hai, you can't be so polite." Lin Hai, on the other hand, smiled faintly and responded indifferently, "From now on, we're all working under Mr. Sheen. We're all our own people. You even made a point of sending me home tonight, so wouldn't I be rude if you didn't take it?" In the end, Xiao Chen accepted the 2 cigarettes, and after receiving the 2 cigarettes, the smile on Xiao Chen's face was even wider. The whole time he kept saying thank you to Lin Hai over and over again. Even in normal times, when he spent his own money on cigarettes, he certainly couldn't afford to buy such expensive cigarettes. After the 2 parted ways, Lin Hai had just walked for a while when he was surprised to see a few people fighting in front of him. There were 4 people involved in the fight, and 2 of them looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where they had seen them for a moment. 4 men were fighting, but the scene was very odd. One of them, a man about his own height, with an inch haircut, was fighting against 3 youngsters. Although he was 1 against 3, this inch-haired man, however, did not lose the slightest bit of ground. At the moment, Lin Hai was probably more than 50 meters away from them, and feeling a bit curious, he quickened his pace to go up and see what was going on. However, in the time it took him to walk this small distance, there was actually a small youth that was knocked to the ground by this inch-haired man. The other 2 men were also somewhat unable to fight. Lin Hai immediately became interested. As far as this inch-haired man's hands were concerned, he was definitely not weaker than himself. It was only after getting closer that Lin Hai heard this inch-haired man punching and kicking the other party while also cursing. "Son of a, the guts are really fat." When the thief even stole to the old man, "Let's see if I don't beat you to death today." At this time, Lin Hai noticed that the 2 young men who were being made difficult by this inch at the moment were 2 yellow hairs. Suddenly, Lin Hai recalled that these 2 little pussies were the 2 yellow hairs who lived in the same building as him and had been repaired by them the last time they had fried gold flowers with them because they had stolen and switched cards to win their money. "I didn't expect these 2 pussies to not only cheat at cards, but also dare to do pickpockets. ING deserved to get his ass kicked." Although Lin Hai and his group's behavior wasn't honorable, in comparison, these 2 yellow hairs' behavior was even worse. So Lin Hai had no good feelings towards these 2. He just stood quietly, coldly watching the farce. It didn't take long for another yellow hair to be kicked to the ground, while the remaining one ignored his 2 companions lying on the ground and turned around to flee the scene while the inch-haired man was distracted. The inch-haired man cursed angrily as he chased after his opponent. "Damn it guys, don't run, give me back my money." From his words and attitude, it seemed that the money that had just been stolen was on the fleeing yellow-haired man. The 2 young men who had fallen to the ground also stood up from the ground and fought to catch up in the direction of the 3 men. The yellow hair that Lin Hai knew, while chasing after him, said to his companion beside him, "Just now I heard Xiao Guan say that there's a full $300 in that wallet. We have to rush over and save him. We can't let that son of a take the $300 back." At this point, there was another yell from Inchman, "Catch the thief! Help catch the thief!" There were a lot of spectators around, but hardly none of them went up to manage the incident. Chapter 154, Handshake. Originally, Lin Hai didn't intend to care about this matter because it didn't have anything to do with him at all. Although he is on the yellow hair and these people do not see eye to eye, to them these people do is also very disdain. But he also understands that these people are also just a meal. He and others well water. There is no need to get involved in these things. But just then, he saw that the yellow hair at the back even ran inside a restaurant, grabbed 2 kitchen knives out, and hurriedly pounced in the direction of the inch-headed man. A look at this situation. It is easy to make a life. After all, the attitude of the inch man is very determined. Must snatch back their money. And yellow hair and the three of them are also determined to eat the money of the inch man. This will inevitably lead to no reconciliation between the two sides. Whether it was the inch-headed man, or the yellow hair and the three of them, they were all the kind of people who lived at the bottom of this society. And $300 was very important to them. For the man with the inches, if he could get the $300 back, then he could solve a lot of problems and maybe even change his life situation for the next few days. As for yellow hair and the three of them, if they could eat the $300, then they could also buy a few more packs of cigarettes to smoke or a few more bottles of wine to drink, which might even make their lives slightly better. So, this $300 is crucial for all of them, and no one wants to give it up easily. As a result, conflicts between the two sides are bound to intensify, and there is a high probability that they will turn into a violent clash, and some people may even be injured or killed. If both sides had a small fight, then Lin Hai definitely wouldn't bother, but if a human being was killed, this was definitely something he would not allow. After all, this was in his territory. If a human life was caused, then the magistrate would definitely crack down on this street during this period of time. This will affect the income of these massage parlors, and at the same time, it will make people feel that the law and order of this street is too poor for them, and it is inconvenient for them, the brothers, to do their work. In this current situation, it was too late for him to call his brothers over to help. There was really no other way. Lin Hai also rushed into that restaurant, picked up an iron chair, and chased after a few people in the direction they ran off. At this time, the inch-headed man has grabbed the first fleeing yellow hair. To the other party is a burst of punches and kicks. The other party whacked down on the ground, bent down to go to him to grab the wallet. The other yellow hair with the young man, waving a kitchen knife and cursing, "Hurry up and let our companions go obediently, or we'll chop you to death." At the sound of the voice, the inch-haired man turned to look, only to see that the two guys were both holding kitchen knives in their hands, and were aggressively walking towards him, only about 10 meters away from himself. He couldn't help but freeze in his tracks. He is a foreigner and has no relatives in Guanchang. If the $300 are taken away from him, he will be in a desperate situation and will not be able to make even a basic living. Therefore, this $300 is of vital importance to him. However, faced with two men in front of him armed with kitchen knives, he realized that the situation was very difficult. If he insists on taking back the $300, the other party will probably cut at him without hesitation. Although he was alone and not afraid to fight the other three empty-handed, the situation was completely different now that the other party had a kitchen knife in their hands. He knew deep down that he was by no means an opponent and couldn't help but be caught in a dilemma. Just then, bang! A loud bang broke the deadlock. Lin Hai's iron chair slammed hard on the head of the yellow hair carrying the chopper. This strike used all of Lin Hai's strength, instantly knocking yellow hair to the ground. The other companion, after seeing yellow hair being knocked to the ground, waved the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai immediately realized the danger and reacted quickly. Swinging the iron chair in his own hand, he struck at the other man's arm. At this point, the distance between the two was about 3 meters, and the chopper was obviously not as good as the iron chair. Lin Hai seized the opportunity and swung the iron chair again, smashing it viciously at the man. Bang! There was another dull thud, and the man fell to the ground once again. The chair inside Lin Hai's hand was deformed, but in order to ensure his own safety, he still chose to pick up the kitchen knife on the ground at the first opportunity. At this moment, yellow hair was already unconscious, and the other youngster's chopper had been knocked to the ground by him, so he effortlessly held the two choppers in his own hands. Just then, only to see the inch-haired man rushed forward with an arrow step and violently snatched his wallet from yellow hair's hands. He hurriedly walked quickly in Lin Hai's direction, his face overflowing with gratitude, and said in a very polite tone, "This brother, thank you so much. If you hadn't come to my aid in time, not only might I have been injured, but I might even have ended up on the street. I wonder what a brother's name is." After saying that, Li Yuntao extended his right hand with a smile on his face and took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Hai. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little surprised in his heart. The inch-headed man in front of him looked quite sunny and spirited, and his body was quite robust, but why was he so civilized? After all, before this, Lin Hai had never been in the habit of shaking hands with people voluntarily. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to reach out so enthusiastically, Lin Hai naturally wouldn't refuse. So, without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and gently shook hands with the other party, as if he was accomplishing a solemn and sacred ceremony. "Hello, my name is Lin Hai." Li Yuntao pulled out a box of red plum cigarettes from his body like a trick and handed one to Lin Hai, once again sincerely thanking him. Thank you very much indeed. Just when the two of them were in the middle of their conversation, Lu Erwa and his group, a few of them, came running wildly from the area in a windy manner. Upon seeing Lin Hai, Lu Erwa was like seeing a savior and took the lead in greeting him in a loud voice. Hi, what's going on here? At this moment, Lin Hai was not the least bit surprised by the appearance of Lu Erwa and the few of them. It would really be a duh if his own brother hadn't arrived after making such a big scene. Lu Erwa recounted what had just happened to them in a concise manner. When the yellow-haired three people saw Lin Hai, several people, their faces instantly became as white as paper, as if the blood of their whole body had been drained away. Yellow hair, the three of them, naturally they recognized Lin Hai. If they wanted to get a foothold in this article and street, how could they not be familiar with Lin Hai? Just now, the three yellow hairs were all beaten to a pulp, and at this moment, even if they wanted to wipe their feet, they had long since lost the chance. Lin Hai ordered a few brothers under his hand to hold yellow hair and the three of them down to death like a hungry tiger. Then he walked over to the three of them, his eyes as cold as frost, and said coldly, "Yellow hair, you ungrateful little s are really good at tossing things around, aren't you? Tell me the truth. What's going on?" Chapter 155. Bottom line. These two yellow hairs had suffered losses at Lin Hai's hands before, coupled with the fact that Lin Hai was now famous throughout Manhwa Street. They were of course very afraid of Lin Hai. Lin Hai asked them words. Naturally they didn't dare to not answer. Yellow hair, who was currently still awake, answered honestly. "Hi, here's the thing. We were just on the bus and we stole his wallet. At first he didn't notice, probably because we got out of the car in a bit of a hurry, but surprisingly he noticed something unusual and he followed us out of the car. He then caught up with us like a hungry tiger and demanded our money back. We were naturally unwilling to return it, so we fought like sparks hitting the earth. You saw what happened afterward." After hearing this, Lin Hai turned his head to look at Li Yuntao and said with a smile on his face, "Buddy, you can be really brave as a tiger, bold nah, and see you just fight posture. Really powerful, extraordinary. Could it be that you have practiced before?" Lin Hai had just done Li Yuntao a great favor, so he naturally wouldn't hide anything from Lin Hai, so he said bluntly, "I just got home from the army and dabbled a little while I was there." Hearing him say that, Lin Hai suddenly realized that everything became logical, because just now when he watched Li Yuntao strike, not only was his strength amazing, but his speed was even more windy. Plus he struck with a measured chapter and verse, not at all like them who fought and only knew how to brute force it. Lin Hai secretly thought in his heart, if he can recruit him under his command, and let him give him a few pointers along the way, perhaps he and his brothers under his command will also be able to add wings to their fighting prowess and go to the next level. Of course, the first order of business was to deal with yellow hair and the three of them first. All of them had been on the road for a long time, and naturally, he could not turn these people over to the sheriff. But these unorthodox punks, who were making a living on their own turf, if they were not given some rules and allowed to do whatever they wanted, it would certainly have a great impact on them. Therefore, Lin Hai had to set rules for them. He lowered his head, looked serious, and said in a firm tone to Yellow Hair and the others, "I don't care what you do out there, but if you want to make a living on Manhwa Street, you have to follow my rules. If you break these rules, I will absolutely teach you a lesson in blood." Hearing this, Yellow Hair and his companion hurriedly nodded, and Yellow Hair, who was the least injured, said, Yes, we'll definitely listen to Brother Hai obediently from now on." Lin Hai smiled faintly and continued, "I hope you'll be true to your word instead of fooling me here, or else I'll not only kick you out of Manhwa Street, but I'll also let you die an ugly death. As the saying goes, there is a way to steal, and whoever you are and whatever you do, you need to abide by certain rules and moral codes. You may be thieves, but you can't have no bottom line. You have stolen people's money, and since they have come after you, you should return it to them, but not only do you not pay them back, but you beat them up. If it wasn't for the fact that this brother is an ex-soldier with extraordinary hands, I'm afraid he'd have been beaten all over by you guys. The most outrageous thing is that you have the audacity to run into a restaurant and threaten people with a kitchen knife. What's the difference between this and a robbery? You think you're so powerful? If it's so great, why don't you go rob a bank?" Yellow Hair and the three of them, who had been there nodding their heads like they were pounding garlic, listened attentively to Lin Hai's lesson. After hearing this, Yellow Hair hurriedly said again, "Brother Hai is right. We know we're wrong and we won't dare to do it again. From now on we will be good and do as you tell us." For little Yakuza like Yellow Hair and the others, Lin Hai didn't even bother to give them a hard time. Now that they have taken the initiative to admit their mistakes, then there is no need to entangle with them again. After all, no matter when and where, there will certainly be all kinds of characters in society. As long as people do not infringe on their own interests and do not affect what they do, then he will certainly not bother. Besides, Lin Hai and the rest of them weren't exactly good people. Get lost, and if I ever see you guys messing around on my turf again, I won't be so nice next time. Hearing this, Yellow Hair and the three of them were like amnesty, and after thanking them again, they ran away with their tails between their legs. Li Yuntao was a smart man, seeing Huang Mao and those people, so afraid of Lin Hai. He knew that Lin Hai was very vocal in this area. After hearing the words that Lin Hai had just said, he had a very favorable impression of Lin Hai. So, once again, he took the initiative and said, "Brother Lin Hai, although this is the first time you and I have met, I feel quite connected to you. How about I treat you to a drink?" Lin Hai was happy in his heart. He was preparing to recruit this Li Yuntao into his command, but he never thought that the other party would take the initiative to make such a request. Then of course he was just being obsequious and said smilingly, "Drinking is certainly not a problem, but you've come to my place, so I'll have to treat you tonight no matter what." The two then exchanged a few pleasantries and walked into a nearby barbecue stall with Lu Erwa. As for the few brothers who had just followed Lu Erwa around, at this point in time, they certainly didn't have the time to drink with them. After all, these brothers all had things to do now. After the three people were seated one after another, Lin Hai opened his mouth and asked, "Dude, what are you going to do in Seikyu? Just came today. Before has been in the army as a soldier. Also do not have any skill. Really do not know what to do good. Just think of casually find a job. Be able to earn some money chant." Li Yuntao replied, "This man is a straight man, and does not beat around the bush, saying whatever is on his mind." Lin Hai said with a faint smile, "So, are you interested in working with us? I'm recruiting security guards these days, and seeing as you're good with your hands and all righteousness, I quite admire you. You'll get paid $600 a month if you follow me." A salary of $600 a month is already very tempting, and in this day and age, many civil servants make about that much a month. When Li Yuntao heard this, there was no excitement or thrill on his face, but he said in a very flat tone, "Dude, what kind of company are you guys? If you can pay such a high salary in a month, you're not doing anything illegal, are you?" Lin Hai said bluntly, "Nightclub." Li Yuntao, "It's fine to be a security guard, but if you're going to ask me to do something illegal, then I definitely won't do it." Hearing this, Lin Hai didn't have any unpleasant color, because everyone has everyone's bottom line in doing things, just like himself. If it touches his bottom line, then, no matter how much money he earns, he definitely won't do it. Chapter 156 Recruited the first security guard. Lin Hai said in a very calm tone, "Just being a security guard and not letting you do anything illegal. But if someone goes inside and causes trouble, then you security guards must have defended the nightclub in the first place. There are times when it's inevitable that you're going to get in trouble with someone, and it's definitely time to get in a fight." The reason why Lin Hai would say this, of course, is also after careful consideration. Like people, this kind of retired military personnel, people themselves have their own pride. Some people will maintain their own bottom line. He is not willing to get involved in these things in society. That's normal. But if one works as a security guard and cannot defend the interests of his company and is afraid to take on someone who goes to cause trouble, then he will not hire such a worker. He was also telling the other party his bottom line, so that the other party would think it over. After all, $600 a month. Certainly not for nothing. Li Yuntao said in a very firm tone, "This is definitely not a problem. Since I took your money, then I definitely have to do things for you. If someone dares to cause trouble inside, then let alone fighting with someone. Even if you ask me to kill someone, I would still dare to do so, because this is also moral justice." Lin Hai nodded. "That's fine. From now on, you'll only be responsible for the security of the nightclub. The rest has nothing to do with you." Lin Hai's heart is of course very clear. The reason why this Li Yuntao will just ask if they are doing illegal and disorderly things, that means that people already know what they are doing. Since we have come to this point, we should each state our own bottom line, and if we can cooperate, we will do so, and if we cannot, it does not matter. So Lin Hai's $600 a month salary wasn't in vain. Inside the nightclub, if there weren't a few fierce people, it certainly wouldn't be able to suppress the scene. During this recent period of time, Lin Hai had been worrying about the security personnel of the nightclub, but after chatting with Mr. Sheen just now, on his way back, he already had an eyebrow in his mind. Get some ex-soldiers, some more social loafers, and then send a few of your own trusted buddies, and it will definitely work out well. The rest of the day was spent talking about irrelevant issues. Once the waiter had served them the barbecue and beer they had asked for, the three of them began to push their glasses. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. The conversation box between the three people completely opened up, and Li Yuntao told Lin Hai and Lu Erwa about some of the things he did in the army. This also allowed Lin Hai to understand that not every veteran could be as powerful as Li Yuntao. and that there were veterans who were basically just like ordinary people. This Li Yuntao is 25 years old this year, serving in the armed police force for 7 years, because of the mistakes made in the army, which had to be retired. Otherwise it is possible for him to enter the special police force. Lin Hai was also a little curious about how many people this Li Yuntao could fight alone if he really let his hands go and did it, so couldn't help but ask, "Brother Li, I saw that you fought very hard just now, but it's obvious that you didn't use your full strength. If you really fought hard, how many people could you?" Li Yuntao said with a heated smile. "I haven't tried this. I don't know exactly, but if I really play hard to get with them, those 3 guys just now, I can beat them all to the ground in 2 minutes at most. As long as there's enough room, 7 or 8 people should still be able to handle it. Is it that hard? That's too good to be true, isn't it?" Lin Hai's heart was filled with astonishment, and his face showed a hard-to-believe expression. However, right at this moment, a bold thought surfaced in his mind. He wanted to compete with the person in front of him to see just how long he could last in his hands. If both sides were fighting empty-handed, Lin Hai was confident that with his own strength, he could easily defeat the yellow-haired trio. He carefully observed Li Yuntao and realized that this person was decisive in his words and actions, and was sharp in his work, and was obviously not the type of person who hesitated and dragged his feet. Thus, Lin Hai guessed that he shouldn't refuse to have a match with himself. Thus, the corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose and he said with a faint smile, "Brother Tao, I've always loved to fight with people since I was a kid, and fighting is considered my strong point. How about we find a place to spar?" Li Yuntao responded without hesitation. "You are not my opponent. If you really want to try, let the 2 of you go together, and you might even have a chance of winning. Lu Erwa is incredibly strong, and with his height and weight advantage, he is extremely resistant to blows, and almost never fails in a fight. You can imagine it like this. If a normal person has a conflict with Lu Erwa, when someone hits him with his fist, he can barely feel any pain, but if he throws that punch back at the other person, then for someone with a slightly poorer physical condition, it's very likely that they will just fall to the ground. Possessing such great resistance and strength, he is naturally quite ferocious in battle." After hearing these words, Lu Erwa's heart was filled with confidence, and he even felt that he was able to easily defeat the guy in front of him who was a head taller than him. He responded nonchalantly, "Brother, don't brag. If you really dare to make a move against us, I definitely won't show any mercy. After all, we are all young people, who cannot have a little competitive heart." Lu Erwa is naturally no exception, and at this time Lin Hai also began to have doubts, and gradually surged with the urge to try his hand. Just then, the 3 of them had eaten almost as much as they wanted, so Lin Hai opened his mouth to inquire, "Do you guys want to keep drinking? If you don't want to drink anymore, then let's go check out and leave now and find a place to have a good competition. After the mutual exchanges just now, we are like-minded and much closer to each other." Li Yuntao did not have any modesty, said with a smile, "Enough to drink already. Ha, I see that you 2 are quite looking for a beating, then being a brother will fulfill you." Lu Erwa had wanted to drink a little more, but in his heart, he was a little unconvinced and wanted to ruthlessly beat Li Yuntao, and he also chimed in, "I'm not going to drink either. I must let Brother Tao have a good look at me later, otherwise I'm blocked in this heart." So, after Lin Hai paid the bill, the 3 of them found a vacant lot nearby and prepared to start sparring. Li Yuntao moved his muscles and rubbed his fists as he looked at the duo and said, "Come on, you guys don't want to show any mercy, because I sure as hell won't show any mercy either if it comes out." At this time, Lin Hai even felt that this Li Yuntao was a bit pretentious and was eager to give the other party a little deep lesson, so without any word of superfluous nonsense, he directly swung his fists and went on. Chapter 157. Lin Hai's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, only to see his left and right hands punching at the same time. His left hand a straight punch with the sound of the wind whistling towards Li Yuntao's chest, and his right hand a hook punch like a poisonous snake towards Li Yuntao's face to greet him. His movements at this moment were as fast as lightning, as if it was a swift wind and rain, not giving the other party the slightest time to react at all, obviously with the purpose of attacking the enemy, and when he struck out, he also put all his power into play, striving to kill him with one blow. Li Yuntao's expression remained as calm as water in the face of such a powerful attack from Lin Hai, only his head gently deviated, very skillfully avoiding Lin Hai's hook punch, and for Lin Hai's powerful, straight punch that came straight for his chest, he actually chose to use his body to harden himself against the punch. Only heard bang, with a muffled sound, Lin Hai's fist smashed heavily on Li Yuntao's chest like a hammer. However, surprisingly, Li Yuntao acted as if he was fine, and didn't even shake his body a bit, as if the punch just now didn't have any effect on him. Just as Lin Hai was shocked at Li Yuntao's resistance to blows, Li Yuntao suddenly counterattacked, and with a lightning-fast momentum, he slammed the same punch into Lin Hai's chest. Bang! After another dull thud, Lin Hai instantly felt a huge force surging into his body, making his breathing instantly difficult, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. This punch directly knocked Lin Hai backward, his body falling backwards as if he had lost control. Only Lin Hai's feet kept sliding backward. Each step seemed extremely difficult and strained, until after sliding out 4 or 5 steps, he staggered and barely managed to stabilize himself. But at this moment, his face had already become as pale as paper, with no blood color to speak of, and a layer of fine sweat beads had even emerged on his forehead, spilling down like pearls. Almost at the same time that Lin Hai backed up, Lu Erwa also acted. He stared sharply at Li Yuntao and realized that Li Yuntao's reaction speed was extremely fast. Realizing that he could not delay any longer, he decided to use the most direct and brutal way to solve the problem, only to see Lu Erwa quickly bend down and hold Li Yuntao's waist tightly from the back, attempting to use his strong strength to pick Li Yuntao up and slam him hard on the ground. However, to everyone's surprise, even though Lu Erwa exerted his whole body strength, he still could not pick up Li Yuntao. Right at this moment, Li Yuntao finally reacted, and without hesitation, he raised his elbow and slammed it into Lu Erwa's head with lightning speed. The two were in a close quarters tussle at the moment, and the distance was so close that Lu Erwa simply didn't have time to make any evasive maneuvers. However, out of instinctive reaction, he subconsciously inclined his head. But fate is such a tease. Li Yuntao's elbow happened to hit Lu Erwa's face, making a dull crash. This sudden blow made Lu Erwa feel a heavenly spin, with gold stars in front of his eyes, and his nose blood instantly gushed out, staining his cheeks and lips red. The intense pain caused him to involuntarily let go of his hands, stumbling and staggering, his body staggering and nearly falling to the ground. Lin Hai was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Li Yuntao to be so powerful. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent's strength just now. He endured the pain on his body and kicked a flying leg towards Li Yuntao. Lu Erwa was also a bit blindsided by the drying, but this kid was naturally very resistant to beatings, although his face was all bloody, but this also inspired his fighting spirit. Roared, waved his bull-sized fist, smashed it towards Li Yuntao. The three people instantly exchanged hands again in one piece. Although Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were two people, 2 against 1, but could not get any cheaper. However, even though Li Yuntao was mighty, he was equally unable to win for a while against this kind of unstructured fighting style of Lin Hai and Lu Erwa. Lin Hai stood with the advantage of speed and kept kicking Li Yuntao with his feet, while Lu Erwa was in a frontal battle with Li Yuntao, and without a moment's effort, all three people took several hits from each other. The fact that Lin Hai and Lu Erwa could have such strong fighting strength was something that Li Yuntao had never expected. He had originally thought that with his strong physical fitness, as well as his physical agility that exceeded that of normal people, he could definitely defeat the duo with ease. But he didn't expect that these two ing dogs, all ing very resistant to beatings, and as long as they were exchanging blows, they were totally fighting for their lives. When the fight came to an end, all three of them began to pant, and Lin Hai looked at everyone who had suffered some minor injuries. Forget it, no more fighting. How about we call it a draw tonight? Even the very resistant Lu Erwa, in fact, has long not wanted to fight, because we do not have any hatred, purely to cut a little raw on the received several times, completely did not have that need. Li Yuntao also had the same idea, and after hearing this, everyone stopped their respective hands. It was an uneventful battle, and all three men sat on their asses, breathing heavily. It was clearly 2 against 1, and there was no winner yet. But Lin Hai was very shameless about it. Brother Tao, still pretending now? You know how powerful we are this time, right? Li Yuntao disliked it in a good-natured manner. Asterisk. If it wasn't for you two mother heirs, who actually stalked me with that desperate fighting style, I would have taken you both down. Lu Erwa hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouth full of large white teeth. Che, if you don't fight for your life in a fight, then what's the point of fighting? Although just now, no matter who among them, they hadn't been beaten up by each other, and their bodies were all bleeding, but none of these three guys counted on it, and kept on flirting with each other. Li Yuntao looked at Lin Hai and Lu Erwa and said with a smile, "You two are really ruthless, how dare you fight me?" Lin Hai said triumphantly as the corners of his mouth rose. "Humph, who let you be so arrogant? How can I not clean you up? But you are indeed quite powerful, definitely the most capable fighter I've seen so far." Lu Erwa concurred. "That's right. Let's give you a taste of what we're capable of and show us what you're really capable of." Li Yuntao shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Asterisk. Those who don't know would think that I have some deep hatred with you guys? The hand is really quite dark. My whole body is hurting right now. Lin Hai grumbled along after hearing this. "You're not as black as you used to be, so I guess I won't be able to do my business tonight. Chapter 158 Lin Hai's Strategy. Lu Erwa, on the other hand, said with a resigned face, I thought I was going to lose all my teeth just now. Can't you see I'm bleeding inside my mouth and on my face now? The three men couldn't help but chuckle to themselves as they heard their respective grumbles and looked at each other's wretched appearance. At this moment, all three had a feeling of sympathy. Sometimes that's how it is between men and men. It could be a small, insignificant thing that gives everyone something in common to talk about, and they can quickly become friends. It's like three people at this very moment. Because of an accident, we all met, and then we had a drink together and we all appreciated each other very much. In this way, three young people, who originally did not know each other, formed a deep friendship because of an accident. After slowing down for a while, Lin Hai took out cigarettes from his body and handed one over to each of them before lighting one for himself. Brother Tao, from now on, will also be the head of security for our nightclub. Starting tomorrow I'll pay your salary, and in the next 2 days you'll open up for me to find a few more security guards. The others certainly don't get paid as much as you do. I manage food and shelter, between 350 and 500 a month. Tomorrow I'll arrange for one of my brothers under my hand to follow you and follow through with this. Li Yuntao said with a heated smile. I can tell you that I'm only responsible for the security of the nightclub, so don't expect me to do anything else for you. As for what you guys really do, you don't have to tell me, and I don't want to know. Lin Hai said with a faint smile. Okay, no problem. Tonight you'll open a hotel outside. These expenses are on me, and when the nightclub site is renovated, you'll stay directly at the nightclub. After the three of them chatted for a while longer, Lin Hai took Li Yuntao to open a hotel, then helped him pay for it and left his phone number for him to call him the next day. As Lin Hai and Lu Erwa were on their way back, Lu Erwa asked with a puzzled face, Brother Hai, I just can't figure it out. This grandson Li Yuntao is so powerful, why don't you pull him into the gang? Instead, you let him be an ordinary security guard. Lin Hai gave him a blank look. You silly boy, can't you see he doesn't want to do what we do? Besides, there are advantages to keeping him out of our business. After all, the nightclub is the most important thing for us at the moment. Keep him out of these things, then nothing will happen to him, and as long as nothing happens to him, the security of the nightclub won't be a problem. Then, no matter what, we'll have a steady income. In fact, Lin Hai had a preliminary plan in his mind after talking to Mr. Chin. Before this, he had originally planned to have 30 security personnel, half of the number recruited outside, and then arrange for the 15 brothers under his own hands to go over and follow these security guards. But then he thought about it. This is actually quite unsteady, because he himself and these brothers under his hand are also responsible for maintaining the order of Wenha Street, responsible for collecting the protection fee. Then, surely, he can't avoid clashing with the Crows and Daxiong and the others between them. Fighting and killing is inevitable. And who's to say you'll be so lucky every time that you won't get caught by the sheriff? Although it is true that he currently has some connections, because if he is caught by the sheriff for something small, he does not go to jail, but there are times when he will inevitably be detained. And in case if things got out of hand, someone would definitely have to come out and take the blame. And in such a situation, if his own brother got involved in security, if something happened, then there was a chance that the nightclub would have an accident. Neither Mr. Chin nor himself would certainly be willing to see such a thing. That's why he thought about it before he made the decision. As long as there were stable security personnel inside the nightclub, those things on the stage could be handed over to these people to do, while those unseen things would be left to them, the brothers who collected protection money, to run the show. Don't look at Lin Hai. This kid is young, but his brain is like a kaleidoscope, flexible, and able to do things in a far-sighted manner. It was a purely unexpected pleasure to meet Li Yuntao today. Just like someone handing you a comfortable pillow when you are sleepy, he was worried about not being able to find someone with both strength and character to serve as the head of security, and it just so happened that he ran into this Li Yuntao. Li Yuntao is not willing to do these unorthodox things. This is enough to show that people have principles. Do things have their own bottom line? And just now some preliminary understanding learned that this Li Yuntao used to be a squad leader in the army, which means that he has a certain amount of management talent. As for the strength, that is even more needless to say. People can fight with Lu Erwa and him alone. Then people say that a person can fight 7 or 8 people. That is definitely not a credible statement. So this Li Yuntao was simply Lin Hai's choice for security chief in his mind. Today's Lu Erwa, although the brain reaction speed is certainly not as fast as Lin Hai, but also is by no means in the 3 villages when the kind of things do not use the brain of the people. Listening to Lin Hai so say, he instantly understand a general. Lu Erwa nodded repeatedly and responded, that's a good idea. If we do clear out security from the outside, then Maharaja's mouth can be gagged. Lin Hai looked at him rather surprised. Yoo-hoo! You guys are really impressing me. That's all you can see. That's right. There was another important reason why Lin Hai had decided to do so, and that was so that he could gag Da Xiong. Since no one from Lin Hai's side was involved in security, if Da Xiong brought this up again, he could just tell the other side that the talks had fallen apart and that it was the other nightclub that had found their own security. Although this matter would be known by Da Xiong sooner or later, and it was him who had played a trick in it, but as long as one was dead set against admitting it, if Da Xiong insisted on turning the tables, then at least one would not be at a disadvantage. What's more, judging by the current situation, it's only a matter of time before it turns against Nobita. The only reason he was doing this was to delay the other side for a while, even though it was impossible for these security guards to openly follow them to trouble Da Xiong. If something really happened, as long as he gave these people a little favor, then made up some random reasons to fool them, and finally stood up and spoke up as the manager of the nightclub, then these security guards would definitely not refuse to help. In doing so, he had inadvertently created an armed force for himself. Lu Erwa still grinned. It's not an obvious thing, but paper can't wrap fire after all. This matter will be known by Da Xiong sooner or later, and we still have the two eyes he arranged around Asyang Sen and He Did Guang. Lin Hai shook his head full of concern. It doesn't matter, as long as we can stall him for a while, after the nightclub starts operating normally, even if we completely fall out with him, it won't be a big deal. Besides, sooner or later it will come to this anyway. Chapter 159 Pressure still continues. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa chatted all the way, and before they knew it, they had returned to the slightly humble rental house. The people went back to their rooms where they belonged, ready to get some rest. Lin Hai gently pushed open the door of the room, and at a glance, he saw that Li Yanhong had already fallen into a deep sleep. She was breathing steadily and seemed to be immersed in a sweet dream. Lin Hai looked at her sleeping face. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he couldn't bear to disturb her rare peace and tranquility. So, without even turning on the light in his bedroom, he tiptoed into the bathroom and quickly completed a simple wash. Afterwards, Lin Hai gently laid down beside Li Yanhong and closed his eyes, trying to put himself into a state of sleep. However, despite his physical exhaustion, his thoughts remained active and he tossed and turned in his bed, having trouble sleeping. Turns out, he's been fretting about the nightclub. At this moment, Lin Hai knew in his heart that the security aspect was finally in place, and the PR piece was not a problem. After all, with such a close relationship between himself and Wu Tingting, he could take care of everything with just a phone call. There was likewise no need to worry about the supply of alcohol, and as for how to take care of the upper echelons, that was even less for him to worry about. After all, there is still the big boss, Mr. Chien, behind him, and I think he must have already mapped out all the circumstances, and will naturally deal with these complicated interpersonal relationships appropriately. At this moment, the most worrying thing in his mind is the manager with management experience. This person's position is significant, and the profitability of this nightclub depends largely on the ability of this manager. He could have asked Wu Tingting to tap a manager with relevant experience at another nightclub. However, they are not acquaintances and trust is hard to guarantee. Although he himself was present at the scene to take command, he actually had no management experience to speak of, and could manage his brothers, but if he had to manage a large number of employees, he was simply a layman. So he mulled it over in his mind, trying to find which of the people around him would be suitable for the task. But after racking my brains, I still couldn't come up with a suitable candidate. After all, no one had ever been involved in such matters. After some thought, he decided that he would have to find a manager with relevant experience from the outside, and make sure that he found someone trustworthy to act as deputy manager. The biggest headache for him was the assistant manager, who had to be his own confidant and had to have that kind of ability. Unconsciously, the figure of Sister Hong appeared in his mind. Sister Hong must have such ability. After all, Sister Hong is flexible, quite a business mind, and has a wealth of management experience. However, Sister Hong herself owns 3 massage parlors and has no time to spare. Moreover, the nightclub cannot afford to hire her. With the current revenue of Sister Hong's 3 massage parlors, the monthly income must be tens of thousands of dollars. But how can the nightclub afford to pay such a high salary? So he quickly dismissed the idea, simply because it was impractical. As for his real girlfriend, Li Yanhong, on the one hand, he was unwilling to let her get involved in such an occasion, and on the other hand, she likewise had no relevant experience. Immediately after, he thought of Fong Lin. This woman can have nearly 100 workers at Ease Washing Company in good order. It must have the ability, and as far as he knows, Fong Lin and at Ease Washing Company's treatment is very low, only a mere $100 a month. He can afford to pay $100 a month, and he can even add a little more on top of that. But the crux of the matter is whether or not Fong Lin is willing. It seems that the only way is to use your own best moves. In the last 2 days, you must have some in-depth exchanges with Fan Lin, and try to do everything you can to dig her out as well. Otherwise, one would certainly be in an extremely passive situation at that time. After having a clue, his tense nerves gradually relaxed, coupled with the fact that he was really exhausted in the past 2 days, and also drank a lot of wine tonight. Unconsciously, he also fell into a deep sleep like that tired old ox. The next morning, Lin Hai was still sleeping soundly when he was awakened by a sharp, hypnotic ringing of the phone. He sleepily grabbed the cell phone placed on the bedside table and took a look. This call was actually from General Manager Chin. He didn't dare to slow down at all. Like a spring bouncing from the bed to sit up, rubbed the eyes that seemed to be stuck by the glue, and then quickly answered General Manager Chin's call. Hey, Chin, what are your instructions? Lin Hai, this kid, recently more and more smooth and worldly, vaguely have a few hints of being a licking dog. After all, this period of time experienced all sorts of things. Let him deeply comprehend the truth. These days, rich people are like the supreme emperor. No matter where they are, as long as you waste 10,000, any who will give you a few thin face. Mr. Chin on the other end of the phone laughed. That laugh was like a spring breeze on the face, said with a cordial and familiar tone. Oh, look at what you're saying. Yesterday, didn't we agree to go to the nightclub's renovation site today to take a look? Do you have any free time at the moment? If you are free, I'll have the driver come and pick you up. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai was ecstatic in his heart, but still tried his best to maintain his composure and hurriedly piled up a smile full of flattery and said, Free? Absolutely free? Ah, Brother Chin, you call me. Even if I'm not free, I still have to squeeze out time off, but there's really no need to bother the driver to come and pick me up. You inform me of the location and I'll just take a taxi straight there. After last night's incident, Mr. Chin favored Lin Hai more and more, and felt that this young man was very clever, and the relationship between the two also became more and more intimate. What's the trouble? We're all brothers, so don't be so outgoing with me in the future. Just wait at home in peace. I'll arrange for a driver to pick you up right away. After saying that, Mr. Chin hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai hurriedly put on his clothes, then ran to the bathroom to do a simple wash, and after greeting Li Yanhong, he ran towards the place where Mr. Chin's driver often picked him up and dropped him off. After all, this rental of theirs, and Wanha Street is still about 10 minutes walk away. People came all the way over to pick him up. He can't possibly let people wait for him there for too long. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai once again sat on the passenger side of that Mercedes. It was only at this time that he had time to look at the current time, and surprisingly it was just after 8 in the morning. This also means that people like Mr. Chin, a multi-millionaire boss, had already gotten up at 7 o'clock. It made him sweat more or less, because he had never gotten up this early in the morning for the first time since he left Peace of Mind Laundry. Chapter 160, An Eye-Opening Experience. 20 minutes later, a black sedan pulled up slowly next to a 5-story building. Lin Hai stepped out of the car with Mr. Chin's driver, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen introduced himself with a smile on his face. Brother Hai, this is Mr. Chin's nightclub. The entire building belongs to Mr. Chin, and it has a floor area of 1,500 square meters. The first floor houses the lobby and reception, the second and third floors are the venues for the nightclub, while the fourth floor houses the bath center, and as for the fifth floor, that's where the guest room department is located. After hearing these words, an uncontrollable excitement surged in Lin Hai's heart, just from the appearance of this building. Its scale is so large that it far exceeds that of the fantasy nightclub. What's even more amazing is that there is not only a bath center but also room service. From this, it could be seen that the financial strength of this Mr. Chin far exceeded his previous expectations. Many people in this industry usually just rent homes to run their business. However, this Mr. Chin was able to buy such a huge building at once. Obviously, Lin Hai had still underestimated Mr. Chin's financial strength by quite a bit. Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. This is too much. How rich must this brother Chin of ours be? Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Mr. Chin's total assets reached a level you can't imagine. It's just that he's a person who likes to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the row that it is now. Of course, these industries and assets are not his alone. There are major shareholders behind them. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart when he heard these words. He realized that his former self was really like a frog in a well, with a pitifully narrow vision. He used to think that what he saw and heard was the whole world, but in reality, it was just the tip of the iceberg of this vast world. There was so much more than he could have imagined, and the uncharted territory left him in awe. As the two of them talked, they had unknowingly arrived at the lobby on the first floor. At this point, the renovation work in the lobby is in its final stages, with only some soft furnishing work left to complete. Not only that, but a lot of the interior equipment is starting to come in and everything seems to be in order. When they stepped into the lobby, they happened to see Mr. Sheen and a man and a woman having a good conversation. The man was about the same age as Mr. Sheen, and it was obvious that he was not an idle person from his clothing and overall image. The woman beside her was dressed in a sharp black suit, the slim cut accentuating her tall figure, and her pale skin exuding a faint luster in the light. Her hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail and she looked very competent. Holding a notebook and pen in his hand, he kept recording something, looking like the man's assistant or secretary. Upon seeing Lin Hai, Mr. Sheen was the first to greet him. Shaolin, you came over come. It just so happens that the boss of the decoration company is also here today. I'll introduce you guys to each other. After saying that, he took the initiative to introduce himself to the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman beside him. Old Liang, this is Lin Hai. From now on he will be the person in charge of this nightclub. You guys get to know each other. Then he introduced himself to Lin Hai. Shaolin, this is Boss Liang of the decoration company and his secretary Xiao Zhang. Lin Hai took the initiative to go up and greet the two men, and then we all inevitably exchanged pleasantries for a while. Lin Hai extended his hand to Boss Liang with a smile on his face. Hello, Boss Liang. This time our nightclub depends on you. Boss Liang hurriedly shook Lin Hai's hand and said with a smile, Manager Lin is too polite. It's also my honor to have the opportunity to serve your nightclub. This next period of time was an ordeal for Lin Hai, as he was a complete amateur in both the industry of decoration and the facilities inside the nightclub. It's basically just people talking and him listening, if that counts as getting acquainted with a few people. But unexpectedly, both Mr. Sheen and Boss Liang didn't say a word about the bath center on the 4th floor and the guest rooms on the 5th floor. After a few people had been around the 123rd floor for roughly an hour or so, Lin Hai and Mr. Sheen once again returned to the lobby. At this time, without Boss Liang and his secretary around, there were only two people left, Mr. Sheen and Lin Hai. Mr. Sheen said with a smile, Brother Lin, this nightclub of mine is not bad, right? Lin Hai keenly caught a detail at this moment. In front of outsiders, Mr. Sheen addressed himself as Shaolin, but when only the two of them were alone, the address instantly changed from Shaolin to Brother Lin. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. This was a detail so subtle that it could almost be ignored, but it made Lin Hai understand one thing as if he had been enlightened, and that was to distinguish right from wrong on different occasions. Although Lin Hai hadn't dabbled in nightclubs, he still had a general understanding of it from the last time he was at Wu Tingting's place. According to what Wu Tingting said, that fantasy nightclub she currently worked at could already be among the top 3 in Guanchang. However, in terms of the scale of this nightclub in front of Mr. Sheen, it was clearly much larger than that fantasy nightclub. Then it's entirely possible that this nightclub is the biggest nightclub in Light City. Lin Hai nodded lightly and slowly said, If I'm not mistaken, as long as this nightclub of Mr. Sheen's opens, I'm sure it will become the biggest nightclub in the entire Guan City at the moment, right? Ha! Mr. Sheen laughed softly, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. As of now, it should be considered as such. However, with the continuous advancement of reform and opening up, as well as the rapid development of this city, in the last 1 or 2 years, there will definitely be more and more such entertainment venues springing up. At this moment, Lin Hai's heart was like a shocking wave, and he was even a bit bewildered. He never expected that he would be so lucky as to run into such good fortune. Being able to manage such a huge entertainment venue was undoubtedly something that the social gangsters could only dream of, at least for those currently at his level. It was. However, what he didn't know was that the real bigwigs who were calling the shots and navigating their way through society didn't give a damn about looking out for others. After all, let those who really mixed well, big brother. Each one has belonged to their own field business, is the kind of their own absolute control of the field business. In that case, and why look at the face of others to eat it? Of course, these were all afterthoughts. And with Lin Hai's current strength and status, he was still far from being able to touch that level. However, to Lin Hai, right now was a perfect opportunity. Lin Hai understood very well in his heart that this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. If he could seize this opportunity, not only would he himself be able to excel, even the gang of brothers behind him would have a chance to rise with him. Right at this moment, Mr. Sheen spoke again. I'll be returning to Ming City around 3 p.m. Tomorrow I'll arrange for an assistant with extensive professional experience to assist you with the opening. This man is so professional that he takes care of most of the nightclub industry under me. However, due to his busy schedule, he may not stay in Guanchang for a long period of time, so you will still need to take the trouble to handle many things. Chapter 161, Count Your Conscience. Lin Hai hurriedly replied seriously, Please don't worry Brother Chin, I will do my best to manage this nightclub. Mr. Chin narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a serious tone, "Okay, I trust you. And starting today, you'll start working on implementing the staffing issues. The most urgent thing to do now is to find a professional manager with relevant work experience to assist you as soon as possible. When Jan, whom I've arranged to come over, arrives tomorrow, you'll be responsible together for putting in place the rest of the relevant matters." At this time, Lin Hai was actually very bottomless in his heart because he was not familiar with this industry, but it was not good to say it outright, so it was only hard to oblige. "No problem. Within 3 days, I'll be able to find a suitable candidate for manager. Moreover, I'll look for a few more candidates, and then I'll trouble Mr. Yang to help advise me when the time comes." Lin Hai knew very well in his heart, how could a person like Mr. Chin easily hand over such an important industry to him, an outsider, to take care of it? That little Yang that Mr. Chin was talking about was undoubtedly the one who was really in charge. He himself, on the other hand, is nothing more than a scapegoat. Of course, if one can make a mark, then it's definitely a different story later on. As for the reason why Mr. Lin will cooperate with Lin Hai, that is entirely because he is a local, and hands a little bit of a small force, do things and quite conscientious. The most critical reason is that with Lin Hai cooperation he can reduce costs. As if this nightclub industry, if Mr. Chin to find those who are more powerful a little cooperation. First of all, people want to share will be more, and secondly, those people are the old grease. Not only explicitly want those, behind the scenes you will also be funny a lot of small actions. But Lin Hai is a newcomer on the one hand, and on the other hand, he does things in a more grounded manner, which makes him reduce a lot of costs in an invisible way. Since Mr. Chin can make so much money, he is definitely not a cutie pie, would never be nice to someone for no reason. Besides, Mr. Chin is a person who believes very much in his own vision, and in his opinion, it is impossible for him to be wrong, whether it is about the future development or the vision of people. That's how confident he is. And Lin Hai? Although he was only a small, unrecognized leader right now, as long as he was willing to work hard, coupled with the kid's courage and resourcefulness, he would definitely grow stronger in the future. And for such talents, Chin is always very willing to invest. After all, no one wants to work with someone who has no future, only with those who have the potential and strength to take their career to the next level. Mr. Chin was very satisfied with this answer from Lin Hai. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Mr. Chin left the nightclub. Lin Hai, alone, stayed at the renovation site again, and talked to the renovation boss and the rest of them to get a rough idea of the situation at the site. In fact, he didn't understand the specifics, so he just weakly inquired about when he could advance to what point. However, this is certainly necessary. After all, after the professionals came to visit, a lot of matters he is bound to participate in it together with the operation. 2 hours later, Lin Hai once again dialed Wu Tingting's phone. The last time he was at Wu Tingting's home, he had already mentioned this matter to Wu Tingting, and at that time, Wu Tingting had also quickly promised to look for a nightclub manager for him. The only thing he could do at the moment was to seek help from Wu Tingting first, but of course, it wasn't as if he hadn't left himself a way out. In case Wu Tingting's side couldn't find a suitable candidate, he planned to use the most despicable means to directly go to other people's nightclubs to poach them. Nowadays, he only has one goal in mind, that is, even if he can't make a profit in the short term, he must handle this matter properly. This is what makes him unique. Most people, thinking inevitably about immediate benefits, but he is more about planning for the future. Originally, this was not the pattern that people of his age should have, but with someone like Lin Hai, you could never look at him in the same way that you would look at an ordinary person. The phone was connected in a matter of moments, and after the call was connected, Wu Tingting's delicate, watery voice was heard. "Gu, brother Hai, are you missing people, or do you want them to do things for you? This woman, she really does tug at her heartstrings all the time. There was nothing to be done. Who asked for such a handsome birth and such a fit body?" Lin Hai responded by following the other's words. "Naturally, because I miss you. Is this moment convenient? If it is convenient, I will go over to you immediately. If you want others to do things for you, you have to show some sincerity." What is the best sincerity? That is undoubtedly to make the other person physically and mentally happy. In that case, are you still worried that others won't do your work for you? You heartless one, when I left my house last time, I informed you that as long as you were interested in coming over, my house's door would be open for you at any time. Aren't you asking for it knowingly? Wu Tingting pouted. Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and said, "That's fine. I'll be right there now. Don't you regret it then?" As far as Lin Hai's cheek thickness was concerned, that was definitely not something that an ordinary person could be compared to either. So every time someone tries to ruffle his feathers, the end result is that they get ruffled instead. If he didn't have such a 3-inch tongue, how could so many women have liked him when he was in Sanja village? And how could he have been forced to leave Sanja village? So there are pros and cons to everything. Yeah, the two chatted with each other inside the phone for a while longer before they each hung up. Half an hour later, Lin Hai appeared at Wu Tingting's house. The next morning, Wu Tingting lay peacefully in Lin Hai's arms, reached out and stroked his chest and said, "Why are you such a pain in the ass? I'm scared and in love with you," Lin Hai said without any modesty at all. "It's just routine, but you're pretty good, and besides, don't you women always like men to be bad? Hate it. I was forced by you, okay?" Wu Tingting pouted. After the two said some more very meaty things, Lin Hai then pulled to the point. "Ting Ting beauty, I've already talked to my boss about the PR team. When the time comes, we'll leave the PR of our nightclub to you, and the rules will still be the same as the ones you have in Fantasy Nightclub." Hearing this, Wu Tingting was obviously a bit excited and took the initiative to send him a fragrant kiss before saying, "Count on your conscience, at last sis hasn't stayed with you for nothing." As a PR manager, it must have been a good mood to receive business from a nightclub of this size, because it would mean that it would allow her to make more money. And who's going to mess with money these days? Chapter 162 Conditions. Lin Hai said shamelessly, "Look at what you're saying. Brother let you whore yourself out for nothing and introduced you to such a big business. You have to show some sincerity to thank me. Otherwise, this is definitely not over." Wu Tingting was exasperated by this and skimmed her lips. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You say this is human words? Not sister with you bragging. Every day wanna climb on the old lady bed of the people. No 10. There are 8. You kid even got the cheap still sell good. Lin Hai continued shamelessly. Can that be the same? A man as powerful and handsome as me. You may not be able to find a second one in the entire Guan city even if you look around. If it weren't for that, then could you be thinking about my body at all times? Wu Tingting was infuriated, and directly swung her own small fists, and began to attack Lin Hai's chest, and naturally, the result was self-evident. Wu Tingting was going to be taught a hard lesson by Lin Hai. After this lesson, Wu Tingting was even more well-behaved than earlier. Only Lin Hai had such physical qualities that could simply be compared to the plowing oxen of the production team. After it was over, Lin Hai looked at Wu Tingting with a smirk while smoking a cigarette very comfortably and said, "That's a good behavior, isn't it?" Wu Tingting felt like her whole body was about to fall apart, and said with some grumbling, "Humph, you don't know how to be compassionate at all. Are you a donkey?" Lin Hai smiled without saying anything. After finishing a cigarette, this was slowly spoken. "Did you find the manager I asked you to find for me last time?" Wu Tingting said breathlessly. "I have a friend who is currently working as an assistant manager in another nightclub, but her ability is outstanding. Even though she is now an assistant manager, that nightclub is basically all taken care of by her. If it wasn't for the fact that their manager is the brother-in-law of the owner of the nightclub, then I'm afraid she would have already ascended to the manager's throne. And she has quite a lot of management experience, almost nearly a decade of relevant work experience, so it can be said that she has a lot of experience. However, if you want me to poach her here, the treatment must be extremely generous, otherwise people will definitely not be moved." Lin Hai said very seriously, his eyes revealing firmness and determination. "How much does she currently make per month?" Wu Tingting replied, 500 a month, and then there's a bonus. At a time when the per capita salary was only about $500, a salary of $500 was the highest of high salaries. Lin Hai didn't hesitate for a second and said decisively, "That's no problem. I'll give her a base salary of 200 plus commission, and as long as she follows me, I'll make sure that her income grows geometrically, if not far beyond that." The reason why Lin Hai had offered such an attractive condition, that was also after he had given it much thought, because he knew that if he wanted his employees to give their best, he had to use a commission-based salary. If you give him a fixed salary, he will only do his job step by step, will not let you have any nitpicking. The company is also difficult to have a big breakthrough, but if his salary is linked to performance, then whoever it is, will certainly do their best to move forward. Wu Tingting went on, "Okay then, I'll call her now, and if she's available, have her come over here right away to interview you. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you earlier, how is the size of this nightclub of yours? If it's too small, she might dismiss it. After all, this friend of mine has big ambitions, and she doesn't want to be a bum." Lin Hai said with a faint smile, "Let me put it to you this way. This nightclub of ours is at least twice as big as your fantasy nightclub. Just now I went to take a look. Whether it's the decoration or supporting facilities inside, it's definitely more upscale than your fantasy nightclub." Wu Tingting's eyes were wide open, disbelief written all over her face, her eyes staring at Lin Hai without blinking, her tone full of questioning and astonishment. Are you kidding me? Our fantasy nightclub is one of the best in Guan City. If there really was a place twice as big as the Dream nightclub, wouldn't that be the biggest nightclub in Guanchang now? The corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if he felt a hint of smugness at Wu Tingting's reaction, and responded confidently, do I have to joke with you about something like that? When you see it with your own eyes, you'll believe what I'm saying. At this time, Wu Tingting could no longer calm down inside. Her heartbeat accelerated and her breathing became rapid. If her own PR team can successfully take over such a huge business, then her future will be bright, and realizing a flying start will no longer be a distant dream. After all, just a single fantasy nightclub could make her a handsome monthly paycheck, and if she were to add another nightclub of an even grander scale, wouldn't her monthly paycheck easily break the 10,000 mark, or even go to the next level? Thinking of this, Wu Tingting was so excited that she was trembling like sifting chaff, and it was difficult to suppress the surge of joy in her heart that was like a tidal wave. Wu Tingting quickly picked up her cell phone like a speeding wind, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation blossoming on her face. She couldn't wait to dial the number of the nightclub manager. The phone was instantly picked up, and Wu Tingting couldn't hold back her excitement as she opened her mouth. Hey, Jackie, how are you? How have you thought about that thing I told you about 2 days ago? At this moment, Wu Tingting set the phone into speakerphone mode, so Lin Hai was able to hear the other party's voice really well. Well, I've considered it, the other party replied. As long as the other party offers a generous package and there's also a vast space for development, then I shouldn't have a problem. Wu Tingting nodded in satisfaction before casting a confident look at Lin Hai, as if to say, see, I was right. Then, she repeated what Lin Hai had just told her to the other party in a concise manner. Oh, so that's the case. After thinking for a moment, Jiechi replied, if that's the case, then I think it's still quite good. Wu Tingting smiled slightly and continued, if you think it's a good fit, you can come over to my house right now and the two of you can go over the details in person. Okay, I'll head over to your house now. Jiechi responded cheerfully. This woman acted decisively and crisply, not dragging her feet in the slightest, which made Lin Hai's favorable impression of her instantly soar quite a bit. He secretly mused that it might be wise to work with someone like that. Chapter 163, A Very Confident Woman. Half an hour later, the woman named Jiechi came to Wu Tingting's house as promised. The two of them, Lin Hai and her, sat opposite each other, and Lin Hai took a serious look at the other. The woman in front of her looked to be around 32 or 33 years old, with a medium build, and her appearance was not considered stunning, but she had a unique temperament. Her demeanor reveals a maturity and confidence that makes you wonder about her. After Wu Tingting gave a brief introduction to the two of them, we all inevitably exchanged a few pleasantries, and then started to get into the topic. Lin Hai asked as he opened the door, Manager Lu, the current situation of our nightclub, Ting Ting has also told you a rough idea just now. For taking over the management of such a nightclub, do you have the confidence and ability to do it well? Lu Jiechi replied with a light laugh. Running a nightclub is right up my alley. It doesn't matter how much lip service you pay, you can always take a field trip to Blue Moon nightclub. I am the one who takes care of the place. The facts speak for themselves, and time will tell. Lu Jiechi, this woman, spoke and did things crisply and without delay as always. Lin Hai nodded gently. I believe in Ting Ting, and naturally I believe in you too, but after all, a nightclub that big, if it's not run well, there's a lot of pressure on my side as well. Manager Lu, do you think this is okay? 3 months probationary period. If the performance and all aspects are good, you will be officially transferred. During the 3-month internship, the paycheck was $100 a month with no commission. After the official transition, it's a base salary of $200 a month, plus 2% commission. A base salary of $200 plus 2% commission. In this day and age, that's definitely a high salary among high salaries, and you'll earn at least $5,000 or $6,000 a month. That's almost a year's salary for the average working person. So there must be a very strong temptation. Then to get such a high salary, you definitely have to prove yourself. As Lu Jiechi said just now, no matter what the mouth says, if you really don't have that ability, everything is all talk on paper and has no meaning. Although Lin Hai didn't have much contact with the workplace, he wasn't a cutie pie, plus the fact that he had been hanging out with Sister Hong a lot during this recent period of time. He had also learned a lot about business models. The conditions he had just put forth could also be considered a test for Lu Jiechi. If the other party really had the ability to do so, then surely they would gladly accept such an offer. Lu Jiechi replied without any hesitation. No problem. If I can't get this nightclub's business model on track within these 3 months, so that the nightclub's turnover doesn't meet expectations, I'll voluntarily resign and won't take a single penny of my salary. Confidence, just too much confidence. Since this woman could be so confident, she must have absolute strength. At this point in time, Lin Hai's heart had already recognized her. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, Manager Lu, then I wish us a happy cooperation." Yes, since everyone has put their words together at this point, it would be redundant to say anything else, just have to let time tell the tale. However, just then, Lu Jiuqi added, "Mr. Lin, but I also have conditions. If you can't agree to my conditions, then we still can't work together." Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at the beautiful and confident woman in front of him. A trace of curiosity and doubt surged in his heart. He smiled slightly, then asked, "Tell me about it?" He wanted to know what else this Lu Jiuqi was asking for that would affect the cooperation between them. Lu Jiuqi gently bit her lip for a moment, as if she was thinking about how to express her thoughts. After a moment, she finally raised her head and looked at Lin Hai with a firm gaze as she slowly said, "I need complete autonomy and decision-making power. In other words, I want to be able to manage and operate this nightclub according to my own ideas and plans, without any outside interference or restrictions. At the same time, I needed a relatively independent work environment to better utilize my talents." These words were spoken with great determination and were obviously well thought out. Lin Hai fell into a short silence as he listened. He understood that this was a sign of Lu Jiuqi's confidence in her own abilities and experience. However, for such a large nightclub, complete decentralization to one person does carry some risk. But Lin Hai also believes that only by giving enough trust and space can we stimulate the potential and creativity of our employees. However, this kind of thing Lin Hai also cannot do the manhwa. After all, the real decision-making power, that is certainly in the hands of people Qian. So after hearing this, Lin Hai fell into a short silence. At this time, he was completely caught in a dilemma. After thinking about it for a while, he still decided to call Mr. Xin to consult him. However, he didn't want to hide anything from Lu Jiuqi and answered directly, "I can't make the call on this, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'll report the situation back to my boss and see what he means on his end, and I'll give you an accurate answer tomorrow." In the next few moments, the two men talked about what was going on inside the nightclub for a bit, and then left each other's phone numbers. It was more than an hour later that Lu Jiuqi excused herself and left. Originally Lin Hai had invited her to have dinner together, but Lu Jiuqi politely declined. However, we all have a very good impression of each other from today's interactions. In this way, a hanging heart in Lin Hai's heart was released. With his intuition, this woman called Lu Jiuqi was definitely able to manage the nightclub well. As long as this woman was capable enough, then there shouldn't be much of a problem on Mr. Qin's side as well. After all, this is also a good thing for Mr. Qin. Not only can you worry less, but also the money that should be earned is not a penny less. Of course, this will certainly have a certain risk, but he believed that Mr. Qin was willing to take that small risk. Since Wu Tingting had to go to work, the two had dinner together before saying goodbye to each other. After saying goodbye to Wu Tingting, Lin Hai dialed Mr. Qin's number at the first opportunity and reported Mr. Qin truthfully about Lu Jiuqi's proposal just now. "Brother Qin." "Hello," Lin Hai said. "This is Lin Hai. Is it convenient for you to answer the phone right now?" "Oh, Brother Lin. It's convenient for me now. Go ahead." Mr. Qin replied. "Mr. Qin, the matter is like this." Lin Hai told Mr. Qin exactly what he and Lu Jiuqi had talked about and emphasized the suggestions Lu Jiuqi had made as well as his own views. After listening to Lin Hai's report, Mr. Qin was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "Yes, but you'll have to come up with a complete proposal, so Jan and I can look over the proposal first." Chapter 164. This reply from Mr. Qin could be considered to be within Lin Hai's expectations. As long as you get the support of Mr. Qin, then not only can Mr. Qin be a shirker, but you yourself can be a shirker as well. This instantly lightened Lin Hai's mood by a large margin. However, scooping up Fawn Lin to his side was essential no matter what. After all, he wasn't willing to be led by the nose by Lu Jiuqi. Even though he didn't have that much time to learn how to manage a nightclub, if he really allowed Lu Jiuqi to be a dominant force, he was bound to cause a lot of trouble in the future. As the ancients said, you can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others from doing harm. It was at this moment that Lin Hai's cell phone rang suddenly. When he saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but feel a shock. Geez, that's too much of a coincidence. It turned out that the caller turned out to be Fawn Lin. Is even God helping himself? Lin Hai immediately pressed the answer button, and Fawn Lin's slightly choked voice came from the other end of the phone. "Where are you?" Lin Hai's heart snapped after hearing the cries coming from his cell phone, and his mind began to think fast. What has happened to this woman? Why was she suddenly crying? He felt very confused and worried, so he hurriedly replied, "I'm outside right now. What's going on?" Why are you crying? Tell me, okay? His tone was full of concern and anxiety. Fong Lin replied with a small sob. Nothing. Just a little bad mood. Can you come to accompany me? Lin Hai immediately sensed that Fong Lin was in a very low mood and seemed to have a lot on her mind that she couldn't talk about. He agreed without hesitation. Sure. I'll be right there. Where are you now? If it were usual, Lin Hai might have flirted a few more times, but seeing how sad Fong Lin was, he really couldn't bear to joke around anymore. After Fong Lin informed where she was, the two ended the call. At this moment, Lin Hai's heart was burning with anxiety, as if there was a blazing fire burning in his heart, and he hated to wish that he could instantly arrive at Fong Lin's side like a flying bird, and use that endless tenderness and comfort to smooth out the trauma in her heart. So, without hesitation, he walked quickly to the curb and eagerly stopped a cab like an ant on a hot pan, then told the driver his destination, Black Dragon Bridge, at a windy speed. The vehicle started like an arrow out of a string and sped to the target location. After about 20 minutes or so, the cab finally arrived at the Black Dragon Bridge. The bridge is like a huge dragon lying on top of a quiet river, surrounded by green grass and flowers, just like a beautiful painting. And in this evening, many people like to lounge around and enjoy nature's bounty. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Hai carefully walked along the river like walking on thin ice based on the location information that Fong Lin had told him earlier. A short while later, he looked far away and saw the figure that had haunted him. When he got closer, Fong Lin's appearance made Lin Hai's heart feel like a knife. She was like a walking corpse that had lost its soul. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, without a trace of luster. On that originally beautiful and moving face, a few tear tracks were still clearly visible, as crystal clear as pearls. What was even more distressing was that she actually had a bright red five-finger print on her left cheek, like a blooming blood flower, which was shocking to the eye. It doesn't take much thought to realize that she must have suffered a brutal beating from someone else, who was so ruthless as to do this to such a flowery, delicate and lovely woman. Lin Hai hurriedly went forward, gently stroking Fong Lin's cheeks as if caring for a rare treasure, and asked anxiously, Fong Lin, what the hell happened? Who beat you up like this? Fong Lin could no longer restrain her emotions, and like a dike flood, she jumped into Lin Hai's arms at once and cried with her heart and lungs torn apart. Lin Hai hugged her tightly and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Tell me, who bullied you? I will definitely not let him go. Fong Lin was like a wounded little beast, curled up in the corner, crying silently, as if she wanted to turn all her grievances into tears and vent them out. Lin Hai pulled out tissues from himself and gently wiped the tear tracks from her face like a spring breeze. Tell me what the hell is going on? Fong Lin just gently shook her head, like a flower swaying in the wind, fragile and stubborn, and did not tell Lin Hai the truth of the matter. Although Lin Hai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan in his heart, seeing that Fong Lin was unwilling to say anything, he definitely wouldn't force the other party under these circumstances. Lin Hai tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of Fong Lin's eyes and comforted her gently, as if he was caring for a rare treasure. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. All the unpleasantness is over. Under Lin Hai's soothing, Fong Lin's emotions gradually calmed down, and she huffed, trembling like a flower destroyed by the wind and rain. Today at work, I was beaten by my boss's wife. Hearing these words, Lin Hai was instantly enraged, his eyes glaring like bronze bells as he pulled up his voice and roared. What? How dare she hit someone? On what grounds? I'm going to settle the score with her right now. At this moment, Lin Hai's heart was burning with anxiety, but Fong Lin was the apple of his eye. Now that she had been wronged and beaten, how could he sit back and do nothing? Besides, on the present oneself, can also be regarded as a mighty social big brother? If see their own women are bullied, do not say anything, do nothing. Then also when a part of the social big brother, it wasn't far from the Peace of Mind laundry company where they had worked, and even if they traveled on foot, it would only take them 20 minutes or so at most to get there. Lin Hai didn't hesitate to take Fong Lin's hand and prepared to take her to an XIN washing company to seek justice. However, Fong Lin pulled his hand tightly, her eyes full of begging, as if begging him not to be impulsive. Don't go. I'm actually to blame for this. Lin Hai looked at Fong Lin with a puzzled expression, thinking how could she say that? How could she say it was her fault when she herself had been beaten up? Why? Lin Hai couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Fong Lin was silent for a long time, and after half a day of not answering Lin Hai's question, she began to sob softly again. At this time, Lin Hai was very anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He had to take her shoulders in both hands and give her a gentle shake, saying gently, Don't cry, just tell me what's going on. I'll do everything for you. After being repeatedly pressed by him, Fong Lin seemed to have made a great determination, lightly biting her red lips before slowly opening her mouth. Because I'm a third party who destroys other people's families. Chapter 165, The Gap Between Ideal and Reality. After hearing Fong Lin's words, Lin Hai was as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen as if he were a wooden chicken. His mouth was wide open, but it was as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and he couldn't make a single sound for half a day. He couldn't believe the facts in front of him, and his heart was like a shocking wave, with doubts and shock drowning him like a tidal wave. Because according to Fong Lin, she was actually the lover of the owner of the NXIN washing company, which was even more bizarre than a mirage. This was like a bolt from the blue for him, and no matter what, he couldn't connect these two people together. Let's not talk about anything else. Just in terms of the age gap, that must be about 20 years. It's like an old cow eating young grass. But when Lin Hai recalled all the clues of what had happened during the month he had worked at the Peace of Mind laundry company, he suddenly felt that everything had become clearer. I see. No wonder that Boss Yang swept him off his feet for no reason. In retrospect, those interactions he had with Fong Lin might have ignited Boss Yang's anger long ago. After all, no one can tolerate another person coveting their lover. It's like having their territory violated and their sovereignty trampled on. Thinking about this, Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This reason was indeed hard to accept. It was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. If it had been something else that caused Fong Lin to be beaten, he would have stood up with righteous indignation and sought justice for Fong Lin. However, now that he had learned that this was the case, he instead felt a bit stuck in his throat, with embarrassment and helplessness following him. If one were to stand up for Fong Lin, it would seem to appear as if he was a bit of a teacher with no name, and his name was not right. Just as Lin Hai fell into deep thought, Fong Lin opened her mouth again, like a sharp sword, cutting through the silent air. Are you looking down on me in your heart? Fong Lin asked softly, a hint of despondency and inferiority showing in her eyes, as if she were a remnant flower swaying in the wind. Lin Hai hastily shook his head like a rattle and replied sincerely, no, no. He knew that everyone had their own difficult and compelling choices, and that he could not speculate or judge. Since Fong Lin had just said that, she had no intention of hiding anything from him, only to hear her add, 5 years ago, I just graduated from college and went to work as a clerk at Anshin Laundry Company. At that time, I was not only naive, but also very childish, and held very high hopes for life. He is also dedicated to his work, just thinking that he can get ahead sooner. But the gap between the ideal and the reality is just too big, and I originally thought that once I graduated from college and joined the workforce, everything would be fine. When she said this, Fong Lin's face was once again flooded with tears. And at this moment she had both submission to the reality of life and a little helplessness. She adjusted herself appropriately before continuing again. However, the reality is not at all the way it is imagined. Every month that a little bit of meager salary, after deducting the rent and utilities, just enough to maintain the basic living expenses, there is no extra money can be sent home to subsidize the family. This situation has left me feeling incredibly confused and helpless, not knowing how to face the days ahead. Coincidentally, it was at this time that my boss's attitude towards me changed, and he began to make frequent advances to me and give me undivided attention. Not only that, he would also give me some small gifts from time to time, and these gestures made me feel warmth and attention like never before. Over time, I grew accustomed to his care and attention and even became dependent on him. Without realizing it, I was caught in a vortex from which I could not extricate myself and ended up on a path of no return. Nonetheless, to be honest, I've never regretted my choice. Because since I've been with him, he's not only bought me many precious gifts, he's also generously given me a sizable amount of money. These material rewards have allowed me to feel a sense of fulfillment that I have never felt before, while allowing me to better my family's situation. The words that Fong Lin had just said had actually been pent up deep inside her heart since a long time ago, and she wanted to find someone to talk to about it, but with these kinds of words, she couldn't find anyone to talk to. At this moment, she finally gathered the courage to say all these words in one breath. And in doing so, it felt like one's whole body was a whole lot lighter. Lin Hai also listened very attentively to everything she was pouring out, but he couldn't seem to find any words to comfort the other party other than listening attentively. It's the kind of thing where everyone has their own way of life, and it's really hard for you to judge what's right or wrong, much less give a reasoned opinion. However, Lin Hai was still more or less resentful in his heart when he faced Boss Yang of the Peace of Mind Laundry Company. In his opinion, as a man, either you don't dabble in women, and since you dabble in women, you definitely need to be able to handle these things and not let any of the women get hurt. But his ideas are just a little bit ideal, and not everyone can handle something so complex as he can. Lin Hai could only ask softly, so what are you going to do from now on? Fong Lin sighed somewhat helplessly, then gently shook her head, with a hint of frustration and confusion in her tone, and said, I don't know what to do about it. I definitely can't go back to the company. After all, this matter has become such a big deal today that I really don't have the face to go back and face those employees again. Besides, there's no way I can face the boss's wife. To be honest, when Lin Hai heard those words, a trace of joy actually welled up within him. After all, if Fong Lin no longer went back to work, that would mean she could help herself to the nightclub full-time. That way, a lot of trouble can be solved. However, at this sensitive moment, of course, he could not show this joy. If someone is grieving and you not only don't comfort them, but instead show a gloating look, anyone would feel unhappy in their heart. Thus, Lin Hai hurriedly changed the topic and asked with concern, "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Fong Lin gently shook her head, her eyes revealing exhaustion and loss as she replied, "Not yet. Where would I have any appetite for food after what happened?" Her voice carried a hint of helplessness and sadness. Hearing Fong Lin's words, Lin Hai felt a pang of heartache. He understood the pain Fong Lin was feeling inside at the moment, but at the same time, he wanted to help her get back on her feet. So he continued, "Anyway, your body is important, so eat something first." Chapter 166, Nobita's Call Again. In the end, Fong Lin still nodded gently, and in no time the two of them arrived at the restaurant Lin Hai had recommended. The setting is elegant and pleasant, with soft, warm lighting that creates a peaceful and cozy atmosphere. Lin Hai ordered some exquisite dishes, carefully taking care of Fong Lin's taste. They sat quietly at the table and began to enjoy the food. As the mouthfuls of delicious rice went down, Fong Lin's mood seemed to gradually relax. A smile gradually appeared on her face, as if she had forgotten her previous troubles. Lin Hai was relieved to see this. He knew that Fong Lin needed such a moment to relieve her pressure. During the meal, Lin Hai tried to chat with Fong Lin, sharing some interesting stories and experiences. He hoped that through a light and pleasant conversation, Fong Lin would forget her troubles for a while and rediscover the joy of life. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much about the future." Lin Hai tried to comfort Fong Lin. "This is just a small hiccup in life. You will definitely find a better way out. Maybe you could consider starting your own business or finding another job opportunity that suits you." His words were full of encouragement and confidence, hoping to give Fong Lin a glimmer of hope and courage. Fong Lin nodded slightly, her eyes glittering with gratitude like bright stars in the night sky. As the two talked, Lin Hai naturally led the conversation to the matter of having Fong Lin work with him. "Why don't you consider coming to my nightclub to help me out? With your ability, I'm sure it won't be long before you're bound to be comfortable." Fong Lin blinked those big watery eyes and asked curiously, "Can you tell me exactly what you do?" Lin Hai replied unabashedly, "Currently you don't have relevant work experience. I'm going to make you an assistant manager for the time being, with a base salary of $1,500 per month and a 1% commission. When you become proficient at this job, the manager's chair at the nightclub will be yours." There was no water in these words. After all, he had heard Mr. Sheen mention in the past that if this nightclub was effective, Mr. Sheen would also invest in opening his nightclub. Then, a manager is inevitably needed. And as long as Fong Lin has such ability, there will never be a lack of a stage to display her talent. Then, Lin Hai described his inner thoughts to Fong Lin in general. These conditions offered by Lin Hai were as attractive as a magnet to Fong Lin, and coupled with the special relationship between the two of them, she really had no reason to refuse. However, she clearly lacked sufficient confidence in herself after all. She really had no relevant work experience and was somewhat apprehensive. "Can I really? I'm worried I won't be able to do the job." Lin Hai smiled faintly and encouraged, "Have faith in yourself. You can do it. I have faith in you." Under Lin Hai's persuasion and comfort, Fong Lin eventually agreed, of course. In this way, Lin Hai's management team, too, was finally finalized, making him feel a lot more solid in his heart. After the two of them had dinner, Lin Hai accompanied Fong Lin like a flower escort for a while as she leisurely strolled outside. With Lin Hai's company, Fong Lin's mood instantly improved as if the rain had cleared, and the two of them talked and laughed on the road, just like a pair of intimate lovers. Fong Lin said with gratitude, "Lin Hai, thank you so much for tonight." "Then how are you going to thank me?" The corner of Lin Hai's mouth hooked up into a wry smile as he said, "You have to show some actual action to show it." After he said that, his hand was like a devil's claw, and it landed wantonly on Fong Lin's high-arched buttocks, rubbing and kneading them fiercely. Looking at his slightly lewd movements, and then seeing his bad smile, Fong Lin naturally knew what was on his mind, and pretended to be angry. "I thought you were genuinely caring for people, but it turns out you have ulterior motives. What a damnable villain." Lin Hai, however, still had a thick skin and said, "It's because you're in a bad mood and I want to comfort you. Don't worry, brother promises to make you wake up tomorrow morning in a mood as pleasant as a spring flower blooming." Fong Lin said with a light hum and skimmed her lips, "I don't believe your nonsense." Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and said, "Time will tell. Let's go. Don't waste your time out here." 20 minutes later, the two sought out a nearby hotel and delved into the mysteries of life. This night, Lin Hai was destined to labor hard, but giving definitely paid off. And the next day, Lin Hai called Fong Lin and Lu Juqi together so that they could start discussing what to do next. Subsequently, Xiao Yang, whom Mr. Qin had arranged to come over, also came to the conference room to meet with the three. After introducing themselves to each other, they began to exchange their opinions and ideas in a very cordial atmosphere. After some heated discussions, both sides reached a consensus on many issues and were very confident in taking care of the nightclub together. On the other side, Li Yuntao and Lu Erhua were also getting busy. They were responsible for recruiting new security personnel. These other brothers of Lin Hai were of course working together to grow their forces, although a lot of management personnel had been added now, and the brothers under his hand were sharing the pressure with him. The burden on Lin Hai hadn't been lightened too much, and there were still a lot of things he needed to deal with personally. Therefore, in the next period of time, Lin Hai was busy almost every day, wishing to break every minute in half. Just as Lin Hai was busy and dizzy, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, and pulling it out, he found that it was actually a call from Daxiong. Looking at the phone number of Nobita displayed on the screen of his cell phone, Lin Hai frowned slightly, and sighed secretly in his heart. What should come has come after all. In fact, he had guessed that Deo would call and for no other purpose than to get a piece of the nightclub's security business. However, Lin Hai also knew that with Daxiong's character, if he rejected him outright, he would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. So, Lin Hai took a deep breath and pressed the answer button, squeezing a smile out of his face and said, "Hello, Hung, how are you?" As soon as Daxiong on the other end of the phone heard that Lin Hai had answered the phone, he immediately asked with a smile on his face, "Hiya, that nightclub security business, how's the negotiation going?" Lin Hai had a vicious chill in his heart, but on the surface, he still accompanied a smiling face and said in a helpless manner, "Alas, brother Xiong, I'm not lying. I've exchanged several times with the other party, but the other nightclub owner's intention is not to find us to cooperate at all. Just think of recruiting security guards on their own. There's nothing I can do about it." Chapter 167. The Maharaja on the other end of the phone grunted and laughed coldly. He, Lin Hai, we are all our own brothers. It's no fun for you to be like this. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Think I'm that easy to fool? Listening to the tone of Maharaja's speech at the moment, it seemed that he wasn't far from actually flipping out. But Lin Hai didn't want to completely flip out with Daxiong at this time. Thus, Lin Hai gritted his teeth and decided to continue playing dumb and just die anyway. "Brother Xiong, things really aren't what you think. You're my big brother. How dare I fool you? If you don't believe what I'm saying, you can always come over and take a look when the nightclub is back in business." Lin Hai's voice sounded sincere, but in reality, he was beating a drum in his heart and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, Lin Hai knew that he absolutely couldn't completely fall out with Daxiong right now, as he still had a lot of things that he needed to rely on him to help with. So even if he really wants to flip out, he has to wait until after the nightclub can open normally, and he can't flip out with him openly. All in all, the current Lin Hai could put anything on hold for a while, and it was imperative that the nightclub was able to operate normally. After hearing this from him, Nobita's face grew colder and his tone of voice grew worse. "Just keep your little tricks out of my face. If you can't negotiate, then let me go straight to him. If he's not willing to accept it, then I can tell him in no uncertain terms that he's not going to be able to open this nightclub." Lin Hai was still playing Tai Chi, accompanied by a smiling face. "Brother Xiong, aren't you making it difficult for me? I've told you that the boss is not in Guanchang. Where can I ask him out? Besides, they're operating legally. It's not appropriate to threaten them, is it? If you really don't feel like it, then I'll give you the other person's phone number and you can talk to him yourself. But everyone, brother, I can say the ugly words in advance. In the future this matter all have nothing to do with me again. I hope you then in any case do not involve in my head." The reason why Lin Hai would say that was because he had already discussed it with Xiao Yang long ago, and if Daxiong really wanted the other party's contact information, then he would tell Daxiong Xiao Yang's contact information. Yang would do what he wanted, and in this way, of course, Nobita couldn't find fault with him. As for the opening, as long as Mr. Qin had greeted the magistrate above, Daxiong definitely did not have the guts to openly go and make trouble. As for Daxiong to make a little move inside, then he definitely had the ability to be able to cope with it. So of course Lin Hai wouldn't be afraid of Nobita's threats. The reason why he didn't want to turn the tables on Maharaja right now was purely for other considerations. After all, as things stood, he had to use Nobita to hold Raven and the others at bay. After hearing those words from him, Maharishi flipped out on the spot. Asterisk you. I gave you face, didn't I? You send the other party's phone number to me. As long as he dares not agree to my conditions, then from tomorrow onwards, You give me to bring people to his place to make trouble, not to make him obedient. I with your last name. If you dare not do as I say, then get the hell out of Manhwa Street as far as you can. This has been said very clearly. That is, whether to lead the trouble to contribute or have to be on their own. People Daxiong only think of taking benefits for nothing behind the scenes. Even if Lin Hai's patience was as good as it was, after hearing this, he couldn't help but be somewhat unable to hold back, wanting to lash out on the spot, but he still tried his best to keep his tone calm. Brother Xiong, you're going too far, aren't you? The Manhwa Street matter was agreed upon before. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go back on your word now, right? As for the nightclub thing, that's against the law, and I'd never do it myself, much less harm my brothers down there. In the middle of his sentence, Nobita suddenly interrupted angrily. Don't nag me here. Isn't what you did illegal? Let me put it to you this way. Either you do what I say honestly, or you wait for the thunderous wrath of the crows and theirs. I can tell you clearly, as long as you dare to disobey me, then the next time Crow and the others find you in trouble, I will definitely not help you again. Hearing such arrogant and domineering words from Daxiong, Lin Hai couldn't help but curse in his heart. This guy was simply shameless to the extreme. Just a short time ago, a series of conflicts between Raven and Nobita were actually caused by Nobita's deliberate provocation. Yet at this moment, it was outrageous for him to threaten himself with this matter. This abominable fellow was really unscrupulous and bottomless in order to achieve his goal. Seeing that the two sides had completely broken, like two icebergs without any possibility of fusion, Lin Hai of course wouldn't continue to hold his tongue, so he righteously shot back. Since you said that, there's nothing more to talk about between us. No matter what tricks you pull, I, Lin Hai, will deal with them calmly. Nobita hissed in anger. That's what you said yourself. Don't regret it when the time comes. Within a week, I'll make sure you get the hell out of Manhwa Street in a mess. With that, Nobita hung up the phone harshly. Lin Hai, who hung up the phone, was furious. This was like riding on his head and ting on him. The other party obviously didn't take him seriously, to the point of bullying him so blatantly. If he could even tolerate this kind of thing, then in the future, this asshole would surely intensify and become even more unbeatable. Since the conflict between the two sides had reached an irreconcilable point, they could only fight with their backs to the wall now. Although with Lin Hai's strength today, it was still difficult to compete with Daxiong. After a long period of unremitting struggle, his power had gradually grown like a rainbow, and he was fully capable of competing with Daxiong. However, the current thing that made him feel in a dilemma was that Raven and the others were staring at him like hungry wolves, while he wasn't afraid to go head-to-head with either Nobita or Raven. If Nobita was in cahoots with Raven and the others, then he would have no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Hai resolutely made up his mind to get rid of Daxiong first. Compared to Raven and the others, this Nobita is even more abhorrent and resentful. For some reason, a crazy thought surged up in Lin Hai's heart at this moment. He longed for this Maharaja to disappear completely from this world. He had murderous intent towards Nobita. For the first time in his life he had such thoughts, wanting to end someone's life with his own hands. Chapter 168 Strategies. But Lin Hai quickly dismissed such a thought. After all, if he really got Maharaja killed, then there would definitely be quite a lot of trouble. Not only that, he himself may be implicated for this, and it may even affect the opening of the nightclub. Besides, the current conflict between the two sides doesn't rise to that level. At this moment, Lin Hai, feeling inexplicably upset, couldn't help but pull out a cigarette from his body and light one for himself, taking a few hard puffs and trying his best to force himself to calm down. Originally, before this, he thought that even if Deo was going to flip out, he certainly wouldn't do it so quickly, but he didn't expect that Daxiong would come straight to his door, which caught him a bit off guard. But it seems he underestimated Maharishi's chutzpah. Faced with this situation, he had to think of a way to deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. His desire to stall Maharaja and solve the problem after the nightclub opens seems to be out of the question, because once you put it off, it's only going to make things worse. He was seriously pondering what kind of method he would use to solve his current predicament. He couldn't just sit back and wait. He had to take the initiative and find a way to solve the problem. Not to mention anything else, he had to at least stall Maharaja so that he wouldn't go overboard in targeting himself for a short period of time. If you can do that, you can buy yourself more time and opportunities. There were more and more cigarette butts at his feet, but there wasn't a viable solution that came to mind. He knew that this matter had to be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise he would be very passive. It was even possible that he would force himself to be unable to gain a foothold on Manhwa Street because of this incident. After a few more moments, Lin Hai pulled out his cell phone from himself and called Dagger. When the call was answered, he didn't have any extra crap to say, he just told Dagger to come over and find himself. 20 minutes later, Dagger came over to Lin Hai alone. Dagger took out a cigarette from the cigarette case and handed it to Lin Hai, and in the process took out a lighter and lit it for him. Only after doing this did Dagger open his mouth and ask, "Hi, you let me come here alone. Is there something wrong?" Lin Hai nodded gently and inhaled a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke before saying in a calm tone, "Well, Dagger, in the last few days, have you helped me inquire about Daxiong and Zhang Nan? For example, what is their main source of income?" Dagger thought for a moment and replied, "Hi, Daxiong is mainly responsible for managing several parking lots and also a bath center. 6 minions were arranged in each parking lot. Originally, the parking lot might not make much money, but these guys did things in an overbearing manner. As long as a vehicle was parked near the parking lot, no matter how long it was parked, even if it was only for half an hour, they would forcefully charge a $10 parking fee. For the bath centers, they are in charge of security. However, I'm not sure about whether the parking lot and the bath center are Maharishi's own property or if he's taking care of them for someone else." Hearing this, Lin Hai was actually quite shocked in his heart. On the highway near the parking lot, as long as there were occasional people parking, if they all went over to collect money, then this income was definitely not low. It seems that Nobita didn't make a lot of money in his usual time, but this son of a is really lacking. Just then, Dagger was heard saying slowly again, "As for Zhang Nan, his main property is a large farmer's market and some billiard halls in the neighborhood. It was I who inquired about the information that this farmer's market was contracted by him, and those billiard parlors, all of which he invested with his own money." Listening to Dagger, Lin Hai already had an idea in his heart. Currently, he wanted to buy himself time, or maybe he wanted to take care of his troubles. The best way, of course, was to provoke a conflict between Daxiong and Zhang Nan. As long as these two people clashed, then they definitely wouldn't have time to deal with themselves. This method is a bit unethical, but it's one of those things that can't be helped. Looking at Lin Hai, who didn't say anything for half a day, Dagger couldn't help but ask, "Hi, why are you asking me to inquire about this?" Before this, Lin Hai had asked Dagger to inquire about this information, but of course, hadn't thought about letting the two of them dogfight with each other, just thinking about knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself and winning 100 battles. But now that things weren't going her way, then he definitely had to stir things up. Xiao Fei and the few of them were definitely Lin Hai's beloved ones, so Lin Hai didn't hide anything from him and said directly, "Currently, both Crow and Daxiong are on the opposite side of the fence from us, and when Daxiong called me just now, he had already torn his face off, but we can't deal with them on our own, so I'd like to have these two sides of them fight." Dagger shook his head somewhat helplessly and said, "Hi, even though the two of them seem to be at odds on the surface, they don't have any major conflicts. After all, they all make a living in this development zone, and we are all very familiar with each other, so they will give each other face in normal times. You want a firefight between the two gangs of them? There's no way that's going to happen." A cold smile spread across the corners of Lin Hai's mouth as he responded indifferently, "There's no conflict between them. Then we can actively create conflict for them all. As long as these two assholes are fighting each other, they won't have time to come after us. If they can lose both, then we can still sit back and reap the benefits." Dagger frowned and looked at Lin Hai with a bewildered expression, asking in disbelief, "But how do we create conflict for them? Before, when we still had no trouble with Nobita, we could have found a way to annoy Raven, which might have sparked a conflict between the two of them. After all, Crow is young Nan's little brother, and we used to count ourselves as Nobita's little brother. However, now that we've completely flipped with Nobita, that path will work either way. Furthermore, if we haven't broken with the Maharajas yet and use this method to provoke them, we'll end up getting caught in the middle of it." Lin Hai smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course we can't mess up on Manhwa Street. It will affect the business of those massage parlors, and that's definitely something I don't want to see. But I also have a way to be able to get young Nan and Daxiong to really up, and it will keep us out of the way." Dagger shook his head and said, "Brother Hai, it's impossible, especially for big brothers at their level. It's usually impossible to engage in large-scale firefights with others. Even if you really want to give the other side a job, you'll only arrange for the big brothers below you at the level of Crow and you to step in." Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know this in my heart. You can rest assured. Later you find Irwa. Then find the other brothers. Tomorrow gather all of these brothers who have just recently joined us and I'll tell them what to do. But you can remember, all of them have to be raw faces." Chapter 169, Sowing Discord, above. Although Dagger was still a bit clouded, he didn't ask any more questions and followed Lin Hai's instructions to do something. After watching Dagger's back disappear, the corners of Lin Hai's mouth began to rise slightly, revealing a somewhat bizarre smile. The next day, Xiaodao and Lu Erwa directly brought all of these new-faced brothers to this neighborhood of Black Dragon Bridge. Whether it was Lu Erwa or Xiaodao, or these 7 or 8 juniors behind them? In their hearts, they all felt a bit puzzled. They really couldn't figure out why Lin Hai would let them come over to meet at this place. The crowd waited for 20 minutes before Lin Hai appeared next to them. Seeing Lin Hai, Lu Erwa hurriedly greeted him. Brother Hai, what are you doing? Why are you being so mysterious? Those who don't know would think we're doing some kind of underground work. Lin Hai smiled faintly. Oh, what we have to do now isn't much different from working underground. After greeting Lu Erwa, Lin Hai said to these juniors behind him, brothers, you've just followed me, and I'm sure I don't trust you 100%, which you can understand, right? One of them, a 25 or 26-year-old man with a big bald head, replied with a smile, that we understand. If Brother Hai needs to make us do anything to pitch in, we'll definitely do what you've explained to us. After all, what we're about to do now, we could be playing with someone else's life at any time, so if we don't have trust in each other, no one will feel at ease. Another man chimed in. Yes, Brother Hai, since we've decided to follow you, we'll definitely be loyal to you. We'll fight wherever you point us, even if you ask us to kill someone, we definitely won't hesitate. The man who was speaking at the moment looked about the same age as Lin Hai, and looked a bit like a rash. A few other brothers, who were left, were also showing their loyalty. Looking at the attitude of these people, Lin Hai nodded with great satisfaction, a hint of cunning and smugness flashing in his eyes. He knew that in order to get these people to behave, he had to give them some sweetness to taste, so he decided to just start ordering them to do things. Okay, since you've all said that, I'm going to give you something to do now. As long as you can get this done for me, then from now on, you guys are my brothers and part of my gang, Lin Hai said in a firm tone. He then proceeded to throw tantalizing offers to the crowd. I think you should also know that once you become a core member of our organization, each person is allotted a smartphone, and then you can have a fixed salary of $600 to take home every month, and as long as you do things right, I'll usually give you an extra cut. Lin Hai understood that if he wanted people to work for him, he had to give enough temptation. These conditions are undoubtedly extremely attractive to the young people in front of us. Compared to working hard, such a deal is a pie in the sky. After all, even if one enters the workforce of many large companies, one may not be able to get such favorable treatment. As expected, these 10 people looked more excited than one after hearing this, and all of them had big smiles on their faces. These punks, in fact, do not have much to pursue, some even just to be able to solve the problem of food and clothing. This part of the people do not want to go to work to suffer from the fossilized gas, and do not have any skill, can have food and shelter and have a salary. They have been very satisfied. What's more, if you can follow a big brother, you won't have to be bullied by others outside. Of course, there is certainly no shortage of people among them who want to make money, but the conditions Lin Hai had given had basically satisfied them. So, these minions certainly can't resist. The bald man was the first to speak. No problem, Brother Hai, just give us your direct orders. No matter what you ask us to do, we'll definitely get it done properly. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll give you guys a heads up that when you go to do this, you must not let the other side know that you are my people. Get things done for you and go into hiding for a few days, and I'll pay you all the same for the days you go into hiding. The crowd scrambled to reply. No problem, we'll all listen to Brother Hai's arrangements. Good, then later on, you guys go get some steel pipes and are to smash these parking lots for me. If others ask you why you are going to cause trouble, you can just say that Brother Nan told you to do it. Who made Daxiong offend Brother Nan? After Lin Hai said this, he had Dagger tell Baldy and the others the location of Daxiong's few parking lots. Lin Hai went on, remember, you guys, it must be a quick battle, don't get attached to it, and retreat immediately after smashing things. Lin Hai spoke while pulling out $100 from his body and handing it to Baldhead. Baldhead and his group, seeing Lin Hai being so generous and giving them $100 first before things even got going, each one of them was beaming with joy. Their mouths couldn't even close up with their smiles. After the bald man took the money, he said to Lin Hai, Brother Hai, don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. Lin Hai nodded and said, well, that's good, you guys go get ready, and remember to bring more people with you so nothing goes wrong. The bald man answered and turned to leave with his men. After watching the crowd disappear, Little Dagger then realized Lin Hai's intention and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lin Hai. Brother Hai, this is a really bad move on your part, having someone else go and smash up Daxiong's parking lot, and then framing Zhang Nan for the incident. Daxiong would have to fight Zhang Nan for his life. Lu Erwa looked at Lin Hai with a stunned expression, his eyes filled with incredulity. Damn, you're too lackluster, but that dogweed of a Daxiong should be cleaned up in such a way. Lu Erwa couldn't help but laugh out loud as he spoke. Lin Hai didn't pay any attention to what the two of them said, and just quietly thought about his next plan. After a while, He raised his head and said to Dagger and Lu Erwa with a firm gaze, "Later on, you guys will go outside and spend money to find some more people to go and smash all of Zhang Nan's billiard room tomorrow as well." Upon hearing this order, Dagger couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion and opened his mouth to ask, "Since we're going to smash Zhang Nan's billiard room, why don't we arrange for someone to do it right away now? Instead, we have to wait until tomorrow to take action?" Lin Hai shook his head slightly and explained in a serious tone, "No, it has to be tomorrow. If we send someone to smash Zhang Nan's billiard room tonight, then these two cunning old guys might sense that something is wrong. They may realize that someone is trying to sow discord between them and may even suspect us." Xiao Dao and Lu Erwa still felt a bit cloudy. Chapter 170, Stirring Up Trouble. Next, Lin Hai explained very seriously after slowing down for a while, "That is why I want you to go again. Think about it carefully. You guys, with such a major event happening today, Nobita is bound to call young Nam for questioning. Since this matter was not done by Zhang Nan, he naturally would not admit it easily. However, this attitude will undoubtedly further fuel Maharishi's anger. After all, Nobita himself was a man who had trouble suppressing his anger. Therefore, it was conceivable that he would most likely send people to smash Zhang Nan's field tomorrow, and it all seemed reasonable. Against this backdrop, if we arrange for someone to smash Zhang Nan's venue tomorrow, he will definitely not hesitate to put the blame on Daxiong's head. As a result, the whole incident will descend into uncontrollable chaos. Both parties will suffer serious financial losses, and both will lose face. Then, for whatever reason, a conflict between them is bound to break out. After listening to Lin Hai's words, the two people, Lu Erwa and Xiao Dao, finally understood what was going on. At the same time, in their hearts, they were becoming more and more impressed with Lin Hai. Although this scheme was a bit unethical, it definitely worked well, and it definitely showed Lin Hai's meticulousness from the side. He was as sharp as an eagle's eye, taking in every detail and figuring out the other party's heart as clear as a mirror. It was only at this moment that Dagger woke up as if from a dream and gained insight into Lin Hai's deeper meaning in having him investigate Daxiong and Zhang Nan. On the other end of the spectrum, the bald man had already led 10 men, aggressively barging into the parking lot of one of the Maharishi's homes. More than a dozen people are holding steel pipes in their hands, swaggering into the parking lot door of the office, without saying a word, is a crazy smash. There were a total of 6 of Nobita's lackeys working in this parking lot, yet there were only 2 of them in the office at the moment. When they saw the bald and other people rushed in like wolves and tigers, these 2 horsemen originally wanted to rush into the inner room to copy the guy, but when they witnessed the other party's large number of people, the 2 horsemen instantly like a frosted eggplant to concede. One of them, a man in his 30s, was the first to grab his walkie-talkie and shout, "Someone's coming to the office to cause trouble. Everyone gather your weapons." The bald head will not talk nonsense with him. An arrow step rushed forward, grabbed the walkie-talkie, ruthlessly slammed on the ground, cursing, "Damn, you still want to shake people? Don't say you won't be given a chance. If that bastard Daxiong really has the guts, let him call everyone here and have a real fight with our Nan." These 2 little brothers of Daxiong, since they can be in charge of a parking lot, are naturally not idle, although they do not dare to go to the plunge, but their mouths are still unforgiving. "You guys have a lot of guts. How dare you run into Brother Xiong's territory to spread your wildness? This will never end well." Snap! The bald man didn't hesitate to slap him across the face, cursing under his breath, "Damn, who do you think Daxiong is? Since our brother Nan dared to ask us to come over and smash his place, he didn't give him a second thought. If you dare to whine here again, I'll beat the hell out of you." As the words fell out, the bald head once again punched and kicked this stud of Daxiong's again, being slapped in the face and kicked by the bald head. This horseman of Daxiong also immediately became angry. He was originally a social person. When has he ever suffered such a loss? So he swung his fist and fought with the other party. However, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, not to mention that the other party had a weapon, only to see that the bald head took out a steel pipe from his waist and smashed it towards the horseman's head. Only a muffled bang could be heard, and the horseman's forehead was instantly bloodied, covering his head as he fell to the ground. Several other people see their own companions were beaten, have copied the guy ready to do it, but how can not help the 2 sides of the number of disparity is too large, and the bald head of their hands inside the steel pipe. Not a moment's effort. The 2 horsemen were all knocked down to the ground, and beat the while straight. The other several horsemen just rushed to the office door to see the situation is not good, want to escape, but in the end, they were stopped by the bald head, and then another beating. These 6 of Daxiong's ponies were soon beaten to a bloody pulp and lay on the ground, unable to move. The group of people, Bald and the others, after smashing this parking lot, didn't make too many stops and continued to rush inside another parking lot of Daxiong. After smashing 3 parking lots, Bald had received a call from Dagger. Baldy picked up the phone and said in an excited tone, "Hey, brother Blade, we've smashed 3 parking lots. The brothers did a good job, right?" Dagger's voice, however, seemed serious and anxious. "Cut the crap and listen to me." The bald man froze, but immediately shot up in response. "Okay, Blade, go ahead," Dagger said in a very fast tone. "Stop the operation immediately. Don't smash the 2 remaining stores, and all of you find a safe place to hide immediately." Baldhead's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was hearing. "What? No more smashing?" But Dagger interrupted him sternly. "This is the boss's order. Don't ask why. Just do it." The bald man's heart was filled with doubt, but he quickly shouted to the brothers around him, "Stop it all. Don't smash it." The crowd looked at the bald man in surprise, wondering what had happened. The bald man continued, "Blade said the boss has orders, so let's find a place to hide before we do that." Although they were confused, everyone followed the bald man's instructions and put down the tools in their hands and began to look for a place to hide. The bald head couldn't help but complain in a low voice while directing everyone. "What the hell happened?" Dagger's voice came again. "Stop nagging and move faster." The bald head nodded helplessly, then arranged for the gang of brothers behind him to all run inside a small hotel in the suburbs. Lin Hai naturally had an ulterior motive for arranging for Dagger to have Baldy and the others hide. "You know, you've already smashed 3 of their parking lots, and even if Maharaja was more obtuse, he must have already gathered a large number of people in the remaining 2 parking lots at this moment. At that time, if they let Bald and the others bring people over, it would definitely be a sheep in a tiger's den, and it was highly likely that they would be captured by the other side in one fell swoop. If Da Xiong had controlled these people, and then applied all sorts of coercion as well as beatings, the Bald and the others might have given Lin Hai up, and in that case, the matter would definitely be exposed. That would be a botch-up for Lin Hai. This was Lin Hai's mastery, as he had foretold all the things that might happen next. Chapter 171 Angry Nobita. As for Nobita at the moment, the phone was ringing off the hook, all from his minions down below. At this moment, Da Xiong's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, and his heart was even angrier to the extreme. "Come to think of it, all 3 of your own parking lots have been trashed in just half a day. This would certainly not be painful to anyone's heart, no matter who it was. What's even more annoying is that many more of the brothers under his command have been beaten and hospitalized, and almost all of these calls at this point are from these minions." At that moment, the voice of a junior crying out came from inside Nobita's phone. "Brother Xiong, where are you? My brother had his legs broken, so hurry over and take a look inside the hospital." Nobita returned with an expressionless face. "What are you arguing about here? You take the people to the hospital first. I'll be there later." What the hell is going on? The phone on the other end of the little brother, "I do not know the specific the dozen people to our parking lot to go in and smash things. See our people, is a beating. All I heard them say was that it was because you had offended their boss. Nan, who told them to come over and us?" Maharaja immediately stormed out and cursed. "Mother asterisk 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 her, Jiang Nan, you son of a, I'm definitely not going to let this matter go." After saying these words, he quickly hung up the phone like a swift wind, not even giving his little brother time to react. At this moment, Da Xiong was like a volcano that was about to erupt. The anger in his heart was burning, and his resentment and anger towards Jiang Nan was surging like a tidal wave, so he could not wait to immediately copy his weapon, and rush to Jiang Nan like a tiger to break him into pieces. After hanging up the phone, Da Xiong dialed Jiang Nan's number without hesitation. The moment the phone was connected, before Jiang Nan could open his mouth, Da Xiong cursed like a volcano erupting. "Jiang Nan, you son of a, how dare you play dirty? Tell me, where are you hiding? I'm going to personally go over there and break you into pieces." Da Xiong has always been impatient, and now that he has learned that his 3 parking lots were smashed at the same time, the anger in his heart is like a prairie fire, which is difficult to contain, and the whole person has fallen into a state of madness. At this time, Da Xiong, completely consumed by anger, did not calmly think about the ins and outs of the matter. Just like a mad dog barking at Jiang Nan on the other end of the phone, he couldn't accept such a heavy blow, and his heart was filled with hatred and anger, bent on making Jiang Nan pay. Jiang Nan on the other end of the phone was sitting leisurely. Suddenly he was inexplicably a dog's blood of anger. Originally the relationship between the 2 people is as incompatible as water and fire. How can he tolerate this? And so, without showing any weakness, he too broke into a shouting match. Asterisk 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 you. Are you out of your ing mind? What's wrong with you? It's none of your business where I am. When Maharaja heard this tone from the other party, the anger in his heart grew stronger as he thought to himself, "You bastard actually smashed so many of my parking lots. I'm calling you now. Not only do you not give me an explanation, instead you dare to lose your temper with me here. You really think I'm so easy to bully, don't you? The mouth responded nonchalantly. You son of a should know very well in your heart what you have done. Either you honestly pay me $50,000 and come over here to toast me and apologize, or I'll have someone go smash up your Thai pool room. When Jiang Nan heard this, he almost didn't pass out from anger. It was obvious that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. How dare you blackmail him publicly? Jiang Nan cursed angrily. You've got the ing balls to try. As long as you dare to touch my billiard room, I can just cut you up and give you a mother asterisk 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 ing face, right? After the two cursed and argued for a while, they didn't come up with a single answer. Nobita hung up the phone, his eyes becoming sharp and determined. Without hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone and quickly dialed the numbers of his minions. His voice commanded with authority and determination. Gather all hands and go smash Jiang Nan's billiard room as fast as you can. Less than an hour later, Jiang Nan's various billiard rooms on Sangbei Road suffered heavy damage and were left in shambles. Each one was mercilessly vandalized by Nobita's minions, with pool tables, cues, and other items scattered all over the place, and the walls left with deep and shallow marks. Meanwhile, the men that Dagger had arranged to be near the billiard room were the first to call Dagger's phone. At this moment, Lin Hai, Lu Erwa and Xiao Dao were leisurely dining in a restaurant. Dagger picked up the phone, and the voice coming from the other side was full of excitement and thrill. Brother Blade, Jiang Nan's billiard room was smashed by Da Xiong's brothers. Dagger's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was hearing, and he immediately pursued the question. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Repeat it. The other party reconfirmed. That's right, Jiang Nan's billiard room was smashed by Da Xiong's men, and Da Xiong has already gathered 30 to 40 minions, and is now continuing to smash towards other billiard rooms. Dagger rushes to his little brother and tells him, you continue to keep an eye on me and report back to me at the first sign of anything. After saying that, Dagger hung up the phone at the first opportunity. Then he turned his head to Lin Hai. Brother Hai, Da Xiong has already sent someone to smash Jiang Nan's billiard room. It looks like we won't have to do it ourselves tomorrow. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, oh, this Dao was even more sedate than I thought. It turns out that he is really a straw man. It seems that I overestimated him in the past. It's better this way. Let them dog eat dog and bite the hell out of each other. This was indeed unexpected by Lin Hai, who had originally thought that Da Xiong would definitely talk to Jiang Nan before going to war. I really didn't expect the two to run into each other so quickly. When Lu Erwa heard this, he immediately smiled from ear to ear. Ha ha, this is a good show. It's best to get one killed. This will save us a lot of trouble. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. He knew in his heart that if Jiang Nan and Da Xiong could kill each other, then it would be a very favorable thing for him. This way, not only could he sit back and watch the tigers fight, he could also take the opportunity to weaken both sides. At the same time, it gives him a better chance to take control of the situation and further consolidate his position. Still, Lin Hai reminded Erwa, although this is good news, we can't take it lightly. After all, both of them are very dangerous characters, and if they get out of hand, they may pose a considerable threat to us. So, we have to be on our toes and be ready for any situation. Lu Erwa listened and nodded his head in agreement. He knew that Lin Hai was right. Although the situation was now in their favor, they couldn't let their guard down. Only in this way can we be sure of everything. Chapter 172, The Brazen Nobita. After just one night's time, both Da Xiong's and Jiang Nan's venues were pretty much smashed by the other party, and in the end, both chose to close their doors for the time being. At the same time, both of them started shaking people non-stop, and had their brothers put out the word everywhere that they were going to fight each other to the death. Prior to this, there was a bit of conflict between Jean and the two, but it definitely hadn't gotten to the point of being irreconcilable. After being provoked by Lin Hai in such a way, the conflict between the two people had completely and utterly reached the point of incompatibility. Da Xiong even called back Yan Sen and he did Guan by Da Xiong. The two of them clashed, and word spread around the circle. Lin Hai, who was the cause of this matter, was simply overjoyed in his heart after hearing these news. As for whether things would be exposed or not, he didn't have to worry about it at all for a short while. After all, this matter, only the Bald and their gang, himself and Lu Erwa as well as Little Dagger and the three of them knew about it. Even the other people inside his own team had no knowledge of this matter, and in this case, it was impossible for others to know that he was behind it. In the next few days, all of Lin Hai's brothers below did what they were supposed to do, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. On the other hand, Da Xiong and Jiang Nan's people had already had 3 firefights, and each time, both sides had poured out their full strength, killing each other for a while. During this process, even the people from the Crows were overwhelmingly transferred by Jiang Nan to participate in this conflict. After all, this was a critical moment of life and death. If they couldn't solve Da Xiong as soon as possible, They were afraid that they would never have another chance in the future. However, this kind of large-scale firefight could not be divided into winners and losers in a short period of time, and the situation became more and more complicated as time passed, and there were too many factors that could sway the winners and losers at such times. First and foremost, of course, are the personnel. If you don't have enough people under you, then there is no way you can win in a massive firefight like this. So, in the beginning, both Da Xiong and Jiang Nan were desperately recruiting people, trying to expand their sphere of influence. However, there is a limit to how fast you can recruit, whereas firefights go on all the time, so by the end of the day, both sides were experiencing some degree of attrition. Secondly, after you have enough personnel, you also have to have the financial strength. Otherwise, how are you going to pay your men and buy weapons and equipment? Who the hell wants to fight you if you don't have a strong economy to back you up? This is actually quite normal. If you see someone being injured and you as a big brother don't even pay the medical bills, then who will help you fight for your life next time? In the end, the fight is who has a hard network of relationships. This network of relationships, including both your relationship at the top, such as whether there are government officials or police senior support, but also includes your prestige in this road, such as whether there are other gang bosses recognized and supported. After 3 fierce firefights, Nobita finally couldn't take it anymore. After all, almost no one was willing to fight to the death with him anymore. Today, the only people left around him are those die-hard friends with whom he had a close friendship. It has become almost impossible to find support from outside. Although these 3 exchanges did not distinguish winners and losers on the surface, in reality, people with a little bit of eyesight could see that Da Xiong had already secretly suffered losses. This society is like that. No matter what kind of circle people are in, when they choose to stand on the side, they usually tend to favor the more powerful side. At the moment, Da Xiong is like a candle in the wind, obviously in a downward trend. Many people who have knowledge of both sides of the situation are bound to emerge like a tidal wave, and have come forward to support Jiang Nan. However, what Lin Hai never expected was that Da Xiong even dialed Lin Hai's phone at this critical moment. Just like that shameless person, the moment Lin Hai saw the caller number displayed on his cell phone screen, his worldview, outlook on life and values almost instantly collapsed like a house hit by a hurricane. The purpose of the other party's call at this time can be described as Sima Zhaoji's intention is known to all. Let him puzzled. Da Xiong at least is also counted as a person. In the road is also considered some reputation, but can be so shameless to call himself. If so, even if Da Xiong this time not be put to death by Jiang Nan, that the future will not want to be based on the road. Lin Hai hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. However, after connecting the phone, Lin Hai did not give the other party the slightest good face, such as that continuous fireworks like open-mouth dislike. Gu, brother Hung, how come you're calling me at this moment? You're not going to declare war on me, are you? If you really want to declare war, then being a brother will naturally accompany you to the end. Had he not been in such a difficult situation at the moment? Hearing this, Da Xiong would have immediately flipped like the enraged lion, simply because in his eyes, Lin Hai was nothing more than an insignificant little character, just a small horseman under his hand, a horseman who needs to look him in the eye at all times. However, at this moment he could not act in such a way. At this moment, the big male, that a face gloomy as the dark clouds before the storm, as if at any time can drip out of the water, he forced to hold back his heart as the surging waves of the sea like the anger, trying his best to make his tone as that calm lake. Xiao Hai, don't be ridiculous, we are our own brothers. It's normal for us to have a few words in our mouths. How could I really declare war with you? Wouldn't it be a joke for people to see when it gets out? Let's not talk as a family, okay? Hearing this, Lin Hai despised Da Xiong even more and cursed in his heart. Mother asterisk 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 her, how dare you have the nerve to say something like that? Why don't you think about this when you're ing badmouthing behind your back? Said with some impatience under his breath. Not to declare war on me. So why are you calling me now? If there's something to say, I'll hang up if there's nothing. Hearing Lin Hai being so disrespectful, 10,000 grass mud horses were racing in Da Xiong's heart, but after all, he was now begging for something, so he could only say with a hard head once again, you don't have to pretend. There's no way you don't know about what's been going on between Jiang Nan and me these past 2 days. I want you to help me. Lin Hai asked coldly. On what grounds? You give me a reason to help you. Nobita said brazenly. We're good brothers. I've helped you in the past when you were messing with the crows, and now that I'm in trouble, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Nobita, this is really doing everything. Now he's even thinking of using morality to kidnap himself. Morally kidnap yourself with the last time you had a firefight with Raven. He had sent a favor. Chapter 173, Sango. A cold smile spread across the corners of Lin Hai's mouth as he said, do you really think I'm as stupid as a pig? That matter was originally started by you deliberately. Besides, even if you did help me, I gave you 500 bucks. We don't seem to owe each other anything, do we? Da Xiong on the other end of the phone was asked by Lin Hai, jaw-dropping. This matter really makes him feel doubly surprised. He really cannot understand. He deliberately instigated Lin Hai and the crows to start a conflict. Lin Hai in the end, how to know? Nowadays, Lin Hai could be considered the last straw for Da Xiong, so he had to do his best to fight for it no matter what. This, he had secretly resolved in his mind when he dialed Lin Hai's phone number stiffly. Nobita forced a smile, trying to make his face squeeze out a smile that was worse than tears. Brother, there is absolutely nothing. You must not listen to the nonsense of others. Now that I am desperate, you will give my brother a hand. And as for other things, they are all negotiable. As long as you help me this time, I will certainly try to help you pocket the entire manhwa street, and you will not need to pay me a single penny in the future. The only reason why Nobita had dialed this number was because he wanted to use this article and street to tempt Lin Hai. In Da Xiong's opinion, this was definitely an immense piece of cake, and Lin Hai shouldn't have any reason to refuse. Only, unfortunately, this time he was very wrong again. For one, Lin Hai didn't trust him at all. Secondly, Lin Hai was almost certain that Da Xiong didn't possess such an ability at all. Furthermore, during the time that Zhang Nan and Da Xiong were in a firefight, Lin Hai already had his own calculations and was completely confident that he could take the upper part of manhwa street. Lin Hai sneered, his tone cold and determined. Ha, you're a bit too self-important. Who do you think you are to tell me that? Who do you think you are? Do you have that kind of skill? I've already given you a great deal of face by not cleaning up after you with Zhang Nan and the others right now. From now on, you go your sunny way. I'll cross my one-way bridge, and leave me alone. After saying that, Lin Hai hung up the phone without hesitation. What Lin Hai had just said was not untrue, and he had completely given face to Da Xiong by not falling on his sword at this time. If it wasn't for the fact that he had once stood up for him, then at this point, he would have definitely dealt with Nobita long ago. Nobita on the other end of the phone, only to hear a beep busy sound from the phone receiver. The voice seemed like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard in the heart. A feeling of unprecedented helplessness surged through him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He knew in his heart that this time he was afraid that he would really be finished, yet he didn't want to give up his last glimmer of hope, and could only harden his heart and dial another person's number again. This person, but the real big shot of Guan City. Stomping his feet, the whole Guan City would shake 3 times. After the phone rang for dozens of seconds, a thick middle-aged man's voice finally came through. Hello? Hearing the other party connected to his phone, Da Xiong's heart inside the indescribable excitement hurriedly brewed a bit of emotion, accompanied by a smiling face said, Third brother, this is Sung. I'm sorry to call you so late. I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Sango, on the other end of the line, said nonchalantly. Oh, Xiong, calling me this late, what's so important? Maharishi replied respectfully. Third brother, there is indeed something urgent that needs your help, and no one other than you can help me with what I've encountered this time. So I also ask you to make sure that you must help me this time. Ha! Sango laughed, with a hint of mockery in her tone, and said, I knew you must be looking for me for something. Is it because of what happened between you and Nan? In this matter, I definitely can't help you. After all, other people's Nan usually doesn't pay me a lot of filial piety. This was of course something that was expected by Da Xiong. He knew that Sango would definitely not help him. If Sango would help him, then he wouldn't have to fight Zhang Nan to the death. The reason why he was making this call now was that he didn't have the luxury of expecting Sango to help him. He just hoped that Sango would step in and be a peacemaker for them. Nobita hurriedly explained. Third brother, this I know, and the reason I'm calling you isn't because I want you to stand up for me. It's just that I want to ask you to get in touch with Nan for me, and Nan and I will sit down and have a good talk. Oh, I see. I can help with this favor. After all, the two of you have been fighting like this as if you were cockfighters, and it's never a good thing. It's not beneficial to anyone. Moreover, because of this matter, the people above have already given me their greetings, and their meaning is also for you to take it as it comes. This time, third brother said in an unusually dry manner. Thank you, third brother. Then I'm counting on you for this. Maharishi gave another 1,000 thanks as if he were pounding garlic. That's it. With those words, Sango hung up of her own accord. Hearing that Sango was willing to help, Maharaja's heart was slightly relieved. He secretly thought to himself, with a character like third brother stepping in, things will surely turn out well. However, he also knew very well that in this negotiation with Zhang Nan, he was afraid that he would have to bear the pain and make huge concessions. After all, today's situation was like walking against the wind for them, and if they wanted Zhang Nan to give in, they were bound to pay a heavy price. Da Xiong knew that this was the rule of the road, as if it were an iron law. Once the two gangs are in conflict, if one side is the first to bow down and beg for peace, then they must offer the other side sufficiently generous gifts during negotiations. Otherwise, how could the other side easily give up? Now, Maharishi can only accept the reality helplessly, because he has no other choice but to back down. Originally, Da Xiong still had high hopes for Lin Hai, expecting him to pull himself up at a critical moment, but he never expected to meet with a merciless rejection. At this point, he was really at his wit's end, with nothing to do. In the face of such a difficult predicament, Nobita cannot help but sigh. Is it really the end of the mountain? There is no way out? At this moment, Da Xiong could only silently pray that Jiang Nan would not be too harsh when the time came, and that he would be spared. However, the two sides had already become incompatible, so how could Jiang Nan let go of this opportunity so easily? This strife, exactly how it will end. Maharaja's heart is full of worries. At this time, Da Xiong finally began to have some regrets. If he hadn't been overly greedy and pushed Lin Hai to the brink of extinction, the situation wouldn't have developed into what it is now. At the same time, he also recognized the reality that he had somewhat underestimated Lin Hai himself. Although he didn't know that this matter was deliberately provoked by Lin Hai, from the fact that Lin Hai could know that the conflict between Lin Hai and the crows was deliberately provoked by himself, one could see that Lin Hai was not simple. Chapter 174, Beginning to Count on Each Other. When Da Xiong thought about it, he was still a bit reluctant to admit defeat like this. So, after making those two crucial phone calls, Dao immediately hoofed it to gather all the minions under his hand. After all, relying on his own strength alone was far from enough, and he also needed all the people to pick up the pieces to make it work. So, he decided to get his minions together to help him out with the crisis at hand. Although some of the minions under his hand nowadays have run away and some are injured, but the good thing is that there are still 30 to 40 people, which is also a force that should not be underestimated. After about half an hour, Nobita finally met up with his minions in a remote parking lot. Among the crowd at this meeting, naturally, Yang Sen and He Guang, who had been planted by Da Xiong's eyes on Lin Hai some time ago, were missing. The two of them were Maharaja's confidants and were deeply trusted by him. The people who can be present today, without exception, are all Maharishi's most trustworthy believers, loyal to him, and never have any second thoughts. After seeing that the people who should have come had all arrived, Da Xiong no longer beat around the bush and said bluntly to the many juniors, "Brothers, those who are able to be here today are all my Da Xiong's closest brothers. I have treated you all well during the day and have never treated you all badly. Today, we are experiencing unprecedented difficulties, and I hope that we can all be in the same boat with me through this difficult time." One of the men, who appeared to be in his mid-30s, was the first to step forward to show his loyalty to the Maharishi. "Brother Xiong usually treats our brothers like nothing else. All of us who are juniors are very grateful in our hearts, and now that you're in trouble, Brother Xiong, we'll definitely give you our full support. Xiong, just give us your orders. No matter what we're told to do, we'll definitely follow your instructions and do it." Hearing this little brother state his position so firmly, Nobita felt a warmth in his heart. It was naturally not by chance that Da Xiong was able to have the position he had now. If he did not have some extraordinary means and abilities, how could he have become the big brother that everyone admired? After the first man took the lead in expressing his loyalty, the rest of the men followed suit, and more began to show their determination and loyalty to the Maharishi. Seeing that the brothers under him were all full of passion and enthusiasm, Da Xiong seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot and said, "You are all my good brothers. As long as you are willing to accompany me through the difficulties before us, then from today onwards, you are my own brothers, and in the future, as long as I have a mouthful of food to eat, I will definitely not let you all starve and freeze. I have gathered you all here today because I wish to hear your opinions on how exactly we should respond to the current situation." One of the rashers replied without any thought, "Of course it's to die with Jiang Nan and the others to the end. If it's not possible, wait for me to bring two people over and sneakily kill this son of a Jiang Nan." It wasn't as if the solution described by little brother hadn't occurred to Maharaja, but the point is, at this juncture, if you do get the other guy killed, then the sheriff is sure to be on your ass in the first place. In that case, neither he nor the minions he had sent out would certainly be off the hook. What's more, if Jiang Nan died, then those brothers under his hand would fight them 100%. This will not only not solve the trouble, but there will be more and more trouble, so this method simply won't work. Nobita shook his head and said, "This method doesn't work. It's a complete cure." Anyone else say anything else? At that moment, Jansen spoke. "Then why don't we ask Lin Hai for help? That kid has dozens of brothers under his hand right now. Moreover, the brothers under his hand have very good fighting strength. The main thing is that those brothers of his dare to fight for their lives. If we can get his help, we can completely fight with Zhang Nan again. Although we don't dare to say that we have 100% certainty of defeating them, we will certainly not be defeated. This truth that Yang Sen spoke, whether it was Da Xiong himself or these other brothers, of course they all understood. The crux of the matter was that people Lin Hai was not willing to help at all. Nobita let out a long sigh, then said with a slight sense of helplessness, "Of course I understand this. Just now I even had the cheek to call this kid, but this kid simply didn't buy it." Upon hearing this, the other brothers inside the parking lot immediately boiled over. Someone said, "This kid is a white-eyed wolf. Brother Xiong is his big brother no matter what, and now that brother Xiong is in trouble, he doesn't even help." Followed by another who chimed in, "For s sake, this dog is not a person, just an ungrateful guy." The people present were talking endlessly, directly scolding Lin Hai, but in his heart, Da Xiong knew better than anyone else that this matter was not at all the fault of others Lin Hai, it was entirely his own fault. However, these words he, as a big brother, surely couldn't say them in front of so many little brothers, otherwise where was his prestige? After all, being a big brother has to maintain his image of majesty. If the little brothers know the truth of the matter, then how to lead the team in the future? In more serious cases it's even possible that someone will be disheartened by this. After thinking about it again and again, Da Xiong still felt that he should find two trustworthy people to discuss this issue, so he pulled Yang Sen and He Daguang inside the office alone and then told them what had just happened. These two people not only followed him for a long time, but they were also from the same place as him, and their loyalty to him, that was naturally beyond words. Therefore, Maharishi had nothing to worry about, and directly stated his true thoughts. Both of them fell into a short silence after listening to Da Xiong's words, and it was only after another moment that Jansen slowly opened his mouth. "Brother Xiong, I have a way to get Lin Hai and the others to help." Hearing this, Da Xiong immediately came into the spirit and hurriedly urged, "Come on." Jansen nodded and said, "In that team of Lin Hai's and theirs, apart from Lin Hai, it's Lu Erwa who has the most power of speech, and although this Lu Erwa's limbs are well developed, his mind isn't very flexible. I can fool him into bringing someone over to do us a favor, and those other guys will definitely listen to him. But the prerequisite for doing this is that we have to find a way to bolt Lin Hai so that he doesn't know about it." He Daguang said in disbelief, "You're overthinking it, aren't you? Now that Lin Hai has flipped off Xiong, what can we do to bolster him?" Chapter 175, Incoming Calls. Da Xiong looked at Jansen with the same puzzled face. He similarly thought that there was no way to tether Lin Hai. After all, the current Lin Hai was like a stinky and hard stone inside a latrine pit, and it wasn't easy to make Lin Hai obedient. Seeing that both Da Xiong and He Daguang were looking at themselves with some disbelief, Yang Sen smiled mysteriously, his tone full of confidence. "Don't worry, I have a way to take care of Lin Hai." Da Xiong looked at Yang Sen still selling out and was very anxious in his heart. He couldn't help but urge, "It's come to this, so don't sell yourself short and tell us what the solution is, right?" Hearing that his big brother had said so, Yang Sen naturally did not pretend to be secretive anymore and immediately told his plan to Da Xiong and He Daguang one by one. After listening to Yang Sen's words, Da Xiong, who was originally sad and gloomy, gradually showed a smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He Daguang was even more excited and praised Yang Sen with a thumbs up. "Yang Sen, you kid is good. Surprisingly, you can think of such a way. I think this method is feasible." Nobita also hemmed and hawed. "If this comes to fruition, I'll give you a big credit, and I'll definitely promote you to big brother in the future." Hearing this, all three of them came with big smiles on their faces. The time soon came to evening when Lin Hai received a call from He Daguang. When the phone was connected, Lin Hai heard He Daguang's coy voice coming from the microphone. "Brother Hai, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal alone." This made Lin Hai feel more or less surprised. He really didn't understand what the other party's purpose was for calling him at this time. Is it to plead for Nobita? But there's no reason for that. Nobita is not good in front of himself. Is he good as a horseman? "Why did you invite me to dinner?" Lin Hai asked. He Daguang hurriedly explained. "Nothing more than that, just that I want to follow you from now on. After all, you know that Xiong can't make it now, so I have to find a good way out for myself. If that's the reason, that explains it." This He Daguang was actually quite capable. If it wasn't for the fact that he used to be Da Xiong's little brother, then Lin Hai certainly wouldn't mind letting him follow him around. But on the contrary, he used to be Da Xiong's little brother, which made Lin Hai resist him a bit in his heart. "Forget about dinner. As for this thing you want to do with me, let's wait until after some time when the matter of the Maharishi is settled." Hearing him say that, He Daguang immediately got anxious and was busy. "Come on, brother Hai, please give me a chance. Even if you don't want to take me with you, at least let me treat you to a meal. In fact, I've been wanting to find a chance to have dinner with you alone for a long time, but I never came across the right time before. He Dagwang's persistent look had aroused Lin Hai's curiosity. After contemplating for a moment, he finally responded to He Dagwang's request. Okay then, tell me the location and I'll be there later. When He Dagwang heard this, he immediately smiled with joy and hurriedly accompanied the smile back. It's at the Hui Nong Yuan restaurant. I've even booked a private room there in advance. This Wananjuan restaurant is located close to Wanha Street, so even if you choose to walk there, it's only a few minutes away. This makes Lin Hai feel more and more strange, secretly pondering in his heart. Really can't guess what in the end He Dagwang played. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai fell into deep thought, trying to clear his mind and figure out the real intentions behind He Dagwang's move. Although he hadn't figured out what the other party was looking for himself to do, there was one thing he was completely sure of. This He Dagwang took the initiative to invite himself to dinner. Definitely not for the sake of simply wanting to hang out with himself. And it's something that should have something to do with Nobita. However, the location was not far from Wanha Street, and in order to figure out what tricks the other party was playing, it was still necessary for him to go over for this meal tonight. Just as Lin Hai was about to head towards the Hui Nong Yuan restaurant, the cell phone in his pocket once again rang with a pleasant ringtone. Lin Hai took out his cell phone and took a look at it. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then he quickly pressed the answer button. The other person's voice sounded polite. Hi, is it easy for you to talk now? Lin Hai hurriedly nodded his head. Well, conveniently, there's something to be said for that. The man on the other end of the line continued. Daxiong and Jiang Nan have made an appointment to dine at the Xiao Hotel at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and Brother San will intercede for them in this conflict. Hearing this news, Lin Hai instantly understood something in his heart and immediately asked after him. Is this information accurate? The man on the other end of the line replied in a very positive tone. 100% accurate. And, I just overheard Yang Xin and Daxiong say that they've asked He Dagwang to set you up and are planning on instigating your people to join Daxiong's people and going after Crow and the others tomorrow. Lin Hai's face was like a blooming flower as his smile grew wider. Okay, I know. I'll give you $2,000 after Daxiong is completely screwed. Another good job for you. Thank you, Brother Hai. Thank you, Brother Hai. The man on the other end of the phone kept thanking as if he were a kowtow. That's it, Lin Hai said and hung up the phone. The man who had called him just now was precisely a minion under Daxiong, and some time ago, Lin Hai had spared no expense to buy this man off, causing him to inform himself of Daxiong's every move at the first opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai carefully dissected the current situation again as if he were a detective. Since Daxiong had already decided to negotiate with Jiang Nan, and there was still third brother to do them justice, under such circumstances, why did he still instigate his people to clash with Crow and the others? The only reasonable explanation for this is that Maharishi neither wants to be in a passive position in the negotiation, nor is he willing to give up too much of his interests. He deluded himself into letting these brothers of his and those under Daxiong deliberately go and flaunt a bit, so that Jiang Nan would understand that the reason why he chose to negotiate was not because he no longer had any cards in his hand to play, but rather, he was unwilling to make things unmanageable. Just imagine, nowadays, Daxiong's minions plus Lin Hai's minions are at least 70 to 80 in number. If Daxiong had let Jiang Nan know that he had 70 to 80 brothers behind him during the negotiation, then Jiang Nan would not have dared to make excessive demands. Since Daxiong was still presuming to put on airs at this moment, still presuming to use himself, he definitely had to cooperate with the other party to put on a good show, once again intensifying the conflict between Daxiong and Jiang Nan. Chapter 176. Although Lin Hai's heart is full of doubts, as if shrouded in fog, do not understand what He Dagwang actually intends to do, but his heart is like a mirror. This Hongmen banquet is in any case cannot be shirked. Half an hour later, Lin Hai arrived at Hui Nong Yuan restaurant. At this time, He Dagwang is like an ant on the hot pot, is standing in front of the restaurant anxiously waiting for Lin Hai's arrival. The fawning and pleasing appearance, is a tail wagging and begging for mercy of the pug? When he glanced at Lin Hai, a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum instantly bloomed on his face, so enthusiastic that Lin Hai was on pins and needles. Brother Hai, you're finally here. Come in, come in. He Dagwang spoke while his hands were busy pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, respectfully handing one to Lin Hai, and then quickly lighting it with a lighter like a well-trained boy. This kind of lowly and attentive attitude made Lin Hai fall into a cloud, and it was difficult to adapt for a while. A few minutes later, Lin Hai and He Dagwang walked into the box together. However, the moment he stepped into the box, Lin Hai was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, only to see that inside the box sat 4 flowery women. Their ages were like a colorful rainbow, ranging from 18 to 30 years old, and everyone's figure and appearance were just like the bright stars in the night sky, each with a unique charm. Some of them are tall, just like a lotus flower standing in a pavilion. Pavilion and net plant, without branches. Some are petite and delicate, just like buds waiting to bloom. Shy and lovely, wanting to talk. Some of them have pretty faces, just like the fresh and elegant narcissus, with a light and transcendent temperament. Some of them are charming and attractive, just like delicate roses, passionate and flavorful. Two of them were dressed more sexily, with short, low-cut skirts and evocative displays of their legs. The other two were dressed more conservatively, with long, flowing skirts and gentle, springtime-inspired dresses. The most attractive attention is the 30-year-old young woman. She not only has a very curvaceous body, rich and shapely, convex and curvaceous, and wearing a very cool skirt, the hidden skin is even more blood-spurting. After Lin Hai took a look, he couldn't move his gaze away from the other party, as if he had been cast under a fixation spell, staring straight at the other party, and a trace of saliva even flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This is clearly a beauty trick to use on yourself. Not to mention, though, the visual feast was very nice. Even if he knew that the other party was using a beauty trick, Lin Hai was willing to fall deeply into it. It seems that this kid, He Da-gwang, really didn't make much effort to study himself in his normal life. But it's no wonder. After all, it's the only way to get the best out of them. Besides, for Lin Hai, as long as it made him happy, what was the harm in being used a little? Not to mention that there were now 4 such flavorful beauties to accompany them. It was simply one of life's great pleasures. Just then, He Da-gwang walked in with Lin Hai. As soon as they saw the two of them, those 4 beauties stood up in unison, with warm smiles on their faces, and greeted Lin Hai in unison. "Hello Hai." The voice was clear and pleasant, as if a yellow warbler was coming out of the valley. Seeing this, He Da-gwang hurriedly pulled over one of the girls who was in her 20s with a petite and delicate figure and introduced her to Lin Hai with a smile. "Brother Hai, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Ya. These other 3, on the other hand, are her best girlfriends. They have often heard me talk about you in their daily life, and their hearts are full of admiration for you, and they have asked me many times to bring them to know you. It's great to finally get what I want today." After saying that, he introduced the other 3 girls to Lin Hai one by one. "This is Dream, this is Ning, and this is..." Lin Hai shook hands with them one by one, with a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was secretly surprised that when he shook hands with people, he certainly didn't forget to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch off them. Not only were these girls beautiful, but their temperaments were outstanding, and they had obviously been carefully selected. Lin Hai already had an innate affinity for beautiful and touching girls, and at this moment, he was even more like a fish out of water. His eloquence was already good. Coupled with his humorous and witty style of language, he soon got into a hot conversation with these girls. It didn't take long for him to hit it off with these girls and have a good conversation. Just then, the waiter also served the dishes they ordered one after another. Although there were only 6 people, He Da-gwang ordered quite a few dishes, as many as a dozen. And the combination of meat and vegetables is very reasonable. Both delicious and savory meat dishes and light and refreshing vegetarian dishes, which makes people's appetite go up at first glance. An occasion like this, of course, calls for a drink. But what surprised Lin Hai was that today's He Da-gwang didn't choose white wine, but directly ordered red wine. Just by looking at this scene, tonight's row is not small, and the spending must not be low either. Needless to say, in order to be able to utilize themselves, He Da-gwang and Da-shown that was really a good intention. As the crowd drank, Lin Hai actually started drinking a cup of wine with a young woman who was a bit older. At this moment, not only was He Da-gwang smiling from ear to ear, Lin Hai was equally very flattered. As for whether or not these girls are the girlfriends of He Da-gwang's girlfriends, it doesn't matter at all. Even if He Da-gwang and Da-shown spent money to invite them, then Lin Hai must enjoy it. Someone took the initiative to be willing to spend money on finding a woman for himself. Why wouldn't he, Lin Hai, be happy about it? What's more, these beauties are really, really hot. A meal was eaten for more than an hour, and after the meal, He Da-gwang wanted to invite the crowd to go to karaoke again. Of course Lin Hai knew the purpose of him doing this, but he didn't have any intention of refusing and agreed very readily. After arriving at the KTV, both He Da-gwang and the 4 beauties kept on toasting Lin Hai. The purpose was not to say that everyone knew, it was definitely to get Lin Hai drunk and then make him drunk. And Lin Hai himself had always held the attitude that it was to take advantage of a bargain. Inside the KTV's box, constantly interacting with several beautiful women. During this period, he naturally did not drink a lot of alcohol. As far as his alcohol consumption, just a little red wine and beer alone. Of course, not so easy to get drunk. However, after an hour or so, Lin Hai suddenly acted as if he was so drunk that he was unconscious, leaning his body helplessly on the shoulder of a beautiful woman beside him and began to mumble. Meanwhile, He Dogwon quietly left the private room, then dialed Lu Erwa's phone number. After about half an hour, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin walked into this private room together. When they saw Lin Hai's appearance at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in their hearts. In their eyes, this big brother was excellent in all aspects, but only too obsessed with female sex. Whenever he sees a beautiful woman, he is defenseless and can't get out of it. Originally, He Dogwang had asked these two to come here because he wanted them to help send Lin Hai home. But at this moment, Lin Hai had long been intoxicated by the wine, and was accompanied by a group of beautiful women, so where else would he want to leave? The end result was that Lin Hai was brought to a nearby hotel under the joint escort of several people. At the same time, the girl named Xiaomeng and the young woman who drank a cup of wine with Lin Hai were told to stay in the hotel to look after Lin Hai. Chapter 177. After settling Lin Hai down, He Dogwang had his girlfriend, Xiao Ye, and his other best friend, open a room in the hotel. Then he personally sent Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin to the hotel downstairs and mysteriously said to the two, "This brother Hai of ours is really powerful. Do you guys know who is that sister Qin who has been cuddling with brother Hai just now? She's brother Xiang's sister-in-law, and she's even been taken by brother Hai so quickly. Huang Jianxin, don't you bull me. Nowadays brother Hai and brother Xiong are incompatible. How can he get involved with brother Xiang's sister-in-law?" He Dogwan said in disbelief. "You don't understand this, do you? This is brother Xiong taking the initiative to show favor to brother Hai. The purpose is of course for brother Hai to help brother Xiong at this critical moment. So you're saying that since Hai didn't reject Hung's sister-in-law, he must have agreed to help just now during dinner. Hai had already promised to be willing to help Xiong, which is why everything that happened next happened." After Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin heard this, a hint of suspicion appeared on their faces, but in their hearts, they couldn't help but believe a few more points. They knew the character of their boss, Hai, by heart. It didn't seem entirely impossible for them to do such a thing with that horny look of Hai's. After Lu Erwa hesitated for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "So did Hai say how he's going to help Xiong?" His voice held a touch of curiosity and anticipation. The corner of He Dogwang's mouth rose slightly, a hint of cunning light flashed in his eyes, and he replied unhurriedly, "It doesn't really require much help from you guys. As long as your guys can come with us tomorrow night to skate around crows in their field. Don't worry, there's no need for you guys to fight people in real firefights at all." After hearing He Dogwang's words, Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin both glanced at each other and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. If it was just such a request, they would not find it too much of a problem. After all, when they had clashed with the crows in the past, the other man, Nobita, had come to their aid. Moreover, since his own brother Hai had already taken someone else's sister-in-law for himself, he should naturally show something. Thinking about this, the concerns of the two men gradually dissipated. Just then, He Dogwan struck while the iron was hot again. "All are our own brothers. There is something we can say behind closed doors, but we definitely need to be united. Just now brother Xiong also told me, let me treat the two brothers well later. I'll invite you to go to the bath center to take a sauna. Lu Erwa last time to wash the sauna. That inside the big healthcare. That can be really called a strong." Hearing that someone had taken the initiative to invite himself to a sauna, then of course he begged for it. So the three of them caught a cab and headed for a bathhouse. Daxiong had really put his blood on the line in order to get Lin Hai's help this time. Lu Erwa and the three of them started chatting very lewdly about the items inside the bathing center on the way there. The three of them were already very familiar with each other. Plus this He Dogwan took the initiative to invite the two of them to play, so naturally they became much closer. So, Lu Erwa took the liberty of agreeing to help tomorrow night. Words split into two. At this moment lying in the hotel's big bed has long been unconscious Lin Hai. Instead, he suddenly got up from the bed, scaring the two beautiful women next to him. Lin Hai tonight, of course, wasn't drunk, but he had to pretend to be drunk on purpose. Otherwise, how could he know what the real intentions of these people were? However, although he wasn't drunk, he really hadn't had much to drink earlier. So after running to the bathroom, he picked at his tongue and forced himself to vomit. After Lin Hai walked out from inside the bathroom after vomiting, he said to Da Xiong's sister-in-law, "Beautiful sister, look at me. I smell of alcohol. I'll take a shower first. You go and lie on the bed and wait for me." Nobita's sister-in-law, "Why don't I help you wash it?" This woman, too, really went out on a limb. Lin Hai shook his head and said, "Pretty sister, you can't take advantage of me. I'll be shy." Since Lin Hai said so, of course the woman could only obediently walk out. Lin Hai unlocked the door to the room inside the bathroom in a swift manner, and quickly pulled out his cell phone from his shirt pocket and sent a short but critical text message to Huang Jianxin. Did He Dogwang say what he really wanted? Huang Jianxin replied to this text message almost in seconds. "He's fooling us into going over tomorrow night to help out and go stand up for Da Xiong. Lin Hai stared at the screen of his cell phone and fell into deep thought. A few moments later, he replied, yes, and you have to call all of our people over. When the time comes, don't listen to their greetings, directly smash Crow's massage parlor. And by the way, Crow and their people were severely beaten up. Huang Jianxin on the other end was a bit puzzled, not knowing Lin Hai's intentions for this arrangement, but still returned a clear and concise yes. After completing these maneuvers, the corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, and an inscrutable and eerie smile appeared on his face. In his heart, he cursed Maharaja for being a fool. This behavior was simply asking for trouble. In the time that followed, Lin Hai hummed a little song in a happy mood and took a painful shower in the bathroom, then back to that big bed for a nice long sleep. The next day, when Lin Hai opened his eyes, the time was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon seeing him get up, Nobita's sister-in-law said with a smile, "You're finally awake. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." In terms of this service attitude, it was absolutely awesome. Lin Hai very much enjoyed this feeling of being served at all times. Have you guys eaten yet? If you guys haven't eaten either, then let's all go out to eat later. Dream replied, neither do we, so hurry up and wash up. I'll go next door and get Yet and the girls to join us. 20 minutes later, Lin Hai walked to the hotel's restaurant with the four beauties. Chapter 178. When he saw that Dagwang's girlfriend Xiaoya was also there, he muttered in his heart, these two es, Da Xiang and Dagwang, are really willing to pay but Little Master is definitely here to stay. As the crowd ate, Sayaka suggested, hi, can we go swimming together later? Hearing this, it immediately made Lin Hai come interested, brainstorming in his mind that he could go swimming with four beautiful women who looked like flowers, watching them in their swimsuits. That kind of picture was simply not too beautiful. Although he was looking forward to it in his heart, he said on the surface with a calm demeanor, yeah, it's just as well I want to move my body. After dinner, the group went to the hotel pool. Xiaoya was the first to change into her swimsuit. She had a hot body and fair skin, and looked even more sexy and charming in her bikini. Not to be outdone, the other three beauties changed into beautiful swimsuits and showed off their great bodies. Lin Hai, on the other hand, changed into a pair of swim trunks, revealing his firm muscles. As they walked into the pool, they immediately drew the attention of those around them. Lin Hai felt the coolness of the pool water and felt extraordinarily relaxed. He admired the beautiful women's marvelous bodies as he frolicked and played with them. Xiaoya suddenly swam over to Lin Hai and splashed water mischievously. Lin Hai laughed in response, and the two of them played back and forth. The other beauties saw this and joined in, filling the entire pool with laughter. Just like that, Lin Hai spent a pleasant afternoon with the four beauties. They had a great time swimming, talking, and sunbathing together. Lin Hai had been out for a day. His cell phone hadn't been charged, so naturally it had been turned off automatically. During the evening meal, the four beauties enthusiastically took the initiative to leave each other's phone numbers with him. But unfortunately Lin Hai's phone couldn't be turned on. Oops, my cell phone is dead, Lin Hai said with a helpless face. Ha, the four beauties said in unison. What then? We can't just miss the connection. Why don't I go borrow a rechargeable battery? Lin Hai proposed. No need. One of the beauties smiled and said, we can write it down with notes. So, Lin Hai had to go to the bar and ask for paper and a pen, and let a few beautiful women write their phone numbers on the paper. And then Lin Hai carefully tucked this little note into his pocket. With such an occasion and such an ambiguous atmosphere, it must be accompanied by fine wine. This meal tonight was even more enjoyable than last night's. Just when Lin Hai's side was having a good time with beautiful women and fine wine, at the other end, Yang Sen and Dagwang had already gathered dozens of juniors under Da Xiong, and Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin had also gathered all the brothers under Lin Hai's hand. With the number of people on both sides added together, the initial estimate should be around 80 people. They gathered to discuss their next move. Currently, the number of brothers under Lin Hai and those under Da Xiong were almost equal. The only difference was that the Maharishi had long ago given his all and mobilized everyone he could. However, Lin Hai's side still had around 30 other security personnel that were still pressing on. These 30 security personnel, although they might not really put up a fight for Lin Hai, but the vast majority of these people were mainly retired military personnel. Their physical fitness and fighting strength that was definitely a lot stronger than these punks. So it's definitely a force to be reckoned with. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the brothers under Lin Hai and the brothers under Da Xiong, led by Yang Sen and Lu Erhua and all of them, headed towards the upper part of Wenhe Street. According to Da Xiong's and their plan, it was to let these people go to the Crows and their group to show a sign of authority as a way to deter Zhang Nan, the Crows' boss, so that Nobita could take some initiative when negotiating with young Nan. At this time, Da Xiong and Zhang Nan were already sitting inside the largest private room of the Xia Hotel with Sango, with a big brother like San present. neither Daxiong nor Zhang Nan dared to bring too many people to the Shiyou Hotel. Each of them was accompanied by just 2 people. And as for Sango herself, she was likewise accompanied by just 2 people. In third brother's eyes, Daxiong and Zhang Nan were nothing at all. And even if he borrowed 10 of their guts, he wouldn't dare to touch himself. Tonight, because of the presence of third brother, when everyone walked into the box, they all didn't talk about business first, but let the waiter serve the good wine and food. Although Daxiong and Zhang Nan both looked at each other with great displeasure, but due to the majesty of third brother, neither of them dared to show the dissatisfaction in their hearts. After the food was served, Sango greeted the crowd and ate, chatting with the 2 men about family matters without a word. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Only then did Sango bring the conversation to the conflict between the 2. Nan, what's going on between Hung and you? You are all people who have been in the society. Don't you know the principle that harmony breeds wealth? Why does it have to come to this point of no return? There's pressure on me from above just because of your, by above. Sango naturally meant the leaders of the magistrates. After all, for those of them who are rolling around at the bottom, if they want to get ahead and soar to the top, then they must be sheltered by the leadership of the magistrates. Otherwise, you might be incarcerated before you've even made your mark. And for a character like San, the leader he befriended was definitely not in a low position. After all, it was no accident that people had climbed to the position they were in today and become such important figures. Whether it's his prestige in the Tao or his connections with the upper echelons, it's quite impressive. Without sufficient strength, it is simply impossible to sit in this position now. Zhang Nan, in front of his third brother, of course tried to restrain the discontent in his heart as much as possible. Third brother, it's not that I want to cross him, it's that because of a little friction last time, he even had people smash my venue. He has already gone so overboard. Then I definitely couldn't endure it, so I sent people to smash his venue yesterday as well. When Maharaja heard this, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano and he cursed. Damn it, it was clearly you bastards who sent someone to smash my parking lot first. How dare you turn the tables on me, you shameless bastard. Don't you feel sick? However, with third brother present, he naturally did not dare to pronounce such vulgar words, otherwise, he would be not giving face to third brother. Daxiong knew that the consequences of offending third brother would be difficult for him to bear. Therefore, he could only say with a face full of aggression, "Third brother, I'm really wronged. It was clearly Nan who first sent people to smash my parking lot, which forced me to fight back, and now he's believing everything." Just as the 2 of them were at an impasse, the cell phone in Zhang Nan's pocket suddenly rang with an ear-piercing ringtone. Answering the phone was clearly out of place in this tense, suffocating atmosphere. So Zhang Nan hung up the phone without hesitation, without even thinking about it. Unexpectedly, just hung up. The other party immediately called in again as if urging. Chapter 179, Situation Out of Control. Zhang Nan pulled out his cell phone with some anxiety and saw that it was actually Crow calling. As a matter of common sense, if the Crow called Zhang Nan, after Zhang Nan hung up once, the Crow would not call again. But at this moment the Crows are so persistent. That must be what happened. 100,000 urgent things. Besides, before Zhang Nan came to negotiate, he had already explained to Crow what he was doing tonight. Raven would never have called him so often if it hadn't been an absolute emergency. Thinking about this, Zhang Nan's heart sank and his face instantly became as gloomy as ink. He scrambled to his feet and apologized to Sango, then quickly stepped out of the booth and into the hallway, picking up the phone. "Hey!" Zhang Nan's voice was low and cold, just like the muffled thunder before a storm, seemingly signaling the imminent arrival of a huge storm. Zhang Nan's face became more and more gloomy after hearing what the Crow on the other end of the phone had said, and the anger in his heart was burning up, so he couldn't help but swear. *** your mother. Daxiong, good for you. Sitting at the drinking table and negotiating with Lousy while sending people to smash up my venue. You're really not going to see the coffin without tears in your eyes. The 2 then spoke for more than a minute before Zhang Nan once again returned inside the private room. This time, even though there was a third brother present, Zhang Nan did not give Daxiong the slightest bit of face and directly roared at him. "Daxiong, you son of a, how dare you play dirty with me? Since that's the case, there's no point in continuing the conversation. Let's all simply fight to the death." Snap! Third brother put the wine glass in front of him, slapped it lightly on the table, and then fiercely glared at Zhang Nan, his eyes like knives, as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. "Nan, I see you're getting more and more unruly, or do I have no face at all with you?" Seeing the expression on third brother's face at the moment, which was like a shroud of frost, and hearing the tone of third brother's speech, which was exactly like a biting cold wind, Zhang Nan immediately realized that he had just lost his temper. He hastened to explain. "Third brother, I don't mean that. It's just that Daxiong has gone too far. Just now, as if he was an out-of-control brute bull. He called out dozens of his brothers and went to smash my venue on Manhwa Street, and he also beat up a dozen of my juniors. One of them, a junior, was injured so badly that he might even lose his little life. Hiss. Hearing this, all the people inside the private room sucked in a breath of cool air, as if they were being strangled by a large invisible hand. These words were like a bolt from the blue to Maharaja, splitting him on the outside. He just couldn't figure out why things had gotten out of his control like a wild horse out of control. Just before he came over to the West Kiln Hotel, he explained to his brothers under the hand of 1,000 instructions, told them to go over, must not start a conflict with each other, like a mother hen to protect the chickens. But why not only started a conflict, but also may have caused a human life? If that was the case, I was afraid that I would really fall into a bottomless abyss this time. Without realizing it, there were already bean-sized beads of sweat on Nobita's forehead, as if they were crystalline pearls. Sango turned her head and stared dead at Daxiong, that gaze like two torches, and asked coldly, "Hung, what's going on here?" Sango stared closely at the expression on Daxiong's face at the moment, and combined with what Zhang Nan had just said, she had actually believed most of it in her heart, but she still wanted to hear Daxiong's explanation. Daxiong's body involuntarily trembled and shivered as he felt Sango's sharp gaze. "I don't know. How did it come to this? I clearly told the people down there not to mess around, but why did they still do it?" Sango was so angry that her face turned green, and she roared as she grabbed the teacup in front of her and slammed it fiercely at Daxiong. "Grass mud horse, you bastard! How dare you lie to me? I'll see how this matter ends for you." Just then, however, Sango's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately got up from his seat as fast as he could, scrambling out of the box to answer the call. At this moment, the third brother, whether it was the expression on his face or the tone of his voice, was very different from the arrogant and pompous one he usually was, and could even be said to be respectful, as if he had changed into a different person. At the same time, Daxiong also dialed Yan Sen's phone number as fast as he could, and the phone was quickly answered as Daxiong roared into the phone. "Jansen, can you tell me what is going on here? Just now, I have urged and told you that you must not make a move. How come you improperly smashed someone's store and injured more than 10 of their people?" Jansen on the other end of the phone answered with very concise words. "Brother Xiong, we can't be blamed for this. It's Crow. He and those minions of his that are just too arrogant and have been playing hard to get with us. That's why we couldn't help but hit them." At this moment, what Yang Sen said was half true. Those brothers under Crow had provocation in them, but the real fuse of the matter was Lu Erwa and his gang. The gang of brothers under Lin Hai hadn't taken the slightest advantage the last time they had a firefight with Crow and the others, and at this time, taking advantage of this opportunity, they definitely wanted to beat Crow and the gang to death. And no matter how much they beat each other up, people would put the blame on the Maharishi's head. This was what Lin Hai had instructed Huang Jianxin with a text message last night, and the biggest reason why things could have gotten to this point was of course Lin Hai. Daxiong once again cursed angrily at Jansen. "Even if you fight with others, you can't kill them. Just now I heard that one person's life and death are unknown. If this really causes a human life, then how can this end?" Just as Daxiong was rambling endlessly with Yang Sen like a Tang monk reciting sutras, San once again walked into the private room like an iceberg. Seeing the third brother whose face was so gloomy that it seemed to be able to drip water, how could Daxiong dare to touch the other party's scales again? And hurriedly hung up the phone at the first time, like a prisoner waiting for judgment, waiting for the third brother's instructions with apprehension. Zhang Nan, who was on the phone shaking people, also hung up the phone at the first moment as if electrocuted after seeing Sango come in, only to see third brother walk in with a solemn face, like the reincarnation of the Duke of Pao, and speak coldly. "Bureau Wu called me just now, and he asked me if we could solve this. If we can't solve it, then they'll start arresting people tomorrow. Now their bureau has sent a dozen or so sheriff's vans, arriving at Wenham Street like hungry tigers." Chapter 180, A Few Happinesses, A Few Sorrows. Hearing these words, the two people, Daxiong and Zhang Nan, were like frosted eggplants, their faces becoming incredibly ugly. One does not have to think about it to know that this time, the other magistrate is in earnest and is definitely not joking. A dozen or so sheriff's cars went over at once, so it must have been a rhythm of arrest. If they are still jumping around unknowingly at this point in time, they will surely be caught in the bureau tomorrow and become birds in a cage. Thinking of this, the two could not help but feel a pang of fear, as if a chill rose from the soles of their feet and instantly spread throughout their bodies. Zhang Nan responded immediately after a moment of contemplation. "It can definitely be resolved. I, Zhang Nan, will follow third brother's arrangements in everything." He knew in his heart that if he didn't do what Sango asked, the consequences would be as severe as a raging storm. And Daxiong, hearing Zhang Nan even say so, also hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "I I'll be sure to follow Sango's lead as well. He didn't want to be caught because of this matter. After all, once he entered the bureau, it would be like falling into an abyss of 10,000 feet, and he would never be able to turn around again. Sango immediately gave instructions to the duo. As far as you are still at this moment in the Wanha Street, all the people dispersed. Just now the Wu Bureau asked me to go to the bureau tomorrow morning. After I have finished exchanging with him, I will call you at noon. I'm warning you, anyone who dares to up in the meantime, I'll absolutely kill him this time. Da Xiong and Zhang Nan replied almost in unison. Yes. Sango didn't pay any more attention to the two of them, but instructed his two ponies, go. With those words, San left the private room of the Shiyou Hotel along with his two ponies. In a situation like the current one, the two people, Zhang Nan and Da Xiong, certainly didn't dare to make trouble. The two men also each took their own minions and left the private room back and forth. Lin Hai, on the other hand, was in the hotel's restaurant at this time, eating and drinking and chatting with beautiful women. The next day when Lin Hai returned to his humble rental house, the first thing Lin Hai did was to charge his cell phone. Then he sat quietly on the edge of his bed, waiting for the call that was destined to come. He knew in his heart that this call would determine his next course of action. The cell phone finally rang around noon. The caller ID was none other than Da Xiong. Lin Hai took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. The familiar voice of Da Xiong came from the other end of the phone, but this time it was a little less arrogant and haughty. Xiao Hai, you should have heard about what happened yesterday, right? It's gotten a bit big now, and the people above are fuming. Under the auspices of Sango, the head of our side was asked to go over with Zhang Nan and Crow and the others to deal with the matter. Lin Hai smiled in his heart. Everything was expected. He said with a feigned helplessness, Brother Xiong, what are you doing that you don't want to do? You have to let your men incite my brothers to join you in causing trouble. Now I'm in trouble. Of course, Da Xiong wouldn't know that all of this was deliberately provoked by Lin Hai, so at this moment, his heart was filled with guilt towards Lin Hai. He thought it was because of himself that Lin Hai was in such a predicament. Nobita sighed deeply, blaming himself. Alas, this matter is all my fault as a brother. It's me who won't look at the problem. Hearing those words from Da Xiong, Lin Hai almost couldn't help but laugh out loud on the spot. The feeling was so good that he could barely contain his inner joy. Imagine Da Xiong going so far as to involve his sister-in-law to cooperate with him in the drama so that he can get Lin Hai and the others to help. Not only that, he also made He Diguan break a lot of money and entertained Lin Hai with good wine and food. However, it was not what he had hoped for, and not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he got himself into a hole instead. Lin Hai forced himself to calm down and replied in a fake calm tone. Forget it, it's all in the past, so don't bring it up again. Why don't you send me the address now and I'll be there later? Nobita on the other end of the line was silent for a moment and said slowly, same old place, the West Kiln Hotel. We all agreed to meet in an hour. Okay. Don't worry, I'll be on time for my appointment. Lin Hai responded in a firm tone. When he finished, he hung up voluntarily without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai didn't stay idle, but immediately dialed General Manager Qin's number. The two of them first chatted about the day-to-day affairs and operations of the nightclub, but Lin Hai's mind was clearly not on that. After a while, he finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Qin, I have something I'd like to ask you for. Can I trouble you to say hello to the leaders above for me? Mr. Qin heard the deeper meaning in Lin Hai's words and couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? Lin Hai, did you run into some kind of difficulty? Lin Hai took a deep breath and told Mr. Qin his thoughts and plans one by one. After hearing this, Mr. Qin pondered for a moment and finally agreed to Lin Hai's request. After all, if you want to achieve your goals without the support and help of your superiors, it's a pipe dream, and relying on yourself to fight tooth and nail for it is too great a price to pay. Therefore, seeking Mr. Qin's help at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. An hour later, Lin Hai brought the two of them, Lu Erhua and Di Qiao, to the Shiyou Hotel once again. It didn't take long for Da Xiong, Zhang Nan, and Crow to arrive at the Shiyou Hotel one after another. At this moment, whether it was Zhang Nan or Crow or Da Xiong, their faces were all hard to see. After all, because of this incident, all three of them have suffered implication and sustained considerable financial losses. However, only Lin Hai was in an extraordinarily comfortable mood, as he was the only one who was unharmed. Not only that, but he even gained a huge benefit at least last night and the night before he was accompanied by beautiful women. Not to mention the fact that each of the four beauties was a national treasure. Everyone waited patiently for about half an hour more before Sango led two of his men into the private room in a leisurely manner. Seeing this, everyone present hurriedly stood up and greeted third brother, and Lin Hai also following suit and respectfully calling out third brother. Third brother was about 40 years old or so, medium height, handsome, and could be described as having an elegant appearance, which could not help but inspire a feeling of awe. Chapter 181, The Most Pitiful Teammates. In the face of the crowd's tidal wave of enthusiasm, Sango remained in a clouded state. He only nodded slightly towards the crowd, then walked to the main seat and sat down as if he were walking idly. Seeing Sango's appearance at this moment, the two of them, Daxiang and Jiangnan, were both as nervous as pins and needles at the same time. It was because they could completely conclude that this time, both third brother and the people above third brother were extremely unhappy about this matter. In these last 10 days or so, Daxiang and Jiangnan had caused quite a stir, a firefight of unprecedented proportions, and they had set the time in the early hours of the night, choosing a location in the outskirts of the countryside off the beaten track. However, despite the fact that the two smashed each other's venues, they still made a shocking commotion and at least a couple dozen people were injured. With such a major event taking place, as the head of those magistrates, there is bound to be constant pressure from below. Sango waved her hand toward the crowd, signaling for them to take their seats, then waved her hand at the two minions standing behind him, signaling for them to get out. If third brother let his own little brother go out, then whether it was Zhang Nan or Daxiang, or Lin Hai and Crow, they could only do as they were told and let their own little brothers go out as well. In the large private room, only San, Zhang Nan, Crow, Daxiang, Lin Hai and the five of them were left at the moment. The atmosphere at the scene was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out. If third brother didn't give the word, then the others naturally didn't dare to let the waiter serve the drinks and food, and if he didn't speak up, everyone else chose to keep quiet. Yes, this is Sango's jungle status. Even as he sat quietly like this, he was able to bring a mountainous pressure to the crowd. Lin Hai secretly vowed in his heart at this moment that one day, he would definitely ascend to the heights of his third brother, so that others would also worship him. Sango finally spoke up. Son, this matter started because of you, so tell me first, how exactly are you going to solve it? Hearing that he was named by Sango, Daxiang's heart instantly lifted and a sense of nervousness gripped his entire body. However, for the sake of his own interests, he still tried to explain himself. Third brother, this matter really can't be blamed entirely on me. It's clearly Anan who provoked it first. Bang! Just as he was in the middle of his sentence, Sango suddenly slammed the table with such force that the sound resonated throughout the room. I'm not interested in knowing how it started or what happened, just how you plan to fix it. If you don't have a solution, then let Nan speak. Zheng Nan looked at his third brother's attitude at this time and couldn't help but feel a little weak in his heart. However, his mind was relatively more flexible and he knew that it was inappropriate to touch Sango's brow at this moment. As such, he didn't dwell too much on the cause and effect of what happened, but cut straight to the chase and informed Sango of his claim. I want all the fields that Nobita has in his possession, and I want him to leave Sekijo, but I won't take his field for nothing, and I'll pay him every penny of what's due him. Needless to say, this Zhang Nan is definitely that kind of ruthless character, and he's completely screwing Big Bear to death. After all, at the moment, in the opinion of the vast majority of people, the Maharishi is the one who is at a disadvantage in this matter, and the Maharishi has been at a disadvantage. Well, he's definitely going to drive the Maharishi out of business. Hearing this, Daxiang cursed Zhang Nan's ancestors 18 generations in his heart, and his face was even more gloomy to the extreme. Originally, he wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but looking at third brother's icy cold eyes, he hardened his heart and forced it down, waiting for third brother's answer. Sango lit a cigarette for herself before speaking slowly. This definitely can't no matter how. Daxiang is also a dignified character and this matter you yourself also have fault How about this? I'll have Sung give you 2 parking lots and then you'll shake hands and make up. What do you think? Hearing Sango say that, Daxiang's heart was filled with gratitude towards Sango. After all, it had been unfortunate, and if things really worked out that way, then of course he was willing to accept it. As a matter of fact, when he asked Sango to come out and help make peace this time, he had already made plans in his mind to cut the 2 parking lots. However, right at this moment, Zhang Nan spoke up in an unusually calm manner. Third brother, if Daxiang hadn't sent his men to smash Crow's massage parlor last night and had injured Crow's juniors, then I would have agreed to this condition without hesitation. However, last night we were obviously sitting here to start negotiations, but he actually resorted to such underhanded tactics at that time. Many of my brothers were injured, and several massage parlors were smashed, so that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Raven, who was on the sidelines, chimed in. After what happened, it's definitely not possible to just let it go. If we really can't talk about it, then we'll all just keep doing it, and I don't care if I get caught up in the bureau anyway. At this point, the crow even spit out human speech. You can say that he is an unknowing rash, Or you can say that the anger in his heart has been burning. It was only because what he had said was simply that he hadn't left the slightest bit of face for third brother. Sango ignored Crow's words and instead stared at Zhang Nan with a sharp gaze like a falcon. Zhang Nan felt the knife-like glare of his third brother, and although his heart was a bit jittery, he was obviously not willing to back down easily. This is also reasonable. These people are in the Jianghu climbing and rolling. If their own interests have not been too much infringement, they will naturally give a few points to the third brother face, but if their own interests suffered a serious injury, then they naturally do not care about a lot. This is human nature, and no one will easily compromise in the face of absolute benefits. Zhang Nan is also a cunning guy. He saw the third brother staring at himself. If at this moment his own reticence, do nothing, that is really some words, then pretended to be annoyed at the Crow's rebuked. Crow, how dare you talk like that? Do you still see me as your elder brother? Third brother is here. When is it your turn for juniors like you to interrupt? The others in the private room secretly spat at Zhang Nan's hypocrisy in their hearts, but they were not at liberty to show it. After all, anyone knows in their heart that the two of them are just acting together in a farce. Third brother did not poke through Zhang Nan's disguise, but instead looked at him with a cloudy face and asked in a bland tone, "So tell me, how should this matter be resolved? After all, you had previously offered to have Sung hand over all of his territory, which is obviously impossible for us." Chapter 182 Beat Up Nobita. Zhang Nan frowned slightly, his eyes somewhat deep, as if he was pondering the possibilities in his mind. Time passed, and he finally spoke slowly, his voice low and strong. "In that case, why don't we ask him to hand over the 2 parking lots, plus the management of the lower part of Manhwa Street? This is a relatively balanced solution that satisfies some of our requirements without making things too difficult for the Maharishi." Hearing this, Maharaja was secretly pleased in his heart, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He immediately changed his attitude and his tone became brisk. "This is no problem. Da Xiong is a person who has always done things without a bottom line. He only focuses on the small profits in front of him and doesn't think about other consequences at all." At the moment, he was thinking in his mind that anyway, the lower part of Manhwa Street was still currently under Lin Hai's control, and even if he handed over its management to Zhang Nan, it wouldn't have too much of an impact on himself. So, he agreed to this condition without hesitation, completely ignoring Lin Hai's thoughts and feelings. He couldn't care less about whether or not Lin Hai was willing to accept it. In his eyes, as long as Zhang Nan and the others joined with himself to put pressure on Lin Hai would eventually have no choice but to compromise even if he was reluctant. Zhang Nan and Crow finally had smiles on their faces when they heard that Da Xiong had agreed to this condition. Sango also took a long breath, thinking to herself that she had finally put the matter to rest. Sango spoke slowly once more. "Well, since both of you agree, then this matter is settled, so I can explain to the top." Just then, Lin Hai, who hadn't said a word since entering the door, suddenly stood up and said, "Have you asked my permission? The lower part of Manhwa Street, for the moment, is my territory. And who gave you the right to make decisions for me without authorization?" At this time, Da Xiong only thought about putting things to rest, and since he wanted to put things to rest, he definitely had to crush Lin Hai. This was because in his opinion, of these several forces present today, only Lin Hai could allow himself to step on them. After all, he couldn't fight Zhang Nan, and he couldn't afford to offend third brother, so couldn't he even clean up a single Lin Hai? Moreover, at this time, both Zhang Nan and third brother would definitely be on their side, so it would be easy as pie to clean up Lin Hai. Thinking of this, Da Xiong bottomed out and roared at Lin Hai. *** Your mom. What kind of a thing are you? For so many years, everyone on the road has known that the lower section of Manhwa Street is my turf, and that I can hand it over to whomever I want? It has half a cent to do with you. Get the hell out of here. From today, I declare that you are no longer my little brother. Snap. However, just when Da Xiong thought that Lin Hai would be so frightened that he would kneel down and beg for forgiveness, Lin Hai suddenly struck out and slapped Da Xiong hard in the face. The slap didn't do much damage, but it was extremely insulting. Big Bear was directly confused by the slap. He really couldn't imagine that Lin Hai would dare to make a move on himself in such an occasion. However, things weren't over yet, only to see that after Lin Hai slapped this, he grabbed Da Xiong's hair and slammed it towards the desktop for a while. Bang bang! A crisp and loud crash rang out, stunning everyone in the room. It was only after a dozen or so impacts, with Da Xiong's face having turned into a pig's head and his face already covered in blood, that Lin Hai stopped his hand movements. "When did I become your little brother? And when did Manhwa Street become your territory? I'm telling you, that's something my brothers and I put our lives on the line for. No one is going to take Manhattan Street from me. Not you, not anyone here." This was a very domineering thing to say. Even Zhang Nan and Da Xiong, who already had some fame on the road, wouldn't dare to say such big words in front of third brother. just as the other three were still in a daze. Lin Hai continued. You, Da Xiong, are just a small person who can't get on, and for someone like you really don't deserve to be this big brother. You played some trick yesterday to get your sister-in-law and a few other women to seduce me. Incited my brothers to go with you to cause trouble when my phone was off, and then you shrugged it off when things went wrong, wanting me to take the blame for you. Do you think that's possible? Also, the last time I had a conflict with the crows, it was you bastards who were stirring up trouble. It was clearly you who were dissatisfied with others and wanted to start a conflict with them. You didn't have the guts to go on yourself, and you kept stirring up the old man to go on. As a result, you still want to be the good guy here. Do you think that all the people in the world are all and you are the only one who is smart? Since the day I met you, you have been forcing me to take action against the crows and their hands, and you even said that you want to find a way to get the crow's boss Zheng Nan killed. Just name a despicable villain like you. Who the hell in their right mind would follow you to hang out? At this moment, Lin Hai, like a devil who incited the fire, kept stirring up trouble between Da Xiong and Zhang Nan, doing everything he could to make the conflict between the two of them more and more intense like a blazing fire. These words are like a sharp sword, straight into the heart. The effect is naturally immediate, and every sentence is reasonable, so that the three brothers, Zhang Nan, and the crows in the private room, have to be convinced. These words were like a tumor, not only deepening the hatred between Da Xiong and Zhang Nan, but also causing San's dissatisfaction with Da Xiong to rise like a tidal wave. A social bigwig like Brother San would have valued his face more than his life, but Da Xiong had asked him to mediate while at the same time looking for someone to deal with Zhang Nan and the others in private, which was undoubtedly slapping him in the face in public. Because of this matter, third brother also questioned Da Xiong yesterday, but Da Xiong coquettishly explained that he did not know about it, and that it was the junior brothers below who took the initiative. So although third brother was unhappy at that time, since he had said so, he could not afford to have a fit. Today, after hearing Lin Hai say this, the fact that Da Xiong took the initiative to cause trouble was like an ironclad nail, and in front of so many people, which undoubtedly made third brother lose face. So at this moment, third brother couldn't help but rush up like a hungry tiger and give Da Xiong a good beating. As for the two of them, Zhang Nan and Crow, they were naturally happy to face such a situation. The reason why these two gave in during today's negotiation was also because they were wary of those 70 to 80 minions from yesterday. Now that they were watching Lin Hai and Da Xiong harbor a fight, they were naturally ecstatic. And when they thought of Da Xiong's despicable and shameless behavior, they wanted Lin Hai to beat him to death even more. In doing so, the other three people in the booth, all of whom had completely broken with Da Xiong, stood against him. Naturally, no one would stick up for him. Chapter 183, Arousing the Wrath of the People. Nobita, who had been beaten to a pig's head at the moment, finally came back to his senses after a long time and realized what had happened. After reacting, he was instantly enraged. His face reddened with anger, and he jumped up from his seat with a dab, clenching his fists as he prepared to slam them towards Lin Hai's head. However, Lin Hai's movements were one step faster than him. In the moment when Da Xiong had just stood up, Lin Hai had already swung out a fist and ruthlessly smashed it into the small of Da Xiong's back. Lin Hai is not only younger than Da Xiong, but also has a more robust body than Da Xiong. In addition, he is in excellent physical condition because he usually focuses on exercising. The punch was extremely powerful and in just the right place, and when it went down, Nobita fell to the ground without a doubt. Since this bastard wanted to seek his own death, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't be merciful. He grabbed a nearby wooden chair in his hand and slammed it against Nobita's body. By the end of the day, even the wooden stools were smashed and broken. Even so, Lin Hai still had no intention of letting Nobita go. He copied the other chair and once again prepared to launch himself at the Maharaja. Snap! Sango slammed her hand heavily on the table and roared loudly. That's enough. You're not finished, are you? Lin Hai was definitely also a guy who took what he saw as a good thing, and when he saw that third brother was furious, he naturally stopped the movements in his hands. Hurrying to accompany a smiling face, he said to third brother and Zhang Nan and Crow and the others, "Three big brothers, it's not that I want to make trouble in front of you, but Da Xiong's dog is so not a thing. Isn't he treating all of us like monkeys? It's okay for me, a nobody, to be fooled by him like this, when you guys are big shots with big names. Not to mention you, third brother, that's someone who would make the entire Guan city tremble if you stomped your foot. How can you be fooled by such a despicable person?" As far as Lin Hai's 3-inch tongue was concerned, it really wasn't blown out of proportion. Not only was it lethal to women, it was also very lethal to men. Once this horse's ass was patted, the third brother and the three of them, not only did they not feel the slightest bit of loss of face, but they were also very flattered. Sango said with a faint smile, "Oh, he's gotten what he deserves. You can't possibly beat him to death. Never mind. Let's get down to business. At this time, Da Xiong, his whole body that was in pain, his mouth kept making moaning sounds, and when the pain was a little easier, he cursed at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, you son of a, we're not done with this. If I don't get revenge for today, I'll swear not to be a human being. When he finished, he yelled at the door at the top of his lungs. Yang Sen, De Guang, where have you guys died? Old me is getting killed in there. Didn't you guys hear the sound? But no matter how loud he screamed, the people outside certainly couldn't hear him, because everyone outside at the moment was being greeted by Sango's men who were eating at the table on the first floor. Sango gave him a hard stare. Look at your point of interest, but also as a boss it. On you're such a wimpy. With the bottom of the punks, what is the difference? Do not shout here. Hurry up to get up to solve things. If today to solve the problem, not only you people will suffer. Even I cannot get out of the relationship. Hudi is going to give me a hard time and see what I'm going to do to him when I get back. At this point in time, Sango's dissatisfaction with Da Xiong had reached an extreme, and she certainly wouldn't be polite when talking to him. After saying this, third brother instructed Zhang Nan again. We're all talking. What's it like to let him lie on the floor? Go over there and help him up and sit on the stool. Lin Hai grabbed it with a hefty smile. How can you trouble brother Nan with such a thing? Just let my little brother do it for you. As the words fell out, he walked quickly to Maharishi and stretched out his right hand about to help Maharishi up. However, at this time, Nobita, who had long been severely psychologized by Lin Hai's brutal act just now, couldn't help but start trembling when he saw Lin Hai gradually approaching towards him. Don't come any closer. I'm able to stand up on my own, Nobita said in horror. Lin Hai squinted at him with a face full of contempt, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth as he mocked. Oh, I say brother Xiong, how come your guts are as small as that rat's? Since third brother has said that he wants you to get up and talk about things, then naturally I won't punch you anymore. But then, I'll kindly remind you that if you're so afraid of being punched, then don't ever mess with me again in the future. After all, once a person like me starts to beat someone up, it's as vicious as the wind and rain. What has happened today is just a trivial opening act. After saying that, he didn't give Da Xiong the slightest chance to respond, as if he was pulling Da Xiong's hand tightly like an iron clamp, yanking him up from the cold and bone-piercing ground, and then he pressed him down hard on a chair next to him as if he was throwing rags. If Nobita's little brothers were to witness such a wretched Nobita at this moment, I really don't know how they would feel. Prior to this, Da Xiong that was a high and mighty, unbeatable appearance, at least is also a little famous big brother. But now, it is a mess as if the defeated rooster. At this moment, he was like a lost dog whose spine had been broken. After everyone was seated, Sango spoke again. Sung, you are an asshole who doesn't deserve to be a human being. With your despicable behavior, is it something that a human being can do? Yesterday, you dared to abet others to go to the Crowther store to make trouble, which not only brought the other side of the extremely heavy economic losses, but also caused serious injuries in the body. The leadership of the upper must be a statement. Also, you went and smashed up someone's parking lot last year and robbed tens of thousands of dollars from their store. This is something that the higher-ups know about now, so it's definitely hard for you to get away with it this time. These words were like a bolt from the blue to the Maharishi at this moment, making his situation more and more difficult. Regarding these two things that San just said, if he was really caught by the magistrate, he would definitely end up sitting through the bottom of a jail cell. These words were nothing short of outright intimidation. After all, these people in the road, no matter which one of them, more or less have some cases in hand. The reason why magistrates turn a blind eye to their behavior, that's entirely because they did not give the magistrates a lot of benefits on weekdays. And this kind of thing is also commonplace for the magistrates. As long as they are peaceful, then people will certainly not make things difficult for them. But if they do not know what to do, they will certainly make this matter public. At this moment, when third brother said this, it was undoubtedly completely cutting off his path of retreat. As long as he didn't obediently listen to other people's third brother, the next thing that awaited him would surely be a prison sentence. A big shot like Sango usually doesn't do things so decisively. Now that people were acting in such a way, it meant that he had already touched their bottom line. Chapter 184, Third Brothers Means. At this moment, Nobita finally realized that he had absolutely no way back. It is almost impossible to still be able to get a foothold in this piece of land. The only thing that can be done now is to transfer these industries in their hands to Zhang Nan and the others. Although a little reluctant, but at least you can get a sum of money. With this money, even if he left Guancheng, he could still use it to do some small business. The rest of his life, compared to the vast majority of ordinary people, that will certainly live a lot more nourishing. In order to be able to get a reasonable price, Da Xiong had to put his attitude very low and said somewhat coyly, everything is up to Sango. Sango smiled faintly. Then you transfer out all your venues. I'm a bit interested in the bath center. Let's talk later and see how much is appropriate to transfer in my name. Sango, the dog is definitely no slouch either. The first thing he did was to take the most lucrative property in the Maharishi's name into his own pocket. Hearing him say that, of course the people present didn't dare to rob with him openly. Zhang Nan also said with no politeness at all, I'll take all the parking lots in your name. These people, once again, chose to ignore Lin Hai. Lin Hai stretched out a finger thumb and gently tapped it on the table. And when the crowd's gazes looked at him, he then said in a breezy manner, What? Have all the bosses treated me like air? I'm asked to go on when there's a shouting match, but when it's over and the cake is divided, there's nothing for me. Lin Hai, don't you guys think this is ridiculous? Or do you guys think I don't have that qualification at all? Just then, Sango spoke again. Nan, what the above means is that Manhwa Street is just too chaotic these days, especially the upper half of it that you manage. There, accidents happen almost every day. While on the contrary, the second half of the section managed by Lin Hai is well managed. If you want this street to be stable, then it's best to have someone unified to manage it. And the above means that Lin Hai is a very suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Crow was the first to quit. This was his territory. But listening to San's meaning, it was obvious that he was going to give up his territory to Lin Hai. How is this possible? In this matter, he hadn't suffered much, and now not only did he not get any benefits, but he had to give up his own turf instead. He felt that at this moment he was simply more wrong than Sinus. The anger in his heart rubbed upwards, completely unable to care that his boss and third brother were still here. Directly slammed the table, then rubbed up and stood up, roaring loudly. It's not going to happen, and it's not going to work for anyone. Isn't this a clear case of bullying me? Sango glared hard at Raven, her eyes so cold it was unnerving, and he laughed coldly. Look at you all, one more fired up than the other. Is it possible that I've lost any face as I've rarely shown my face lately? If that's the case, then we'll ride on a donkey and see. After saying that, he directly took out his cell phone from his body and dialed a number. And after the call was answered, he said in a very polite tone, Mr. Jiang, these things that happened in these 2 days in Wunwun and the street, it seems that I don't have that ability to solve it, so please convey a message to the leaders to follow the procedures and arrest the people if they should be arrested. By the way, I also want to report a person. This person is suspected of forcing good people to prostitution, and there is also the suspicion of organizing people to buy and sell pills. He at this moment in the upper part of Wunha Street opened 3 massage parlors. While Sango was still mouthing off and rambling on, Raven had long been sweating profusely, for all those things Sango had just mentioned were indeed his doing. No doubt Sango was on the phone with the sheriff's leader, and all those things that Sango had said, Crow himself had indeed done, and if he was caught in jail for that, then he would have to be locked up for at least 8 or 10 years before he could get out. At this moment, the Crow's face was as pale as paper. There was no longer any previous arrogance, and even disregarded the image, rushed to cry, ran to the side of the third brother, and said in a low voice, Third brother, you mustn't be like this. I will definitely listen to your arrangements. Looking at the Crow in front of him, his posture at the moment was so humble that he was close to kneeling down and begging for forgiveness for Sango. However, Sango ignored his agonizing pleas and continued to dial. The call lasted 10 minutes, and during that time, Raven's heart suffered. He felt both nervous and scared, but there was nothing he could do to change things. This feeling of powerlessness made his heart despair, and even created an urge to strangle Sango on the spot. There was hardly anyone who hung out on the Guanchang Road who didn't know the name of San. Most people would give him some face, not only because Sango herself possessed a certain amount of power, but also because rumor had it that he had a relative who held a key position in the sheriff's department. It was with these connections and backgrounds that San was able to be a fish out of water in the jungle. After Sango finished her phone call, she turned her head and angrily shouted at Zhang Nan and Crow, I'll put the word out for you here. If you guys have any grievances against me, you can always come and find me in trouble. As long as you draw the line, I'll follow you in both black and white. Don't give the things you Crows did on Wunha Street. If it wasn't for me helping you to suppress them, you'd have gone in and squatted in the police station a long time ago, you son of a. This third brother, the reason why he suddenly flipped out on Zhang Nan and Crow was because Crow didn't give him face, and secondly, of course, because someone gave him a greeting. It was thought that Wunha Street, which was managed by Waya, had long been in a mess, and the people above wanted Lin Hai to manage the street. The fact that the people above would have such thoughts, first of all, of course, was because Mr. Chin had greeted them, and the most important one was still that Lin Hai had indeed managed the lower part of Wunha Street very well over the recent month or so. A relative balance can be struck between the owners of massage parlors, other punks, and the minor players in the sheriff's department. As long as balance is maintained, stability will naturally follow. This is where Lin Hai's brilliance lies. He is like a wise man who understands people's hearts, able to figure out everyone's inner desires, and then accurately prescribe the right medicine. If he had failed to manage Manhwa Street in such an organized manner, even if General Manager Chin had greeted the top, people would definitely not give him a helping hand. After all, the interests of many people are involved in this, so how can it be easily suppressed by just a few words? Seeing that both of them were silent and seemed to have been somewhat convinced, Sango said, moderating her tone a little more. The matter is settled. From now on, all of Daxiong's venues will be left to you, Nan, to take care of, while Manhwa Street will be left in the hands of Lin Hai. As for those massage parlors of the crows, they can still operate where they are, and Lin Hai, you must not go to other people's stores to collect protection fees anymore, so let's give each other a thin face. Chapter 185. Jiang Nan also opened his mouth to speak at this moment in order to appease the crows. There are a total of 6 parking lots under the Maharishi's name, and I only need 2, leaving the other 4 in your care. As far as Raven was concerned, he had nothing to lose if the matter was handled in this manner. For parking lots, he can also make a profit of tens of thousands of dollars a month, and the massage parlors he can still continue to operate, although less tens of thousands of dollars of protection fees, but the overall calculation, he should be more than in the past to earn. Moreover, the collection of protection money is not a long-term solution after all. On the contrary, the parking lot is a completely different matter, and in any case, it can be regarded as something that can make it to the Hall of Fame. What's more, at this moment, one's own handle was clutched in the hands of the third brother, and if he refused to compromise, it was highly likely that he would be put behind bars. Eventually, the matter settled down like that. The end result was that Lin Hai had the right to manage the entire street of Manhwa Street, while Crow got 4 parking lots from Daxiong. Jiang Nan likewise got 2 parking lots, and as for Sango, she got a bath center. The biggest loser in the whole thing was of course Daxiong. Not only had he thrown out all of his turf, but also, he had let his sister-in-law go and accompany Lin Hai for 2 days for free. The biggest winner, first and foremost, was of course Lin Hai, who had done almost nothing to easily get the management of the upper half of Manhwa Street, and then had 2 days of drunken human life. The next biggest beneficiary that is of course the third brother, without any effort to get the most lucrative industry under the name of Daxiong. If you count the economic gains alone, the benefits that the third brother got, have far exceeded Lin Hai. As for the 2 men, Nobita and Crow, they didn't get much out of it, but they got out of the way and beat Nobita down completely and utterly. In this way, their social status in the Tao will definitely rise. It's certainly not something that direct financial benefits can be compared to. These 4 people, all of them still had to discuss the transfer of equity. Only Lin Hai didn't need it at all. So, after finalizing this matter, Lin Hai took the lead and left the Shiyo Hotel. When he walked to the first floor, he happened to meet Yang Sen and He Daiguang and the others. He Daiguang took the lead and greeted Lin Hai. Hi, do you know how Xiong and the others are talking? Lin Hai replied with a smile. Of course I know that Hung is quitting this circle in Guansheng starting tomorrow. I even gave him a thinly veiled gift just now by beating him into a pig's head. He Daiguang and the few juniors around them, as well as Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin. After hearing this, all of them mistakenly thought that Lin Hai was joking. The corner of He Daiguang's mouth spread a teasing smile and said, "Oh, hi, don't be snarky, how is that possible?" Lin Hai responded gently, as if he was telling something that was no longer commonplace. When he comes down later, you will see for yourselves whether he has become a pig's head, and you may inquire of him in passing whether he intends to leave the past city in the near future. Looking at Lin Hai's serious appearance, which did not seem to be a joke at all, He Daiguang and Yang Sen instantly froze in place as if they were struck by lightning. In their eyes, their brother Xiong was a mighty big brother, while Lin Hai was nothing more than a fledgling minor character. The status and position of the 2 people, as if the difference between clouds and mud. If Daxiong beat up Lin Hai, they will certainly be convinced, but Lin Hai beat up Daxiong, which really makes it difficult for them to believe. Just then, Lin Hai paced in front of He Daiguang, reached out and gently patted He Daiguang's cheek, then spoke out provocatively. Xiong's sister-in-law's bedside manner is exceptional, and your girlfriend Xiaoya is definitely not far behind. Remember to come back to me in the future when there is such beauty. If he had only spoken with He Daiguang alone, it would have been harmless. After all, it really is indisputable. However, at this moment, He Daiguang was closely followed by several of Daxiong's juniors, and there were Lin Hai's juniors present. This will undoubtedly make Daxiong and He Daiguang lose face. As a man, being said so in front of the face, that must be how humiliating, and how hurt self-esteem. He Daiguang's face instantly became hideous. His teeth clenched and roared. You guys are just making it up as you go along. I'm warning you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can never talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about your face. Snap. Lin Hai did not hesitate to raise his hand and viciously slapped He Dogwon with a resounding slap, his eyes full of contempt, sneering, Nobita is nothing in my eyes, and you're even more of a loser than even he is. If I dare to beat him up, I dare to beat you up as well. Besides, all the things I just said are true, and I even have their contact information. How about I call them now and have them come over and confront you in person? Dashyong and you two assholes, in order to coax Erwa and the others to work for you, you actually resorted to such underhanded tactics as the beauty plan. It's a shame, but in the end, it's a lost cause. Ha ha, some other day, I will surely love those two beauties again. He Dogwon was so infuriated that his face turned blue, his forehead veins rippled, and his eyes glared as if they were cowbells. He clenched his fists tightly, making crunching sounds as if he wanted to eat Lin Hai alive. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Asterisk 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 you. Lin Hai, you son of a, how dare you make a move on me? Let's see if I don't kill you today. Bang! A dull thud came, interrupting He Dogwon's shouting and cursing. The crowd was shocked to find that it was Lu Erwa who suddenly rushed forward and flew up to kick He Dogwon's ass hard, directly knocking him to the ground. Lu Erwa's stout, muscular body usually has great strength. At this moment, he even used all his strength. And although He Dogwon was quite strong looking, he was still slightly inferior compared to Lu Erwa, and was simply unable to withstand such a violent blow. However, things did not end there. Lu Erwa kicked He Dogwon down, followed by a few heavy kicks on him. His mouth also kept cursing. Who the do you think you are? How dare you talk to my brother Hai like that? I've long been sick of you. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time, but my brother Hai has been stopping me from touching you. Today you even dared to bump into the muzzle of a gun, so I'll give you a profound lesson. When the words fell, Lu Erwa directly picked up He Dogwon who was lying on the ground, as easy as picking up a chicken, and then raised it above his head, as if what he was holding in his hand wasn't a person but a light and fluffy thing, and only then did he ruthlessly drop it on the ground. The next moment, the pig-killing screams of He Dogwon soon came from inside the restaurant, which was unusually tragic, as if it could penetrate people's souls, and made people not help but feel pity. Chapter 186, Beat Up Two Eyes. However, Lu Erwa did not stop there. He continued to punch and kick He Dogwon, each punch and kick with full force. Beating He Dogwon begged for mercy, but Lu Erwa simply ignored his pleas for mercy and continued to attack him without mercy. At a later time, He Dogwon could no longer withstand such torture and directly passed out from the pain, and at that moment, Lu Erwa also stopped his hand movements, as if he felt that this farce was enough. Yang Sen and Dashyong's other 3 or 4 little brothers, at first, also wanted to go up to help, but looking at Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin's tower-like body, and looking at the ruthlessness of Lu Erwa's hands, a few people hard didn't dare to put a fart. They could only stand aside and watch He Dogwon being beaten, their hearts filled with fear and helplessness. Just then, Lin Hai walked to Yang Sen again and suddenly kicked him in the chest. Bang! The kick came out of nowhere, and Yang Sen was completely unprepared for it. He was kicked backwards by it, and ended up falling heavily to the ground. Yang Sen looked at Lin Hai with a stunned expression of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect Lin Hai to be so bold as to kick him in front of so many people. After reacting to what was going on, Jansen ordered loudly to a few of Dashyong's minions. What are you guys waiting for? This son of a Lin Hai is too angry. Hurry over and beat him up. However, these few juniors were as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, standing frozen in place, not daring to move the slightest bit, especially the relatively timid little brother among them. At this point had been scared to the point of trembling like sifting chaff. There was no other reason. Whether it was Lu Erwa or Lin Hai, they were as ruthless as demons. Looking at He Dogwon, who had fallen to the ground, the hearts of these juniors were filled with fear, as if they were being tightly clutched by a large invisible hand. Even though there were still 4 people on their side, they knew in their hearts that with the strength of the 4 of them, to fight against Lin Hai and Lu Erwa was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. More importantly, they noticed Huang Jianxin standing on the sidelines. This man was so stout as to be like an iron tower, not inferior to Lu Erwa in the slightest. If they really moved, they were bound to suffer a great loss. Moreover, Lin Hai dared to do it in front of so many people, so he was obviously emboldened. Maybe, he had just really beaten their boss, Nobita, like a pig's head. Thinking of this, they were even more afraid to act rashly. If people really beat up their own bosses, wouldn't it be suicidal for them to rush up at this time? Just as the 4 men were hesitating, Lu Erwa suddenly rushed over in their direction like a tiger descending from a mountain, roaring loudly. Asterisk 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 you You mother asterisk 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 heirs don't want to serve? Then let your second master beat the out of you all so you can be convinced. At this time Lu Erwa, living like a god of war, that fierce aura. Look at the opposite side of the four hearts cannot help but be weak. They simply didn't have the courage to make a move with Lu Erwa. And the junior brother who had the least courage was like a frightened rabbit, trembling with fear and trembling. 2. Second brother. This is none of my business. I am just a small minion. I will leave right away. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? Looking at the other party's terrified expression, Lu Erwa's heart was secretly pleased. However, he didn't continue to make things difficult for the other party, but waved his hand and said, "Then get the hell out of here." After hearing these words, the little brother was like an amnesty, no longer caring about the strange eyes of these companions around him, turned around and ran, and the remaining 3, seeing that they wouldn't get beaten up if they just conceded, also hurriedly begged for mercy. Second brother, we know we're wrong, we're really convinced, please give us a break. Lu Erwa waved his big hand once again. Get out of here, all of you. The remaining 3 minions, like birds of prey, turned and ran. Each one ran faster than a rabbit, fearing that Lu Erwa would backtrack as if he were a rabbit. Looking at their distant backs, Lu Erwa's heart couldn't mention how painful it was. This ing is purely a mistake of choice. If they follow their own big brother, and how will be bullied. After this incident, I'm afraid that no one will dare to follow Daxiong in the future, because hanging out with a big brother like that is so ing lame. At this moment, Yang Sen, his face pale as if a thin sheet of paper, even if he is stupid, can clearly realize, waiting for him will be what kind of miserable end. The corner of Huang Jianxin's mouth grinned, revealing a mouth full of teeth as white as the white moon, and smiled playfully towards Lin Hai. Brother Hai, my hands are itching like crazy. How about you let Yang Sen, the 1,000-dagger bastard, give me a beating? I'll go. How can you be so vicious? This is like treating yourself as a sandbag to be beaten by anyone who wants to beat you up. Yang Sen, who was lying on the ground, was already speechless to the extreme in his heart, but he could do nothing about it. Who made him have to be Daxiong's eyes and ears before? Staring at Lin Hai and their every move all the time, and reporting all of Lin Hai and their affairs to Daxiong. This is all the punishment he deserves for taking the blame. Yang Sen has a thin body, and compared to the sturdy ox Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, although the strength is slightly inferior, but can follow the example of Lu Erwa against He Dafeng's tricks, as the method to give Yang Sen a heavy lesson. When Huang Jianxin reached for Yang Sen's body, Yang Sen began to struggle desperately as if he were mad, and even punched and kicked Huang Jianxin without mercy. However, he is really too naive. Even if the two are in the same starting line, he has no chance of winning. Not to mention that at the moment he is lying on the ground in a state of distress, while Huang Jianxin is like an emperor on high. To clean up his simply like a slap in the face. It didn't take long for Yang Sen to be lifted up easily by Huang Jianxin. Yang Sen, who was held high in the air, was still like an enraged beast, kicking and stomping his arms and legs, trying his best to break free, but it was all in vain. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound like a muffled thunder, Huang Jianxin dropped Yang Sen hard to the ground as if he was discarding a worn-out item. Yang Sen immediately felt a sharp pain like a tidal wave rushing in, as if all the bones in his body were going to break into countless pieces. The pain was simply too painful to live and too painful to die. Chapter 187 Unification of Manhwa Street. Immediately, Yang Sen's mouth let out a pig-killing scream. With Yang Sen's miserable scream, the entire restaurant instantly became silent, with only that miserable scream echoing in the air. Everyone had a look of fear and consternation on their faces, as if they had seen the end of the world. Yang Sen's scream was like a sharp knife that pierced everyone's eardrums, causing a stinging pain. His voice was so full of despair and pain that it made the heart grow fonder. However, no one dared to step forward to stop the atrocity and could only watch Jansen being tortured. Compared to Yi Dagwang just now, Jansen's miserable screams were even more mournful and tragic, as if they were going to tear everyone's hearts apart. That horrible voice seemed to come from the abyss, making people shudder, and the hideous appearance of the evil spirits of hell could not help but appear in their minds. The surrounding diners were so frightened that their faces turned as white as paper, and some even vomited on the spot. In a sorry state, someone lowered their voice to a whisper. The tactics of these mongrels are too brutal. You have to be careful in the future. Don't mess with them, or you won't even know how you're going to die. Another man chimed in. Yeah, it's just lawless. These people are a bunch of demons. However, there are others who disagree. Poor people have to be hated. Maybe the one who was beaten provoked them first? Let's just mind our own business and keep our mouths shut. Makes sense. It would be a bad idea to accidentally say the wrong thing and get in trouble. Let's just be honest and be a spectator. It's none of our business who's right or who's wrong. The diners in the restaurant began to mingle and whisper. but everyone's voices were lowered, lest they be heard by Lin Hai and the others and bring unnecessary trouble to themselves. Lin Hai and Lu Erwa, as well as Huang Jianxin, 3 people, after doing all this, did not pay attention to the strange gazes of these melon eaters around, also completely regardless of Yang Sen and He Daguang's death or life. The 3 of them swaggered away from the Shiyao Hotel. Half an hour later, the 3 of them returned to Wanhe Street, and on the way back, they had informed all the brothers under them to gather for a meeting. The purpose of this meeting was twofold, the first of which was of course to tell everyone about the exciting matter that the entire Wanhe Street would henceforth belong entirely to Lin Hai's management, so that these brothers down there can have fun and get excited with it. The other purpose? That was of course to instruct the brothers below to take over those massage parlors and other black industries in the upper half of the city in the fastest time possible. Currently, not counting those security personnel, Lin Hai also had close to 40 people under his command, and getting those 40 or so people to gather together for a meeting was indeed a troublesome task. In a public place like this, you always feel like it's not the same if you're constantly gathering dozens of people in one place. This is in a way an eye-opener for the sheriff who governs the street, and indeed there is no need for it. It seems that in the future, when we call for a meeting, we will have to do it in a different way and only allow those core members to attend. Then let these core members convey their meaning to the other brothers under their hands. After Lin Hai thought seriously for a moment, he already had an idea in his mind and decided to have Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, Xiao Fei, De Qiao and the 4 of them, each of them to lead a team of about 10 people. In this way, it was easier to manage, and in the future, he himself would only need to face these 4 people directly, without the need to have frequent contact with each of the brothers below. This way, there are 2 great advantages. 1, he does not need to be exhausted like a dead dog every day, and the other, it can also let the following brothers to form a healthy competition among themselves. This can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, in the future under the brotherhood will be like crushing carp. If you have something to do will be gathered dozens, hundreds of people. That will bring panic to the people around the heart. At the same time will also make the magistrate upset. When the crowd heard that the entire Wanhe Street would become their territory from now on, a thunderous cheer soon followed. Everyone was as excited as if they were pumped with chicken blood. After all this commotion, their brother Hai would surely be like a fish out of water, and they themselves would also feel a sense of honor. And most importantly, now that there were so many more territories, every month Lin Hai's income was bound to increase exponentially, and they, as Lin Hai's subordinates, would be able to get a much more lucrative share. Thinking about this, the mood of the crowd became incredibly excited and thrilled, as if it were a rippling sea. It was at this moment that Fei suddenly tore his voice away and shouted, "Brother Hai is mighty, truly wise and brave." The boy was still covered in gauze, yet he was able to express his praise for Lin Hai in such a positive manner. One could not help but marvel at his resourcefulness. However, for Fei, Lin Hai still loved him from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Fei is not only as flexible as a rabbit, good at improvising, but also to the brothers of love and righteousness. Once someone dares to bully his brothers, he will certainly be like a tiger down the mountain to step forward, will never have half a bit of retreat intention. In addition, Fei is even more ruthless when he fights with people, and will never show the slightest bit of mercy. If he really pissed him off, he was definitely the kind of outlaw who dared to fight with others for his life. But the most important point was that Fei adored Lin Hai, almost to the point of obeying him. Which one who is the boss doesn't want to have such well-behaved, obedient and loyal minions under his hand? When one man took the lead in praising his boss, the other brothers naturally followed suit, praising their boss for his valor and bravery. For a while, the whole scene was lively and full of merriment and joy. Lin Hai raised his hand slightly and gave a gentle wave, signaling to the surroundings to be quiet for now. Then he straightened up and shouted, "Brothers, it's been a hard time for all of you. I am very grateful to all of you brothers for your full support and cooperation with me all along." He paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the surroundings, then said, "The hard work we all put in will certainly not be in vain, and we will certainly be duly rewarded. Take today, for example, where we've already earned a sizable daily interest gain. Taking this opportunity now, I would like to solemnly announce to you an important decision. After much deliberation, I decided to put Lu Erwa and Da Xiao in charge of managing the upper half of these industries, while Huang Jianxin and Xiao Fei would manage the lower half. In the meantime, I'm going to divide the brothers under me equally between the 4 of you for better work. If there is a shortage of manpower, you may recruit some new members to join on your own. These 4 brothers have made great contributions to the whole team since they joined us. For those brothers who did not receive a promotion this time, please do not be discouraged. Many opportunities await you in the future as we continue to expand our territory. As long as you are able to demonstrate exceptional ability and performance, I will not hesitate to promote you." Chapter 188. When the crowd heard this, they naturally felt that these 4 people being promoted up by Lin Hai, that was the general trend, and likewise, it was also a matter of public expectation, as if Lin Hai had said that the recent period of time that these 4 people had been paying was obvious to everyone. All the brothers present have sent their blessings to Lu Erhua, Huang Jianxin, Xiao Fei, and Di Qiao, while also praising their brother Hai for being wise and heroic. For a moment, the whole scene was buzzing with activity. After the crowd had been buzzing for a while, Lin Hai then waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued. Such a joyous scene must be celebrated. Tonight is my treat. Everyone pack up and let's go to the Gulf Hotel for dinner. When these words came out, the brothers in the room immediately boiled over again. The Gulf Hotel. That was the biggest hotel in Guanchang. Before this, it was a luxury for them to want to eat inside. And at this moment, it became real. How could they not be moved? Dagger shouted, "Long live Hai." Manhwa followed suit and shouted, "Long live Hai." Then the rest of the brothers began to shout at the top of their lungs. With dozens of people shouting at the same time, the scene looked kind of spectacular. At this moment, Lin Hai was considered to have completely become a veritable big brother. From now on, he no longer needed to look up to others' noses and faces to act. It was undoubtedly a transforming metamorphosis for him. Lin Hai looked at the group of passionate, hot-blooded brothers in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but well up with an unspeakable feeling of emotion. He knows that the road ahead is still long and rocky, waiting to be conquered and challenged by him and his brothers. However, no matter how dangerous the road ahead is, as long as he has the company of these brothers who share the same life and death, he is confident that he can go forward and overcome all the difficulties and obstacles. It was on this night that Lin Hai spiritedly led his brothers to the Gulf Hotel. Tonight, he had booked a total of 5 whole tables of sumptuous banquet, not only inviting the gang of brothers under his command, but also enthusiastically inviting Sister Hong, Li Yan Hong, Wu Tingting, Fong Lin, as well as Lu Juqi and many other beautiful and touching ladies. In addition, Li Yun Tao, the security chief under Lin Hai, was naturally among the invitees, while those other ordinary security guards had no chance to participate in the feast. After all, these people had yet to accomplish even one small, insignificant thing for Lin Hai since they had joined the company, and thus were unable to enjoy such a high level of treatment. Among the 5 beauties who came to the scene tonight, excluding Lu Juqi, the other 4 were all intricately connected to Lin Hai. The brothers under his command were more or less aware of the relationship between Lin Hai and the beautiful women. Seeing that these beauties were able to share the same table with Lin Hai without any animosity between them, the brothers couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. For this brother Hai of theirs, he was simply envious and admiring. Their brother Hai was not only their leader, but also their idol and role model. Sitting at the same table with Lin Hai were Li Yuntao as well as Lu Erhua and 4 other big brothers who had just been promoted. On top of this wine table, the people were going back and forth, drinking openly. Many brothers even raised their cups to Lin Hai one after another to show their respect for him. These brothers were very sensible, and when treating the several beautiful women present, they uniformly honored Li Yanhong as sister-in-law, and as for the others, they directly called them sister. The enthusiasm of these brothers gave Li Yanhong a feeling of being surprised and favored. After all, she never expected so many people to treat her with such warmth and respect. Before this, she is just an ordinary cannot be ordinary hotel room department foreman, receiving a meager monthly salary of several $100s, but also have to always put up with the leader of the Nest Gas. She had thought her life would just go on uneventfully, but she hadn't expected the turning point in her fate to come so suddenly. However, in just under a month, her life changed forever. Not only do they no longer suffer from that kind of stifling harboring, but they have become the sister-in-law that everyone admires. All of this transformation is due to the fact that she has found a wonderful man, Lin Hai. It was his presence that turned her position upside down. What made her feel even more fortunate was the fact that this man not only had a high social status and was wise and decisive, but was also incredibly handsome. It could be said that the current Li Yanhong was definitely the object of envy and jealousy for many young girls, not to mention anything else. Just at tonight's party, the few beauties present may not have shown any obvious emotions on the surface, but in reality, deep down they couldn't help but feel envious of Li Yanhong. On such an occasion, both Lin Hai and Li Yanhong, who were the center of attention, naturally didn't drink much. However, everyone knows that Li Yanhong's drinking capacity is as unbearable as that thin paper, so no one dares to make things too difficult for her like that raging storm. When they toasted her, they were as polite as that spring breeze and said to just let her drink as she pleased. Nevertheless, even if it is only a slapdash shallow taste, Li Yanhong still feel like that tide of intoxication surging to the heart. Her original face that was as beautiful as the finely carved face had now become as red as the evening sun, as tempting as the ripe apple, emanating a charm that people could not resist. In this way, Her whole person looks more and more like that blooming flowers, like charming and attractive. People can't help but feel pity and love. Just like that gurgling water flowing in the heart. The people present, both men and women, all secretly marveled in their hearts that Lin Hai and Li Yanhong could really be described as a match made in heaven, like the Golden Girls. Lin Hai was born with a handsome and dashing face, comparable to that of a bright star, like a dazzling male star. And Li Yanhong also has the face of the closed moon and flowers, the appearance of the fish and geese. Its face and body, as long as a man looked at, will absolutely be like that of the magnet attraction of the iron nails, like a heartbeat. Since Li Yanhong had left the Camellia Hotel and followed Lin Hai, she had paid more and more attention to her own attire, as if it were a carefully sculpted work of art. She occasionally puts on a little powder and light makeup, as fresh and attractive as that morning dew. These small changes make the already natural beauty of her invariably added a few points, such as that charming night pearl charm. Even Lin Hai, who accompanied Li Yanhong every day, after witnessing Li Yanhong in this scene, couldn't help but be as foolish as a child looking at the infatuation. The love in his eyes was like a blazing fire, burning deep within his heart for her, as deep as that ocean. Just at this time, has not been much like talking, Lu Erwa suddenly picked up the wine glass, grinning mouth revealing 2 rows of white neat teeth. Hey, a smile to Li Yanhong said, "Sister-in-law, let me toast to you. Also, I'd like to ask you, do you have any girlfriends or sisters? If so, can you introduce me to one? I don't have a date yet." Chapter 189. Lu Erwa's words instantly livened up the entire scene, causing bursts of laughter from the other brothers at the table. Li Yanhong smiled and picked up the wine cup, and Lu Erwa gently touched, then shallowly sipped a small mouthful of wine, the corners of the mouth slightly upward, faintly smiled and said, Erwazi, you should ask your brother Hai for help with this kind of thing. I don't know a lot of girls, not as many as your brother Hai." Lin Hai, who was sitting on the side, was scratching his head a little awkwardly at this moment. He didn't expect his girlfriend, Li Yanhong, to say such a thing in front of so many people. One must know that Lin Hai was known for his thick skin, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel his face burning and his old face reddening. Looking at Lin Hai's embarrassed look, the many brothers and sisters present laughed and couldn't stop laughing. Everyone was secretly happy in their hearts because this was a rare glimpse of their big brother Lin Hai's dilemma. Lin Hai, who was usually always majestic and steady, was now blushing shyly like a big boy, which was a real treat to watch. Sister Hong also interjected at this inopportune moment. "I think that's a good thing for Sister Yanhong to say." After saying this, Sister Hong even looked at Lin Hai with a smile on her face. Wu Tingting, who was already very articulate, naturally wouldn't forget to add fuel to the fire at this time. "Oh, Brother Erwa, if you can have your brother Hai's skills, why worry about finding a woman?" At this time, almost everyone inside the restaurant turned their gazes in unison towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai was so embarrassed, but on such an occasion, he had to maintain a gentleman's demeanor. Couldn't say anything to the few beauties, then only to spread all the fire in his heart on Lu Erwa. "You're the one who talks too much. For this kind of thing, it's not by other people's introduction or help. It's by your own face and eloquence, you know?" Lu Erwa scratched his head, completely bewildered. However, this did liven up the atmosphere of the entire banquet hall a lot. The crowd continued to eat and drink, treating what had just happened as a minor incident. This celebratory banquet had lasted for more than an hour, and only after the people who had had enough to eat and drink had left the Gulf Hotel one after another, each going back to their own homes. Although tonight's crowd was very happy, Lin Hai, like that majestic general, strongly requested to let the brothers under his hand not to be greedy for drinks. Therefore, all the brothers present were only slightly drunk like the breeze across the lake, and none of them were really drunk like that drunkard. From this simple little detail, it can be seen, Lin Hai in this team has the absolute right to speak like that mountain. All people do not dare to disobey him like that rebellious child. After Lin Hai and Li Yanhong returned to the rental house, Lin Hai pulled a face and said, "Yanhong baby, what did you mean by what you just said at the hotel? Deliberately trying to make me look bad, is that it?" After saying that, he also reached out and gently pinched Li Yanhong's pink little face. Li Yanhong pouted and said, "Humph, is there anything wrong with what I said? If you dare to do it, then why don't you dare to admit it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It seems that they are often outside the womanizing this matter. Their own family, this baby Li Yanhong, the heart with the mirror as clear. Only people do not want to poke through this layer of window paper just. But at a time like this, he definitely had to argue for himself and had to keep his eyes open. "You're overthinking it. Where is it? You're the only one in my heart, okay?" After saying that, this bastard sat on his butt on the bed, and even forcefully pulled Li Yanhong to sit on his lap. Li Yanhong reached out and pinched him hard on his thigh. "By this time, you don't have a word of truth in your mouth. So tell me what's going on with Sister Hong? And what about Wu Tingting and Fong Lin tonight? Lin Hai grimaced in direct pain, and when he heard Li Yanhong say it so bluntly, he was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to answer. After all, what people said this was the truth, and it would be a bit too hypocritical to be sophomoric at this time. Li Yanhong saw that he had nothing to say and said with a sweet smile, "Oh, there's nothing to say, is there? But as long as you can make me happy, I can pretend nothing happened. But I can warn you, don't go overboard with what you do, or I'm sure I'll make you suffer. So far, what you've done hasn't broken my bottom line, so this girl won't bother with you." Hearing this, Lin Hai instantly became excited. What more could a man ask for when he has a wife like this? This real girlfriend of his own not only looks like heavenly fairy, but also very understanding. The most important thing is, even can acquiesce himself outside with other women. A little ambiguous relationship. Wasn't it this thing that Li Yanhong had just said about breaking through the bottom line? Lin Hai of course understood what exactly she was talking about with the bottom line. That also means I can allow you to sneak around with them, but definitely not to still be very close to people in front of myself. To put it bluntly, that means that no matter what, you can do it, but you have to secure your position as the queen mother of the main court. Li Yanhong's heart will certainly also be a little uncomfortable, but there is no way. Who asked himself to find this man so womanly and so capable? So it had to take a back seat. Lin Hai hugged her tightly and kissed her on the forehead in a manner. Definitely don't dare to touch your wife's bottom line. It seems that this husband usually didn't love you for nothing. You're better off. Li Yanhong skimmed her lips and said, asterisk 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 off. Dumb. Lin Hai said with a bit of an inch. He. My wife's honor is so good. Then I must work very hard tonight to make my wife's honor good. Li Yanhong gave him a big blank stare. Who cares? I don't. Oh. In the middle of her words, her mouth was already gagged by Lin Hai's mouth. This move was definitely Lin Hai's surefire technique, and it was tried and tested 100 times. Not a moment's effort. Li Yanhong's heart so little resentment quickly dissipated. Chapter 190 Official Opening of Blue Moon Nightclub. Time flies. The years go by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed quietly, and the Blue Moon Nightclub also opened smoothly as expected. In these past 10 days, Lin Hai had accompanied Sister Hong and Li Yanhong, and the three of them worked together to successfully rent a store. Today, the stores are in an intensive renovation phase. The soon-to-be-born beauty and nail salon doesn't need overly extravagant decorations and is expected to open its doors in half a month at most. Once the beauty and nail salon is successfully opened, it will be the first business in Li Yanhong's life. At the same time, the duo of Lu Erwa and Daxia logically took over the territory that originally belonged to the Crows on half of Wanha Street. In the process, even though they encountered some minor troubles, with Lin Hai's rising prestige in Wanha Street, these minor obstacles were eventually easily solved by Lu Erwa and the others. In the recent 10 days, Lin Hai was equally busy as a dog. A lot of things, which are just getting started. Although there are a lot of capable people under his hand, and many things are not necessary for him to do personally. But, after all, with so many industries to take care of now, could he not be tired? Today, finally waiting for the opening of the Blue Moon nightclub, Lin Hai's mood was incredibly relaxed. This should be considered the easiest day he'd had since he'd arrived in Guanchang. Just a few days ago, Lu Juchi had already arranged her staff in advance to do the publicity work. These employees not only put up a large number of beautiful posters and flyers in the neighborhood, but also personally visited many merchants, hotels and other venues to introduce them to the Blue Moon nightclub's special services. In addition, she actively contacted her regular customers and invited them to come to this grand opening. In the opening week, the Blue Moon nightclub is the launch of a series of exciting promotional activities. All private rooms are free of charge. All drinks enjoy 50% discount. Such an attractive offer has certainly attracted the attention of many consumers. Meanwhile, the interior of the Blue Moon nightclub is a sight to behold in terms of its decor and equipment. The place is lavishly decorated and every detail is luxurious, and a variety of advanced audio equipment and lighting facilities provide customers with the ultimate entertainment experience. This environment certainly adds to the Blue Moon nightclub. Finally, by 9 o'clock in the evening, the entire Blue Moon nightclub was already overcrowded. The crowd was bustling with activity. Lin Hai stood in the corner, looking at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I really didn't expect it to be so hot on the first day of opening. At this moment, he had to admire Lu Juchi. This woman is not only confident, but also has excellent management skills. Under her leadership, it was believed that this Blue Moon nightclub would surely become one of the most popular nightclubs with the highest turnover in the entire Guan city. At this moment, Lin Hai was accompanying Mr. Shin's representative, Xiao Yang, as he wandered around the halls of the nightclub. As he walked, he told Young about the nightclub. They first went to the bar area, where they saw a group of fashionably dressed young people drinking and dancing in a lively atmosphere. Then they went to the box area, where they saw a lively scene of businessmen in suits talking business. They then went to the stage area, where they saw a group of sexily dressed dancers performing with beautiful dance moves that drew applause from the audience. Finally, they went to the lounge area, where they saw some customers in casual wear chatting, drinking tea and enjoying the relaxing atmosphere. Throughout the process, Xiao Yang always wore a smile and expressed satisfaction with the environment and service of the nightclub. When they returned to the office, Yang couldn't help but marvel. "Brother Lin, you're really something. You really didn't let Mr. Qin down." Lin Hai smiled modestly and said, "Wherever, it's all about everyone working together. However, I still have to thank Mr. Qin and brother Xiao Yan for their support and trust. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such results." Xiao Yang patted Lin Hai's shoulder and said with a smile, "Ha ha, Brother Lin, you're too polite. In fact, we are impressed by your ability. You know what? Before this, even I didn't think that you, a novice, could keep a nightclub so well organized. Not only that, but your management philosophy and business strategy is so new and unique that it makes a difference. I'm sure the future will get better and better as long as we continue to keep this good momentum going." Lin Hai nodded and said, "Well, little brother Yang is right. We'll continue to work hard and strive to make the nightclub one of the most influential entertainment venues in the city and even the province. Of course, this also requires us to continue to learn and innovate to improve our own quality and business level in order to do so." Jan nodded approvingly and said, "That's right, Brother Lin. You've made a good point. If we want to be invincible in a competitive market, we must be progressive and innovative. Only in this way can we win the favor and trust of more customers." The two looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with confidence and anticipation. They know that the nightclub still has a long way to go in the future, but as long as they work together and strive together, they will be able to create even more brilliant results. Although tonight was the first night of the nightclub's opening, Mr. Qin, who was the owner of the nightclub, was not there in person. Part of the reason why Mr. Qin hadn't come over might be because he trusted Lin Hai and Xiao Yang, and part of the reason might be because he had too many properties under his name and didn't count on caring too much about this Blue Moon nightclub. Just as Xiao Yang and Lin Hai were wandering around the box area, they happened to see Wu Tingting, the public relations manager, leading a group of very sexy beauties with white skin and long legs, walking into a box. Seeing this group of beauties, Lin Hai's eyes lit up. These beauties were all very good no matter their body or looks, and they all looked very knowledgeable. Lin Hai could tell at a glance that each of these beauties was a big beauty with a tall figure and a pretty face, obviously handpicked by Wu Tingting. I have to say, this Wu Tingting person really lives up to her name. Not only does she talk a good game, but her actual actions are amazing. She has a large number of sisters under her, and all of them are top-notch beauties of the highest quality. Coupled with the addition of this group of beauties, it is certain that the nightclub will attract more guests to patronize it, and at the same time bring many loyal repeat customers to the nightclub. Chapter 191 A Little Accident. Just then, Lin Hai suddenly noticed that the security personnel in the nightclub were constantly shuttling back and forth. Busy. The head of security, Li Yuntao, also joined the camp in person, communicating with the security guards below from time to time, and carefully explaining some matters that required special attention. Even though Li Yuntao hadn't been engaged in similar security work before, he hadn't been asking Lu Juchi for advice and learning lately. Therefore, for the security work within the nightclub, at this point, Li Yuntao was already quite familiar and knowledgeable. This also proves from another angle that Li Yuntao is not only as athletic as a flying swallow, but also treats his work with extreme seriousness and dedication. Lu Jiachi, as the manager of this nightclub, was as busy as a gyroscope at the moment. She was exchanging warm pleasantries with the regular customers who had come to support her tonight, and toasting them one by one with small, well-prepared gifts. Despite it being the first day of business, everything inside the nightclub seemed to be in order. From the waiters to the security staff, to the PR department and the cleaning ants, everyone was in their place, doing their part and trying their best to do their job to the best of their ability. The two of them, Lin Hai and Xiao Yang, unknowingly arrived in front of the Shadow Art Hall again. At this time, the movie hall was bustling with cheers and applause like a tidal wave. As it turns out, tonight's special guest shines like a bright star. This special guest is a famous beautiful singer in Guanchang. Not only her appearance is beautiful, but her voice is like heavenly music. A large portion of the crowd came here tonight because they heard that this beautiful woman was coming. After all, she's as noble as a phoenix. You have to know that for a heavyweight guest like this, the cost of that appearance must be as expensive as astronomical figures. It is understood that Lu Juchi had already spent a huge amount of money to invite the guest as early as more than 10 days ago, and in their pre-promotional efforts, they've made this one of their key selling points. In Lin Hai's memory, the name of tonight's special guest beauty was Lele. At this moment, he was eyeballing Lele. She was wearing a long dress as white as snow, like a fairy descending to earth. A big wave of long hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her face was pretty, her features were exquisite, and her skin was snowy and dazzlingly white. The height was estimated to be more than 1 meter 7, and the figure was even more perfect. The place that was plump was like a ripe fruit, and the part that stood out was just right, as if it was a finely carved work of art. As the music started, Lele started her performance, and tonight Lele sang a very hot song at the moment. At least there is you. Lele's singing voice was melodious, like a nightingale, and her voice seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and minds, making them feel immensely comfortable and happy. The audience was mesmerized as they were immersed in Lele's songs and felt the beauty of the music. Lin Hai was also deeply attracted, and as he quietly listened to Lele's song, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. Maybe it's because of the song's lyrics, or maybe it's because of something else. At this time Lin Hai couldn't help but think of Gong Yu-ru, the woman who had once haunted him. Today, she remains in Sanja village and wonders if he is now divorced and how he is doing. After thinking about Gong Yu-ru, Lin Hai inexplicably felt a bit lost and sad. When he left the 3 villages, neither he himself nor Gong Yuezhu had a cell phone, so naturally he had no contact information. And he, Lin Hai, had offended the village chief, Wu Huiji's family to death when he left, and under these circumstances, of course he couldn't go back to the 3 villages. So, that's probably the regret he has in his heart. Thinking about it, he began to think about his feelings for Gong Yu-ru and wondered if he would ever find another woman like her. There were times when he even silently asked himself in his heart whether he loved Gong Yuezhu a little more, or loved Li Yanhong a little more. These 2 women, both important figures in his life, had different personalities and temperaments. Gong Yuezhu has the charm of a mature woman. She is gentle, considerate and understanding, while Li Yanhong is full of vigor and vitality. She is enthusiastic, cheerful and innocent. As for who was better between these 2 women, Lin Hai himself couldn't tell the difference. He only knew that they were both valuable assets in his life, and losing either one would bring him endless pain and regret. Just then, Xiao Yang tapped Lin Hai's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. How about it, Brother Lin? Is this girl pretty enough to look at? Xiao Yang asked with a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Lin Hai smiled and didn't directly answer Xiao Yang's question. He just shook his head gently to show that he didn't care about Lele's appearance. However, his gaze always fell on Lele as if he was admiring a precious work of art. He noticed a faint sadness revealed in Lele's eyes, an unspeakable sadness, as if she had experienced something painful. Maybe it's because people are revealing such eyes because they're too involved in singing the song. This Lele, her beauty was definitely not inferior to Li Yanhong, but her aura was even more powerful and she looked a little more temperamental. Jan smiled at the sight. I see you're getting mesmerized, but that's normal. Who made this beauty so beautiful? And the song is so good. Why don't we sit down and enjoy it for a while too? Lin Hai nodded. So the 2 of them found a seat and continued to watch Lele's wonderful performance. After the song was sung, thunderous applause resounded throughout the performance hall scene. By popular demand from the audience, Joy went on to perform a more lyrical song, Courage. The 2 songs are very different in style, yet Happy manages to navigate the rhythms of both songs with ease, singing 2 styles that are worlds apart. However, unexpectedly, right after Lele finished the song, 2 male audience members from the stage, as if they were 2 meteors holding 2 bunches of flowers, walked onto the stage with great strides. This kind of thing is not uncommon in such a large nightclub. After all, the guests are here to find fun and relaxation. Sometimes, it is also common to send a bouquet of flowers to express one's love for a favorite singer or actor when he or she performs on stage. Therefore, usually, the staff in the nightclub will be responsible for receiving the flowers, and then they will be transferred to the guests singing on the stage. In this way, not only can avoid the audience flocking to the scene resulting in chaos, secondly, it can also ensure the safety of the singers on the stage as well as the smooth running of the show. Chapter 192, Deliberate Provocation. The 2 male audience members tonight, however, appeared to be a bit stubborn, and seemed to think that only by personally giving the flowers to Lok Lok could they show their sincerity. So they insisted on going up to the stage to give the flowers to Lok Lok in person. The staff painstakingly discouraged, however, the 2 men but turned a deaf ear, and even argued with the staff, and later, the 2 people even directly moved their hands, and the staff had a fierce physical conflict. This was the first night of the nightclub's opening, and both Lin Hai and Xiao Yang naturally did not want to witness such a thing happen. For if a fight breaks out on the first night of the nightclub's operation, the reputation of the nightclub will definitely be tarnished. And who will dare to come here to spend money in the future? Just then, the security personnel inside the nightclub, after noticing the difference over here, rushed over with the fastest speed. The two of them, Lin Hai and Xiao Yang, also walked towards the direction of the stage. 6 security officers, first, held the two somewhat agitated spectators close so that they could not take another shot at the staff inside. One of the security guards, speaking in a very polite manner, said, "Gentlemen, please also understand the difficulties of our nightclub and don't make things difficult for us, okay? If every spectator were as enthusiastic as you are, the order in here would soon be chaotic." Just as the security guard was chattering like a Tang monk chanting a mantra to persuade the other party, the slightly older of the two men violently interrupted the security guard and roared like thunder. "Less ing bull here. The reason why our dragon brother came over tonight is entirely because he ran over to Lele. Our dragon brother gave the word to have Lele accompany our dragon brother later for a late night snack. If you dare to babble here again, do you believe I'll whip you? You're a little ing security guard. Don't you know how much weight you have?" The man intentionally raised his voice as he said this, and it was as if the voice was going to break through the clouds, jarring one's eardrums. These words were not only heard by the two people, Lin Hai and Xiao Yang, who had just gotten close, but even the spectators next to them could hear them clearly. After all, the music inside had instantly quieted down as if by magic when they had just clashed with the staff. The man spoke in an attitude that was clearly a deliberate attempt to come over and pick a fight. Brother Long's name was naturally heard by Lin Hai. As far as he knew, this Brother Long's social status was simply a whole lot higher than Zhang Nan and Dashong's and theirs, and had almost reached the point where he could be on par with Brother San. Such a person, Lin Hai naturally didn't dare to mess with him easily, because with his current strength, he might still be slightly inferior compared to the other party. But what makes Lin Hai feel puzzled in his heart is that this Brother Long and himself can be said to be 8 poles. No grudges in the past, no hatred in the recent days. On such an important occasion today, Brother Long suddenly came over to intervene. What exactly is the purpose of it? Lin Hai quickly stepped forward and walked to the man who had just spoken, accompanying a smiling face and said, "So it's Brother Lung's brother. Thank you Brother Lung and you guys for coming over tonight. My name is Lin Hai. I'm the person in charge of this nightclub. I wonder where Brother Lung is. Since Brother Lung came over, as a junior and host, I had to buy Brother Lung a couple of drinks, and all the spending by Brother Long and all the brothers tonight. It's all on me." Lin Hai had already counted himself as very polite when he said this, and had already given the other party enough face. Under such circumstances, the vast majority of people would choose to sell the other side a face. After all, we all hang out in this part of Guanchang, head up, head down, both sides if there is no big conflict of interest. No one is willing to offend each other. However, this little brother of Long's did not give Lin Hai any face at all and looked at Lin Hai very disdainfully and said, "Who are you? Does our Brother Long know you? Since our Brother Long came over to spend money, is he still short of this amount of money for the bill?" Many of the guests present, of course, also knew that this venue was looked after by Lin Hai, and nowadays, Lin Hai, in this article and the street, that was definitely a single-handed existence. At this moment, someone actually dared to provoke Lin Hai in such a manner, which really surprised many people, and some of them, likewise, had heard of Brother Lung's name, but the current Brother Lung, his main industry was in Taixing Street, and these two streets were separated by several blocks. There's no conflict of interest between the two at all. Lung didn't give Lin Hai any face at all tonight, so what was the reason for that? A good number of people were very puzzled. Plus, when they heard that Long, a small horseman, dared to speak out like this against Lin Hai, the boss of Wanha Street, it made the curiosity of the crowd grow stronger. At the same time, they were eagerly awaiting how Lin Hai would respond. If Lin Hai showed weakness, then, under the eyes of everyone, he would definitely lose face and become the laughingstock of others. But if Lin Hai had a tough attitude, then he would definitely go toe-to-toe with Brother Long's people, and at that time, the consequences would never be something Lin Hai could afford. Lin Hai didn't have much of an emotional change on his face after hearing the words of this horseman of Lung's, and once again accompanied a smiling face and said, "Oh, I'm afraid that no one who mixes on the ground here at Fenshong Street doesn't recognize me. I don't know if what brother just said was your own intention, or Lung's." Lin Hai's implication was clear, as if he was declaring to the other party, "How dare you come to provoke trouble on your own initiative? Do you not know my Lin Hai's reputation? But you know that this is my Lin Hai's territory, and you still dare to be so arrogant and domineering. It's just like having no one in your sight. If this is only the intention of one of your minions, then I can still take it as an unknowing person who is not guilty, and I can forget about this matter. But if it's at the behest of your boss, that's a very different matter. After all, if it's the boss's idea, It's undoubtedly a clear and deliberate attempt to hit me in the face. And since you guys want to embarrass me and try to smash my scene, how can I just sit back and wait for it to happen? The other party, however, disdained Lin Hai and responded with an unusually strong attitude. This is not only what I mean, but more importantly, it also represents my position as dragon. If you have any sense, mind your own business. As long as Lele willingly leaves this place with us, then this matter can be put to rest. Lele naturally also noticed these two men, and when she saw their faces, her eyebrows tightened into a Chuan character. To be honest, she was disgusted to the core with Long and his gang of henchmen. Chapter 193 Brother Lung. However, if Lin Hai couldn't protect her tonight, it seemed that she had no other choice but to obediently follow Lung and the others away. At this moment, Lele was remorseful, and she began to regret her decision to come to the Blue Moon nightclub tonight. If it were any other place, Lung and the others would never have dared to be so unscrupulous and open-handed. After all, she often go to work in several large nightclubs, where the people responsible for watching the scene can be a dignified figure, and one more than a deep background. Long absolutely do not dare to easily provoke. Lin Hai remained very calm and lightly said to the man, "The decision is not mine, nor yours, but entirely up to Ms. Lele. If she leaves with you willingly, then I will have no objections. But if Miss Lele doesn't want to do it from the bottom of her heart, then no matter what kind of person it is, even if it's a powerful character, they will never be able to take her away. Miss Lele is a specially invited guest of our Blue Moon nightclub tonight. Then I definitely have the responsibility and obligation to protect her safety." Upon hearing these words, Lele's brows, which had originally been tightly furrowed, finally slowly loosened up. It really made some unexpected feelings well up inside her. She had never thought that Lin Hai's attitude would actually be so firm and swift, and just for the sake of being able to effectively protect her own safety, she was willing to go toe-to-toe and fight to the death with Brother Long without hesitation. From what Lele knew, the current Lin Hai was merely a rising junior, although he is also an influential boss. However, both in terms of reputation and comprehensive strength level, there is a considerable gap with Long yet. Under such an extremely unfavorable situation, he was still unhesitatingly willing to offend Brother Long for her sake, which fully demonstrated that Lin Hai was a person who extremely valued morality. Lin Hai turned his head to Lele on the stage and asked after saying this, "I wonder what Miss Lele's intentions are. You can rest assured that as long as I, Lin Hai, am around, no one can force you to do what you don't want to do." Lin Hai's words, his attitude had been very resolute, and he didn't give Long any face at all. One could even say that Long was not taken seriously at all. Lele was more or less in a difficult position when she heard this. It was a fact that she didn't like Lung, but she wasn't willing to offend him either. If she rejected Brother Lung tonight in front of so many people without any mercy, then, Brother Lung would definitely not let her go. But we are all adults. Lele naturally know that if you go out with Lung tonight, it's definitely not as simple as just having a midnight snack. And what Lung really wants to do, that's what Sima Zhaosher knows. After a few moments of thought, Joy gathered her courage and said, "I don't know this Lung very well, and I've told him many times to leave me alone. And I'll say it again now. There's no way in hell I'm going to have any personal dealings with him, so I definitely don't want to go out with him." Lele's words were a completely naked slap in the face of Lung. Lung, who was sitting on one of the card seats, could no longer remain calm after hearing this. Flanked by 5 or 6 minions, he slowly rose from his seat. Then he swaggered like an emperor with a steady stride and walked slowly in the direction of the brilliant stage with an innate grandeur. Just when he was full of anticipation to step onto that shining stage, suddenly, a figure as if cast in steel flashed out like a ghost. It was actually Lin Hai, who was like an unshakable mountain, violently stopping his way forward with one hand. His tone was extremely firm, as if it was the law that could not be disobeyed, and his voice was like a bell. "You can't go up there." In front of the eyes of this Brother Long, looks about 30 years old or so of age. The body shape is straight, height is almost close to 1 meter 8, that a strong muscle line is clearly visible, showing the strength and charm of men. That face is not quite as handsome as the one that is pouring out of the country, but it also has a unique temperament, with proper features, revealing a hint of uninhibited and unrestrained between the eyebrows and eyes, and living up to the appearance of a human model. And tonight's knight was a well-dressed dragon. He wore a large, colorful, intricately patterned floral shirt on top, and the vibrant colors glowed under the lights as if they were trying to light up the entire stage. The bottom was paired with a pair of whitewashed but still neat blue jeans that were simple yet stylish, coupled with his long, somewhat slightly curly and windswept hair, which was casually scattered on both sides of his shoulders and gently swaying in the breeze. Such a look would indeed easily stand out from the crowd, easily attracting the full attention of others. At this time, Brother Long, naturally, had long known Lin Hai's identity, yet he did not restrain himself because of this, but instead said with a slight bit of smugness and posturing, "Who are you?" Lin Hai, on the other hand, used his pair of eyes that were as sharp as a falcon's, staring at him tightly, and said word by word as if each word was squeezed out from between his teeth, "I'm Lin Hai, the person in charge here." His eyes revealed an unquestionable majesty, as if he was telling the other party that his authority could not be challenged. Long pretended to be very surprised as he looked at Lin Hai and said with a cold smile, "Oh, so you're that little pussy kid who strung up on manhwa street recently. What? You want to mind my business?" Since the other party had repeatedly failed to give himself face, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't spoil him and said in a very icy tone, "Whoever it is that wants to cause trouble inside my field, it's impossible." Right at this moment, one of the juniors beside Brother Long directly pushed Lin Hai and cursed under his breath. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How the do you talk to my lung? Believe it or not, I'll make this nightclub untenable? At this moment, a dozen or so strong and powerful security personnel had already gathered around them, and each of these security personnel looked serious, their eyes vigilantly scanning everything around them. At the same time, the dozen or so minions that Lin Hai had collected during the day had also rushed over, all of them with an unpleasant expression and a ferocious gleam in their eyes, when they saw Lin Hai being pushed apart without any explanation, as if they had received some kind of order. These 20 or so people were like ferocious beasts, all of them aggressively surrounded towards Long and his crowd, with an aggressive stance that could not help but give people chills. Chapter 194 Helpless Guests of Honor. Lu Erwa saw the situation. An arrow step rushed forward, as if an eagle catching a chicken. A hand ruthlessly gripped the collar of this little brother who just made a move. The distance between the two instantly closed. Lu Erwa lowered his head almost nose to nose and face to face with the other party. His eyes rounded and his voice roared like a flood of thunder. Asterisk 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 you. Repeat back to me what you just said, I'll listen to it properly. You've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts today. How dare you spread wildness under my nose? This roar was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. In the midst of such a mixed nightclub, similar conflicts must have been staged from time to time and have long been seen. However, as the security personnel in here, the vast majority of them uphold the principle of peace as a precious thing, and until there is really no way out, they will never easily get into a fierce conflict with the customers inside. After all, the other party's identity was there. If he accidentally offended a ruthless character like Dragon, then it is really very likely that their nightclub, which they have worked so hard to run, will face a crisis of closure. And was Lu Erwa grabbed the collar of the little brother. At the moment completely by Lu Erwa at the moment that vice god of the fierce and vicious looked scared all over the body trembling, face as pale as paper, the heart is full of fear and uneasiness. It's no accident that Lung became the boss. Even if the situation is already so tense and chaotic at the moment, he is still as stable as Mount Taishan. Not seeing the slightest hint of panic, he slowly turned his head, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's, sweeping over the faces of the crowd one by one, and that flat voice seemed to carry an invisible power that echoed throughout the space. "Oh, there are quite a few people. Are you trying to scare me?" The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a hint of imperceptible teasing flashed in his eyes. Lin Hai turned his head and said gently to Lu Erwa who was on the side, "Erwazi, don't be like this. Children don't know any better. Don't bother with him." After saying that, he turned his gaze back to Lung with a serious and determined look. "I don't have the heart to scare you. If you just come here for normal consumption and entertainment, then naturally we warmly welcome you and will definitely do our best to provide you and your brothers with the most favorable treatment, so that you can have fun here. But if you think of coming over to look for trouble and make a mess, then don't blame me for being impolite. No matter how big a name you have outside and how powerful a background you have, in my place, as long as you dare to make a mess, I definitely won't be soft-hearted, and I will definitely throw you out of here like garbage." At this moment, an unprecedented shock welled up in Long's heart. He originally thought that with his power and prestige, he could easily subdue the group in front of him, but he didn't expect them to be so tough and unafraid. The vigor and commitment displayed by Lin Hai and these brothers of his was completely beyond his imagination, causing him to begin to re-examine the situation before him, as well as these seemingly ordinary but by no means simple people, because in that very moment just now, if his people dared to move a bit, they would definitely not hesitate to step in and beat them up. He came over tonight, firstly for Lele, and secondly to come over and test Lin Hai. Things weren't planning on coming over to make a scene, either, which is why they brought half a dozen people with them. All of them would definitely have to suffer a big loss if they were to really with each other. According to his understanding, this Lin Hai is really a bit rash at times. As long as his brain is hot, that is no one's face will be given. As the saying goes, a good man refuses to do anything beforehand. So Long said with a faint smile, "Oh, look at you. Which one of your eyes saw my brother causing trouble?" Joy and I are old friends. Don't I just invite her for a midnight snack? Look how excited you guys are." At this time, Lele, who was standing on the stage, spoke up. "Have you ever invited someone like that? That's clearly a threat." Lin Hai once again said to Lung, "Brother Long, right? If you and these brothers of yours don't make trouble inside, and don't make things difficult for the staff inside, then you can remain inside. But if I find someone messing around in there, then don't blame me for not giving you face." Long looked at Lin Hai and said in a very unpleasant tone, "You're wild enough, but I wish you could stay that wild. I'll give you face tonight and not make trouble inside your venue. But apart from this nightclub, whatever I do has nothing to do with you. If you dare to meddle again, then I'll teach you a lesson." The meaning of that couldn't be more obvious. Meaning that I can stay out of trouble inside your nightclub, but as soon as this Joy walks out of this nightclub, I'm definitely going to go after her. And then if you dare to come over and interfere in this matter, then I'm sure I'm going to have to you. These words were heard in Lin Hai's ears and did not stir up too many waves in his heart. However, at this time as in the stage above the music, like a frightened deer, when the words into her ears, that originally calm heart lake instantly ripples. Tension as fine spider web quietly spread to her whole body. Fear as a dark current in the bottom of the heart surging. After Long's low and slightly provocative voice fell, he casually waved at the few juniors beside him, his tone full of disdain and spontaneity. "Let's go. Since we're not welcome in this Blue Moon nightclub, let's go somewhere else to have fun." As soon as the words fell, the 6 or 7 minions behind him flanked Brother Long and left the Blue Moon nightclub, which was full of clamor. With great vigor, the little brother who had just been scared white by Lu Erwa. At the moment he slowly walked to the entrance of the nightclub. He couldn't help but stop and slowly turned back, with a complex light flashing in his eyes, and said softly to Lu Erwa, "Dumbo, I have this evening firmly in mind and will never let it go easily." When Lu Erwa heard it, he immediately came to temper, pulling out that rude voice, his voice like a flood bell roared, "Humph, Grandpa's here anytime you're looking for trouble." Despite such a small unpleasantness in the short time just now, fortunately the situation did not deteriorate further and did not lead to a large-scale violent conflict. After the storm ended, Lu Jueqi's team was like a warm spring breeze, quickly stepping in, with their wisdom and affinity, skillfully reconciling the emotions of all parties, making the atmosphere of the entire auditorium gradually become lively and cheerful again, as if the previous disputes had never happened. The men and women in the joyful atmosphere, as if with magical power. It didn't take long to put the unpleasantness they had just experienced behind them, as if they had been cast a spell of forgetfulness, and immersed themselves in the wonderful music again. In the subsequent period of time that slowly passed by, indeed did not reappear any unexpected situation, and tonight's Blue Moon nightclub, also finally smooth to open its business journey. Chapter 195, Straightforward Lu Jueqi. However, for Lele, who was tonight's special guest, it had been very torturous, and she had never dared to leave this Blue Moon nightclub easily, because she was able to know with incomparable certainty that as long as she stepped out of the door of this nightclub tonight, then Brother Lung and the others would definitely come to find her trouble without hesitation. After all, Long might still have so much scruples and fear towards Lin Hai, but to pin down her Lele, it was as easy as pinching up a small stone with your hand. In the end, with no choice but to go to Lu Jueqi for help, Lele informed Lu Jueqi of the actual situation she was in its entirety. But it was obvious that something as tricky as this could never be properly resolved by Lu Jueqi alone, so they could only hope to find Lin Hai. So, in that manager's office, Lu Jueqi finally found Lin Hai with a worried Lele. Upon seeing Lele's anxious and uneasy appearance, Lin Hai then snapped to mind the kind of threatening words that Long had issued to her just now. And just now, when he was busy, he had really forgotten about this matter. Lele was filled with anxiety and helplessness, tears glistening in her eyes, and in an almost trembling voice, as if with a hint of despair, she pleaded bitterly to Lin Hai. "Hai, you must help me." Then Lung and the rest of them, they are usually brutal and overbearing. Just now I have offended him to death. They will definitely block me at the entrance of the nightclub. I'm really scared now. I don't know what kind of torture I'll suffer if they catch me. Lin Hai quietly looked at Lele. His face did not show the slightest hint of panic. His thoughts were like a clear vein as he methodically asked, "You said you should have known Lung a long time ago, right? Then hasn't he never bothered you before? What in the world happened to cause him to suddenly come after you again tonight?" Joy replied with a sob. "It's true that we've known each other for a while, and the few venues I went to work before, the backers behind them are all tough as nails, and even if Dragon is arrogant, he wouldn't dare to look for trouble from me inside their venues. But who would have thought that, when you guys were doing promotional activities the other day, you accidentally publicized the fact that I would be coming over as a guest of honor, and after he learned of this news, he didn't know for what reason, But he came over to find trouble with me again tonight in such a furious manner. I'm really desperate now, so I had to come and ask for your help. Hi. Hearing Lele say this in such a meticulous manner, Lin Hai's mind as sharp as a spiritual spring had already guessed a general cause as if he had plucked away the clouds and fog to see the blue sky. Why did this dragon make such a shocking bit of noise this evening? Under careful consideration, it is not difficult to realize that a large part of the reason, really because he deliberately want to come to find their own trouble. The so-called embarrassment for Lele was purely a pretext, and its real purpose was not just that. However, at this moment, but let Lin Hai full of doubt, secretly wondered is, he and this dragon usually have no interactions, each other is not half a bit of fault to speak of. Why he is so much effort to find their own trouble it? This kind of behavior is really elusive. Just like the situation that Lele encountered tonight, no matter what angle Lin Hai considered in weighed, he would certainly not hesitate to choose to go all out to protect people's safety. If Lok Lok had met with any unexpected accidents because she came here to work, then in the future, singers like them who had dreams of making music would not dare to come to this Blue Moon nightclub to continue to work with fear and trepidation. Once we lose the support of these outstanding singers, I am afraid that the reputation and business of this Blue Moon nightclub will be hit hard. If he was only thinking about holding his tongue and putting things to rest, then Lin Hai could have easily made Lele sit honestly within the nightclub tonight. After all, the staff quarters on the third floor are fully furnished and equipped with more than 30 strong security personnel. As long as Lele always stays in the middle of the nightclub and doesn't leave easily, then even if that brother Long is no longer arrogant and domineering, he definitely wouldn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary to Lele easily. After all, in this Blue Moon nightclub, there are numerous eyes watching everything. With a strong security force as a backing, Long also had to have some scruples. But if it did, it would be a side note that he, Lin Hai, was afraid of Lung. This was not a good sign. If the two sides had just begun to make contact, and their own side took the initiative to concede, then in the future, this brother Long might even mess up something. After thinking about it again and again, Lin Haiyu was said very calmly, "Can I give you a ride home? And when you get back to your house, will they still come after you?" This issue was a problem for both Lele and Lin Hai. Yeah, even if Lin Hai sent himself home safely, what would happen if Lung went over to look for trouble again? So at this moment, Lele didn't know how to answer this question at all. Right at this moment, the corners of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly as a faint smile appeared on his face and said, "If you can become our resident singer in this nightclub in the future, then we can blatantly protect you. Or maybe you can become my woman, so that it's of course only natural for me to protect you." The moment these words came out, both Lele and Lu Jiaqi cast contemptuous glances at Lin Hai. This is simply taking advantage of the situation, and in a very underhanded way. Originally Lele's impression of Lin Hai was quite good. Not only was he very handsome, but he was also very domineering, and he did things with a fair amount of care. But after hearing these words, the goodwill that had just been built up instantly evaporated, and was replaced by anger and disdain. By the looks of it, this Lin Hai and brother Long were also completely one in the same. Lu Jiaqi, this woman, that's quite extraordinary. Nah. She usually do things like that lightning as quickly, and very organized in rules and regulations, everything to her hands, as if all can be skillfully dealt with properly, the ability of the strong, it is really amazing. Not only that, she is the kind of typical dare to say and do people what the heart wants, the mouth will be mercilessly spit out, never a little bit of retreat intention. Chapter 196, The Fearless Lin Hai. When facing Lin Hai, she was even more fearless, those bright eyes glittering with determination, and she directly disliked him unceremoniously. "Mr. Lin, can you have a little face? Look at the way you do things. It's just jaw-dropping. Lele is an honored guest that I invited in good faith, and she is also a close friend of mine, so emotionally and rationally, this nightclub should shoulder the responsibility of protecting her safety. You mustn't have any evil thoughts. If I find out that you have any bad intentions towards Lele, I will not be finished with you." After Lele heard these righteous words from Lu Jiaqi on the side, her heart was deeply touched, and her eyes, which were still a bit worried, instantly brightened up. Immediately after that, he immediately threw a look full of deep gratitude to Lu Jiaqi, as if he was telling endless gratitude for Lu Jiaqi standing up for himself at the critical moment. Lin Hai didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of embarrassment at all. His face still had that trademark naive smile on it, and he said slowly and methodically after he had heatedly laughed, "I'm just stating an objective fact that exists. Miss Joy is completely free to make her own choices. I would never force her to do anything. Besides, wouldn't she still consider continuing her career with us and becoming a great singer? It's a good opportunity for her too." After Lu Jiaqi and Lele exchanged glances, they both fell into serious contemplation, their brows slightly furrowed. Various thoughts were rapidly running through his mind. Yet after a few moments of contemplation, they all helplessly realized that they couldn't think of any particularly good ways to deal with the situation for a while, so both chose to remain silent at the same time. And Lin Hai continued, "Just kidding, this is actually directed at our nightclub. And the reason why Lung is giving you a hard time is to test my attitude. Let's go. I'll take you home first, but tonight, you'd better not stay in your own house. You can come over to the nightclub staff quarters and stay for a night temporarily. After I settle this matter with Lung, you can regain your freedom." Lu Juchi couldn't help but ask, "If that's the case, then why do you need to take Joy home first?" Lei likewise looked at Lin Hai with very puzzled eyes, as both women couldn't understand what exactly his intentions were in doing this. For Lu Juchi, Lin Hai naturally would not have something to hide, patiently explained to her, "The reason why Lung and the others are like this tonight, that's to test my attitude. If I don't take Joy out tonight, people will think I'm conceding. Trouble will surely follow one after the other. Since he wants to deliberately pick a fight, I'll play along with him." Hearing him say this, Lu Juchi frowned slightly, and after thinking carefully for a moment, she felt that it was indeed this indisputable truth as well, because in such a special case, once you show that kind of fearful, forward-looking posture, the other side will certainly be keenly aware of your cowardice and weakness, and then determined that you are good to bully, as if you are the lamb to the slaughter. No resistance. If the other party does not know how to stop endless pestering, then the subsequent series of trouble can be quite small. That trouble was like a mess, so intricate and complicated that one could not make sense of it and could not easily get rid of it. At this moment, Lei asked softly with a worried face, "Then nothing will happen when we go out later, right? This brother Long, he not only acts ruthless to the extreme, but he's also very powerful." Hearing these words filled with worry from Lei, the corner of Lin Hai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile as he slowly said, If I were to go to his territory, then I might really seem helpless in some ways and have trouble exerting myself. But this is my turf, and in this article and street, even that ferocious and incomparable dragon must obediently coil up for me, even that ferocious and unusual tiger must honestly lie down for me." Lin Hai's words were very domineering in the ears of Lei and Lu Juchi. At this moment, both women felt that Lin Hai was a real man. Lin Hai's words were by no means unfounded braggadocio either. In the case of today's Lin Hai, on this one street that had been baptized through the ages, as long as he casually sent out a shout, he could immediately have at least 100 or 10 people come over to help. After all, nowadays he himself had dozens of loyal minions by his side, and all of these people were definitely the kind of characters who dared to fight. Moreover, after this period of continuous development and growth, the vast majority of those various characters of all shapes and sizes in fish and dragons in this neighborhood, for various reasons, would also look at Lin Hai's face and give a certain amount of respect and cooperation. As long as you let people come to help, those people, even if they are not sincere, just because the situation is forced and consider the face and other factors, that will certainly have the courage to come to help. After all, when these people thought of Wenha Street, then they definitely had to give face to Lin Hai, otherwise they wouldn't be able to mix at all. Just as Lei was still hesitant and indecisive, Lin Hai slowly stood up from his chair, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said softly, "Come on, Ms. Lei, stop worrying. You'll be safe and sound with me." Looking at Lin Hai's confident and certain appearance, Lei's heart gradually settled down, and finally decided to trust Lin Hai, and closely followed behind him, stepping out of the manager's office door together. After Lin Hai walked out of the manager's office with great strides, he took out his cell phone at the first opportunity and dialed a call to Li Yuntao, commanding in a calm and firm tone, "Gather all security personnel immediately and stand by in front of the nightclub. We may need their assistance." Immediately afterward, he called Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin separately, informing them of the current emergency in detail. Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin and the rest of them, during this long night, had actually been in a state of high tension and readiness for action, their hearts always hanging in the air, always waiting for Lin Hai's call. After all, today's Lu Erwa and the rest of them had long since ceased to be fledgling whites, have a relatively sharp insight into all kinds of situations and hearts, naturally know clearly that dragon and their coming tonight is by no means good, must be harboring ulterior motives to come, so must always be vigilant, ready to deal with all emergencies. Chapter 197, It's it if you don't take advantage of a bargain. 20 minutes later, the two of them, Lin Hai and Lei, were walking side by side, their silhouettes appearing especially clear under the light of the corridor. Li Yuntao as well as a few burly security guards followed them closely, and the group gradually approached the illuminated nightclub door with a steady pace. When he was only a few steps away from the main entrance, an inexplicable impulse suddenly surged in Lin Hai's heart. He slightly sidestepped. His arm was like a flexible snake, quietly reaching out and accurately wrapping his arm around Laylay's slender and soft little waist who was walking beside him. In that instant, Laylay's brows seemed like willow leaves blown by the breeze, gently wrinkling up, a trace of displeasure instantly surfacing on her originally pretty face. Her almond eyes rounded and she raised her eyebrows slightly, doubt and dissatisfaction flickering in her eyes as she questioned, "What are you doing? Get your hands off me now." However, Lin Hai didn't listen to Laylay's order, and instead of loosening his hand, it was as if he had been empowered by some kind of force, and he wrapped his arms around Laylay a little tighter. He lowered his head and murmured softly in Laylay's ear, "Now that we've left that raucous nightclub, I want to stand up for you, and that necessarily requires a firm stance. Otherwise, I won't be able to stand up in this dispute. Later on, if Lung and those guys come over to look for trouble, I can justifiably say you're my woman. In this way, I'll be able to protect you in name only, and he won't be able to find any excuse to contradict me. And this will not only work at the moment, even if he still wants to make things difficult for you in the future, then he'll have to weigh his own weight well and won't dare to go easy on you." Saying that, Lin Hai's eyes revealed a hint of firmness and confidence, as if he had prepared everything just so he could guard Laylay's side. After listening to his words, Laylay's originally animated eyes instantly became dim, as if enveloped by a fog. For a moment actually felt speechless, and her heart was full of thoughts. On reflection, she had to admit that what he had said really wasn't unreasonable, that vague plausibility like a fine needle gently piercing into her heart. However, just at this moment, she was being held tightly by such a strange man, and the strange feeling brought about by that strangeness was like an invisible hand, gently scratching at the bottom of her heart, always making her feel a little strange, as if the whole world had become strange and detached. Her heart began to struggle fiercely, and she hesitated for a moment, that hesitation blooming slightly on her face like a tangled bud. In the end, she could only helplessly allow Lin Hai to wrap his arms around her, as if she had lost the power to resist, and could only silently endure this sudden situation. If we were to compare Long, Laylay's heart actually had a better impression of Lin Hai, not to mention other aspects, just from the external image alone. Just Lin Hai's face that was as delicate as a carving, that smooth, well-defined look, that definitely had to shake off Long by several blocks. Instead of letting a vulgar and disgusting man like Long scourge her, it would be better to cheapen this Lin Hai, at least in her opinion. Lin Hai gave her a much gentler feeling, without Lung's hostility that made people avoid him. A group of 6 or 7 people walked in great numbers to the entrance of the nightclub waiting on the side of the road. At this moment, Lin Hai's gaze inadvertently swept over the surrounding area, only to see that there were 4 or 5 vans at the parking place by the roadside, and they were quietly parked there, as if they were a group of silent guards. There was also a black Jetta that stood out. Upon seeing Lin Hai and Laylay, the door of that black Jetta opened and 3 men slowly walked out from inside. One of them was clearly Brother Long. After seeing that imposing Long appear in front of her, Laylay, who was already tense because of her nervousness, her body trembled visibly like a frightened deer, as if every nerve had become abnormally sensitive at this moment, and without realizing it, her soft and boneless petite body, as if driven by some mysterious force, slowly leaned towards Lin Hai's side, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath intertwine. This sudden closeness was like an electric current that instantly spread throughout Lin Hai's entire body, causing his heart to suddenly be like a mess, and he began to feel a bit apoplectic. Such a delicate, peach blossom-like beauty was currently snuggled tightly in her arms. That kind of extreme temptation, even if it was the legendary Lu Xiaohui reborn, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist the strong impact. What's more, Lin Hai himself is not a gentleman, upholding the despicable tenet of not taking advantage of the cheap is. His hand seems to be manipulated by an invisible desire, taking this opportunity to wipe oil on Laylay's body wantonly. Laylay looked at this unashamed man in front of her. Endless helplessness and anger welled up in her heart, and she was speechless for a good while. She had never thought that it had come to such a critical and tight moment, but Lin Hai still dared to make such a nasty move. It was simply unbelievable. It was as if a shocking wave had risen in her mind, cursing Lin Hai's ancestors fiercely, hating to immediately push this shameless man away fiercely, away from his dirty embrace. Just as Laylay was filled with grief and anger, the chilling Long was like a ghost, walking with a steady pace and stepping towards their direction. He had a seemingly kind but actually as sinister as a viper smile on that face, and said with a leathery smile, "Lin Hai, you're really determined to fight me to the end, aren't you?" Lin Hai smiled and asked without answering, "Oh, I don't know what you mean by that. Why are you winding me up?" The little brother who had just pushed Lin Hai in the nightclub reached out and pointed at Lin Hai, cursing as if he was a shrew. "Don't you pretend here. This Laylay is the woman our brother Long has his eye on. You dare to embrace her at this moment. Are you eating bear heart and leopard gall?" This little brother, who had just pushed Lin Hai, Lin Hai was already a bit upset. When he was inside the nightclub, that was after all his own turf, so Lin Hai was naturally not in a position to make a move. But at the moment it was already outside on the road, so naturally there would be no more worries. This damned guy had just pushed himself, and now he was swearing at himself with his mouth full of profanity, and he even dared to point his finger at himself. If he didn't give him a little bit of color, he really thought that he was easy to bully. Lin Hai didn't babble with him and directly raised his hand and slapped the other party's face like a blistering storm, then cursed. "Who the hell are you? Who are you to talk here?" Chapter 198, Toughing It Out with Brother Lung. Pop. That crisp and loud slapping sound was like a bolt of lightning breaking through the silent night sky, instantly spreading to every corner as if it was going to shake the entire world awake. This sudden slap from Lin Hai was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky descending on the heads of the people present, causing them all to freeze. No one could have imagined that Lin Hai would hit someone at the drop of a hat without any warning. This kind of behavior was completely beyond the scope of the crowd's cognition, and everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at each other, their hearts filled with doubt and shock. Just then, Lin Hai slowly turned around and said faintly to Long, "Brother Lung, you are at least a boss who has made a name for yourself in this area. Look at these juniors under you who are so unruly. Aren't you really going to teach them? If you're not willing to take care of it yourself, there's nothing you can do but to let me, an outsider, take over for a bit, but it's just a show of hands, so you don't have to thank me specifically." His words revealed an inexplicable confidence and arrogance, as if he felt that he deserved everything he did, without the slightest consideration for the feelings of Lung as well as the beaten junior. At this moment, what Lin Hai said caused Long's face to fall apart and his expression became extremely ugly. Just when he wanted to get angry, the little brother who had just been slapped by Lin Hai was now furious, his eyes burning with rage. He could no longer suppress his inner anger and directly cursed. You. How dare you hit me? I have to get you killed today. After saying that, this junior brother was like a wild beast that had lost its mind, cursing loudly while swinging his thick fists, and with a fierce aura, he charged madly towards Lin Hai. Bang! Only to see Li Yuntao, who was standing behind Lin Hai, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Without hesitation, he viciously kicked in the direction of this little brother. That kick contained a tremendous amount of power, as if it could shatter a hard rock, and with a whistling sound of wind, it accurately hit the little brother's abdomen. The little brother only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, and his entire body flew out like a cannonball, falling heavily on the ground with a painful groan coming out of his mouth. When the surrounding people saw this, they sucked in a breath of cool air as the crowd was shocked by Li Yuntao's combat power. Bam! Bam! The doors of the vans parked on the side of the road were opened in unison with a dull creaking sound. On the 4 vans, there were at least 10 people in each one, and when the doors opened these people were like tigers out of their cages, storming out of the vans. They acted quickly and agilely, as if they were a group of well-trained warriors. Moreover, all of these people were clutching all kinds of weapons in their hands, ranging from cold and hard steel pipes to incredibly sharp machetes. After these 40 or so people got off the bus, they were like a black whirlwind, swiftly surrounding Li Yuntao and Lin Hai and the 6 of them in the direction where they were at the fastest speed. They took firm and powerful steps, their eyes revealing ferocity and determination, as if they wanted to completely devour the enemy in front of them. Hula hula. Just at this tense moment, it was as if a black torrent suddenly surged out from within those deep alleyways on both sides of the street, and dozens of people ran out like ghosts. They were densely gathered together in what looked like a large black-packed mass, and the sheer number of them was simply dazzling, making it difficult to say exactly how many there were. These people running out from inside the alley were undoubtedly Lin Hai's minions and some of the other mongrels on one end the street, and at this moment, seeing that their boss was in trouble, they rushed out without hesitation. These hands likewise held steel pipes and machetes inside their hands. They quickly adjusted their formation and formed a solid line of defense, firmly anti-surrounding Long's men as if they were an impenetrable fortress. Almost at the same time, at the entrance of the nightclub, there were another 30 or so security guards like gods and goddesses descending from the sky. They were fully concentrated on holding the rubber batons in their hands, which looked exceptionally heavy and powerful in their hands. With a roar, they also rushed out from inside the gate like an arrow out of a string, quickly converging with these people who had just run out from inside the alley. Together, they surrounded Lung and their minions, and the entire scene suddenly became tense, and a fierce conflict seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Lung was also considered to be someone who had seen big scenes, but for a moment, he was also frightened by the scene at this moment. He roughly estimated that at this moment, the people who had counter-encircled them all must add up to more than 100. What's worse, even at this time, inside the alleys on both sides, there were still people rushing out one after another. At this rate of momentum, I'm afraid that Lin Hai and the others have more than 3 times their number. If there is such a big difference in numbers between the two sides, then he and his juniors, even if they are more powerful, surely they can't stand up to the other side's large number of people. Unconsciously, on top of that Long's usually arrogant and ruthless face, a touch of imperceptible nervousness gradually surfaced at this moment. His slightly trembling hands seemed to speak silently of his deep inner turmoil. As for those juniors under him, they were all tense, with a panicked glint in their eyes, and the original dangling look had long since disappeared, replaced by a face of gravity and wariness. Despite the fact that after they walked out of that nightclub just now, they gathered one batch of manpower after another as fast as they could. In their narrow perception, Lin Hai was nothing more than a fledgling upstart. With Lin Hai's control, at most, he was barely able to gather a few dozen people in the area. That was why they had always been bottomless, and before this, they hadn't even put that Lin Hai in their eyes, and had even been disdainful of him from time to time. However, it was only at this moment, when they actually faced Lin Hai and the vast crowd behind him, that they woke up as if from a dream, realizing with horror how foolish and conceited their previous thoughts had been. It turned out that they had actually greatly underestimated Lin Hai's strength, and what was hidden behind that seemingly ordinary Lin Hai was actually such a terrifying power. Lin Hai saw that the number of people on his side was like a tidal wave, and that he already had an absolute advantage, and his heart was extremely pleased with himself. With so many brothers supporting him, then he definitely had to put on a good show, otherwise how could he stand up to these brothers? So, he slowly walked to Lung's side and said coldly to him with a condescending attitude, like an emperor, "Now can you tell me what you meant by that just now?" Chapter 199, The Pretentious Lin Hai. Dragon is really a big brother. Even in the face of such a battle, his heart is like a rippling sea. Although the tension is abnormal, there is also a trace of timidity. However, his face was like the surface of a rippling lake, unchanged, as he gazed at Lin Hai and asked rhetorically, "You know that I am in love with this Lele, yet you insist on protecting her. Isn't this an obvious way to embarrass me?" A cold smile spread across the corners of Lin Hai's mouth and said, "Oh, it's your wishful thinking that you're looking at Joy, not her falling for you. Then if I inform you that I am the one to whom she belongs and has agreed to be my woman, is it my duty to protect her?" After Lin Hai spoke, he turned his head to Lele, that look was quite flattering, and said, "Baby, tell him if you're my girl." At this moment, Lele was really dumb, unable to speak, secretly screaming in his heart, thinking that both Lin Hai and this dragon are all the same. The only thing she had in mind was to take advantage of herself, and yet, at this juncture, she had to offend one person either way. It is absolutely impossible to offend no one, and if you are not careful, you may even offend both of them to death at the same time. Moreover, at the moment, Lin Hai had been holding himself tightly, plus the fact that as far as his own heart was concerned, Lin Hai did give him a slightly better impression. So after thinking for a moment, Lele made an instant decision and said with a delicate smile, "Brother Long, I am now Lin Hai's girlfriend. I hope you won't pester me in the future, okay?" It must still take a lot of courage for a girl to say something like that in front of these 100 plus people, but that would definitely offend Lung to death. Not to mention anything else, just the matter of hitting him in the face in public, that would definitely make Lung hold a grudge as well. Seeing that he had been slapped in the face in public, Long's face finally became gloomy. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw that Lin Hai's numbers were 3 times his own at the moment, then he would have had to lash out on the spot. Even in the face of this scene, Long didn't want to compromise just like that and said with a cold smile, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you guys teaming up to play me? You never knew each other before this, and this one night you got together. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? So easy to fool? Lin Hai, I've already given you enough face just now. You'd better not give your face away." Lin Hai looked at Long like he was an idiot and said with a smile, "Why are you so old-fashioned? Don't you know what love at first sight is? You also know by looking at me that I'm definitely the kind of man that people love and flowers bloom. Isn't it okay for Lele to be mesmerized by brother after seeing me?" His words not only upset Lung, but even Lele was a little upset. This asshole was a complete narcissist, taking advantage of himself from start to finish. So how could this make happy? As for brother Long, then he must be even more angry. What Lin Hai said just now meant that he was not as handsome as Lin Hai, although he also admitted that he wasn't as handsome as Lin Hai, but at least he was considered a handsome man. Being set out in public like this, didn't he want to lose face? Just then, Faye chimed in. "As far as our brother Hai's womanizing is concerned, it's notoriously good. Who in the entire Wenha Street doesn't know that?" Lu Erwa also grinned and said, "Oh, that's a must. With a face like our brother Hai's, beautiful women can't even walk when they see him." Those other juniors of Lin Hai's kept praising their brother Hai's goodness while cajoling and laughing under their breath. The purpose behind their hysterical laughter was clearly revealed. That is, They were determined to make the usually formidable Lon lose face and make a fool of himself in front of the crowd. Just as this chaotic atmosphere was getting stronger, Lon, who had been holding back his anger, finally could no longer control his emotions, and like an enraged lion, he violently grabbed Lin Hai's collar with such force that it was as if he wanted to rip Lin Hai's collar to pieces alive. His eyes were bloodshot as he cursed at Lin Hai. "Kid, don't be too crazy, you'll suffer if you offend me." After saying that, he even shook Lin Hai's body hard, as if he wanted to shock him with it. However, was Lin Hai not someone who would easily give in? A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he slapped Lung's hand away so hard that the crisp sound seemed to explode in the air. He stared angrily at Lung, speaking each word with exceptional clarity and force, word by word. "Respecting you enough to call you brother Lung is just giving you face. If I don't respect you, you're a nothing in my eyes. Don't think you can get in my face. This is on Manhwa Street. If you dare to act up a bit more here, believe it or not, I'll beat you up right away and let you know what it means to regret." After saying that, he even straightened his spine, exuding an inviolable aura, glaring at Brother Long, as if declaring that his majesty could not be provoked. The two of them, Lin Hai and Long at this time, were just like two fierce tigers who were secretly competing with each other. Their hearts seemed to be tightly pulled by an invisible thread, and they were silently engaged in a fierce psychological game in that silent corner. Every flash of thought, every fluctuation of emotion, was like a ripple in each other's hearts. Tonight, people from both sides are converging like a tidal wave, and I am afraid that the total number of people will be close to 200 when counted in detail. These people either stood, each harboring different thoughts, yet temporarily maintaining the seemingly calm situation due to a certain delicate balance between the two sides. There is no such irreconcilable conflict of interest that is significant enough to trigger a violent conflict. It was because of this that in such a relatively harmonious atmosphere, both Lin Hai's side and those on Long's side were heartily unwilling to see a large-scale firefight scene emerge. That means endless hurt, loss, and regret that may never be repaired. Whether it was Lin Hai or Long, they both knew very well that once they moved, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one dared to easily break this fragile balance, and no one would be foolish enough to take the lead to start this bloody fight. After all, if so many people gathered together for a firefight, that would definitely cause a series of big, unpredictable problems. Regardless of which side ultimately wins, all that will be gained will be a mess and endless injuries, with no substantial benefits to speak of. Only those who are hot-headed and out of their minds would go out of their way to make the first move, and none of them are obviously that way. Chapter 200 Stalemate. Just then, Lu Erwa, like an angry lion, tore open his thick voice and roared hoarsely, "Go back to your Tai Hing Street. You are not welcome on our Wenchi Street." His voice echoed in the air like explosive thunder, carrying an unquestionable majesty. As for the more than 100 brothers under Lin Hai, as if they had been summoned by some mysterious power, after hearing Lu Erwa take the lead in shouting out this voice, the rest of the crowd followed suit. "Go back to your Tai Hing Street. You are not welcome on our Wenchi Street." These more than 100 big men were firing at the same time, and their voices were like rolling thunder that echoed long over the whole street. The loud sound seemed to penetrate the clouds, making everyone feel the firmness and determination deep within their hearts. Both the opposite side of Long and the others, as well as the surrounding crowd of onlookers, were shocked by the sudden cry. It was as if for an instant, the entire world became silent, leaving only this power-filled cry to fill the air. Hearing such deafening and incessant cries, an indescribable feeling of entanglement surged up in Long's heart, as if there were two invisible hands pulling at the depths of his heart, causing him to feel a bit of a dilemma. If he left the article and street in such a way, then I am afraid that the so-called Jianghu reputation that he has accumulated over the years will instantly collapse, losing face, which can be said to be a disgrace, and the image that he has painstakingly built up over the years will be completely destroyed. However, if he chose to stay and did not take an evasive attitude, but really wanted to confront the other party forcefully, with his understanding of the other party's strength as well as his analysis of the current situation, he knew deep down that he would definitely not be able to take any advantage. Originally, he also thought that by virtue of his famous name on the road, he would be able to scare the guy named Lin Hai, so that he would know how to retreat and not dare to easily provoke himself. However, how could he not have anticipated that this Lin Hai would be so stubborn, not the slightest bit intimidated by his prestigious reputation, and not giving himself any face at all? Faced with such an unexpected situation, as the big brother of the group, he began to involuntarily develop a trace of weakness in his heart. This weakness is not only because of the risks he himself may face, but also because he realizes that even he himself is beginning to waver in his confidence. So how will the brothers under him react? As expected, The few brothers who had been clamoring the fiercest there just now seemed to have lost their previous arrogance all of a sudden at this moment, and became much more low-key. And just as everyone was in a state of confusion and hesitation, only two brothers who were usually quite bold stood out and disliked Lin Hai's side without fear. Who are you bluffing? If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have come over to Manhwa Street tonight. Do you think we're scared? Although this person tried to raise his volume as much as possible when he said this, it was obvious that one could hear from his voice that this person at this moment was not having enough energy in his heart when he said this. As the saying goes, the gun hits the head. When this little brother was clamoring here, Lu Erwa walked directly in front of him, reached out and pushed him, and said in a very arrogant manner, "What? You're not convinced? Why don't we practice? Whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight, it's your choice." Being pushed by Lu Erwa, this little brother of Long didn't concede defeat and similarly reached out to push Lu Erwa. His mouth also said, "Just fight. Who's afraid?" Lu Erwa's hand just now pushed him a few steps back, but when he pushed this palm on Lu Erwa, the other party did not move at all. This shows that the difference in strength between the two people is not a little bit. After someone took the lead and started pushing and shoving, the remaining minions started pushing and shoving each other as well. However, whether it was in terms of numbers or in terms of aura, Lin Hai's minions were steadily overpowering the other side. Lin Hai also didn't stop these juniors and looked at Long smilingly and asked, "Really want to have some fun?" Long was afraid that things would go on like this and reach an unmanageable point. He is a smart person. Of course, he will not do this kind of thankless thing. Put down a cruel word. Lin Hai, I'll make a note of what happened tonight. We'll have a long time to come. After saying this scene, he yelled at his 40 or so little ones, "Let's go. You guys remember, these people will not be allowed to come to Taxing Street in the future." However, at this time they were being surrounded by Lin Hai's people, and these minions of Lin Hai's did not have the slightest intention of getting out of the way. These people had gotten orders from Lin Hai on the phone and wouldn't make a move until it was absolutely necessary. However, if they let the other party leave in such a big way, it would definitely be a bit unwilling, especially this dragon, who had just given a harsh word, which made them feel even more unhappy in their hearts. That's why the current situation exists. Long and a few of his minions said under their breath as they reached out to pick off these people surrounding them, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." However, these juniors under Lin Hai didn't pay any attention to them or make a move on them. One by one, they just stood straight up and surrounded their way. Just then, several police cars pulled in with sharp, ear-piercing sirens, driving like beasts of prey in the direction of where the crowd was. Woo woo woo. The deafening sound spread quickly through the air, as if to wake up the whole world. Hula hula. As the sound of the siren got closer and closer, those crowds that were originally still aggressive and holding weapons in their hands were like birds that had been scattered, instantly dispersing in all directions like a tidal wave. Their panicked figures shimmered in the sunlight as if they were a herd of frightened beasts searching for a safe place to hide. But what was very strange was that those police cars, when they were still several hundred meters away from them, stopped steadily on the side of the road as if they had suddenly been put under a fixation spell. They neither turned off the engine to make that familiar roar, nor did they continue to drive forward. They just stood there quietly, as if waiting for something. In fact, the intention of these magistrates could not be more obvious. That is, to give these punks not enough time to withdraw. This is the kind of thing that these magistrates are not surprised to see, and their sole purpose is not to let things escalate. So many people gathered in one piece. You can't arrest all of them, right? If this is arrested, there is no place to detain and there was no real conflict between the two sides. So you can't do anything about the magistrate. Chapter 201, brazen as ever. It wasn't until after the dark crowd gradually dispersed and a hint of calm returned to the surroundings that the police cars slowly traveled over. At this moment, Long and his few brothers did not choose to leave. After all, they people did not have weapons in their hands. The security administration would not do anything to them. And Lin Hai and the security guards inside his nightclub likewise did not leave. It didn't take long for the police cars to come to a steady stop beside them, the doors slowly opening and several sheriff's deputies stepping out of the cars. Their stature was upright, their eyes were firm, and they exuded an inviolable aura of majesty. One of the magistrates leading the group turned out to be the Wangsho that Lin Hai recognized. His gaze swept through the crowd, and when he saw Lin Hai, he took large strides towards Lin Hai's direction. Lin Hai hurriedly greeted him with a smiling face. "Hello, Wangsho. By the way," he extended his right hand over. But Wangsho didn't give him the slightest bit of face and didn't mean to shake his hand, but said in a very icy tone, "What the hell do you guys want to do tonight? Lin Hai, I can warn you, you'd better not make trouble here, or I'll definitely have you arrested." Lin Hai wasn't angry about the other party not shaking his hand, and said with a smile with his teeth bared, "How dare I make trouble? This does not bring the company's security guards here to patrol a little? Wang Shou said with great disdain. Dog day. You less here to lousy pretend. Just now we have seen you have at least hundreds of people gathered here. Tonight lousy give you face, so I parked the car not far away. But if there is a next time, I won't give you this face. When the time comes, I should arrest and lock up. Lin Hai replied somewhat perfunctorily. Definitely, definitely. Wang Shou spoke again. As long as you don't go messing around yourself, then if someone comes after you, you are allowed to call the police, and we will definitely protect your legal rights. As the words fell, Wang Shou turned his head and left. Lin Hai waved his hand towards the other party and said smilingly, "Thank you, Mr. Wang. Take care." The words that Wang Shou said later were undoubtedly specifically for Long to hear. These magistrates, naturally, were all specially invited by Lin Hai. Just now, when he walked out from the nightclub before, he had already called Wang Shou. The reason why he would take such action, the purpose behind it is naturally in order to be able to play a strong deterrent effect on Long. Just now, he first summoned more than 100 good brothers, and in this way thoroughly frightened brother Long enough, and after that, he also got the magistrates to come over to help him. This is really from two very different levels at the same time to exert pressure on brother Long, so that in the future, will make brother Long no longer dare to easily run to the nightclub to cause trouble. As long as brother Long dared to stop coming to the nightclub on a large scale to cause trouble, then even if he wanted to go around Lin Hai recklessly outside, Lin Hai wouldn't have any fear of him at all. For Lin Hai, the first thing he must accomplish is to make sure that the nightclub can be operated in a smooth and orderly manner. After Wang Shou and the others left, Lin Hai walked up to Long and said with a serious face, "You and I have no past grievances, and I have no grudges today, so I don't know why you're targeting me, but I can clearly tell you that I, Lin Hai, am definitely not a soft touch. As long as you dare to do the first, then I'm sure I'll dare to do the 15th. Long is certainly not a cutie pie." The police car of those magistrates, the delay did not approach over in the end. Why? His heart face with a clear mirror as clear. Moreover, he himself had some connections in the security bureau, and before he came over here, someone above him had greeted him and told him that he couldn't make trouble inside the nightclub. Since the people around him said so, it meant that this nightclub had an overpowering relationship behind it. In such a situation, he definitely wouldn't dare to blatantly smash up the nightclub. However, since he had taken the initiative to come over and pick a fight, there was absolutely no way he could just let Lin Hai off so easily. What's more, Lin Hai had made him lose face tonight, and he would become a joke if he just held his tongue. So at this moment, Long was likewise playing his own little game in his heart. Hearing Lin Hai say that, Long coldly smiled and said, "Oh, it's okay, I'll remember what happened tonight. We'll have plenty of time to play slowly later." After saying that, Long took a few of his own men and also left the roadside in front of the nightclub. A massive clash that was about to hit the theaters ended up being just that. If the Blue Moon nightclub had not opened, to Lin Hai's fiery temper, this night will certainly be hard to beat on the Dragon. However, the situation at the moment is completely different. If any mishap or accident occurs in this nightclub, not only will he not be able to give a reasonable explanation to Mr. Sheen, but it will be difficult for him to give a satisfactory answer to himself as well as to his staff. It was this dire situation that forced him to adopt such and such means and ways to properly handle the matter. Lele, who was standing quietly beside him, witnessed the series of actions displayed by Lin Hai just now, and deep down in his heart, he really felt a sense of admiration for Lin Hai. It was obvious that this kid's ability to ascend to the position of One Ha Street's boss was by no means the result of pure chance. Not only does he have a large number of brothers under him, but he is also extremely intelligent and wise in his actions. Without realizing it, Lele added a few more good impressions and feelings towards Lin Hai. As for Lin Hai's earlier matter of intentionally taking advantage of herself, it had long since been discarded by her far beyond the clouds. Right at this moment, Lin Hai once again walked up to Lele and tried to reach out to embrace Lele again. This time, Lele very skillfully avoided his salty piggy hands and said in a slightly displeased manner, "Don't go too far. Didn't you get enough snuggles just now?" Lin Hai said shamelessly, "This can't be enough. Is to embrace for a lifetime is not enough to embrace? You really don't say. That kind of feeling is really quite good." Joy bristled. "Shameless? You are shameless. Ha!" Lin Hai continued to develop his fine tradition. "Brother, this is called honesty, okay?" Happy gave him a big blank stare and then cursed. "Get out." Lin Hai suddenly pulled a face and said, "Just now my brother gave you a break. Why don't you appreciate it and turn your face away so quickly? Looks like you're really a white knight." Chapter 202 Shocked Turnover. An unspeakable emotion welled up in Lele's heart, and she secretly swore in the bottom of her heart that Lin Hai was really the most shameless and thick-skinned man she had ever met in her life. He had that look as if the whole world was at his feet, with no regard for the feelings of others. However, It was such a man who had clearly broken through the bottom line and was extremely shameless, but he had a strange magic power that made Lele never be able to truly feel disgusted with him. Lele couldn't help but spit under her breath, her tone full of disdain and annoyance. Humph. It's obvious that you're the one who caused the trouble and need to go and settle your own affairs. But you're looking for all sorts of excuses to relieve yourself from me. It's simply unbelievable. And just now, you didn't miss taking advantage of something you shouldn't have on this girl. Lin Hai, however, had an unimpressed expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile as he said, "Che, just with this extraordinary face value of my brother, that has attracted the attention of countless women. I don't know how many women dream of letting me take advantage of them. It's your honor to take advantage of you now, okay? If you know what's good for you, why don't you just let my brother work a little harder tonight and keep you company for the whole night? And I guarantee you'll feel an experience like you've never felt before." When Lele heard these words, a flash of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure as she replied without the slightest hesitation. "Dream on. Absolutely not. You need to stop these daydreams and get the hell away from me." Watching Lin Hai remain so brazen, the group of security guards who had originally surrounded the side had also long been unable to look on, shaking their heads and walking back to the nightclub with heavy steps. For what Lin Hai had done, Li Yuntao was really a bit hard to compliment. They also felt that this boss of theirs was not normally thick-skinned, but thicker than a city wall. Also being men, they all felt a little ashamed of themselves. At this moment, the wide road was as if it had been forgotten by time, as if only the figures of Lin Hai and Lele were left to weave in and out of it. Lin Hai's face, which was usually quite decent, was now like a blooming flower of evil, shamelessly slowly approaching Lele once again. His large, slightly rough hands, as if with some kind of magic, gently reached out and just as naturally and boldly wrapped the person in his arms. He lowered his head slightly and came to Lele's ear, his voice low and compelling, whispering, "Don't be so hasty to refuse. My body is quite strong. I definitely have the ability to make you feel immensely satisfied. If you'll just let me crawl into your bed once, I swear you'll never forget the feeling in your life." After saying that, he was like a naughty child, and couldn't help but gently bite on Lele's earlobe, revealing an unspeakable dominance and wantonness in that subtle movement. Facing such a domineering and outrageously thick-skinned Lin Hai, Lele's heart was really full of helplessness and hopelessness, and she really felt that she couldn't do anything about him at all. However, in the end, under Lin Hai's various kinds of coercion, enticement and stalking attacks, Lele's originally firm heart defense still gradually collapsed, and she still fell. In order to prevent Lung and those others from continuing to come over and look for trouble, Lin Hai brought Lele back to the manager's office of the Blue Moon nightclub once again. This office, there is a small room inside, although it is a manager's office, but it is actually Lin Hai's private office. When the two returned to the office, Lele actually didn't have that much resistance anymore, and when Lin Hai hugged her and started to kiss her, she just symbolically struggled for a bit before she cooperated and started to respond to Lin Hai. Everything that follows is, of course, watered down and natural. After a night of hard work by Lin Hai, the next day, Lele surprisingly agreed to be the resident singer of the fantasy nightclub. This of course could not be separated from Lin Hai's hard work, and there was another reason, and that was because Lin Hai was willing to spend money. Don't look at Lin Hai as having no business acumen, but this kid is a thief. Last night he could already tell that this Lele was a money tree. As long as she was in the nightclub performance hall would be able to boil over. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Juchi met with Lin Hai in the manager's office. When Lin Hai told Lu Juchi about Lu Juchi agreeing to be a resident singer inside, Lu Juchi looked at Lin Hai with some disbelief. "Mr. Lin, how were you able to do that? I've talked to Joy several times before, and she's very decisively refused." Lin Hai said with a faint smile. "Ha, maybe it's because Joy thinks I'm sincere." At this time, Lin Hai was close to telling Lu Juchi that it was because of his hard work last night, but he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, this Lu Juchi was the real helmsman of this nightclub, and he could joke around with other women, but there should still be the respect that should be shown to this Lu Juchi. In case he pissed someone off and they didn't take care of this nightclub for him, it would really give him a huge headache. Besides, although this Lu Juchi's work ability is very outstanding, but in fact, his looks are average, Lin Hai also can't lay hands on him. Lin Hai asked again. What was the turnover last night? Did it meet expectations? This issue was what Lin Hai was most concerned about at the moment. Lu Juchi slightly raised the corner of her mouth, a hint of complacency flashing in her eyes as she laughed softly. A total of down can have more than 30,000. Those miscellaneous expenses are removed after the profit is actually less than 10,000. However, this is not far from what I expected before, but last night, We had a lot of special promotions and gave a lot of gifts to our guests, so naturally, the profit was not very high. If the back can be normal business up, that every night's turnover should be able to steadily maintain in the 50,000 or so Lu, then that pure profit can also have a 20,000 up and down. Lin Hai listened quietly, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He had actually known that this nightclub could definitely make a lot of money, but he had never expected that he would be able to earn such a sizable figure of 20,000 per day. At this rate of profitability, wouldn't it be easy to make about $600,000 a month? Even if he only takes 20% of the share, he can still get more than $100,000 a month. At this moment, Lin Hai's heart felt like it was being pulled by two forces, filled with both surprise at the arrival of this huge amount of wealth, but also unable to contain his excitement, as if he had seen a brand new model of his future life. Chapter 203, I'm good at massages. Underneath Lin Hai's seemingly calm face, his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and monstrous waves rolled violently in the bottom of his heart. Although his face did not show the slightest trace, his slightly narrowed eyes flickered with an elusive light, as if he was peering through the surface to see the possibilities hidden behind it. He continued to ask, can there really be no more room for improvement in this turnover? Even just a little bit? Lu Juqi still maintained her professional demeanor and explained methodically, after careful preliminary estimation, if this nightclub can be fully occupied, then the turnover for just one night will be between $70,000 and $80,000. But you should know that we definitely can't expect it to be so hot and full every night. A 70% attendance every night would be quite satisfactory and ideal. So, the data I just evaluated should be closer to the actual situation. Judging from the current situation, there really isn't too much room for improvement. But then, I've been seriously mulling and thinking about it for the last few days, and I'll also try to fight a bit more to see if I can find some new breakthroughs yet. After Lin Hai heard this, he gently nodded his head, a look of satisfaction in his eyes, a look that seemed to say, well, you've done a good job. Then he spoke slowly. Well, hard work, Manager Lu. You've been very responsible, and this dedication is commendable. Lu Juqi then responded with a smile. This is all my part, nothing hard or not. After all, when the turnover increases, the company's profits will also increase, and as a member of the company, I will naturally be able to obtain a higher commission, which is also a kind of incentive for me. Her smile revealed a hint of confidence and satisfaction, as if she had already seen a bright future for the company's flourishing performance. The confidence in Lu Juqi's body had always made Lin Hai very fond of her, and this woman was very straightforward when she spoke to him, not beating around the bush at all. Being able to deal with such a subordinate made Lin Hai feel very relaxed throughout. After the two exchanged some more work matters, Lu Juqi turned around and left the manager's office. Just when her hand was about to touch the door handle, Lin Hai, who was sitting on the office chair, as if an inexplicable thought suddenly surged up in his heart. His eyes, which were originally slightly lowered, were violently raised, and an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes, and immediately afterward, he shouted out loudly to her in a slightly urgent tone, Manager Lu, wait. Lu Juqi's footsteps that were originally moving stopped stiffly. She slowly turned her head, her pair of soulful eyes quietly looking at Lin Hai, a trace of doubt showing on her face. Then she softly asked, Mr. Lin, are there any other orders? Lin Hai slightly adjusted his sitting position and cleared his throat before solemnly commanding, after you go out, tell Assistant Manager Fong to come in my office. I have something to tell her. Lu Juqi replied with a serious nod. Okay, Mr. Lin, I know. After saying that, Lu Juqi gently pulled the delicate professional suit she was wearing, tidied up her wind-blown hair, and then pulled open the door of the manager's office with great force, the crisp sound echoing out in the silent corridor. She stepped on the pair of shoes with thin high heels. Her steps were firm and powerful, as if she wanted to deeply imprint this mandate in every step, and left the manager's office quickly. Time passed quietly. After about 10 minutes or so, at this time, Fong Lin, who had now become the assistant manager of the Blue Moon nightclub, gently knocked on the door of the manager's office. The sound was not loud, but in this quiet environment it was especially clear, as if it were a slow rhythmic melody that struck a chord. Knock knock. Lin Hai, who was sitting in his office chair, when that crisp knock sounded in the silent office, it was as if a flash of vivid light had been injected into his originally calm eyes, instantly revealing a hint of anticipation that was hard to hide. Immediately after that, he slightly straightened his body, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint arc, before he shouted towards the door, Come in. As the office door was slowly pushed open, a woman dressed in a well-tailored and exquisite black professional suit, Fong Lin, like an elegant queen, walked in from the office door with a confident and powerful stride. It had to be said that Fong Lin's own figure was as if it had been carefully sculpted by the heavens. Extremely outstanding. And at this moment, she was wearing this black professional lady's suit, the just right line design, as if it was like a magical paintbrush, which perfectly outlined her delicate figure with a concave and convex shape without any reservation. Fong Lin walked across to Lin Hai's desk in a dignified manner, and the politeness and upbringing exuded from her demeanor showed everyone's style. Asked softly and very politely, "Mr. Lin, you're looking for me?" Although the relationship between the two was somewhat intimate, during work hours, Fong Lin had always addressed Lin Hai as Mr. Lin. Lin Hai stretched out his slender fingers and gently tapped the chair across from him, his face beaming with a bright smile as he said with a smirk, "Sit down, beautiful sister. There are no outsiders here. There's no need to be so polite." Fong Lin hesitated slightly, but still obediently sat down on the chair opposite Lin Hai. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, "Getting used to working here?" Fong Lin nodded gently. "It's okay." At this time, Fong Lin looked more or less unnatural. Perhaps she still wasn't used to this way of being alone with Lin Hai. Just then, Lin Hai, however, stood up from his office chair, then walked around the desk towards Fong Lin's direction and said under his breath, "Isn't it quite tired? Why don't I give you a massage? I'm good at massaging." As the words fell, the bastard even placed his own hands on Fong Lin's fragrant shoulders, which scared Fong Lin to death. "You know, this is in the manager's office. Lin Hai is the head of the nightclub no matter what, and he himself is the assistant manager of the nightclub. If the nightclub employees see this, what kind of behavior is that? So it's not like the two are usually close, but it's a different environment after all." Fong Lin hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I'm not tired at all." But Lin Hai, at this moment, didn't care at all and held her tightly from behind. Shy and angry, Fong Lin asked in her mind, "Big brother, is this a massage? How can anyone give a massage like you?" Chapter 204 Liquor Suppliers. Fong Lin reached out and slapped Lin Hai's salty hand, then pouted. "Come on, it's in the office. How embarrassing if other co-workers see it." Lin Hai said shamelessly, "Who asked you to look so good today? So I really can't hold on. Why don't we go inside that bedroom and I'll give you a nice massage?" The bastard actually made Fong Lin let go of Fong Lin somewhat unexpectedly as he said this. The reason he let go of Fong Lin was not that he had a guilty conscience, but he was too busy going over to unlock the office door. After unlocking the office door, Lin Hai pulled and kicked Fong Lin inside that small bedroom, although Fong Lin wanted to resist very much. For one thing, she was a weak woman. How could she resist? And besides, she herself was enjoying this process very much. Why did she have to resist again? As for the fact that it would be seen by other co-workers, as long as the office door was unlocked, then naturally it wouldn't matter. At the most, I'll just let those co-workers chew on me in private. An hour and a half later, Lin Hai and Fong Lin walked out from inside the small bedroom. Fong Lin's footsteps were a bit staggered and her face had an extra hint of redness. Lin Hai, however, said with a smile, "Pretty sister, my massage is good, isn't it?" Fong Lin said somewhat breathlessly, "Not bad, you big head. Look at me now. If my co-workers outside saw me, it would still be a shame." Lin Hai said in disbelief, "What are you afraid of? As long as the process is enjoyable. Remember to come back to me for a massage next time." However, it was good that it was still early in the morning before office hours, and there were very few co-workers outside, so Fong Lin might not be seen by her co-workers when she walked out at this moment. She was already tired, and it was time to go change the clothes on her body, because just now, Lin Hai was too not a person to tear and fold her clothes right out of her hands, so she had to get back to her own chambers and change her clothes in the shortest possible time. Fong Lin didn't pay any more attention to Lin Hai, but quickly walked out of Lin Hai's office. Seeing Fong Lin, who was currently fleeing, Lin Hai smiled somewhat triumphantly and muttered softly under his breath, "This beautiful sister tastes really good. It's a completely different flavor from Lele. It seems like there's no shortage of opportunities to relax when my brother works inside the office in the future." To say that this Lin Hai, that was definitely the best of the scum, but it just so happened that there were women who liked his type. No matter where he goes, he is surrounded by beautiful women willing to surround him. Roughly counting, he had come to Guan City in less than 3 months, and without even realizing it, he had already scourged more than a dozen beautiful women. Today, he was in a very good mood. Not only this Blue Moon nightclub, the net income every month exceeded his expectations, and just during the period of time from yesterday night until today's daylight, he also exchanged very serious feelings with the two beauties, Lele and Fong Lin. This little life is really like a slowly unfolding picture of the good life. Simply not too pleasant. Nightfall quietly, the Blue Moon nightclub business is still as hot as the flame, as exuberant. Lively scene almost the same as yesterday night. the slightest signs of receding. After last night's mess, no one dares to come to this venue to make trouble tonight. This sudden calmness was like a gentle breeze that slowly blew through Lin Hai's heart that was originally as tense as a taut piano string, allowing his heart that had been hanging in the air to gain a rare moment of relaxation. However, Lin Hai was able to understand one thing in his heart. That Long, who came aggressively to cause trouble last night, could not possibly rest so easily. Perhaps at this moment, that brother Long is secretly and quietly plotting and preparing to use some other sinister and vicious means to take revenge on himself. For the dragon will come over to find trouble this headache thing. In the daytime, Lin Hai has quickly dispatched a lot of powerful brothers to go out to probe around the news but until now, still no one can bring him back to even a little bit of useful news. This makes Lin Hai's heart can't help but add a few more points of worry and uneasiness. He knows very well that Long is not a master to be messed with, and this matter will definitely not stop here. Time was like a quietly walking pointer, slowly coming to the light around 10 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, the Blue Moon nightclub, as if enveloped by a warm breath, lively and extraordinary scene as a colorful picture scroll unfolding in front of you, and at this moment, Lin Hai was quietly sitting in a box, accompanying the owner of the liquor supplier. That boss looked at Lin Hai with an expectant face, and the two of them talked softly in a cordial yet subtle atmosphere. According to the agreement reached long ago, Lin Hai only agreed to let the liquor supplier to send a week's worth of liquor first, as for the subsequent more detailed terms of cooperation and other key matters, but did not finalize it. After all, the mall is like a battlefield, and every decision needs to be carefully weighed. This liquor supplier, looking at the amazing sales of Blue Moon nightclub, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He knew that with such a huge market demand, if he could successfully take the long-term cooperation with the nightclub, it would surely bring him a huge profit. Therefore, he must have been extremely busy in the past 2 days, with his mind set on finding Lin Hai and finalizing this matter of great importance once and for all. Tonight, the owner of the liquor supplier had come with complete sincerity. Not only had he carefully prepared a number of topics to try and close the distance between him and Lin Hai, but even more surprisingly, he had brought a full 6 beautiful saleswomen along with him. These beautiful women for sale, at a glance, could tell that they had been carefully selected. Whether it was the exquisite face, the features as perfect as sculpture, or the shapely body, all of them could be described as the world's rare good. Moreover, these beautiful saleswomen have a very significant common characteristic. That is, they not only can speak well, between the words like flowing spring, crisp and pleasant and infectious, always able to catch each other's mind in the right place. At the same time, they were very good drinkers, and their slightly reddened cheeks seemed to speak of their valor at the table. It was as if any difficult negotiation could be made easier and more enjoyable as long as they were present, and that aura of spirituality seemed to be able to dissolve all conflicts and barriers. The boss of the liquor supplier and these 6 beautiful saleswomen were taking turns to give Lin Hai a toast, and during this period, Lin Hai was not only drinking wine, but also certainly could not avoid taking advantage of these beautiful saleswomen. Chapter 205 Normal Business. And naturally, these beautiful saleswomen didn't mind letting him take advantage of them, because their mission tonight that was to make sure to get Lin Hai drunk, and then let this liquor supplier finalize the details of the contract. But these people obviously thought too much. Tonight Lin Hai was in a very good state. No matter how much he drank, he didn't get drunk. He just kept interacting with these beautiful women, and chatting with the liquor supplier every now and then. But when the liquor supplier chats about the contract, he either digresses or doesn't talk about work when he's drinking. Drink to the later time. These several beautiful sales are overwhelmingly drunk, even that liquor sales boss, also similarly some drunk. But even so, Lin Hai is still sober wide awake. Don't even talk to them about working together. In fact, this is nothing strange. Lin Hai's drinking capacity is already very good. Plus he knows that it is the time when the nightclub has just opened and there are a lot of things waiting for him to take care of. Then no matter what, he can't possibly let himself get drunk at this time, although he hadn't done business before, and his social experience wasn't considered too adequate. He certainly wasn't a cutie pie, and how could he not understand the purpose of this liquor supplier's boss? Naturally he would not let the other party have his way easily. He had seen the previous offers of the liquor suppliers countless times and made some comparisons, and had already had his own bottom price in his mind. In this situation, he certainly wouldn't make concessions just because the other party was warming up to him and giving him some small favors. The drink supplier, a man in his 30s, asked once more, stiffly, as it was nearing 12 o'clock. Mr. Lin, the quality of the drinks we supply is good, right? And the price is very reasonable. Why don't we finalize the contract while everyone is here tonight? Lin Hai replied as he drank a cup of wine with a sister. And the quality? It's indeed good, but price-wise, it definitely needs to come down a bit more. As you know, We sell a lot of drinks in this nightclub, and there are so many people who want to send drinks to us. I'm sure I'll have to choose a business with reasonable prices and fair quality." Hearing this, the girl who was drinking with Lin Hai suddenly interjected. "Oops, Mr. Lin, our company's price is low enough. I haven't gotten an order in a month, so help me out. If there's no more orders, people are running out of money to eat. Can you bear to let me live on the streets?" Lin Hai said with a smiling face while placing his hands on the others. "I'd like to help you, but it's out of my hands. But you can rest assured that I certainly can't afford to leave you on the streets, and the door inside my house is always open for you." At the moment, Lin Hai's principle was that drinking was fine, and the cheapness must be taken, but it could never break through his bottom line. The owner of the liquor sales and the 6 beautiful saleswomen were also feeling good for a while. I didn't expect Lin Hai to have such determination at such a young age. And the most infuriating thing was that this bastard not only didn't make concessions, but he wasn't polite to these beauties at all. Let these beauties have a bitter feeling in their hearts. It seems that tonight, again, their hard work was wasted for nothing. When it came to the later time, the liquor sales boss was still a bit undeterred, and kept giving these beauties a wink. Looking at him, he meant that he wanted these beauties to make sure that Lin Hai would be taken care of no matter what the price was. There were 2 beauties with slightly more guts who had asked Lin Hai to go out and get a room. If this was in normal times, then Lin Hai would definitely come and go. However, tonight he refused to do so because he really wasn't sure if someone would come over and mess with him. In this tense environment, he had to be stationed inside this nightclub. A beautiful woman can go looking for a beautiful woman anytime, but if a little bit of chaos happens inside the nightclub at such a critical moment, it would really be a loss. Don't look at Lin Hai's usually very lustful appearance, but he surely knew how to prioritize things. Not the kind of character who can't walk away from the sight of a beautiful woman. In the end, the owner of the liquor supplier and the 6 beautiful saleswomen could only bid farewell helplessly. Before they were about to leave, Lin Hai also exchanged contact information with a few beauties, and then said some very meaty words, which meant that they really couldn't do it tonight, so they would definitely make it up to them some other day. After this, until the Blue Moon nightclub closed, there were almost no accidents inside the nightclub, and when it closed, Lin Hai was still resting in the small bedroom inside the office. Of course, Lei, who was the support singer inside the Blue Moon nightclub, also accompanied Lin Hai for the night inside this small bedroom. What this bastard said last night was not untrue. As long as the other party had intimate contact with him, then he would definitely rely on him in the future. In these next few days, the nightclub business was still booming and it looked very calm. Nothing special happened inside. Occasionally there were some small frictions, but they were all easily solved by the security personnel inside. 10 days later, the Blue Moon nightclub's discount campaign had also ended long ago, but the business inside hadn't suffered much. This of course has to do with the superb service inside, as well as the decoration and equipment inside, and naturally has a relationship with the PR team inside. In addition to the hotness of the resident singer Lei, the reason why these customers are still willing to spend money at Blue Moon nightclub even after the event is over is because of the hard work and dedication of the staff inside. This way, Lin Hai could finally feel a bit more at ease. At noon that day, Lu Jiaqi once again reported to him about his recent work. Lin Hai was still sitting on the chair in the manager's office, and Lu Jiaqi, who was sitting on the opposite side, spoke. "Mr. Lin, the business of our Blue Moon nightclub is more stable than I thought. The turnover of the last 2 days has been steadily around 80,000 every day, and the net profit is also around 30,000. Lin Hai said with a smile. "The nightclub can have such a good business. Manager Lu can't take credit for it. Yesterday I reported to the leaders above and they all agreed to let you end your probationary period early. It's kind of an encouragement to you." Lu Jiaqi was likewise in a very good mood after hearing this. If according to what Lin Hai said, then she would be able to get a 2% profit share from this month onwards, and according to the current turnover of the nightclub, there would be more than 10,000 to nearly $20,000 a month. How could she not be moved by such a large monthly income, which was already the income of so many people for almost a year? Chapter 206, He Jiao's office. Just as Lin Hai and Lu Jiaqi were exchanging work-related matters, Lin Hai's phone suddenly rang. Lin Hai glanced at the caller ID. This call was actually from He Jiao. This made Lin Hai feel more or less a little excited in his heart, and thought to himself, it can't be that this chick is craving for her own body, right? Before picking up this little phone, then he definitely had to detach Lu Jiaqi first, or else there were some things he couldn't quite say. And Lu Jiaqi, who was sitting across from him, very sensibly stood up from her seat. "Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, then I'll go out first. It's so much easier and more enjoyable to work with a smart woman," Lin Hai said with a smile. "Okay, go ahead and get busy then." After Lu Jiaqi walked out of the office, Lin Hai then pressed the answer button to connect the call. Since the other party was a married woman, then Lin Hai certainly couldn't talk with his mouth full when he first picked up the phone. Otherwise he would definitely embarrass the other party. Lin Hai said to the phone that he thought was very decent. Hey, pretty boss lady, what are your instructions? For this name of his, He Jiao on the other end of the phone was naturally very satisfied, and answered with a sweet smile. Wanted to introduce you to a big deal. Wondered if you'd be interested? For He Jiao, this woman, Lin Hai was actually still grateful. If it wasn't for this chick, then it was unlikely that he would be able to accept the Blue Moon nightclub today. And at this moment, the other party said that he wanted to introduce himself to a big business. That certainly cannot be wrong. After all, the identity of this woman's background is somewhat complex, and can come into contact with a very large number of characters from the 3 religions and 9 streams. That's certainly good. If things get done, I'll be sure to thank my beautiful sister properly, Lin Hai said with a smile. He Jiao clearly didn't buy his argument and said without giving the slightest bit of face, cut it out. Don't paint a big picture here. You haven't thanked me yet for introducing you to the Blue Moon nightclub? Listening to the tone of this woman's speech at the moment, there was definitely no one else around, so Lin Hai didn't have any more scruples and joked with her. Didn't I thank you properly for a day last time at the Purple Cloud Mall? Or do you think my sincerity isn't enough? Then why don't you take some time for me to thank you again? I'm afraid that the only person who could talk about taking advantage of others in such a grandiose manner was Lin Hai. He Jiao immediately said unhappily. You're so thankful. You call that a thank you? I'm the one who lost out. Okay? At best, we all get what we want. If you really want to thank me, then it's better to give me a gift of $1 million. That's what it means. Understand? Hearing this, Lin Hai immediately began to get anxious and shouted at the top of his voice with wide eyes. No, I say beautiful sister. Want to be so realistic? Is this how you treat me after I've been so devoted to you? He Jiao scolded without any good humor. Save your breath. You're more like a little girl. I just feel sick to my ears. I don't want to talk to you about these useless things. I know a friend on my side. He wants to ask you to help him ask for a sum of money owed to him by others. If he gets it, the pay is not low. Nowadays, Lin Hai had dozens of brothers under his hand, and the current Manhwa Street was in a very stable situation. So if he was able to take on a little bit of this kind of business, it would definitely be very good as well. This will not only increase your income as a team, but it will also give these brothers a little something to do. Lin Hai replied bluntly. As long as there are enough benefits to be taken, then I certainly have no reason to refuse. You just straight up tell me how much it's going to cost to help him and give us a couple % cut. This kid had been laughing non-stop as he said this. Even He Jiao on the other end of the phone could clearly feel it and couldn't help but flirt. You're a realistic kid. You can't stop smiling whenever you hear that there's money to be made. It's just like you. Just now you still have the nerve to say that I'm realistic. This is if you reach an agreement. You must give me a big red packet. Otherwise see how my mother will clean you up. I'm not really sure about the specifics of what you're meeting to talk about. So if you have time, come over to my massage parlor right now and I'll call and make an appointment with him. Lin Hai hemmed and hawed. There's time. Of course there's time. I'll be right over now. Now when you go over to He Jiao's massage parlor, not only is there a bargain to be had, but there is also money to be made. For a good thing like that, then he definitely had to have the time anyway. Yeah. 20 minutes later, Lin Hai arrived at He Jiao's massage parlor. At the moment, He Jiao was sitting on the sofa inside with 2 female technicians. Seeing as there were only 2 female technicians beside He Jiao, that means business is good today for this massage parlor of theirs. Upon seeing Lin Hai, the 2 beautiful technicians greeted him very politely. Hello Hai. Nowadays, in this article and on the street, as long as the personnel who do these things related to the black industry, no one does not recognize Lin Hai. The vast majority of people who see him are sure to give him the respect he deserves as well. When He Jiao saw him come in, she took the initiative to stand up from the sofa and said nonchalantly, Come over. It's not convenient to talk about things here. Let's go to the second floor to talk. As the words fell, He Jiao took the lead and walked from the direction of the second floor. Without a moment's effort, the 2 of them, Lin Hai and He Jiao, entered a small room one after another. Lin Hai carefully observed this small room. It probably had about a dozen square feet of space, like a corner forgotten by the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The room was furnished with a neat desk and a comfortable office chair, which stood there quietly, as if waiting for important business to take place here. And on one side, there is a soft bed, which complements the desk, reflecting both practicality and adding a touch of life. It was obvious that this room was He Jiao's exclusive office-cum-lounge, and it had a very different style and atmosphere from those ordinary massage rooms. On weekdays, few people would intrude into this private space belonging to her, which seemed to be a haven for her soul, carrying the dual functions of her work and rest. He Jiao gently and casually closed the door to the room. That click, a crisp sound, as if isolated from the outside world, so that they are now in this small world, has become more peaceful. He Jiao then said, I've already contacted the other party. He'll be here in about half an hour or so take a short break here and don't worry. As for me, I only have tea and plain water here. See what you want to drink? Chapter 207, Contractor Boss Jiang. However, Lin Hai reached out and wrapped his arm around He Jiao's small waist at this time and said with a bad smile, Is it okay if I want to drink your spit? He even put his hand on He Jiao's arse as he spoke. This kid looked as light as he could be at the moment, and his action made He Jiao feel more or less embarrassed. After all, this was in her office, although the employees inside her store, basically, didn't come over during the week, but after all, in her heart, it didn't feel that way. No matter what, she was a person with a husband. Although she had a very intimate behavior with Lin Hai in the past, but in her heart, there would still be more or less a sense of guilt. A little overwhelmed, she gently pushed Lin Hai, then whispered, Stop it, it's not good to be seen. But Lin Hai obviously didn't want to let her go just like that. Not only did his hand movements speed up, but he also directly put his mouth towards her cherry mouth. Since the last intimate behavior with Lin Hai, He Jiao actually thought of Lin Hai from time to time. Just as a woman of her, there are times when she must also have a little bit of reserve, so she did not take the initiative to contact Lin Hai. At this moment, looking at such a domineering Lin Hai, she instantly began to break her defense as well. However, just as Lin Hai started to try to tear her clothes, He Jiao very sensibly pushed him away and said in a somewhat pleading tone, It's really not possible here, and I've got an appointment just now that I'll be coming over. So if you really want to, can we make another appointment? Looking at the pitiful He Jiao at the moment, and after hearing this from her, although Lin Hai felt a bit uncomfortable holding back his feelings, but considering that it was indeed inappropriate, he could only end up letting it go in the end. However, although he didn't make the next move, he didn't just let He Jiao off the hook either. It's not like you're not taking advantage of what you should be taking advantage of. 10 minutes later, He Jiao's phone rang, and only then did the two men stop their hand movements in a somewhat wretched manner. After He Jiao saw the caller ID, she straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes and then hurriedly headed downstairs. After about 10 minutes or so, He Jiao and a middle-aged man of about 35 years of age, of medium height and unimpressive appearance, dressed in extremely ordinary clothes, slowly returned to the interior of this room, which originally appeared to be very small. After He Jiao walked into the room with a somewhat brisk pace, with a faint smile on her face, she warmly introduced Lin Hai, who was sitting there. Lin Hai, this is Boss Jiang. He's a contractor. Then she turned around and introduced herself to Boss Jiang with a solemn face. Boss Jiang, this is the Lin Hai that I mentioned to you before. Now he is the big brother of this Manhwa street, which has a very high prestige and status in this street. Boss Jiang sniffed and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, stretching out a slightly rough but powerful hand towards Lin Hai and said with a hint of respect revealed in his eyes, Hello, hi. Lin Hai also hurriedly stood up from his seat with an affable smile on his face and responded by tightly shaking the other party's hand. Hello. After the two of them sat down successively, He Jiao skillfully picked up the tea set on the side and meticulously brewed a cup of steaming tea for each of them, and the rising vapor seemed to indicate that some unusual things might happen next. She then gently put down the teapot and spoke. Take your time chatting, huh? I have to go down and look after my business. I'll leave you two here. Obviously, from her firm tone and decisive actions, He Jiao simply did not want to get too involved in this seemingly complicated matter. So, after making tea for both of them and a quick hello, she turned away from the tiny room without hesitation, leaving the door to close gently behind her, as if separating the two worlds. This Jiang boss, to the time, is also a straight man. After He Jiao left, he opened the door. Brother Hai, I have a project payment of more than 400,000 yuan, and I still can't get it back after asking for it many times. I would like to ask you to help me to ask for this project payment. I don't know if you are willing to do this favor? Once Lin Hai heard this, he was actually very interested in his heart. After all, the project payment of more than 400,000 yuan, that is not a small amount, which if you can help each other to get back, then get the payment is certainly not low. However, although very interested, he said without moving on the surface, it mostly depends on how much you can give us in return. Boss Jiang replied without any thought, I'll give you 20% if you help me get it back. Lin Hai shook his head and said, Oh, Boss Jiang, if it's only 20%, then I can't help you with this favor. Although Lin Hai had not been in contact with this aspect of things, but just by thinking about it alone, he knew that since Boss Jiang was able to find them to help, it meant that this project payment was definitely not good. And the person who owed him this project payment was definitely not a good person. If one agrees to go for the money for this work, it will certainly be risky to put oneself and one's brothers under one's hand to risk the wind. And if one can only be paid a few tens of thousands of dollars, then there is really no need for that. After all, now every month one has street of these protection fees in addition to the income of the nightclub. At least 1 or 200,000. There is absolutely no need to take too much risk. Of course, if the other party gives a big enough profit, then of course it's okay. Boss Jiang wasn't too surprised by this answer of his. He just said in a very calm tone, "Brother, hi, I won't lie to you. This construction company that owes me money has a certain social status, and it's a bit hard to ask for this money. In order to ask for this money, you may offend some forces on all sides, but even this way, you may not get it back." The meaning of Boss Jiang's words was actually, to put it bluntly, that he didn't really trust Lin Hai. Lin Hai said in a very firm tone, "That's none of your business. As long as it's a fact that the other party owes you money, and then you give me enough favors, then I'm sure I can get that money back. Of course, you have to make sure that the other party is financially capable of repaying the money, otherwise I have no recourse there, no matter how capable I am." Boss Jiang said with conviction, "Don't worry about that. It's definitely true that they owe me money. I have the settlement documents here. The other party is also absolutely rich, such a big construction company, and recently this company has been doing very well. Hundreds of thousands of dollars can be said to be nothing more than a drop in the bucket for this company. But this company has never had a good reputation and often does not pay for work done for them. They have some social background in both black and white, so things are still a bit tricky." Chapter 208, Bargaining. Lin Hai pondered a little, and then slowly raised his head. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and then he opened his mouth. "Well, it doesn't really matter. I can help you ask for this money, and I'm not the least bit afraid of who the other guy is. But if I do get the money down, it won't be a loss to me. I'll have to take half of it." These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of ripples, and Boss Jiang clearly felt a moment of difficulty in his heart, as if there were two invisible hands pulling at him. He sat there dumbfounded, his brow furrowed, his mind racing with thoughts. In the past half year, he was like a headless fly, had countless times full of hope to find the other party to communicate, trying to make the other party can painfully return the money to him. But the other side is like an insurmountable wall, has been looking for all kinds of strange reasons to shirk and stall, counting at least 10 times to find as much. In the end only just to a district of $50,000 only. With the abilities and resources that he himself currently possessed, it was simply a pipe dream that he wanted to get that huge sum of money owed back on his own, and it was completely impossible. However, if he went to Lin Hai to ask for their help to get the money, the condition that Lin Hai put forward was really a bit too harsh. It was a huge blow to him that he had to share half of this huge sum of $400,000, and his heart felt like it had been cut by a sharp knife, and that kind of reluctance and pain instantly permeated his whole body. Therefore, at this moment, Boss Jiang was really caught in an unprecedented dilemma, not knowing how to choose. Boss Jiang asked tentatively after a moment of silence, "Brother Hai, do you think it can be less? It's not easy for me to make money these days. If I give you half of it, then not only will I not make the slightest profit on this project, but I will also lose money." Boss Jiang's words, Lin Hai that is simply do not believe it at all nah. With his understanding over the years, do engineering this line of business that is absolutely properly counted as a profiteering industry After all, with a little thought, the profit margins can be huge, and even if it is the most black-hearted boss under the sky, he could not be stupid enough to let his own good brother below those who lost money to work. This means that before this happened, the construction company to this Jiang boss to pay for the project certainly has long been more than enough to let him be able to successfully pay the workers' wages. It is impossible to let him lose money. Well, no matter who, no matter what you do, you have to understand the truth. You can't do things too much. If you push someone to the brink of extinction, they're going to have to play hard to get with you. In addition, Lin Hai and the boss of the river is not particularly deep friendship between he is in the end a loss of money or make money with their own and can have what to do with it. The only thing he needed to ensure was his own little interest. He didn't care about the rest. Therefore, Lin Hai replied with a very firm attitude, "This is non-negotiable. If you can't accept it, then please find another way. By doing this, my brother and I are actually taking a risk, because if we don't get this money, not only will we not get any benefits, and it's going to cost you quite a bit of expense yourself." This was also true. If he didn't end up asking for the money, Lin Hai would have to spend manpower and material resources, which could cost him even more if he messed up. When Boss Jiang heard this, he kept hesitating as if there were countless ants crawling in his heart. In that halcyon hour, his mind was full of thoughts, and various thoughts were intertwined, making it difficult for him to make a decision. In the end, as if he had gone through a fierce thought struggle, as if he had made an incomparably great determination, he ruthlessly gritted his teeth and replied with a somewhat trembling voice, "All right, I agree to this condition that you've proposed, Brother Hai." At this moment, Boss Jiang was really in a desperate situation. Other than agreeing to Lin Hai's request, he really had no other choice. He was well aware of the predicament he was facing today, and could only hold the mentality that if he could get some of it back, even if it was just a little bit, it was still much better than losing it all completely. After all, it is normal to think about it. Then if he can ask for $200,000 back, this is undoubtedly a great comfort to him, which is far, far better than not being able to get a penny. Lin Hai looked at the other party finally agreeing and was relieved in his heart. Since this matter was to be done, it had to be implemented as soon as possible without the slightest delay. He said gravely, "Then you give me the basis on which this company owes you money, including all the contracts, bills, and related documents, etc., and organize them all together and give them to me. At the same time, the details of this company, such as company name, registered address, legal representative, contact information, etc., were also provided to me in detail. I will promptly arrange for manpower to begin to implement this matter, and strive to help you get back the money owed within 10 days. The words that Lin Hai uttered later on, but Boss John's heart was pressed into disbelief, because he knew the construction company that owed him money too well, and it was just plain evil. People want money, not at all because you are a social mixer, and have the slightest fear in the heart. As far as he knew, the owner of this construction company, like a four-way network, knew a lot of big brothers who hung out in society. But at this moment, he was completely holding this attitude of beating a dead horse, and since Lin Hai said so, then he could only give it a try. So, Boss Jiang took some settlement statements and labor contracts that he had prepared in advance, carefully took them out from inside his briefcase, and handed them over to Lin Hai. "Brother Hai, this is the labor contract and settlement statement, as well as the proof of payment inside their company. They currently owe me $420,000, and there's absolutely no mistaking that." Lin Hai took these slips from him and gave them a cursory glance. After feeling fine, he spoke slowly. "Give me the specifics on this construction company and then I can work out which direction to start." Boss Jiang nodded and said, "The name of this construction company is Fengyun Construction Company, which used to be a construction team and has just been established as a company in the last 2 years. The owner's name was Yu Tian, a man from Xiliang province with intricate social connections, but the man's reputation had always been poor, relying on the fact that he has someone to back him up. He often defaults on the project payments of the labor crews below him. According to my understanding, his current value should have exceeded 10 million. Chapter 209 Boss Jiang invites you to dinner. Lin Hai sat there quietly, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He bowed his head slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the desktop with a crisp sound as a way to hide the imperceptible ripples deep inside. After listening to Boss John's gushing and detailed introduction of Fengyun Construction Company, Lin Hai only frowned gently, his face still unable to see any obvious change in his emotions. He that looked as if he didn't have the slightest bit of fear for wind cloud construction. This scene fell in Boss John's eyes, but it made his heart even more unsettled. In Boss John's perception, Fengyun Construction Company was like a towering mountain peak, huge and majestic, never in existence that ordinary people could easily touch and provoke. Fortunately, however, Lin Hai did not make a request for Boss Jiang to pay any fees in advance. This was certainly a small consolation for Boss Jiang, at least for the time being. He will not suffer much substantial loss even if he does not ultimately succeed in getting the money due. He secretly pondered that if it really came to that, at most, it would be a complete offense to the Wind Cloud Construction Company, but this was also a matter of necessity. The other party has been in arrears in their own works. Rather than being led by the nose by the other side, it is better to make a decision before it is too late, and the other side of the flip is not unacceptable. Prepare for the worst, Boss Jiang silently chanted in his mind. He knew that the consequences would be unimaginable if things were revealed, but he also understood that running away was not the answer. The big deal was that after the matter was completely exposed, he would leave Guancheng for a while and go outside to hide from the wind for a while, waiting for the time to be right before making any plans. Lin Hai and this Boss Jiang were sitting quietly opposite each other in that small and slightly humble little office of He Jiao, as if time had stood still at this moment. They had been talking in here for well over an hour. After talking about business, Boss Jiang took the initiative to invite. "Brother Hai, you see it's almost dinner time. Why don't I treat you to a casual dinner tonight? Please be kind enough to do so." Lin Hai pondered in his heart when he heard this. He understood what Boss Jiang meant. This was not just a simple dinner, it was a way to solidify their relationship. After all, everyone could be considered partners now, so Lin Hai couldn't afford to reject it outright. And, since he was going to eat wherever he was going to eat anyway, he might as well say yes. So Lin Hai nodded and responded, "Then let Boss Jiang break the bank." After saying that, the two stood up together and left He Jiao's office. At this point, Boss Jiang opened his mouth again to invite He Jiao to have dinner with him, but He Jiao still decisively refused. She had a good reason, saying that she still had business to do and couldn't dine with them tonight, but she would personally host a banquet for the two of them on another day when she was free. Such a reason sounded impeccable, but in reality, the real reason for her refusal deep down was naturally that she didn't want to involve herself in this matter. After Lin Hai and Boss Jiang walked out of the massage parlor side by side, Boss Jiang revealed a flattering smile and said to Lin Hai, "Hi, it's just too boring to eat with just the two of us. This is your turf. Why don't you call some of your buddies over and we'll have a few drinks? It's a little more crowded and the atmosphere is a little more lively." Someone taking the initiative to offer to buy dinner. This was undoubtedly a delightful good thing. Lin Hai naturally did not have any reason to refuse yet, especially the famous foodie Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin. When they heard the news that someone had invited them to eat a big meal, their mouths were just like being stuck with glue. They couldn't close their mouths. Although these two boys are now no longer short of money, but deep down in their hearts that foodie nature has not changed in the slightest. Since Boss Jiang was so enthusiastic, then Lin Hai felt that he had to call these two super foodies so that he could make this Boss Jiang bleed properly. Yet Lin Hai said slowly with a smile on his face, "Will this cost Boss Jiang too much? Will it be too expensive?" Boss Jiang, however, responded with a smile on his face, full of concern. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A crowd is a crowd." Lin Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a wry smile as he laughed softly. He. It seems that Boss Jiang really has a big spirit, so I'll hurry up and call up 3 or 4 good brothers to come over, and let's all have a few painful drinks together. After saying that, Lin Hai didn't hesitate to take out his cell phone and dialed Lu Erwa's number, instructing him to make sure to call Huang Jianxin as well as Dick Xiao and Mangzi over. You know, these guys without a doubt is definitely the Lin Hai team and the most able to eat 4 people. Their bottomless pit-like appetite, but in the team is famous every time we get together to eat. Their wolf-swallowing appearance always lead to the crowd laughed, especially Lu Erwa. That amount of food was truly amazing. One person was able to eat the equivalent of 3 normal adults. It wasn't long before Lin Hai's bright figure and Boss Jiang's calm temperament arrived together at the relatively more upscale and unique atmosphere of the 4 Happiness restaurant on Wenhe Street. The two slowly walked into a very delicately decorated private room. The waiter, as if they had known they were coming, full of smiles and extremely enthusiastic to give them a beautifully presented menu, while also thoughtfully served them a pot of tea with a light fragrance, the tea's hot air rising, as if to tell the tranquility and coziness. With a polite face, Boss Jiang gently handed the menu to Lin Hai and said with a sincere smile on his face, "Brother Hai, don't be polite to me, just let go and order whatever you like." The two of them had just sat down not long ago, and their asses hadn't completely warmed up their seats, when Lu Erwa as well as 3 other people arrived at this box in a flurry of wind and fire. Seeing this, Lin Hai hurriedly gave the crowd a simple yet gracious introduction, and then he handed the menu filled with a variety of culinary choices to Lu Erwa, while he himself said with a smile on his face, "Erwazi, Boss Jiang is a boss with great skills in doing engineering. Inside the hand that is absolutely no lack of silver. Just now he showed particular enthusiasm and generosity. Said that you let go of the point of what you want to eat on the point of what. Since the Jiang boss are so enthusiastic, then you should stop being so formal. It would be too much of a surprise if you were still formal." Chapter 210, 2 Eaters. After Boss Jiang also heatedly laughed, he slowly opened his mouth. "That's right, brothers, let's eat freely, but don't treat me like a stranger." On the side of Lu Erwa and Huang Jianxin heard this, immediately understood. The two looked at each other. They quickly picked up the pen. In that menu on top of the dance like a pen tip elf, brush quickly draw up. Their strokes are decisive and powerful, as if they want to pour their heart's desire for food into each stroke. At first, Boss Jiang didn't care too much about it, but just watched their ordering with interest, thinking that it was just an ordinary dinner. However, when that waiter, like a tireless bee, kept on placing dishes on the table, Boss Jiang's expression gradually changed. His entire body seemed to be subdued by this sudden sight, and a flash of doubt and surprise instantly flashed through his mind, with an expression as if he had suddenly stumbled upon something unbelievable. In this private room where they were, counting themselves, there were only 6 people in total, but at this moment, they had already set up a full dozen dishes, that full table, as if they were going to fill up the entire space. But the waiters still do not know how to stop, but also continue to place new dishes on the table. that action skillful and nimble, as if these dishes are as easy as a handful. Later, the original spacious table, at the moment even seemed a little narrow. Those dishes piled up, almost let a person cannot see the original face of the table. Moreover, these dishes ordered by Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin were almost all hard dishes, and they were all large plates with very generous portions. He looked at the large table of food, and then thought about the silver in his wallet, and couldn't help but feel a wave of complex emotions welling up in his heart. Unconsciously, Boss John's brows furrowed slightly. On the one hand, it is a bit painful to pay the money. After all, it is not a small amount. On the other hand, it is worried about so many dishes. 6 people can actually eat it all? Lu Erwa and Huang Jianqin, as if they had been starving for a long time, their mouths were like bottomless pits, constantly shoving food into their mouths, only to see Lu Erwa's dark face, at the moment hung full of contentment, his thick fingers tightly holding the braised elbow, hard to send to the mouth. The grease down the corners of the mouth slowly flowed down, but do not care, just focus on enjoying the delicious taste in the mouth. Huang Jianqin, even more so, his eyes stared at the chicken leg in his hand, as if it was the most precious treasure in the world, and kept stuffing it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging out, like a greedy hamster. These two usually seem course eaters. A meal time, that looks simply like 2 people, completely the so-called image behind, eyes only that full of food. They ate as if no one else was there, not giving a second thought to the stranger sitting next to them, as if the whole world was left with these delicacies in front of them. In comparison, Lin Hai is indeed much more civilized. With a smile on his face and a hint of apology revealed in his eyes, he whispered to Boss Jiang, "Boss Jiang, I'm really sorry, these 2 brothers of mine are really eating a bit ugly. I've made you laugh, haha. You don't want to be general with them? Make yourself at home. Hurry up and eat the food. Eat some food first and then we'll drink slowly." At this moment, the waiter floated over like a gust of wind, holding 6 bottles of Jiananchan steadily on the table. This Jiananchan is not as expensive as Mutai, but its price is by no means cheap. Looking at the 6 bottles of wine in front of the eyes, the crowd could not help but be slightly shocked. A bottle of this, to say the least, tens of dollars. 6 bottles down is the big hundreds of dollars. Thinking about the large table full of sumptuous dishes, then the cost of this meal tonight must be in the thousands without a doubt. This more or less made Boss John a little bit of a pain in the ass. After all, in this day and age, a normal meal for 5 or 6 people was only about $100. That's a straight tenfold increase. How can you make him not feel bad? Even when he used to entertain the leaders of those construction companies, as well as the supervisors and the A side of the construction site, he had never spent more than $1,000 on a meal for every meal on weekdays. You know, for a contractor like them, $1,000 is enough to pay 3 ordinary workers a whole month's basic salary. Whenever he thought about it, a deep emotion welled up in his heart, and his mind couldn't help but conjure up images of how tonight's meal would inevitably break with past conventions. When he thought of this, the thrifty consciousness in his heart instantly took over, and his originally hungry stomach seemed to be tightly pinched by an invisible hand. Losing all appetite at once, he cursed mentally. For s sake, these social punks simply don't know what's good for them, and they don't know how to value the fruits of other people's labor at all. Had I known that you guys were so greedy and pitiful, then I wouldn't have agreed to treat you to dinner anyway. However, despite being filled with dissatisfaction and indignation, since he had already taken the initiative to invite people to dinner and had allowed them to order their own food, then at this critical moment, he absolutely could not show any trace of displeasure on his face. On the contrary, he had to force a cheerful face and greet the other party with a hospitable demeanor. "Oh, Brother Hai, you are too polite. Those of us who do manual labor really don't have that much to say, as long as all the brothers eat happily." The hypocritical expression on Boss Zhang's face when he spoke these words was simply disgusting. His words were completely contrary to what was really in his heart, which could be described as an unabashed heart and mouth. After saying that, Boss Jiang also picked up his chopsticks and caught a peanut rice and put it into his mouth. But Di Xiao, who was sitting beside Boss Jiang, used his public chopsticks at this time and gave Boss Jiang a piece of pickled fish in his bowl. Smilingly, "Boss Jiang, this fish is a wild fish inside the Shanghai Sea. Try it, it tastes really good." Mastodon, on the other side, began to rise from his seat and pour drinks for the crowd. But when Mangzi was pouring the wine he poured into each person's glass was a separate bottle, which meant that each person drank a bottle directly. Boss Jiang, as a contractor who had been in the engineering world for many years, was quite good at drinking. However, if he were to be left alone to drink the entire bottle of highly alcoholic liquor in one go, I'm afraid it would be hard enough, if not to get drunk on the spot, then at least he would be dizzy and stagger. When you see a full bottle of highly alcoholic liquor in front of you, the boss can't help but play a drum in his heart. Really some fear. After all, with such a huge amount of sea, even the long-experienced man felt pressurized. Chapter 211, The Pitifulest Punks. But look at Lin Hai and the 5 of them. All of them are rubbing their fists and jumping up and down. All of them look like they are determined to do it. Boss Jiang knew that there was no way back at this point. Even if his heart was reluctant, he could only bite his teeth and take the heavy wine cup from Mangzi, only to see Mangzi handily pouring wine for each person. And then Lin Hai did not hesitate to pick up the wine cup, stood up, and shouted in a heroic manner, "Come on, brothers, let's go one together." As his words fell, the other people in the private room also responded, each raising the large wine glass in their hands that could hold a full 2 taels of white wine, gently touching each other, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Immediately afterward, Lin Hai tilted his head and then drank the wine in the cup in one go. His movements were clean, not dragging his feet at all. The 4 brothers beside him, seeing this, were not willing to show weakness and followed suit, similarly pouring the wine in their cups into their bellies in one gulp. Seeing that these 5 people were drinking as easily as water, Boss Jiang secretly grumbled. But things have come to this point, cannot allow him to have half a bit of retreat. Under no circumstances, he had to close his eyes. A tilt of the head, forced to endure the burning sensation coming from the throat, hard to the cup of white wine poured into the stomach. This cup down, Jiang Boss only feel a stomach flipping, as if the throat eyes were burned by fire, generally difficult. But he knew very well that if he continued to drink in this way, he was afraid that he would be unconscious tonight. But at the moment, he didn't seem to be able to do anything other than both. After drying the first glass of wine, the words of the crowd also completely opened. We began to blow awesome in the south and north of the sky, and the atmosphere inside the private room was also instantly harmonized. Seeing that Lin Hai and these brothers of Lin Hai kept chatting with themselves, not treating them as outsiders at all, Boss Jiang's mood eased a bit and he also chatted along with the crowd. Only Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin, however, had no time to care about chatting with the crowd at all, and the 2 of them were still feasting on the food. Half an hour later, the 20 or so dishes on the table were, surprisingly, almost finished. However, Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin, 2 people, still have some feelings of unfulfilled. Lu Erhua shouted at the top of his voice, "Waiter, extra food!" Hiss. Hearing this, Boss Jiang sucked in a breath of cool air. This is too edible. He originally thought that the migrant workers under his hand who did heavy manual labor had an amazing enough meal, but after seeing Lu Erhua and Huang Jianxin as well as De Qiao and Mangzi at this moment, he realized what a real king of big appetite was. The one who surprised him the most was still Lu Erhua. He had been observing the other party consciously or unconsciously. He roughly estimated that just the food Lu Erhua had eaten tonight was almost enough for him to eat for 2 days. But the other party still didn't have the intention of stopping. Before, he was worried that these dishes would be wasted if he couldn't finish them, but now people even wanted to add more dishes. This had to be a shock to his mind. These few, it's not possible that they don't usually have money to eat, right? By the looks of it, they must have been starving for days. If this is really the case, one is counting on them to help him get back the 400,000 yuan of construction money. The hope is very slim. Thinking of this, Jiang Boss's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, because if the money cannot be returned, he spent more than $100 tonight to invite these people to dinner. It is not a meatbag to beat the dog have no return. At this moment, Boss Jiang even regretted a little bit that he had been so cheap-mouthed tonight that he had to invite Lin Hai for dinner, and had to ask him to bring his brothers over to liven things up a bit. It's purely for oneself to make oneself uncomfortable. With this $100, go out and find 2 white skin and beautiful long legs do not smell? Why did you invite these assholes to dinner? It seems that these punks really can't get on the stage since he wasn't in a good mood. So for the rest of the time, Boss Jiang basically didn't eat much food and just kept drinking with the crowd. But Lin Hai and these brothers of his, none of them were polite, and neither of them ate less. More than an hour later, Lin Hai and a few of his brothers were finally drunk and full. Lin Hai wiped his lips with a napkin and said with a smile, "Boss Jiang, thanks Anan. Our brothers are full of food and drink. Why don't we go to a nightclub? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Boss Jiang's head was filled with black lines. The mind cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You mother asterisk 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 airs are too much. I've been kind enough to treat you to such a sumptuous meal, which would have cost thousands of dollars at least, but you are not only ungrateful, but also greedy, calculating to let me invite you to go to the nightclub again to have a good time. If I were to invite you guys to a party, it would cost me thousands of dollars. You didn't give me back a single penny, but on the contrary, you still want to extort money from me. Do you really think I'm an ingrate? At this moment, Boss Jiang's hatred for Lin Hai and the others had reached its peak. If he wasn't concerned about the fact that he was in Manhwa Street, and Lin Hai happened to be the big brother who called the shots in this area. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back from having a seizure on the spot. After weighing the pros and cons in an extremely short but thoughtful manner, Boss Jiang clenched his teeth tightly, forcing the burning anger in his heart to be pressed down. Only a few slight twitches of his facial muscles could be seen before he did his best to squeeze out a smile that was worse than a cry and incomparably stiff. Then, while accompanying his smile, he carefully opened his mouth. Hey, hi, I'm really sorry, it's just too much of a coincidence tonight. I do have some important business to attend to later, so I won't have time to accompany you to the nightclub tonight. But don't worry, we have a long life ahead of us, and there will be plenty of opportunities to get together like this. As the saying goes, the days to come will be long. After some time, I will definitely be a good companion and will definitely not let you down. Brother Hai. Where could Lin Hai know what exactly was going on in Boss Jiang's mind at this moment? Originally, he thought that since Boss Jiang was so generous tonight in inviting himself and his brothers to enjoy a sumptuous and luxurious meal, then according to the rules of courtesy, he should also invite the other party to his own nightclub to have a drink and show his feelings. However, after he heard this pretense from Boss Jiang, he naturally couldn't continue to force the issue, so he nodded his head readily in response. Well then, since you have something to do, I won't impose. Let's keep in touch at any time in these 2 days. If I need your assistance to cooperate when I start arranging related matters tomorrow, I hope you will cooperate. Chapter 212, Big Joe's Military Order. At this moment, Mr. Jiang did not have the slightest expectation that Lin Hai and the others would be able to help him recover the money for the project. However, since he really didn't dare to easily offend Lin Hai, he could only put on an appearance of readily agreeing to it. The people then chatted politely with each other for a while, during which there was nothing more than some irrelevant gossip. Finally, after getting up and saying goodbye to everyone, Boss Jiang slowly left alone. When Boss Jiang's figure completely disappeared from sight, Lu was suddenly hemmed and hawed and opened his mouth to flirt. Hey yo hey, you guys look at this Boss Jiang, he's really generous. Hi, we're still lucky to have met such an impassioned boss. Tomorrow you have to take the trouble to introduce me to a few more bosses like this one, so that I don't have to pay for every meal out in the future. When he said that, his face was full of smiles, revealing a mouthful of uneven, large yellow teeth that looked quite comical. Wang Jianxin, who had been standing next to him and hadn't said much, grinned along with him at this moment and chimed in. Ha ha, that's right, brother Hai, don't forget about me, introduce a few of these bosses to me as well. Hearing these brazen words from the two of them, Di Chao and Mangzi first glanced at each other, and then could no longer suppress their inner laughter, and coincidentally broke out into a burst of laughter. Laughing and panting, Lin Hai raised his palm and without hesitation, slammed it towards Lu Erwa's head, his mouth laughing and cursing at the same time. Get the hell out of here. You're a brat who does nothing but dream of getting married all day long. Lu Erwa was so slapped and scolded by Lin Hai that he immediately shrunk his neck, revealing a naive look, while Huang Jianxin, who was on the side, couldn't help but snicker when he saw this, and said with a bit of a gloating tone, Yes, I say Lu Erwa you also do not take a piss to see their own what virtue, actually dare to have such. However, Huang Jianxin's words have not finished, only to hear bang a muffled sound. The original as Lin Hai flew up a foot, solidly kicked him in the buttocks. Huang Jianxin was caught off guard. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He covered his buttocks and turned around, looking at Lin Hai with an aggrieved face, crying, Gu, my brother Hai, why did your old man kick me for no reason? I don't seem to have said anything wrong. Lin Hai sniffed and glared at him fiercely, as if fire was going to spew out of his eyes, and said through clenched teeth, Humph, shut up you. Thanks for having the nerve to say something like that. Didn't you kid just say that? Wang Jianxin knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he just scratched his head in a somewhat naive manner. Seeing his wimpy appearance at the moment, Lu Erwa and Di Chao, as well as the three of them, Mangzi, couldn't help but burst into another fit of laughter. With that, the five of them were laughing and joking along the way. Although both Huang Jianxin and Lu Erwa had just been cleaned up by Lin Hai, it didn't affect their good mood in the slightest. At this moment, the smiles that bloomed on the faces of these two living treasures were simply brighter than the flowers blooming in the spring, making people look at them and couldn't help but follow in a happy mood. When the few people were about to arrive at the entrance of the Blue Moon nightclub, Lin Hai suddenly became serious and said solemnly, That Boss Jiang just now, the reason why he hosted a banquet to entertain us is actually because he wants us to ask for a project payment for him. Fengyun Construction owed him the entire $400,000, and I made an agreement with him that if we could help him successfully recover the money, we would split the proceeds 50/50. This matter used several good discussion. Tomorrow immediately proceed to the implementation. Be sure to this company's bottom details clearly. By the way, Their company boss and Tian often go to the place also to find out a bit. After he said that, he carefully handed the slightly aged file bag that he had just gotten from Boss Jiang to Diqiao's hands gently. Immediately afterward, he cleared his throat and began to tell the crowd that had gathered around him in detail about the various things that he had just learned from Boss Jiang about Fengyan Construction Company and its owner, Yu Tian. His face was grave and his tone calm, describing every detail with clarity. Everyone in the room listened intently, afraid of missing any important information. When he finished speaking, he paused slightly for a moment, then turned his head to look at Diqiao and solemnly commanded, Diqiao, this time, this matter will be left to you to take full charge of it. If there's anything you need help with during the process, just ask, and have Erwazi and Big Yellow go over to assist you. The reason why Lin Hai had chosen to entrust this matter to Diqiao was naturally after careful consideration. Among his many brothers, Diqiao is relatively a little older, and has accumulated a wealth of experience after many years in society. Moreover, Diqiao is smart and intelligent, and knows how to handle the world, knowing when to go forward and when to assess the situation and retreat. In addition, Diqiao is calm and collected in doing things, unlike Lu Erwa and the others who were prone to act impulsively. Hearing this arrangement from Lin Hai, Diqiao nodded without hesitation and responded decisively. Alright, Brother Hai, please don't worry. I'll definitely do my best to make this matter a solid one, and definitely won't let you down. Seeing such a resolute and decisive attitude from Diqiao, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and smiled, his eyes revealing his full trust in Diqiao. However, a hint of worry was hidden behind the smile, and he hesitated a little before continuing to ask. However, I hope to be able to ask for the money owed in just 10 days. For this, you have full certainty to do? Big Joe swore. It doesn't take 10 days, at most a week to get it done. If I can't get it done in a week, then Hai will directly beat me up then. Hearing this, Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Oh, so confident? Big Joe smiled very confidently. That's a must, because it's something I have experience with. After hearing him say so and so, Lin Hai fell silent and said no more, but only exhorted with a grave expression. Okay, in that case, you guys do what you need to do. However, I must remind you that you must be doubly careful when you do things. In particular, you have to take a good measure and never act recklessly. Remember to report back to me first when you have the final results. Chapter 213. Boss Jiang, who is a bit on the uptight side. Nowadays, Lin Hai has already poured all his energy and effort into the nightclub. As for those other complicated and trivial matters, he really has no time to take care of. Naturally, can only be handed over to the brothers to deal with. The good thing is that he is doubly relieved that the group of brothers under his hands are quite capable of sharing his worries and alleviating some of the pressure. Especially the current Lu Erwa, Huang Jianxin, Da Jia, and Xiao Fei. The four of them were particularly outstanding. Each of them has 1 or 2 dozens of juniors under their command, and they manage that article and street in a well-organized and orderly manner. Only Big Joe grinned a naive smile and patted his chest in assurance. Okay, Brother Hai, you just relax and wait peacefully for my good news to come. Then we'll take a step ahead and go do our business. The other 3 guys likewise greeted Lin Hai with smiles on their faces, and only after a period of pleasantries did the 4 disperse. However, unlike the others, Lin Hai walked towards the nightclub alone with a firm pace. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, that Boss Jiang was currently sitting in the driver's seat of a limousine, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he just felt like a complete and utter ingrate tonight. Thinking back to the dinner that had just ended, Boss Jiang couldn't help but grit his teeth. It is surprising that the whole meal cost him $1.200. The $1.200 would have been enough for him to invite his hardcore friends to go to a nightclub and have a good time all night long. But what about today? Not only did I not get to drink the wine and have a good time, let alone any pleasurable enjoyment. Thinking of this, the anger in Boss Jiang's heart grew more and more intense, and a strong sense of suffocation surged to his heart. Can't. I must go and let off some steam tonight, Boss Jiang muttered viciously to himself. He fiercely pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and without hesitation dialed the phone number of his hardcore brother Lao Yang. With the familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone, Boss Jiang couldn't wait to roar. Hey, Lao Yang, what's going on? The old Jan on the other end of the phone answered. Nothing, I'm sitting at home alone, and I was just thinking of asking someone to play cards. Is there something good about you calling me this late at night? Boss Jiang said indignantly. Asterisk. Tonight I was slaughtered as a pig. This heart is blocked. I want to ask you out to go drink flower wine. I'm all set up for you. You just need to be responsible for finding a better nightclub. This guy named Old Yang, without thinking about it, knew that he must be in the same boat as Boss Jiang. When he heard that he was able to go and drink wine and be in the company of beautiful women, that mouth immediately grinned up to his ears with a smile that he just couldn't contain. I only heard him fawningly say to Boss Jiang, "Gu, my old brother Jiang Ah, why do you need to be so angry? Don't worry, I will help you pick 2 beautiful girls with snowy skin, outstanding looks and long legs, and I guarantee that you will get rid of all your anger. If you want to say which nightclub has the most girls and the best service during this period of time, it is undoubtedly the newly opened Blue Moon nightclub. I'm not bluffing. The girls there all have hot bodies, charming faces, and most importantly, they play with a lot of freedom." After hearing these words, Boss Jiang's eyes, which were still somewhat irritated, instantly brightened up as if they could emit light. He urged impatiently, I say old Yang, why are you still dawdling? Let's get going. Damn it, I lost more than $100 in a poker game tonight, and since I'm already like this, I don't want to spend another $100. We're going to have a good time today no matter what. That is to say, Lao Yang and Jiang Boss, 2 people, are to contract engineering projects for a living foreman, is in the prime of life? In the prime of life. Even more coincidentally, they both come from the same county, can be said to be no less than the same hometown. Perhaps it is this geographic relationship, so that the 2 quickly closed the distance between each other, under the happy talk, and soon reached a consensus, a companion to the Blue Moon nightclub to spend some time. Within a short time, the 2 men met at the appointed place as promised. Along the way, they talked and laughed, each bragging about all the glorious things they had experienced in the past. While walking slowly towards the Blue Moon nightclub at a brisk pace, time passed quietly, and before 20 minutes had passed, the Blue Moon nightclub was already close at hand. I saw Lao Yang with a confident smile and a steady gait leading the newcomer Jiang into one of the private rooms. Not long after, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and a group of women dressed in colorful costumes and exquisite makeup entered the room and turned like swimming fish. They were either dainty and charming or flavorful, instantly catching Boss Jiang's eyes and dazzling him. Until this moment, the Jiang boss was convinced that the previous old Yang said is not true. The women here are really outstanding appearance, can be called a beautiful woman. These young girls, as delicate as flowers, under the command of the public relations manager Wu Tingting, like well-trained soldiers, greeted Boss Jiang and old Yang very politely, almost in unison. She chirped, "Hello to you 2 bosses, glad I could be of service to you." Then they stood in neat rows like little aspens and began to introduce themselves. Looking at the dozen or so beautiful young girls, Boss Jiang's eyes narrowed into slits while old Yang smiled and said, "Old Jiang, I didn't lie to you. Did all the beauties in here look like heavenly fairies? See which one you like?" Boss Jiang's eyes were like a scanner as he swept around these women. He felt that each of these women had their own specialties and his heart thumped as he looked at each of them, but he still fell in love with Wu Tingting, the manager of the PR department. With a single glance, the old boy has some vision. Although those young girls under Wu Tingting's hand, all of them have their own specialties. No doubt all of them are all delicate and charming beauty embryo. However, Wu Tingting stood out from the rest of them. Look at Wu Tingting, her clothes dress like that blooming peach blossom, both sexy and charming but does not appear too bewitching. The graceful figure is more convex and curved. Living is often said to be the kind of ice and jade, flowers and moon and a pair of long legs of the beauty of the good people. Not only that, Wu Tingting exuded an extraordinary elegance all over her body. Only to see him stretch out his finger and pointed at Wu Tingting without hesitation. He said, "It's going to be her." Chapter 214, The Somewhat Pretentious Boss Jiang. This old boy has just had a few more drinks, and is already a little drunk, coupled with the fact that after seeing Wu Tingting, her heart instantly surged. The whole person was dizzy and completely failed to understand the situation in front of her. You have to know that Wu Tingting is the manager of this place, and she is not a chaperone at all, but he actually named Wu Tingting to accompany his drink. This is simply whimsical. In the face of such an unreasonable request, Wu Tingting still maintained her politeness. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an elegant smile in response. "I'm really sorry, boss. I can't drink with you. Yo. Besides, these sisters beside me are really beautiful one by one. No matter who stands out, they are definitely much more outstanding than me. Why did you choose me alone? Other than me, you can choose any other girl here." If it was in normal times, when encountering this kind of situation, then Boss Jiang would definitely know how to retreat. You know, if a girl is unwilling, how can you force her? However, this night's Boss Jiang was very different from usual. Just now, he had already drunk too much wine, his mind was hot, and his heart was still stifling a wave of pent-up anger. At this moment, when he witnessed that Wu Tingting actually rejected himself without any mercy, he couldn't help but feel a loss of face, and his heart became more and more stifled. I think that he is a noble guest who comes here to spend money, and now he is even rejected by this woman. It was really hard to swallow this breath, and the anger in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano. What's worse, at this moment, looking at Wu Tingting's flowery face, her delicate and gentle voice, and her shapely figure, Boss Jiang's love for her grew stronger. So then, he hit upon the idea of smashing down the other party with the money in his hand, and opened his mouth without hesitation. I need you to come with me tonight. If you say yes, I'll give you $500 as a tip, okay? This action of his caused the more than 10 people who were inside the private room at the moment to all feel a little embarrassed at the same time. Wu Tingting said patiently, Boss, I'm really sorry, it's not a matter of money, but I really can't accompany you. Just as he was in the middle of his sentence, Boss Jiang interrupted, I'll tip you $100, will that always do? His tone had seemed slightly offended as he said this, and there was a condescending air about it. Wu Tingting said with an apologetic face, Boss, it's really not allowed. Snap. The somewhat irritated Boss Jiang slammed the coffee table and said impatiently, What's the point of pretending to be noble? If you're really so noble, then why are you still selling? In today's market, the average escort girl is no more than $200 at most. I'm giving you $100 and you're still pushing it. You must stay with me tonight. Seeing Jiang Boss, who had already been very on top of his head, old Yang, who was sitting on the side, hurriedly spoke out to persuade him. Lao Jiang, are you drunk? Almost. People are the manager here. Of course it is impossible to accompany you to drink. And there are so many beautiful women here. One cannot. You can choose too. Why bother with people here to be serious? Boss Jiang said unforgivingly. Lao Yang, stay out of this. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I'm willing to spend money, and this is still pretending here. At this moment, Boss Jiang was speaking in a loud voice, and in this dream nightclub, there were security personnel patrolling outside all the time. Hearing the sound of the commotion of him slapping the coffee table just now, and hearing this loud roar of his, the security guard patrolling the walkway instantly went to the small window in the doorway of the private room and looked in. And at this moment, Boss Jiang was constantly reaching out and pointing at Wu Tingting and cursing. Seeing this, the security personnel instantly pushed open the door of the private room and hurriedly rushed in. Unluckily, right at that moment, Lin Hai happened to pass by the entrance of the private room as well. Lin Hai saw that someone was having a conflict in here. Then of course he couldn't possibly ignore it. Thus, Lin Hai also walked into this private room. At this moment, Wu Tingting felt aggrieved and angry. This Boss Jiang, not only had he kept on messing around, but he also insulted her and these little sisters of hers out of his mouth, which made her very upset. However, considering the image of the nightclub, she still held back her anger and said nothing. Seeing that she didn't say a word, Boss Jiang became even more amused. I still have to have you pussy with me tonight. Lin Hai, who had just stepped into the door of the private room, had a cacophonous clamor slamming in his ears. He frowned slightly, followed the sound of the look. This look does not matter. Actually found that is here to make a fuss. Stirring up the people actually is the famous Jiang Boss. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai did not hesitate to stretch out his hands, forcefully peeled away the two security personnel blocking in front of him, and stepped forward quickly with his feet like the wind, asking with a face full of concern and anxiety, Tina, what the hell is going on? Before his words fell, he quickly turned his head again to look at Boss Jiang in greeting. Gu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Boss Jiang, I just don't know what's going on here. Boss Jiang was also stunned at this moment. He never dreamed that he would encounter Lin Hai here. To be honest, in the depths of his heart, there were always a few scruples and fear for Lin Hai. Moreover, in just now, the other Lin Hai had invited him to come and sit in the nightclub for a while, which he had rejected himself. Meeting Lin Hai in a nightclub at this time, this more or less must have felt a bit awkward. However, it was true that he had never associated this nightclub with Lin Hai. Thinking back to their own just somehow as a wrongdoer, and rejected Lin Hai. If this moment again by Lin Hai see the joke, then the shame can be a real disgrace to the home. Thinking about this, Boss Jiang could only harden his head, force himself to be calm, and barely managed to squeeze a smile worse than a cry from his face as he stammered out a response. Hi brother, this small matter you do not need to worry about it. Wu Tingting, who had just been aggrieved, was standing there full of helplessness. Her eyes reddened and tears seemed to be about to come out of her eyes at any moment. The moment her teary-eyed vision captured Lin Hai's figure, it was as if her entire being had instantly found a reliance and a pillar of support, and the fear and uneasiness within her heart instantly dissipated by a large margin. Thus, Wu Tingting couldn't wait to run towards Lin Hai, just like a child who had been wronged by the heavens and was eager to seek comfort. When she arrived in front of Lin Hai, she recounted everything she had just experienced to Lin Hai in its entirety, without the slightest concealment or reservation during the process. Lin Hai quietly listened to Wu Tingting's narration, and as he understood more, his face gradually became gloomy, just like the sky that was covered with dense clouds before a storm was about to come. Chapter 215 Lin Hai, who is a bit unkind to martial virtues. After Wu Tingting finished speaking, Lin Hai turned his head violently, gazed straight at Boss Jiang with a torch-like gaze, and said in a tone that was cold to the core, "Boss Jiang, Boss Jiang, it's really unorthodox of you to do this. How in the world can there be people like you who force themselves on others? Not to mention that I have no right to interfere or want to ask about how you act in other places, but this is my territory, Blue Moon Nightclub, in the field that I, Lin Hai, am responsible for managing. I will never allow this kind of forcefulness to happen. We at Blue Moon Nightclub very sincerely welcome your presence, but if anyone dares to cause trouble or provoke trouble here, then I, Lin Hai, will not be blamed for turning the other cheek and not showing any semblance of mercy." At this moment, Boss John's face was bewildered and completely confused. He scratched his head in puzzlement before cautiously opening his mouth to ask, "Brother Hai, pardon me for asking, but what kind of connection does this Blue Moon Nightclub have with you?" Before Lin Hai could reply, Wu Tingting, who was standing on the side, jumped ahead and interjected, "Brother Hai is not only the person in charge of our Blue Moon Nightclub, he is also the second largest shareholder who holds a lot of power in it. Tell me, can this be okay?" Hearing this, Boss John's forehead was in a cold sweat. It seemed that tonight he had sent this drunken craziness. It was not the right time at all to send it out, and he had inadvertently offended a social big brother like Lin Hai. Moreover, people were still the second largest shareholders of this nightclub, which meant that they had no advantage to speak of in front of others. What was even more ridiculous was that in just now, he had been treating the other Lin Hai as if he was a gangster at the bottom of society, the kind of character who ate his way to the top and had nothing to eat. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Boss Jiang stiffened his head and said with trepidation, Hi, I'm sorry I didn't know this nightclub was yours." Lin Hai didn't want to make things too difficult for him. After all, he had only spoken a bit harshly and hadn't caused any trouble here, and we at least know a game, and say business is certainly to peace, not as a last resort. There is really no need to make things too big. However, this Boss Jiang had just verbally abused Wu Tingting and the others, so at the very least, this Boss Jiang must apologize to Wu Tingting and the others. For one thing, Wu Tingting and himself had an ambiguous relationship. The relationship was simply not too intimate. Secondly, Wu Tingting and the girls, the public relations team, were also considered employees inside their own nightclub. If he just let Boss Jiang off the hook, wouldn't that chill these employees? Lin Hai put his hand on Wu Tingting's shoulder, then looked at Boss Jiang and said word for word, "Boss Jiang, Manager Wu is my person. You just insulted her like that. There has to be an explanation. Otherwise, how can I, Lin Hai, still make a living in the future? Seeing as how we all know each other, all you have to do is apologize to our manager Wu and these young ladies, and then make the appropriate compensation to satisfy them. Then this matter will also be settled." At this time, Lin Hai secretly thought in his mind, although he couldn't beat up Boss Jiang in his own nightclub, but couldn't he extort some money from him? This is 1,000 knives. Just now he took the initiative to invite him to the nightclub to sit for a moment, but he was there to put off all kinds of excuses. However, less than an hour's work, he even swaggered to this nightclub to spend money, but also dared to bully his own Wu Tingting. If he didn't give this bastard a bone-chilling lesson, then how would he still be able to mix in this path? Although he had invited himself for a meal just now, he did not take it up with him, and it was considered that he had returned that favor. There were millions of reluctance in Boss Jiang's heart, but when he recalled the words He Jiao had said when she introduced Lin Hai to him, his heart went a little wobbly. This Lin Hai is the dominating force in Wanha Street. If he is pissed off, the consequences will be unimaginable. After some weighing, Boss Jiang bowed deeply to Wu Tingting. "I'm sorry, Manager Wu. Just now it was me who spoke out of turn and babbled. I hope that you and the ladies will be generous and forgive me this time." At that exact moment, Boss Jiang glimpsed that Lin Hai was actually hugging Wu Tingting tightly, and instead of avoiding it in the slightest, Wu Tingting appeared to be enjoying herself extremely much. This scene made his heart burn with jealousy. He just spent $100 to invite others to drink with him, but they did not appreciate it, but willingly by Lin Hai embrace. It's really no comparison. At this moment, Wu Tingting, there is still a little bit of excitement inside. After all, when they are working in other nightclubs, occasionally this kind of thing will also happen. But people other nightclubs deal with this kind of thing are to put things to rest. As long as the guests don't continue to give them a hard time, there's no way in hell they're going to get the guests to apologize to them. This can be seen Lin Hai's difference. It seems that the previous period of time, he really did not work hard for nothing. If he did not have to work hard day and night, then Lin Hai would not be able to protect himself like this. The ice-smart Wu Tingting, naturally, would not go on without relenting. After all, if they were really to be entangled in such a way, it would inevitably have a negative impact on the business of the nightclub, and might even jeopardize the good reputation that had been accumulated with great difficulty. Only the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as she said softly, it's no big deal. Since you know our brother Hai, we're practically family, so there's no need to be so polite. You are truly welcome to patronize our Blue Moon nightclub in the future. When she speaks, this woman has the right amount of proportion and scale, and it's a wonder to behold. When Boss Jiang heard this, the heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell back into his stomach, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, just at this moment, Lin Hai, who was on the side, opened his mouth again in a cloudy manner. I say, Boss Jiang, doesn't your way of apologizing seem a bit lacking in sincerity? Just now, you were putting the little girl down for nothing. In any case, you have to come up with something concrete to show your apology, and also to apologize to these beautiful women here. Lin Hai's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, splitting straight onto Boss Jiang's head. His face instantly turned as purple as a pig's liver, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. And at this moment Wu Tingting, who was snuggled in Lin Hai's arms, also instantly understood Lin Hai's meaning in a second. It seems that this is wanting to extort a sum of money from people in this way, but this Boss Jiang deserves to be unlucky as well. Chapter 216, Alternative Threats. Boss Jiang was stupefied for a moment, completely at a loss as to how to respond. The whole person was frozen in place as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. The expression on his face appeared to be very stiff and awkward. However, in stark contrast to Boss Jiang, Lin Hai was wearing a smile that looked innocent and harmless, but underneath this seemingly gentle surface, there seemed to be a hint of undetectable cunning hidden. He opened his lips lightly and said slowly, in my opinion, Boss Jiang, you have always been open-minded and generous, so why don't you be more generous this time as well? Let all the beautiful women standing in our private room at this moment come and drink and chat with you. Just now I roughly counted, excluding Manager Wu, there are a total of 16 beautiful women here. You know, they each tip $200 a night. As for Manager Wu, as a manager, even I, the head of the nightclub, can't invite her that easily on weekdays. So yeah, naturally, her tips had to go up tenfold to make it work. If you do the math, the tips for these beauties tonight will total $200. When he heard this, Boss Jiang cursed straight in his heart, having an urge to strangle Lin Hai on the spot. This was clearly deliberately making things difficult for himself. As he is now, it's almost no different than robbing someone. I must not have read the yellow calendar when I went out today, otherwise how could I have met such a simmering star? It was fine that he had just made himself spend more than $100 to treat them to dinner, but now he was even trying to screw himself out of $500. Just then, Lin Hai turned his words around and added, but then, we know each other after all, so I'll take the liberty of erasing that $200 change for you. And oh, as a token of my appreciation for your hospitality tonight, I'll also be serving up $1,000 worth of wine and food for your enjoyment tonight. How about it? Boss Jiang, do you think this solution I proposed is still reasonable? Boss Jiang froze in place for a moment, his heart filled with anger and helplessness, practically exploding with anger. He looked at Lin Hai with wide eyes, his lips trembling slightly as he froze, unable to utter a single word for a long time. In my heart, I kept cursing. How can you be so mean to people? This is clearly a naked robbery. From the beginning to the end, Boss Jiang was like a fish in his throat, completely at a loss as to how to deal with this situation in front of him. If one agreed to the request made by Lin Hai so easily, wouldn't one become a veritable ingrate? $500 a night is a lot of money. At a normal level of spending, that's enough money for him to get away with it for 5 whole nights. Besides, even if you really shell out so much money, you may not be able to enjoy the service that matches it. However, if he firmly refused Lin Hai's conditions, looking at Lin Hai's fierce and unreasonable appearance, Boss Jiang knew that he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to walk out of the door of this Blue Moon nightclub today. Just then, old Young, who had been silent, suddenly had the courage to open his mouth. I said, Brother Hai, is it not a little inappropriate for you to do this? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Hai jerked his head around, his gaze shooting straight at old Young like 2 cold arrows. Only the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a chilling sneer as he said in a cold tone, oh, since Boss Jiang and this friend of yours can't afford to spend this small amount of money, then fine, I'll just pay for you guys. Still, I sincerely wish you both a great and fun night. As the words fell, he reached out and patted Wu Tingting's arse, then said with a smirk, Manager Wu, Let all these flowery little sisters under your hand stay here to keep our two incomparably honorable guests company. Immediately afterward, he only saw Lin Hai reach into his arms without hesitation, then literally pulled out a large pile of thick cash. Just as he had just promised, Lin Hai began to methodically distribute the cash one by one to Wu Tingting and those little sisters around her. With each one handed out, the smile on Lin Hai's face grew a few points wider. However, this sudden move of his caused all the people on the scene to be stupefied, and for a moment they were in a state of bewilderment, especially the group of young and beautiful young ladies under Wu Tingting. Each of them looked at each other, their eyes revealing confusion and hesitation. They really didn't know whether to take the money or not. You know, the normal tips they get for a night's work are usually only about $150. Moreover, it is thanks to the fact that the Blue Moon nightclub, where they are staying, is a rather high-class entertainment venue that they have such a relatively high income level. If you were to go to any other normal place, you'd be lucky to get a $100 tip a night. But at this moment, Lin Hai actually gave everyone a full $200 without stinting. Such generosity is really mind-boggling and inexplicable to them. Lin Hai said in an undoubted tone, "Here you go, just take it and remember to keep Boss Jiang and this honored guest company later. Let them all drink a little more. And if you don't have enough liquor, just ask for it, and just put it all in my name." All of these little sisters looked towards Wu Tingting, and although Wu Tingting didn't know exactly what Lin Hai wanted to do, she still nodded at these little sisters. After seeing Wu Tingting nod her head, one by one, these little sisters took the $200 each that Lin Hai gave them. Then slightly more modestly, they sat next to Boss Jiang and Old Yang respectively. Lin Hai smiled at Wu Tingting after giving them money. "Manager Wu, Boss Jiang and this honored guest, that's the most honored guests we have here. Tonight you'll personally be the princess pouring wine for them. Be sure to treat them well." Of course Lin Hai couldn't let Wu Tingting accompany them to drink, but it was only right to pour them a drink here and there to liven up the atmosphere. Wu Tingting very obediently nodded her head lightly in agreement. Then, with a mysterious and unpredictable smile on his face, Lin Hai looked straight at Boss Jiang and opened his mouth. "Boss Jiang, just let go and have fun. Make sure you have a good time and a good time." After saying that, he turned around in a dashing manner under the close escort of two stout and serious-looking security personnel, and slowly walked out of this luxurious private room with a steady and powerful step. After Lin Hai's figure completely disappeared out of the door, Boss Jiang and Old Jiang looked at each other in dismay, as if they were two wooden sculptures frozen in place, not moving at all. Chapter 217. Although at this moment they were both in the middle of a flowery area, surrounded by 8 graceful, pretty-faced, wonderful women, but for some reason, they didn't see the slightest hint of joy on their faces. Instead they looked worried. Common sense would suggest that this is a beautiful situation. Not only has Lin Hai generously invited them here to enjoy themselves, even thoughtfully arranged for each person to be accompanied by 8 girls like flowers in jade. Such generous hospitality can be said to be rare in the world. However, even in the face of such a mouth-watering treat, Boss Jiang and Old Yang could never really crack a smile, because they were as clear as a mirror in their hearts. The relationship between themselves and Lin Hai was not really that close. Not only was there not much deep friendship to speak of, just a short while ago, Old Yang had even unceremoniously punched Lin Hai in the face. That being the case, what exactly was Lin Hai trying to accomplish by going through all this trouble? For a moment, it was really difficult for the two of them to figure out Lin Hai's true intentions behind this move, which made their originally apprehensive hearts become more and more in a state of flux, with no place to go. Ever since the moment he saw Lin Hai appear, the sweat on Boss John's body was like a spring, never stopping for even a moment. At this moment, the tension and uneasiness within him was even more intense, as if there were countless ants crawling around in his heart. However, those young and beautiful young ladies, instigated and provoked by Wu Tingting, were acting extremely boldly and proactively. One by one, they kept rubbing their delicate bodies towards Boss Jiang and Old Yang, and their mouths were spitting out a series of words that made one's body go soft and fleshy to the core. What's more, 2 of the women even directly picked up the wine cups and brought them to their mouths, wanting to personally feed them wine. Originally, Boss Jiang and Old Yang had planned to take this opportunity to have a good exchange, but there was no way that these warblers surrounded them in the center, like an impermeable wall of people, making it impossible for them to have a smooth conversation at all. Despite the fire in their hearts and the desire to have a seizure on the spot, the 2 of them ultimately lacked the guts to do so. After enduring for a long time in this way, Boss Jiang could no longer hold back his agitation, and his buttocks violently bounced up from his seat as if he had been stabbed by a needle. He only saw him shivering as he reached for his cell phone from his pocket and quickly dialed Lin Hai's number. However, what he never expected was that after dialing several times in a row, each time he was hung up directly by Lin Hai without mercy. Just as Boss Jiang was anxious, Wu Tingting, who was on the side, suddenly heard a crisp text message tone coming from her cell phone. She picked it up and realized that the text message came from none other than Lin Hai, and it clearly read, "If he has really been sitting on his ass and is anxious to see me, then you might as well bring him to my office," only to see Wu Tingting quickly replied with a big yes in a lightning-fast manner. However, at this time, anxious, like ants on the hot pot, the boss of Jiang, has repeatedly dialed Lin Hai's phone, but no one has always answered. Unable to do anything else, he could only walk slowly towards where Wu Tingting was with heavy steps. That face, which was already slightly anxious, was now crying to the extreme, as if it had suffered a great misfortune. But even so, he did his best to barely squeeze out an extremely bitter smile from the corner of his mouth before respectfully and carefully saying to Wu Tingting, Manager Wu, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry just now. We're just here to have fun. How can we let Brother Hai pay for us? I can't do that. Please help me contact Brother Hai. I have to return this fee to Brother Hai before I can do so." Hearing this, Wu Tingting was secretly delighted in her heart, and she intentionally wanted to tease the anxious Boss Jiang in front of her again, so she responded with a wry smile on her face. "Boss Jiang, you're a good friend of Brother Hai's. Yo, in that case, it's only natural that he should treat you to a good time. Besides, Brother Hai has always been a generous man. What's more, in my opinion, he wouldn't care about such a small amount of money nowadays, so there's no need for you to return the money to him at all." Boss Jiang cursed in his heart. "You think I want to give it to him? Little cutie. I know that he is deliberately blackmailing me for money, but if I don't give it to him, what if he changes his methods to clean me up?" But on his mouth he definitely couldn't say that, and could only continue to accompany a smiling face and say, "I know Hai isn't bad with money, but we're all friends, so it's only fair that my own heart is in the right place, and I still have the luxury of Hai helping me with things in the future, so how can I be so kind as to let him break the bank?" Wu Tingting pretended to be a little surprised. "I see, then I'll give him a call and see," Boss Jiang said with some urgency. "Hai might be busy with something. I've called him several times and he hasn't answered. Why don't you take me directly to him?" Looking at his anxious and sweaty appearance at the moment, Wu Tingting felt particularly relieved in her heart. This abominable to the core guy had just dared to insult her, deliberately flirting in a teasing tone. If the phone never gets through, then I really can't do anything at all. After all, even I'm not sure exactly where Hai is at the moment." As expected, after these words came out of his mouth, Boss Jiang, who was already anxious, instantly became more and more anxious, and he almost said in an almost pleading tone, "Manager Wu, a discerning person can see at a glance that the relationship between you and Brother Hai is extraordinary, so I implore you to do me a great favor no matter what, and make sure you find a way for me to be able to find him without any problems." Wu Tingting saw this. After secretly thinking about it in her heart, she felt that the time was ripe, so she no longer continued to make things difficult for the long disorganized Jiang boss in front of her, but slowly opened her mouth and answered, Well, in that case, then I will now take you to Hai's office to look for it, but in the end, whether or not it can be successful in finding him, I dare not give you a guarantee." Hearing these words, Boss Jiang was like grasping the last straw, rushing to thank him repeatedly. Thank you. I'm really grateful to you. Then I'd appreciate it if you'd take the trouble to lead the way." The Boss Jiang at this moment was a world away from the high and mighty, unrivaled appearance he had displayed when he had just stepped into this nightclub. Now standing here, he had already left behind the lofty and arrogant posture before, and replaced it with a groveling, flattering and fawning attitude in the face of Wu Tingting. Chapter 218, topping up $30,000. Wu Tingting stood still, and in her heart, she couldn't help but secretly sigh. This really deserves the old saying, "This time is the same as the other time." She shook her head slightly, her thoughts drifting back to all the things that had happened before. 10 minutes later, Boss Jiang followed closely behind Wu Tingting, and the two of them arrived together in front of the imposing manager's office on the top floor. Wu Tingting raised her hand and gently knocked on the door of the room, making a crisp and rhythmic sound. Almost at the same time, a low and magnetic male voice immediately came out from the office. "Come in." Even though there were only 2 short words, Boss Jiang heard them exceptionally clearly. With just those 2 words, he was 100% certain that the person inside was none other than Lin Hai. However, when he heard Lin Hai's voice, Boss Jiang's heart tightened violently, and his originally fairly calm demeanor instantly became a bit flustered. Although he had made up his mind just now, not only to personally deliver the money to Lin Hai, but also to try to find ways to get closer to Lin Hai and get close to him. However, standing outside the door at the moment, he was still filled with fear and worry deep inside. He was afraid that Lin Hai wouldn't give him this face at all, and would even ruthlessly clean him up without mercy. Ever since the moment he met Lin Hai in the nightclub, Boss Jiang felt like he was enveloped by an invisible pressure. The beads of sweat on his forehead rolled down non-stop like broken beads, and even the expensive shirt on his body had long been soaked with sweat and was tightly attached to his back. This move of his naturally did not escape Wu Tingting's eyes, and Wu Tingting smiled faintly and said, It's quite lucky. Our Mr. Lin is staying in his office right now. If he's not here, even if I wanted to help you, Mr. Jiang, there's nothing I can do. I can't even find him. At this moment, Wu Tingting's heart was actually secretly rejoicing and gloating, but the way she spoke these words made it seem as if she was really happy to help Boss Jiang. Hearing Wu Tingting say this, Boss Jiang hurriedly responded gratefully. Thank you, Manager Wu. Aside from these words of thanks, for a moment, it seemed that Boss Jiang couldn't think of any other more appropriate words. Seeing Wu Tingting with a smile on her face, she elegantly reached out her hand and gently pushed open the door of the office, and then the two of them, one in front and one behind, slowly walked into the spacious and bright office. Right at this moment, Lin Hai, who was sitting on the office chair, raised his eyes to see Boss Jiang walk in, and a look of extreme surprise immediately surfaced on his face, while also smiling and saying, Gu, it's not Mr. Jiang. Why don't you enjoy the wine and food and various entertainment activities downstairs? Why are you suddenly visiting my office? Is it possible that you are not satisfied with the services we provide here? Tell me, did the pretty ladies in our PR team fail to serve you well? Or did the staff in charge of the service have an attitude problem that made you unhappy? Hearing this, Boss Jiang gasped and cursed in his heart. This is too damaging. If you use that kind of hospitality, I can't enjoy it there, no matter how big my heart is. If I really sit there and enjoy it, maybe you'll do something to me later without even knowing it. The heart is not happy, but the surface does not dare to show the slightest, but accompanied by a slightly embarrassed smile said, Brother Hai, your nightclub's public relations miss sister and waiter's service attitude. That all have no words to say. Just look at Brother Hai, you put us to buy a single. This heart some over-esteem. Specially come up to give you the money. Lin Hai smiled indifferently and said, No, if I say it's my treat, then it must be my treat. Otherwise wouldn't I be a villain whose word is not believed? If Lin Hai had agreed to take this money, Boss Jiang felt a bit more relaxed, but at the moment, Lin Hai didn't want this money, which made him feel even more scared in his heart, because he didn't know what kind of cruelty the other party would use to clean himself up. Unconsciously, Boss Jiang's entire body began to tremble with fear and trembling. How is that okay? Brother Hai has already given us the drinks for free, so if I ask you to help us pay for the tips of these young ladies, then I'm sure I'll have a hard time sleeping. After all, we've spent quite a bit tonight, and Hai has entertained us at the highest level. So how could I not know better? Hearing this, Lin Hai pretended to be a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, Oh, so, that's very difficult indeed. Why don't you look at it like this? I've bought the bill for you tonight, and since I did, it's only natural that I can't make you spend any more money. If Boss Jiang is too upset, then you can run a membership card at our Blue Moon nightclub and fill it up with 30,000 to 50,000 randomly, so that our nightclub's revenue will be high and you will become our most honored guest here. As long as you're our most honored guest here, then it's only natural that I, as the head of the nightclub, will pay for your bill tonight. After hearing these words, Boss John's face instantly became so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and shock, because he finally deeply realized that the means used by Lin Hai and those guys behind him who were mixed up in the society were simply beyond imagination in terms of cruelty, far exceeding any person he had ever come into contact with before. Before that, Boss Jiang had always thought that the boss of Fengyan Construction Company was ruthless and unscrupulous enough, but when he encountered Lin Hai, he was shocked to realize that compared to Lin Hai, the boss of Fengyan Construction Company was nothing but a small witch. The young man in front of him, named Lin Hai, had a level of darkness that far exceeded his predecessors, making people shudder. This is clearly outright robbery. However, in the face of such a brutal and unreasonable demand, Mr. Jiang felt helpless. He knew deep down that he had no choice but to meekly submit to the other man's wishes. Otherwise, once he refused to fill up the money, it was hard to predict what kind of insidious, cunning and unseemly tactics this heartless brat would use next to further humiliate and torment himself. Time passed by, and a deathly silence fell over the scene. Finally, after some intense inner struggle, Boss Jiang gritted his teeth and spoke with an iron color. Alright, but right now my financial situation is also very tight, so I can only recharge up to $30,000 at most first. When he said that, a hint of helplessness and indignation showed in his eyes. Chapter 219. Come here and let me take a good look at you. Hearing that the other party had agreed to the request he had made, Lin Hai's face, which was already piled with smiles, instantly looked as if it had been irradiated by sunlight, and blossomed into an even more brilliant and eye-catching luster. he was seen tilting his head back and letting out a loud and refreshing laugh. Ha ha, Boss Jiang is really bold and generous. Just now I was pondering in my mind, how could a generous Boss Jiang like you let my little brother down? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Hai quickly turned his head, his gaze falling straight onto Wu Tingting who was on the side, and commanded her in an unquestionable tone, Manager Wu, please go and find Manager Lu right now, and ask him to arrange for someone to come over as soon as possible, specifically to apply for a VIP membership card for our honorable and incomparable Boss Jiang. Remember, the speed must be fast, and Wu Tingting, who was standing there at this moment, couldn't help but mutter darkly in her heart, to be honest, for this action Lin Hai had just taken, even she, a colleague who usually had a pretty good relationship with Lin Hai, felt that it was a bit too much. After all, regarding the rules and restrictions on the use of such rechargeable membership cards in the store, Wu Tingting, as the manager of the public relations department, could be said to be more than aware of them. These so-called membership cards can actually only be used to offset the consumption of alcohol only. As for their public relations department involved in other types of services and related costs, it is still necessary for customers to pay separately. However, right now Lin Hai had no problem directly letting the other Boss Jiang recharge the whole 30,000 RMB at once. To know, even according to the usual consumption level of this store to calculate, this $30,000 I'm afraid that Jiang Boss a year time may not be able to spend all na. Not only that, the validity period of the funds loaded into this membership card is just 1 year. During this 1 year period, if Boss Jiang attempted to drink that entire $30,000 in one go, then I'm afraid the amount of tips he would have to pay would double, or even far more than double. It is important to realize that the most profitable part for this type of nightclub is the sale of alcohol. Although it may seem that $30,000 of alcohol consumption is quite high, in fact, its cost is only a few $1,000s at most. Because of this, even if Lin Hai had spent $5,000 tonight, he would undoubtedly have made a solid profit and gained a lot no matter which way he looked at it. More importantly, after this storm tonight, no matter whether it was Wu Tingting herself or the young and beautiful ladies under her command, they would surely be grateful to Lin Hai for this act of righteousness and help. It can be seen that Lin Hai is still young, but in dealing with affairs, he is not only flexible and quick-witted, able to quickly understand the situation and come up with countermeasures, at the same time, he is also quite tactful in his behavior, and can often achieve his own goals in an unexpected way. Immediately after that, Wu Tingting personally led Mr. Jiang all the way to Lu Jieqi's place, and smoothly handled the relevant formalities in the membership card for Mr. Jiang. When Boss Jiang stepped into the private room again, although he still felt wronged in his heart, he was at least relieved. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to relax and unwind. After all, what he had just experienced had really made him feel exhausted and depressed. However, the many beautiful women in the private room accompanied him, which in turn made Boss Jiang look a bit formal and put out. Faced with this situation, he thought about it and finally decided to seek help from Wu Tingting. He was only seen walking quickly to Wu Tingting's side and whispering softly. Wu Tingting understood, and immediately left 4 pretty-faced and shapely young ladies to remain in the private room to accompany her, and then led the rest of the young ladies out in a line. I have to say that Wu Tingting is really a person with 8 faces and a deep understanding of the world. Just now, Lin Hai gave her a generous tip of $1,800. At this moment, she did not hesitate to take out $800, and the $800 will be divided equally among the 4 ladies who stayed in the private room, each getting $200. As for the young ladies who had left this room, they didn't have to worry about having no income for the night. They will still be able to go to the other rooms and work as usual, earning their share of the paycheck. In this way, all the ladies under Wu Tingting's hand tonight, each of them was lucky enough to reap a double share of tips. This undoubtedly made them feel grateful to Wu Tingting as well as the generous Lin Hai from the bottom of their hearts. As for Wu Tingting, although she had been scolded by Boss Jiang, she had earned an extra $100, and she felt very relieved in her heart just now as she watched Boss Jiang being defeated. Therefore, no matter which way you analyze it, there was no loss for her tonight. The reason why it had ended up like this was of course all thanks to Lin Hai, and since that was the case, she definitely had to thank Lin Hai properly. After arranging everything properly, Wu Tingting walked towards Lin Hai's office full of joy. She wanted to express her deep gratitude to Lin Hai in person. It didn't take long for Wu Tingting to arrive in front of Lin Hai's office door. She was seen pushing the door open lightly and walking in with a light step. As soon as she entered the door, her charming peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth rose, exuding a flirtatious smile as she pouted at Lin Hai, who was sitting on the office chair. Gu, I really didn't expect that our brother Hai would be so swift and tactful in his work. It's just that your actions just now seem to be a little over the top. you're going to cost them 30,000 bucks in one fell swoop. However, it's good that my sisters and I have profited a lot from it, so I have to thank you for that. Hearing this, Lin Hai, who was sitting in his office chair, couldn't help but heave a smile before responding with interest. Oh, then how are you going to thank me? Hey, it is strange to say, tonight that young boss actually favored you. I see at this moment you all over the body exudes a unique woman flavor. Come, sit over here and let me take a good look at you and see how different you are from your usual self. Lin Hai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth to reveal a bad smile as he spoke these words, and with a big grin, he reached out with his right hand and slapped his thick, sturdy thigh hard, eyes staring straight at Wu Tingting. The intentions contained therein were self-evident, clearly wanting her to obediently sit over. Chapter 220. This is not good. When Wu Tingting heard his words that were so blunt and undisguised, and then saw the bad smile on his face that was full of ambiguity and teasing, she instantly understood what this man was playing in his heart. In an instant, her fair and delicate pretty face looked as if it had been roasted by fire, quickly flushing a layer of delicate redness that spread all the way to the roots of her ears. She lowered her head slightly and bit her lip lightly, responding with slight shyness and embarrassment. This is not too good. This is your office after all. The voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, as if he was afraid of being heard by others. However, Lin Hai appeared unconcerned about her concerns and waved his hand with disinterest. What's to be afraid of? No one will bother us. Besides, if you're really embarrassed, why don't you lock the door behind you, and then we'll both go to the little bedroom inside, so I can take a good, hard look at your beauty. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Lin Hai standing up impatiently and walking straight towards the office door with a stride like a meteor. With a click, the door was securely unlocked. After doing so, he turned around and once again cast his burning gaze at Wu Tingting, as if his eyes were going to melt her entire being away. Then he simply picked up Wu Tingting and headed inside that small room. Lin Hai, this guy, that's really a character who will definitely take advantage of any bargain, especially tonight's Wu Tingting. How to look at how feminine, which makes him really some control. 2 hours later, Lin Hai, accompanied by Wu Tingting, once again stepped into the private room that Boss Jiang and the others were in. When they walked into the private room, the two men, Boss Jiang and Old Yang, who were originally having a good time in the company of 4 beautiful women, hurriedly got up to greet them. He only saw that Boss Jiang's face was piled with smiles, but his eyes couldn't help but drift to Wu Tingting, who was on the side. At this moment, Wu Tingting was as delicate as a blooming flower. Her fair skin was slightly flushed, as if it was a ripe apple, emitting a charming luster. Compared to 2 hours ago, she looked even more charming and attractive now, and her knitted brows and smile were full of charm, making it impossible for people to take their eyes off her. As a veteran of love affairs, Boss Jiang immediately understood the reason for this with just a quick glance. He secretly thought in his heart, looking at this Wu Tingting's appearance today, she must have just experienced a strong and loving entanglement to be so radiant and flavorful. Thinking about this, Boss Jiang's mood couldn't help but become a little complicated. Seeing the intimate appearance of Lin Hai and Wu Tingting at this moment, Boss Jiang instantly came to the realization that the reason why Wu Tingting had such a change was because she had just been severely loved by Lin Hai. An unspeakable sense of loss surged to his heart, knowing that he had always been in love with Wu Tingting, even going so far as to spend a lot of money to try to gain her favor. However, Wu Tingting was never moved, and at this moment, she could actually be so close to Lin Hai. Boss Jiang couldn't help but sigh at the injustice of fate. How could the gap between people be so wide? It's so true, the old saying, people are so much more than people. However, just as he once again turned his gaze to Lin Hai, that heart that was still a bit tangled instantly became much more relieved. There was no other reason. It was really because when he gazed at Lin Hai's breathtakingly handsome face that seemed to have come out of a painting, he couldn't help but feel a sense of self-abasement welling up in his heart. You know, if you compare yourself with the man called Lin Hai in front of you on the basis of face value alone, the gap is not a half a star. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a cloud of difference. At this moment, he had to admit that a man who was born so handsome and dashing did have many advantages that were hard to reach by others. Besides, this Lin Hai wasn't just good looking, and look at his tall, upright body, just the right height certainly adds to his overall image. Then look at his body, that piece of strong, powerful, well-defined muscles, not to mention the woman will see the heart. Even as a man himself cannot help but feel envious. What's more, this person is a notorious and powerful social big brother. Wherever they go, they are powerful and imposing. In this day and age, a man who combines handsome appearance, tall stature, and a strong aura is precisely the type of ideal object that many girls dream of. No, after seeing the two of them walk into the private room together, the 6 people who were originally sitting inside immediately got up, and each one of them scrambled to pick up the wine cups to toast to the two of them. expressing their welcome. However, at this moment, the Jiang boss felt the most heartache and losses. Even in such a lively and noisy scene, Wu Tingting even always snuggled up next to Lin Hai. She looked at Lin Hai's eyes are full of endless tenderness and ambiguous feelings, as if all the people around at this moment had become air like non-existent. Although he was not happy in his heart, Boss Jiang still lifted his wine cup and clinked it with Lin Hai and Wu Tingting respectfully. Brother Hai, Manager Wu, come on, I'll give you two a toast. Lin Hai replied with a smile. Well said. Did Boss Jiang have a good time tonight? Make sure you have a good time, because you're the biggest member of Blue Moon Nightclub. It would be a dereliction of duty on my part if I couldn't satisfy you. Boss Jiang was tempted to say, if I can get Wu Tingting beside you to accompany me, then I will definitely be very satisfied. But this kind of words were he dared to say. If he said this kind of words, I'm afraid to use another $30,000 with can't set this matter. Had to say with a smile on his face. It was quite enjoyable. And the girls here are nice. And the karaoke acoustics are good. The environment is even more elegant. Lin Hai smiled and said, that's good. Come on. Bottoms up. After saying that, Lin Hai drank the beer in his glass in one go. The two of them, Lin Hai and Wu Tingting, were inside this private room. After drinking with the crowd for a while, unconsciously, time passed quietly, and Lin Hai and Wu Tingting finally got up to say goodbye and slowly walked out of the private room. They walked side by side, their steps unhurried, moving slowly in the direction of the performance hall. At this moment, the clock hand is already pointing to about 12 a.m. The night is getting deeper and deeper, and the moment when the nightclub closes its doors is getting closer and closer. However, just at this moment, a burst of noisy clamor suddenly emanated from the originally noisy and bustling performance hall. Chapter 221 Green Hair and Scarface. To know, in this kind of noisy place, usually deafening music is enough to cover all the noise. But at this moment this burst of noise actually can penetrate the heavy sound waves, clearly audible. It can be seen that there were a large number of people on both sides involved in this dispute and the scene must have been quite chaotic. The security personnel in charge of maintaining order in the nightclub reacted quickly, and as soon as they heard the ear-piercing noise, they darted towards the performance hall like an arrow. At the same time, the two of them, Lin Hai and Wu Tingting, were also attracted by the sudden change of events, and without hesitation, they accelerated their steps and hurriedly rushed in the direction from which the noisy sound came. Bang! Bang! A succession of muffled sounds. It turned out to be a glass in the air traced a path of arcs and then heavily smashed into the ground. Instantly shattered. Shards of glass flew everywhere, glinting a little chilly in the light. Lin Hai was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that there were 10 or so people in front of him who were angrily facing each other, red in the face and thick in the neck in a heated argument. And just now those glass cups that fell to the ground came from the handwriting of these people. Upon getting closer, Lin Hai's sharp eyes instantly caught the two most conspicuous people in the crowd where the altercation was taking place. One of them was as stout as a tower of iron, giving off a sense of oppression. His broad face was so muscular that it seemed as if every piece of flesh was full of strength. However, what was even more chilling was the scar on his face that was as deep as a gully, stretching from the corner of his eye all the way to his chin, like a hideous centipede lying on it, giving people the creeps just by looking at it. The other one that attracted the most attention was the green hair. His green hair alone was enough to make him the center of attention for any occasion. Not only was the green hair a bright and eye-catching color, the length was even more amazing, almost covering half of his face. With such a unique hairstyle, coupled with his flowing appearance, anyone who saw him would not be able to help but guess in their heart, this guy is definitely not a light. Just by looking at the appearance of these two men, one can immediately associate them with people who are by no means good, and in all likelihood, they are those street punks who spend all their time loafing around and not doing their jobs. In contrast, although Lin Hai and his gang were also known as jerks, they were very different from the two in front of them in terms of appearance and temperament. At least most of the brothers under Lin Hai seemed to be relatively normal, ordinary people. Even when walking down a bustling street, onlookers might not easily dismiss them as assholes. However, what was very different from the two gangs of people who were at this moment at swords drawn and confronting each other was that the strong gangster odor on their bodies seemed to have been deeply imprinted in every detail, making it possible to tell their identities and habits at a glance. At this tense and suffocating moment, the man with a fierce scar on his face suddenly opened his eyes in anger and roared at the top of his voice. Greenhorn, I greet your ancestors. What the hell do you mean? You little? Do you dare to disregard even my Scar's face? In the face of Scarface shouting and cursing so aggressively, the man known as Green Hair naturally did not show any weakness, and he stalked his neck, took a step forward and angrily shot back. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** You mother asterisk 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 or actually came to openly pry on my wall in front of me. Don't you know the rules of this Jianghu of ours? Hearing this, not only did Scarface not have the slightest intention of retreating, instead, he let out a cold smile and responded in a cold and icy tone. Humph, the juniors under you willingly follow me. That's their choice. What can you do to me? This only proves that you are incapable of keeping people's hearts. And now you have the nerve to turn around and blame me? How ridiculous. For a while, Greenhair was actually dumbfounded by Scarface's words, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. However, he soon shifted his anger to a skinny young man behind Scarface and pointed at the other party in question. Junior, why don't you give me a clear explanation of what this farce is all about today? If you chose to follow me in the first place, why are you now getting involved with Scar's gang? Do you really think that I am a soft persimmon that can be kneaded at will? One of the brothers behind Greenhair chimed in. Junior, your behavior this time is really out of line. If this gets out, where will brother Greenhair's face go? Now hurry up and stand over here. Then apologize to brother Mao. As long as you promise not to do such out of the ordinary things in the future, then I'm sure brother Mao will be generous enough to forgive you. Hearing the conversation between these two groups of people, Lin Hai stood on the side, his brows slightly furrowed, and in his heart, he already had a general understanding of the situation in front of him. It was obvious that the guy with the green hair and the man with the hideous scar on his face were blatantly fighting over the minions. Things like this are simply commonplace in the circles in which they live. Normally, if they weren't in the middle of Lin Hai's own nightclub at this moment, then no matter how much these two groups of people made a mess, it wouldn't have anything to do with Lin Hai. The problem, however, was that these two gangs of guys who didn't know any better had chosen to cause trouble in his nightclub like two ticking time bombs. You know, this is the business place that he, Lin Hai, has worked so hard to build. If they were allowed to go on like this, wouldn't it be like a terrible storm that would seriously affect their normal business? Thinking of this, Lin Hai's face instantly became gloomy and watery, and his eyes even flashed a trace of icy and piercing coldness. He would never allow such a thing to happen, or else he didn't know how much trouble would come rushing in like a tidal wave in the future. Just then, the security personnel inside the nightclub acted swiftly, successfully separating the two groups of people who had just been at war and at odds with each other, only to see that security squad leader in charge of the area of the performance hall, first commanding the security personnel under his command to properly handle the order of the scene, and then walking to the two groups of people who were separated with a serious face. With obvious displeasure in his tone, he shouted a rebuke. I said, what the hell do you guys mean? Do you really think you can run amok in our Blue Moon nightclub? Is it that you don't give a damn about us? Do you have any idea whose territory this really is? Chapter 22 Big Brother's Aura. This squad leader's series of questioning made Scarface and Greenhair, both of their gangs, momentarily unsure of how to answer. Whether it's the one with the hideous scar on his face, or the guy with a head of eye-popping green hair. They're all just small gang leaders who have only recently emerged and risen to prominence. On weekdays, they seldom dabbled in the consumption of such a high-class and luxurious place like a nightclub. These two people know very well in their hearts that on Wanha Street, there is a famous big brother called Lin Hai, and the whole Wanha Street is under the control of this Lin Hai's big brother. However, just now, the people on both sides hadn't drank too much, and coupled with the fact that they had been having too much fun earlier, they had forgotten the important fact that this place was Lin Hai's territory. If at this moment in this place wantonly caused trouble, it is undoubtedly to greatly offend Lin Hai. This in the road to call the wind big brother. Right now, surrounded by such a large number of people to see the fun, that security squad leader was even giving them a stern rebuke. At this moment, they couldn't help but mutter inwardly, if they were to soften and concede so easily, wouldn't it be too much of a loss of face, especially that guy with the ghastly scarred face. In recent days, he had been sparing no effort to go around enlisting his juniors, racking his brain and exhausting all his strength, just to be able to make a name for himself in Guan City. At this critical moment, how could he possibly back down and show weakness? I only saw that he was arrogant to the extreme and shouted at the top of his voice, Humph, I don't care whose field this place really is. This green-haired monster dares to provoke me today. I'm going to clean him up here. I'll see who dares to stop me. Hearing these words, the security squad leader's face instantly became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. That originally fairly peaceful face was now covered in frost. His eyes rounded and stared angrily at the scarred face in front of him. The tone was even more severe to the extreme, as if it was like thunder exploding in the air. I'm warning you, keep your eyes open. This is Hai's place. You'd better be honest. Don't be so arrogant here, or else don't blame us brothers for being rude to you. If it really comes down to it, you're in for it. Almost at the same moment, The other brothers who had been secretly arranged by Lin Hai in the various corners of the nightclub had also sensed that something was wrong and began to silently and quickly gather towards the scene of the incident. The other security personnel in the nightclub who were originally busy at their respective posts, after receiving the news, were also rushing towards the conflict location with a speed like a tidal wave. Seeing such a powerful lineup on the other side, whether it was Scarface or the green hair dyed with a solid green hair, both of them couldn't help but feel a trace of panic and fear rising in their hearts. Especially those juniors following behind them. Each one of them was even more frightened. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. One of Scarface's juniors saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly walked quickly to Scarface's front, put his mouth close to his ear, and lowered his voice to say anxiously, "Brother Scar, you have to look carefully. The provisions in the street has always been Hai's territory. Hai's brothers are not ordinary, and all of them are ruthless masters. We simply cannot afford to mess with such a character. In my opinion, we have to do it beforehand, or we'd better get out of here while we still can. I'm afraid it'll be too late." However, at this moment, Scar, who had already been intoxicated by alcohol and had lost his mind a little, was thinking very differently from the others. He secretly thought in his heart, "I heard that the guy called Lin Hai is just under 20 years old. Just young. Moreover, it's just a newcomer who has suddenly emerged in the last 2 or 3 months, so there's nothing to fear. If he could meet Lin Hai head-on tonight and force him to admit defeat, he would definitely become famous and be able to gain a firm foothold in the bustling Wanha Street. Maybe we can even take this opportunity to replace Lin Hai's position." Every time he thought of this, he was not only fearless, but on the contrary, there was a trace of uncontrollable excitement. Because for him, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become famous and famous. So then, the scarred face full of horizontal meat viciously opened his eyes angrily, glaring at the trembling little brother beside him, and cursed, "Damn, look at your wimpy ass. Why are you afraid of that Lin Hai? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Humph. As long as he dares not sell me face tonight, I will not only teach him a hard lesson, even this nightclub will also be smashed to smithereens. Cut the ing crap and get on the phone and shake people up. Tonight our brothers have to make a name for themselves, so that Lin Hai can see that what he, Lin Hai, can do, I, Scar, can do the same." For these small characters of theirs who couldn't get on the stage, Lin Hai originally didn't pay too much attention to them, and only intended to let his brothers deal with them so that they wouldn't cause trouble in the nightclub. However, this Scar was so arrogant and domineering that he didn't give Lin Hai the slightest bit of face, and dared to provoke Lin Hai so recklessly in front of so many people. If he hadn't appeared in this nightclub, Lin Hai might have been able to turn a blind eye, but at the moment, he was right in the middle of it. If one chooses to be silent and indifferent at this point, then it is simply a disgrace. After all, it is about one's face and dignity. Worse still, if we leave things as they are, more and more ungrateful people are bound to come and cause trouble, openly challenging our authority. Thinking of this, Lin Hai took a deep breath, then with a calm and firm stride, like a lion, he slowly walked towards the direction where Scar and the others were. When Lin Hai's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, both the security personnel who were responsible for maintaining order within the nightclub, as well as the loyal minions who had been following behind Lin Hai, all shouted in unison, "Hi! Hi!" At this moment, the security personnel in the nightclub and Lin Hai's minions gathered together. A rough estimate is afraid that there must be dozens of more. Such a large number of people greeted Lin Hai together in a gesture of greeting. The scene was like a surging wave, spectacular to the extreme. The various guests in the performance hall turned their curious gazes to Lin Hai's side after hearing the rising and falling cries. Chapter 223. One could only see Lin Hai walking steadily with a calm demeanor, and the powerful aura he exuded was like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, causing people to look at him sideways. Just for a moment, when he officially took the stage, the magnitude was simply jaw-dropping. Just judging from the aura he showed when he appeared at this moment, it was surprisingly no different from the scenes of those powerful and domineering gangster bosses appearing on TV and in movies. It's so strikingly similar that you just can't help but be amazed by it. Only to see Lin Hai calmly holding Wu Tingting's delicate little hand with one hand gently, his face hanging a faint smile if anything, and his feet walking with a stride like a meteor, walking straight towards the direction where Scar was. After walking closer, Lin Hai still spoke with a smile. "This big brother, you are really arrogant. However, I didn't get to hear too much of what you said just now. Now, I'd like you to repeat for us what you just said, so that I and everyone else in the room can hear it, can't we?" At this moment, the smile that blossomed on Lin Hai's face was incomparably splendid, and the splendor was simply beyond imagination. Anyone who looked at him would think that he didn't look half as angry as he was pressed to be, and more importantly, his demeanor was not at all like that of a so-called social big brother. His already handsome face, coupled with this radiant smile at this moment, was as if a certain superstar was having a cordial meeting with his avid fans. At this moment, the gazes of the many women at the scene seemed to be attracted by a magnet, focusing on him in unison. In just a moment, they all sank into his stunning appearance and his powerful aura that took their breath away. Many women can't help but murmur softly in their minds, "So this is the famous manhwa street big brother, Lin Hai. This look was also too outstanding, right?" Not only were his features as exquisite as the most perfect work under the hands of a master sculptor, handsome and compelling, what was even more rare was the kind of incomparably powerful aura that emanated from his body, which made it impossible for people to ignore it at all. How fortunate and happy I would be if I could have the honor of being his woman. At the same time, there were also some beautiful women with pretty postures who were likewise secretly pondering in their hearts, "Wow, so handsome. It's really handsome to the core. It's almost like the idol look I've always dreamed of. God, I can't even wait to give you children." Many of the young and beautiful young ladies present were all like they had a nymphomania, their eyes staring at Lin Hai without blinking, their faces full of infatuation and intoxication. However, in stark contrast was Scarface in green hair and the others. When they thought that the usually formidable and intimidating Lin Hai was looking so amiable at the moment, instead of having the slightest sense of relief, they felt a chill rising straight up from their spine, making them creep out. There was no other reason than that they were completely unable to guess what kind of tactics Lin Hai would use against them next. Only Scar, with forced composure and wide eyes, roared with rage at the top of his voice, "Humph, so you're Lin Hai. What a surprise. The big brother of Manhwa Street is actually such a milquetoast brat." While he said that, he also purposely puffed out his chest, as if trying to make himself look more imposing. However, his slightly trembling legs and the beads of sweat that continued to seep out from his forehead still revealed his deep-seated nervousness and fear. "Since you're already here today, I'll set the record straight for you. From now on, this Manhwa Street won't be your world anymore. I, Scar, am going to stick my nose in here and put up my flag. If you have any comments on this, feel free to make them. Ha ha." At the end of his words, Scarface even laughed openly a few times, but that laughter sounded so dry and bottomless. At this moment, the surrounding people cast strange gazes. Some couldn't help but whisper, while others directly looked at Scarface with eyes like idiots. After all, in this article and on the street, not to mention an unknown punk leader like him, even those big men who are quite famous in the Jianghu, when they see Lin Hai, they all have to be courteous and respectfully give him a few points of respect. And now this Scarface, who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, dared to say these big words in front of everyone. What was it if it wasn't seeking its own death? Hearing that he still dared to say such words at this moment, this little brother who was standing behind him before, all of them silently backed up and retreated into the crowd. Green Hair also had some feelings of bloating, because he was very sure that Scarface, tonight, was definitely going to have bad luck. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Well, pretty ballsy." Then he turned his head to Li Yuntao and his own minions and instructed them, "Take the two gangs they just had a confrontation with inside and ask all of them to leave. And if anyone doesn't want to go, then just carry them out. And be sure to take special care of this big brother." After saying that, he also reached out and pointed at Scarface, Green Hair and his men. After hearing this, where was the need for Lin Hai's minions to invite them? One by one, they quickly stepped forward and bent down to give Lin Hai a bow, apologizing under their breath. "I'm sorry, Brother Hai. Just now it was us who were a bit uptight. We shouldn't have clashed inside your venue. We promise that we won't dare to do it again. Please be generous and spare us this time." Lin Hai looked at the group of people in front of him, and seeing that their attitude of recognizing their mistakes was quite sincere, the anger that had originally flared up in his heart calmed down a little. So he clasped his hands over his chest and said in a flat tone, "All right, in that case, it's a good thing. You'll pay for all the objects you've broken here at the price you paid for them. Settle the bill for every penny you should have spent, and then you can leave." Right at this moment, the man with a hideous scar on his face didn't realize that the minions behind him had already taken advantage of the chaos and quietly slipped into the crowd of onlookers. I only saw him still stalking his neck, coloring and shouting, "Brothers, don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Can't we be intimidated by a few of them? I don't believe they really dare to make a move against us. Humph, if they dare to act rashly, we'll gather our men immediately after we go out, and we'll have to smash this nightclub to pieces." Chapter 224 has the balls to fight alone. However, after Scarface shouted these words, after a long time, he never heard any sound of response. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised and muttered in his heart, "What's wrong with these guys today? Aren't they usually quite arrogant? Now they don't even fart." Thinking of this, he forced down the uneasiness in his heart and stiffly and slowly turned around to check the situation. This does not look do not know. A look can be really shocked. It turned out that he did not know when behind him has been empty. Those who have just flaunted with him together with the minions at the moment actually all gone. In an instant, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. The gazes of the people present were focused on Scarface, and everyone looked at his stunned, embarrassed and helpless appearance as if they were watching a farce that was comical to the extreme. At this moment, Scarface had become a complete clown in everyone's eyes. When Scarface finally realized that his minions were all on the verge of fleeing, his face instantly turned as white as paper, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, even if he was no longer stupid or slow in his reactions. But at this moment, he finally realized what had happened as if he was waking up from a dream. His heart is like a mirror, 100% sure. Tonight he is afraid to be bad luck. It so happened that at this juncture, Li Yuntao led 4 burly and forceful security personnel to stride over this way, only to see Li Yuntao with a majestic face. He gave a decisive order to those security personnel under him. Hurry up and throw this guy out. After receiving the order from the captain, the 4 wolf-like security guards standing behind Li Yuntao did not hesitate at all, and almost in the same instant, they were like arrows that left the string, and pounced straight towards that scar. That scarred face was instantly terrified at the sight, his heart in his throat. He knows very well that if he is so confused to be thrown out like a piece of trash, then the disgrace can really be a big disgrace, simply can be disgraced to the grandmother's home. However, unexpectedly, I do not know where this Scarface suddenly came out of an unknown courage. Just in the nick of time, he actually opened his voice hysterically cursing. Lin Hai, you're still a ing big brother, aren't you? All you do is rely on the fact that you're outnumbered to bully the weak and the powerful. You want to go one-on-one with me? Only to see Lu Erwa in the crowd, like an angry lion, violently charging forward. His pace was athletic and powerful, and he arrived in front of Scarface in an instant. Immediately after that, he flew up and kicked with a thunderous momentum fiercely above Scarface's chest. Along with this swift blow, Lu Erwa was cursing under his breath. Asterisk 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 you. What the are you? With trash like you, are you worthy of fighting our brother Hai alone? Lu Erwa's eyes widened angrily as he continued to roar aggressively. If you're not convinced, your second master, I'll be merciful today and give such an ungrateful fellow like you a chance, and let you come and fight one-on-one with your second master. If you can last under my hand for just 1 minute, I'll spare your life tonight. After being hit by Lu Erwa's sudden kick, Scarface's entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, and then fell heavily to the ground, coming to a solid 4-face landing. This fall could have thrown him, only to feel that all the bones in his body were as if they were falling apart. The pain was unbearable, causing him to involuntarily bare his teeth, even though the severe pain on his body was like a tidal wave coming in one after another. Scarface still endured the pain and raised his head with difficulty to look towards Lu Erwa. Without seeing this, even Scarface, who had always regarded himself highly and was used to being a bully, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Standing in front of him, Lu Erwa was tall and powerful, like an untouchable iron tower. Compared to most ordinary people, Scarface was originally a man of great stature, with a height of 6 feet 8 and weighing nearly 90 kilograms. However, at this moment, when he and Lu Erwa were put together to make a comparison, he appeared so small, as if a weak little chick was facing an incomparably ferocious beast. Lu Erwa was tall and powerful, nearly 1 meter 9, standing like an iron tower, giving a strong sense of oppression. At a rough estimate, he must have weighed more than 100 kilograms, but surprisingly, he didn't look like the kind of person who was bulky and fat. Rather, he looked fat but not greasy. A closer look reveals that its body is covered with sturdy muscles, with clear lines and a sense of strength. Just now, Lu Erwa's kick to Scarface was as swift and powerful as a blistering wind and rain. This kick alone was enough to highlight his amazing explosive power and great strength. It was important to know that Scarface had always been known for his thick skin and resistance to blows, and his resistance to blows was also well known in the Jianghu, which was a first-class level. However, it was such a battle-hardened and ruthless character that was directly kicked to the ground by Lu Erwa, without the ability to fight back. In such a scenario, if the two of them were to actually start fighting, the end would be self-evident, and Scarface would definitely not have the slightest chance of victory to speak of. At first, when Scarface saw Lin Hai's smiling face and amiable attitude, he couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart, thinking that Lin Hai was weak. So, he confidently offered to fight Lin Hai one-on-one in a vain attempt to defeat the other party with his own strength. However, at this moment, when he was facing Lu Erwa, who was like a god of war in front of him, the confidence that he had before instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a deep sense of fear and emptiness. However, things had already come to this. Even if he wanted to soften and admit his mistakes, I'm afraid it would be difficult to change the situation. What's more, even if he obediently lowered his head and admitted defeat at this moment, it was still unknown whether the other party would easily let him go. Thinking this way, Scarface Judas simply went straight out and broke into a rage. Lin Hai is a complete coward. As the boss, he doesn't dare to fight with Lousy alone. It's laughable that all you can do is hide behind your own minions like a shrinking violet. Ha ha. This Scarface, the mind is not stupid. In this critical moment, even know to use the method of provocation. In the face of this naked provocation from him, if Lin Hai didn't dare to fight him one-on-one, he would inevitably be reduced to a laughingstock for these melon eaters. But if Lin Hai really fought him one-on-one, judging from their stature alone, Lin Hai would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, at this moment, Lin Hai was really in a bit of a dilemma. Chapter 225, It's Worth Spending Tonight. Lu Erwa and Lin Hai's other brothers, or the security personnel inside the nightclub, knew Lin Hai a little bit, and they certainly knew that even if they were really fighting one-on-one, Scarface might not be Lin Hai's opponent. However, if they really let Lin Hai do it himself, where would they put their faces as brothers? Dagger hurriedly grabbed it. Don't you talk nonsense here. It's not that we, Brother Hai, don't dare to fight you, but we don't care to fight you. For a like you, if I want to teach you a lesson, do I need our Brother Hai to do it himself? A mouthful of spit from each of the dozens of brothers we have here could drown your right to death. The other brothers under Lin Hai could no longer hold back their anger at this time, and they all broke into curses. Their voices intertwined to create a cacophony of sound that was deafening. Among them, there were even a few hot-tempered guys who rushed straight to Scarface like a wild horse, waving their fists, seemingly wanting to beat the other party severely. And at this moment, the many guests in the nightclub, who were originally bustling with excitement, could not help but secretly mutter in their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them. Most of these guests had heard of the great reputation of the one-ha street boss, Brother Hai, but now that they had seen this legendary figure with their own eyes when faced with the provocation of others, they didn't even have the courage to fight with the other party one-on-one, which was really a great disappointment. Many people shook their heads and sighed, lamenting that it was really better to meet than to be known. However, just as the crowd was talking, Lin Hai suddenly shouted to stop those few juniors who were about to rush forward to beat up Scarface. He only raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Immediately afterward, he looked ahead with a firm gaze and slowly opened his mouth. Wait a minute, since he named me to fight me one-on-one, let's just give him that chance. As soon as the words fell, the entire nightclub was instantly thrown into an uproar. Many of the people present had a look of surprise on their faces, clearly surprised by Lin Hai's unexpected decision. After all, there were so many people gathered here right now. If Lin Hai really agreed to fight with the other party one-on-one, even if he eventually succeeded in defeating the opponent, perhaps in the eyes of the onlookers, it would be a matter of course. After all, he was the boss of 1HE Street. However, if they were to lose by a slight mistake, it would be a bit of a disgrace. Normally, Lin Hai in such a situation should not be easily swayed by his opponent's agitation, thus giving the other party an opportunity to take advantage of it, which was in line with common sense and logic. However, unexpectedly, this Lin Hai was completely out of line. So, is he really as thoroughly enraged by his opponent's agitation as he appears to be? Or does he have the confidence and self-assurance that he can 100% defeat the enemy in front of him? At this moment, a group of brothers under Lin Hai's command were anxious, all wanting to open their mouths to dissuade their own big brother from acting impulsively. However, just as they were about to open their mouths to make a sound, they were invariably stopped by Lin Hai raising his hand in a gesture. And then look at that Scarface who was still lying on the ground in a sorry state. At this moment, he had actually stood up from the ground in a wobbly manner. What was even more astonishing was that above that originally hideous and horrible face covered with scars, a wry smile slowly surfaced at this moment. Oh, count on you having some manhood left. When I step in to teach you a lesson later, I'll more or less show you some mercy. In the face of such wild and unknowingly provocative words, Lin Hai just stared coldly at the other party with a look as if he was looking at a fool, his face full of contempt and disdain. Immediately afterward, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he lightly opened his lips, responding in an extremely contemptuous tone. You really don't know what you're doing. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? If you're so confident, then let's move to the stage and have a showdown. Also let the people present see what you can do. When such a big commotion happened inside the nightclub, it must have startled the guests having fun in other areas, and these guests also leaned over in the direction of the performance hall. Almost all of the guests who had spent money inside this night had gathered around them. It would be a real thrill for the two to actually get up on the show stage and go one-on-one. If Lin Hai ended up losing, it would be a real shame. After all, he is the boss of Manhwa Street. The two people, Boss Jiang and Old Yang, naturally saw the scene happening in front of them. Boss Jiang immediately became interested. He could reacquaint himself with Lin Hai in this way, and by the way, he could also see how much power Lin Hai really had. As for Scarface, he certainly begged for it. If he could beat up Lin Hai in front of so many people, it would definitely be a chance to make a name for himself. Even if he ended up being beaten up by Lin Hai's men, it would be worth it, and for that matter, he'll be able to brag about it for quite a while. A smug smile couldn't help but appear on his face at the thought. After all, this was a big enough event to make him raise his eyebrows and hold his head high in front of his brothers. If he really possessed such a brilliant and dazzling battle record, then from now on, when he went to recruit his juniors again, he thought that it would become much easier. As long as there was a slight mention that he had once defeated Lin Hai, the famous boss of Manhwa Street, I'm afraid that all those punks who aspired to be outstanding would scramble to follow him. Carefully think about it is also such a reason. If the face full of scars that he was able to the formidable and renowned Lin Hai to the ground in one fell swoop, it is really jaw-dropping. When the time comes, who wouldn't want to follow this super strong big brother in the world? Just thinking about it makes you feel doubly honored. Just then, I only saw Scarface let out a low chuckle, and then said with disinterest, "Oh, I would beg to differ." After saying that, he took a big step and walked towards the performance stage with Lin Hai, the two of them walking one behind the other. And at this time, the many onlookers under the stage, also as if the passion was ignited, have begun to manic excitement. The vast majority of them were in the mindset of watching with a watchful eye, stretching their necks and eyes in anticipation of the exciting showdown that was about to unfold. What's more, the heart secretly sighs, tonight to come here to consume the money spent is really worth it. Not only just had the honor of enjoying the group of beautiful women enthusiastic singing and dancing, and now actually witnessed a thrilling physical combat between two fierce men. Chapter 226, Crushing Scarface. After Lin Hai and Scarface, both of them, walked onto the performance stage together, these guests inside the nightclub began to seriously scrutinize the two men. If one were to talk about sturdiness and height alone, then Lin Hai was definitely at a disadvantage. Lin Hai was 5'7" and didn't look strong, and his weight was estimated to be around 75 kilograms. Scarface, on the other side, was 6'8" and weighed about 90 kilograms. If these two people were to really fight, then the vast majority of people estimated that Lin Hai wouldn't be able to carry them. Some of the girls even started to worry about Lin Hai, because they didn't want to see their idol of their hearts get beaten up by this nasty Scarface. Such a handsome face. What a pity it would be if it got beaten up. There were so many girls that had already started to secretly cheer for Lin Hai in their hearts, cheering him on. A security guard standing beside Li Yuntao was also more or less worried for Lin Hai and couldn't help but ask Li Yuntao, "Captain, do you think Hai can beat this Scar?" Li Yuntao replied with a faint smile, "Of course, it won't take more than a minute at the most for our Mr. Lin to be able to knock out his opponent." These security guards inside the nightclub hadn't seen Lin Hai fight though, and didn't know just how capable Lin Hai was. But to their security chief, Li Yuntao, these people were convinced, because they usually get beat up by their captain when they train, and there are times when 3 or 4 of them go up and can't their captain. In their eyes, their captain Li Yuntao was an expert. Then since the expert had said so, they must believe it. In this way, these security guards originally taught heartstrings also instantly relaxed a lot. As for the dozen or so brothers under Lin Hai's hand, these people had more or less gone through Lin Hai's prowess and didn't have much to worry about. Just then, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, and both Lin Hai and Scarface, who were standing on the performance stage, were ready to fight, only to see that the scarred face was full of anger, living like an enraged lion, with eyes rounded and a gust of low roar coming out of his mouth. Immediately after that, he violently swung his fist as thick as the mouth of a bull, wrapped in the whistling sound of the wind, and smashed towards Lin Hai's handsome face with a thunderous momentum. I have to say, this kid is really ruthless when it comes down to it. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he wanted to beat Lin Hai to the point where his face was completely disfigured before he would give up. However, times are different nowadays. After the recent period of time of persistently practicing boxing and the miraculous chi refining method taught to him by his righteous father, Lin Sanping, today's Lin Hai has long since ceased to be the same weak teenager who was bullied by others. On weekdays, whenever he had a spare moment, Lin Hai would go and find Li Yuntao to practice boxing with him. In this way, not only was his boxing skill increasingly refined, even his own physical quality was greatly improved. It is not an exaggeration to say, even if it is as strong as Lu Erwa, this kind of character, if the two really want to fight, hard to fight some words, I'm afraid that the final defeat of the person will only be Lu Erwa only. Not to mention this Scarface in front of him who was merely relying on a brute force to fight and punch without any skill. As he watched Scarface's raging fist come whistling like a cannonball, Lin Hai acted unusually calm and collected. When it was too late, he only saw that his feet were like springs installed underneath him, and with a slight movement, his figure was like a willow branch blown by the wind. slightly backward and lightly retreating a small step. Such an easy and relaxed movement was just right to dodge the opponent's overwhelming blow that was like a blistering wind and rain. Look at the scar face. Because just now that blow used up the whole body strength. At this time cannot collect the momentum. The whole person like a wild horse off the reins as violently rushed forward. Staggered several steps before barely stabilized his body. Almost a heel straight to the ground. The appearance of the woeful to the extreme. However, this guy was not one to admit defeat easily. After he managed to stand firmly on his feet, his eyes opened angrily and his mouth gasped for air, as if he were a wild beast in a frenzy, immediately waving his huge fists again, recklessly and desperately pouncing towards Lin Hai once again, facing the incoming attack. Lin Hai did not panic and dodged left and right, avoiding his imposing two punches one after another. Seeing the right moment, Lin Hai suddenly launched a counterattack. His arm muscles tensed, veins rippled, accumulating strength in his right fist, and then in a lightning-fast speed, directly smashed his fist fiercely to the small abdomen of the Scarface. Lin Hai's punch at this moment. The speed of the speed is like lightning across the night sky. The angle of the tricky just like a snake out of the hole. The force of the force is able to open the mountain and break the stone. When Scarface realized that the situation was not good and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The fist with a whistling wind sound, solidly and heavily smashed on top of his belly. Surprisingly, this Scarface was really thick-skinned, and his resistance to blows was beyond normal. Despite receiving such a ferocious punch from Lin Hai, he didn't fall to the ground on the spot as expected, but only stifled a grunt of pain and involuntarily took 2 or 3 steps backward. Just as he was backing up in an attempt to readjust his posture, Lin Hai wouldn't let go of this perfect opportunity to attack, only to see his figure flash, instantly approaching in front of Scarface, followed by suddenly lifting his right foot and kicking hard towards Scarface's waist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Scarface was directly knocked to the ground by his kick. However, how could Lin Hai just let go of this hateful guy in front of him so easily, only to see his face grim, his footsteps as fast as the wind quickly walked to the side of that scarred face. At this moment, Scarface was lying on the ground in pain and moaning, but Lin Hai did not have the slightest bit of mercy, and raised his foot and kicked at him like a storm. Each kick was used with all his strength, as if he wanted to vent out all the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart. Just a moment ago, this shocking scene happened too fast, so fast that it was too late to make any reaction. It took a while before the crowd came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream. When they finally saw that it was Lin Hai who had pressed that arrogant and domineering Scarface to death on the ground and frantically rubbed him, a thunderous applause erupted from the scene. The applause was like a surging sea wave, one wave higher than the other, resounding throughout the performance venue. Lin Hai's gang of brothers were especially excited. They kept applauding so hard that their palms were red, but they didn't even realize it, while shouting at the top of their voices. The sound was deafening. "Hai is awesome. Well played."